Family, who understands? I just fished a kid out of the trash can, and he actually hugged me and called me dad. Upon a closer look, isn't this Harry Potter? Wow, I just pulled Harry Potter out of the trash can, and he turned around and hugged me calling me dad. Family, who understands? Should I accept this fatherhood or not? Waiting online, quite urgent. And this story has to start from the beginning. Charlie Black, yes, that famous black family. But I'm not on the same side as those pure blood crazies. I'm a time traveler, and now a rising candy tycoon in the wizarding world. That day I was sitting in my dark office, stirring my coffee while daydreaming, when the latest issue of the Daily Prophet floated onto my face. Goodness, the headline was so big it could crush a giant. Harry Potter is about to turn 11. Will attend Hogwarts. I tossed my coffee spoon with a clang. After waiting for over 20 years, the plot has finally begun. I must go meet this future savior. I snapped my fingers, and my most loyal house elf, Russell, appeared with a pop. My great master Charlie. His big eyes blinked excitedly, as if he was about to faint. Russell has received your summon. I waved my hand, grabbed my top hat, and said, Russell, let's go out for a bit. As soon as he heard this, he nearly performed a backflip. Master needs Russell. Oh my gosh. I should prepare flu powder. No need. I interrupted him directly. This time we're trying something new with muggles. I pushed open the office door, and family, you would never have guessed the scene outside. It wasn't a corridor at all, but an absurdly huge factory. Countless gears and magical pumps were rumbling, and hundreds of house elves in uniform were happily working on the assembly line. This is my candy empire. Seeing me come out, all the elves immediately stopped, turned to me, and shouted in unison, Good afternoon, Mr. Charlie. I walked down the stairs like a star on a red carpet, smiling and waving at them. Hello, my dear employees. As I reached the bottom, I suddenly remembered something and asked Russell, who was following me closely, Did you finish the new product we talked about? Finished, master. Russell bounced ahead, leading me to the RD department. It's handed over to Tyka. That kid is really talented. The RD department was a mess, like it had been torn apart by a husky. 6 little elves were busy. None of them paid me any attention. Russell's face turned dark, and just as he was about to yell, I stopped him. I pointed at an elf sitting on a sack, shoving a handful of unknown powder in his mouth. Is that Tyka? Goodness, this guy relies entirely on his mouth for research, focusing on a Shinnon tasting herbs approach. I watched him chew with his eyes closed for a solid 2 minutes. Then his eyes suddenly lit up, and he shouted, Tyka likes this flavor. It can be added to nut brittle. I quietly leaned over. What are you doing? This startled Tyka, who jumped up from the sack, saw me, and quickly bowed, Mr. Charlie. I'm looking for a new formula. Curious, I peeked into his sack and pinched a bit of yellow powder to taste. It had a faint, pleasant aromate. Was osmanthus powder. Good idea. I nodded. This kid indeed had something. Then I changed the subject. All right, enough of this. Where's the new product? Let me see. Tyka smacked his forehead, finally remembering, and dashed into a pile of clutter, rummaging through boxes, and finally returned holding a brown paper package like a treasure. Sir, look, it's this. I took it and began unwrapping the layers of brown paper. Wow, when the last layer was lifted, even I was amazed. They were crystal clear violet-shaped candies, emitting a faint purple glow, sprinkled with white sugar frosting, and the scent of violets was so rich it felt like I was thrown into a flower field in Madrid. I couldn't resist and popped one in my mouth. Let me tell you, the moment that candy touched my tongue, my mind went buzz, and a transparent panel popped up in front of me, like I was on a cheat. Task blueprint. Scent of the violet candy status. Completed effect. Intelligence 3. Mental power 3. Spellcasting level increased by 50. Lasts for 10 minutes. This wasn't just candy, it was practically a stimulant for last-minute studying. Right after that, the system dropped 3 rewards on me. New task blueprint X1. Random grade magic X1. Spatial magic item X1. Family. This immense fortune has finally come to me. The next second, I was driving my Aston Martin down the streets of Surrey in 1991. Russell in the passenger seat was clutching that bag of violet candies, trembling like a quail. And master, he stuttered, why aren't we driving properly? This muggle iron box, it's too scary. I glanced at him and calmly pressed the accelerator. First, the place we're going has magical protection. Apparition might not work well. Secondly, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Don't you find this fun? Russell's face turned pale. Russell thinks this is not fun at all. When I finally parked the car steadily across from number 4, Privet Drive, Russell was nearly exhausted, hugging the candies and whining, Master, please, don't ride this thing again. I ignored his long string of complaints and turned to look at the house across the street. This was at Harry Potter's home. It's quite ironic. When I first crossed over, I wanted to come and get familiar with Harry early on, but Merlin played a joke on me and made me arrive 20 years too soon, starting off at hellish difficulty. At that time, Voldemort was causing chaos, and I didn't side with anyone, quietly taking in the homeless house elves and forming the House Elf Liberation Front, carving out a bloody path through the war, becoming a neutral force that no one dared to mess with. Now that the war was over, my Liberation Front had transformed into the candy factory. While I was lost in thought, the door across opened, and a man as fat as a pig walked out, lighting a cigarette and enjoying it. Next to me, Russell was my internet mouthpiece. He widened his eyes and said, "That guy's as fat as a pig." I chuckled. "You haven't even seen his son yet." As soon as I finished speaking, a rounder little chubby boy ran out from around the corner, carrying a backpack. Russell was stunned. "Oh my gosh, master. That kid looks like a freshly roasted pig, just missing an apple in his mouth." The fat man saw his son. His eyes lit up, and he hurried over to take the backpack, both of them chatting happily as they went inside. I waited for a long time, but didn't see Harry come out. Unable to sit still, I directly opened the car door. "Let's go, we're getting out." Russell quickly followed. Looking at him in his house elf form, I suddenly realized, almost forgot, there's none of this in the Muggle world. I pulled out my wand and waved it casually, transfiguration. With a flash of light, the one-dimensional Russell instantly transformed into a handsome young butler in his 20s. I'm looking for human Harry, following the path of that little chubby boy. And guess what? In a corner, I saw a stinky trash can with a small hand waving around nonstop. "Hey kid, need some help?" I shouted. "Over here, sir. Please pull me out." When Russell saw that filthy trash can, he frowned so hard he could squash a fly. "Master, let Russell handle this dirty thing." "It's fine, I'll do it." I stopped him. My butler Russell has a unique way of thinking. Seeing my expression, he actually thought Harry was my long-lost, illegitimate son. At that moment, I felt like a subway elderly man looking at his phone, thinking, "Buddy, your imagination would be wasted if you didn't write novels." I walked over, grabbed that little hand, and with a tug, pulled a child out of the trash can who was as skinny as a bean sprout. Messy hair, tattered glasses, dirty, oversized, old clothes, and those unique green eyes. Harry Potter. After more than 20 years of obsession, I finally saw the real person today. My feelings were a mix of emotions, and my expression was probably very complicated. Harry looked a bit nervous under my gaze, glancing at my butler, who was silently retreating with tears in his eyes, his heart pounding. It seemed like he misunderstood something. He cautiously probed, "Sir, do you need something?" His voice pulled me back to reality. I instinctively wanted to reach out and touch his head, but he jumped back 2 steps like a scared rabbit. I had to withdraw my hand, slowly crouching down to meet his gaze, and said in the gentlest tone of my life, "Sorry, Harry, don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. I'm just so happy. I've been waiting for this day for a long time." "How do you know my name is Harry?" That question caught me off guard. I couldn't just say, "I read it in a book." While I was stammering, Harry seemed to interpret my hesitation as something else. He found the answer. Tears instantly filled his green eyes, and all the grievances from his childhood erupted at once. In the next moment, he couldn't hold back any longer and buried himself in my arms. "Dad." When he called me that, I was completely stunned. I was dumbfounded, holding a savior in my arms, and he called me Dad. This script doesn't fit. I felt his little hands tightly gripping me and his shoulders trembling. And for a moment, I really didn't know what to do. To be honest, I was frozen there, my heart softened. How much suffering had this child endured from childhood? At that Dudley family, living in a storage room, treated like air, and now he finally found someone to hold on to. Could I push him away? No way. I sighed and thought, fine, if I have to be a dad, then let him cry it out. I wrapped my arms around him, gently patting his messy hair, letting his snot and tears soak into my clothes. Meanwhile, my pet sprite, Russell, was next to me, and wow, the drama unfolded. He wiped his tears while exclaiming in excitement, "Oh my God, this is so touching. Charlie has found his child. The Blake family has an heir now." I rolled my eyes at that moment. "Can you just shut up?" Sure enough, as soon as this little guy in my arms heard Blake, his crying immediately stopped. He suddenly looked up, with a confused expression on his face, his eyes full of question marks. "Blake? Shouldn't it be Potter?" Well, this has turned into a big misunderstanding. I found a step to sit down and casually took out a piece of our company's flagship product, hazelnut chocolate, from my pocket. While I was tearing off the wrapper, I asked him, "Have you ever seen your parents?" The little guy, Harry, had his face as red as a monkey's bottom, probably because he felt too embarrassed about mistaking me for his dad just now. He buried his head in his knees and made a sound like a mosquito. Looking at his flushed ears, I nearly burst out laughing. I handed him the unwrapped chocolate and said, "Here, try it. It's our star product, loved by kids all over the UK." Let me tell you, that little guy, when he got the chocolate, it was like receiving an imperial edict. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, and wow, the look of ecstasy on his face. You wouldn't know it was just chocolate. It seemed like something from a top Michelin restaurant. His cousin Dolly, on the other hand, treats my chocolate like a staple food. He is probably used to the smell by now. He carefully took a small bite, and his eyes instantly lit up. That expression, that sense of satisfaction, was incredible. He turned to me and sincerely said 3 words. "It's very delicious." Just those 3 words, I tell you, felt better than signing a multi-million-dollar contract. Russell, who was standing next to us, looked like his eyes were about to pop out. In his eyes, Charlie Black, must seem like a soulless money-making machine. When have I ever cared so much about an ordinary little boy? After the chocolate was eaten, the atmosphere instantly became lively. Harry was no longer so reserved. He let out a big burp and started to get closer to me. He looked at me with eager eyes and asked, "Mr. Charlie, do you know my mom and dad?" This question caught me off guard, and I was silent for 2 seconds. What could I say? That your parents are wizards, and they were taken down by the most powerful dark wizard in history? That you're also a wizard, and this scar on your forehead is a VIP certification? No way, that wouldn't be proper. I can only tell him half-truths. I went to school with your parents, they were my seniors, and they were prominent figures in the school. I looked into his longing eyes. Unable to resist, I reached out and gently brushed aside the messy hair from his forehead, my fingertips grazing the lightning scar. I quietly channeled a faint trace of magic into him, then said in what I thought was a cool and profound tone, "Your parents loved you very much, enough to be willing to die for you, although they are gone." I paused, looking into his eyes, and said word by word, "Their love will always be with you." The little guy nodded as if he understood, and reached out to touch the scar himself, probably feeling that warmth. I looked at the sky and thought it was time to send him back. As soon as he heard we were going home, the spark in his eyes dimmed instantly. He looked at me and suddenly gathered the courage to ask, "Mr. Charlie, can you take me with you?" I feel bad too, but I can only shake my head. "Sorry, Harry. Not now. You have to stay with your family, even if they're a bunch of jerks." Seeing his little face drop, I thought, but can I really let you suffer like this for nothing, buddy? Absolutely not. I chuckled, and like a magician, pulled out 3 pieces of chocolate. I handed him 2 pieces. "Hide these well, and eat them yourself." Then I shook the last piece in my hand and said, "As for this one, find a way to let your pig cousin discover it." I winked at him. Harry was so clever, he understood immediately. His face lit up with a big smile. As I watched him disappear around the corner, I was just about to leave when that kid poked his head out again and shouted, "Mr. Charlie, will I be able to see you again?" I smiled and waved at him. "Don't worry, it won't be long before we see each other again." Watching him run away happily, I turned to Russell and asked, "What do you think of that kid?" Russell furrowed his brow and thought for a long time before honestly replying, "Master, forgive my dullness, but Russell thinks he is just an ordinary kid, nothing more ordinary than that." I squinted and smiled. "Yes, he is just an ordinary kid. Nothing more ordinary than that." Sure enough, when Harry returned home, the heavyweight guests started to make their remarks. His aunt and uncle hurled cold insults at him, calling him all sorts of names like little bastard and greedy pig, as harsh as they could be. Harry, on the other hand, stood there like a wooden statue, letting them scold him, and then obediently went to wash the dishes. But he had a mission today. As he passed by his pig cousin with a plate in hand, he deliberately exposed the pocket containing the chocolate with extra ingredients. Let me tell you, that Dudley kid, don't be fooled by his lack of brains. His nose is like a dog-ass. He instantly caught a whiff of something. He jumped up from the sofa with a scream that could rival an air raid siren. "Dad. Mom. Harry stole the chocolate. It's Charlie's hazelnut chocolate." Wow. He really stirred up a hornet's nest this time. His parents saw this and thought, "Oh boy, another reason to yell at someone." They were overjoyed. Without saying a word, they decided Harry was the thief and immediately launched into a tirade of scolding. In the end, they picked him up and tossed him into the cupboard under the stairs like a little chick with a thud. As for Harry, he was locked in a little dark room, and he was grinning from ear to ear. He was just waiting to see the fun unfold. He guessed I might have added chili powder or laxatives to the chocolate. "Little bro, think bigger, would you?" Sure enough, not long after, just as Harry was about to fall asleep, a blood-curdling scream echoed from upstairs. It was heart-wrenching, followed by the sound of thumping footsteps. His aunt and uncle came rolling into Dudley's room. What did the family know? When the blanket was lifted low, and behold, their precious son had sprouted a pair of pig ears and a pig nose. Let me tell you, that scene gave his parents a little cyber-pigsy shock. His mom fainted on the spot, and his dad turned pale, nearly falling over while holding onto the doorframe. Dudley himself was so scared that he cried and squealed at the same time. His cries even had pig-like sound effects. Harry, locked in the cupboard, listened to the chaos upstairs. Though he didn't know exactly what was happening, just hearing the commotion was enough to make him happy, and he turned over contentedly, falling asleep in no time. As for me, I was speeding down the highway in my Aston Martin. Russell in the passenger seat finally got used to the speed and started to enjoy the scenery. He suddenly turned his head and said in a particularly affected tone, "The foolish Russell hopes to receive the master's enlightenment, to answer the doubts in the servant's heart." I pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the engine let out a roar. Speaking plainly, "Master, I really don't understand. Why do we come all this way? I've told you repeatedly, don't imitate that damn style of cliche. You know how much I hate their family. I told you. I'm just curious about what kind of amazing being that baby was who defeated Voldemort to the point of rendering him powerless." As soon as I finished speaking, Russell in the passenger seat, wow, his eyes were rounder than the car lights, and his expression was even more outrageous than when he suspected Harry was my illegitimate child. He let out a shout and sprang up from his seat. "That child is." The outcome was predictable. With a loud thud, his head made solid contact with the roof of the car. I didn't even raise my eyelids, just watching him clutching his head, mumbling and shrinking back into his seat, flailing like a fish deprived of oxygen. I merely reminded him lightly, "Take it easy. This car is a limited edition." This probably left him dazed, even forgetting his fear of the car. When he regained his composure, he looked at me with teary eyes. I couldn't tell if it was from pain or excitement. "My master, forgive Russell." Russell was too excited. While he wiped his tears with his wrinkled hand, he started his monologue, saying, "Who understands our family?" It's just a lot of mumbling. I was so close to him just now. I actually didn't recognize him. I didn't even have time to say thank you. Look at the ragged clothes he's wearing. His family must have mistreated him. How dare they? Oh my, was my gaze toward him just now unfriendly? "Mister, Harry won't hold a grudge against me, will he?" Woo. Let me tell you, his expression was a mix of excitement, guilt, anger to the point of exploding, and then deep sadness that felt like a river flowing backwards. He was practically a walking emoji. I let him speak, didn't stop him. I understand this guy's feelings. While I can't fully empathize, I can relate. Let me give you a brief background on Russell, so you'll understand. He has a deep blood feud with Voldemort and his gang. When I saved him years ago, he was being chased by several werewolves, looking as skinny as a moving corpse, hiding in a broken basket. I still remember the look in his eyes when he first saw me, fear and despair. I dealt with those werewolves and brought him back, and only then did he tell me that they were all Voldemort's minions, and he had barely escaped from a secret Voldemort lab. That place was like hell on earth, with cries of agony every night and the air filled with the stench of decay. Everyone captured there, whether human or house elf, were mere test subjects, disposable commodities that could be killed at any moment. So now you understand why he was so excited when he heard that Harry was the one who defeated Voldemort. To him, Harry is a savior, the god who ended his nightmare. After a while, he finally calmed down and pitifully asked me, "Master, will I have the chance to see Mr. Harry again? I want to thank him in person." By the time I returned to the factory, it was already late at night. I sent Russell away and headed back to the office with a bag of violet candies. With a loud bang, the door closed, isolating me from the outside world. Let me tell you, the security level in my office is so high, with dozens of spells layered on top, that even Voldemort himself would have to struggle for a while to get in. I stretched and my bones cracked loudly. It felt great. I casually took off my coat, removed my top hat, snapped my fingers to light the crystal lamp, and then slumped down in my chair, my feet unceremoniously propped up on the desk. If Russell saw this scene, his jaw would drop. In his eyes, I'm always the well-dressed gentleman. But who understands how tiring it is to act? That's all for show, for the sake of my image. In private, if I still maintain that demeanor, wouldn't that be crazy? I closed my eyes, rubbed my temples, and began to review all the details of my meeting with Harry today. "Hogwarts," I murmured, casually gesturing, and a violet candy flew over. A piece of candy landed in my mouth, and the refreshing aroma was incredible. What good thing? I thought to myself, perhaps it's time to pay a visit to my old headmaster, hoping he still loves lemon sherbet as much as before. Lost in thought, I dozed off in my chair. I don't know how long I slept, but a rhythmic knocking sound woke me up. I irritably opened my eyes. The sound was coming from behind the curtains. Instantly, all my grogginess disappeared, and I felt awake. I tumbled down from the chair, and my back cracked with a pop. Ouch! Damn it, I really shouldn't sleep like this next time. I walked to the window and pulled the curtain open. A mottled gray-brown owl was perched on the windowsill, tilting its head to look at me. Upon seeing me, it pecked the glass with its beak a couple of times. "I knew it was you, Faywin." I smiled and opened the window. It wasn't polite, and with a GUH, it flew in and landed steadily on top of my clothes rack, starting to preen its feathers. I grabbed a handful of owl food from the drawer, extended my hand, and said, "Come on, baby." Faywin immediately glided down and landed on my arm, happily starting to eat. Let me tell you, This owl named Faywin is not an ordinary courier. She is a product of the system and has been with me since I was born for 30 years, primarily providing companionship. The tasks and rewards issued by the system are all delivered by her. Sure enough, this time she had a small box tied to her foot. I skillfully opened it, and inside was a ring set with a ruby. I brought the ring under the light to take a closer look. The ruby was as deep as a pool of blood. The ring itself was made of brass, looking plain and even a bit shabby, like something pulled from a black magic shop's bargain bin. But when I touched the inside with my finger, wow, it was densely packed with intricate engravings of spells and symbols. The craftsmanship, I dare say, would earn a nod of approval from even the alchemy master, Nicholas Flamel. It was simply 100 years ahead of its time. I really love practical things like this. It looks ordinary, but it can surprise people at critical moments. I placed Faywin on the table and, without thinking, slipped the ring onto my index finger. The next second, I was shocked. The brass on the ring suddenly came to life, becoming soft and extending countless tiny tentacles that directly burrowed into my flesh. I furrowed my brows, watching this horrifying scene, but I didn't immediately pull it off. After all, it was given by the system. It shouldn't harm me. Sure enough, after a slight sting, a trickle of blood flowed into the ruby along the band of the ring, and those tentacles quickly retracted, returning the ring to its plain appearance. Blood oath? I was stunned. This was an ancient alchemical technique from the 16th century that had long been lost. I never expected to see it today. I tried clenching my fist, and there was nothing unusual. I sat back down, closed my eyes, and sent my magic into the ring. Let me tell you, the feeling was incredibly smooth, completely devoid of the awkwardness of using a magical item for the first time. When I opened my eyes again, I had an extra magical scroll and a new mission blueprint in my hand. Beautiful! I couldn't help but exclaim. This spatial ring is simply a divine tool. Anything I can touch can be stored with just a thought. If this were used in a fight, TSK, 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 it would definitely be the strongest life-saving artifact. I played with the ring contentedly for a while before remembering there was also a scroll. Level of magic, all right? With the ring, this is just the icing on the cake. I casually opened the scroll, and after seeing the words on it, two words instantly popped in my mind. So fragrant. Protego Diabolica. Fire Shield. Guys, this is Grindelwald's signature spell. That scene in the movie where he waved his wand and ignited a circle of blue flame barrier was just too cool. I was so excited. The system was being incredibly generous this time. I couldn't think too much about it, so I hurried to learn it. The wand flew over. I stretched out my hand, and the wand in the coat on the hanger zoomed into my hand with a whoosh, 12 inches, made of elm with a core of Norwegian Ridgeback dragon heartstring. All set. The next morning, Russell woke up on time. This guy is also a scroll king because he accompanied me out yesterday. He piled up a whole afternoon of work and managed to finish it all before I got up. At 8 o'clock sharp, he finished the last document, and those papers flew out of his room like a paper dragon, distributing to various departments. Then he changed his clothes and brought over my breakfast. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Russell opened the door, and as he walked in, he dramatically called out, "My esteemed Master Charlie, good morning. You're most loyal." As he was halfway through, he suddenly got stuck. I tell you, his expression at that moment was just like seeing a ghost. No wonder in my office. A circle of blazing black flames was forming a perfect ring, clawing and snapping, separating him from me. "It's okay, Russell," I said calmly from the center of the fire ring. "Just come over directly." He swallowed hard, hesitated for a moment, and finally, with his eyes closed, stepped in. And the result? The burning sensation I imagined was completely absent. Instead, it felt warm and cozy. He walked a few steps inside the firewall in amazement, opened his eyes to check himself, then looked back at the flames with a face full of admiration. "No wonder you're the great master. This flame illusion is so realistic." Russell couldn't see any flaws at all. I leaned against the table, watching the magic scroll in my hand turn to ashes as I yawned. I walked up to him, took a sip of the coffee from the plate, and then glanced at him. "Fool, this is no illusion." Saying this, I raised my hand and waved vigorously at the ring of fire. The circle of black flames was instantly drawn towards me, coalescing into a line of fire that circled around me before slowly dissipating. Only then did Russell see that the floor where the flames had burned had turned into pitch-black char. This was the Fire Shield, a spell from the previous Dark Lord Grindelwald. Watching his jaw drop, I felt immensely satisfied. After all, it took me a whole night to learn this. If he didn't react at all, that would have been strange. Next came Russell's 10 minutes of endless flattery, which left me feeling utterly refreshed. Once he finished, I waved my hand to get him back on track. He immediately began his report. Master, the ice plum sweet candy has been receiving particularly good feedback lately, and we're in talks with muggles over in America. If all goes well, we should be able to break into the U.S. market soon. Not bad. I took a bite of toast. Increased production. Oh, and try adding some liquor-filled centers. Those Americans love that. Russell quickly took out his notebook to jot it down. Also, about the bizarre exploding candy I mentioned before, he raised his head and shrugged with a hint of regret. The response has been really poor. Neither the wizarding world nor muggles like it. Many people have reported that it always has a taste of cow dung. I stopped chewing the toast, frowned, and took a sip of coffee. How do they know what cow dung tastes like? Never mind them. Why don't they mention that there are also apple and lemon flavors? Russell hesitated for a moment, scratched his head. What I mean is, maybe we could stop the production line for the bizarre exploding candy and switch to making liquor-filled sweet plums. I told you as soon as I said that. Charlie started pondering with his chin in hand. After a while, he slowly replied, it's not impossible, but we need to keep at least 2 production lines for that bizarre exploding candy. I was puzzled at the time. That stuff was something muggles would avoid at all costs. Who would buy it? But Charlie explained that while muggles don't appreciate it, the suppliers in the wizarding world must not run out of stock. What could I say? The boss had spoken, so I noted it down. But I'm a curious person, so I couldn't help but ask him why. Can you guess what he said? He didn't answer me directly. Instead, he squinted out the window, took a sip of coffee, and then said thoughtfully, Professor Dumbledore wrote to me years ago, saying this candy tastes good. Wow. For those who understand, this reason made me suddenly realize it was for the headmaster's special treatment. I quickly highlighted this sentence in my notebook. This was top secret. After finishing breakfast in no time, Charlie wiped his mouth and, as usual, gave me a candid assessment. The bread is a bit burnt. I said I'd have them pay more attention next time. And guess what he said? He replied, no need, I actually like it burnt. All right then. The boss's taste is just that unique. I want to clear the plates. And he stood up to start petting the owl, Fox, who had curled up on the table. Just as I was about to sneak away with the plates, I suddenly remembered something. I looked down at the floor. The carpet had been basically ruined from last night's chaos. I rubbed my toes on it, and it crumbled into bits. I quickly turned back to ask him, Boss, should I find someone to clean up the office? Charlie shook his head, still holding Fox and continuing to pet him, saying, no need, I can handle it myself with a cleaning charm later. I nodded, and just as I reached the door, Charlie called out to me, wait. Russell, I almost got a scare there. I quickly steadied myself and turned back. Master, is there anything else you need? He picked up another scroll from the table and handed it to me, saying this, give it to the house elf who made the violet candy yesterday. Once he makes this new candy, push it hard in the wizarding world along with the violet candy as our flagship product for the new quarter. As soon as I heard it was a new product, I quickly put down what I had in my hands and hurried over to pick it up, all very serious. Carefully unfolding the blueprint, I saw 2 big characters written on it. Snow Lemon? After I left, only Charlie and his increasingly heavy owl were left in the office. Let me tell you, that owl, Faywin, hasn't aged a bit in 30 years, but its weight has been steadily increasing. Charlie held it in his arms, took out his wand, and softly said to the mess on the ground, renew. I have to tell you, that scene was incredible. A flash of blue light from the tip of the wand, and a gust of wind swept through the entire room. The charred walls and bookshelves instantly returned to their original state, and the carpet and floor that had turned to ash miraculously restored themselves. Even the dust was swept away completely. In just a few seconds, the office was cleaner than before the incident, and the air was filled with his favorite mint scent. Charlie took a deep breath, satisfied, and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Learning this cleaning spell from Andromeda back then was definitely one of the wisest things I've ever done in my life. Just as he got lost in thought, Faywin in his arms was not having it. She had been enjoying it with her eyes closed, but immediately opened them halfway when he stopped chattering at him, and when he didn't respond, she pretended to bite his fingers. Charlie was brought back to reality by her antics, smiled helplessly, and continued to stroke her fur. Only then was Faywin satisfied, finding a comfortable position in his arms and curling up into a ball. Charlie held her, relaxing back in chair as the sunlight streamed in through the window, warm and cozy. He tilted his head back and softly said, I hope Andromeda is doing well. Let me tell you, Charlie's family is simply a case study of madness. He is a reincarnation, having shown genius traits since childhood, and his father, a man named Cygnus, boast about him as the pride of the family. However, the Black family, aside from providing him with a privileged life, is filled with mentally unstable relatives. His father, Cygnus, is a pure blood with terminal cancer who looks down on any ordinary wizard. His older sister, Bellatrix, is completely insane and later joined Voldemort. His third sister, Narcissa is as proud as a daffodil and unbearably arrogant. In such a distorted family, only his second sister, Andromeda, was the one who made him feel warmth and normalcy. Unfortunately, a few years ago, Andromeda eloped with a muggle-born wizard for love. Since that day, Charlie has never seen her again. He remembers very clearly that day when his father Cygnus, with a gaze as cold as ice, used his wand to burn Andromeda's name into a hole in the Black family tree. Then, he walked up to young Charlie, gripping his arms tightly like a vice, staring into his eyes, and said word by word, "You are the pride of the Black family. Remember, Charlie, do not be like Andromeda. If that day ever comes, I will not remove your name. I will kill you." At that moment, Charlie finally understood that the craziest person in the family wasn't his older sister, but his father himself. After saying that harsh remark, Cygnus tightly hugged him again. But that embrace held no trace of paternal love. It was filled with suffocating control and a cold warning. This memory was like a nightmare, yanking him back to reality. He took a breath, shook his head, trying to shake off those troubling thoughts. He looked down at the owlet in his arms, grabbed a handful of owl food from the drawer to feed it, and said, "Come on, let's go check out the factory." With that, he stood up and walked straight out of the office. He descended the stairs, looking at the endless assembly line workshop. Every house elf who saw him greeted him joyfully, "Mr. Charlie, good morning." Their spirits were worlds apart from those oppressed souls outside. Charlie smiled back, asked how the little ones in the family were doing, and praised the person in charge of the production line for a job well done. As he walked, the owlet finished its snack and, probably finding it too noisy, flapped its wings and went off to play by itself. Charlie chuckled, casually grabbed a warm candy that had just been produced from the nearby assembly line and popped it into his mouth. I tell you, in the next second, his face turned completely green. He struggled to hold back the urge to vomit and forced that piece of candy down his throat. By the time that thing slid down, his face was as green as a goblin's. "Damn it, what does this taste?" he gasped and complained to a nearby house elf. "I feel like I'm chewing on warm cow dung." The house elf turned around with a helpless look, picked up a packaging bag, and said, "Sorry, Mr. Charlie. This is the final product." Bizarre exploding candy. Charlie's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and after a long pause, he could only nod and leave with a green face. The house elf wondered why it seemed like Mr. Charlie's face had turned even greener. After coming out of the production line, Charlie had already made up his mind. He had to talk to Russell about that wretched candy production line again. There shouldn't be even one left. Just supply it to the Honey Duke of Hogwarts. Anyway, apart from the old headmaster, there probably isn't a second living person who would actually want to eat that stuff. He strolled around the factory, chatted with the house elf in the RD room about the new blueprints, then wandered to the living area and the cafeteria, unknowingly approaching noon. He didn't stay long, and with a snap of his fingers, he disapparated back to the office. Just 10 minutes after he sat down, I knocked and came in to bring him lunch. "My great master Charlie. Good afternoon," I said while setting down the cookies and red tea, following my daily routine of flattery. Charlie was used to it, skillfully picked up a cookie and dipped it in his own brand of jam, then nodded at me, indicating, "If you haven't eaten, let's have some together." I initially wanted to be polite, but when he shot me a look, I immediately complied and took a small bite of cookie. By the time we had eaten most of it, Charlie wiped his mouth and suddenly spoke up. "About what we discussed this morning, I've changed my mind." I quickly pulled out my notebook, ready to record his decree. He cleared his throat and seriously began to ramble, regarding the production line issue for bizarre exploding candy. "I've reflected deeply on it. Our customers have provided us with valuable feedback, and adhering to the principle that the customer is Merlin, we must take it seriously. Only in this way can the factory reach new heights." I was listening beside them, almost stunned, but I had to put on an appearance of utmost admiration, jotting down every word verbatim, thinking to myself that I would make all departments memorize it later. Once he finished his preamble, he finally got to the point. "So, let's change the assembly line to just one, and forget about the wizarding world. Just ensure the supply to Hogwarts." "As you wish, my great master," I replied loudly. I noted this down and suddenly remembered another matter, rummaging through my pocket for a while, saying, "By the way, master, while you were having breakfast, an unfamiliar owl delivered a letter." Charlie didn't take it seriously, waving his hand and picking up a book from the shelf. "It's just a letter. You can handle it. If that old fool Fudge wants to invite me to dinner again, just refuse for me." "No, master, it's not a letter from Minister Fudge," I said as I searched. There was no name on it, but I thought you should take a look personally. Saying this, I finally pulled out the letter and handed it over. Charlie raised an eyebrow and took it. As soon as he saw the wax seal on the letter, the smile on his face vanished instantly, and his eyes narrowed. The emblem was shield-shaped, with 3 long spears at the bottom, fire dragons on either side, and a snake coiled at the top. It was the Malfoy family crest. Charlie pressed his lips together and opened the letter. It was written by Narcissa, starting with "To my dear brother," which sounded quite cheesy. The letter was filled with heartfelt sentiments, mentioning how she and Lucius had visited their father Cygnus a few days ago, and upon hearing that Charlie hadn't been back in a long time, she felt a pain in her heart, reminiscing about the days they played together as children. When Charlie read this part, the corners of his mouth twitched. He couldn't recall any fond memories, as he often got beaten up by her when they were young. The letter continued, expressing hope that Charlie could resolve misunderstandings with Lucius. Coincidentally, her son, Draco Malfoy, was about to attend Hogwarts, and the little brat particularly admired his uncle whom he had never met. Thus, she wanted to take this opportunity to invite Charlie to stay at Malfoy Manor for a few days, attend Draco's graduation ceremony, and have a frank discussion between the two families. Charlie read the letter word for word, his gaze lingering on the final signature, Narcissa Malfoy, and his brows furrowed tightly. He placed the letter on the table, closed his eyes, and leaned back in his chair, feeling a mix of emotions. Seeing this, I knew it was time for me to slip away, quietly gathering the dishes and tiptoeing out. Meanwhile, at Malfoy Manor in Wiltshire, how should I put it? It was as if "I am rich" was engraved on the gate, with white peacocks everywhere, dazzlingly luxurious. The owner of the manor, Lucius Malfoy, was fidgeting. His wife Narcissa, who was Charlie's third sister, noticed his demeanor and gently asked, "What are you still worried about?" Lucius sighed and said, "I'm just not sure if what you're doing is right. You should have asked me before writing the letter." Narcissa interrupted him directly. "Lucius, he is my brother, and you're my husband," she continued, saying that the events of the war over a decade ago were in the past, and now the Black family only had Charlie left as a relative. Moreover, Minister Fudge valued him highly. If the two families had a good relationship, it would benefit Lucius's career in the Ministry of Magic. Finally, she added, "And Draco really admires him." This finally swayed Lucius. He stood up, adjusted his clothes, and resumed his proud demeanor, asking, "What are the chances he will agree?" Narcissa smiled confidently. "I don't know, but I have a feeling he will come." "You're so sure?" "Don't forget, I am his sister." Narcissa smiled with a hint of calculation. "I know him well." "No, not because I know him well, but because I know he is Charlie Black." Just as she finished speaking, before Lucius could react, there was a loud crash. Both of them turned to look, only to see their house elf Dobby, wide-eyed, staring at them in disbelief, with a broken plate scattered all over the floor, showing no reaction. Narcissa's face instantly turned cold, her gaze becoming harsh and ruthless, scolding Dobby, who stood there like a wooden statue. "You useless thing." The speed of her change in expression was astonishing. Even a master of Sichuan opera would need to take a puff of smoke. Let me tell you, these pure-blood aristocrats have their sense of hierarchy ingrained in their DNA. In Narcissa's eyes, a house elf like Dobby is worth even less than the cushion under her bottom. What she can't stand the most is that such a lowly creature had the audacity to eavesdrop on her and Lucius's private conversation. Dobby finally realized the gravity of the situation, scared out of his wits, and suddenly knelt down, banging his head against the ground. I could hear the dull thud, even through the thick carpet. As he banged his head, he wailed, "Master, spare me. Dobby is a bad elf. Dobby shouldn't have slipped." Narcissa couldn't even be bothered to lift her eyelids, already pulling out her wand, and it looked like a deadly curse was about to fly. However, Lucius grabbed her wrist and shook his head. The look he gave Dobby was colder than a frostbite, but clearly there was something more important at hand. "Don't forget what that guy is," Lucius reminded her. I understood at that moment. That guy was none other than my soon-to-arrive protagonist, Charlie, the head of the House Elf Liberation Front. To abuse house elves right under his nose was not just a provocation. It was like throwing oneself directly at the muzzle of a gun. Lucius turned to Dobby, his tone icy. "For the next few days, you will disappear. Go wherever you like, but do not appear in front of Charlie Black. Do you understand?" After saying this, he narrowed his eyes, cutting through Dobby like a knife. "Don't try anything funny. Remember your place." Dobby dared not utter a word of dissent, trembling as if he might fall apart. He scrambled to assure, "Understood, Master. Dobby will leave. Dobby will not see Mr. Charlie. Dobby is just a house elf. Get lost." As soon as Lucius finished speaking, Dobby vanished with a pop. Narcissa then lowered her wand, muttering in displeasure, "That guy can't sit still." Lucius scoffed, his lips curling in disdain. Just a house elf. How much trouble can he cause? Meanwhile, in Draco's room upstairs, the boy was busy playing cosplay in front of the mirror. Poking out his little chest, he practiced his father's proud and aloof demeanor, rehearsing in front of his reflection for the 800th time. "Hello, Mr. Charlie Black. May I call you uncle?" No, too stiff. "My dear uncle, I am your nephew, Draco Malfoy." TSK, that felt too greasy. The master of the Black family, the former glory of Slytherin, a genius wizard certified by Dumbledore. My esteemed uncle. Goodness, this kid knows how to use parallelism. His emotions were increasingly on point, and his voice rose by 8 degrees. Just as he was about to finish, a thunderous roar from downstairs brought him back to reality. "Draco, what are you yelling about?" The young master instantly fell apart, all his earlier energy deflating like a punctured balloon, rushing to the door to apologize. "Sorry, father." Fortunately, Narcissa's voice came in time, gently soothing him. "Don't be nervous, Draco. Your uncle isn't that scary." Only then did Draco breathe a sigh of relief and return to the mirror, feeling the anticipation in his heart growing stronger. Time passed second by second, and downstairs in the hall, Lucius was restlessly shifting his gaze, glancing at the fireplace one moment, then looking out the window the next, his anxiety more exaggerated than his sister Narcissa's. Narcissa, however, remained calm, getting up to grab a bottle of good wine and 3 glasses, teasing him. "Lucius, do you want to have a drink first? You seem more nervous than Draco." Lucius stubbornly replied, "I'm a bit thirsty." Narcissa smiled, not calling him out, and poured him a glass. Lucius took it and downed it in one go, as if it were plain water. The way he drank, you'd think it was fake wine. The clock on the wall ticked away, and finally, ding, 10 o'clock struck. Lucius let out a long sigh, unable to tell if it was disappointment or relief. "It seems you still don't know him well enough." A trace of disappointment flickered across Narcissa's face as she forced a smile. "Yes, my memories are still of him as a child." Lucius asked her to go soothe Draco to sleep while he sat alone, pouring himself another glass. As the alcohol hit, a long-buried memory, one that could haunt him for a lifetime, surged uncontrollably to the surface. "I tell you, Lucius is afraid for a reason. Back in the day, Voldemort couldn't stand Charlie and his house elf liberation front. It was like a thorn in his side. But at that time, he was busy battling the Order of the Phoenix and couldn't spare any hands. So, Voldemort came up with a plan for a decapitation strike, sending 40 elite Death Eaters, including Lucius, to assassinate Charlie, who had just graduated not long ago. 40 skilled fighters ganging up on a young man fresh out of school. Wasn't that just a pure setup? Everyone thought it was a sure thing. But what did the family know? The reality gave Voldemort a hard slap in the face. Out on the outskirts of Merseyside, 40 wands pointed at the seemingly youthful young man. The next second, something unexpected happened. A thick fog spread out of nowhere, making it impossible to see anything. Even the illumination charm could not penetrate it. Then the ground began to shake violently and crack. Huge rock pillars shot up from the ground, intertwining and instantly forming a closed cage that trapped everyone inside. I tell you, at that moment, the land seemed to become Charlie's personal domain. It was like a domain expansion happening on the spot. With a light flick of his wand, the hard ground turned into rolling waves like a merciless meat grinder. And those so-called elite Death Eaters didn't even get to touch the hem of Charlie's clothes. They were ground into mush amidst the wailing cries. Only Lucius. This guy had an absurdly strong sixth sense. As soon as he saw the fog, he sensed something was wrong. Taking advantage of the fog, not completely enveloping him, he disapparated on the spot and made a run for it. He hit a distance, watching the one-sided massacre unfold. When Charlie left, he went back to check, and the scene was completely clean. There wasn't even a drop of blood, as if those 39 living people had evaporated into thin air. From start to finish, Charlie used only 2 spells, Misty Clouds and Transfiguration. Lucius shivered and downed his drink in one go. As he was immersed in fear, outside the manor, 2 glaring headlights suddenly pierced through the fog, shining into the hall. Then, a luxury car stopped at the gate, and a house elf in a tuxedo trembled as he got out from the passenger seat. He leaned against the car door for a while, took a deep breath, and shouted into the manor. "On behalf of Madame Narcissa Malfoy, Master Charlie Black has come to visit." Bang! Lucius's heart jumped, and he was so startled that he leaped up from his chair, knocking it over. His mind momentarily crashed, and he didn't even bother to set the chair right. Taking a deep breath, he dashed upstairs, shouting, "Narcissa!" Outside, Charlie got out from the driver's seat and looked helplessly at his house elf Russell. You know, in the Muggle world, it's the driver who opens the door for the boss. Russell jumped. "I wouldn't dare. Master, how could I let you open the door for me?" Charlie sighed. "What I mean is, you'd better learn to drive quickly. So I won't have to be so tired next time." He had Russell bring down the gifts from the trunk, then drove the car back. Russell's face instantly fell, stammering that he couldn't drive. It's fine, with magical navigation and assisted driving, you won't die. After saying that, Charlie ignored him and walked up to the huge, wrought iron gate, reaching out to touch it, feeling the magic flowing on it. Meanwhile, in the manor, Lucius had completely lost his usual aristocratic demeanor, barging into Draco's room. He saw Narcissa comforting a teary-eyed Draco, who looked so dejected he was about to cry. Lucius's sudden entrance caused Draco to have a reflex reaction, his expression instantly calming as he held back his tears. What happened, father? Lucius didn't care about him at all, staring intently at Narcissa, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his voice tense. Narcissa, he-s here. The look on his face made it seem like a creditor had come knocking. Narcissa, however, was much calmer than he was, raising an eyebrow. Then go open the door. She then patted Draco. Quick, Draco, get up, your uncle is here? There was no hiding the excitement in her voice. Draco was taken aback, and when the two hurried away, he realized he was still in his pajamas, and his little face fell again. Damn it, if I had known, I would have changed into my pajamas. The door slowly opened, and Charlie turned around to see his sister Narcissa, brother-in-law Lucius, and a little one in pajamas, being firmly held by his father's hand on his shoulder, looking utterly disheartened, standing at the door. The contrast in the scene was too stark, and Charlie couldn't help but laugh before he even stepped inside. He waved his hand with a smile, and with that simple action, Lucius's heart, which had been in his throat, instantly relaxed by half. With a flick of his wand, gifts of all sizes floated into the air, lining up behind him and slowly moving toward the three. Narcissa looked at her brother, whom she hadn't seen in 12 years, now more mature and deep, feeling a mix of emotions. Charlie stepped forward and first hugged his sister, feeling the genuine joy, warming his heart. Sorry for the wait. Draco, looking at this legendary uncle before him, mustered the courage to clear his throat a couple of times to attract attention. Charlie looked down at him gently, but Draco's mind went blank, and he forgot all the rehearsed words, stammering out a few words. Draco. Uncle. Charlie smiled and bent down, extending his hand. Hello, Draco. The little guy's face turned red with excitement, tightly gripping that big hand, puffing out his chest, and saying, Uncle, I know you are the head of Slytherin. When I get into Slytherin, I want to be a successful wizard like you. Charlie smiled and ruffled his hair. When you do what you truly want to do, that will be success. As he spoke, all the floating gifts fell in a heap in front of Draco, forming a small mountain. Little Draco's eyes instantly lit up, and just as he was about to reach out to grab them, he cautiously glanced at his father. Lucius snorted and turned his head away, saying dryly, Go ahead and take them. Only then did Draco cheer up. Finally, Charlie walked up to Lucius. Lucius swallowed hard, forcing out a smile that looked worse than crying. Welcome, Charlie. Thank you, Lucius. Charlie smiled, like an old friend who hadn't seen each other in years. Reached out and patted his arm, warmly asking, Long time no see. How have you been? I'll tell you. Just this ordinary greeting sounded to Lucius like a dagger to the heart. Was he reminding me of something? Was he warning me to be honest? For a moment, Lucius's face went pale, his breathing became rapid, and he stood there frozen, as if turned to stone. Just as he seemed about to crack, Charlie leaned close to his ear and said something in a voice only the two of them could hear. After speaking, he patted Lucius on the shoulder as if nothing had happened and smiled, saying, The last time we met was at your wedding with Narcissa, right? I remember I was only in 3rd grade. A miracle happened. Lucius's tense expression instantly relaxed, and he remarkably returned to normal, nodding and responding, Yes, you were still in school back then. Narcissa watched this scene and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She smiled and said, Come in. We've prepared dinner and a nice bottle of red wine, which is Lucius's collection. Lucius echoed, Yes, let's go in. That's a nice bottle of red wine. Saying this, he reached out to push open the door of the mansion. I tell you, as soon as that door opened, wow, a wave of warm air hit my face, and I instantly felt alive again. The bumpy ride had nearly broken my bones, and I was just hanging on to life with a few pieces of candy and biscuits. I wasn't polite either and said directly, That's great. I'm just hungry. I casually rubbed my almost broken neck and added, Plus, I really need a drink. That broken chair in the office has made my back and waist hurt, and I urgently need some alcohol to numb my nerves and get a good sleep. Upon hearing this, Narcissa was very enthusiastic and said the guest room had already been tidied up, so I could just lie down after dinner. I have to tell you, that dinner was something else. The steaming pork chop was so fragrant, it was practically dripping with grease, paired with red wine. And sitting next to me were my long-lost family members. In that moment, I almost lost it. Before, I thought I was just here to join the fun. But when I actually got here, I realized this was exactly what I had always wanted in my heart. Watching Lucius and Narcissa, this couple who seemed so pretentious to outsiders, chatting with me like a regular family, felt incredibly surreal. This world, this life, is indeed much more complex than those 7 books. The next day, when I woke up, I was completely dazed. An unfamiliar ceiling in this bed. My family. Who understands? This bed is ridiculously comfortable. I swear, this is the best sleep I've had since graduating from Hogwarts. The pillow, the mattress, felt like they were lifting me up. I almost knelt down in front of Narcissa and begged her to sell me this bed so I could take it back to the factory. After dawdling for a while, I reluctantly got out of bed. My clothes were thrown on the chair from the previous day's exhaustion, but the ring was safely placed on the bedside table. I put on my clothes, wore the ring, and slowly made my way downstairs, while Lucius was sitting at the long table, one hand holding a cup of coffee and the other holding the Daily Prophet, trying to appear deep in thought. When he heard me coming down, he paused his coffee drinking, looked up at me, and, after a long struggle, managed to force out a smile that looked more painful than crying, greeting me. "Good morning. Charlie, how did you sleep?" I tell you, getting him to smile is harder than making him admit he's bald. I couldn't be bothered to argue, so I sat down opposite him and replied, "Good morning. I couldn't have slept better." I glanced at the wall clock and thought, wow, what time is it? I thought you, a high-ranking bureaucrat from the Ministry of Magic, would have been at work by now. Lucius took a sip of coffee and quietly observed me, probably relieved to see that I seemed fine, and explained that he had a light workload and could go in later. Just then, Narcissa came out of the kitchen, smiling gently. "I'm glad to see you slept well." With a light wave of her wand, a cup of coffee flew steadily to me as if it had eyes. "Try it, I just brewed it pure black. If you want milk or sugar, just let me know." I was quite moved at the time, thinking how nice my sister was to me. Then I picked it up and took a sip. I almost spat it out on the spot. The taste, how can I put it, is hard to describe, and there were all sorts of unknown hard bits in it that scratched my throat. But then I saw the look of anticipation in Narcissa's little eyes. What could I do? I could only suppress my conscience and force out a perfect smile. "It's delicious." As soon as I finished speaking, Draco came down from upstairs yawning, greeting everyone. "Good morning, Father. Good morning, Mother. Good morning, Uncle." He looked quite polite. As soon as Narcissa saw her precious son, she immediately went to the kitchen to heat up some milk for him. Draco was taken aback, his brows furrowing into a frown, and he shouted toward the kitchen, "Mom, what are you doing in the kitchen? Where's Dobby?" Before he finished his sentence, Lucius's newspaper rustled loudly, and he coughed heavily twice. As soon as Draco turned around, he met his father's murderous gaze and instantly shut his mouth with a snap, as if someone had pressed the mute button. I pretended I hadn't seen anything and lowered my head to study the coffee grounds at the bottom of my cup. Goodness, the shape seemed like it could predict who would win the Quidditch World Cup this year. As for the house elf situation, I knew it was deeply entrenched in the wizarding world, and it couldn't be changed in a day or two. It required patience. Lucius saw that I didn't react, and sighed in relief, then spoke to Draco, who was still stunned on the stairs. "What are you standing there for?" Draco, as if granted a reprieve, rushed down and sat next to me. I smiled and ruffled his platinum blonde hair, pondering whether this kid, who slicked his hair back with gel every day, would end up with a receding hairline like his father. After all, this was England. Draco looked completely bewildered by my gesture, probably thinking how strange his family was acting today. Soon, Narcissa came out with hot milk. I tell you, the aroma filled the entire hall. But Draco's face instantly turned green because from his angle, he could see the bottom of the milk pot. It was pitch black. He wanted to struggle a bit and say, "Actually, I'm not really." But before he could finish, he met Narcissa's smile that was filled with pressure. His survival instinct kicked in, and he quickly changed his words. "Not very awake. I guess a cup of milk would help a lot." Narcissa nodded in satisfaction. "Great, then drink more." As the milk was poured into the cup, Draco watched helplessly as several chunks of black sludge also fell in. I patted his back sympathetically. Just then, Lucius suddenly stood up. "I'm leaving." He grabbed his robe and briefcase and walked towards the fireplace without looking back. Narcissa was still puzzled. "Why so early today?" Lucius simply replied with a grunt, grabbed the flu powder, and shouted, "Ministry of Magic." With a flash of green light, he disappeared. I told you that speed was all about a quick getaway. His survival instinct is clearly well understood. Watching Lucius run away, I suddenly remembered something and asked Narcissa, "Has Draco bought everything for Hogwarts?" Narcissa said the wand and robes were ready, just waiting to buy the books from the list. As soon as I heard that, I thought, here's my chance. How about I take him out to play for a bit? Teach him a few simple spells and help him get familiar with the wand. Draco's eyes lit up at that, and he nodded enthusiastically, looking at his mom for approval. Narcissa naturally agreed, saying that my teaching would definitely be better than theirs. Draco was almost over the moon with joy, but then Narcissa changed her tone. However, you have to finish your milk first. His little face instantly fell. Watching Draco look like a martyr, he gulped down that cup of terrible concoction in one go, and only then did Narcissa go upstairs to get the wand, satisfied. As soon as she left, Draco leaned over the table and started gagging, tears streaming down his face. With tears in his eyes, he told me, "My mother burnt the milk." I nodded in agreement. "I understand. Do you know why your dad runs so fast?" "I guess he's at some restaurant right now, leisurely enjoying his second breakfast." Draco's eyes instantly widened like saucers. Narcissa soon returned, bringing a rectangular black leather box. As soon as I took it, I felt something was off and asked in surprise, "Isn't this from Ollivander's?" Narcissa shook her head and proudly said, "We specifically sought out a German master wand maker to customize it." Draco beside her also puffed out his little chest, looking like he was different from those who used ordinary goods. "I'm feeling quite happy about this. Isn't this just a typical case of exporting to import? Pure-blood aristocrats love to do this, spending a lot of money on so-called custom-made items to showcase their uniqueness. It might even be made by Ollivander's apprentice, just with a German label slapped on it, and the price doubles." I opened the box, and inside was a 10-inch hawthorn wand. I picked it up and waved it a couple of times, casting a Lumos spell, and the tip of the wand lit up with a white glow. Draco gasped beside me, his eyes filled with little stars. From the magical aura, I confirmed that the core of the wand was made from unicorn hair. "Hey, isn't that Ollivander's specialty?" My expression instantly turned peculiar. Once outside, I reached the garden, and the air was incredibly fresh. Draco could hardly wait, jumping up and down with the wand in hand, even kicking a white peacock that was blocking the way, urging me to hurry up. This little rascal. When Lucius isn't around, his true nature is revealed. I walked slowly to the lawn and saw his stance, as if he was about to duel with me using a magic wand. I smiled and gently said, "Child, don't get excited. Before learning magic, let me teach you how to hold a wand." I demonstrated to him my elegant grip, comparable to that of a symphony conductor, and Delrus seemed quite impressed by it. "Can I learn magic now, Uncle?" he asked eagerly. "What do you want to learn?" I casually waved my wand in the air and suggested a spell. "How about the illumination charm? Lumos?" He decisively shook his head. "What about the repair spell? Reparo?" He shook his head again, then seriously stated his request. "None of that is useful. I want to learn a spell that can make others fear me and bow down to me." The smile on my face instantly froze. "Wow, kid, your thoughts are very dangerous." My expression became serious, and Draco immediately cowered, lowering his head and not daring to speak. I asked him in a deep voice, "How could you have such an idea?" I thought I should educate this child well, so he wouldn't learn all the pure-blood nonsense from his father. As a result, Draco hesitated and spoke up. My mother told me before." I felt a sudden jolt in my heart, a bad premonition. "Sure enough," he continued, "my mother said that when you first went to Hogwarts, you dared to run to the restricted section alone in the middle of the night to find books, and you got caught. Dumbledore even called my grandfather to the school. My mother said that not only did my grandfather not scold you, but he was also happy and bragged about it everywhere, saying you were exceptionally talented." As he spoke, he cautiously looked up at me, and yes, my face had already darkened. I was completely dumbfounded. I never expected that Narcissa would reveal even this little bit of my dark history. The moral high ground I had just built up collapsed in an instant. Seeing that I had nothing to say, Draco grew bolder and straightened his back. I said, "I want to learn from you." I could only weakly defend myself. It's not the same. My environment was different back then, but even I felt unconvincing saying that. In the end, under Draco's gaze with those clear and innocent big eyes, I completely gave in, holding my forehead in frustration and letting out a deep sigh. What else can I say? Fine, I'll teach you." I cleared my throat and lowered my voice to ask him, "You want to learn some not-so-safe spells, right?" Goodness. As soon as this little brat heard that, his eyes shot out 2 beams of light, and he nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Then he waved his little stick, his face flushed with excitement, and blurted out, "I want to learn that Avada." You stop right there. He hadn't even finished his sentence when I waved my wand and gave him a shut-up experience card. His lips stuck together with a pop, and the remaining deadly words got stuck in his throat, leaving him only able to make muffled sounds. Let me tell you, my temples were throbbing at that moment. This little rascal really dared to say that. The Malfoy family, as expected, isn't afraid to teach anything. Looking at him wide-eyed and trying to pry his mouth open, I really wanted to slap myself. Why did I bring this up? Now it's too late to back out. I quickly waved my wand to undo the spell, clapped my hands, and said, all right, stop thinking about nonsense. Let's learn the transfiguration spell. Transfiguration? Draco's face instantly fell, pouting as if to say, are you kidding me? Isn't that just basic magic? Turning a stool into a teacup? Boring. Basic? I laughed at that moment. I told him, less talk, keep your eyes wide open. Uncle is going to give you a lesson. At that moment, I stopped joking around and my entire aura changed. I raised my wand, flicked my wrist, and you could hear the air being sliced with a buzzing sound. I tell you, magic instantly surged from my body into the wand. That feeling was like plugging a phone into a super fast charger. The battery level skyrocketed. Transfiguration. The moment the spell was spoken, the light at the tip of the wand shone brighter than a spotlight. I suddenly turned my head, pointing the wand directly at the unfortunate white peacock, not far away. The one Draco had just kicked. Boom! A magic beam, as thick as a forearm, enveloped it. The peacock let out a scream that could shake the heavens and make ghosts cry. And then, oh family, who knows, the show was about to begin. Its body began to swell wildly, beautiful feathers falling off, revealing its ugly green skin underneath. The wings elongated, the bird legs thickened, and the beak retracted. Draco's mouth was agape, big enough to fit an egg, his eyes nearly popping out. Just a few seconds, really just a few seconds, a graceful peacock in my hands, transformed into a giant monster over 3 meters tall, exuding a foul stench. The giant was still dazed, scratching its head, looking down at its new body, then lifted its head and locked onto Draco. That expression turned ferocious in an instant. Hey, I was overjoyed inside. Wow, this peacock really holds a grudge. Instant karma, delivered at lightning speed. The first thing the giant monster did was to go after the little brat that had bullied it before. As the giant roared towards us, my wand never stopped. I shouted at the already stunned Draco, watch closely. This is transfiguration. It's not some basic magic. It's a super spell with infinite possibilities. If you want to learn from me, you first need to become a master of transfiguration. As soon as I finished speaking, the giant had jumped into the air, about to crash down. In the blink of an eye, I twisted my wand again, and the giant instantly twisted and transformed in mid-air, turning into a luxurious carriage pulled by white horses, soaring over our heads and landing steadily behind Draco. At this point, Draco's brain probably crashed. His entire understanding of transfiguration before was just his mother trimming flowers into different shapes in the garden. My ability to mold animals like clay completely shattered his worldview. His heart was racing, and the look in his eyes was no longer one of admiration. It was one of awe. Forget about eating big melons and explosive fireworks. All of that was thrown out of his mind. Now he only had one thought. Transfiguration. So cool. I want to learn it too. I looked at his little antics, and I knew exactly what was going on in my mind. So, feeling quite excited, I transformed that poor peacock back and forth, and finally modeled it after Dumbledore's pet, turning it into a phoenix that was on fire. Although it was a low-budget version, it was enough to scare an 11-year-old kid. After a series of operations, I was exhausted as well. I put away my wand, and the peacock that had been toyed with for half a day finally returned to its original state. It collapsed on the ground, barely able to stand, and its eyes were filled with fear. With a shriek, it rolled and crawled away, never daring to pretend to be elegant in front of us again. I want to learn the transfiguration spell. Draco clutched his wand, breathing heavily, excited as if he had been injected with adrenaline. The next part was simple. This kid was like he had been pumped up with energy, practicing on a leaf for the entire morning. I taught him how to wave his wand and how to concentrate. He practiced until he was sweating, repeating the incantation over and over, his voice nearly hoarse. To be honest, this kid really had some talent. In less than a morning, he was able to make that leaf curl up by itself. By evening, when it was already dark, Lucius had returned and was watching from the window, while this kid was still stubbornly practicing in the yard. Suddenly, a scream of joy echoed in the yard. I did it. I succeeded. I turned it into a needle. Draco was holding a silver needle, jumping up and down like crazy. Then he dashed into the house, pushed open the door, and rushed to his mother, Narcissa. Mother, look, I learned it. Narcissa looked at her son, covered in dust and sweat, but with an expression of genuine joy she had never seen before, and couldn't help but laugh as she hugged him tightly. Go, show your father. Narcissa nudged him. Draco instantly felt like he had been doused with cold water, freezing in place. He then realized that his Sirius dad had been standing by the window all along. Father. Father. He was so scared that he lowered his head. The atmosphere in the entire hall dropped to freezing point. I stood at the door, feeling a bit awkward. Then, surprisingly, Lucius spoke up, his voice surprisingly calm. Bring it here. Let me see. Draco was taken aback for a moment, then hurriedly jogged over to hand him a needle. Lucius picked up the small needle and examined it closely in the light for a long time, his expression like that of someone appraising an antique. Finally, he nodded and said 4 words, "Well done." Just those 4 words made Draco's eyes light up. For the first time, he dared to stand tall and look his dad in the eye, softly saying, "Thank you, father." The atmosphere at dinner was unprecedentedly good. Draco ate like a starving ghost, finishing all the dark dishes made by my sister Narcissa, his face beaming with pure joy from his hard-earned reward. I looked at this family and found it really interesting. After dinner, I was exhausted and went back to my room to take a shower. While I was soaking in the bathtub, a flash of light appeared in my room, and a house elf, Dobby, suddenly appeared out of thin air. He looked around sneakily, realizing I was not there, and sighed in relief, then started talking to himself, saying something about how Dobby had not seen Mr. Charlie, and that Dobby was just passing by. This logic loop made me want to say, what the heck? Then he jumped on the chair, trampled over my neatly folded clothes, and wrote a note on the table with a flurry of movements, tossing it onto the table before disappearing with a whoosh. When I comfortably came out of the bathroom, drying my hair while walking towards the bed, suddenly, a voice that seemed to come from nowhere exploded in my head. "Look at the table." I was instantly startled. My body moved faster than my mind. I rushed to the bedside table in one swift step, grabbed the ring, and put it on, and my wand was instantly in my hand. All spells come to an end. A beam of white light swept across the entire room centered around me, but nothing happened. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief and furrow my brow as I looked at the table. At first glance, I saw my clothes that had been stepped on, and my blood pressure shot up. I forced myself to look away in anger, only to discover there was indeed an extra note on the table. I picked it up and took a look. Wow. The writing was flamboyant, with a ton of spelling mistakes, like encrypted communication. I struggled hard to decipher it, and it turned out to be written by Dobby. The whole text was filled with flattery, and the core idea boiled down to one sentence. "Boss, take me with you. I want to join your factory and be a happy little elf." I held the note tightly, sighed, and felt a headache coming on. The spell All Curses and works well on wizards, but its effectiveness is greatly reduced on house elves, who are naturally magical beings. In other words, it's completely useless against the little poor creature in front of me. I glanced around my room and knew that Dobby was definitely hiding somewhere in a corner, excitedly peeking at me. Wow, just thinking about it is quite creepy. I cleared my throat and got straight to the point. "Sorry, Dobby, but I really can't help you with this." As soon as I finished speaking, I tell you, there was a loud crash from the wardrobe not far away, as if it had experienced an earthquake. I took a glance and understood everything clearly in my heart, but kept a straight face and continued. "The contract between your family and the little spirits is a magic that has been engraved in your genes for hundreds of years, incredibly complex. I don't have the blueprints, so I can't reverse engineer it. I say this with great sincerity, even going so far as to lower my head in a feigned display of shame. If I could solve this, I would have already freed all the domesticated house elves in the world. So, the one who can save you is still Lucius Malfoy. You must properly obtain a piece of clothing from him in order to regain your freedom." I didn't say anything further because I heard a soft sobbing coming from the wardrobe, which made my heart ache. Sigh. Forget it. A good person should see it through. I got up from the bed, walked to the wardrobe, sat down, gently touched the cabinet door, and said, "But I can show you the way." The crying immediately quieted down. Inside the wardrobe, Dobby raised his head, his voice trembling. "W, what is it?" "Go find Harry Potter. Who understands family, right? I, a time traveler who has been hiding for 30 years, finally broke my vow for this poor little thing today. I directly opened my celestial eye to give him a spoiler. Trust me, be patient. It won't be long before Harry Potter helps you gain your freedom." At this point, I suddenly remembered something. I touched the ring on my hand, and with a flash of red light, a beautifully wrapped gift box appeared in my hand. "Harry's birthday is in a few days, and I figured I wouldn't make it in time. Please help me deliver this to him and tell him. Charlie Black wishes him a happy birthday." The wardrobe fell silent. I didn't care about him, yawned to myself, walked back to bed, and with a snap of my fingers, the lights went out. "So tired, time to sleep. Good night." In the dark, Dobby quietly opened the cabinet door, holding the gift box I gave him. He saw a small note tucked in the bow of the gift box, with a single line written on it. 4 Holly Road, Little Whinging, Surrey. He tucked the address away, stuffed the gift box into his tattered pillowcase, and then, with a flash of light, he vanished. The next morning, the first thing I did upon waking was glance at the wardrobe. Hey, the gift was indeed gone. I smiled with satisfaction, got out of bed, and went out, keeping my accomplishments and fame hidden. Meanwhile, Our other main character, Harry Potter, had just woken up as well. I'll tell you, he is really enjoying himself now. He moved out of the cupboard and into Dudley's old room. Although that room looked like a storage space, for Harry, this sudden wealth was finally his turn. All of this started with that chocolate bar from the night before last. That night, Harry thought his prank had succeeded and went to bed early. However, he hadn't slept long when his hippo-like Uncle Vernon kicked open the cupboard door and pulled him out. That scene was something Harry would never forget. Uncle Vernon's fat face was as red as a liver, veins bulging, and spit flying everywhere as he roared, "Harry Potter!" Harry felt a sinking feeling in his stomach. It was over, the jig was up. Uncle Vernon grabbed him by the collar and dragged him upstairs, tossing him onto the floor. Harry fell hard, and when he looked up, he almost laughed out loud. There was his precious cousin Dudley, crying on the bed with his hands over his face, and between his fingers peeked a lively pig face. Ha 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 ha. But he quickly stopped laughing because Aunt Petunia was slumped in a chair, her face pale, staring at him with eyes that seemed to want to eat him alive. Her voice weak and venomous. "You filthy little brat. We took you in, fed you, clothed you, and this is how you repay us." The more she spoke, the angrier she got, even wobbling to her feet and poking his chest with her nails. "You're just like your insufferable mother. Ungrateful. You should all die." Harry could tolerate everything she said before, but when she insulted his mother, he exploded. "I want to let you talk about my mom like that." In that moment, the winds changed. The lightning scar on Harry's forehead, the one I had touched before, suddenly began to glow. The protection I had placed on him activated. Uncle Vernon realized something was wrong and reached out to grab Harry. But guess what happened? The moment his hand touched Harry, there was a loud bang. An invisible force erupted, and Uncle Vernon's body, over 180 kilograms, shot through the air like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the floor. The whole house shook 3 times. There was complete silence. Dudley shrank back at the foot of the bed, looking at Harry as if he were a monster. Aunt Petunia was also speechless, collapsing back in her chair, her face whiter than paper. The tables had turned. Uncle Vernon struggled to get up, no longer daring to approach. His voice trembling. "WH, what do you want?" Harry was also dazed. He could feel the scar on his forehead burning, his fists full of power. He looked at his fists, then at the terrified Dursleys huddled together, and in a daze realized something seemed different. He lowered his fists and coldly threw out a line, "I'm going back." Then he turned and walked back to his cupboard. The Dursleys held an emergency meeting upstairs. Not sleeping all night. Uncle Vernon, holding his injured back, asked in shock, "What just happened?" Aunt Petunia, using all her strength, squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth, "Wizard." So the next day, when Harry woke up, the world had changed. The Dursleys, sporting dark circles under their eyes, silently moved his things from the cupboard into the new room, and at the dining table, there was surprisingly an extra chair. Harry sat at the table, looking at the breakfast in front of him, thinking he must be dreaming. The Dursleys kept their heads down throughout, looking as if they had eaten a fly, but they didn't dare to trouble him anymore. All of this was part of my plan. Fast forward to now. Harry woke up early at 5:30, ready to tidy up his new room. He quietly went downstairs to grab cleaning supplies, while upstairs Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia were chanting like a mantra, "Ignore him. Ignore him." When Harry returned to the door of his room with a broom and mop, he pushed the door open. Goodness. Sitting on his bed was a peculiar-looking, small, thin creature. It was shaking its little short legs. Harry was so startled, he almost screamed, quickly covering his mouth. The creature on the bed, Dobby, turned around, saw Harry, and his eyes lit up instantly as he screamed in a piercing voice, "Mr. Harry Potter!" Harry was almost scared out of his wits and rushed over to cover Dobby's mouth, slamming the door shut behind him. Now he had poked the hornet's nest. Upstairs, Uncle Vernon could no longer tolerate it. He jumped out of bed and roared, "I can't believe that little brat gets so lucky every time." His wife couldn't stop him. He kicked open Harry's door, ready to confront him. Then he froze on the spot, mouth agape in an O shape. Stuck there. In the room, Harry and Dobby were staring back at him. Uncle Vernon's face went from red to white in an instant, gasping as he slammed the door shut with a bang. Then he rolled and crawled back to his room, barricading the door with his body, panting wildly. Aunt Petunia panicked. "Dear, what's wrong?" Uncle Vernon's voice trembled like a sieve. "That guy. He's already trying to summon demons in his room. I saw it. I saw the hellish little devil." With a thud, Aunt Petunia rolled her eyes and fainted dramatically again. In the room, Harry and Dobby exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. Dobby pulled out a slightly deformed gift box from his pillowcase. "Mr. Charlie asked me to bring this to you. Happy birthday." Then he pulled out a crumpled gift wrapped in newspaper. This is a gift from Dobby. Harry was so excited his face turned red. This was the first official birthday gift he had ever received. He opened Dobby's gift first, and inside was a perfectly ordinary shirt. It looked nice. Harry stood up to put it on, but it was a bit small. The shirt was tight against his body, and he could barely lift his arms. But looking at Dobby's expectant little eyes, he smiled brightly. Just right. Dobby finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Mr. Harry so happy, Dobby is relieved. I have to tell you, this outfit is absolutely amazing. I was thinking I should save it for my birthday and wear it then. Wearing it now would really be a bit of a letdown. I quickly took it off and changed back into my ragged clothes, finally feeling like I could breathe again. Then, the main event arrived, Mr. Charlie's gift box. Dobby was even more excited than I was, bouncing around and urging me. Mr. Harry, open it quickly. Mr. Charlie must have prepared something great for you. I picked up the box, feeling an itch of anticipation. But I just had this feeling that the best things should be saved for the most important moments. Who understands is better than family? It's like a treasure you can't bear to consume all at once. It must be saved for the actual birthday to maximize the sense of ceremony. So I took a deep breath under Dobby's confused gaze and stubbornly put the gift back on the bed. I carefully hid it under my pillow and tucked it in with a blanket, making it look like I was meeting a secret agent. Although that little Dobby now sees me like he's seen a ghost, he can't avoid me fast enough, but you should always be cautious. Once everything was settled, I turned back to look at Dobby. He was curiously inspecting my messy room. I felt a bit embarrassed and scratched my head, saying, well, it's a bit messy. I was planning to clean up, but then you showed up. And guess what? As soon as Dobby heard the word clean, his eyes lit up. This Dobby is in his element. He didn't even wait for my response. With a wave of his little hand, the broom and mop on the floor sprang to life and stood up by themselves. I was so shocked that I took off my glasses, wiped them, and put them back on to confirm I wasn't seeing things. This wasn't magic. It was the real deal. Immediately, those two cleaning tools began to clean up automatically, and their efficiency was even better than a robotic vacuum. I was so stunned that I stammered, What is this thing? Duobite calmly replied with 2 words, magic. I felt like my heart was about to jump out of my throat, and my mind buzzed as all the clues suddenly connected. I grabbed him and excitedly asked, You're a wizard? No. Dobby's reaction startled me. He shook his head desperately. I'm just a house elf, just a servant of the wizard. A wizard. I kept chewing on that word in my mind, and a shocking conclusion emerged. So, Mr. Charlie, he's a wizard. Absolutely. Dobby nodded emphatically this time, his eyes filled with little stars of admiration. Mr. Charlie Black is the most powerful wizard. He is the most respected among all wizards. I have opened the door to a new world here, trembling with excitement. But what about my uncle and aunt? Sorry, the gates of hell have opened on their side too. Uncle Vernon is lying in bed, his hands and feet cold, staring blankly at the ceiling, probably still too scared to regain his senses. Aunt Petunia is crying and wailing, Dear, what are we going to do? What if he wants to feed us to demons? My poor Dudley hasn't even enjoyed life properly yet. As she speaks, she starts cursing me again. That little brat. Just like his damn mother. So vicious. Originally, Uncle Vernon was quite down, but upon hearing this, his temper flared up, and he shouted, Shut up. I tell you, this is extremely rare. They've been married for so many years, acting all-powerful to outsiders, but treating each other with utmost respect. This is the first time. Aunt Petunia was completely stunned by the yell. After a while, Uncle Vernon sighed and softened his tone, saying, We need to come up with a plan. He is a terrorist, more terrifying than those Middle Easterners. We must subdue him. Then he suddenly flipped out of bed and started getting dressed. What plan did he come up with? Guess? Call the police? Move? Neither. He wants to go to the little church and ask Father Pruitt to come over. Good grief. I thought, this is 2025, and he's still going for that medieval exorcism stuff? Before leaving, he seriously told my aunt, Everything at home stays the same. Then he drove off, with a sense of tragic heroism, as if the wind was cold and desolate. I was by the window at the time, and happened to see him leave. The two of them even exchanged a glance. The look in his eyes was as if he had seen a ghost. He didn't dare stay for even a second longer, immediately jumped into his car, and sped off with a quick press of the gas pedal. I was still wondering why that old guy was up so early today. I didn't think much of it and turned to chat with Dobby again. I asked him how long he could stay, and he said about 5 or 6 days because his master didn't allow him to appear in front of Mr. Charlie. As soon as I heard this, my sympathy immediately surged, and I instinctively said, Your master must not be a good person. As soon as I finished speaking, Dobby seemed to be electrocuted. His whole demeanor changed. He let out a howl, clamped his hands tightly over his ears, and his expression twisted in pain. Then, to my astonished gaze, he crashed headfirst into the wall. While colliding, he kept screaming, "Bad Dobby, bad Dobby." The force was terrifying, and it took all my strength to pull him back from the wall. My aunt in the next room was listening to the banging sounds and that piercing scream, so scared that she wrapped herself up in her quilt like a spring roll, shivering on the bed, mumbling, it's over, that little brat is summoning demons again." The scene shifted to Charlie. He was having dinner at the Malfoy house, but was a bit distracted. His sister Narcissa asked him what he was thinking, and he casually mentioned it was about the factory. Narcissa couldn't help but start lecturing him, saying he was too nice to those house elves, which was unbecoming of a black family heir. Charlie just smiled and didn't argue. He believed in letting his achievements speak for themselves. His candy factory was doing exceptionally well, so who cared about what kind of employees he had? He quickly changed the subject and said he would go check on Draco. Little Malfoy, Draco, was really into it. Ever since he successfully turned a leaf into a needle yesterday, he woke up early today to practice magic, continuing until noon. Charlie went over to tell him to take a break and conjured a teapot and ice water for him. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Draco said, "Uncle, I have to work hard. I want to become a better person." He then took out the needle from yesterday and, with determination in his eyes, said, "I want to turn it into more than just a needle." After saying that, he raised his wand and began to chant at the needle again. He wanted to turn the needle into an earthworm. The way he posed was a perfect imitation of Charlie, almost pixel perfect. Charlie couldn't help but praise him in his heart for his form. Unfortunately, just having the right pose wasn't enough. With a buzzing sound, the needle twisted a few times, and then poof, a puff of black smoke emerged, directly turning into a useless paperclip. Draco immediately became emo, pouting and feeling dejected, pouring water from the teapot in a huff. Charlie sighed and walked over to him, saying, "You've fallen into a misunderstanding." He asked Draco what the essence of magic was. Draco guessed it was the incantation, but Charlie said no, as many people could perform silent spells. Draco then guessed it was the wand. Charlie extended his hand for him to take a closer look. The next second, I tell you, Draco's eyes nearly popped out. Between Charlie's fingers, a few clusters of flame the size of fingernails suddenly appeared, dancing around like they were alive. Wandless magic. Charlie told him that incantations and wands were, in essence, just translators and amplifiers, mediums that helped you communicate with magic. The true core of casting a spell lies in your own brain, your intention, your mental power. Those beautiful movements are just embellishments that help you cast faster, but the prerequisite is that you must be able to successfully cast the spell first. After hearing this, Draco looked like he had just opened up his meridians. His eyes lit up with excitement, and he rushed back to practice again. At the same time, at the Ministry of Magic, it was bustling during lunchtime like a busy market. Lucius Malfoy was about to return home through the fireplace when suddenly, a sickeningly sweet voice called out to him, "Malfoy." Lucius turned around to see a short, plump figure dressed entirely in pink, barging through the crowd like a moving piece of pork, coming toward him aggressively. Although the people around were unhappy, they dared not express their anger upon seeing her. Lucius furrowed his brows so tightly he could crush a fly, but he quickly changed his expression, putting on a formulaic smile. The person was none other than Umbridge. As soon as she approached, she started chattering about how much she loved her work, thinking the lunch break was too long, and even suggested to Minister Fudge to shorten or eliminate the lunch break. Lucius's eyes narrowed, clearly uninterested in hearing her flatter Fudge any longer. He leaned slightly forward and interrupted, "Sorry, Deputy Minister. Let me tell you, I specifically added the title Your Excellency, which means we are really not familiar with each other. So let's not try to get close here. I'll be straightforward. Deputy Minister, it's not that I don't want to discuss the reform of the lunch break system with you. It's just that we have guests at home, my wife's brother is here, I need to go back to host them. Can we get straight to the point?" Well, as soon as I mentioned my wife's brother, the eyes of that pink toad opposite me lit up instantly, and that smile was like a chrysanthemum blooming in the sun. Absolutely radiant. Her little short legs hurriedly took 2 steps forward, overly excited. Yes, yes, yes. That's exactly why I'm here. I felt a sudden jolt in my heart, raised my eyebrows, and thought to myself, what scheme are you up to? She didn't beat around the bush and directly named him. Your wife's brother, the renowned Mr. Charlie Black. Got it. I understood completely. This wasn't about me at all. It was clearly aimed at my brother-in-law. I nodded and admitted, that's right. My son Draco is going to Hogwarts, and my wife feels sorry for her brother, saying he's busy at the factory like a top. So she invited him to the graduation party to take a break for a few days. When I said this, my chin almost touched the sky. I was so proud. Umbridge, upon hearing this, was all too sympathetic. That's right, that's right. Mr. Charlie is a very busy man. Our Minister Fudge has wanted to invite him to dinner, and we try to schedule it 800 times, but each time he says he has work at the factory, and we just can't pin him down. She paused, her eyes fixed on me. You just said your son Draco has a graduation party? When I got home, Draco was still in the yard waving his wand, and he rushed back with Charlie, all out of breath. Lunch was simple. My wife Narcissa, aware of her cooking skills, made some salad and biscuits. Believe it or not, this was actually the best meal Charlie had in the past few days. Just as we were eating, I wiped my mouth with a napkin, clear my throat, and dropped a bombshell at the dinner table. Before I came back, the Deputy Minister of Magic, Umbridge, had a chat with me. Instantly, the whole table went silent. All eyes on me. When Narcissa heard Umbridge's name, her brows furrowed as if she could crush a fly, and her expression of disdain was something else. She asked, "What did that old hag want with you?" I glanced at Charlie and said slowly, she said, "Minister Fudge wants to come to Draco's graduation party. Who understands the family?" The whole dining table was dead silent. The Minister of Magic is coming to an 11-year-old's graduation party? This scene is too beautiful for me to look at. Charlie's eternally expressionless poker face stiffened for a moment. He must be cursing that old fat man for not leaving him alone. To be honest, I was almost moved by Fudge's persistence. Bang! With a loud sound, Draco shot up from his chair, knocking it over. His eyes were as wide as saucers, staring at me, his voice breaking. "The Minister of Magic? Coming to my graduation party." I could feel his overwhelming joy from 800 meters away. Then, he righted the chair, grabbed 2 biscuits, shouted that he was full, and dashed upstairs like a whirlwind. I shouted at him to tone it down, but it was useless. I just heard the door to his room slam shut. Charlie raised an eyebrow, breaking the awkward silence. I guess young Draco is off to try on some clothes again. Narcissa looked distressed. She wasn't stupid and knew this attention wasn't for the Malfoy family, but all because of her brother Charlie. She was about to say something, but Charlie waved his hand to interrupt her while shoveling the last bite of salad into his mouth, saying, "Sister, don't worry, it's a small matter. If Fudge really comes, it's good for Draco and for Lucius, right?" He wiped his mouth and added, "Besides, that old man has been following me around like a pesky bug for so long. It's just the right opportunity to chat with him and save myself some trouble later." I was so surprised that my eyelids jumped. Wow. There's really only one person in the entire British magical community who dares to call the Minister of Magic a sycophant right in front of us, and that's Charlie Black. After finishing dinner, I went back to work in the department. After helping Narcissa tidy up, Charlie strolled upstairs and knocked on Draco's door. Inside, there was a flurry of commotion, and it took quite a while before the door finally opened. I tell you, that Draco kid, with his hair slicked back with brand new gel and a light spray of men's perfume. Where did he get that? Charlie saw his uncle and couldn't be happier. Quickly letting him in, Charlie took a look around his room. It was quite clean, with a broomstick in the corner and posters of Quidditch stars on the wall. A typical setup for a wealthy young master. After sitting down, Charlie inexplicably asked, "Draco, do you think there's a difference between pure-blood wizards and wizards from Muggle backgrounds?" Draco couldn't answer the question, and even Charlie himself wasn't sure. Time flew by, and 7 days passed. During these days, Charlie focused on companionship, spending time teaching Draco the Transfiguration spell hand in hand. And to be honest, Draco had a fierce determination, managing to cast the derivative spell Owl out of the hole, albeit successfully only once, which surprised Charlie. Soon it was the night of the graduation banquet. Malfoy Manor was brightly lit and filled with guests. The attendees were all pure-blood families, each holding wine glasses and dressed in formal attire, engaging in feigned socializing. Charlie wandered through the crowd with a glass of wine, feeling utterly bored. You know how pure-blood gatherings go. They talk about the same few things, either bragging about family history or commenting on the ministry's politics, ultimately elevating the theme to pure-blood ideology and receiving applause. Charlie said he had heard the same lines since he was 6. Just as he was mentally complaining, a bright and proud voice called from afar, "Look, that's my uncle." No need to look to know, it was Draco. That kid was coming over with 2 little chubby friends, wearing an expression that said his uncle was the best. As he walked over, he bragged, "You must have heard my uncle's name, Charlie Black. The Charlie brand candies are made by him. He also taught me magic for 7 days. Want to see my owl out of the hole? I'll show you in a bit." Draco was the star of the night, dressed in a high-end custom suit, his hair slicked back to perfection, even covering his tan skin from practicing spells a few days ago with powder. He imitated adults, raising a glass of orange juice to toast with Charlie. Charlie, wanting to give him face, leaned slightly to clink glasses. The sound rang out, and the 2 little chubby friends gasped in surprise. Charlie glanced at them and spoke directly. Crabbe and Goyle's kids? The three children were stunned. The two chubby boys quickly introduced themselves. Draco, curious, asked, "Uncle, do you know them?" Charlie shook his head. "No, I know their fathers. They look just like old Crabbe and old Goyle." The two silly boys thought he was complimenting them and grinned. Only Charlie knew that back in the day, those two fathers were definitely the peculiar types among the Death Eaters. Draco quickly took his friends to show off his owl out of the hole. Charlie found a corner to sit down, and just as he settled in, the clock struck 10. Suddenly, green flames erupted in the fireplace of the hall. Lucius's eyes lit up, and he quickly excused himself from his friends, striding over. A hearty laugh came from the flames. Sorry, I'm late. There were a lot of documents at the ministry." Immediately afterward, Lucius loudly announced in his rhythmic tone, "Welcome your arrival, Minister Cornelius Fudge." As soon as he finished speaking, a plump old man with a top hat stepped out of the flames. The venue erupted with gasps and exclamations. I tell you, those people buzzed around like flies drawn to a scent, all gathering around, wine glasses in hand, exchanging pleasantries, each wanting to catch a piece of Minister Fudge's immense fortune. Charlie, watching from the corner, found it amusing. It was like a large-scale fan event, incredibly real. He shook his head, not joining in the excitement, and made his way upstairs alone. Fudge, sharp-eyed in the crowd, quickly noticed Charlie. He efficiently dealt with the guests, grabbed 2 glasses of wine, and quietly slipped upstairs. "A drink, Mr. Charlie?" Fudge's expression was so warm it could melt anyone. Charlie took the glass, clinked it with Fudge's, and got straight to the point. "Minister, let us not beat around the bush." Fudge understood and went directly to the issue. Recently, the equipment in the Auror office has been a bit. Before he finished, Charlie interrupted him with 2 fingers. 20,000 galleons, how about that? Fudge's eyes lit up instantly, and his face flushed. He had thought it would take some convincing, but he didn't expect the other party to be so straightforward. However, before Charlie could finish, he added, additionally, another 5,000 as a personal thank you for the ministry's diligent work. This time, Fudge calmed down, and after a moment's thought, he cautiously asked, "So, what do you need me to do?" "A level 3 medal from the Merlin Knights. Also, next quarter, when our factory releases new candies, I hope you can personally pick one up in front of the reporters and eat it with a joyful expression." The banquet ended, and it was already midnight. Charlie was ready to leave. Narcissa hugged him, her eyes filled with reluctance. Lucius's attitude was much more sincere than 7 days ago, and Draco's eyes were even red. Charlie smiled, patting Narcissa's shoulder. "Don't worry, it won't be another 10 years before we meet again. You can visit me at the factory anytime." He then looked at Lucius, his eyes filled with warmth. Lucius smiled back. "The doors of Malfoy Manor will always be open to you." Finally, Charlie turned to Draco. Draco pressed his lips together, took out his Hogwarts acceptance letter from his pocket, and handed it to him. After reading it, Charlie sighed nostalgically. It's been so many years, and the acceptance letter hasn't changed at all. He returned the letter to Draco and advised, "You've practiced your transfiguration, spell well. When you get to school, be sure to listen to Professor McGonagall. She is a truly admirable teacher." As he spoke, a ring on his hand flashed, and he pulled out a thick notebook that looked like a brick. "This is my notebook from school, containing notes on transfiguration and other subjects. Consider it a farewell gift." Draco's eyes lit up, and he quickly took it with both hands, almost stumbling from its weight. Holding the notebook, he nodded vigorously. "Thank you, Uncle." Having said all that needed to be said, Charlie didn't linger any longer. Outside the door, a beam of headlights shone in. It was Russell coming to pick him up. Charlie waved and strode out. Upon seeing him, Russell was excited. "Lord Charlie, how have you been?" "Not bad," Charlie replied casually as he walked to the back seat. "Goodness, this guy must have taken an intensive course on British butlering in just 7 days." He saw Russell quickly dash to the car door, mimicking a Muggle driver, blocking the roof with his hand and respectfully saying, "Master, please get in." Charlie raised an eyebrow and got in. The door closed, the engine started, and the car slowly drove away. Charlie looked back through the rear window at the manor gate growing distant. I can bet that the 3 people at the gate were still standing there, unmoving. On the other side, the atmosphere in the leaky cauldron was completely different. I tell you, that scene was something else. The whole bar was filled with smoke. And a giant man, even bigger than me, slammed his empty glass down on the table with a loud bang. That big bearded face was flushed from drinking, and he let out a loud belch. Goodness, the smell was so strong it could knock me over from 3 tables away. "This guy is Hagrid." He was shouting at the bar with a voice that drowned out everything else. "Tom, I need more drinks." Behind the bar, old Tom, whose hair was almost completely gone, didn't even look up and casually wiped a glass while saying, "You've had 14 drinks already, Hagrid. Don't forget you have something to do later." "Something?" Hagrid's hand, holding the glass, froze in midair, and he seemed to short-circuit, mumbling to himself. His alcohol-soaked brain clearly wasn't functioning. He pressed his two big fingers against his temples, trying to remember something, but nothing came to mind. He leaned heavily on the table, which creaked under his weight, and I thought it might collapse at any moment. Old Tom's eyelids twitched, fearing that his even older table might finally retire today, and he hurried out from behind the bar to help support Hagrid, reminding him, "Have you forgotten? When you came in, you said Professor Albus Dumbledore had given you an important task." Dumbledore. Hagrid was still dazed. Then, in the next moment, I don't know which word flipped his switch, but it was as if a bolt of lightning had struck his brain. "Professor Dumbledore?" He gasped. His half-closed eyes widened like saucers, and he became instantly sober. You know how it is, 1 second he was drunk as a skunk, and the next, he was wide awake, standing up straight. He grabbed his robe and frantically asked Tom, "What time is it now?" Old Tom glanced at the clock on the wall. 3:50? The moment those words came out, Hagrid's face went from red to white. "Oh no, oh no, oh no," he mumbled, his feet feeling light, and he crashed through several tables like a cannonball, bursting out of the bar's front door. The scene shifted to Professor Dumbledore's office at Hogwarts. I tell you, old Dumbledore was so relaxed. He was looking down at some documents, casually pulling out 2 candies from his drawer and popping them in his mouth. The whole office was as quiet as a painting. Until, bang, 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 a sudden loud knocking on the door, like a demolition crew had arrived, instantly shattered the tranquility. The portraits of former headmasters on the walls all woke up at once and began to collectively complain, "Oh, goodness, damn it, Albus, you should tell him to be quieter. That door is going to come off its hinges sooner or later. It's this guy again. He wakes me up every time." It was like a major neighborhood dispute. Even old Dumbledore's phoenix, Fawkes, squawked in annoyance a couple of times. Dumbledore remained quite calm, raised his head, gestured for the portraits to be quiet, and then asked through the door, which was still shedding with chips, "Hagrid?" Outside came Hagrid's deep, sheepish voice, "Professor, I'm sorry I'm late." "It's all right, come in." As soon as Hagrid entered, what a sight. The 2-meter-tall giant looked as nervous as a schoolboy caught doing something wrong, with his head down and his thick fingers twisting together. He reeked of alcohol, and Dumbledore could tell what he had been up to. But Dumbledore was truly clear-headed. He said nothing, just sighed. He opened his drawer, rummaged around, and pulled out a few shiny hard candies. "Hey, these are the new ones I sent over a few days ago." He walked over to Hagrid, pried open his big paw-like hand, and stuffed the candies inside. "Charlie sent me some of their special products," Dumbledore said while patting Hagrid's hand. "You can try them. They taste quite good. Let me tell you." Dumbledore's move here was all about emotional stability, using a gentle approach to firmly keep Hagrid in check. Meanwhile, at number 4, Privet Drive, Harry's room. Night had fallen, and the room was pitch black. Dobby, that little clever elf, insisted on giving Harry a birthday surprise. Harry was quite cooperative and obediently closed his eyes. Suddenly, there was a crisp snap of fingers, and Dobby told him to open his eyes. When Harry opened his eyes, his pupils dilated for a moment. In front of him was a small birthday cake with a candle stuck in it, the orange flame flickering in the darkness, illuminating his youthful face. "Happy birthday, Mr. Harry," Dobby said, carefully holding the cake, grinning widely. Harry's eyes immediately turned red, his voice trembling. "Dobby, where did you find this?" Dobby proudly raised his little head and said, "Dobby is a clever elf. He has his ways." He certainly couldn't tell Harry that he had secretly cut the cake from the luxurious 3-tier graduation party cake at the Malfoy house. As for the candle, he just happened to come across it on the way, and after hearing its thoughts, casually took a silver fork, rubbed it in his hands, and conjured it up. I must give myself a thumbs up for this collaboration. Harry had never seen anything like this, and he was so moved he was almost in tears. He solemnly blew out the candle, then eagerly broke the cake in half, handing the larger piece to Dobby. Dobby was very happy to know Mr. Harry. Dobby's eyes were also red. "We are forever friends. Yes, we are forever friends." The two of them took turns eating the cake, and thus this friendship was born. In the end, Dobby still had to leave. Harry felt a little empty inside and turned over his pillow, and hey, there was an envelope underneath. A 4-colored shield-shaped emblem with the words, "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry" written below. This letter had actually arrived a few days ago. At that time, Aunt Petunia had screamed from downstairs as if she had seen a ghost. The Dursleys were arguing in hushed tones. Damn it, freak like his mother, wizard school. Harry could hear bits and pieces. Finally, Uncle Vernon said, "If you keep him here, he will eat us all." This set the tone for the whole situation. Then came the sound of heavy footsteps upstairs, Uncle Vernon blocking the door with a smile that looked worse than crying. "Harry, I have something to give you." You're lucky. You won't have to go to any public school. Seeing Uncle Vernon's terrifying expression, Harry shrank back. Then, where do I go? To this Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I tell you, the look on Uncle Dursley's face at that moment was as if he was about to set off firecrackers to celebrate finally being able to get rid of this plague. Back in the present, Harry was flipping through the letter, not knowing how many times he had read it. A whole new world was unfolding before him. But the question was, how do I get there? He suddenly lay back on the bed, and then his eyes brightened, sitting up again, turning to stare at the gift box I'd sent him. Wait, maybe Mr. Charlie knows something. Perhaps this is part of Mr. Charlie's plan? Maybe Mr. Charlie's gift is the magic to get to Hogwarts. Kid, your imagination is really rich. Not to mention that it's completely unnecessary, because the person coming to pick him up was already at the door. With a rumble, the sound of a motorcycle engine broke the quiet night sky, and Hagrid's massive figure descended from the sky, landing steadily in front of the Dursleys' house. This guy is quite particular. After getting out of the car, he first breathed into his hand to check for any smell of alcohol, then tidied up his beard and hair before taking out the carefully prepared cake. He strolled forward, holding the cake in one hand and raising the other. Bang, bang, bang. Huge fists slammed against the wooden door, making such a noise that all the dogs on the street had to bark along. The Dursleys, lying in bed, were jolted awake by the banging. Mr. Dursley quickly got dressed and peeked out the window. Good heavens, a massive figure like a brown bear was standing at the door. A hand larger than his face was pounding on their front door. Mr. Dursley nearly had a heart attack on the spot. He stumbled down the stairs, grabbing a vase for courage along the way, leaning against the wall as he shouted outside. Who are you? The voice outside was deep and gruff. Hagrid. Ruby is Hagrid. Mr. Dursley breathed a sigh of relief and shouted back. I think you have the wrong house. We don't know anyone named Hagrid. Yes, Hagrid's voice was clearly impatient now. And I don't wish to know you either. If it weren't for Professor Dumbledore and Harry, I wouldn't be coming to your house. Harry, Mr. Dursley's eyebrows shot up, just about to say something else when Hagrid lost his patience. He pressed his hand against the front door, and with one powerful shove, there was a loud bang. The door, along with the entire frame, was simply slapped away into the house. With a thud, the door was wrecked, and dust and debris fell everywhere. I'm sorry. I seem to have used a bit too much strength. Hagrid wiped the dust from his hands, looking at Mr. Dursley, who was gaping at him while holding the vase, saying sorry but showing no sign of regret on his face. The vase slipped from Mr. Dursley's hands and shattered into pieces. He himself felt his legs give way and plopped down on the ground. All right, I won't waste any more of your time. Hagrid carefully stepped over the debris at the doorway, walked into the house, found a place to set down the cake, and then got straight to the point. I'm here to take Mr. Harry Potter to Hogwarts. I assume you've received a letter from Hogwarts as well. Mr. Dursley, sitting on the floor, had completely shut down, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He opened his mouth, took a long time to regain his composure, and stammered. You're here to take Harry? Yes, that's right. Hagrid seemed unfazed by this reaction and simply plopped down onto the nearby sofa, which immediately let out a painful squeak, and he nodded calmly. Let me tell you, the moment he heard that, good gracious, the face of that Dursley uncle across from him, which looked like a palette, suddenly lit up in his eyes. The brightness was simply astonishing, like someone sitting up in shock from a terminal illness. He scrambled up from the ground, not caring about his image anymore, and rushed to Hagrid in just a few steps, so excited that he was afraid he had misheard. Grabbing Hagrid's arm, he asked, You're taking that kid away, right? Right now. I thought at the time this script is all wrong. Hagrid had done his homework before arriving. With all the plans ready, kicking down doors, making bold statements, saving the day. Oh no, saving Harry. He had the whole process figured out. And what happened? The Dursleys were more cooperative than anyone. Their attitude was so enthusiastic that they might as well have given Hagrid a banner right there that said relieving woes and eliminating harm. It completely overloaded Hagrid's CPU, leaving him stunned for a long while without a response. Over at the staircase, little Harry peeked out with a bewildered expression. He looked at Hagrid's stature and that messy beard, thinking to himself, This is a wizard? It's quite different from the Charlie Black I had imagined. The Dursleys didn't care about all that. When they saw Hagrid nodding, they were ecstatic, grabbing Hagrid's hand, which was bigger than a cooking pot, and shaking it vigorously, calling him their savior. Then they turned and shouted upstairs, Harry, stop dawdling. Come down. Your visitor is here. No one in the family understood. Harry had never seen his uncle so warm and friendly before, walking down while glancing back 3 times, as if in a dream. Now is all good. Hagrid's prepared heroic speeches, like denouncing the abuse and recounting his parents' glory, all got swallowed back down. The atmosphere was quite awkward for a moment, and, in the end, Harry quietly said, "Hello, my name is Harry." Hagrid finally snapped out of it, quickly stood up, and hurriedly introduced himself. "Ah, hello, I'm Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." As he spoke, he slapped his forehead, remembering the important matter, and hurriedly handed over the slightly misshapen cake box he had been sitting on. "Look, Harry, happy birthday. This is your cake." Harry took the cake and smiled so happily. But then he said just one thing that immediately brought the mood back to freezing point. He said, "Thank you, Hagrid. I didn't expect you to prepare a cake for me, too." Just listen to that word, too. It left Hagrid speechless right there. What does "too" mean? Am I not the first? Well, there goes any chance of creating a warm atmosphere. Harry cut a piece of cake, and the two sat there as Hagrid began to talk about Hogwarts, about how Harry's parents were such prominent figures in school back then. Harry listened with wide eyes, and suddenly blurted out, "So, was Mr. Charlie a Gryffindor graduate too?" "Mr. Charlie?" Hagrid paused, confused. "Which Charlie?" "Charlie Black. I tell you," Hagrid's voice exploded like a bomb, almost blowing the top of my head off. "How do you know Charlie Black?" His shout startled Dudley, who had been pretending to be a background character the whole time. Dudley, with his mustache shaking, leaned over and asked in horror, "The Charlie Black you're talking about? Is it the one who runs the candy company?" Hagrid impatiently nodded. "Goodness, I tell you," Dudley looked like he had just heard his own stocks crashing, plopping down onto the ground again. His expression was as if to say, "It's over, it's all over. The pride of Britain is a wizard? That young entrepreneur who appears in the Times every day is a wizard? What about the Prime Minister? The Queen? This world has long been ruled by wizards." His entire worldview was crashing. Hagrid didn't have time to care about him. His mind was filled with Charlie Black. He grabbed Harry and asked, "You just said you also received a cake. Did Charlie Black come by too?" Harry shook his head. The cake wasn't sent by Mr. Black. Hagrid just relaxed when Harry's next sentence almost made him faint. "The cake was sent by Dobby. He said he's the Malfoy family's house elf." "The Malfoys?" Hagrid's mind was completely in a mess. Charlie Black, the Malfoy's house elf. What on earth is going on? Dumbledore's strategy was completely useless. He made a snap decision. "This is too big. I need to hurry back and shake people." "Oh no, shake the headmaster." Let us shift our focus to another key figure in the incident, Charlie Black. He was leisurely savoring his coffee, looking exceptionally pleased. His loyal house elf assistant, Russell, was whispering, saying, "Boss, why did you give away our core product that hasn't even been launched yet as a gift? Isn't that like a business self-destruct?" Charlie laughed confidently and said, "You think I'm just giving away a few candies? Your vision is too narrow, my friend. Even if the recipe leaks, what does it matter? Those knockoffs will only highlight how amazing our genuine product is." And he paused, his eyes becoming deep. "What I'm doing is not just to give Harry a gift." Russell was starry-eyed, thinking how profound his master's wisdom was. Charlie stood up, walked to the window, looking at the bustling traffic outside, and slowly said, "My original intention in founding the House Elf Liberation Front was not to give you an idyllic paradise. What I want is for the entire magical world to acknowledge your existence, to let them get used to it, to accept it, so that you can live openly and proudly in the sunlight like other magical races. This time the Americans are coming to visit, just perfect. Let them see that my factory, Charlie Black's factory, is supported by a group of the most excellent, most free house elves." Russell was so moved that he cried, feeling that following such a boss was worth it for a lifetime. Meanwhile, Hagrid had rushed back to Hogwarts in a hurry, heading straight for the headmaster's office. He was panting, pulled out something wrapped tightly in parchment from his pocket, and handed it to Dumbledore. "Headmaster, here is the thing you wanted." Dumbledore smiled as he took it, unwrapping it layer by layer. When the last layer of parchment was removed, a dark red stone appeared. Hagrid's eyes were about to pop out. "This is the Philosopher's Stone," Dumbledore said lightly. "It belongs to my friend Nicholas Flamel, the legendary alchemist who supposedly lived for 5 centuries thanks to this thing." Hagrid gasped. Dumbledore casually added, "Not 5 centuries, but 6. I have a feeling that something bad is eyeing it. We need to hide it well." Hagrid immediately offered to lend his 3-headed dog Fluffy as security. Dumbledore nodded, then did something that left me dumbfounded. He opened the drawer of his desk, the one that usually held lemon drop candies, and casually tossed the Philosopher's Stone inside. I thought to myself at that moment, this operation is too bold. The most dangerous place is the safest place, right? Who would have thought that the magical stone, comparable to a nuclear weapon launch button, would be lying together with a bunch of candies? After securing the magical stone, Dumbledore smiled and said, "All right, now you can tell me about your outrageous journey." Hagrid slapped his thigh and began to spill the beans from the oddities of the Dursley's house to Charlie Black in Harry's mouth, and then to Charlie's heroic deed of turning Harry's overweight cousin Dudley into a pig's head, speaking animatedly. Dumbledore laughed heartily, and the office was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. "All right, there's this too." Hagrid suddenly remembered and pulled out 2 crystal-clear candies that emitted a faint purple glow from his pocket. The moment he took them out, the entire office was instantly filled with a rich scent of violet. Amazing. "This is a birthday gift from Charlie to Harry, and Harry gave me 2 as well," Hagrid explained. Dumbledore picked one up, examined it closely, and mumbled, "This kid, releasing a new product without sending it to me for a taste first. I'll have to mention that next time." Saying this, he naturally tossed the candy into his mouth. However, as soon as the candy entered his mouth, Dumbledore's eternally unchanged old face suddenly changed. His brows furrowed tightly. Hagrid was so scared that he lost his mind, thinking that Charlie had messed up and sent a poisonous candy. Without thinking, his hand, as big as a fan, reached out. What was he going to do? Was he going to give Dumbledore the Heimlich maneuver on the spot? But Dumbledore was quick and blocked him, gently saying, "Don't worry, Hagrid, I'm fine." Let me tell you, old Dumbledore's expression was quite calm at first, but once the candy entered his mouth, his eyes suddenly shut tight. In the next second, wow, his whole aura changed. It felt like his brain had been given a one-click cleanup and performance boost. Any kind of mental block was like a thin layer of window paper, completely unable to hold up against this power. That refreshing sensation shot straight to the top of his head, and his thinking became incredibly clear. At that moment, even Dumbledore couldn't hold back anymore. His eyes widened, and his gaze changed. He sternly told Hagrid, "Step back. Get away." Hagrid had never seen anything like this, so he quickly complied, backing up step by step until he stood against the wall by the office door. And let me tell you, folks, what happened next is something I bet Hagrid would never forget for the rest of his life. Old Dumbledore stood up, and his robes floated up by themselves. He spread his arms and muttered something like, "Fire God, clear the way." Damn, the whole office erupted, and a giant flaming phoenix soared into the sky, wrapped in scalding air, nearly blowing off the roof. The craziest part? He didn't use a wand the entire time. He cast spells with his bare hands. The portraits of the old headmasters on the wall almost had their jaws drop. A slithering guy directly hit a high note, pointing below and shouting, You. Did you just cast a spell with your bare hands?" It wasn't until the flaming phoenix disappeared that the office finally quieted down. Hagrid was dumbfounded, standing at the door, struggling to speak, and, after a long pause, finally managed to squeeze out, Headmaster, what was that just now?" As for Dumbledore, he casually sat back down, let out a long sigh, and his expression was one of endless satisfaction. He looked at the piece of candy left in Hagrid's hand with a very complex gaze, and said, "It seems Charlie has really created something extraordinary." Hagrid, trembling, wanted to pass the remaining piece over, but old Dumbledore smiled and pushed it back. "Don't be silly. This is a gift from Harry. You should try it yourself." Hagrid was still conflicted. Such a good thing. Isn't it wasteful for me to eat it? Candy is meant to bring joy, right? Dumbledore's single sentence made it all clear to him. Hagrid gritted his teeth and stuffed the candy into his mouth. The next second, his expression was something else. His eyes bulged out, and he exclaimed in surprise, "My goodness, this is the best thing I've ever eaten in my life." While they were marveling at life, on the Hogwarts Express, a classic scene was unfolding. Harry was sharing the same candy with his new friend Ron. After finishing one piece, Ron was so happy he almost fainted, showering Harry with compliments and saying that the guy who gave him the candy should quickly open a shop to sell it. He would definitely become a millionaire. Harry laughed, shook the large box of candy in his hand, and generously said, "Do you want more? I have plenty." Then he added, "And I think he is already quite rich." Ron, stuffing more into his mouth, mumbled, "Oh, what does he do?" "He opened a candy factory." Let me tell you, Ron's expression at that moment, the action of chewing something got stuck, and the CPU almost burned out on the spot. He stammered, "Wait, his name is Charlie?" "Right, Mr. Charlie. He opened a candy factory?" "Oh, yes, he is Charlie Black." Meanwhile, at the other end of the hallway, our young Master Malfoy, Draco, was intensely studying a thick notebook that could kill someone. His 2 lackeys, Goyle and Crabbe, were lugging their luggage behind him, exhausted like dogs, still whispering, "What's wrong with Draco? The vibe has changed. Where's that arrogant little lord from before? Right? That Charlie Black is just a rich weirdo. Why copy him?" Draco, without turning back, dramatically said, "What do you know? My uncle could cast 20 spells before enrolling. I have to step up to become someone as great as him. Suddenly, Draco's ears perked up, and he stopped. Did you hear any sound? I think I heard someone say my uncle's name. His two lackeys shook their heads in fear. Then, a clear voice came again. You actually know Charlie Black? Goodness, Draco immediately turned around, pinpointing the source, and found Harry and the others at their compartment door. He pushed the door open, chin up, strutting like a peacock. He recognized Ron at a glance. The one from the Weasley family? He almost blurted out poor relative, but thought better of it. He had to maintain his image in front of his uncle's friends. Ron exploded on the spot. Malfoy, what are you doing here? Draco completely ignored Ron. His eyes fixed on Harry, asking, just now, were you talking about my uncle? Charlie Black. Upon hearing this, Harry thought, well, isn't this a coincidence? Quickly stood up, and happily said, hello, I'm Harry Potter. Mr. Charlie is my friend. No sooner had he finished speaking than there was a loud crash behind Draco. Goyle and Crabbe's luggage fell to the ground as they pointed at Harry, their eyes nearly popping out. He is the Harry Potter who defeated the Dark Lord. Ron was energized by this, straightened his back, and jumped out to provoke Draco. Yes, he is Harry Potter, much more impressive than your uncle. This sentence directly hit Draco's nerve, and his face darkened immediately. The two started to spray insults at each other, from family backgrounds to the age of their wands. Ron, getting carried away, pulled out his second-hand wand that had been passed down who knows how many generations, pointing it at Draco. Folks, he couldn't do magic at all, just trying to scare him. As a result, Draco laughed. Great. You want to fight me with that piece of junk? Ron thought he had succeeded in his scheme and defiantly shouted, if you have the guts, tell your two lackeys to get lost. Let's do like wizards, fairly. He thought to himself, what can you, a rich little lord, do? I'll just poke you to death with this stick. Puffed. Draco laughed out loud. Then his expression changed, and his gaze instantly turned cold. All right, he said, leisurely taking off his robe and handing it to Goyle. As you said, let's fight like wizards. Draco didn't waste his breath on him. His uncle's teachings flashed in his mind. When fighting, don't talk. Take the initiative and finish it quickly. He swiftly drew his wand with a smooth motion, looking incredibly cool. He uttered a spell faster than a tongue twister. Serpensortia, with a loud bang. At the tip of Draco's hawthorn wand, a cloud of gray mist exploded, and then a long, shiny black snake with a triangular head suddenly shot out of thin air. As soon as the snake appeared, let me tell you, Ron's soul nearly flew away. He let out a yelp, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, his face as pale as a ghost. I really couldn't stand it any longer, so I quickly rushed forward and stood in the middle as a peacemaker. Hey, guys, calm down. Let's all take a breath. That Draco kid was initially pretty arrogant, but when he saw me blocking his way, he froze for a moment, yet still stubbornly said, Potter, step aside. That redhead provoked me first. I have to teach him a lesson. Family, who understands? I was so exhausted at that moment. To be fair, it was indeed Ron who started it, and he was the one who pulled out his wand first. Draco was acting in self-defense, albeit excessive. But what could I do? I couldn't just stand by and watch my newly made friend get bitten by a snake, right? I could only turn around and apologize for this useless guy, Ron. I'm sorry, Draco. He's just too impulsive. I'll apologize for him. Please show some mercy and forgive him this time. Guess what? That Draco kid actually didn't pursue it any further. He was silent for a few seconds, flicked his wand downwards, and muttered a spell. That black snake instantly turned back into a puff of smoke and shrank back into his wand. He put away his wand, stared intensely into my eyes, and said, Harry Potter, remember this. I thought, remember what? Then he added, this time, I'm letting it go because of you. Halfway through, he seemed to remember something and quickly added, no, to be precise, it's because you know my uncle that I'm giving you this face. Do you understand? What can I say? I could only nod blankly. He looked at me with satisfaction when I nodded, lifted his chin, and returned to that arrogant look that was just asking for a beating. Finally, he disdainfully glanced at Ron, who was still recovering on the ground, and swished his robes as he walked away. His two sidekicks, Goyle and Crabbe, followed him like two idiots, their faces full of admiration as they dragged their luggage, shouting, Draco, you're so cool. Did you see that Weasley's expression? He almost wet his pants. They were loud enough to make sure we could hear them. Once they were far away, Ron got up from the ground, his face as red as a monkey's backside, and sat back down, sulking. He stole a glance at me, and seeing that I was looking at him, he started to defend himself. I was stunned by what he said. He said, ahem, that was just an accident. I was strategically falling down. I was planning to take him down with a slide tackle when he released the snake and grabbed his wand. But you stopped me. Otherwise, he would definitely be on the ground crying right now. I was really, what else could I say? I could only hold back a laugh, pretend to believe him, and comfort him a bit. As a result, this guy got excited and sat there talking nonstop to redeem himself. What's so great about him? If I had new wand too, he definitely wouldn't be my match. I guess that snake wasn't even magic, just a prank prop. My brother and his friends have been studying this for a long time. Just as he was boasting endlessly, the box door was pulled open again. A girl who looked like a top student peeked in and asked, "Sorry, have you seen a toad?" Ron was already worked up and shouted without thinking, "No. Hurry up and leave." The girl was instantly stunned, probably never having been yelled at like that in her life. Once she recovered, her eyebrows shot up, and she glared at Ron, firing back. "I should know you, right? Is this how you greet strangers?" Ron buried his head on the table, playing dead. I was really at my wit's end, feeling like I hadn't done anything on this trip but apologize for others. I could only stand up again, forcing a smile. Sorry, my friend. Just had a little incident, not in a good mood. I'm Harry Potter, and this is Ron. Nice to meet you." The girl's expression softened a bit, and she said, Hermione Granger. "I hope your friend is as happy as you say." Meanwhile, Draco returned to his box with his 2 sidekicks and immediately started reading, trying to maintain a top student persona. But his 2 sidekicks, Crabbe and Goyle, were not the kind of people who could sit still. They squirmed in their seats, fidgeting, making faces, and stifling their laughter. Draco finally couldn't take it anymore. He slowly raised his head, his gaze cold as ice. The 2 chubby boys shrank back like quails. Draco rubbed his forehead, looking like he regretted ever choosing these 2 fools as his lackeys, and impatiently waved his hand. "You guys are really bored, huh? Hurry up and get lost. Go wherever you want, just don't bother me here." As soon as the 2 heard this, their eyes lit up, but they didn't dare move. Afraid Draco was speaking in reverse. Then Draco added, "I'll count to 3, and if you're still here, you'll be joining me in memorizing the first-year potions exam points." Well, that sounded like a starting gun. With a bang, the 2 boys, who weighed over 300 pounds combined, shot up and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Once the box was completely quiet, Draco finally sighed in relief, leaned back, and the corners of his mouth lifted. Meanwhile, the 2 boys who had run for their lives were panting in the corridor. Crabbe spoke first, looking very frustrated. "Draco seems like a different person." Goyle nodded vigorously. "It's all that Charlie Black's fault. He made him not like Draco at all." After a moment of silence, Goyle suddenly said, "Hey, Vincent, are we really going to keep following him? I feel like he's just going to get more boring." Crabbe also seemed a bit shaken, but my dad and Uncle Crabbe said we have to. Goyle interrupted him irritably. Yeah, being his lackey will lead us to a bright future. Honestly, if it weren't for that, I wouldn't be his sidekick. I've had enough of his sour face." As he spoke, his resentment deepened, and his voice rose an octave. "And I'm not stupid at all. My dad has praised me for being smart since I was little. It's just that I'm a bit big." Just as these 2 were complaining behind his back, Hermione happened to find the toad at Draco's box door. She peeked in and politely asked, "Hello, have you seen a toad?" Draco, immersed in his uncle's study notes, was interrupted and looked as sour as could be. He was about to retort when Hermione spotted the notebook on his desk, her eyes brightening. "Are you reading?" Draco coldly replied, "What does that have to do with you?" Hermione frowned, thinking to herself, "Did I not check the calendar before going out today? Why do all the boys I encounter have such bad manners?" She shot back, "Is it my problem? Or is it a tradition here not to have a proper conversation?" Draco scoffed, barely lifting his head. "If you hadn't come to bother me, you wouldn't know." This statement ignited Hermione's anger. She had been holding back her frustration, and now it all exploded. She stared at Draco, suddenly putting on a look of pity, and said, "Oh, let me guess. Why do you not want others to get close to you? Is it because you don't want to expose the fact that you can't understand anything?" Draco was completely taken aback by this twist, ready to argue back. Hermione didn't give him a chance, her mouth firing like a machine gun. "So pathetic. Do you need me to teach you? What you're looking at is called a book, spelled B-O-K. Oh, no need to defend yourself. I know the more someone defends themselves, the more they lack something, so protect your pathetic self-esteem well. I definitely won't tell anyone." Draco was completely stunned, his lips trembling, unable to get a word in. Hermione vented for a full 4 minutes, throwing all her grievances at Draco's face. Finally, she took a deep breath, raised an eyebrow at the now petrified Draco, and flashed a bright smile. "I hope you've realized your mistake. No need to thank me. I'm Hermione. Looking forward to our next meeting." With that, she elegantly tossed her hair and walked away. After quite a while, Draco's CPU finally restarted. His gaze regained focus, and then the veins on his forehead bulged. His face flushed red as he suddenly sprang up from his seat, no longer reading, and rushed out of the box. Looking around, what a joke. How dare she? How dare she? However, the corridor was empty. Hermione had long vanished. The scene shifted to my Uncle Charlie. He was in his candy factory office when his house elf Russell handed him a letter. As soon as Charlie saw the familiar Hogwarts wax seal, he smiled, opened the letter, and sniffed the sweet scent of his own candy, joking with Russell. Russell, the last time I received an official letter from Hogwarts was over a decade ago. Russell chuckled along. Charlie initially thought it was a letter from Dumbledore to discuss candy business, pondering whether Draco had become so impressive right after arriving at school that Dumbledore wanted to hire him as a professor. However, when he looked down at the letter, his expression shifted from anticipation to genuine surprise, even a bit excited. Russell, who was completely unaware, saw his Master-esque expression change and thought there was a problem with the candy supply chain. Mentally brainstorming, Russell has a plan. We can move the violet candy production line to the ice plum candy. After dealing with the Americans, Charlie was left bewildered, helplessly slapping the letter down in front of him. You should stop overthinking. You're not that smart to begin with. Russell quickly picked up the letter and scanned it at lightning speed. When he reached the last line, his eyes widened, and he suddenly looked up, his voice pitch changing. Master, are you going to Hogwarts? The letter stated that the current headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore, officially invited him to return to the school for this year's opening ceremony and the sorting ceremony for new students. After Russell left, Charlie paced alone in his office. This invitation was indeed unexpected. He had originally planned for Harry to bring some new candies to school, relying on Harry's celebrity effect and the magical effects of the candies to achieve a perfect initial promotion. But he never expected that Dumbledore would directly send him an invitation ticket. After thinking for a long time and still not understanding what the old man was up to, Charlie simply decided to stop pondering. He sat back down in his chair and chuckled to himself. Forget it. Who cares? The old headmaster has invited me. Attending a school opening ceremony isn't a bad thing. And besides, I think my dear old friends will definitely be very happy to hear that I'm coming back. With that thought, he felt a surge of energy and snapped his fingers. Russell. With a bang, Russell, who had just left not long ago, reappeared, holding a long list that dragged on the ground. I'm telling you, this list is so long that it drags 3 feet on the ground, densely packed with words. Russell's sharp voice rang out again. Master, your great Master Charlie, I'm here. While shouting, he was also flustered, hurriedly rolling the tattered list behind him, afraid that I would see it. I said at that moment, all right, give me a decent outfit. I couldn't be bothered to fake my voice anymore and return to normal. After all, I hadn't been back to Hogwarts in over a decade, so I had to give my alma mater some face and dress more formally. As soon as I said that, Russell's little eyes immediately turned serious, as if he had received some military order, and he nodded furiously. Absolutely, Master. This is a huge deal. As the senior of those young wizards and the sole designated heir of the Charlie Candy Factory, you must impress everyone at the opening ceremony. As soon as I heard that, my head started spinning, and I quickly waved my hand. Hey, not to that extent. I just want to take a look privately, low-key, you know? But guess what? He didn't listen at all. He went straight into work mode, rattling off like he was reading a menu. Master, what do you think of the suit you wore when you last met the Baron? No, that won't do. It's too red. You were the head of Slytherin back in the day. You must wear green. I remember you have a dark green one. I'll go find it for you right now. I watched him babbling there alone. My eyelids started to twitch. It was just ridiculous. Meanwhile, over at Hogwarts, let me tell you, the atmosphere was far from relaxed. Snape, that eternally dark-robed face, was storming down the corridor with a gloomy expression. His nose so high it looked like it could poke someone. His mouth, always tightly shut as if glued with super glue, had the corners drooping down, exuding an aura that screamed stay away unless you're familiar. As he was walking, suddenly, a blood-curdling scream came from the direction of the headmaster's office. No, you can't do this. Snape raised an eyebrow, stopping in his tracks, his already intimidating gaze furrowed in confusion, making him look even more menacing. With a bang, the door to the headmaster's office swung open. Hagrid's massive figure, like a small mountain, was hunched over as he stumbled out. He was holding a figure so thin it looked like a stick who was thrashing about desperately like a fish out of water. That person was Filch, Hogwarts caretaker. Hagrid had him tightly in a grip, his neck nearly twisted at 180 degrees, still roaring towards the office. Charlie Black. Headmaster Dumbledore. You can't let him come back. I haven't had a heart attack in 12 years. Who understands my family? He'll take my life. Hagrid looked helpless, as if coaxing a child. Oh, Filch, don't overreact, he's grown up. Grown-up demons are scarier. I don't want to see him. No. Hagrid spotted Snape and awkwardly greeted him. Sorry, Professor Snape, I'll just take Filch back. Snape expressionlessly stepped back, giving him room. Once Hagrid carried the moving, screeching chicken away, Snape's gaze remained fixed on the open door, his whole being in a daze. The name Charlie Black exploded in his stagnant heart like a deep-sea bomb. For some unknown reason, he turned around and walked toward the headmaster's office. Cockroach cluster. He announced the password in his hoarse voice, and the Sphinx silently moved aside. Inside the office, Dumbledore was leisurely sitting in his chair, just having his head pounded by Filch's noise, pulling out 2 candies from his drawer to suck on for life. When he looked up, he was startled to see Snape at the door. Severus? Snape said nothing, walked in, waved his wand, and with a bang, closed the door, isolating the inside from the outside. He approached Dumbledore's desk, staring directly at him. Dumbledore rubbed his temples and smiled. Did you hear Filch's voice? Snape remained silent, just looking. Dumbledore, used to this, continued. Sigh. Filch really worries too much about the school. He is almost neurotic. Charlie. Snape finally spoke, directly interrupting him. Charlie Black. I just heard Filch say he wants to come back to Hogwarts. Is it true? Dumbledore looked at him, keenly noticing that when this name was mentioned, a glimmer of light flickered in Snape's usually dark eyes. Though it was just a moment, old Dumbledore caught it. So he nodded calmly. Yes, I wrote him a letter, especially inviting him to attend this year's opening ceremony. Why? Snape pressed. Hagrid brought back the news when he went to pick up Harry. He said Charlie had contacted Harry early and even used magic to teach a lesson to that cousin who kept bullying Harry. Dumbledore swallowed the candy and continued. I thought, since he cares about the boy so much, he should come see the sorting ceremony in person to put his mind at ease. Care about that child? A huge sarcasm surfaced on Snape's face, his mouth twisting into a smile uglier than crying. You know how bad Charlie's relationship with James and those guys is. What makes you think he would care about that person's child? But that was the reality. Dumbledore remained calm, and besides, there are indeed some matters I need to discuss with him in person. What matters? You'll find out when the time comes. Snape fell silent, nodded, and turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, Dumbledore's voice came from behind. I thought you would be happy, after all. He was once your best friend. Snape halted, turned back, his expression complex enough to write an 800-word essay. Yes, he said softly, and then, after I became a Death Eater, we haven't been in contact since. The scene shifted back to Charlie. I was in front of a huge floor mirror. Russell was still smoothing out the last wrinkle in my clothes. He suddenly remembered something and said, Master, by the time you return, those Americans should have arrived too. I raised my eyebrows, stroking the ring on my hand as I said, It's a small matter. The factory will keep running while I'm away, so let them visit as they please. Then, I suddenly had an idea and asked Russell, Is there any famous newspaper in the American magical community? Russell paused for a moment, scratching his head. I think there is one, but I can't remember the name. It doesn't matter. I smiled, as a new plan was already taking shape in my mind. What do you think? Shall we spend some money to have them bring a reporter from America to accompany us? I'm just talking to myself, not expecting Russell to understand at all. This guy is great at managing the factory, but when it comes to external marketing and understanding people's intentions, he gets lost. However, he knows his strengths, so he has always unconditionally trusted my decisions. While he was tidying up my clothes, he casually said, It should be fine, although I don't understand why we need to call the reporters. My eyes slowly narrowed, and the corners of my mouth curled into a faint smile. Aren't those Americans known for their self-proclaimed openness and inclusiveness? I hope they are truly as inclusive as they claim to be. Let me tell you, Charlie is a master strategist. And over here on the Hogwarts Express, the train let out a long whistle and finally came to a stop. Ron, that kid, was so excited he was practically plastered against the glass, shouting at the castle outside. Look, Harry, look. He had completely forgotten about being upset after Draco had given him a hard time earlier. Harry was also smiling, one hand holding his luggage and the other holding up Hedwig's cage, afraid of jostling his precious owl. We've arrived. Let us go. The two exchanged glances and plunged into the crowded corridor. Goodness, the scene was just like the morning rush hour on the subway. Hey, my robe. Who kicked me? My toad is still in the compartment. Let me go back. Harry was jostled around, too busy protecting the cage in his hands, and in the blink of an eye, Ron had vanished. After finally being pushed out onto the platform, Harry shook his dizzy head and looked around, but there was no sign of Ron. He could only shout Ron, while searching through the crowd. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he spotted a striking golden figure, undoubtedly styled with hair gel. The most eye-catching person in the crowd, Draco Malfoy. Harry felt quite pleased. After all, it was always good to see familiar faces, and thanks to Charlie, his first impression of this kid was quite decent. So without a second thought, he squeezed his way over with the cage. At that moment, Draco was holding a notebook, eyes closed, taking a deep breath, his expression solemn, as if he were participating in some sacred ceremony. He murmured to himself in a voice only he could hear, "My uncle was like this, taking his first step toward Hogwarts on this platform. I'm already in sync with my uncle from back then." He was there, deeply moved by himself, when suddenly, "Hey, Draco." Harry's cheerful voice came from behind and interrupted his moment of reflection. Draco's brow instantly furrowed, ready to snap, but when he turned and saw it was Harry, he stifled his words. His mind was racing. "He knows my uncle, he knows my uncle, he knows my uncle." Harry didn't notice the subtle shift in his expression and excitedly waved the cage in his hand. Hedwig nearly tipped over inside, hooting in annoyance, but no one paid her any mind. Harry Potter," Draco said, his mouth twitching as he spoke his name. "Just call me Harry." Harry confidently stood in front of him. What a coincidence. There were so many people earlier, I got separated from Ron. Saying that, he looked around and asked Draco, "What about you? Did you get separated from your two friends?" "Friends?" Draco paused for a moment, then glanced over at the bushes. Crabbe and Goyle were rummaging around with their backs turned. "You mean Crabbe and Goyle?" "They're not my friends," Draco smirked disdainfully. "They're just my lackeys." Harry was taken aback by the term lackeys, unsure of what to say. But then he suddenly thought of something, his eyes brightening. "Oh, right. It's my birthday. And Mr. Charlie gave me a box of candy. Do you want some?" He started to reach into his pocket for the sweets. As soon as Draco heard that, his forced smile instantly became more natural. He raised his chin, a mix of boasting and disdain in his voice. No thank for the candy. My uncle stayed at my house for 7 days, and I've had all sorts of limited edition treats from his factory. As for what you have." He hadn't finished speaking when he faltered, because Harry had already pulled out a candy, a crystal clear piece with a faint purple hue, resting quietly in his palm. Draco's eyes instantly experienced the collapse of his entire world. Confusion, doubt, skepticism, jealousy. Countless emotions flickered across his face like a revolving door. "This candy. It seems like there isn't this kind in the ones my uncle gave me." Harry noticed Draco was staring at him as if he were petrified and called out to him in confusion. "Draco?" Just then, Ron's voice rang out. "Hey, Harry." Harry turned to see Ron frantically waving from a distance, but his feet seemed rooted to the spot, refusing to budge. It seemed he had been psychologically scarred by Draco's spell. Harry had no choice but to pry Draco's hand off the notebook and stuff the candy into it. "All right, I found Ron. See you later." With that, he ran off. Draco looked down at the candy in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and popped one into his mouth. Soon after, Crabbe and Goyle came running back, proudly holding up a straight little stick as if presenting a treasure. "Draco, look, you've never seen a straighter stick than this. I swear, it's straighter than Goyle's wand." And it grew naturally. Draco, with the candy in his mouth, looked at these two goofballs with a blank expression, slowly closing his eyes. So exhausting. On the other side, Ron was angrily pulling Harry away. "How can you talk to Malfoy?" Harry tried to reason with him. "I feel like he is actually not that bad." "Not that bad." Ron's voice rose. "Don't be fooled by him. His dad was a Death Eater. Their whole family are not good people." Harry also became serious. "Ron, it's not nice to talk bad about people behind their backs. Besides, Mr. Charlie is Draco's uncle. He's a great guy." Ron was at a loss for words, mumbling under his breath. "How come I can't say it out loud? Hogwarts students shouldn't have to carry their own luggage. It's because he took away a lot of house elves back then." Just as Harry was about to argue further, a clear bell rang out. A somewhat balding old man, with a gloomy face, was holding a lantern in one hand and shaking a bell in the other, appeared on the platform. Once everyone quieted down, he looked around with satisfaction and stopped ringing the bell. "Come on, Hogwarts students, follow me. We're going to board the boats over there." "Did you hear me? I'll say it again. Follow me. To the boats over there." I tell you, this voice is simply unbearable. Like a crow on the verge of dying, every word sounds like a funeral, giving me goosebumps all over. P.S. Still they're complaining, saying that this was supposed to be Hagrid's job, and he couldn't be bothered. Goodness. The resentment is so strong I can smell it from 800 meters away. But at this moment, I don't have time to pay attention to him. While those little kids are being herded onto the boat to experience Hogwarts' unique water activities, I, with a swish, use apparition to directly drop into Hogsmeade Village. I straightened my clothes and looked up at the sky. The moon had already risen. Well, it seems I really did waste quite a bit of time at the station. The road beneath my feet, I must have walked it countless times during school, and now walking it again feels incredibly familiar. The magical joke shop and the stationery store on either side are just the same as before. But I'm not here to reminisce. I kept walking until I reached the end of the main road, then turned and slipped into a dark alley. There, hidden away, is a shabby and dirty little house, with a sign depicting a pig's head wrapped in bloody cloth. That's right, this is the Pig's Head Pub, the place I arranged to meet Dumbledore. To be honest, anyone coming here for the first time would definitely think it's a haunted house. There's a strong smell of mutton. The windows are as dirty as frosted glass. Not a hint of light can get in, and the floor is sticky and unpleasant to walk on. But I don't mind, because an old friend of mine is inside. I pushed open the door, and with a ding, everyone in the bar turned to look at me in unison. My dazzling outfit felt like it belonged to a completely different world from this place. I tell you, as I walked in, it felt like the spotlight was shining on me, and even the dust on the floor automatically made way for me. Behind the bar, an old man, tall and thin, with gray hair and a gray beard, was drooping his eyelids and expressionlessly wiping a glass that would never be clean. This is Bufus Dumbledore, our principal's younger brother, with a temperament worse than a stone in a latrine. Without even lifting his head, he spoke in a voice like ice shards. "What would you like to drink?" I laughed and replied loudly, "How about a mug of butterbeer?" Only then did he lift his head, his murky eyes scanning me, before he sneered disdainfully, "Huh, a fresh start curse? If you can't stand it here, just get lost. Go drink milk with those little brats at the Three Broomsticks, and don't block our view here." I wasn't angry at all. I walked straight to the bar and locked eyes with him. He stared at me, looking as if to say, "Go ahead, try to look at me one more time." I suddenly leaned forward, resting my elbows on the bar, and the dust on the counter was instantly shaken off. A flash of light from the ring on my hand, and a large oak beer mug appeared in my grasp. "It's been so many years, and you've become more talkative, haven't you?" I raised my hand, clenched my fist, and lightly but firmly pushed against his chest, sending him stumbling back several steps. If it were before, when I looked at him and saw that mischievous smile on his face, I wouldn't have wasted any words and would have just thrown him out directly. I slammed my beer mug down on the bar and shouted, "So, hurry up and fill my butterbeer." Dumbledore was pushed back 2 steps by my outburst, staring blankly at the mug and then at my face, finally recognizing me. His eyes lit up instantly, and that expression, my family members know what I mean, it was like an iceberg melting, and his voice changed with excitement. "Charlie, what are you doing here?" "Just taking care of some business at Hogwarts. And thought I'd checking on my dueling teacher. How'd you been all these years?" Not long after, when Hagrid came rushing in, his large figure looked utterly stunned. The bar was empty except for me and Dumbledore, sitting shoulder to shoulder at the bar, each with a large mug, chugging butterbeer. Hagrid's eyes widened like saucers as he stuttered, "Charlie, do you know the owner of the Leaky Cauldron?" "Know him." Dumbledore finished his drink in one go. His cheeks flushed. I couldn't tell if it was from the drink or excitement. He shot Hagrid a fierce glare, his eyes shining intimidatingly, then thundered, "Charlie and I are not just acquaintances. He has been my student since second year." After saying that, as if he felt it wasn't emphatic enough, he added, "The only student." Hagrid quickly turned to me for confirmation. I smiled, draped my arm over Dumbledore's shoulder, and mimicked it by downing my drink in one go, then slammed the mug on the bar, explaining it was a long time ago. Probably in second year, I snuck into the restricted section at night to do some research, and unfortunately ran into old Filch. I was in such a rush that I forgot my wand. Hagrid's eyelids twitched, probably thinking about how much Filch hated me now. I continued, "There's no way. I could only run." At that time, I was no match for Ferk. He knew the secret passages of the school like the back of his hand. Just when I thought I was done for, I hid in a room, and guess what? I stumbled upon a hidden door that led directly to Hogsmeade. Aberforth interjected, and then he met me. I remember he was this tall at the time, gesturing with his hand, shivering in his pajamas on the street. I saw that the kid couldn't go back, so out of kindness, I took him back to the pub. As time went on, I found the kid's temperament suited me, so I started teaching him a few tricks. Aberforth scratched his beard, looking proud. "I'm telling you, Charlie's talent is incredible. I've seen the most talented wizards, and in front of him, they don't even deserve to carry his shoes." He emphasized the word talent, and Hagrid and I pretended not to hear. Everyone knew who he was implying. Then he changed his tone, sounding furious. "But this duel, cough." I quickly patted him, signaling him to watch his words. He paused. I can't say it was a complete mess. I just breathed a sigh of relief, and then he shouted out directly, "It's F-I-N-G worthless." "Me." After chatting for a while, Hagrid checked the time, and, seeing it was about time to go, pulled me away despite Aberforth looking like he still wanted to talk. Before we left, Aberforth stood at the alley entrance and waved at me, saying, "Come by more often." I sat on the back of Hagrid's motorcycle and shouted to him, "Don't worry, you should learn how to write letters when you have time, so I can write to you." The motorcycle roared to life, carrying us, speeding towards the school. Abeforth stood there, watching us disappear into the night, his expression softening. And that feeling was just like his brother Dumbledore. As we sped through the wind, I could only cling tightly to Hagrid's clothes, hiding behind his broad back to shield myself from the wind. Hagrid suddenly turned his head and shouted, "Charlie, where can I buy those candies you gave to Harry?" He gave me 2, and the flavor is so special. They are really delicious. I felt a surge of joy in my heart. "Isn't that just perfect?" I replied loudly. "Oh, that's a new product from our factory that hasn't been launched yet. It probably won't be available until Christmas." Page's tone instantly turned disappointed. "Oh, I see. However, I changed the subject, but if you like it when I get back, I'll have my people send some over to you." "Really?" Paige was instantly delighted, smiling brilliantly. "Ha ha ha, thank you, Charlie. You are such a good person." I patted him on the shoulder and said, "It's okay. We're friends after all. Did you see that? This is my business acumen. What status does Hagrid have at school? He's Dumbledore's right-hand man, the tall guy that students trust the most. Isn't this a huge fortune coming my way? For the almost negligible cost of a few candies, I can get a living advertisement from the headmaster's confidant, while also boosting my likability. I'm making a killing here." Soon, we crossed the Black Lake and entered the Hogwarts grounds. The raindrops started to fall heavily, but none of them reached me. I have a little spell I created myself, called Dust Free, which is a combination of a cleaning charm and an armor spell, specifically used to keep my appearance tidy. The motorcycle landed steadily, and Hagrid looked at me, surprised that my hairstyle hadn't even been messed up, and asked what spell this was. I briefly explained it to him, and his eyes lit up immediately. He said he had been taking care of some little cuties lately, and they kept spitting green slime at him, which was particularly hard to clean up, and asked me if this spell would work for that. I feel embarrassed. God knows what kind of magical creature his little cutie is. I smiled and said, "It should be fine. This spell is very simple. I'll write it down for you later." Just as I was saying this, a familiar voice came. "Is that you, Charlie?" It was Professor McGonagall. I quickly went up to her. When she saw me, a smile appeared on her usually serious face, and she patted my shoulder, saying, "Look at you, my once most outstanding student. You haven't fallen behind in Transfiguration, have you?" I felt a warmth in my heart and said to her, "Don't worry, Professor. I haven't forgotten a single word of your teachings. By the way, Professor, there's a new student this year who might surprise you." "Oh, who is he?" "My nephew, Draco Malfoy." I couldn't be prouder. Upon hearing the name Malfoy, Professor McGonagall frowned. I quickly added, "Trust me, Professor, he has a different kind of Malfoy, with limitless potential." She nodded skeptically. "You know, I never give students special treatment." "Of course." I quickly responded, emphasizing my words, "No special treatment needed. I just think he has great talent. And if he studies the basic courses like other young wizards, it won't really help him." Professor McGonagall was amused by my words. "So what do you want me to do?" "Give him more homework, assign tougher tasks, so he can experience what it was like for me when I took the N.E.V.T.S. nastily exhausting wizarding tests." Finally, Professor McGonagall couldn't hold back her expression any longer. She looked at me suspiciously and couldn't help but ask, "Charlie, you honestly tell me, is there some kind of unpleasantness between you and the Malfoy family?" I was about to explain when Hagrid, who had been treated like a background prop, finally couldn't hold it in any longer and coughed a couple of times to remind us. The opening ceremony is about to start. Shouldn't we head over?" Meanwhile, on the Black Lake, Harry and Ron were huddled together in fear, screaming, fully immersed in a horror experience. Ron, with a whimper in his voice, was telling Harry the ghost stories his brother had made up, saying that the lake monster had to eat a few freshmen every year to be satisfied. On the other hand, Draco was also being quite the little actor, clutching his big book tightly, as if it were his lifeline, while using his other hand to grip the edge of the boat, loudly directing Crabbe and Goyle to act as his human umbrella. "Hurry up. Crabbe, move over a bit. Goyle, raise your hand. My book is going to get wet." Only Filch stood at the front of the boat, steady as a rock, like a statue. But when he turned around and saw Draco's blonde hair, he was struck with instant PTSD, shivering all over and quickly turning his head back. Finally, amidst the cries and wails, the little boat reached the shore. The heavy rain suddenly stopped. The dark clouds dispersed, revealing the moon and stars in the night sky. I'll tell you, as soon as I got ashore, I was still dazed. My legs felt weak. Harry and I were hugging each other tightly, almost thinking we were really going to feed the lake monster to the horses. And guess what Ron said as soon as he recovered? He leaned in slyly and asked Harry, "Hey, do you think Malfoy's 2 bodyguards fell in?" Goodness, I wanted to punch him at that moment. His mouth was too sharp. Unfortunately, he had a loud voice, and his words drifted straight to Draco Malfoy's ears. Malfoy was carefully checking his precious notebook, and when he heard that, his face darkened immediately. He turned his head, rolled his eyes dramatically, and mocked Ron. Only a fool like you would actually believe in such nonsense. Ron, not backing down, shot back defiantly. The lake monster really exists. Let me tell you, Malfoy's expression at that moment was something else. He squinted his eyes and looked up and down at Ron for a long time, as if he was examining some rare protected animal. Finally, he sincerely said, "Your little head is truly astonishing." After saying that, he turned and went back to petting his notebook, not even bothering to give Ron another glance. The most ridiculous part? Does anyone understand? This fool Ron actually believed it. He turned to Harry, his face full of excitement, and boasted, "Did you hear that? Malfoy complimented me. Is he showing weakness to me?" Harry was so stunned at the time that he could only nod ambiguously, I guess so. Looking at Ron's smug, triumphant expression, it really mirrored my own mental state. Just then, that old man, Filch, jumped off the boat and shouted for us to go to the Great Hall for the opening ceremony. On the other side, in the Hogwarts Great Hall, the atmosphere was completely different. My idol Charlie, who is Malfoy's mysterious uncle, had already met Dumbledore. The two were reminiscing, and Charlie said that Hogwarts was the harbor for his soul. That old man Dumbledore, grinning like a fox, gave him a reassuring promise. If your candy factory really goes bankrupt, you're always welcome to come back and be a professor. Hogwarts will always support you. Listen to this. This is a promise of a secure job. This is the highest level of protection. Charlie was so moved that he stood up and bowed to old Dumbledore. Soon, the older students chattered as they came in, and Snape, with his usual scowl, floated ghost-like to the faculty table. Then, the main event arrived. Professor McGonagall made a dazzling entrance with us little newbies. All eyes instantly focused on her. Harry was so nervous he didn't know where to put his hands, gripping Ron's sleeve tightly. But Malfoy, he held his chin high, looking utterly arrogant. But the next second, his eyes widened. Goodness, he saw Charlie sitting at the faculty table. His uncle, his already pale face flushed bright red, nearly losing his composure from excitement. This kid was really trying hard to impress his uncle. Before the sorting ceremony officially began, he actually took a step forward in front of everyone and started praising Professor McGonagall, saying that his uncle talked about her every day at home, saying she was the true master of transfiguration, and he had long wanted to come and learn from her. The way he spoke was so sincere that it left Professor McGonagall a bit taken aback, and her gaze towards him changed slightly. Finally, the sorting ceremony began. A hat that looked as ragged as a mop sang a terribly off-key song and then started calling out names one by one. It was Malfoy's turn. He was so confident, shoving his notebook to his sidekick, striding up, and when the hat was placed on his head, he was probably thinking, "I got this." But then, just as the sorting hat was about to shout out Sly, it suddenly got stuck. I was sitting below watching, and everyone was stunned. That hat was on Malfoy's head, tangled up like constipation, the folds twisted into a mess. The whole place was silent, not knowing what was happening. Ron was beside me, gloating and whispering, "It's over. That hat must think he's neither brave, nor smart, nor hard-working, and has no ambition. It's ready to return him." Later, I learned that the hat was saying in Malfoy's mind, "Kid, with that brain of yours, it's a pity you're not going to Ravenclaw." Malfoy exploded on the spot, arguing with the hat in his head, insisting that he wanted to go to Slytherin. The hat was so exasperated by him that it asked why he was so stubborn. Was it for the glory of the Malfoy family? And guess what Malfoy said? He said, "Because my uncle graduated from Slytherin. I want to walk the path he walked and become a person like him." I tell you, when those words came out, the sorting hat fell silent. In the end, it was probably also subdued by the surge of love, and with a tone that seemed to say, "Fine, you're impressive," it used all its strength to shout, "Slytherin." Applause erupted from the Slytherin table. Malfoy looked so relieved, wiping the sweat from his forehead and standing up, not forgetting to turn back and make eye contact with his uncle from afar. Charlie smiled and nodded at him, meaning, "Kid, well done." Everything was unspoken. Only then did Malfoy walk contentedly towards the Slytherin table. At this point, Harry and Ron finally followed Malfoy's gaze and saw Charlie at the professor's table. Ron, who a second ago was dissing Malfoy, turned into a fanboy in the next moment. "Wow, it's Charlie Black himself." He excitedly pulled Harry and spilled the tea, saying that according to the family tree, his grandmother was actually Charlie's cousin. Family, this twist and the speed of the face change is incredible. The sorting continued quickly after that, except for Harry, who took another 10 minutes to finally go to Gryffindor as expected. The Gryffindor table nearly lifted the roof of the hall, all shouting that they had Harry Potter. Once everyone was seated, the sorting ceremony officially ended. Dumbledore slowly stood up, looking around, ready to start his annual opening speech. However, as soon as this old Dumbledore opened his mouth, I tell you, it was still the same old three things. My ears were almost getting calluses. Oh, that dark forest, called the Forbidden Forest, you little brats are not allowed to go there. And that corridor on the right side of the third floor, it's also off limits. Whoever goes will be in trouble. Goodness, while he was talking, he kept glancing over at me, specifically adding, "Oh right, the Mr. Filch who was supposed to pick you up is not feeling well and didn't come for dinner." I rolled my eyes internally. Well, of course, after what I did to him, it would be strange if he felt good. Then Dumbledore added a cutting remark. In short, if you don't want to die a horrible death, don't go there. Family, who understands when you say that? Doesn't it plant the seed of curiosity in every young wizard's heart? Isn't that clearly tempting people to go? After he finished rambling, he finally raised both hands and shouted with all his might, "The feast begins now." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his wide sleeves forward. I tell you, that scene was incredible. The 4 long tables that were empty just a second ago, in the next second, poof, just like magic, were piled high with delicacies. Roasted chickens sizzling with oil, puddings wobbling, and fries piled as high as little mountains. The aroma immediately rushed into my nose, making me crave it uncontrollably. Hogwarts house elves' cooking skills are truly remarkable. I've been to so many noble banquets, none can compare. I didn't hold back, directly exchanged a glance with Professor Flitwick beside me, and we tacitly dropped our forks and knives, each grabbing a big chicken leg. The chicken skin was roasted to a golden crisp, and as soon as it was torn open, the juice burst out, making my mouth water. Professor Flitwick took a big bite, his eyes squinting in enjoyment, and raised the chicken leg in his hand to me, saying, "Come on, Charlie, give it a try. See if you remember this taste after all these years." I nodded with a smile and took a bite like he did. Oh my gosh, that crispy sound as I bit into it. The hot meat juice instantly exploded in my mouth, mixed with the flavors of a dozen spices, giving me a feast for my taste buds. Just like that, I felt completely relaxed. All my worries disappeared, and I entered a crazy eating mode. This meal was incredibly satisfying. I focused on my food the entire time, not even paying attention to that Draco kid. It wasn't until I speared the last cherry in my plate with my fork and popped it into my mouth that I let out a satisfied burp. At that moment, I noticed that Dumbledore at the head table had also finished eating. He was secretly pulling 2 candies from his robe pocket and asking Professor McGonagall next to him if she wanted some. Professor McGonagall looked at him with disdain and said, "Albus, how many times have I told you to eat less candy?" But the old man, like a child, popped the candy into his mouth and grinned, saying, "Candy may not be good for the body, but without it, I feel sluggish." Professor McGonagall was left speechless and could only turn away from him. Once everyone had eaten and drunk enough, the dinner was officially over. The little wizards filed out, ready to head back to their dormitories. After most people had left, I stood up and walked over to Dumbledore, just about to ask him what he had called me for. But before I could say anything, he waved his hand with a smile and said, "Oh, Charlie, no rush. We have plenty of time to talk tomorrow." As he stood up, he added, "I've arranged your accommodation for you. It's in the staff dormitory, right next to Sirius. Hope you don't mind?" I was stunned at that moment, and instinctively turned around to take a look. To my surprise, Snape's eternally icy expression actually revealed a rare hint of astonishment. He looked at me deeply, said nothing, and got up to leave. I watched his back, raised an eyebrow, and wondered what this old man was up to again. However, I still nodded and thought, fine, I'll do as you say. I was just about to leave when Dumbledore mysteriously called me back, lowering his voice and saying, "By the way, Charlie, next time, remember to bring me some of those sour and sweet gummies, the kind from last time. I'm almost out, and they really taste good." I couldn't help but laugh at his childlike demeanor and nodded in agreement. After I agreed, Dumbledore called over Professor Quirrell, who was about to leave. Professor Quirrell jumped like a startled rabbit, shivering and stuttering. "Headmaster, what is it?" He always had that submissive demeanor, wrapped in a large scarf, covering himself tightly. Dumbledore smiled and asked him, "Are you going back to your room?" "Perfect, take Charlie with you. His room is right next to Snape's." Upon hearing this, Quirrell quickly turned his gaze to me, his face instantly filled with a flattering smile, nearly bending down to the ground. I could only politely bow slightly. Without thinking, he agreed, "Oh, of course, not a bother." Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction and said to me, "Professor Quirrell is a good person, just a bit timid. Let him take you over. Get a good night's sleep and come to my office to chat tomorrow." What else can I say? I can only nod and agree. Then I followed Quirrell out of the auditorium. As soon as we stepped outside, Quirrell took the initiative to shake my hand, which caught me off guard. Mr. Black, it's an honor to meet you. He gripped my hand tightly and shook it vigorously. I kept a smile on my face, but inside I felt a jolt. His hand was icy cold. Something was off. We didn't speak a word along the way. He led the way like a ghost, and I followed behind, my mind racing to recall the map of Hogwarts. The castle looked exactly as I remembered, with the paintings on the walls and the sculptures in the corners unchanged. I don't know how long we walked, but Quirrell stopped in front of a wooden door. Here, we are, Mr. Black. He pointed to the door and then to an identical one next to it, which was Professor Snape's room. All right, thank you. I stepped forward, and Quirrell quickly moved aside. I pushed the door open. The inside was quite simple, with a bed, a desk, and it was very clean. Quirrell saw that I had entered and seemed eager to leave. Then, I'll head back now. Just as he turned around, I suddenly spoke up. By the way, Professor Quirrell. I stood at the door, not going in, but raising the hand that he had just held, looking at it thoughtfully. W.H. What? He turned his head in shock. I watched him as the smile on his face vanished completely, his eyes turning as cold as ice. And he asked, word by word, how is your master doing now? He was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly enlightened. Are you talking about Professor Dumbledore? No, I said, fixing my gaze on him, my mouth slowly opening to utter the name that struck fear into the hearts of the entire wizarding world. I am talking about Tom Marvolo Riddle. After saying this, I watched as his pupils shrank to the size of a pin, cold sweat rolling down his forehead, and my lips curled into a smile again. I raised the hand he had held, and under his terrified gaze, a burst of flames suddenly erupted, enveloping my palm completely, producing wisps of black smoke that drifted into the air. I really don't know where you get your confidence, I mocked. Even your master couldn't touch me back then. What makes you think you can? In that moment, I tell you, Chilo's CPU was almost overheating. The layer of cowardly pretense on his face was instantly shattered. A flicker of cruelty flashing in his eyes as he instinctively wanted to back away and draw his wand. His reaction was quite quick. His wand-drawing speed was faster than that of an average Auror. Unfortunately, in front of me, he was just a little brother. The moment he moved, I stepped forward. The ruby on my ring flashed, and before he could react, my wand was already pressed firmly against his chest. The entire process took less than a second, and I even wore that kind of playful expression of a cat playing with a mouse. His movements froze. His wand was only half drawn and stuck there, unable to move. A drop of cold sweat slid down his cheek and plopped on the ground. Fear and regret finally brought him to full awareness. And Mr. Black, he stammered, his Adam's apple bobbing frantically, forcing out a smile that looked worse than crying. Actually, we don't have to be so tense. Oh, really? I raised an eyebrow, pushing my wand forward again. He gasped in pain, but still forced himself to say yes. Well, my master may have had some misunderstandings before, but as long as the common interest is great enough, misunderstandings can be resolved. Seeing my eyes flicker slightly, as if I was really considering it, he immediately perked up and began to desperately talk his way out of it. You know, if it weren't for that accident back then, with my master's strength, sweeping through the entire wizarding world would be a piece of cake. Even now, though my master has been severely injured, his followers remain loyal. Mr. Black, this is an opportunity. As long as you pretend to know nothing for now, when my master returns to life, you will receive unimaginable rewards. Return to life? I pretended to be very surprised. He found a way to come back. Of course. Chilo nodded madly. I came this time for my master's resurrection plan. As long as you let me go, I have a great chance of bringing my master back to life. I fell silent, lowered my head, pretending to weigh the pros and cons. Those few seconds must have felt longer than a century for Quirrell. Finally, I lifted my head and retracted my wand. Remember this, I said with a slight smile at the corner of my mouth, extending my hand to him again. This is what he owes me. A pleasant cooperation? A pleasant cooperation. Quirrell's legs were weak, but he still strained to hold on, grasping my hand once more. This time he dared not pull any tricks. Watching him escape back to his room, looking like he'd been granted a reprieve, he slammed the door shut, and the smile on my face turned into unabashed mockery. I leaned against the door frame, looking at his door, and muttered to myself, Tom, oh Tom, I can't just take you out now. You can survive a little longer like a rat hiding in the shadows. After saying this, I shook my head and turned to walk into my own room, closing the door behind me. In the corridor, the dead silence returned instantly. Once Quirrell closed his door, he seemed to lose all his strength, collapsing to the floor with a thud, gasping for air against the door. After a long while, he finally trembled and removed the sweat-soaked headscarf, revealing his bald head, along with the constantly writhing, hideous face on the back of his head. You useless fool. As soon as the headscarf was removed, Voldemort's face seemed to unleash its seal, cursing furiously in a hoarse voice. How dare you? How dare you take it upon yourself to provoke that plague god? Quirrell's face turned pale with fear as he crawled and knelt on the ground, turning the face on the back of his head upward, his whole body shaking like a leaf, repeating, I'm sorry, my great master. I'm sorry. Tell me, how could you be so stupid? Voldemort's anger escalated. Did you think you could use the Imperius curse to control him, to take over his candy factory for funding? Fool! You damn fool! He was so angry that his magic went out of control, causing everything in the room to rattle. Voldemort continued to roar. If it weren't for my constant effort to conceal my presence so that he didn't detect me, do you think you would still be breathing right now? I should give you 10 Cruciatus curses. Quirrell gasped for breath, perhaps feeling confident after persuading me. He even tried to use flattery on his master, my great master. Looking on the bright side, at least we know that Charlie Black is not on Dumbledore's side. He seems to favor you more. Oof. Voldemort sneered. He doesn't favor anyone. He's just a damned opportunist. 100 times more cunning, powerful, and terrifying than you can imagine. But then he shifted his tone and said ominously, however, an opportunist is just right for me at the moment. The only thing you did right today was the sentence you said to him. As long as the benefits are great enough, any misunderstanding can be resolved. As for me, after returning to my room, I immediately took off the cloak and hung it up, stretching comfortably and feeling quite good. To be honest, if Quirrell hadn't acted foolishly, trying to have ulterior motives while I was shaking his hand, I wouldn't have bothered with him at all. However, this also indirectly proves that my years of cleaning up my image and running a candy factory have been quite successful. I unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of my shirt. Lazily sitting in the chair, my fingers gently gliding over the table marked by the traces of time, quietly waiting for something. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the sound of knocking echoed. Knock, knock, knock. I smirked and understood. The main character has arrived, hasn't it? As soon as I opened the door. Good heavens, there stood a big bat in a black robe at the entrance. Who else could it be but our Sirius? Let me tell you, the scene back then was something else. His face, oh, it looked at least 10 years older than the last time I saw him. The emotions in his eyes were so complicated, like a spilled palette of colors, wanting to cry and laugh at the same time. He opened his mouth for a long time, but couldn't say a word. Who understand what his family went through? I felt so heartbroken at that moment, wondering what this guy has been through all these years. I sighed and directly pulled him inside. I said, all right, stop acting like you're in a Qionyao drama. You were never good at that. Come in, my dear mixed blood prince. I've brought you something nice. As soon as I said mixed blood prince, he shivered all over, and his stiff face finally showed a hint of life. Once he stepped inside and the door closed, the awkwardness eased up, but he still stubbornly mocked me, saying that after graduation, no one dared to call him that anymore, and only I, this bastard, could still annoy him right away after all these years. I'm amused and say it's my honor. Come on, guess what I brought? I flipped my hand, and 2 bottles wrapped tightly in crumpled brown paper appeared in my grasp. His eyes instantly lit up, and he almost blurted out, Flame whiskey? Did you go to the Pighead bar? Of course, I also took a look at Abufus. I smiled and handed him the whiskey. He took it, feeling the rough packaging, and surprisingly smiled. He said the shabby packaging was exactly the same as when we were in school, and the Pighead bar really doesn't understand what brand upgrading means. Without further ado, he pointed his wand, and with a bang, the cork flew off, and he took a big gulp. Wow, with that one sip, it felt like a fire was lit in his throat, burning all the way down to his stomach. After a long pause, he finally exhaled a breath of alcohol, his face turning red. He said he had also tried going to the Pighead bar a few years ago, but drinking alone just didn't feel right, and he left without finishing a glass. But today, hey, he had already downed several big gulps. We took turns reminiscing about the old days. I said I still remember how I secretly brought alcohol back to school, and you, being naive, took it to give to Lily. I still can't figure out what you meant by giving a girl hard liquor. He lowered his head, pondered for a long time, and when the alcohol kicked in, his voice became hoarse, and he finally mumbled, You said at the time, this is a good thing. I told you. My heart sank at that moment. The 2 bottles of wine were quickly empty, and we were both a bit tipsy, lying on the bed in a disheveled manner. He suddenly propped himself up, shook his head, and asked me. Dumbledore said, Have you seen Lily's child? I said, Yeah, Harry Potter. That kid is 1,000 times better than his dad, James, that obvious show-off. He closed his eyes and asked with great difficulty, How is he? I mean, does he look like his mom? I laughed out loud on the bed and said, You little rascal, can't you just go see for yourself? You definitely didn't look closely during the dinner. I tell you, that child's eyes are exactly like Lily's. The next morning, I was called to the headmaster's office by Dumbledore. When I walked in, Hagrid was just coming out. Later, I found out that Dumbledore was just complaining to Hagrid, saying that back in the day, when I was dueling with his brother Aberforth, he was more worried not about me sneaking out of school, but about me being led astray by his brother's clumsy fighting style. Family, listen to this. Is this even human talk? Or perspective? I greeted Hagrid and casually handed him a note with the dust-repelling spell I promised him. This big guy was so touched he kept praising me as a good person. As soon as I entered the room, old Dumbledore looked at me with a smile. I sat down and got straight to the point. Headmaster, today am I talking to the headmaster of Hogwarts? Or to my Charlie Black's headmaster? This made the old man laugh, and he started to play Tai Chi with me, saying it depended on whether I was his student. Fine, experience speaks louder than words. He didn't waste time and got straight to the point, which was about my violet candies that could detect scents. He said this thing has outstanding effects and is an invention that could change the wizarding world, going down in history, allowing me to be as famous as Nicholas Flamel. I thought to myself, forget it, can reputation feed you? Right now, I'm supporting my family in a factory's little sprite, and who knows when a pure-blood noble might come raid us. So, I need to make money first. He asked me if the mass-produced version would have the same effect. I said that definitely can't be the case. The cost is there, and the effect will be cut down to 1/3. However, we can make a premium custom version, but it will cost more. Old Dang's eyes lit up, and he said he wanted Hogwarts to make an early purchase to use it as a learning aid for young wizards to enhance their magical perception. He said this thing could make students more efficient in their studies. As soon as I heard this, I thought, wow, isn't this the smart potion of the magical world? My hungover brain instantly cleared up. This is a huge opportunity. I immediately made a decision and said, deal. But I have an additional condition. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. I want to install a few candy vending machines at Hogwarts. Old Dumbledore was taken aback and asked me when the magical world had such things. I said, this is a great invention from the Muggles. I had the factory modified it to be more suitable for the wizarding world, and Hogwarts would be my pilot project. If it works well, the next step would be to spread it all over Diagon Alley, and even the Ministry of Magic, making it ubiquitous. The more I spoke, the more excited I became, clapping my hands. I'd already thought of the slogan, Candy, always by your side. You wouldn't believe it, but after hearing this, Old Dang's eyes widened like copper bells, praising me for being a genius. Hey, if I can make a top sweet tooth say something like that, I've got this in the bag. Meanwhile, I was discussing a multi-billion deal with the principal, and the scene shifted to the cafeteria, where Ron was munching on a mouthful of bread while mumbling to Harry, I can't believe it. Is the sorting hat broken? How could it sort you into Slytherin? Harry almost spat out a mouthful of blood at that moment, looking at Ron's dramatic antics. Utterly speechless. Let me tell you, this guy has already started to put on a grand show in his head, just short of imagining an 80-episode saga of love and hate for the two of us. Harry quickly patted him on the shoulder and said, calm down, brother. We will always be tight. That won't change. He even took out the class schedule to show him. Look, we have classes together. We see each other every day. Ron barely managed to swallow the bread in his mouth and nodded. But within 3 seconds, good heavens, he suddenly lifted his head, his eyes wide like saucers, staring intently at Harry with a serious expression as if he was entrusting him with a secret. Harry was so startled that his fork almost flew out of his hand, and he instinctively shrank back. Then Ron asked in an epic, tragic tone, Harry, if you went to Slytherin, you wouldn't just befriend that Malfoy kid, and then you wouldn't want me anymore, right? Who understands, folks? After saying this, he even believed it himself. The worry on his face was as if Harry was about to elope with Malfoy, leaving him alone in the chaos. Harry was so amused that he rolled his eyes and said, don't worry, you'll always be my best friend, really. Only then did Ron break into a smile, immediately grabbing a big chicken leg from his plate and stuffing it into Harry's hands, being very attentive. Meanwhile, back in the principal's office, it was quite a spectacle. I was chatting with Dumbledore when all the portraits of the old headmasters on the wall woke up, all stretching their necks to watch the drama unfold. Suddenly, one of the portraits started to show off. It was Phineas Black, the ancestor of our Black family, known as the most disliked headmaster in Hogwarts history. He poked the portrait next to him and in a lowered voice boasted, did you see that one down there? Our Black family's kid. So outstanding. Rooted and pure. He was getting carried away with his boasting when a portrait of an old man with a red beard scoffed and retorted, I've never seen a pure-blood Black with beautiful golden hair. I tell you, as soon as those words were spoken, Phineas immediately broke down. This was basically questioning the purity of his bloodline. For an old fossil like him, this is more offensive than cursing his mother. I'm going to fight you. The next second, the two picture frames crashed into each other like bumper cars, starting an online battle. The other portraits not only didn't intervene, but were cheering them on. Hit him. Dexter. Show that old thing some color. The whole office instantly turned into a marketplace. Dumbledore was at his wit's end, shouting for silence for a long time, but no one paid attention. Seeing this situation, I figured the business was done. So I smiled and told Dumbledore that it was getting late, and I had to leave, as I had matters to attend to at the factory. Dumbledore looked regretful, saying that chatting with me was particularly interesting, and he wished I could stay a few more days. We exchanged a few polite words, and he patted my shoulder as he saw me off. I hurried back to my candy factory in Manchester. My factory is known to muggles, but no one can find its exact location, all thanks to magic hiding it. As soon as I entered the door, I felt that something was off. It was too quiet, a dead silence. Normally, my butler Russell would have come out to greet me by now. My heart skipped a beat, and I hurried into the factory. The closer I got, the more the noise inside felt wrong. I kicked the door open, and to my surprise, it was like a bomb had gone off inside. I have hundreds of domesticated little elves under my command. All of them have stopped working, surrounding a black man dressed in an American wizard's robe in the middle. Each one of them is indignant, their eyes red, and a few have even started to glow with magical energy. These little elves are no pushovers. They are tough characters who have fought alongside me on the battlefield and faced Death Eaters, their bravery still intact. The black man, surrounded in the middle, is sweating profusely, desperately trying to explain, but no one is listening. Everyone be quiet, I shouted, and the entire place fell silent instantly. All the little elves saw me and immediately respectfully called out, "Mr. Blake." The black man in the circle saw me like a drowning man sees a lifeline, wanted to rush towards me, but he was stopped by the little elves. I ignored him and scanned the area, solemnly asking, "Where's Russell?" The little elves automatically parted to make a path. I looked down the path, and my heart sank to the bottom. Russell was half kneeling on the ground, next to Chavcha and Anka, and in front of them lay a little elf covered in blood. I walked over briskly and crouched down. The little guy lying on the ground was Dab, the child of Chavcha and Ank, and he was the representative I sent to the United States for business negotiations. He was now disoriented, covered in wounds, and the worst part was, below his right knee it was gone a bloody and mangled cross-section, the bandage soaked through, and the wound looked like it was about to fester. Chavcha was gritting his teeth, barely squeezing out a few words through his clenched jaw. It's a cutting curse. Many cutting curses. Dab seemed to hear my voice, barely opened his eyes, and tried to smile at me, struggling to sit up. I quickly pressed him down and gently said, "Good boy, lie down, rest well, you'll be fine." Once he fell into a deep sleep, I stood up, my face dark enough to drip water. Russell also stood up and quietly reported to me, "Master, there is no danger to his life, but that leg, I'm afraid it can't be saved." I nodded, took a deep breath, and first arranged for someone to take Dabu for treatment. Then, my gaze finally fell on the American black wizard who had been staring at me the whole time. "You, come with me to the office." In the office, I had him sit down and got straight to the point. "What is your name?" "Enter Davis," he quickly replied. I leaned back in the chair, closed my eyes, and could not detect any emotion in the voice. "Go ahead, what exactly happened?" "I need a reasonable explanation." Andre was sweating profusely, and like a bamboo tube pouring out beans, he began to speak. It turned out that Dab went to the United States for business, and everything went smoothly. But this kid was curious about the human magical world, and on the last day, he sneaked off to a place called Blind Pig Bar by himself. As soon as I heard the name, I knew it wasn't a good place. Andre quickly added that it was a gathering place for outlaws in the American magical community, full of wanted criminals and thugs. He said that by the time they found Dab, he had already been tortured to the point of being unrecognizable. It was probably due to drinking too much. The potion had worn off, revealing his true form as a house elf. And then he became a source of amusement for those scoundrels. When Andre got to this point, he cautiously glanced at me and continued, We pay to have him rescued. We initially wanted to buy back his leg too, but they wouldn't sell it, saying they wanted to hang it on the wall as a souvenir. Who understands this? Chopping off a person's leg to hang it on the wall as a souvenir is just absurd. I didn't say anything, and my fingers subconsciously began to stroke the ruby on my ring. The color of the gemstone slowly changed in my hand, from a normal red to a deeper, more seductive hue, like a pool of blood about to boil. Andre didn't dare to stop and continued. Later, we wanted to take him to the hospital, but all the wizard hospitals in America refused to accept him, claiming they only treated wizards. There was no other way. We could only give him a simple bandage and hasten our journey to send him back to England. After he finished speaking, the office was deathly silent. I kept staring at him, my gaze probably like an X-ray scanning him from the inside out. He was so nervous that he had unbuttoned 2 of his shirt buttons. After a while, the iceberg on my face suddenly melted, and a particularly gentle smile appeared at the corners of my mouth. I stood up, walked in front of him, took his hand, and said kindly, "Sorry, Andre. Thank you. If it weren't for you, Dad might not have made it back. You saved him, which means you were friends with our entire factory." Andre was stunned on the spot, then overjoyed, stammering, "So, what about our cooperation?" "Of course." I smiled even more brightly. "You brought Dad back, and you've earned the friendship of Charlie's Candy. Don't worry, I will always be generous to friends." Andre was so excited that his face turned red, nodding repeatedly. "Do you mean, I am willing to give you a 15% pure profit?" I tell you, I was standing right there, watching Charlie casually announce that number, and it felt as if he were just commenting on the nice weather. Goodness, 15%. That is not just $15. That is a mountain of gold flowing like a river. Andre's eyes nearly popped out. His heart, which had just calmed down, suddenly shot back up to 180. He was gripping Charlie's hand so hard that his knuckles turned white, fearing that my brother was just playing a game of truth or dare with him. And Charlie, he was so composed, even calmly patted him on the back and said, "Pleasure working together?" Andre's voice was almost hoarse as he shouted, "Pleasure working together." After sending off Andre, who looked like he had just won the lottery, the office door slammed shut. I tell you, the art of changing faces was performed at that moment. Just a second ago, Charlie was all smiles, but his expression evaporated instantly, and his gaze turned so cold it could drop icicles. He walked over to the window without saying a word. His entire aura shifted, transforming into a domineering CEO who had just wrapped up a multi-billion-dollar deal and was now plotting how to take the next step. I just watched him standing there for half a day, like a statue, probably running through an entire season of Game of Thrones in his head. When he finally snapped back to reality, his whole demeanor had reset. He even practiced that gentle, harmless signature smile in front of the window glass, confirming it was flawless before retracting his expression. Snap! A crisp finger snap. Russell, our loyal house elf butler, instantly appeared by his side. Charlie glanced at the bloodstains on Russell's clothes and directly asked, "How's Dab?" Russell, the little tough guy, forced a grin and said he's fine. He survived, but his leg's gone. He'll get a wooden one later. Anyway, we can shift and change. It won't matter. Family members understand, right? The lighter the words, the more heart-wrenching they sound. Charlie understood, of course. He didn't say anything, but his expression clearly darkened. He immediately turned to walk out, saying only, "Go to the finance department for money." Russell was taken aback and hurried to follow. "Master, how much?" Charlie didn't look back, throwing out a number as he opened the door. 50,000 galleons. 50,000? I was right next to Russell and saw him almost trip over his own feet. That number completely stunned him. 50,000 galleons was basically emptying all the liquid assets of the entire factory. He trembled as he caught up, carefully asking, "Master, forgive my intrusion, but what do you need this money for?" By this time, we had reached the staircase outside the office. Charlie paused, leaning on the railing to look down. The busy little elves below all stopped their work when they saw him, looking up with admiration in their eyes, as if they were seeing a deity. Charlie smiled at them and waved, but the gesture was noticeably heavier than usual. Then he turned to look at the nervous Russell, and with a slight smirk, he smiled in a way that seemed harmless. "Wasn't Minister Fudge urging me to donate a while ago? Well, today I have some free time to deliver it personally." Upon hearing this, Russell quickly pulled out his little notebook and frantically flipped through it, panicking. But didn't you promise him 25,000 galleons before?" I tell you, the hall of the British Ministry of Magic is always bustling like a marketplace, with people coming and going, everyone in a hurry. But amidst this chaos, there is one figure that stands out like a crane among chickens, or rather, like a toad among swans. Dolores Umbridge. This woman, dressed in a full outfit of deathly Barbie pink, with her little short arms crossed, looked like a mother penguin surveying her territory, squinting her eyes. Her face plastered with a smug smile that screamed, "I'm the one in power." She loved watching others rush around, while she leisurely played the overseer, deriving a perverse pleasure from it. Just as she was lost in her self-indulgence, the elevator door opened with a ding. She instinctively glanced over, and her eyes, which were barely slits, suddenly widened, because stepping out was my Charlie. "Mr. Blake." Oh my gosh, that voice, sharp and greasy, with all the exaggerated twists and turns. Both Charlie and I immediately jolted, nearly sent away by that sound. I quickly turned my head, afraid I couldn't hold back my laughter. I saw that pink figure striding over with its little short legs, making a tap-tap-tap sound. The smile on its face as radiant, as if it had just seen its long-lost father. I noticed Charlie's fists tightening and then loosening. Finally, with an astonishing willpower, he managed to squeeze out a gentle smile. "Hello, Deputy Umbridge." Umbridge was taken aback, coming up to shake hands vigorously. "Oh my. A busy person like you actually remembers my name." Charlie calmly withdrew his hand, discreetly wiped it on his pants, then got straight to the point. "I'm here to see Minister Fudge. Could you please pass that along?" Umbridge immediately showed a troubled expression, starting to flatter her boss. "Oh, the minister is currently in a meeting. You know, he's extremely busy, blah, blah, blah," with a series of flattery. And finally, the truth emerges. "How about you tell me what you need, and I'll pass it on?" Charlie exchanged a glance with Russell, their eyes full of amusement at this fool. He pretended to think for a moment and nodded. "That works. I promised the minister I would donate a sum of money to the Ministry of Magic, and I intended to deliver it in person today. Since the minister is unavailable, let's leave it for another day." After saying that, he made it clear and decisive, turning around and heading for the elevator. This made that toad panic. His voice even changed pitch. Wait. Please wait a moment, Mr. Charlie." In the Minister of Magic's office, Fudge was humming a little tune, pretending to read documents. When he heard Umbridge announce that Mr. Black had arrived outside, he immediately sat up straight, tidied his appearance, and put on a dramatic act. As the door opened, Fudge stood up in surprise, as enthusiastic as an old friend he hadn't seen in years. Charlie, my friend, Charlie, also a master of acting, wore a truly sincere smile, and the two shook hands, looking like long-lost brothers. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Fudge began to clear the room. He pointed to Russell and said to Umbridge, "Deputy Umbridge, please take this. Mr. Black's house elf friend out for some tea." Umbridge's smile froze for a moment, but she still nodded and politely escorted Russell out. Once the door closed, Fudge could no longer contain himself, rubbing his hands together, his eyes squinting into slits. "Charlie, the badge from the Order of Merlin will be approved soon. And about that candy monopoly you mentioned last time, I can do that anytime." This old guy thought Charlie was there to urge him to do something. Instead, Charlie smiled slightly and waved his hand. "No rush on those, Minister Fudge." "Huh?" Fudge was taken aback, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Just as he was about to ask something, Charlie stood up directly. "Minister, let's take a look at the money first." As soon as he finished speaking, I saw Charlie slowly raise his hand, the ruby ring on his palm suddenly glowing. Ding! A gold galleon appeared out of thin air, falling to the ground with a crisp sound. Fudge was stunned. Then ding, ding, ding. Countless gold galleons poured out of Charlie's hand like a waterfall, crashing onto the floor, the sound transforming from a pleasant chime into a violent rain of gold. Fudge's mouth dropped wider and wider, completely dumbfounded. He looked up at the young man who was smiling and throwing money around, his pupils shaking, and in the end, the look in his eyes was as if he were gazing at a walking deity. This storm of gold coins continued for a long time, so long that when Fudge came back to his senses, his ankles were already buried under galleons. He tried to lift his feet, but his legs felt so weak he couldn't move at all. The entire office was terrifyingly quiet. Only Fudge's heavy breathing could be heard. Finally, Charlie spoke up, shaking his hand as if performing a magic trick, holding the last coin, smiling as he said, "In total, it's 50,000 galleons. You can count it slowly." 50,000 galleons? Fudge shot up from the sofa as if he had been electrocuted, his voice hoarse, repeatedly stammering, "But." Charlie's expression remained calm as he extended his finger and lightly flicked that coin. Buzz, a faint yet soul-stirring hum resonated, and Fudge instantly lost his voice, becoming completely mute. He slowly closed his eyes, savoring the mesmerizing sound of money. Charlie walked over, took his plump hand, and gently placed the still humming coin in his palm. Meanwhile, in the lobby of the Ministry of Magic, Russell was leisurely leaning against the wall, sipping hot tea, while Umbridge had long since been cast off somewhere. He waited quietly, occasionally glancing at the elevator, as if everything that had just happened upstairs had nothing to do with him. Just as my cup of tea was about to run out. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and that guy Charlie finally came out. My eyes lit up, and I quickly threw the cup into the trash can, taking 2 steps at a time to get closer. "Master, did you finish talking with Fudge?" I lowered my voice, feeling like a thief, and glanced around to make sure no one was paying attention to us. Charlie just made a sound of acknowledgement, smiling a bit awkwardly, and said, Goodness, his expression was off. Sure enough, the next second he became serious, bent down, looked straight at me, and said, "I might have to be away for a while." I was stunned at that moment and blurted out, "Going out again?" He nodded and didn't explain much. My heart sank, and my brows knitted together. Although I asked where he was going, I'd already guessed it was most likely the United States. Sure enough, I knew it, even though I had guessed it. My heart still gave a sudden lurch. Let me tell you, that feeling was just like being on a roller coaster at the highest point, about to plunge down. I was staring at him, not knowing what to say, and then he straightened up, patted my back, and started to explain his arrangements for after he has gone. I would be leaving with Andre, and this time it might take longer than before. He paused, saw my worried expression, and added, before I go, I'll call Ryan over. He'll temporarily take my place. If you need anything, just find him. Ryan? As soon as I heard that name, my head started to hurt. Isn't he the one in charge of the Muggle market as the main distributor? Mysterious and rarely seen, except when he comes to pick up goods. How could an outsider like him manage our home? Who would understand my family? I wanted to explode right then and there, questioning if this guy was even qualified. But I held back and said nothing because Charlie was already pushing me towards the TCP elevator, and I had to swallow all my doubts and complaints. A few days later, Charlie left just like that. I stood at the factory gate, watching the car drive further away, feeling empty inside. Behind me stood a man with black curly hair, arms crossed, squinting his eyes, also watching. That's right. It was Ryan. Once the factory gate closed, he slowly lowered his hands and spoke in a lazy voice, sounding like he just woke up. So, what I need to do next? I was facing away from him at the time, too lazy to even turn my head. Let me tell you, the tone I used when speaking to him was worlds apart from how I spoke to Charlie. There was nothing I needed to do. My voice was calm, carrying a polite distance of 18,000 miles. Since the master believes you are qualified, as his most loyal servant, I will of course support you unconditionally. I slowly turned around, raised my head to look at him, and said word by word, but I hope you also understand that managing a factory is not the same as selling candy, especially since this factory is filled with our little sprites. I made it very clear, not just anyone can be Charlie's. Charlie is great. He is our faith. He is irreplaceable. Do you understand what I mean? I was basically pointing my finger at him and saying he couldn't do it. And guess what? This guy not only didn't get angry, but instead, he smiled with a slight lift at the corners of his mouth. He scratched his curly hair and slowly said, It seems like we have a bit of a misunderstanding. But that's okay, because I agree with everything you said. Huh? I was completely stunned at that moment. I heard him continue in that lazy tone. Charlie is a great man, one of a kind. No one in the world can do what he does, and no one dares to do what he wants to do. At this point, there was actually a flash of sadness in his eyes that I couldn't understand, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Don't worry, he continued. My admiration for Charlie is no less than yours. I have a very clear understanding of my position. He paused, just give me a whole room. Let me take a nap and some food. Then, we can happily wait for Charlie to come back together. After all, with his name backing us, nothing bad can happen, right? Good grief. I had prepared a belly full of warnings and intimidation, and he completely caught me off guard. The new leader is all about non-interference. And he totally burned out my CPU. I stood there, carefully examining the guy in front of me named Ryan. I have to admit, it seems like I'm starting to like him a bit. This guy is easy to get along with. His respect for his master is genuine, not just for show. I finally nodded, a smile appearing on my face. Yes, if nothing goes wrong, we'll just wait for our master to come back. Meanwhile, the camera shifts to Charlie. He was driving that magical car, and Andre was sitting in the passenger seat, wide-eyed as if he had entered the Grandview Garden, touching everything and looking around. Amazing. He smacked his lips, filled with envy, wishing that the U.S. Congress was as open-minded. In America, you could never get such a flashy, magical car. Charlie glanced at him, not telling him that this also involved skirting the law in the UK. He smiled and changed the subject. Hasn't the American magical community become more open in recent years? This diversion immediately opened Andre's floodgates of conversation. He spread his hands and shrugged. Well, that openness is relative. The purists, the second Salem, those things are like thorns embedded in flesh. You can't pull them out. You can only trim them when they stick out, just to maintain some semblance. Wow, I didn't expect this guy to have such deep insights. Charlie then asked, Will it be very troublesome for me this time? Andre thought for a moment. A bit troublesome, but much better than for ordinary people. After all, you're here with me for business cooperation. The review won't take too long. However, the wand registration step is definitely unavoidable. As he spoke, a look of worry suddenly appeared on Andre's face, and he cautiously asked, Mr. Black, you're not just going for market research this time, are you? Upon hearing this, Charlie's lips curled into a smile, and he remained silent. That smile directly rendered Andre speechless. I tell you, the cold sweat on his forehead was pouring down, and he lowered his head, not daring to make a sound. The atmosphere in the car was incredibly awkward. Finally, Charlie broke the silence, his tone as relaxed as before. Don't worry. I'm still going to do business with you. How could I cause trouble? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly slammed the gas pedal to the floor. Virum, that feeling of being pushed back, instantly shattered all of Andre's thoughts he had just gathered. The speedometer's needle shot around in a half circle. Andre looked up sharply, staring at the scenery flying backward outside the window, his eyes as wide as saucers. His breath stopped. Right. Charlie was driving as if nothing was wrong. Turning his head. How do we get there? Andre clutched his heart, which was about to leap out, and shouted with all his might. The door. The key. Where is it? It seems to be in Liverpool. Andre was gasping for breath, unable to articulate clearly. We might need to slow down. Liverpool, not too far away. Charlie didn't hear the latter part of his sentence at all, casually pressed a button, and the car whooshed up, taking off into the distance. Soon, the car landed smoothly. When the door opened, Andre's face was as pale as a ghost. He staggered out and, after just a couple of steps, collapsed to the ground with a thud, then vomited in a dizzying manner. Charlie hurriedly got out of the car, patting his back while asking, "Are you okay?" Andre turned back, his eyes filled with resentment, which could almost turn into tangible blades. Just as he was about to say something, his face changed again, and he turned to vomit again. TSK. Charlie felt a bit embarrassed and pulled out his wand, casually casting a healing spell. As a result, Andre weakly stood up, leaning on Charlie, and said weakly, "It's no use. I only had a poached egg and 2 slices of toast this morning, and now I return it all to Mother Earth." After saying that, he dry heaved again. He shakily pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. "Mr. Black, I take back what I said earlier. Starting today, I need to add 2 more items to my blacklist. First, I will never ride in a car again. Second, I will never travel with you again." To show his remorse, Charlie had no choice but to find a small shop for Andre to recover. After eating and drinking enough, Andre's complexion finally regained some color. The two chatted for a while, and Andre said it was his first time in the UK, and Charlie said he would take him out to have some fun next time. After resting enough, the two twisted and turned, entering a dirty and dark alley. Why must the key be hidden in such a place? Charlie looked at a large rat running past the corner with disdain. "There's no way. We are terrified of muggles in our place." Andre stopped in front of a crumbling wall, pointing at a moss-covered stone. "That's it." Charlie nodded and reached out to shake hands with Andre. When Andre's hand touched the stone, a loud, buzzing sound echoed, and a powerful pulling force instantly yanked Charlie away. I tell you, it felt like a hook grabbed my belly button and yanked me forward violently. After a dizzying spin, my vision finally cleared. Charlie found himself sitting on a stool, facing a desk. Behind the desk, a blonde woman was writing something, dressed in what looked like customs uniform. Name: Charlie Black. What is your purpose in coming to America? Business exchange, market research. Charlie answered fluently. The woman looked up at him, asked a few questions, and finally asked him to hand over his wand for registration. The whole process didn't make things too difficult for him. It seemed to be out of respect for Andre. "Welcome to the American magical community." With that procedural greeting, Charlie stepped out of the small booth. Before him was a spacious and bright hall, much quieter than the British Ministry of Magic. Not far away, Andre was excitedly waving at him. "Over here, Mr. Black. Welcome to the American magical community." This welcome was much more sincere than the previous one. As soon as they stepped out of the Woolworth building, where the Magical Congress was located, Andre seemed to come alive, returning to his home, feeling refreshed and chattering away about the features of the American magical community. Charlie followed behind him, his eyes constantly scanning around. I tell you, he must have felt like I did at that moment, thinking this was too magical. The American magical community, the most conservative and resistant to muggles in the world. And yet, their heart, the Magical Congress, is so brazenly located on Broadway in New York, with a door number 2. This is a stark contrast to the British Ministry of Magic, which is hidden underground, accessed through telephone booths and toilets. The American magical community essentially promotes a kind of schizophrenia, verbally rejecting muggles while physically mingling with them. Wizards live in ordinary houses and walk on ordinary streets, just like regular people. Your neighbor might be a wizard, and the building you pass by every day could be a wizarding department store. Incredible, so interesting. While Charlie was lost in thought, Andre mentioned 2 places: the Ebendale Wizarding Department Store and Wizarding Broadway. Charlie immediately became interested. Andre explained that Ebendale was the largest wizarding department store in the U.S., and Wizarding Broadway was a place for wizards to perform stage plays and hold concerts. "Our idea," Andre excitedly said, "is to sell our candies in those places, especially that liqueur-filled ice plum candy." Just think about it. At a concert, who wouldn't want something exciting? Those little wizards would do anything for a thrill. The two continued to walk and chat. Charlie suddenly remembered to ask, "Where are we going?" "Huh?" Andre was taken aback. "Didn't I say? We're going to our company. Our boss is so excited to hear that you are coming." After saying that, Andre pulled Charlie into a secluded corner and vanished in the blink of an eye. Just as they arrived at the office building where their company is located, before Charlie could even steady himself, a big, pot-bellied man dressed in an eye-catching outfit came barreling out like a cannonball, grabbing Charlie's hand and shaking it vigorously. I suspected Charlie's arm was about to dislocate. "Mr. Blake, I didn't expect you to come in person." The fat man, who was Old Muller, was so excited that his face turned red, saliva flying everywhere. "I'm your loyal fan. I watched your speech video at Oxford University many times. That line candy is always for happiness is simply my life motto." Goodness. Old Muller was like a machine gun, rattling on endlessly from the strength of the company to personal worship, leaving Charlie almost overwhelmed. Fortunately, it got dark quickly. Charlie hurriedly found an excuse, saying he was a bit tired after just arriving in America, and politely declined Old Muller's enthusiastic invitation to dinner. "I tell you, this old man is quite down, but my brother Charlie has no time to accompany him for dinner. There's important business to attend to tonight." As soon as we got back to the hotel room, let me tell you, the gentle mask that Charlie had been wearing all day just vanished in an instant, and his face switched from sunshine to a Siberian cold front. He just sat down by the window in that trench coat, too lazy to even take off his clothes. Outside was the bright nightlife of New York, but he didn't even look at it, just sitting there quietly, tapping his fingers on a glass table, thump, 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 like a countdown to doom. When the clock on the wall struck midnight, his hand stopped tapping with a snap. The next second, he stood up, rubbed his index and middle fingers together, snapped, and vanished without a trace. Not even a shadow was left behind. When he reappeared, he was in a dirty, smelly alley in the Bronx. A few rats were having a party around a leftover box of fried noodles, and suddenly, a bright flash exploded in the middle of the alley, scaring the rats away with squeaks and chaos. As the light dispersed, Charlie walked out. He didn't pay any attention to the rats, heading straight for a shabby wall plastered with random flyers, closed his eyes, and pinched the corner of a supermarket promotional flyer. I tell you, it felt like someone yanked on my belly button with a hook. The world spun, and my soul left my body. When he opened his eyes again, he heard the ringing of a doorbell, and he was no longer in the alley, but inside a creepier shop. "Welcome to Katie's Magical Shop." Before Charlie could take in the bottles and jars around him, a booming voice that could rattle your skull rang out. He turned towards the sound, and let me tell you, my pupils shook. Behind the counter sat a 6'3", heavily made-up black man. The guy was holding an old-fashioned hookah, smoking while throwing flirtatious glances at Charlie, then licking his lips and saying in a voice that could squash flies, "I am Katie." Charlie fell silent. He quietly took out the little information note from his pocket, read it carefully again, confirming he was in the right place. Only then did he look up, expressionless, and said bluntly, "My friend said you have unregistered wands?" Katie raised an eyebrow, pulling the hookah away from his mouth. "Unregistered wands? That's rare stuff. What do you want that for?" Charlie's response was simply too cool. "Tonight, I'm going to kill a few people." As soon as those words were out, Katie's smiling face froze on the spot. He put down the hookah with a thud, the smile evaporating instantly, furrowing his brows to calculate if this deal was worth it. Charlie didn't rush him, wandering around the shop, and actually found some good stuff among the dusty bottles and jars. He picked up a green jar with a spiral horn soaking in it, wiped off the dust, and the label boldly read, "Unicorn horn." "You even have this?" Charlie shook the jar in surprise. Katie didn't even look up. "Private collection, not for sale, put it back." After a long while, Katie seemed to finally come to a realization, sighed, and put on that fake smile of a businessman. "Well, there are unregistered wands." Only then did Charlie shift his gaze back, raising his chin, signaling him to continue. 500 galleons. Katie quoted an exorbitant price right away, and seeing Charlie's lack of reaction, quickly added, "This isn't just the price of the wand. Selling it to you also carries risks. What if the Aurors find me here?" He chuckled, "You know what I mean?" "Of course." Charlie nodded calmly. "I've heard about your reputation." As he spoke, a ring on his hand flashed, and a heavy pouch of money appeared in his hand, which he casually tossed onto the counter. "This 500 galleons. I believe it will be worth it. I just love straightforward people like you." Katie smiled even brighter, bending down to pull out a crumpled paper box from under the counter, blowing off the dust, and opened the lid. Inside was a crooked, ridiculously ugly wand. Charlie looked at the wand, his brows knitting together. But there was no choice. He still reached out to pick it up, closed his eyes to feel it. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, his expression turning extremely grim. 500 galleons. I'm not expecting you to give me some dragon heartstring. A griffin mane would do. ISNT giant hair a bit excessive? This broken thing, is it just meant for companionship? Katie took a couple of steps back. Afraid Charlie would throw the wand at his face. There's nothing I can do. You know how strict the Ministry of Magic is. Charlie said nothing more, remained silent for a long time, and finally turned around to leave with the ugly wand. At the door, he paused, half-turned his head, looking at Katie with a lingering gaze. I hope your after-sales service can really make me feel it's worth it. After saying that, Charlie's figure vanished again. Next stop, Blind Pig Bar. I tell you, this Blind Pig Bar is an outlaw territory in New York's magical world, a gathering place for all sorts of people and desperate fugitives. The bar owner is a half-blood fairy named Fields, who is lounging on the couch, smugly smoking a cigar and admiring the criminal empire he has built. The bar is filled with smoke, and a skinny Latino wizard named Aquin is boasting while holding up a shriveled leg, spitting as he talks. That leg is the one he chopped off from Dab. You should have seen it. So many wizards were fighting, but only I managed to chop off his leg. He puffs out his chest, just like when I used the severing charm to take down those 3 muggles back in Arkansas. I dare say my severing charm is the best in this Blind Pig Bar. Fields listens to his subordinate bragging, shaking his head with a smile, taking a deep puff of his cigar, releasing a cloud of pink smoke, looking utterly blissful. He asked the guy next to him, why is this batch so strong? It's from Germany. No wonder it's top-notch German quality. Fields nods in satisfaction, about to take another puff. Boom! A loud bang shakes the entire bar. Fields, startled, inhales smoke into his lungs and coughs until tears come out. He looks up, cursing, and sees that Aquin, who was just boasting, has lost his head. There are still burn marks around his neck, but his body is still standing, holding that shriveled leg. The entire bar falls silent. Fields' cigar drops to the floor. In the next moment, he jumps up, furious, shouting, which damn bastard did this? Don't you know fighting ISNT allowed in the Blind Pig Bar? Everyone snaps to attention, looking around warily, many already pulling out their wands. So, didn't he just chop off a house elf's leg in this stinking place? A cold voice comes from the crowd. All eyes turn to a man sitting at a regular table, drinking his drink, holding an ugly wand with a wisp of lingering white smoke at its tip. Fields squints his eyes and tentatively asks, are you the owner of that house elf? No. Charlie puts down his drink, stands up, and leisurely pats his clothes. I'm his boss. Fields' heart sinks. Years of experience tell him that this man is definitely a tough character. He suppresses his anger and says, Aquin was in the wrong first, and now he is dead. I'll give you face. How about you leave now? Stop joking. Charlie laughs, and the smile makes Fields shudder. If I go back now, I want to be able to explain to my people. At the same time, I tell you, the Ministry of Magic is in an uproar. At the headquarters of the American Magical Congress in the Woolworth Building, the huge alarm bell, representing the threat level of the magical world, hasn't moved for a long time. A rookie Auror named Sarah Stewart, holding coffee, looks utterly disillusioned. She's an excellent graduate from Ilvermorny, yet for 3 months, she's been just organizing files and fetching coffee, with no chance to be a hero. She sighs in frustration, about to resign herself to returning to the office. Suddenly, a faint, awkward clicking sound comes from behind her. Sarah turns around sharply, her pupils shaking. That long dormant bell actually starts moving. It crosses the green safety zone, rising steadily, finally stopping at the intersection of blue high alert and yellow danger. Big case. Sarah screams internally. Before she can celebrate, a senior urgent voice comes from behind. Sarah Stewart. There's a large-scale wizard brawl near the Blind Pig Bar in the Bronx. Hurry, put down the coffee. Grab your wand. We have important work to do. With a crash, Sarah's coffee cup shatters. She feels like she's been injected with adrenaline, her face turning red. Excitedly pulling out her wand from her pocket and responding loudly, yes. As she rushes out, she screams internally, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. However, when the Aurors arrive at the scene with a pop, they're all dumbfounded. Whereas the large-scale brawl, in front of them is nothing but a raging sea of fire. The Blind Pig Bar is now just a crackling inferno. In the center of the fire stands only one person, Charlie. He is like a conductor, elegantly waving his wand, with a blazing fire as his orchestra, playing a deathly symphony. The ground is littered with corpses. Those once arrogant thugs now lie with twisted faces, eyes wide open in death. Fields, barely conscious, awakens from his haze, struggling to crawl toward the demonic figure, using his last bit of strength to ask, WH. Why? Charlie stops waving his wand, looks down at him, and softly says, because I want to. Seeing Field's confused expression, he kindly adds, just like my little friend Dab, you could just chop off his leg for fun. To you, you're stronger than him, so you can decide his life or death at will. Now, I'm stronger than you, so it's only natural that we switch places. Now, die in peace. As the words fall, Charlie lightly flicks his wand, and the flames around him instantly transform into hunting hounds, pouncing toward Fields. Outside the fire scene, the late-arriving Aurors stare at the hellish sight before them, all stunned. The high temperature distorts the air, separating the inside and outside into two worlds. They can only watch helplessly as the man stands alone in the center of the sea of fire. Those late-arriving Aurors, like they just connected to the internet, stand there dumbfounded. Let me tell you, the one in charge, named Tuster, clearly looked like an old hand, the quickest to react. His brow furrowed, he shouted stop, and with a flick of his wand, he shot a disarmament spell as thick as a baby's arm at our big brother. And guess what happened? Our big brother, Charlie, just glanced at them indifferently, with no change in his expression, as if to say, is that all you've got? The unfortunate guy named Fielders at his feet had already been reduced to a pile of charred remains by the hellhound, not even worth a second glance. Facing the incoming red light, our big brother lightly flicked his wrist, and lo and behold, a more powerful disarmament spell shot out from the tip of his wand, effortlessly neutralizing the attack. But that's not all. He turned around and, as if having a casual chat, cheerfully said to the Aurors, let me share a secret with you. It's best if your target doesn't notice you before you make a move next time. I tell you, this completely silenced the other side. Tuster immediately fell silent. He wasn't stupid. Everyone understood that just now. The one standing in the fire was not someone they could handle at all. Strong, really damn strong. For a moment, the hearts of those Aurors sank to the bottom, and the scene was terrifyingly quiet. Just when these seasoned veterans were too scared to move, a young girl named Sarah suddenly charged out from the back of the group and stood right at the front. Her little eyes were bright and sharp. She raised her wand and started giving our big brother a legal education. You have already committed a crime. Put down your wand and submit to arrest immediately. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Who understands family? That overflowing sense of justice even left our big brother momentarily stunned. He shook his head helplessly and said, sorry. Even though you say that, I can't just surrender. Saying this, he deliberately pointed his wand at the girl named Sarah. This scared Tuster so much that he almost wet himself. His pupils shrank as he screamed, Sarah, retreat now, while reaching out to pull her back. But that little girl was very stubborn. It was as if her heels had rooted into the ground, refusing to back down. She also raised her wand, confronting our big brother, mumbling incantations as if to motivate herself. I could see from a distance that the red light at the tip of her wand was getting brighter and more dazzling, clearly indicating that she was putting all her strength into it. Interesting. Our elder brother laughed. He also shook the wand in his hand, and to my surprise, that cheap wand he bought for 9 yuan with free shipping started to glow all over, and with a cracking sound, it broke apart. The elder brother looked down at it, clicked his tongue in disdain, and muttered to himself, all right, it seems I can't continue anymore. Just then, the little sister opposite had also charged her magic to the limit, and with all her strength, she shouted, disarm you. Damn, that red light was like a tsunami, rushing in with overwhelming momentum, extinguishing the surrounding flames with its force. Just as it was about to hit, our big brother suddenly pointed his wand at the ground and softly muttered a spell, fire shield. With a boom, black flames shot up into the sky, instantly sucking in all the surrounding flames and forming a circular black fire curtain that tightly protected him inside. At that moment, there was a crisp sound, and the broken wand in his hand completely shattered into 2 pieces. That terrifying disarmament spell slammed against the black fire curtain. And the result? Useless. It couldn't even thin out the firewall. Well, anyway, the matter was settled. Our big brother curled his lips, casually tossed the broken pieces aside, wiped his hands disdainfully, and then skillfully snapped his fingers. Snap! The firewall hadn't dispersed yet, and he had already vanished without a trace. It was all about how you couldn't do anything to him. The next day, in the Auror office, Tuster was as angry as a steam engine, slamming his palm on the table, pointing at the quail like Sarah and blasting. Just over 10 galleons in a month. What are you risking your life for? Do you know you almost died? If he were even a little more insane, he could have cast Avada Kedavra on you, and you would have been done for. Sarah still wanted to be stubborn. Is it that serious? Tuster was so angry he laughed. pulling out an evidence bag from his drawer and slapping the broken wand on the table. Is it not Sirius? Look, troll hair core. A monster that can cast that kind of magic with such a subpar item could easily kill us all if it wanted to. Of course, scolding aside, they still had to catch the culprit. Why? Let me tell you, this matter is not that simple. The bar owner who was burned to death was an ATM slave to several higher-ups. Now that their financial lifeline was cut off, those people were furious and eager to catch someone, right? As for our big brother, he hadn't taken this matter to heart at all. He teleported back to the hotel, collapsed onto the bed in a lazy manner, and slept soundly. He didn't wake up until 9:30 the next morning, changed into a clean outfit, and went to meet his partner, feeling refreshed. Goodness, the old man named Muller was like he had been given a shot of adrenaline as soon as he saw him, cheerfully inviting him into the office. When our big brother walked in, he saw Andre there too. On the table was a box of candy, the new product they were preparing to launch in the American market, boozy plum candy. Muller was so excited his face turned red, slapping the table again, causing the coffee to spill. Mr. Blake, this is the best candy I've ever tasted. Compared to this, those local American products are just industrial synthetic chemical garbage. This is a complete dimensional strike. Andre was nodding vigorously in agreement beside him. Faced with the two men's wild praise, our big brother calmly picked up his coffee, smiled slightly, and humbly replied, "Thank you for the affirmation. This is just the first product. I believe this is only the beginning of our collaboration." What a vision. What does vision mean? Muller and Andre exchanged glances, their eyes filled with ecstasy, and immediately began reporting the marketing plan. On the other side, Tuster followed the clue of the broken wand and found a shady shop called Katie's Magic Hut. The owner, Katie, was a heavily made-up, nearly 2-meter-tall, muscular man. Tuster didn't waste words. He entered and slapped the evidence bag containing the broken wand on the counter, getting straight to the point. "Do you recognize this?" Katie's heart sank. Of course, he remembered the strange customer from a few days ago, but he pretended to be clueless on the surface. However, he couldn't escape this matter. He had to admit he sold it. When asked what the buyer was like, he said the person was masked and sounded like an old man, but it could have been a disguise. After hearing this, Tuster clicked his tongue and directly attempted to arrest him. "Since you sold the item, you need to come with me." Katie was stunned and wanted to mention his backer, Officer Mbappe. However, Tuster looked at him disdainfully. "With such a big deal, do you think Mbappe is useful?" The order came directly from the Parliament. Anyone involved must be caught. Katie's face turned purple, and after a long time, he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. "Can I ask a question?" "Go ahead. When the time comes, are you planning to put me in a men's prison or a women's prison?" I have to tell you, I was. Tuss was also stunned, looking at the strong man with a face that said, "What is wrong with you?" Without wasting any time, he took out his wand and bound him. Katie, being tied up, muttered with her head down, "You definitely can't understand the tragedy in the hearts of us transgender people." Tuss sneered, "Yes, we don't need to understand." He was about to go grab him. Just then, Katie suddenly looked up. Her eyes were off. In the next second, her veins bulged. Her hair grew wildly, and her whole body inflated like a balloon. With a howl, she transformed into a giant brown bear over 2 meters tall. With a slap, the magical bindings were instantly broken. That bear paw, as big as a fan, swiped towards Tusk's face with a whoosh. Goodness, it was a catastrophe. Tusk barely managed to dodge. The counter was smashed in half, and his shirt was ripped apart at the chest. It was only then that he realized Katie was actually a high-level animagus. Now he had really kicked a steel plate. What followed was a fierce battle, turning the entire little shop into ruins. When everything calmed down, Katie transformed back into human form, covered in bruises, holding the unconscious Tusk. She casually threw Tusk aside, looked around at her wrecked shop, her face twisted in pain, and sighed, "Sigh, this business is just a huge loss. It seems I can't stay in the American magical world any longer." This guy is also quite a noticeable character. I told you, watching a magical Broadway show, he was as excited as a child, standing up and clapping, his hands almost falling apart, his face red like a monkey's backside. Then, as we watched, this guy suddenly became emo and started reminiscing with me. Goodness, I just found out he is actually a squib, born into a wizarding family, but not having any magical ability at all. His parents are experts studying fire dragons, but he didn't inherit any magical talent. How tragic is that? He said that when he was young, he felt like he was living in hell, while his friends at 11 or 12 were already receiving their acceptance letters from Ilvermorny, which is like the American Hogwarts, and he was the only one stuck in a muggle school. During that time, he was so miserable, hiding in corners and crying, feeling like the whole world owed him something. It wasn't until his parents took him to see his first magical play that he found his spiritual solace. He said sitting in the audience, watching the actors perform magic on stage, at that moment he felt like he had become the main character, as if all the magic was coming from him. From then on, he became completely obsessed with it, no longer resenting his squib identity, and instead thrived in the Muggle world. He said, "You see, even a squib can do meaningful things." Honestly, his words really moved me, and I ended up not paying much attention to the rest of the show, just thinking about his situation. After the performance, there was thunderous applause, and old Mr. Emler was the most excited one. Once the show ended, we followed the crowd through a rickety wooden door and suddenly found ourselves back in a small alley. Guess what happened next? Before we could even steady ourselves, two guys in trench coats blocked our way. The guy in the lead was wearing sunglasses, looking super cool, and he came up and asked, "Mr. Charlie Black?" I exchanged a bewildered glance with Muller. I nodded and said, "That's me. Who are you?" Without saying a word, the guy pulled out an ID from his pocket and flashed it. Magical Congress, Major Crimes Investigation Division, or Delano. The woman next to him, wow. ISNT that the girl I saw at the bar yesterday, Sierra. She also took out a document and, with a serious expression, said to me, "We suspect you are related to a serious case. Please come with us and cooperate with the investigation." I still hadn't reacted when the old man Muller next to me suddenly exploded. He jumped in front of me in one stride, like a protective hen, and shouted at the two Aurors, "What are you joking about? Mr. Black is my esteemed guest. He just arrived in America yesterday. I warn you, get lost quickly, or I'll send my complaint straight to your director's desk." The aura he exuded was completely different from the cheerful old man just moments ago. It was as if he had turned into a different person, his beard trembling with anger. The girl named Sarah was quite tough, expressionless as she said, "Sir, please step aside, or I will have to charge you with obstructing official duties." Before she could finish, the old hand next to her, named Delano, pressed her down. That guy immediately took off his sunglasses and put on a smiling face, addressing Muller politely. "Oh, Mr. Muller, sorry. This child is new and doesn't know how to speak. Rest assured, we are just conducting a routine investigation and absolutely won't make things difficult for your guest. Please help us out a bit, all right?" You see, he spoke so smoothly. Muller still had a frown on his face, so I stepped out from behind him. I thought to myself, it's better to avoid trouble. There is no benefit in going against the officials. So I patted Muller on the back and said, "It's fine. Let's cooperate with the investigation. It's the right thing to do. Don't make it hard for those working." As soon as I said that, the two Aurors visibly relaxed. Especially that Selah. His gaze softened considerably when he looked at me. That Delano even nodded and thanked me for my cooperation with a bow. Obviously, they were worried about things escalating. In the American magical community, the wealthiest merchants are the real big shots. If these Aurors forcibly took me away, Muller's complaint letter the next day would get them packing. Seeing my resolute attitude, Muller didn't say much, but before leaving, he shot Delano a look like a knife, making it clear, "If a single hair on my head is harmed, you'll regret it." Delano quickly assured me it was just a routine inquiry, a formality. Then he asked me to hand over my wand for temporary safekeeping. This was all standard procedure. I had deliberately not put my wand in my ring to avoid the situation. I pulled my wand out from my coat and handed it over. The guy weighed it in his hand and kept praising it. What a fine wand. Master Ollivander's work, right? Truly a wand that chooses its wizard. After some mutual flattery, Selah came over and grabbed my arm. The two of them recited a spell, and with a flash, we disappeared from the alley. Only old man Muller was left behind, shaking his head, and he returned to his cheerful demeanor, walking slowly with his hands behind his back, muttering, "Remarkable, magic is truly a wondrous thing." The scene shifted, and I found myself in an interrogation room. I have to say, it was quite novel. Thanks to Muller's influence, they didn't even put handcuffs on me. It was just a dark little room, a table, and a shabby desk lamp shining on me. Across from me sat a big guy, built like a wall, a black Auror responsible for interrogating me. He held my file and asked without looking up, "Charlie Black?" I said, "It's me. Do you know why I brought you here?" I shrugged my shoulders and said, "I don't know. Your colleague just arrested me without saying anything." Then this guy started his performance, listing my alleged crimes: using weapons of mass destruction magic, possessing an unregistered wand, murder, and seriously endangering the order of the magical community. Goodness, he listed a dozen charges in one breath, and after finishing, he slammed the file down on the table. "You, my friend, have committed all the major crimes in the American magical community." It made me laugh, and I shook my head, saying, "Sir, you can't just throw labels on me. I'm just an ordinary businessman here to talk business." He also laughed, but it was a cold laugh. Ordinary businessman, founder of the House Elf Liberation Front, leader of a third-party force in the Second Wizarding War. And you call that ordinary? You have enough capability to take down 40 dark wizards in a short time. His gaze sharpened suddenly, and he continued, moreover, your house elves just had an incident at the Blind Pig Bar a few days ago, and you arrived in America right after that. Your motive is quite sufficient. The most critical part is that on the night of the incident, you were alone in the hotel, and no one can prove what you were doing. With his logic neatly wrapped up, he almost applauded himself, leaning back in his chair, spreading his hands, and asking me, motive, time of the crime, capability to commit the crime. You're right on all counts. What else is there to say? I just kept smiling and watching him, and after he finished speaking, I slowly asked 2 words. Where's the evidence? I'll tell you. Just those 2 words made him go silent. All of this is speculation, with no concrete evidence at all. Then it turned into a tug of war. We stayed up from the night until the next day. When the light in the interrogation room was turned off, that guy had dark circles under his eyes, looking exhausted, pinching the bridge of his nose and asking me, are you really not going to say a single word? My neck was stiff, and after moving it, I still said the same thing. I don't know what you're talking about. This sentence became the last straw that broke the camel's back. With a bang, he slammed the table and jumped up from his chair, his chest heaving violently, fists cracking, veins bulging. To be honest, at that moment, I was actually hoping he would make a move so I could countersue him into bankruptcy. Unfortunately, he held back. After catching his breath for a while, he pointed at me and coldly dropped a harsh remark. It's useless to keep arguing. I'll apply to the higher-ups for the use of legitimacy on you. After saying that, he slammed the door shut. Wow. He dropped a harsh line and then ran off. Really playing the extreme tension card, huh? But let me tell you, I was as steady as an old dog inside. Why? Because I had already set this big chess game in motion, and now I was just waiting for my pieces to move. Whether it was old Muller from the U side, or Fudge from the British Ministry of Magic, or even my backup plan, Ryan, none of them would let me stay here for too long. Sure enough, just when I was leisurely closing my eyes and resting, my old buddy Muller was getting anxious. He and T slept all night, and his eyes were almost dropping to the floor. Meanwhile, Andre was pacing around the office like an ant on a hot pan, frantic. All the congressmen he contacted were useless as soon as they heard it was about me. They all said they couldn't afford to get involved. Finally, Muller slapped his thigh and exclaimed, got it. Go to the UK. Hurry. Go to my factory and find that. That. What is his name? Russell. Andre quickly reminded him. Yes. Whoever it is. You must deliver the message to me. Andre still looked confused, asking if this would work, boss. He was met with a loud shout from the old man. What do you know? Hurry up. Andre was a straightforward guy, and after receiving the order, it seemed like he opened a portal, crossing half the globe, and directly appeared at the dormitory entrance of my factory in the UK. At that time, my Muggle World agent, Ryan, was sleeping soundly, drooling on his pillow, when suddenly there was a loud banging on the door as if it was about to be demolished. When the door opened, Russell's face was almost squeezed into a ball with anxiety, and behind him was a panting Andre. Big trouble. Ryan, the boss has been captured by those arrogant Americans. Ryan, who usually looked quite disheveled, like a sleep-deprived IT guy, was actually sharp-minded. Upon hearing this, and seeing Andre beside him, he instantly understood. All the words I'd said to him before I left suddenly clicked into place. At that moment, the only 2 words in his mind were, return to position. His entire aura changed, the lethargy vanished, and his gaze became piercing. Let us go. To the Ministry of Magic. Then, the 3 of them charged like a Special Forces team straight to the British Ministry of Magic. But guess what? At the entrance of the minister's office, they were stopped by a pink humanoid toad. That is Umbridge. Who understands this, folks? Does this lady not work? How come I run into her every time I come? Ryan still wanted to play some tricks, hinting that they were there to discuss donation details. But she responded with a rather peculiar logic, bluntly saying, haven't all the funds been donated already? This left Ryan speechless. If I had seen this scene, I would have definitely given her the annual Best Bad Ally Award. Russell beside him was so angry that his hands were shaking, nearly reaching for his wand. Ryan, no longer wanting to waste time, directly said, sorry, but, and grabbed the wand from Andre's waist. With a swish, Andre fell to the ground unconscious. Wow, that pink puffball just thudded down. Andre's face turned pale, dude. You knocked out a ministry official with my wand. Do you know how troublesome it will be for me to clear this up when I go back? Ryan ignored him, kicked the toad aside, and with a creak, pushed open the door. Facing the 2 old men inside, he got straight to the point. Mr. Fudge. Charlie Black, we need your help. You wouldn't believe the look on Fudge's face. It changed faster than a Sichuan opera face change, immediately squeezing out a smile. Saying, of course, just tell me what you need. Sitting beside him, Crouch was holding a cup of tea with an expression of I see through everything. Watching the show, just as my backup in the UK was already in motion, the door to the interrogation room on my side opened again. This time, it wasn't that black guy. It was a female Auror, quite impressive, bringing me a meal from McDonald's. Oh, how thoughtful, knowing I was hungry. She curiously asked why a billionaire like me would bother to take matters into my own hands and deal with a few small fries instead of just hiring someone. I told you, I was munching on a hamburger at the time, and when she finished asking, I leaned in close to her ear and whispered in a tone that was infuriating, because this matter really wasn't done by me. Goodness. Her little face turned into a pufferfish, and with a bang, she slammed the door and left, not even helping me take out the trash. On the other side, that black guy, Alder Stud, was still stubbornly arguing in his director's office. He insisted on applying to use mind reading on me. But his director was a seasoned veteran and flat out refused. No way. Absolutely not. Do you know how big of a deal this is? If he really is innocent, we both have to pack up and leave. Stud is also a stubborn one. He actually asked, what if I accidentally used it on him privately? I have to say, that director's acting skills are so good that it's a waste not to go to Hollywood. Suddenly he bursts into rage, pointing at him and yelling, get lost. I will never approve this. Don't ever come to me again. Then he pushes him out the door and slams it shut. Family, what do you call this? This is what we call saying no with my mouth, but my body is very honest. That guy, Stu Dev, stood at the door, stunned for a moment, and instantly understood that the director was giving him the green light, but he had to bear the consequences himself. He didn't hesitate, shot a fierce look, and turned to leave. When I woke up again, I felt completely relaxed, and I had caught up on the sleep I missed last night. I stood up and stretched. The armrest of this interrogation chair is really just a decoration. To be honest, I was never panicked from the beginning to the end. The situation in the UK was just a safety net. To put simply, why did I come to America? I came to invest, to be a money god. These big shots from the American magical business community are lining up to cooperate with me, and yet their official agency detained me? Isn't that just slapping their own benefactor in the face? So it's just a matter of time before they let me go. Let me tell you, those capitalists don't mess around with you. All that talk about major cases and suspects is just nonsense in their eyes. The only thing that really matters to them is making money. If this situation affects their future business deals, don't think that a small Auror can do anything. Even a member of parliament would be dealt with in no time. So now, it all depends on how tough those high-ranking officials in the magical parliament are and how long they can hold out. I'm wandering around in this interrogation room, just like strolling in my own backyard. Well, the door opened, and that guy named Stud, the black fellow, came back. This time he wasn't alone. He had a shifty-eyed guy with him. The man was all dirty, looking sickly, and trembling all over, clearly not a decent person. I thought to myself, is this his sales champion friend? The two of them came in and started whispering, completely ignoring me. The newcomer seemed really nervous and asked Stud, are you sure? Stud shot him a glare and said, stop talking. You just need to go in, use the soul extraction technique, and tell me what you see, and I'll let you go. As soon as the guy heard this, his eyes lit up, and he immediately nodded and bowed, saying no problem. I later found out that these two were acting on their own. That old leader of his, the director of the Major Crimes Investigation Division, was almost going crazy in his office. The old man originally wanted to do a favor by letting stuff walk through the motions for a promotion and a raise. But this guy insisted on being a lone hero and went off to carve his own path. The old man was so angry that he threw his pen and yelled, you reckless fool. While the gods are fighting above, what business do you and Ant have in this chaos? Just as the old man was furiously powerless, the phone on his desk rang. When he answered, I tell you, his face turned pale instantly, and he jumped up from his chair as if he had been electrocuted, nodding vigorously at the phone. Yes, I understand. Mr. Speaker. After hanging up, the old man dashed out of the office like a rabbit, shouting about an emergency and rushing to gather people. The scene cuts back to me. Stuff and his top-selling friend were still there, completely oblivious, preparing as if nothing was wrong. They thought that since they had confiscated my wand, I was just like a muggle. Family, who understands? The understanding of the American magical community is so outdated. It's like sitting in a well and watching the sky. I almost felt sorry for him and kindly advised him, dude, do you know what you're doing? Even if you really uncover the truth, it has nothing to do with me. Do you believe it? Studev fell silent for a moment, then stubbornly said, I am upholding the justice that an Auror should have. Great, I guess he's just an idealistic fool. Fine. Since reason doesn't work, I guess I have to teach you a lesson. I told him, let me teach you a principle. No matter what you pursue, you need capital. Money, power, these are the entry tickets. You have nothing, not even the qualification to obtain the truth. As soon as I finished speaking, the scruffy wizard had already raised his wand, ready to cast a spell. I moved. I tell you, I didn't even use a wand. I calmly rolled up my sleeves, raised my arm, and a red light instantly gathered in my palm, forming a chain. Disarm you. Whoosh! That broken wand spun in the air and landed steadily in my hand. When it comes to wandless magic, I can only say I am far ahead. The entire place fell silent instantly. Those two were so shocked they looked like they had seen a ghost, just standing there. Studev trembled all over, instinctively pulled out his wand and pointed it at me, but the cold sweat on his forehead and his shaking hand had already betrayed him. His voice trembled. Why you? How did you do that? I looked disdainfully at the dirty wand in my hand and continued to preach. So I say, when you don't even have the most basic ticket to enter, yet you dare to stand in front of an enemy you know nothing about, shouting for truth and justice. Don't you find that ridiculous? Just then, with a loud bang, the interrogation room door was kicked open. His old superior stormed in with a group of aurors, roaring, "Stewart, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up and give me." But as soon as he looked up, he saw me standing there just fine, while his two subordinates were already lying motionless on the ground. His curse got stuck in his throat, and his expression was priceless. I calmly told him, "Don't worry. It's just a coma curse. He won't die. He'll wake up by himself in a few hours." After saying that, I leisurely rolled down my sleeves, walked over to the old man, patted him on the shoulder, and softly said, "Excuse me, coming through." Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd of aurors, I stepped out of the interrogation room as if nothing had happened. As soon as I was out the door, the old man's attitude did a complete 180, following me closely like a lapdog, half a step behind, with a flattering smile on his face. "Mr. Charlie, I'm really sorry. I had no idea this would happen." I squinted my eyes, ignoring his apology, and directly asked, "What punishment will that Studev receive?" The old man perked up immediately and rattled off a list of charges like a menu. Collusion with dark wizards, unauthorized use of memory charms, ignoring orders from superiors, abuse of power. I planned to dismiss him first, then lock him up. After saying that, he cautiously stole a glance at my expression and added, "Perhaps you think it should be handled differently?" I raised an eyebrow, neither indicating a punishment nor offering forgiveness, and simply shook my head in exasperation. To him, a character like Studev was as insignificant as crushing an ant, and I couldn't muster any interest. The old man, seeing my reaction, immediately understood and whispered, "All right, Mr. Blake, I get it." Then, he escorted me all the way to the top-level conference room of a magical parliament. Good heavens, before I entered, it was like a marketplace in there, with 12 members bickering loudly, nearly ready to go head-to-head. The chairperson, a man named Antonio, remained calm as a rock, keeping his head down and focused on his teacup throughout. These so-called members of parliament were, to put it bluntly, mere mouthpieces for various capital conglomerates. The meeting wasn't about discussing right or wrong, but clearly about dividing the spoils. As soon as I was invited in, the entire room fell silent. Antonio then lifted his head and slowly said, "All right, everyone sit down. Don't let the British wizard be the subject of jokes." The following discussions were astonishingly quick. Everyone was smart, and many things didn't need to be said explicitly. They wanted to make up for some losses with me, and I was also happy to build a good relationship with the local government. In this back and forth, the interests were quickly divided. As for the case involving over 40 lives, that was the work of a vicious dark wizard who was shot dead on the spot by our brave aurors during a fierce resistance. I believe it won't be long before the newspapers headline it this way. See, isn't this a win-win situation? Half an hour later, Chairman Antonio personally escorted me to the entrance of the magical parliament building, wrapping his arm around my shoulder and shaking my hand, like long-lost brothers. He smiled and said, "Look, old Muller can't wait to come and pick you up. I hope you have a great time here. And don't let this little incident give you a bad impression of us." I sincerely replied, "Of course not. It's precisely because you are so strict that the American magical community can be so peaceful and stable. Our acting could earn us each an Oscar." After bidding farewell to Antonio, old Muller cheerfully came up to me, pulling me up and down to inspect me, showing great concern. "So, those aurors didn't treat you badly, right?" I smiled and said, "Of course not. Everything is fine. It has already been confirmed as a misunderstanding." Old Muller was even happier to hear this and said, "Great. Let's not talk about unhappy things. Tonight, we have prepared a banquet for you to welcome you. Have fun." I raised an eyebrow. "We?" He immediately nodded. "Yes, we. Some of my friends have been eager to meet you. I am well aware that this is not a welcome banquet, but rather a large investors' meeting. The party that night was held at Mueller's luxurious villa, and I undoubtedly became the center of attention. Everyone there were prominent, wealthy figures from the American magical community, each holding a wine glass, accompanied by their partners, lining up to chat with me. By the end of the banquet, I had collected more than a dozen business cards, all from industry leaders. It was late, and old Mueller enthusiastically invited me to stay over. When I returned to the guest room he had prepared, I finally relaxed. My brain, which had been operating at high intensity for the past couple of days, could finally take a break. I took off my clothes, took a shower, and collapsed onto the soft big bed. Looking at the exquisite ceiling reliefs, one thought crossed my mind. It's over. Everything is over. The next moment, I closed my eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, far away in England at my factory, Russell and Ryan were climbing to the highest roof of the factory together. And guess what? These two big guys, instead of sleeping in the middle of the night, ended up putting on a midnight emotional drama on the rooftop. Let me tell you, at that time Russell was filled with guilt, his big ears drooping, and he was frantically apologizing to my brother Ryan. He said he shouldn't have had any resistance, shouldn't have thought that Ryan was there to seize power. That was his own arrogance and narrow-mindedness. Goodness, he looked so pitiful, like a 200-pound child. And Ryan? He was just lazily leaning back, lighting a cigarette, exuding a sense of nonchalance. He said to my little sprite butler, "Brother, you're overthinking it. You managed the factory quite well. Nothing went wrong. Today, this matter wasn't even in your realm to handle. Otherwise, why would my boss have called me here?" He flicked off some ash and added, "Also, I agree with your point. Charlie Black, that is my brother, is indeed irreplaceable." Oh, let me tell you, just this one sentence completely broke Russell's defenses. His big ears perked up. He was so excited he almost gave Ryan a good guy card on the spot, bouncing around, overjoyed. Once their little business flattery ended, Russell rubbed his hands together and cautiously asked a question that had some weight to it. He stared at Ryan and asked very seriously, "Actually, R&T called Ryan, right?" Damn, the atmosphere instantly froze at that moment. I could almost imagine Ryan's hand shaking as he held the cigarette. That kid Russell probably sneaked a peek at the Black family tree and had been suspecting it all along. He was just waiting for an official confirmation. Ryan was silent for a long time, and just when Russell thought he had misspoken and was about to laugh it off, he nodded. Yes, just that one word. And then he casually uttered a name. Regulus Black. Goodness, I couldn't help but exclaim. Who understands this, family? My legendary younger brother, who died young for his ideals. Regulus. He's actually still alive. This amount of information nearly burned out my CPU. Ryan, no, I should call him Regulus now, looked at Russell's shocked expression and even smiled, saying, "That's right, I'm not dead." He pressed the cigarette but against the ceiling, stood up, stretched, and said, "I've kept this secret for over 10 years, besides Charlie. You're the third person to know." Why did he tell Russell? Let me tell you, my brother's move here is all about trust. He said he believes that even if the whole world betrays me, Russell will definitely be the last person to stand by my side. Plus, he must have been bursting to share it. After all, it's been 10 years. Finding someone to confide in is perfectly normal. After that night, Russell looked at Ryan differently. His favorability skyrocketed, directly pushing Harry Potter down the rankings in my heart. Switching the scene back to me. My trip in the U.S. went smoothly as well, wrapping up all the contracts in just 10 days. Just as I was about to slip away with the door key, that auror named Sarah caught up with me. This girl changed into sportswear, looking like she was off work, and still had the nerve to ask me about that spell. Could I tell her? Absolutely not. I shot her a mysterious smile. Next time, when I'm on my turf, I'll answer that sensitive question. After saying that, I grabbed the door key and disappeared in a flash, leaving her there stomping her feet in frustration. The more interesting part came afterward. As soon as I left, Sarah threw a resignation letter right in her supervisor's face. Her supervisor was stunned, still wanting to use her family connections to climb up, but the young lady decided to end her life experience and quit. Her dad, that invisible big shot in the American magical world, was waiting for her outside in the car. As soon as she got in, he said, "Enough fun? If you're done, come home to inherit the family business. First become a professor at Ilvermorny, then a few years later, become the headmaster." Listen to this straightforward arrangement. So, guess what Sarah said? She was silent for a while, then suddenly blurted out, "I want to go to the British magical world." Screech. Her dad slammed on the brakes, nearly crushing the steering wheel. Family. ISNT this, just a classic if you love him. Go to his city script. It feels like this is aimed at me. Enough about her. As soon as I returned to the factory, I had a heartfelt brotherly moment with Ryan. Oh no, Regulus. I went in for a big bear hug and said, "Thanks, brother. You helped me a lot again. How should I repay you?" I was just moved to tears, and then this guy whispered in my ear, Actually, I've had my eye on your car for a long time. My face immediately fell, and I pushed him away, watching him warily. I knew it. I told you. No way for the car. The little boat of friendship can capsize at any time. It's ridiculous. After sending off my troublesome little brother, I took Russell back to the office. Looking at the spotless desk, I felt quite warm inside. That Regulus kid talks casually, but he knows what he's doing. Come on, Russell, report on your work. I leaned back in my chair. Russell immediately took out his little notebook and reported in a rapid-fire manner. Like listing dishes. There were significant breakthroughs in the research on snow lemon candy. The Duke of Honey agreed to give us independent shelf space. In short, everything is moving in a positive direction. Just then, he paused and handed over a letter. By the way, sir, Professor Dumbledore sent you a letter. I took a look at it, and the Phoenix wax seal is unmistakable. Russell said he had already replied, explaining that I was not in. And Dumbledore also replied, saying there was no rush, and I could come back to check it later. Look how pleased Russell is. He probably wants to frame that reply. I opened the letter. The content wasn't long, and I finished reading it in just a glance. After reading it, I immediately had a clear idea in my mind. I looked up and directly asked Russell, how's the batch of black technology we've been researching, the automatic candy vending machine, coming along? Russell's eyes lit up, and he quickly flipped through his notebook. It's already completed. We bombarded it with high-intensity magic for 10 minutes, and there were no issues at all. It can be put into use. Great. I stood up right away and said, let's go. Take me to see it. If it's really that impressive, we can start the first batch deployment at Hogwarts before long. We were talking as we walked toward the research base, when suddenly, we heard some commotion not far away. A hoarse voice was saying, yes, take it slow. Don't rush. As soon as I heard it, isn't that Chaff-Cha? One of my earliest employees, Dabu's dad. Immediately after, there was a child's voice. Don't worry. I feel like I've already adapted. I was taken aback and turned to Russell. Is it Dab? He can get out of bed? Russell nodded eagerly, saying that Dab's physical condition was surprisingly good, and that after just over 10 days, he was already able to start walking with the help of a prosthetic limb. I have to tell you, that scene really touched me. I turned down the small path and saw Chaff-Cha carefully supporting his son, Dabu. That kid had been injured so badly before, losing one of his legs. And now he was actually learning to walk step by step with a wooden prosthetic leg. His forehead was covered in sweat, but his eyes were bright like stars, showing no signs of despair at all. I stood there, watching the shadows of the father and son under the sunlight, feeling a mix of emotions. Russell, that clever kid, noticed I was team moving and quietly kicked a small stone over. The stone rolled to Dab's feet. Dab was momentarily taken aback, instinctively looked up, and followed the direction from which the stone had come. In an instant, Charlie and Russell came into his view. The expression on that kid's face, I tell you, was unbelievable. From initial confusion to surprise. And finally, that surprise suddenly transformed into unabashed joy, his eyes shining like two little suns. He shouted at the top of his lungs, Mr. Blake! I turned around and saw that kid Charlie, smiling at us with an air of triumph. He strode over confidently and directly wrapped his arm around Dabu's shoulder, speaking in a tone so gentle it could make water drip. Hey buddy, how's the recovery going? Goodness. Dabu's face instantly turned red, as if he had seen his idol, completely excited. He stomped his new prosthetic leg proudly, saying, don't worry, boss. I'm almost getting the hang of this thing. It won't be long before I'm back to being a strong man. I looked at Charlie's expression. His eyes were red, but he held it in and patted Dabu, directly arranging the future work clearly. Once you are better, go be Russell's assistant, join the core department of the factory, and help him share the workload. This matter is settled. Let me tell you, Charlie is just like that. No matter how upset he is inside, he still carries everyone forward. He took a deep breath, and his eyes immediately pulled out of that kind of entanglement, transforming back into that decisive leader. He shook his head at Russell and said, let's go. That demeanor was just top-notch. The scene shifted to Hogwarts. Old Dumbledore was standing at the school gate, looking at the mountain of wooden boxes in front of him, his beard almost pointing to the sky. Immediately, a little elf wearing our factory uniform, named Dada, rushed out from behind the boxes and ran up to Dumbledore, excitedly extending his little hand. Dumbledore, being quite gracious, bent down to shake his hand. And the scene was just so heartwarming. Dada's little mouth was as sweet as honey. Principal, you are even more kind and amiable in person than in legends. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore laughed. Did Russell tell you this? Yes. My name is Dada. I am main person in charge of the candy vending machine project. Dada patted his little chest, feeling so proud. So this, Dumbledore pointed at the pile of boxes, his eyes shining, is the new toys sent by Charlie? That's right. Dada was so proud, quickly opening one of the boxes, revealing a brand new Snow White candy vending machine. Let me tell you, in that moment, Dumbledore's eyes lit up like a child's entering a toy store. He had lived for over a century. What hadn't he seen? But he was just utterly fascinated by these new gadgets from Charlie. The old man even started to calculate. I feel, with so many machines, can we spare one for my office? Who understands the family dynamics? He was just joking, but Dada took it seriously. The little elf seriously pulled out a long list from his pocket, filled with Charlie's handwritten placement locations, such as the Hufflepuff Lounge, the cafeteria entrance. And under the portrait of that strange old man, next to the potions classroom, all clearly arranged, Dada was mumbling, "Number 1 Hufflepuff, number 7 Slytherin." Uh-huh, found it. His eyes lit up as he handed the list to Dumbledore. Look, number 9, the principal's office. Mr. Charlie specially marked it with a red pen. Dumbledore took a glance and immediately laughed. Did he even need to think? This was his student paying respect to him. The old man was not polite at all. Having long been accustomed to Charlie's occasional gifts, he accepted this grand gift directly and asked Dada to pass a message, thanking Charlie for his kindness. However, Dada said he wouldn't be going back for the time being and would stay at the school to be responsible for the machine's debugging and later maintenance. Fine. Hogwarts was about to get lively. Sure enough, let me tell you, when the first machine started being installed in the Hufflepuff Lounge, the whole school exploded. The little badgers from Hufflepuff all surrounded it, not daring to breathe, their eyes wide open like copper bells, staring intently at Dada as he fiddled with it. They were afraid that even their breathing would disrupt the process. Poor old Filch was also dispatched to maintain order. He leaned against the door with his arms crossed, looking disdainful, probably cursing Charlie for stirring up trouble and wondering if there were a bunch of dead frogs hidden inside the machine. Just as he was lost in thought, Dada suddenly stood up, wiped his sweat, and grinned. All done. Debugging complete. Wow. In that moment, the cheer from the entire lounge almost lifted the roof off. Dada half-turned and slapped the restock button with a bang. Behind the glass, the originally empty shelf was instantly filled with colorful candies. Chocolates, fruit candies, ice plum candies. All the classic, hot-selling, and new varieties were all there. The scene was simply an offline version of electronic pickled vegetables, emphasizing a transformation from spiritual food to material food. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Filch instinctively widened his eyes. Dada waved his hand. Now it belongs to you. Boom. It erupted. A real riot. The little badgers from Hufflepuff went completely crazy, shouting and rushing forward. Let me be the first. I want licorice sticks. Chocolate. In that scene, the first person had just bought something and hadn't even seen what they had in their hands before being pushed out by the crowd. Only then did Filch realize his task, shouting, "Order. Pay attention to order. Do you want to write a reflection?" No use at all. Who was still afraid of him at this point? The law doesn't punish the crowd, you know? There were even a few mischievous ones who took advantage of the chaos to kick him hard in the backside and then instantly disappeared into the crowd, hiding their merit and fame. Dada was pushed to a safe zone, looking at the crazy scene before him, his fists clenched, muttering to himself, truly worthy of Mr. Charlie. On the other side, in the potions classroom, the atmosphere was not so cheerful. Ron was quietly complaining to Harry. I really don't understand why the first machine had to be placed in Hufflepuff. They are already close enough to the kitchen. Why do they get all the good things? Before he finished speaking, Draco, sitting on Harry's other side, sneered and started to mock. With that undeveloped little brain of yours, how could you possibly understand my uncle's thoughts? Whoa, now that lit the fire. Ron's eyebrows shot up. He first secretly glanced at Snape in the distance. Seeing he wasn't paying attention, he immediately retorted, "Humph. Don't think I don't know. Before class, you were standing at the door of the Hufflepuff Lounge, staring for ages." "I was not." Draco exploded immediately. "You were." The two of them went back and forth like fighting cocks, their necks turning red. Poor Harry was stuck in the middle, unable to interject a word, only able to sigh helplessly. They truly didn't realize that Snape's eagle-like eyes had long since locked onto them. The other little wizards in the classroom, swept by his gaze, were so scared they were like quails, but these three continued their antics. "Harry Potter." Sure enough, Snape spoke up, his voice so gloomy it could drip water. "Yes, Professor Snape." Harry shot up like he was pressed by a spring, looking completely bewildered. Ron and Draco also instantly shut up, sitting up straight. Snape walked a few steps to Harry, his gaze piercing right through him, making Harry feel uneasy. "It seems our Mr. Potter is a genius, thinking that what I teach is of no use to him, right?" Didn't he give Harry a chance to explain? "In that case, tell me, what should be added to the cauldron next? How to stir it?" This question was a fatal blow for Harry. who had been daydreaming the whole time. He could only grit his teeth and stammer, "Sorry, Professor. I don't know." Snape's mouth curled into a smirk. That expression said it all. "I knew it. Because of your foolishness, 5 points will be deducted from Slytherin. Now, stand here and listen carefully to how others answer." After saying this, he slapped Draco's desk, completely ignoring Hermione, who was raising her hand beside him. "Malfoy, tell your neighbor Potter what the answer is." Draco was as calm as ever, standing up and reciting the answer like reading from a textbook, the steps, details, and every bit without a hitch. After he finished speaking, a stiff smile unexpectedly appeared on Snape's eternally icy face. "Excellent. No mistakes at all. Slytherin gains 15 points. After adding the points, he turned back to look at Harry with a scrutinizing gaze. "Do you remember now, Potter?" "I remember," Harry replied softly, his face flushed. Only then did Snape allow him to sit down, and then turned to Draco, his attitude making a complete 180-degree turn, filled with praise. "You resemble your uncle. No, at least in potions, you are better than he was at that time. I tell you, just this one sentence directly burned Draco's CPU. His little chest puffed up, chin held high, and the smile at the corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed no matter what. When Draco sat down, Harry was incredibly envious and leaned over to whisper, "Draco, you're amazing. How did you remember all that?" Draco was in such a good mood that he flaunted, "This is basic stuff," while handing his potion notes to Harry. "Look, I even previewed the lesson before class. Professor Snape said I resemble my uncle." "Oomph. What's so great about that?" Ron, sitting next to them, was sulking, his lips almost pouting to the sky. He poked Hermione on the other side and said, "If Snape called on you, you can answer to, right?" Hermione first nodded, then shook her head, looking disheartened. "I could answer, but I can't do it as perfectly as Draco. I bet he's already started studying third-year content." As soon as she said this, Ron became even more frustrated and slumped over his desk in silence. As for Hermione, her fighting spirit was ignited, and in her heart, she had already made surpassing Draco her annual KPI. Soon, the class bell rang, and as soon as Professor Snape left, the classroom erupted. Students were chatting while packing their things, and the conversation never strayed far from the candy vending machine that had taken the school by storm. Listening to the discussions around her, Hermione couldn't help but purse her lips and suddenly complain to the person next to her, "Honestly, I don't think there's any benefit to eating so much candy." As the child of a dentist, Hermione was naturally uninterested in the candies that fascinated her peers. She didn't even understand what was so appealing about them. The so-called joy brought by sweets was merely a stimulation of the brain through dopamine secretion, giving you an exhilarating feeling inside. So why not exercise more? After all, it also releases dopamine, and exercise is good for your body. Hearing Hermione's astonishing remarks, Ron, who had been tidying up his things while dealing with the residue in his cauldron, suddenly stopped what he was doing. He turned his head and scrutinized Hermione from head to toe, as if he were looking at some kind of alien. When he had nearly scrutinized her to the point of annoyance, he finally withdrew his gaze and asked quietly, "You've never had Charlie's candies, have you?" Upon hearing this, Hermione paused for a moment, as if Ron had hit the nail on the head. But soon, she frowned and retorted with a hint of defiance. "What difference does it make? They're just candies." As soon as she said this, not only Ron, but even Draco, who was sitting 2 people away, sneered and then, unusually aligning with Ron, said, "Although Weasley's brain isn't the best, at least when it comes to eating, I'm sure he has no issues. You should know that Charlie's candies are not just any low-quality sweets that can be easily compared. In terms of taste and ingredients, my uncle's candies are definitely a notch above the rest." Hearing Draco support him, Ron grinned, feeling somewhat embarrassed at that moment. "I really didn't expect you to praise me," he replied shyly. "Praise you?" Draco raised an eyebrow, looking at Ron, whose face was turning slightly red, and felt a strange moral condemnation in his heart. "Perhaps I should be more accommodating to this Weasley kid in the future. Maybe his IQ is significantly lower than that of normal children," Draco thought to himself. Listening to the conversation between the three, even Harry subconsciously recalled the first time he met Mr. Charlie and the few pieces of hazelnut chocolate he had given him. He couldn't help but lick his lips. Honestly, in his memory, that was definitely the best thing he had ever eaten. Even after arriving at Hogwarts and tasting other unique and varied foods, the unique taste of that hazelnut chocolate remained irreplaceable in his memory, as if it were etched deep in his mind. Whenever he thought of it, a sweet sensation mixed with hazelnut aroma would spread in his mouth, leaving him longing for more. Draco and Ron were right. Mr. Black's candies were indeed top-notch. If you haven't tried them, that's truly unfortunate. Hermione's eyes widened slightly. "Frozen in place. She really hadn't expected that her current viewpoint would be met with united opposition from all three of them, and for a moment, she didn't know what else to say. Fortunately, the considerate Harry broke the awkwardness by saying with a smile, while putting the clean cauldron back in its place and gathering his books, actually, it doesn't matter. The candy vending machine has already been installed at Hogwarts. Maybe we can buy some to let you try this flavor. Trust me, once you take a bite, you'll definitely understand why we love Mr. Black's products so much. Hermione's eyes sparkled several times, as if she was pondering something. Soon after, she made a non-committal expression, but her tone was much softer than before, no longer as definitive. Okay, I think I'll give it a try, but you guys better not expect much from my attitude. Easier said than done. After leaving the classroom, the four of them walked down the corridor with their textbooks. Ron glanced at Harry and couldn't help but complain, there's only one vending machine, and it's in the Hufflepuff common room. The Hufflepuff students won't share with us. Indeed, those cunning badgers wouldn't tell us where their common room is. Even if we offer them more money to bring some candy out, they wouldn't do it. Draco, holding his potion, textbook, and notebook, subconsciously took this opportunity to chime in while flipping through the lesson content, his emotions rich and growing indignant as he spoke. They actually told me there are only so many candies. Even within Hufflepuff, there isn't enough, and they won't sell it to me, no matter how much I offer. Draco spoke with such sincerity and indignation that Harry couldn't help but glance at him. However, upon hearing his words, Ron's eyes suddenly lit up. Ron cheered unexpectedly, startling the other three with his loud voice. They instinctively turned to look at him. Looking at Ron, he was all excitement, bouncing up and down, gesturing with his hands like a monkey. Then he pointed at Draco as if he had solid evidence, shouting, "You still say you haven't looked for the Hufflepuff common room? You have. I knew it." In an instant, Draco felt a sharp throb in his temples, closing his book in frustration, wishing he could pull out his wand at that moment to show this red-haired gorilla a lesson. At the same time, he wished he could slap himself for just a moment before silently tossing the caring thought for the dim-witted back into the trash bin. "Weasley, I'm going to kill you." However, just as a cheerful atmosphere began to spread in the air, suddenly, a figure rushed out from behind the four, causing them, who were dancing with joy, to stumble. The person's speed was impressive. Even though he only brushed against Ron's shoulder, it was enough to make him wince in pain. Damn it, Ron thought angrily as he steadied himself in the corridor, just as he was about to look up and curse. The familiar flash of red on the figure's head made him freeze in place. It was none other than one of his twin brothers, Fred Weasley. At that moment, he was holding a bag full of candy, and, after sliding a few meters on the ground, he stopped and turned to look at Ron. Before Ron could react, another brother, George Weasley, caught up, also clutching a lot of candy in his arms. "You hurt me, Ron," Fred said, rubbing his shoulder with one hand and teasingly grinning at Ron. "Hey, did you just finish class, Ron?" George also stopped, panting, and greeted his little brother. Ignoring the pain from his shoulder, Ron's gaze was fixed on their bulging bags of candy, momentarily forgetting the pain. "Where did you get all this? So much candy?" he exclaimed, his mouth wide open in exaggerated surprise. "Don't you know?" the twins said in unison. "That house elf has already set up the second machine at the entrance of the dining hall. But there should be a lot of people there, right? How did you manage to grab so much? I mean, this is just too much." Harry interjected, unable to hold back his curiosity. Hearing this, Fred and George exchanged knowing smiles. However, Fred didn't keep them in suspense and quickly told the four what they had done. "Indeed, there are many people, but while they were busy grabbing, we threw in a dung bomb. Yes, and not only that, while Filch was maintaining order, we took advantage of his distraction and kicked him right in the backside," George excitedly added, gesturing as if he were an upgraded version of Ron. "All right, we have to go. You guys hurry up. I think the candy is about to sell out," the house elf said, adding that if they ran out, they would have to wait until all the candy machines were installed before restocking. After saying this, he hurriedly left, seemingly eager to escape before the recent victims could catch him. Watching the two figures disappear around the corner of the corridor, Harry, Ron, and Draco's eyes all lit up with excitement. "Let's go," the three shouted in unison, and without another thought, they turned and raced in the direction the Weasley twins had come from, heading toward the dining hall, leaving Hermione, who was still trying to comprehend the situation, alone and flustered in the wind. By the time she finally reacted, the three boys were long gone, not even leaving a shadow behind. Hermione looked in the direction they had left, hugging her books, her face pouting, and her eyebrows nearly standing upright. "Boys." She stomped her little shoes on the ground to vent her frustration. After releasing her anger, she took a deep breath, gave her head a stylish toss, disregarded the three of them, and headed straight toward the library. Not long after, at the entrance of the dining hall, Harry, Ron, and Draco finally achieved their ultimate victory after a fierce battle. Each of them got what they wanted, although Draco, the most refined of them, looked quite disheveled. The smiles on their faces were even more radiant. "By the way, where's Hermione?" Ron asked, suddenly realizing something as he chewed on chocolate. Draco, with a licorice stick in his mouth, exchanged glances with Harry, who was holding gummy candies, and they both shook their heads. "Don't know." "Draco, what about your two friends?" While the three casually found a seat and laid out their bought candies to share, Harry suddenly asked, as if he had just thought of something. "I haven't seen them in a while." Draco, who was nibbling on the licorice stick while reading, paused slightly, looked up at Harry. "What? Which two friends?" "The fat ones, the two big ones, I think they're called Goyle and Crab," Ron explained, clearly understanding who Harry was talking about as he swallowed the food in his mouth. "They, huh?" Draco's eyes glinted with understanding, and he lowered his head again to continue reading without much surprise. "They're not my friends, they're just my lackeys. Since they are lackeys, they can follow me or someone else. That's quite normal, right?" "So," Ron glanced at Draco, perhaps ignited by curiosity, and continued to inquire, "Who are they with now?" "Blaise Zabini." Although Draco spoke casually, Ron and Harry could still detect a hint of something unusual in his tone. After all, they were still just kids. Even if they claimed not to care, it was impossible not to have some feelings for those who had always been around. Ron and Harry exchanged glances and tacitly decided to skip the topic, moving on to discuss other matters. Chapter 114. Afternoon. With the sudden appearance of Dobby at noon, it was still the same plain biscuits and jam, paired with a steaming cup of coffee, just like Charlie's usual everyday routine, with no changes at all. The only exception was that today, due to the candy vending machine incident, Russell was overwhelmed with work. Thus, for the first time, he did not wait for Charlie to finish his meal. After personally delivering the food to him, he left with Charlie's permission to handle related matters again. Fortunately, Charlie was not alone. He had Faye keeping him company. Ever since returning from the American wizarding world, his daily routine had reverted to its original state. However, he didn't mind it at all. Rather, he enjoyed it. After all, only after experiencing a series of various events could one understand that this seemingly insignificant simplicity was often what was truly precious. There were no fights, no accidents, no intrigue, and no deceit. Only the leisurely and pleasant feeling brought by the midday sun shining just right on him. On his table, Faye was also sleeping soundly. He had a peculiar habit. Unlike other owls that would sleep perched on a small branch or any stable place with their eyes closed, he would curl his entire body into a ball, burying his head deep in his fluffy feathers, tucking his claws in as well, and then fall into a deep sleep. Sometimes, when he was sleeping soundly, the owl ball made of feathers would rise and fall with his breathing, producing a series of soft, unconscious cooing sounds. Charlie, in a good mood, put down the half-eaten cookie in his hand, felt a sudden urge, and couldn't help but reach out to pat the head of Faywin, who was snuggled in. "Coo!" The little bird on the table peeked out with a hint of annoyance, half opening one-eyed glance at Charlie and let out a couple of calls. Then, as if activated by a sudden motor, it vigorously shook its feathers, shaking off the crumbs from Charlie's cookie before falling back asleep. Looking back at Charlie, he appeared like a mischievous child, unable to suppress a laugh. Just as Charlie was about to tease Faywin again, a familiar knock at the door outside the office made him stop his impending mischief. Without needing to think, he knew who it was. "Come in, Russell," he called casually while somewhat regretfully retracting his hand and wiping his mouth. The door opened, and as Charlie had imagined, Russell stepped in first. However, to his surprise, behind Russell followed a slightly shorter little fellow, none other than Dabu. At this moment, after some practice, he was able to skillfully use the wooden leg that served as a prosthetic. Although his walking posture looked a bit odd in terms of speed and agility, he was almost the same as before, even without seeing it with his own eyes. Charlie could roughly imagine how much effort the child had put in to achieve this in such a short time. "Good afternoon, my great and noble Master Charlie." Russell recited his unchanging daily greeting, showing no signs of discomfort with Dabu right behind him. In fact, he seemed to be even more serious in front of others, leaving no room for criticism. Dabu's eyes were bright and clear as he looked up at Russell, then at Charlie, perhaps because it was his first time in this office. He didn't display the same lively and energetic demeanor Charlie had seen outside, but instead carried a sense of nervousness and shyness. "Good afternoon, the great and noble Mr. Blake." Hearing Russell's greeting, Dabu quickly imitated him and greeted Charlie. Charlie looked at Dabu's completely different demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle. "Good afternoon, Russell." "Good afternoon, Dabu." After responding to the two little sprites, His curiosity shifted to Russell, and he couldn't help but ask, "Has Dabu already come to work as your little assistant so soon? I thought you would have him rest a bit longer." Upon hearing Charlie's words, Russell's expression turned slightly puzzled. He first glanced back at the timid Dabu behind him. After a moment of pause, he explained, "In fact, little Dabu isn't someone I called over." "Not someone you called over?" Charlie's curiosity turned to surprise. He raised an eyebrow and shifted his attention back to Dabu, who was now looking down, fiddling with his hands, appearing somewhat conflicted. "I just finished dealing with some matters and was about to come report to you when I happened to run into this little fellow on the way. He seemed to want to say something to you, but because he didn't know where your office was, he got stuck at the staircase junction, not knowing which way to go." At this point, even Russell couldn't help but laugh. He raised his hand and affectionately ruffled Dabu's head. Russell adored this child beside him, having watched him grow up from a young age. Due to the special nature of the Sprites community, in a sense, he treated Dabu as if he were his own child. Yes, Mr. Blake." Dabu finally raised his head, a bit embarrassed as he scratched his own head, and continued with Russell's words. "In fact, I have a small matter I would like to discuss with you." After saying this, he looked at Russell beside him as if recalling something and quickly added, "Of course, it's not something urgent. If you and Uncle Russell have important things to talk about, I can go out first and come back later." Upon hearing this, Russell and Charlie exchanged glances and shared a knowing smile. Though they said nothing, their eyes clearly showed satisfaction. "No need. They're all our kids. There's nothing we can't hear." Charlie smiled and shook his head, waving his hand to decline Dabu's suggestion. "Besides, you're about to become an adult and stand on your own, so it's beneficial to listen more about the factory's matters." Seeing him say this, Dabu no longer insisted. After a cute nod, he took 2 steps back and stood quietly at the door. "All right." Not paying any more attention to Dabu, Charlie took a breath, adjusted to a more comfortable sitting position, and began his usual conversation with Russell. The main thing in the factory recently is still related to the candy vending machines. Russell quickly got into the swing of things, pulling out the notebook and reporting to Charlie. "How's it going? If I remember correctly, by today, all 15 machines we prepared for trial deployment should have been installed at Hogwarts, right?" Charlie nodded as he sorted through his thoughts. "Yes, that's correct." Russell's voice was a bit excited. "Dad just sent me a message not long ago, urging us to restock quickly. The candies we initially prepared have all been sold out. We originally calculated that each machine could maintain a week's supply. As a result, they were all sold out in no more than half a day." As he spoke, Russell glanced down at his notebook, taking a deep breath, his eyes shining with enthusiasm as if just relying on this candy vending machine plan. He could already see the factory's future 50 years down the line. At this rate, once all the candy vending machines are installed, in less than half a year, the factory's revenue could double. Hearing Russell's words, even Dabu, who had been quietly observing from the back, couldn't help but widen his eyes, his expression showing sheer astonishment, as if he was already imagining what it would mean for the revenue to double. Although he hadn't directly participated in the factory's operations, as Chaffge's son, he watched his father every day in the office, helping Uncle Russell deal with the factory's cash flow. Under the influence of the environment, one can naturally understand what kind of money-making monster Mr. Blake's factory is. For the simplest example, before Charlie established the candy factory, most candy production and sales in the entire British magical community were still at a level akin to family workshops, with no further concept of development. However, once he successfully rose to prominence, even the most stubborn candy shops had to bow their heads and reform their original family workshop models to become retail merchants. After all, scattered family workshops could not compete with such a colossal factory. In terms of price, taste, and even quantity, it could almost create a dimensional crushing effect, forcing them to compromise and surrender. Only those like Duke Honey, who possess exceptional skills and can somewhat surpass the factory, can barely keep their products alive. Yet, they still had to add a shelf specifically for Charlie's candies. This is a leading force that could almost unify the dessert market in the British magical community. Russell even claimed that its revenue could double within 6 months. Thus, one can imagine the shock level of Dab. However, in response to Russell's words, Charlie shook his head non-committally. "It's not that simple. The current hot sales of candies are merely due to the fact that Hogwarts is still a relatively undeveloped small market, combined with the curiosity generated by the new model of candy vending machines, which promotes consumption enthusiasm." He reached out and gently patted Faywin's head a few times, continuing, "Moreover, those candies have a relatively long shelf life. The young wizards who bought them in bulk will need a long time to finish them all. So it won't be long before the sales volume of those 15 vending machines returns to normal levels, namely, the weekly supply volume we initially set." After hearing Charlie's words, Russell regained his composure from the excitement brought by the enormous revenue. He nodded, then picked up a pen and began to jot down notes in his notebook. However, once he finished recording, he couldn't help but let out a sigh, muttering to himself about the fleeting joy. In fact, it wasn't a waste of joy. There would definitely be growth, but not as high as you imagine. After all, the factory has reached this level, and imagining it to double repeatedly like at the beginning is simply impossible. Charlie smiled and comforted Russell, not wanting to waste too much thought on this issue. He quickly urged Russell to continue with the next topic. Aside from the candy vending machines, Russell flipped through his notebook, scanning the data rapidly in his mind, and hesitantly said, "Additionally, it seems we might be short on manpower." Charlie listened, his gaze sharpening. He raised an eyebrow, but said nothing, waiting for Russell to continue. "First, the new candies, Snow Lemon and Violet Candy, will soon be produced as the main products of the new quarter, requiring an additional 3 to 4 production lines to ensure their supply. Secondly, the preparations in America have recently been nearly completed, and the liquor-filled ice plum candy is expected to require a large amount of manpower once sales begin." Coupled with the candy vending machines, Russell did not continue, but looked at Charlie with a furrowed brow, and his meaning was self-evident. To be precise, this is actually a good thing, as everyone wants their products to sell better. Achieving the current supply-demand imbalance is a testament to the hot sales of Charlie's candies. Charlie remained silent, seemingly contemplating something, his brow slightly furrowed, still with a hint of hesitation. "Perhaps we can first reduce the production quantity of some other candies to free up a few production lines for other products?" Russell cautiously suggested, looking at the quietly pondering Charlie. "No need." Charlie shook his head, as if he had made a decision, his previously furrowed brow relaxing. In fact, he had considered this issue before making this series of actions. The factory's house elves are not endless. To continue developing, the number will inevitably become strained one day, becoming a fatal flaw limiting Charlie's candies. Charlie's original idea was similar to Russell's: to let go of a portion of the market share originally belonging to other candies for those individual candy brands to take, while he would use new products for iteration. Although it was a reluctant move, it was currently the most feasible way to ensure quality and increase profits. However, during those brief days in the American magical community, a new idea suddenly emerged in his mind. "How much stock do we have in our warehouse?" Charlie quickly asked. If we release everything, it will be enough to meet the supply-demand before Christmas." After a brief pause, Russell quickly provided the answer. "But after Christmas, that will be enough." Charlie raised his hand, interrupting what Russell was about to say. His expression already bore a depth similar to what Russell had previously seen. Russell left after reporting the necessary information to Charlie. He took away the plate that Charlie had finished eating from and began to handle the afternoon's tasks. "All right, Dab." At this point, Charlie finally relaxed. He smiled, his gaze landing on Dab, and gently called out, now that Russell's matters are settled, "What do you need to find me for?" Hearing the call, Dab, who had been focused on studying at the door, seemed to finally realize the purpose of his visit, instantly returning to his original tension and anxiety. He took small steps forward, stopping at the position where Russell had just stood. "Aye." Dab raised his head, looking at Charlie, opened his mouth, but after saying just one eye, he fell silent. Charlie was not in a hurry, just smiling patiently, while also guessing what this little friend had come for. Soon, after Dab took a deep breath and straightened his back, he finally mustered the courage to tell Charlie the purpose of his visit. "Mr. Blake." "Aye." "I want to apply for a transfer to Hogwarts to manage that batch of candy vending machines." Chapter 115. No matter how bad it gets. How bad can it really be? As soon as these words were spoken, it seemed to have drained all his strength, and Dab's head lowered again. Not daring to look at Charlie's eyes and expression, he knew that Mr. Blake must be looking at him, because he felt an inexplicable pressure, the weight of the gaze. The office was extremely quiet. After he finished speaking, there was no other sound. He even felt he could hear the thumping of his heart in his chest, and the faint snoring of the pile of owls on Blake's desk. Time seemed to stretch out painfully long, and every second was excruciating. It was like a prisoner waiting for the executioner's final sentence, the pressure almost suffocating. Just as Dobby felt his heartbeat growing more intense, as if he would collapse under the weight of Mr. Black's pressure at any moment, Charlie finally spoke. "Why do you want to go to Hogwarts? Is it because you don't like the job I arranged for you?" To Dobby's surprise, his voice was still gentle as ever, not angry as Dobby had imagined, but rather sounded like a warm discussion with himself. With those words, the pressure that had felt like a weight on Dobby's heart disappeared entirely, and time began to move again. Dobby looked up cautiously at Mr. Black. The giant floor-to-ceiling window behind him let in the midday sun, casting a soft glow on him, softening his features. His expression remained unchanged, the gentle smile never leaving his face. At that moment, Dobby realized that Mr. Black was still the same Mr. Black he had encountered before. He hadn't changed into another person just because he was sitting there in that position. No, in fact, I really like Mr. Black and understand what you mean. It seemed Charlie's gentleness restored Dobby's courage to continue speaking. He shook his head, his gaze growing more resolute as he looked at the other man and said sincerely, "But I want to go outside to see what the world is like beyond this factory. You've been out once, remember?" Charlie pondered for a moment, then reached out and pointed to Dobby's broken leg, unapologetically reopening the recently healed scar. And the result wasn't very good. Listening to Charlie's direct words, Dobby pressed his lips together. He lowered his head, looking at his wooden leg, lost in the memory of that night. As a child who had grown up in this vast greenhouse of a factory, everyone around him was so kind and lovely, whether it was his parents, Chaff and Anka, or his uncle, Russell, and every little elf he knew in the factory. Before stepping out of that door, the only human wizard he had ever met was the boss of the factory, Charlie Black, who was respected by all the little elves. Back then, he had naively thought that all human wizards should be like Mr. Black, even though his parents had told him more than once that not everyone liked house elves. He had never taken those words to heart. After all, how bad could they be? However, that naive thought was utterly shattered in the Blind Pig pub before his drunken eyes. The blurry, wild faces laughing uproariously turned the entire pub into a hellish reality. Wands in their hands sparkled with a dangerous and deadly light. Then came the searing pain, a multitude of sensations that made him forget what he was supposed to do, in the face of immense fear. Even a magic engraved in every house elf's genes lost its effectiveness. He could only succumb to profound fear and faint, desperately waiting for everything to end. Dobby instinctively began to tremble, as if the wounds that had healed were starting to ache again. The determination in his big eyes quietly faded away, replaced by confusion and hesitation. Finally, he lowered his head, no longer meeting Charlie's gaze, but instead focusing on the carpet beneath his feet. Charlie furrowed his brow slightly, sighed with some reluctance, and continued, "All right, go back, get a good night's sleep, and wait a few days before reporting to Russell. You're still too young. Living in a factory, you don't understand what the outside world is really like. Not everyone in the world is good, and a large part of them are like those people in the Blind Pig pub. They may not directly attack you, but their cold stares and discrimination can hurt just as much as the damage caused by a cutting curse." As Charlie spoke, he paused, looking at Dobby, who still had his head down, silent, and no longer looking at him. Using a tone like one soothing a child, he gently suggested, "Wait a few years. Once we've completed what we need to do, you can go out without worries." How did that sound? However, to Charlie's surprise, the child in front of him rarely chose to refuse this request. He shook his head, although his leg was still trembling slightly. The stubbornness in his demeanor did not diminish at all. But even if not everyone is good, and even if not a large part of them are good, there are still more good people than bad ones, right? Dobby raised his head and asked softly. Charlie was momentarily taken aback, opening his mouth as he pondered how to respond to Dobby's question. However, Dobby continued speaking before he could reply. "You just said I've grown up. Why want ISNT to hide behind my parents, to stay in a factory while you and others handle everything?" As Dobby spoke, with each word, his trembling legs stabilized, his voice grew louder, and the confusion and hesitation in his eyes completely dissipated, replaced by a rekindled light. "I want to be involved. I want to understand humans and let them understand house elves. I want to earn respect through my efforts and become friends with them. Perhaps not everyone is a good person, but as long as there are enough good people, it's enough. After all, Mr. Charlie is a good person, so how bad can it get?" Even Fee-Vin seemed to be affected by Dobby's impassioned words, struggling awake from his slumber. He lifted his head, his half-open eyes still confused, his feathers in disarray. Fee-Vin glanced around at the quiet atmosphere, first looking at his master, then at the little elf across from him. After confirming that nothing had happened, just as he was about to settle back down, Charlie suddenly reached out, pulling him from the table into his embrace. "Did your dad ever say this to you before?" Charlie smiled slightly, no longer looking at Dobby, but lowering his head to casually take out a piece of owl food from his desk drawer and offer it to Fee-Vin. From the fact that Charlie liked to hide food in the drawer, he really resembled his old headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, except the food he hid was never meant for himself. Seeing the food brought to his mouth, Fee-Vin perked up, fully opening his eyes, shaking his head, and began to enjoy a hearty meal. No, Dobby's momentum weakened. Suddenly caught off guard by Charlie's question, unable to maintain his earlier state. He scratched his head a bit awkwardly, but then quickly added, "But my dad listens to you. As long as I can convince you, he will definitely agree. Even if it means getting beaten by him, I still think it's worth it. Sigh, he wouldn't want to hit you." Charlie relaxed his body and leaned back lightly against the chair. While speaking, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. After the food in Charlie's hands was completely eaten by Faywin, a ring on his hand lit up. This time, what came to him was not a wand, but a piece of letter paper, an envelope, and a quill pen. "Are you going to write a letter?" Seeing Charlie's actions, Dabu tiptoed forward and asked cautiously. "Yes." Charlie nodded, laying the letter paper flat on the desk and placing the envelope aside. With one hand holding Faywin and the other hand holding the quill pen, he began to write smoothly on the letter paper. "Who is it for?" Dabu took 2 steps forward, and when he saw that Charlie wasn't saying, he took another 2 steps and arrived right in front of the desk. "Albus Dumbledore and Dada." The quill pen wrote in a flowing manner without any pause, answering Dabu's question as he wrote. Hearing Charlie's answer, Dabu's heart thumped loudly, and his breath momentarily caught in his throat. His already large eyes opened even wider in disbelief as he looked at Charlie. "So what you mean is..." A brief letter was completed by Charlie in just 2 minutes. When the last punctuation mark was placed, the originally flat letter paper on the desk floated into the air without wind, folded several times before finally flying into the envelope. "All right, go back and tell Chaff-Cha." Holding the letter, Charlie showcased it in front of Dabu before winking at him. "Just tell him I've agreed to your request, and if he has any questions, let him come to me." "Thank you, Mr. Charlie, you are simply the best person in the world." At that moment, Dabu seemed to forget that his little leg was gone, replaced by a wooden prosthetic. In his excitement, he jumped up, soaring over a meter high. The consequence was predictable. With a thud, he landed directly on the ground in front of Charlie. Fortunately, the office was carpeted thickly, so he didn't hurt himself too badly. Dabu, having fallen, was not upset. Instead, he laughed and got up from the floor. "Then, I'll head back first, Mr. Blake." While speaking, Dabu cheerfully ran toward the door. At the last moment before exiting, he turned around, bowed seriously to Charlie, and then opened the door, bouncing out. He didn't go anywhere else but ran straight in the direction of his home, and even his wooden leg seemed to lighten with his body. Charlie watched the figure disappear and couldn't help but break into a radiant smile. He felt a surge of emotions in his heart that he couldn't quite understand. He had been praised by many people, and many called him a good person, whether it was Fudge, Hagrid, or Old Molar. Even the Umbridge he disliked so much had once flattered him by shaking his hand and expressing gratitude. But what truly made him happy was Dabu, because he was sincere. He really felt that way, and it wasn't just politeness. In his heart, he considered himself the greatest good person in the world. Even though Charlie knew he wasn't really a good person, just a speculator, a gray figure walking between black and white. But that didn't stop him from feeling happy for a genuine compliment, which provided a brief comfort to his hypocritical soul. "All right, Faywin." Charlie released the owl that had curled back up after finishing its meal, skillfully scratching its head, and handed over the letter he had just written while continuing to speak softly. "Go on, help me deliver this letter to Headmaster Dumbledore." "Who?" Faywin's voice seemed to express some dissatisfaction, but looking at the letter in front of it, it still opened its mouth and took it in. The 2 claws that had been well hidden in the feathers popped out again, and with some cunning, they walked over Charlie a few times. After wrinkling Charlie's clothes a bit, it finally flapped its wings, took off, and flew away. Charlie gently waved his hand, opening a small crack in the tightly shut window, just enough for it to squeeze through. Gripping the letter, with its wings flapping, Faywin transformed into a brown-black streak of light, flying off into the distance until it disappeared from sight. The small gap in the window closed again. Charlie continued to sit in his seat, resting his elbow on the desk and supporting his forehead, seemingly lost in thought. The quiet room turned into a space just for Charlie. Chapter 116. A Letter to Dumbledore Hogwarts in Albus Dumbledore's office. The lively white of the candy vending machine undoubtedly brought new life to this antique room, which had seen no significant changes in over 100 years. Albus Dumbledore, unusually, was not sitting behind his desk in his usual posture, but had stood up, walked to the candy vending machine, and bent down like a child who had received a new toy, fiddling with it nonstop. Moreover, he was not alone. Even the portraits of former headmasters on the walls couldn't help but cast their gazes, each one curiously widening their eyes as they seriously studied Dumbledore's actions, occasionally asking questions. "That golden-haired kid told you about this candy vending machine? He's a black," exclaimed the ancient ancestor of the Black family, Phineas, in a sharp voice. I don't care who he is. I just want to know what this machine can do. This thing is really beautiful. What a shame when I was headmaster. No one ever brought me any fun little gadgets. Did I sleep too long? What golden-haired kid? When did this strange white box appear? Ignoring the clamor above him, Dumbledore focused intently on studying each button on the machine, his eyes sparkling behind the thick lenses. So engrossed was he that even when the door to the office was knocked upon, it hardly drew his attention. He simply said, "Come in," and continued to immerse himself in his task. Dumbledore. The door creaked open, and McGonagall's figure appeared. She looked at the headmaster squatting in the corner and couldn't help but frown, calling out his name in a low voice. "Ah, it's you, McGonagall." Hearing the voice behind him, Dumbledore quickly reacted, stood up, turned around, and awkwardly smiled at McGonagall, saying softly, "I thought it was Hagrid coming, because, he always likes to come to me at this time and talk about some." However, before he could finish his sentence, a serious-looking McGonagall interrupted him, continuing, "From the very beginning, I thought it was not a good idea for Charlie to install that candy vending machine in the headmaster's office." As she spoke, her gaze shifted to the candy vending machine behind Dumbledore, pausing before continuing. "But I really didn't expect you to buy all the candy in that machine in just half a day." Upon hearing this, Dumbledore, who was about to think of some excuses, momentarily froze. Then, feeling a bit guilty, he avoided looking into McGonagall's eyes, shifting his gaze to the side and quietly asking, "Where did you hear that from?" To this, McGonagall did not hide, responding briefly. "It was said by that little elf in Charlie's factory. He posted a notice on the first floor of the castle without permission, and as a result, it was torn down by Filch. Filch happened to run into me while having lunch and gave me the notice." "What did it say?" Dumbledore extended his hand, pushed up his glasses, and then nonchalantly walked away from the candy vending machine back to his seat and sat down again. "It said that to celebrate the 15 candy vending machines emptying their products in less than half a day, he is planning to apply for more candy from the factory." At this point, McGonagall couldn't help but sigh, filled with helplessness regarding her headmaster. Ah. Dumbledore listened to McGonagall and couldn't help but chuckle a couple of times, responding leisurely, "I just bought them all. I didn't plan to eat them all at once." "Really, I'm not lying to you." As he spoke, Dumbledore couldn't help but lower his head to glance at the nearly overflowing candy in his half-open drawer. He quickly changed the topic, straightened his posture, and resumed the conversation with McGonagall. "All right, let's not talk about trivial matters anymore. I assume you didn't come to me for this little thing, right?" "Yes." Even knowing that the other party was deliberately changing the subject, McGonagall chose to let this matter pass and began to talk about other important issues. After all, Dumbledore's obsession with candy seemed to her to have reached an irretrievable point. She had talked to him for so long without any effect, so it didn't matter if she let it go for now. "It's a letter addressed to you." "A letter?" Dumbledore raised his snow-white eyebrows in curiosity, his tone carrying a hint of confusion. "Yes, it was sent from the Ministry of Magic." As she spoke, McGonagall took out the letter. "So it's from Fudge?" Mentioning the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore easily thought of his old friend, Cornelius Fudge. However, for quite some time, he had not been willing to communicate with him. As for the reason, Dumbledore naturally understood. So, he largely gave way and accepted it, providing the Minister of Magic with the dignity and power he deserved. "Yes, it is indeed from Fudge, but it's not in his name." McGonagall nodded first, then placed the letter on Dumbledore's desk, pushing it in front of him. Looking down at the mark on the letter, Dumbledore finally understood and then lowered his head to read the name. Whitengamot. After delivering the letter to Dumbledore, McGonagall left, but before leaving, she couldn't help but mumble a few words about the candy issue. Dumbledore responded with hum and aha, but whether he would actually do it was another matter. He opened the envelope and began to carefully examine the contents. The letter was not handwritten by Fudge himself. It was likely drafted by someone around him. The handwriting was quite neat, and the content was very formulaic, consisting of a lengthy, complicated, and stiff formalities with no valuable information. However, Dumbledore still read it word for word, a reflection of his inherent courtesy that made him respect everything written by others. While reading, he took out a piece of candy and popped it into his mouth. Feeling the candy slowly melt in his mouth, he finally reached the end of the letter. Although the letter was cumbersome, its meaning could be summarized in one sentence. Fudge intends to award Charlie Black the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, to recognize his significant contributions to the British wizarding community, and hopes that Albus Dumbledore, as the chief wizard of the Whitengamot, can attend the ceremony. Charlie. Putting down the letter, Dumbledore couldn't help but mutter to himself. After pondering for a long time, Dumbledore took out a piece of stationery and wrote a reply to Fudge. The content of the reply was, in contrast to the lengthy discourse from the other side, extremely simple. He picked up his pen and gently wrote one word on the stationery. Good. Good afternoon, Headmaster Dumbledore. Not long after Dumbledore finished writing his reply to Fudge, Hagrid knocked on the door of his office. He walked in, as usual, extending his hand to greet Dumbledore, while in the crook of his other arm was a fluffy bundle of brown and gray feathers. Good afternoon, Hagrid, Dumbledore nodded, responding to Hagrid's greeting. Then, squinting for a long time, he finally confirmed that it was not an object like a feather duster, but an owl. Looking at the owl, although it hadn't shown its head yet, just by the color of its feathers, Dumbledore already felt a strange sense of familiarity. Isn't this Charlie's little fat owl, Fiowin? Finally, Dumbledore remembered, associating it with the little creature that often flew into his office. However, he had never noticed that this little guy could curl up so round. How did it end up with you? I was just outside my hut, stirring a pot to cook food for Fawn. When the freshly baked rock cakes were ready, I put down the spoon and went inside to get the rock cakes, Hagrid said, pausing for a moment, gently teasing the obviously unenergetic owl with his big fingers. When I came out, I found this little guy had already flopped into the pot. Luckily, the food was almost cooked by then, so I turned off the fire. Otherwise, this little greedy guts would have been in trouble. By the way, Headmaster Dumbledore, Hagrid hadn't finished his sentence. Continuing, he then pulled out a crumpled letter with some oil stains from his robe pocket. This little guy probably came to deliver a letter to you. After I fished him out of the pot, I found this letter beside him. It's from Charlie. Hearing Hagrid's words, Dumbledore finally showed a look of understanding. I see, thank you. Hagrid, you can sit down first. I'll take a look at what Charlie wrote to me. Taking the letter from Hagrid's hand, Dumbledore pushed up his glasses and casually said, to be honest, after receiving Dumbledore's permission, Hagrid skillfully found a place to sit and then took out a bag of transparent wrapped candies from his large pocket. It was the violet candy that Charlie specially supplied to Hogwarts from the vending machine. The packaging was small, with about a dozen candies in each bag, moderately priced, not too cheap, but not too expensive either. For Hagrid, it was not a problem at all. After all, most of the salary Hogwarts paid him usually went to buying alcohol, and now, with the candies as a substitute, he not only looked more spirited, but also saved quite a bit of money. Hagrid tore open the packaging and skillfully pinched out a candy with 2 fingers from the transparent plastic bag. Although it didn't quite match his size, Hagrid, rare for him, chose a more delicate way to savor the taste of the candy instead of his usual hasty approach. As the candy entered his mouth, his tongue moved around, causing the sweetness to instantly fill his mouth. After taking a deep breath of the air, still carrying the fragrance of violet, Hagrid finally spoke sincerely. Honestly, Charlie is a genius. Not just with his candy, but also that vending machine. My goodness, what on earth is in his head? Creativity, ideas, and a world that others can't understand. Dumbledore nodded with a smile, a hint of agreement for Hagrid's words showing in the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. While answering questions, he reached out and began to open the letter that Charlie had sent. My dear Headmaster, to make a long story short, after a while, I will be recalling Dada and sending a new employee to Hogwarts to manage those 15 vending machines. His name is Dobby. He is a young kid with extraordinary potential and ideas. So I hope you can. Originally, I wanted him to go over earlier so you could have a look at this kid, but coincidentally, our factory's new product is about to be produced, and I plan to have him bring some to you. You could be the second wizard to taste this candy after me. I think you'll really like it because it tastes like lemon snow. That is all I want to say. Finally, may your teeth always remain as white as before and not be decayed. Your student, Charlie Black. Hagrid didn't disturb Dumbledore, happily enjoying his candy. Only after Dumbledore put down the letter did he slowly exhale a breath filled with the scent of violet and cautiously ask, "What did Charlie say to you?" Dumbledore looked at the letter in his hand, his smile kind, like that of an elder looking at his junior. At that moment, he and his brother Aberforth seemed to overlap in image. He introduced me to his back, a kid from their factory, hoping that when he arrives at Hogwarts, I could take care of him. Then he mentioned that the factory has produced a new product, and he will have that kid bring me some. New product. Hagrid seemed not to have paid any attention to the earlier words until Dumbledore mentioned the new product of Charlie's candy, which made him perk up. Can you bring me some to try when the time comes? Hagrid's eyes brightened, instinctively sitting up a bit straighter and licking his lips under his thick beard. Of course. Dumbledore agreed cheerfully. He raised his head to look at Hagrid, carefully folding the letter and putting it in the drawer, then jokingly said, "You could be the third wizard to taste it." Chapter 117. Night Tour of Hogwarts, Part 1. As night fell, the moon hung high, its light streaming through the gaps in the Slytherin dormitory curtains, casting shimmering patterns on the time-worn wooden floor and sprinkling it on the little wizard's beds, white as frost. Harry was sleeping soundly. After a full day of rich learning and life, he had hardly any pause, and not long after lying down, he had already fallen into a dream. The sound of his even breathing became the only tone in the quiet, dark room. Nothing else could be heard. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly sat up from the bed. He opened his eyes and looked around, gradually adapting to the dim surroundings before slowly getting up. Then, he silently walked to Harry's bed and paused there. After a moment, he made a move. He carefully raised his arm and patted the sleeping Harry while softly calling out, "Harry, are you asleep? Harry, wake up. Are you asleep?" Huh? Disturbed, Harry let out a muffled and puzzled sound. He then turned over with difficulty, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and looked towards the source of the voice. Draco? Seeing that familiar golden hair, although it was messy and not styled with gel like during the day, he still easily recognized the visitor. Harry propped himself up with his arms, looking at the mysteriously acting Draco, and asked with a hint of confusion from just waking up, "What's the matter? It's so late." However, compared to Harry's current drowsiness, Draco was in a completely different state. Even though it was deep into the night, Draco's face was still full of spirit, and his eyes even sparkled with excitement. "Come on, Harry, get up. We're going to the restricted section of the library." The restricted section. At this, Harry was taken aback, his original confusion fading considerably as his mind instantly cleared. His eyes widened slightly, and he instinctively put on his glasses that were next to his pillow, looking at Draco and incredulously whispered, "What are you going there for?" Hearing Harry's confusion, Draco didn't answer immediately. Instead, he got up and returned to his bed, bringing over the huge notebook belonging to his uncle, Charlie. He then skillfully flipped it open, displaying the contents to Harry. "Look at this position." Seemingly afraid that Harry couldn't see, he quickly pointed to a small line of missing text within the densely packed notes. Harry squinted his eyes, barely able to see some content in the moonlight, but he couldn't see it clearly. He could only determine through some traces that this was likely an incomplete spell, but he knew nothing about what this spell meant or what it could do. "What spell is this?" Harry's curiosity was piqued, and he couldn't help but sit up, reaching out to touch the ink-soaked paper of the notebook. Feeling the marks left by the pen tip, he turned to Draco and asked, "I don't know." Draco shrugged, honestly answering Harry, "Today when I was doing my potions homework, I flipped through my uncle's notebook, as usual. Suddenly, it discovered this, between the notes on the compound potion and the shrinking potion. Uncle had written an incomplete spell." While answering Harry's questions, Draco's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness, and his tone couldn't help but reveal a rare excitement. At least since Harry had known him, he had rarely seen this friend so thrilled, except for when Snape praised him for being more skilled in potion-making than Mr. Black of the same year. "I guess this must be a powerful spell, possibly an ancient incantation that had long been lost, just like the ones written in storybooks." Draco continued to tempt Harry with a seductive tone. After all, boys at this age often had unrealistic dreams and a burning desire to embark on adventures for these dreams. As Draco murmured softly, Harry had to admit he was moved. An ancient spell that had been lost. He glanced deeply at the notebook left behind by Mr. Black, then turned his head to ask Draco, "So, are you going to the restricted section to complete this spell?" "That's right." Seemingly pleased that Harry understood him so quickly, Draco eagerly nodded, his voice rising slightly. "I'm going to find the rest of this spell and show it to Uncle when we go home for the holidays. He will definitely be very happy." Listening to Draco's words, a hint of envy arose in Harry's eyes. However, recalling what the professors had said earlier, the enthusiasm that had quietly surged within him was once again subdued by reason. "But isn't the restricted section said to be very dangerous?" the professor said. Before he could finish, Draco waved his hand, interrupting him, and said, "What are you afraid of?" "My mother told me. She said Uncle got caught the first time he broke the rules and went to the restricted section when he was in first year. Since I've decided to follow in Uncle's footsteps, this is an essential part of it." "Are you talking about getting caught?" Harry looked at Draco, who was so spirited that it seemed like fire could burst from his eyes, and instinctively shrank his neck, weakly asking, "No, I mean going to the restricted section." There was no hesitation in his demeanor. It seemed he was determined to do this, no matter how difficult it might be. His resolute heart made Harry unable to help but sigh. As a friend, Harry definitely couldn't just watch Draco run out alone. After all, if they encountered Filch, it would be fine. They would just get caught and educated and then face some punishment. However, if they really encountered danger, then it would be too late for regrets. Thus, he reluctantly nodded, quickly got dressed, and got out of bed, walking together with Draco towards the exit of the common room. Wait, just as they were reaching the door, suddenly, Draco seemed to think of something and stopped in his tracks. Then, to Harry's puzzled gaze, he hurried back to his bed, picked up his wand, and carefully stuffed it into his pocket, bringing a wand just in case. In the deep night corridors of Hogwarts, two first-year Slytherin students took their first step onto the path of breaking the rules. With a small lamp they had found from somewhere, using its dim light, Draco began to lead Harry towards the restricted section of the library, relying on his memory. Unlike the warm atmosphere in the dormitory, the dark corridors of the ancient castle at night, with their impenetrable darkness, inevitably made one feel a bit fearful. To distract themselves, Draco started telling Harry stories as they walked. Actually, my mother told me that Uncle wasn't the only one who got caught. There's also a poor guy who ran to the restricted section with him, he casually said, glancing at the surrounding portraits. The figures in the portraits had closed their eyes and fallen into slumber, with only a few empty ones that seemed to be restless, having sneaked away to play elsewhere in the night. Who was that poor guy? Harry raised his head and looked at the back of Draco's head not far ahead, curiously asking, how would I know? Probably one of his friends? But my mother said Uncle didn't really make friends when he was young, so it might just have been a coincidence. Really? I thought someone like Mr. Black would have many people eager to be friends with him. Harry's tone carried a hint of surprise. Many indeed. After all, Uncle has always been so outstanding. However, among so many people, those qualified to be his friends are few and far between. After all, only truly exceptional people can attract other exceptional people. You understand what I mean, right? Draco glanced at Harry, who was closely following him. I guess I understand. Harry hesitated for a moment, then nodded reluctantly to indicate he understood. Just as the two were engrossed in their conversation, suddenly, a cough from the darkness ahead shattered the atmosphere. Harry and Draco's hearts, which had just begun to settle, instantly leaped again, and their conversation halted as they exchanged worried glances. Is it Filch? Harry whispered, tugging at the corner of Draco's robe anxiously. Don't be so nervous. It could be nearly Headless Nick. Draco bent down slightly, looking in the direction of the sound, his lips moving as he answered Harry's question. Unfortunately, just as he finished speaking, the approaching footsteps shattered his guess. All right, it really is Filch. Draco sighed, turning the knob of the lamp in his hand, causing the light surrounding them to gradually dim. Let's find a place to hide for now, since it was her first time sneaking out late at night. Harry's skills were nowhere near as proficient as they would be later. He swallowed hard and, after a moment of hesitation, suggested, No, we don't need to. I have a plan. Draco shook his head, reaching into his pocket to pull out his wand. What are you going to do? Seeing Draco's stance, Harry was startled, thinking he was going to confront Filch, and hurriedly grabbed Draco's wrist holding the wand. It's just a little spell. The footsteps were becoming clearer, and seeing that Filch was about to arrive, Draco hurriedly shook off Harry's arm and aimed the tip of his wand at the approaching figure. Disillusionment charm. Disillusionment charm. With a bang, the silvery light from the tip of the wand struck Harry. It felt as if a cold liquid was flowing down from the spot where the wand had touched, spreading throughout his body, causing Harry to shiver involuntarily. And it was that flickering white light that caught Filch's attention. Who is there? Filch's hoarse shout came from not far away, and it was clear that his footsteps quickened. Draco. In a moment of urgency, Harry hurriedly reminded him. Don't worry. Compared to his partner's panic, Draco appeared extremely calm at this moment. It was evident that he had made thorough preparations for tonight's adventure, and he had naturally devised ample countermeasures for the most troublesome part of the plan, Filch. His wand changed direction, pointing at Draco himself, casting the same spell as before. Another flash of white light flickered, and the disillusionment charm was cast on him. At this moment, Harry was surprised to find Draco's figure gradually disappearing without a trace. Stand against the wall. There's nothing to be afraid of. Filch won't find us. The words echoed in the air and reached Harry's ears. At the same time, Filch, holding an oil lamp, rushed over aggressively. Startled, Harry quickly covered his mouth and leaned against the wall with Draco. The stone castle wall was icy cold, causing Harry and Draco to involuntarily gasp, but facing the approaching Filch, they dared not make any unnecessary movements. Oomph. Do you think you can get away like this? Filch stopped right in front of Harry, and the orange glow of the oil lamp was only about 10 centimeters from Harry's nose. Terrified, Harry held his breath and silently prayed. Fortunately, Filch didn't think much of it and assumed the little wizard had run elsewhere. After surveying the area and confirming there were no suspicious traces, he lowered his head and ordered his scraggly gray cat beside him. Mrs. Norris, you go left. I'll go right. Let's corner that little wizard who doesn't know his limits. As if she could understand human speech, misses. Norris meowed and immediately darted off like a flash of lightning, disappearing into the darkness. Seeing Mrs. Norris rush out, Filch stopped hesitating and said with a smile, "Good cat." He then started running, puffing as he went, to intercept them from the right as planned. Harry turned his head and glanced in the direction Filch had gone, seeing the light of the oil lamp gradually fading into the darkness, and he finally let out a sigh of relief, wiping away the non-existent sweat from his forehead. What spell is this? He looked around, seemingly trying to find Draco's trace. He knew Draco should be right beside him now. Disillusionment charm. It's something my uncle noted in his notebook. It took me a long time to learn this. Another 2 flashes of light flickered from Draco's wand, and their figures reappeared. All right, let Filch battle the air for a while. Let's go. Draco turned the knob of the oil lamp again to bring back the light, smiled, and waved at Harry, continuing on their previous path, striding forward. Chapter 117, Hogwarts Night Adventure, Part 2. The night was tranquil, with thin clouds covering the sky and the moon appearing and disappearing. Outside the castle, a breeze seemed to blow, rustling the leaves of the willows, creating a faint rustling sound. Harry and Draco sat in the aisle between the bookshelves and the restricted section, reading quickly with their backs against each other under the soft, warm yellow light of the oil lamp. The pages of their books flipped continuously, and as time passed, various books of different covers and sizes began to pile up around them, completely blocking what was originally a spacious aisle. Finally, with a thud, Draco forcefully closed the last book in his hands. He then twisted his stiff neck, turned to Harry with a tired expression, and asked, "How's it going? Have you found any clues?" However, Harry's answer was also somewhat disheartening. He put down his book, sighed, and silently shook his head, which clearly expressed his feelings. Then, Harry raised his head, looking out the window of the library at the dark night sky, rubbed his sore eyes, and couldn't help but ask, "What time is it now?" "Draco? I don't know." Draco propped himself up with his hands on the ground, barely standing up, stretching his stiff body and completely numb legs. And then after pondering for a moment, estimated it must be past midnight by now. After saying that, Draco reached out to pull Harry up, who was also sitting in the aisle, and bent down to lift the oil lamp. "We've been looking for so long and found nothing," Harry said as he began to put the books back on the nearby shelves. His small face was full of visible frustration. However, compared to Harry's frustration, Draco took it in stride. He smiled, casually set the oil lamp aside, and continued to help Harry pick up the books on the floor while leisurely comforting Harry. "Actually, I already thought this wouldn't be something we could accomplish easily. Otherwise, with my uncle's intelligence, he wouldn't have failed to master this spell by graduation, right?" After hearing Draco's words, Harry's mood did improve a bit, and the original frustration on his face eased slightly. He looked at Draco, smiled, and nodded. Then, he suddenly thought of something and suggested, "Maybe next time we can invite Ron to join us. Having one more person would definitely speed things up." However, in response to Harry's suggestion, Draco couldn't help but curl his lip, continuing to tidy up the books, and sarcastically remarked, "With that brain of his, forget about improving efficiency. Just as long as he doesn't hold me back, I'll be grateful." The mutual teasing between the two had long been a norm. He knew that aside from their banter, there wouldn't be any other conflicts. Thus, he just smiled at Draco's words and continued, "Ron just doesn't like to think." Honestly, from the perspective of a friend, Ron could be a very reliable guy. Draco shrugged, non-committal, but he didn't say anything further. The two continued chatting while quickly tidying up everything around them. Then, with the now flickering oil lamp, they followed the path back to the Slytherin common room. As they walked, watching the lamp flicker more rapidly, Draco knew that the little oil he had prepared was probably nearly used up. Fortunately, he took out his wand, relying on the flickering light to illuminate the path. After long and persistent study and practice, although Draco still couldn't reach the level of an OWL exam wizard, he was already more than sufficient compared to a third-year student. For small spells like Lumos, he could use them with great ease. "Harry!" Suddenly, Draco turned his head and glanced back at Harry, who was helping him carry the extinguished lamp, and asked, "Did you see any interesting books in the restricted section?" Harry was momentarily stunned, then raised his head and pondered for a moment before responding. "I remember there was a book about a famous dark wizard from the 15th century. What about the others?" "There is also a book about vampires that has many semi-dissected images, but since it was filled with dense text, I just skimmed through it and put it back." He added, "Cool. I like vampires," Draco affirmed, nodding and sharing his own findings. "I found a book that shows a human face when you open it, and that face smiles at me. There is also a scroll about 16th century alchemy called Human Skin Alchemy. Is it really made of human skin?" Harry's eyes widened. feeling a chill run down his spine, causing him to involuntarily shrink his neck. Probably. It feels very strange to the touch, Draco said nonchalantly. Perhaps he had often secretly come into contact with his father's forbidden items that were infused with dark magic. So he didn't feel any fear at the mention of a human skin scroll. Instead, he was quite intrigued. Soon, the two of them made their way through a winding corridor that resembled a maze and reached the corner leading to the staircase. Once they descended the stairs, they would soon be back in the Slytherin dormitory, and, at that point, they would still have plenty of time to rest in preparation for the numerous classes and assignments awaiting them the next day. As Harry thought about this, he began to feel a bit drowsy, unable to resist yawning, and his steps became lighter. However, just as the two reached the corner of the corridor, where a turn would lead them to the staircase, a sudden voice caused them to stop in their tracks. All right, I understand. The voice was deep and had a raspy, eerie quality, and for a moment, it struck Harry as familiar. The drowsiness that had just settled over him vanished instantly at the sound. His foot, which had been lifted, hung suspended in midair, as if frozen, and he made no further movement. Instinctively, he turned to look at Draco, whose wand had already gone out, and the light that had enveloped them had quietly disappeared. Who is it? Harry cautiously leaned against the wall, just as he had when he first encountered Filch, and tried to lower his voice as he asked Draco. Draco frowned slightly, shook his head, and said nothing. Instead, he carefully stepped forward, bent down, and peered around the corner towards the staircase. What he saw was a vague figure. The person appeared to be draped in a large robe, facing away from them, making it impossible to discern any other details. The figure held no lantern or any light source like Draco's, seeming to be naturally adapted to the darkness, relying solely on the faint moonlight filtering through the glass windows to see everything clearly. That person stood there, making no movement, occasionally mumbling to themselves. Although their voice was quiet, Draco could faintly hear responses that sounded like good or as you wish, indicating some kind of dialogue was taking place. However, he did not see any other figure. The staircase was empty except for that person standing there, not even a ghost in sight. At midnight in the dark, eerie corridors of the ancient castle, a figure stood there, muttering in a low, terrifying voice. All of this combined could easily be considered a qualified horror film without any further embellishment. Even Draco, who had just been joking about the human skin scroll, felt goosebumps rising all over his body, and his already slightly furrowed brow instinctively knitted tighter. Harry mimicked Draco, trying to crouch down and peek around the wall at the strange figure. He held his breath, his eyes wide, carefully scrutinizing the figure through the thick lenses of his glasses, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Not long after, the figure moved. It bent down and knelt at the empty staircase, offering a deep bow. Then it stood up and walked up the stairs towards the third floor. It wasn't until the figure disappeared from their sight, accompanied by the creaking of the old stairs, that Harry snapped back to reality, gasping for air and turning to Draco. Who was that guy? Harry's slightly trembling voice revealed his complex feelings and fear. He had originally thought he was just accompanying Draco on a trip to the restricted section of the library. It wasn't a big deal, and at worst, they would get caught by Filch and face some punishment together. It wasn't a significant matter. After all, Ron had said that his twin brothers were often called to Filch's office for similar violations, yet they were still lively and even found opportunities to prank Filch. What he hadn't expected was that just as they had completed their task and were on their way back to the Slytherin common room, they encountered this sudden and unforeseen event that he could never have guessed. Who was that cloaked figure? Was he a professor we know? Or a student? Or perhaps someone who ran in from outside? Countless guesses flooded Harry's mind, plunging him into confusion. However, one thing was certain. No matter how you looked at it, that guy was definitely not a good person. And what was he going to do at this hour? Just when the utterly bewildered Harry couldn't help but look at the only reliable person beside him, Draco squinted his eyes, staring thoughtfully at the staircase. Before long, he finally spoke to answer Harry's question. I don't know who he is, but, he said, straightening up and leading Harry to the spot where the figure had just stood. Facing the staircase, they could go down and directly return to the Slytherin common room. Sleep well, and pretend nothing had happened. Tomorrow night, they could continue to the library to seek out their original goal, which was the so-called spells. But if they went up, no one would know what would happen or what they would face. Draco's eyes still shone brightly, even in the absence of light. Harry felt he could see the confident glimmer in his gaze. He swept his hair back with his fingers, although without hair gel, Draco still managed to keep it somewhat slicked back like during the day. He continued at a leisurely pace, but I know where he is going. With that, he looked up at the staircase that gradually disappeared into the darkness of the third floor and asked, Harry, do you remember what's on the third floor? At this moment, Harry's mind was in turmoil. Listening to Draco's words, he bit his lip and instinctively wanted to shake his head. But suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and froze. In an instant, he recalled what Dumbledore had said at the beginning of the school year. Standing at the center of the highest seats in the Great Hall, looking around at the little wizards. The corridor on the right side of the third floor is forbidden. If you don't want to die a terrible death, it's best not to go there. Are you saying he wants to go to the corridor that Professor Dumbledore forbids us from entering? He looked up at Draco incredulously, nearly shouting out loud. Draco laughed, nodding knowingly. Almost certainly, the hand that had been gripping the wand tightened, and, at that moment, the stairs leading to the third floor seemed to transform into the tongue of a monster, while the darkness morphed into a gaping maw that could swallow anything that came near. Yet the more it felt like this, the more pronounced the smile on Draco's lips became. So what do you say, Harry? He stepped forward, standing on the stairs to the third floor, raised his chin at Harry, and extended the hand that was T holding a wand. His choice was thus self-evident. Harry looked at Draco, a hint of hesitation appearing in his eyes, but soon that hesitation completely vanished, and courage reignited in his chest. He nodded, then suddenly stepped forward, firmly grasping Draco's hand. Let's go. Chapter 118. The Sigh of the Outsider, Which Way Should We Go? I remember there is a portrait of a long-bearded old man over there. If we pass it and turn right, then go past the classroom where we had Transfiguration, we can get to that corridor. Once they reached the third floor, the two young wizards were clearly on high alert, and the drowsiness that had been in their minds was completely swept away by the rising adrenaline. Draco picked up his wand, and to be safe, he chose not to use lumos for lighting, but instead relied on the sporadic moonlight coming through the window and his own memory, carefully feeling his way toward their goal. What should we do if we encounter him? Harry, cautiously following along while touching the cold wall beside him, bit his lip and voiced his concerns. It's fine. We don't need to confront him directly. We just need to know what he is up to, and then we can immediately return to the dormitory and tell Professor Snape or another professor first thing in the morning. Clearly, Draco was not a reckless guy. The moment he decided to follow through, he had already made corresponding plans and arrangements. However, upon hearing this, Harry couldn't help but freeze for a moment, subconsciously thinking. So we're still going to get caught, right? No, it's not just getting caught. It's essentially walking into their trap to tell the professors that we snuck out yesterday and also followed a suspect. Isn't that brave? It's really too bizarre. Harry couldn't help but silently complain in his heart. But Draco in front was completely unaware of Harry's thoughts, as he was now gripping his wand tightly, fully prepared for a fight, paying attention to any signs of movement in front of him, as if any hint of trouble would trigger an immediate spell. It must be said that Charlie's short 7-day education for Draco had clearly been very effective. At this moment, even though he was highly focused, the way he held his wand had not changed. It remained elegant, just like his uncle. Suddenly, as if he sensed something, Draco stopped in his tracks, his ears twitching, and then his eyes brightened. I think I heard his footsteps. They're this way, he said in a low voice, immediately quickening his pace, striding toward the direction of the sound. Harry had no choice but to follow closely behind, trying to prevent any unexpected incidents. Winding around, as Draco moved, the sound of footsteps became more and more distinct. In the dim environment, the rustling noise echoed slightly, reverberating through the empty corridor. If it were any other time, no one would pay attention here, but now, in this environment, it was particularly concerning. So there was no possibility that Draco and Harry had taken a wrong turn. They just needed to carefully follow the trail, and there would be no issues. Sure enough, just as Draco had imagined, following the strange figure's trail, the two of them began to get closer to the so-called forbidden area on the third floor. We're getting closer to him. Tiny beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, causing 2 strands of golden hair that had just been neatly arranged to slip down. Draco paused. At this moment, the figure's movements seemed to be just within reach. The footsteps echoed on the floor. Each misstep felt as if it were stepping on his heart. And even he unconsciously began to feel a kind of tension. If we just turn right once more, that's the forbidden corridor that Professor Dumbledore mentioned, right? Harry was equally tense, trying to calm his breath as he carefully asked Draco. Draco nodded, saying nothing more. The strange figure had already entered the corridor. It wouldn't be long before they could find out what the other party was up to, and the remaining time was just waiting for the footsteps to stop, waiting for the next move. The person didn't keep them waiting too long. The footsteps that had felt like they were stepping on Draco's heart finally stopped, and there was no more sound. Here they come. He immediately became alert, his heartbeat not easing, but rather pounding even harder. He even vaguely suspected that in this dark and silent corridor, This intense heartbeat might be more pronounced than the footsteps of that figure. But Draco shook his head, refusing to think about anything else. Gathering all his focus back to the front, he clung to the hard stone edge at the corner of the corridor, slowly peeking his head out while holding his breath, not daring to take a single extra breath. At this moment, it was strikingly similar to the scene just moments ago at the stairwell. However, just when Draco thought everything would go as he imagined, an unexpected event occurred. Looking up, he saw that in the corridor, the pale moonlight was casting a ghostly glow on the floor, reflecting faintly on the walls on both sides, revealing several locked wooden doors. The emptiness was unsettling, with not even a shadow of anything, let alone the figure they had just been following. Draco's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinholes, and his wildly beating heart abruptly stalled. The sweat that had been trickling down became dense, almost instantly covering his forehead. "What's going on?" he asked incredulously, as if questioning Harry, or perhaps questioning himself, or even directly inquiring about that eerie figure. "Draco, what do you see?" Harry, hiding behind Draco, saw the other's reaction and panicked for a moment. He reached out and tugged on Draco's cloak, trying to get a response. However, after asking that question, Draco fell completely silent. With no other option, Harry stretched his head out as well. For a moment, both of them fell silent, looking at each other and seeing the same expression on each other's faces. Where the others? Harry was so startled by this scene that he stuttered as he gestured with his hands, asking Draco. "I don't know." Draco's brows furrowed tightly, shaking his head vigorously. Even as strands of hair fell down, he no longer cared, letting them obscure his vision. We've clearly been following him, hearing his footsteps coming this way. How is that possible? He lowered his head, murmuring in a voice only he could hear, while his brain raced to figure out where the problem lay. Just as both of them lost their composure, repeatedly confirming the empty corridor, the figure they had been closely following quietly appeared behind them. "Hey, what are you two doing?" The sudden voice startled both Harry and Draco, sending chills down their spines. Grabbing his partner beside him, Draco stumbled forward, barely having time to think, and instinctively raised his wand towards the direction of the voice. Serpent, oops, out of the hole. Just as Draco was halfway through the incantation, a red light suddenly surged, transforming into chains that shot toward his wrist, and before he could react, a powerful pulling force came. In the next second, the wand slipped from his hand and flew into the other's grasp. "Calm down, you gentleman from Sly Slytherin." With a wand in hand, the person didn't do anything else, just indicating that he posed no danger by raising both hands holding the wand up, continuing in his particularly stuttering speech. "I'm your defense against the dark arts teacher, Quirrell." Only then did the two recover from their shock, noticing the harmless face of Quirrell under his iconic purple scarf. He was currently wearing a loose blue and white striped pajamas, his face still showing signs of just waking up, along with a hint of confusion. "Professor?" Harry's eyes widened, one hand clutching his heart, the other trembling as he pointed at the other, clearly frightened. "What are you doing up here?" Quirrell looked at him with a strange expression. He tossed the wand he had just seized back to Draco and then asked, "This question should be mine to ask you. If I'm not mistaken, it should be bedtime, right? Why are you here?" With the wand back in hand, Draco also steadied himself. He let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, his tense shoulders relaxing, hanging weakly at his sides. Meanwhile, after calming down, Harry immediately remembered the most important reason he and Draco had gone up to the third floor. So he hurriedly spoke up, excited to report what had happened to the professor. "Just now, Draco and I." However, before he could finish a sentence, Draco's foot suddenly stepped hard on his shoe, causing him to abruptly stop. Draco took a step forward, naturally blocking Harry, and continued smoothly, "We couldn't sleep at night, so we wanted to buy some candy to eat. But the candy vending machine in the Slytherin common room was empty. So we had no choice but to sneak out to see. I remember there's a candy vending machine on the third floor too, right, Professor?" Draco flashed a somewhat harmless smile, shrugging and spreading his hands to show his helplessness. Harry, not being a fool, changed his expression upon hearing Draco's words, and then nodded naturally, smiling at Quirrell, completely dropping the topic he was about to mention. Indeed, Quirrell, without thinking much, nodded, then turned sideways, his wand emitting a warm yellow light, illuminating the direction of another corridor. "There is indeed a candy vending machine on the third floor. However, it's meant for professors only," Quirrell said, pondering for a moment, then looked back at the two. After a moment, he continued, "But if you really want to eat some, I could take you to buy some. How does that sound?" He smiled as he spoke, just like in the daytime. Still the beloved defense against the dark arts professor to all the students. After a while, Harry and Draco walked down the stairs, each with a bag full of candy, shaking it as they went. Quirrell stood at the foot of the stairs, waving gently at them, and kindly reminded them, "Go back and get a good night's sleep. I want tea, tell Mr. Filch." "Thank you, Professor Quirrell." Hearing his words, Harry, who had already descended halfway down the stairs, couldn't help but turn his head, looking up to express his gratitude to Quirrell. But the next moment, just as he finished speaking, he suddenly noticed that the vague darkness obscured Quirrell's kind and gentle face, leaving only the simplest outline, which in height and posture was eerily identical to the figure they had seen. Gulp! Harry's throat trembled violently, as if a conditioned reflex had taken over, and he looked at Draco beside him. Draco also smiled and waved goodbye to Quirrell, but Harry could clearly hear him squeeze out a few words between his teeth. "Don't say anything, just go back." Although Harry was shocked and had 1,000 things to say to Draco, he held back. Draco pulled out his favorite licorice wand from the candy and started chewing on it. Just as he said, the two of them said nothing all the way back to the Slytherin common room and climbed straight into their beds. However, lying on the bed, Harry could no longer fall asleep. He tossed and turned, constantly moving his body. His mind was filled with thoughts about Professor Quirrell and the figure they had seen. He began to unconsciously recall what Quirrell had been like in his memory. Weak, timid, stuttering, self-deprecating. Could such a person really be connected to that terrifying figure? Harry asked himself, but couldn't he provide an answer? All that filled the air were the calm breaths of his dormitory mates, punctuated by two incongruous sighs. Chapter 119. The departing Quirrell at the stairway. Quirrell stood there, motionless. He quietly watched as two figures slowly ascended to the second floor, then disappeared into the darkness, vanishing from sight. It wasn't until the sound faded away, becoming barely audible, that Quirrell's smile diminished further. He turned and calmly walked back to his dormitory. Creak! Once the wooden door of the room was completely shut, his expression suddenly turned hideous. His eyes reddened, nearly bulging out of their sockets, and the muscles in his cheeks twitched as if he were enduring immense pain. He staggered forward 2 steps before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Sweat poured down like rain, splattering onto the floor beneath him, but Quirrell paid no mind. He hurriedly removed the heavy turban wrapped around his head, releasing the ugly face of Voldemort, which was imprinted on the back of his skull. Just freed from the sweaty turban, Quirrell gasped for fresh air, and Voldemort immediately roared at him. "Look at what you've done. Even such a small matter. You let those 2 little brats discover it. Immediately, I want you to find an opportunity, whatever it takes. Eliminate them. Besides Harry Potter, I must also get rid of that other child." However, upon hearing Voldemort's command, the kneeling Quirrell couldn't help but shudder. It seemed like a horrifying memory flooded back into his mind, making him barely able to lift his head in the face of his master's fury, trembling as he resisted. "No, my master, you can't do this." Voldemort clearly did not expect his usually obedient and respectful servant, Quirrell, to dare openly defy his orders. He was taken aback for a moment, then, the next second, a wave of intense pain engulfed Quirrell's body. Voldemort howled, his ugly face contorting as it pulled at the skin on the back of Quirrell's head, almost making him lose control of his body. "Do you want to die? Quirrell, don't think you are irreplaceable. I can always find a more loyal and useful follower to serve me. You filthy dog." As Quirrell writhed on the floor in agony, just as Voldemort said, he dropped to his knees. Like a wild dog whipped by a human, he struggled on the ground, using the little strength he had left. He barely managed to explain to his master, "That child is Charlie Black's nephew." At this, Voldemort's fury abruptly ceased. The suffering that had enveloped Quirrell, which he could hardly forget in this lifetime, finally stopped. Gasping for breath, he quickly turned his body back over, resuming the humble and loyal posture he had at the beginning, then spoke in a hoarse voice, struggling to explain to his master, "Charlie Black is his uncle. This is almost common knowledge at Hogwarts. He says Charlie Black dotes on him, even giving him his private notes from school intact." Sweat soaked through his already thin nightgown, causing the fabric to stick to his back. It was sticky and uncomfortable, but Quirrell dared not slacken his efforts. He knew his life was in Voldemort's hands, and if he wished, he could easily take it. As for whether there would indeed be a multitude of followers eager to take his place after killing him, Quirrell did not know, but he did not dare to try. After all, even if there was only a 1% chance that it was true, he couldn't afford to gamble. What he wanted was power, authority, and more wealth. His inner greed led him to pledge allegiance to the Dark Lord, viewing him as his god. But he feared death more than others. So, after catching his breath, he continued speaking without pause, sharing all his thoughts with Voldemort. If If Draco really dies, then Charlie Black will definitely come to Hogwarts. As soon as he detects even a trace of my presence, then, my master, we are finished. After saying this, Quirrell deliberately paused, noting that Voldemort remained silent, seemingly in thought. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly continued to persuade. Please forgive my abruptness. Your invincible self is still too weak and will need a long time to recover. If we ignite Charlie Black's anger, then just the two of us will never be able to quell it. At that point, his identity will change from an ally to a ravenous wolf. This is not a profitable deal. After finishing, Quirrell pressed his forehead hard against the floor, his body still trembling, waiting for his master's reaction. After a long while, Voldemort calmed down, and his hoarse voice rarely carried a tone of unusual soothing and gentleness. I misjudged you, my loyal servant. This is indeed a difficult matter. Quirrell couldn't help but close his eyes, letting out a breath, nearly collapsing to the ground. However, Voldemort had not finished speaking. But some things must be done, and there will always be a way to accomplish them. He spoke again, still in a gentle tone, but the commanding tone left no room for doubt. Think of a way to eliminate those two children without letting Charlie Black find out it was us. I believe you can do it. Right, Quirrell? Quirrell felt a strange, chill sweep over him, penetrating his entire being. I understand. Just as you said, my master. The next day, a sleepless Harry Potter, sporting a large black eye, walked out of the Slytherin common room alongside a similarly unenergetic Draco, heading toward the classroom for their first morning lesson. The two said nothing, merely exchanging a meaningful glance filled with complexity. Thus, the morning classes passed in a haze. Even during Potions, Draco's favorite class, he did not exhibit his usual brilliance. And when called upon to answer questions, he no longer raised his hand to provoke Hermione, who regarded him as a rival, leaving her in disbelief. The change in their states could not escape the notice of their companions. By lunchtime, when the four of them arrived at the dining hall, faced with Ron and Hermione's questioning and demands, Harry finally couldn't hold back and reluctantly recounted the events of the previous night. In doing so, he discreetly glanced at Draco beside him. Seeing that the other party did not stop him, he continued to inform Ron and Hermione of the series of events that followed. Ron, sitting opposite Harry, widened his eyes. Even though he had just taken a bite of the chicken leg in his hand, he forgot to chew at that moment. Even Hermione's beautiful eyes flickered with a wave of emotion, her mouth slightly open as she instinctively wanted to scold the two, but was drawn in by Harry's story. So she could only suppress her urge and continue listening. It wasn't until Harry finished recounting the part about Professor Quirrell's appearance, mentioning that he and Draco had returned to the Slytherin common room with a whole bag of candies, that the two finally regained their composure. You two went on an adventure without inviting me. Ron blinked, expertly finishing the chicken leg in his hand, then shouted indignantly, his eyes filled with resentment, as if the concern he had felt earlier had finally materialized at this moment. Clearly, he had not grasped the main point of Harry's story. He was only upset that Draco and Harry had not invited him to sneak out and play at night, which drew a big eye roll from Hermione, who had been about to speak. Is there something wrong with your comprehension skills? Hermione's intended reprimand for Harry and Draco was quickly redirected towards Ron. I thought that from the beginning. Draco, who had been quietly picking at his food, raised his head, giving Hermione a thumbs up, as if he had found a kindred spirit. However, unexpectedly, after finishing with Ron, Hermione's attention returned to Harry and Draco. And you two, are you crazy? To express the severity of her tone, Hermione spoke while slightly furrowing her brows, her delicate hands clenched into fists as she slammed the table. How dare you do this? Let's not even mention that you went to the restricted section without permission. The first thing you should do when encountering such a dangerous being is to ensure your own safety, right? Why did you go back like that? Harry couldn't help but shrink his neck under Hermione's scolding. Reflecting on his and Draco's state at the time, he didn't know what had gotten into him, his blood rushing in the heat of the moment, leading him to chase after Draco. Now, thinking back on it made him shudder with fear. He glanced at Draco, who lowered his head again, fiddling with the food on his plate. The cherry tomatoes were being poked and prodded by his fork, nearly turned into tomato sauce. Even so, with Draco's proud disposition, he did not stand up to argue back with Hermione. It seemed he was aware of his own fault and chose to silently bear it. All right, after nearly 10 minutes of relentless lecturing, Ron finished his chicken leg and, while enjoying the show, quietly polished off Draco's portion as well. Finally, a parched Hermione stopped, concluding the meeting. Next time, you two absolutely cannot act alone. You must take me with you to the restricted section tonight. Huh. This statement clearly caught Harry and Draco off guard, causing them to raise their heads in unison to look at Hermione. Hermione, after all, was not like the other three boys. Her face was slightly flushed in the face of their surprised gazes. She could only feign an air of justification and awkwardly explain. Anyway, even if I tried to advise you, you definitely wouldn't listen to me, right? So it's better for me to go with you. If we really encounter any danger, I'll definitely be able to do more. Upon hearing this, Harry had yet to react, while Ron, who was still enjoying his meal, quickly swallowed what was in his mouth and raised his hand to declare, I want to go too. If you're taking Hermione, you must take me as well. Whatever, Draco surveyed the room, glancing at each person's face, feeling a bit better. He shrugged, stabbed the nearly ruined cherry tomato on his plate with his fork, and popped it into his mouth. As he felt its juice burst in his mouth, Draco nodded and said, after all, having one more person means one more strength. Meanwhile, shifting his gaze back to Charlie, he was rarely not spending the day leisurely in his office as usual. Instead, he had come to the entrance of the candy factory with Russell. Not only them, but all the house elves in the factory also stopped their work at that moment and walked out of the workshop to stand behind Charlie. For no other reason than that today was Dobby's day to go to Hogwarts. Unlike his last trip to the American Wizarding World, this time Dobby was not leaving on a business trip, but was officially transferred to a brand new environment. Although all the house elves were willing to offer their best wishes to this child who had grown up under their eyes, they couldn't help but feel worried. After all, no one knew better than them what the outside world was like. Have you really made up your mind? Charlie bent down, patting Dobby on the shoulder, watching him carry a large backpack, and he couldn't help but sigh, as if he were seeing his own child about to embark on a journey. Yes, Dobby said little, just nodding, his eyes still firm. Chapter 120. They might be jealous of you, right? Dobby, correct? At the entrance of Hogwarts, Hagrid looked at the little elf in front of him with a big backpack and felt a bit awkward, rubbing his large hands together. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, before coming here, Dumbledore had already given me special instructions in his office, which made me understand that the guest I am here to pick up is almost a completely different group from the house elves I've encountered at Hogwarts. Both in terms of perception and nature, there is a huge difference. Thus, Hagrid, who had never had similar interactions with house elves, felt a bit nervous, fearing that he might inadvertently insult Dobby by saying something thoughtless. Therefore, he had to concentrate fully, carefully considering each word he spoke, trying to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Yes, however, to his surprise, the little guy in front of him seemed much easier to handle than he had imagined. After hearing Hagrid's words, Dobby nodded readily and lifted his head, showing him a brilliant smile. Hello, my name is Dobby. What should I call you? Dobby politely asked back, extending his hand in a friendly manner, wanting to leave a good impression on the other party. Hagrid. Just call me Hagrid. Seeing Dab's actions, Hagrid was initially taken aback, but quickly recovered, half bending his knee and bending down, awkwardly extending his large hands to carefully grasp the other's small hand. It felt like holding a very delicate cloth doll, as if the slightest carelessness could pull the other's hand off. Hagrid thought to himself that his thumb was almost as thick as Dab's half-arm. Thank you, Hagrid. It's nice to meet you. Clearly, Dab was not as fragile as Hagrid had imagined. Once their hands were clasped together, he solemnly shook his arm, seeing the other's friendly demeanor. Hagrid finally let out a sigh of relief. After they released each other's hands, his gaze fell once again on the large backpack Dab was carrying on his back. Here, let me help you with that, Dab. Hagrid flashed what he thought was a very friendly smile and said softly, although it wasn't very obvious on his rugged face. The attentive Dab still felt the goodwill he was trying to convey. Thank you. So without refusing, Dab nodded and proceeded to take off the huge backpack from his back, handing it to Hagrid. Would have been an astonishingly large backpack for Dab became just right in Hagrid's hands. He lifted it up with a sudden jerk, feeling the backpack's extraordinary weight, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, asking in surprise, "What do you have in there?" "It's not what I packed. My mom insisted I bring it." After the backpack was off, Dab felt much more relaxed, rubbing his sore shoulders as he casually replied, "Just some alchemical items for self-defense." Saying this, Dab rolled up his pants, without any sense of shame or inferiority, boldly showing Hagrid his broken leg, indicating this happened because of some unpleasant little incidents before. "So my mom has always been worried about my safety. To reassure her, I can only carry this entire backpack of things with me." Wow. Hagrid's raised eyebrows shot up even higher. Listening to Dab's words, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. After all, even though he had lived alone in a small house next to the Forbidden Forest, he still had a basic understanding of common sense. He had never seen anyone carry a backpack full of alchemical items as a unit of measurement. That must be very expensive, right? I don't know. Dab honestly spread his hands and shook his head. I never used money before leaving Hogwarts. My parents always prepared what they thought I needed long in advance. I see. Hagrid nodded thoughtfully at Dab's words and suddenly realized he should hurry and take Dab to the headmaster's office, as Dumbledore was waiting for them. So without further ado, Hagrid picked up the backpack, stepped aside, and presented a clear path to Dab. Let's go in first, Dab. I welcome you here on behalf of myself and Headmaster Dumbledore. Looking at the massive castle building that was now in front of him, Dab's eyes couldn't help but shine. He took a deep breath, nodded without speaking, and walked to the front door, stepping confidently into Hogwarts for the first time. Oh, by the way, Hagrid. As they walked, their conversation did not stop, but instead became more familiar. Dab seemed to have thought of something and suddenly called out Hagrid's name. What? Hagrid looked down at his new friend, who only reached his calf. His tone no longer restrained as he naturally responded, "You must be a remarkable guy." Why do you say that? Caught off guard by this unexpected compliment. He scratched his head, puzzled. Because you're so tall. I've never seen anyone taller than you. Not even Mr. Black, who is not as big as you. Dab explained matter-of-factly, when I was little, my parents always hoped I could grow taller and stronger. But unfortunately, I only reached this height. So I think someone as big as you must be quite remarkable. Thank you for the compliment, Dab. But in fact, I'm just the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Hagrid looked a bit embarrassed and glanced at his own physique. Then, as if remembering something, his eyelids drooped. And he continued, besides, actually, a build like mine isn't very popular in the wizarding world. Because they can tell at a glance that I'm a half-giant. Maybe they are jealous of you? What? How could you think that? Hagrid's eyes widened in disbelief, listening to Dab's astonishing statement. People tend to feel jealous of those who are better than them. Dab's eyes wandered around, scanning the walls, corridors, and every painting in Hogwarts. But his words didn't stop. He continued, in their jealousy, to provide a rational explanation for their twisted psychology, so they can feel more justified. They cleverly turn it into a new form of discrimination and create a consensus among others to ostracize those who excel beyond them. Hagrid opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. After a long silence, he finally replied, I never thought of it that way. Dab, he called out again. What is it? Dab tilted his head, bringing his attention back to Hagrid. I guess we can definitely become good friends. Hagrid said, that would be great. Thank you for being my first friend at Hogwarts, Hagrid. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore looked at the large and small figures entering, chatting and laughing, with a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Hello, Dab. He greeted Dab with a smile, saying gently, I guess Hagrid has already expressed my welcome to you. Yes. Headmaster Dumbledore. Upon entering the headmaster's office, Dab undoubtedly became much more serious, standing upright in front of the desk and nodding earnestly as he replied. I also bring you Mr. Black's blessings on his behalf. After saying this, he turned to Hagrid and whispered, Hagrid, my bag. Could you please help me open the second zipper? Inside is what Mr. Black asked me to bring to Headmaster Dumbledore. Hearing Dab's words, Hagrid quickly nodded, unzipped the backpack, and plunged his large hands inside. Soon, he pulled out a bulging package wrapped in parchment. Is this the candy Charlie said he wanted to send me? Dumbledore took the parchment-wrapped package from Hagrid, curiously examining it before placing it on the desk and turning his attention back to Dab. Thank you for bringing it over for Charlie. If I had to rely on his little chubby owl to deliver it personally, I can only imagine how long I would have to wait. It's all part of my duties, Headmaster Dumbledore. Dab flashed a big, bright smile at Dumbledore. We have arranged a dormitory for you. There's just enough space left in the dormitory originally prepared for professors. You can stay there. The professors at Hogwarts are all friendly people. Moreover, your neighbor will be Professor Severus Snape. Although he may seem difficult to approach, he was a companion of Charlie's during his school days. So if you encounter any issues in your daily life, you can seek his help nearby. After saying this, Dumbledore paused for a few seconds to give the other party time to react before continuing to ask, What do you think, Dab? However, to Dumbledore's surprise, Dab did not nod in agreement, but slightly furrowed his brows, lost in thought. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously asked, Headmaster Dumbledore, may I ask if it is true that there is a group of house elves living in Hogwarts? Upon hearing this, Hagrid behind him couldn't help but become a bit worried, lifting his head to glance at Dumbledore. But Dumbledore did not consider hiding anything. He nodded and calmly admitted, yes. Hogwarts has taken in a group of house elves long ago and allowed them to live here. Dab received the answer, and a look of understanding appeared on his face. He then continued to ask, if that is the case, I would like to know if I could live with them as well. Dab took a step forward, his big eyes flashing with sincerity and curiosity. As a fellow member of the elf family, I think I can get to know them and let go of prejudice to see and understand their world, their living environment, and their thoughts. I believe I can get along well with them. What do you think? Dab's words left Dumbledore momentarily silent. His brows drooped, and after a moment of thought, he slowly shook his head. I'm afraid not, Dab. Although Charlie asked me to take care of you a bit before you arrived, I cannot agree to this idea. Dumbledore continued to explain, because the house elves are an important part of this place. They are responsible for the meals and sanitation for all the students at Hogwarts. Compared to before, the number of house elves at Hogwarts has decreased significantly. Do you know why? Dumbledore raised his eyes meaningfully, looking at Dab, and continued, his voice still gentle. Many years ago, Charlie said something similar to me in this very office. I agreed to him, and, as a result, he took away nearly 1/3 of the house elves from Hogwarts in one go. Even now, Hogwarts is still struggling with manpower. Listening to this, Dab could only nod, scratching his head in embarrassment, and said nothing else, effectively agreeing to Dumbledore's initial suggestion of letting him stay in the faculty dormitory. Soon after, Hagrid took Dab out of the headmaster's office, heading towards the residence where he would be living long-term. As they walked, he chattered softly to Dab, saying, "If you need anything, you can come find me, or I can come find you. Anyway, I come here every day to feed my precious Fluffy, and I can bake some rock cakes to bring to you. The professors are all very nice. Anyone who can become a professor at Hogwarts is a carefully selected excellent person, so you can rest assured. If you have any questions, just ask them humbly, and they will definitely help you. In fact, the house elves living at Hogwarts are very happy. All right, this is the place you will be living." Finally, after a chat, the two arrived at the door of the dormitory where Dab would be staying. Indeed, it was the same room that Charlie had lived in when he returned for the entrance ceremony. Now it had been assigned to Dab, which in a sense could be considered a kind of fate. "You can rest now. I won't disturb you." With a thud, the huge backpack was placed inside the room. Hagrid stood at the door, waved at Dab, and left. Chapter 121. Umbridge's Visit Crack. A crisp cracking sound came from Charlie's lips. The thin candy coating broke, causing the thick, translucent light yellow filling to burst forth, bringing with it a refreshing lemon flavor that was slightly sweet and not overly cloying, filling his mouth instantly. At the same time, a long-lost voice reappeared in Charlie's mind, accompanied by that transparent template. Task Blueprint. Snow Lemon. Status changed to completed. Blueprint description. Provides the eater with a short-term boost in luck and focus. Current task item. Snow Lemon. Excellent. Buff effect luck. 2 focus. For with a faint lemon scent duration. 20 minutes effects can stack with other states, up to a maximum of 3 stack states. Task reward. Unlock new task Blueprint X, 1 special magical item X1. Indeed. As Charlie savored the amazing taste in his mouth, he leaned back against the chair's backrest. Exhaling deeply, half closing his eyes, he couldn't help but think. Not all candies have effects as extreme as the violet of the sniffing wind. However, despite that, as a product rated as excellent, the value of this snow lemon is far higher than other candies. Coupled with its unique flavor, it would definitely be a very wise choice as the flagship product of his factory this season. Moreover, although the so-called Luck 2 and Focus 4 might seem a bit useless for him, they could definitely play a significant role in certain special situations. For example, potions or alchemy. Charlie was confident that even the undisputed master of alchemy, Nicholas Flamel, wouldn't mind having one of these while he worked to ensure the quality of his creations. Perhaps I could send a few to Severus. Suddenly, Charlie's half-closed eyes opened a bit wider as if he thought of something, and he couldn't help but murmur to himself, maybe with the help of this snow lemon, he could really produce Felix Felicis consistently. However, just as he was pondering the feasibility of this matter and becoming more convinced that there was an opportunity, a series of loud knocks on the door abruptly pulled him back from his thoughts. With years of experience and intuition, Charlie could almost instantly determine that the visitor was not Russell, but someone else. After all, Russell always knocked gently with his knuckles in a rhythmic manner, and even in the most urgent situations, he would never pound on the door of Charlie's office so violently. Charlie even doubted whether the person standing outside the door had a deep grudge against him or against his door. His brow involuntarily furrowed, and his expression showed a hint of dissatisfaction. However, he subconsciously returned to his seated posture, moved his head away from the back of the chair, and then nodded toward the door, asking in his usual loud voice, "Who is it?" Hearing Charlie's voice, the noisy banging on the door finally stopped. Soon after, a familiar yet extremely annoying voice floated in. "It's me, Mr. Black. It's Umbridge. Minister Fudge sent me here with a letter, and he insisted that I deliver it to you personally." when Umbridge mentioned that Fudge had sent her to deliver the letter personally. Charlie could clearly hear the arrogance in her tone, which she didn't even bother to hide. The feeling of disgust in his heart intensified, due to some psychological cleanliness. He didn't want her to step into this office, which held great significance for him. He was also reluctant to meet her face to face. Unfortunately, he had no choice, as he would soon need Fudge's assistance. If he offended the prideful minister now, he would surely cause some trouble. Resigned, Charlie sighed and made a compromise. He stood up from his seat, straightened his clothes, casually grabbed a few snow lemons from the desk, and put them in his pocket, then walked straight to the front door. Standing in front of the door, he deliberately rubbed his cheeks with both hands before slowly opening the office door. Outside the door, Umbridge was holding a small envelope with great solemnity, which seemed to be what Fudge had entrusted her with. Behind her, Russell looked up at this figure that seemed to be a mound of fat, wrapped in pink cling film, with a face full of helplessness. As Charlie's attentive servant, Russell knew how much his master valued this office. Except for those who were close and needed, all other visitors would be received in a designated reception room. Originally, upon seeing Umbridge's visit, Russell naturally led her to the reception room and intended to ask her to wait there while he notified Charlie. However, unexpectedly, after Umbridge readily agreed, she followed him without his notice. When they arrived in front of Charlie's office, she hypocritically smiled at Russell, saying that it was urgent and she had to deliver it to Charlie quickly. Then, without waiting for him to say anything else, she waved her chubby hands and began banging on the office door. Russell had never encountered someone so thick-skinned, even though he had seen a lot. And for a moment, he didn't know what to do. After all, the banner she was waving was that of the Minister of Magic's personal appointment. And knowing the weight of that, Russell dared not be rough with her or call someone to drag her away. Thus, he could only watch as she disturbed Charlie inside the office. Before long, the door opened. As Umbridge's squinted eyes caught the light from the slowly opening door, her smile grew brighter, and she lifted her leg to step inside. However, just as her foot was about to touch the ground, it stopped in mid-air, not daring to continue forward. In front of her, Charlie Black's tall figure blocked the doorway like a wall, his hands gripping the door frames tightly, leaving her no chance to squeeze through. Umbridge had no choice but to withdraw her foot and awkwardly chuckle. "Mr. Black, why did you come to open the door yourself?" Charlie maintained his demeanor, and his smile did not change. After all, she is a distinguished guest from the Ministry of Magic. Personally welcoming her reflects my respect for Minister Fudge. Charlie deliberately emphasized Fudge's name as if to highlight whose order she was following. Umbridge's smile widened, seemingly oblivious to the underlying meaning in Charlie's words. Her eyes, which sparkled with cunning, peered through the crack to inspect the interior of Charlie's office. "No wonder Minister Fudge has been telling me that Mr. Black is the most remarkable businessman in the entire British magical world. Is it inappropriate for us to stand here and chat? How about?" As she spoke, she extended her pudgy finger, tentatively pointing toward the office. Her meaning was clear. However, compared to Russell, Charlie was far more adept at handling such shameless people. So he was not surprised by her thick-skinned approach. Instead, he nodded thoughtfully, stepped forward, and directly walked out of the office, warmly putting his arm around Umbridge's shoulder and heading toward the reception room. Yes, I was rude. Come, let's go to the reception room. I'll have my staff prepare some food and hot tea for you. Yes, you must try the hot tea from Charlie's factory. It really is quite good. But actually, Mr. Black, I think your office. Still unwilling to give up, Umbridge struggled while turning her head to look longingly at the now-closed office door. "Russell, what's going on? Is this how you treat our distinguished guest?" Before she could finish her sentence, Charlie's reprimand cut her off again. "Aren't you going to prepare hot tea for our guest? Bring it to the reception room." "Oh." Standing aside, Russell finally reacted, hurriedly nodding and responding loudly, "Oh, right. Sorry, my master. It was Russell's oversight. I'll go right now." With that, he dashed away. Not long after, when Russell really entered the reception room, carrying an exquisite silver tray with rich hot tea, he was surprised to find that Umbridge had already vanished. Only his master remained, casually leaning back on the sofa, leisurely reading the letter that had just been in Umbridge's hands. "Master, where's that fat Umbridge lady? I prepared hot tea for you both." Russell blinked and couldn't help but ask. "She left." Charlie didn't even look up, still absorbed in the letter, responding casually. "Left?" Russell's expression turned to surprise, scratching his head in confusion. "Of course she left. What else could she do? Did she really expect you to bring her hot tea?" Placing the letter on the coffee table, Charlie chuckled, shaking his head, and waved at Russell. Russell naturally understood his master's meaning and quickly handed over a cup of hot tea carefully. Taking a gentle sip of his hot tea, Charlie's mood, which had been somewhat displeased due to Umbridge's arrival, brightened considerably. He smacked his lips and couldn't help but nod. At least in this matter. He hadn't lied to her. Our Charlie's factory hot tea really is delicious. Since you didn't get to taste it yourself, that's not my fault. What about this cup, master? Russell glanced at the other cup on the tray and asked. Charlie, in a good mood and without much thought, casually replied, you drink it. It's just right for you to sit here with me for a while. Upon hearing this, Russell nodded, set the tray down, and with both hands respectfully held the remaining cup of hot tea, taking a seat opposite Charlie. Do you know what Fudge wrote in this letter? Is it about the matter you mentioned earlier regarding the Merlin Order's third-class medal? After taking a sip of hot tea and pondering for a moment, Russell gave his answer. After all, given Fudge's complicated feelings toward his master, Russell couldn't think of anything else that would prompt him to reach out. Charlie nodded. He said that in 3 days, it would be the day of the Merlin Order's medal ceremony, and the awarding ceremony would take place in the Ministry of Magic's dedicated hall. They would also specially invite some media and authoritative figures from the magical community to attend, and even Professor Dumbledore would personally be there to witness this moment. So he hoped I would prepare accordingly in advance. Upon hearing this, Russell, who had been drinking tea, suddenly couldn't sit still. He jumped up from the sofa, excitedly saying, will there be that many people? Then the master must have the most dignified outfit. That pesky Fudge, why is he only telling you this now? At such an important time, we should have a custom suit made. Trust me, master, I can find the perfect solution. Charlie was silent for a moment, his brow twitching slightly, but in the end he said nothing and chose to remain taciturn. Minister Fudge, I have delivered the items you asked me to. Not long after, Umbridge returned to Fudge's office, her face full of flattery as she reported, well, how was it? Charlie's reaction. Fudge's expression remained unchanged, only nodding slightly before asking blandly, Mr. Black is very pleased. Umbridge replied eagerly. He even came to the office door to welcome me. What? Hearing this, Fudge's expression softened a bit, and he looked incredulously at his subordinate. Clearly, he was well aware of the unwritten rules surrounding Charlie's office. Thus, his tone became serious as he hurriedly asked, he personally went to the office door to greet you? So you entered Charlie Black's office? Upon hearing this, Umbridge's flattering expression became subtly unnatural, her cheeks quivering as she hesitated before finally shaking her head. No, but Mr. Black personally took me to the reception room and even made me hot tea. Fudge said nothing more, only casting her a silent glance, seemingly blaming her for giving him false hope. All right, since the letter has been delivered, you can leave now. I have a meeting to attend shortly. Okay, all right. Minister Fudge, though filled with reluctance and regret, Umbridge nodded and quietly exited the Minister of Magic's office. It was so close, just so close. And I would have gotten in. Chapter 122, Gold Coins in the Evening. Charlie stood by the window, quietly gazing into the distance. The moon had just risen, and the sun had yet to set. The red glow of the sunset colored half of the sky, blending beautifully with the night sky on the other half, forming a natural scene that was hard to admire. However, Charlie's mind was not on this. He was waiting for Fawkes' arrival, based on the usual timing for reward distributions. He believed that it wouldn't be long before Fawkes returned to deliver his reward to Charlie. To be honest, compared to the candy lemon with a luck value bonus this time, he was more eagerly anticipating the special magical item displayed on the transparent template. After all, this was something Charlie had never encountered before, which inevitably piqued his interest. Sure enough, just as he had guessed, not long after, a black dot from the distant edge of the sky became clearer and clearer. It was Fawkes' figure. Its wings flapped, draped in the red glow of dusk, feathers fluttering in the wind, looking exceptionally beautiful, completely unlike that lazy bird that only slept in its office. Below it, two powerful claws were firmly grasping a fabric pouch. Without needing to think, he could guess that what was inside was exactly what Charlie had been looking forward to. Coo! As if noticing Charlie waiting by the window, Fawkes opened its mouth and let out a crisp, long call. It seemed to be greeting Charlie and reminding him to open the window, having developed an unspoken understanding. Charlie naturally knew this, smiled, and waved at the little bird in the distance, then proceeded to pull open the window. The evening breeze rushed in through the open glass window, carrying the autumn chill and a faint refreshing scent, rustling the corners of the documents on his desk, creating a pleasant sound. Enjoying the comfort of the autumn breeze, Charlie's face relaxed, and his smile became more genuine. Watching Fawkes getting closer, he gently stepped back half a step, then turned his body to open a sufficient path for Fawkes to land. The next moment, due to its excessive speed and inability to stop, Fawkes transformed into a brown blur and zipped straight into the office. Its wings flapped wildly as it tried to slow down, clumsily rolling several times on the carpet before, with a thud, its head collided directly with the door. Ha ha! Silly bird. Seeing this scene, Charlie couldn't help but laugh mercilessly. This wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. Ever since Fox had become plumper, every time it dove from the sky, it would end in this way. However, it showed no self-awareness. Every once in a while, it would impulsively try a few times. Even if each attempt ended in failure, it remained tireless and obsessed with it. To be honest, before it gained weight, Fox's flying skills were so superb that every one of its kind would be amazed. But now, it's better not to mention it. While laughing, Charlie also moved, leisurely stepping forward. He bent down to pick up the fallen fabric pouch, not opening it immediately, but instead weighing it in his hand. It's light, almost weightless, as if there was nothing but a scroll inside. It seemed that hearing the unmasked glee in his laughter, Fox, who had bumped into the door, hurriedly struggled to roll up its sturdy body. Its claws flailed wildly in the air, desperately trying to regain balance. Even so, it still took a lot of effort to stand back up. The moment it stood up, it immediately glared at Charlie with anger, followed by a series of crisp, melodious chirps pouring out of its honey-like little mouth. Coo-coo-caw, it scolded, seeming aggrieved, while its little claws angrily alternated on the carpet beneath it. Charlie didn't stop it, as if he was already used to this. He casually weighed the cloth bag in his hand, walked to the desk, and plopped back down into his chair. After a while, when Faywin had finished venting and finally got tired, it stopped chirping and began sulkingly grooming its messy feathers. All right, good job. Charlie understood his bird's temperament and skillfully grabbed a handful of owl food, placing it on the table while gently coaxing it. The sound of food scattering and colliding with the desktop came through. In the next moment, Faywin, which had been lowering its head to preen, suddenly perked up, its anger dissipating entirely. Spreading its wings, it fluttered over to the desk, ready to enjoy its well-deserved reward. Once Faywin was settled, Charlie could finally shift his full attention to what was in his hands. He opened the cloth bag, took out the new blueprint, and casually set it aside. The most anticipated special magical item also slipped into his palm. It was a coin made of gold. Charlie raised an eyebrow, playing with the coin between his fingers, feeling its weight and size were quite similar to a galleon, and momentarily fell into a bit of confusion. So what is this for? He squinted, bringing the coin closer to examine the patterns and the subtle engravings on it, mumbling to himself. The coin appeared to be quite old, with a dense circle of incantations around its outer edge that made it hard to discern many details. Even the central design had become rather blurry, with only vague outlines of two old men's faces, one looking kind and gentle, the other with a fierce, angry expression. Yet even so, through the vivid expressions, one could still appreciate the fine craftsmanship. This confirmed to him that although the coin was similar in appearance to a galleon, it was definitely not something that could be mass-produced for currency. Perhaps Charlie seemed to have thought of something, as his mind began to sort through a few thoughts. He closed his eyes and attempted to control his magic with the same precision as before, guiding it toward the gold coin. The next second, as a steady stream of magic flowed into it, supplying it with energy, the outer circle of inscriptions on the coin began to rotate slowly in a clockwise direction. Simultaneously, the coin itself trembled slightly with a faint sound. Although he opened his eyes, Charlie could clearly feel the small changes in the coin between his fingers and that the magic he was outputting was being continuously absorbed by it. A smile appearing on his face. No matter what, at least this direction was right. He settled his mind and continued to relax the flow of magic. Sure enough, the coin's tremors became more vigorous, and a faint glow began to seep from within. The marks that had been corroded by time miraculously filled in and became neat again, revealing its original exquisite form. The magic within the coin was now full, having consumed about a quarter of Charlie's own magic, and then it stopped absorbing. Thus, he also stopped, slowly opening his eyes, raising his eyebrows as he looked at the incredible scene before him, waiting to see what would happen next. It should be noted that a quarter of Charlie's magic, while it may not sound like much, could actually rival the total amount of most adult wizards. The need for such a large amount of magic to officially activate the magical item made Charlie even more curious about its purpose. Just as he was pondering this, there was a buzzing sound, and the coin began to move on its own, unexpectedly slipping from his hand. It drew a graceful arc in the air before landing with a thud on the desk. The side facing Charlie was the angry face of the old man. The old man's eyes suddenly lit up, his expression becoming even more vivid, as if he were about to come to life and struggle to escape from the coin. Charlie's breath caught for a moment, and he widened his eyes to look at it. Even Faywin paused its eating, lifted its head, and couldn't help but look over. However, Nothing happened. Soon, the light in the old man's eyes faded, and the coin returned to its original dull and blurry state. When Charlie carefully picked it up again to examine it in his palm, he was shocked to find that the magic it had contained had completely dissipated, leaving not a trace. Chapter 123. Prerequisites? What is this? A flash of light? A turn of the coin? And my quarter of magic just vanished like that? Charlie's expression became strange as an absurd feeling welled up inside him. With a lingering sense of reluctance, he turned the coin over and over in his hands, trying to figure out what had happened. But the truth was cruel. The magic was gone. The coin had returned to its original state. And it was as if nothing had happened at all. Cuckoo! Feywin squinted its eyes, standing on the desk, shaking its feathers leisurely, then let out two short, mocking chirps at Charlie. After that, it ignored him, lowered its head again, and continued to deal with the delicious food it hadn't finished. Charlie pursed his lips, his expression shifting through complexity before finally settling into resignation. He hadn't expected that there would come a day when he would be mocked by Feywin. As he lamented the changing tides, Charlie shook his head and pulled a snow lemon from his coat pocket, popping it into his mouth. He had grabbed it on his way to the door to deal with Umbridge, and it was just a thing to help alleviate some of his gloom. As the sweet and sour filling spread across every taste bud on his tongue, Charlie felt his spirits lift considerably. He just didn't know whether it was the focus boost from the snow lemon or just his own psychological effect. The coin continued to flip between his fingers. Compared to the initial awkwardness, he had become increasingly skilled in just a short 15 minutes. While savoring the candy in his mouth, Charlie chose to perk up his spirits and continue thinking. He didn't believe that the system would casually hand him something that was not only useless but also wasted magic for no reason. After all, with decades of solid cooperation behind them, he had confidence in this regard. So, having ruled out that possibility, the remaining options were either that he was using it incorrectly or that this magical item had some kind of special prerequisite. Reflecting carefully on the entire process that had just triggered with the coin, after flying out of his hand, it landed on the table, revealing the old man's angry face. Finally, the face on the coin was activated, but nothing happened. If that's the case, what about the other side? Perhaps the use of this coin lies in a simple coin-guessing ritual. If this ritual consumes so much magic power in just one instance, according to the principle of conservation, the effect it brings should also be, in some sense, equal to it. So what are the prerequisites? Is there something missing that I need to provide as a premise for activating this coin? Just as he felt his thoughts gradually becoming clearer in his mind, he unknowingly became more engrossed, unraveling the mystery. Just as he was about to grasp the true use of this coin, a sudden knock on the door interrupted his train of thought. Come in. Charlie knew who the visitor was, so he didn't pay much attention and continued his analysis after glancing at the door. The office door opened, and Russell walked in, holding a neatly folded exquisite suit. It seemed that in just half a day, he had really prepared the clothes that Charlie would wear the day after tomorrow. Master. Russell appeared, quite pleased, walking inside with his chest puffed out as if he had accomplished something remarkable. Look, how do you like this suit? He stopped in front of the desk, spread his arms to unveil the folded suit, and raised his arms high, balancing on his toes, struggling to present its full view to Charlie. This suit was specially customized for you a few months ago for the Eber family gathering. Although it's not the latest in terms of style, elegance, or any other aspect, I think it's perfect for the awarding ceremony. It will absolutely highlight your noble and elegant temperament, making you the center of attention. Russell spoke with conviction, but Charlie's eyelids twitched, and his original thoughts were completely interrupted. The coin he'd been flipping between his fingers suddenly stopped. Becoming the center of attention was highly likely, but he couldn't agree with the idea that it was very suitable for the awarding ceremony and highlighted his temperament. How to put it, in Charlie's eyes, this suit was simply too extravagant. The accessories on the suit were extremely intricate, each piece sparkling and dazzling. If he could barely accept the outfit Russell had prepared for him during the Hogwarts opening ceremony, this time he truly resisted. It gave Charlie the impression of a male peacock's beautiful tail feathers. Aside from being extravagantly luxurious to attract attention, it had no other purpose. Imagine standing before many respected old wizards in the entire British magical community, including Headmaster Dumbledore and various well-known media outlets, wearing such a sparkling, luxurious suit, strutting forward with a smile to accept the awarding ceremony, pinning the third-level Merlin medal on his chest. Charlie could be certain that this would absolutely be an unprecedented disaster. The next day, every newspaper headline would tacitly read that Charlie Black wore a luxurious suit at the awarding ceremony, ostentatiously provoking the attending Wisengamot and Ministry of Magic. Don't doubt whether this is an exaggeration. He could guarantee that those reporters who loved to stir up trouble would be eager to make the headline even more sensational, adding more embellishments to the content. He pulled his attention back from the imagined scene. What do you think, Master? Don't you think this is a very suitable suit? Looking at Russell's face, which was subtly filled with anticipation, Charlie's brow furrowed slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, he gently reminded Russell, "Don't you think this is a bit too eye-catching?" Russell was slightly taken aback, turned his head to look at the suit in his hands, and naturally shook his head. "Eye-catching? I think it's fine. After all, aren't you the only protagonist of this awarding ceremony? Shouldn't you stand out from others?" Listening to Russell's words, Charlie couldn't help but feel a headache. Just as he was about to patiently explain the differences between an awarding ceremony and a ball to Russell, his mouth, which had just opened, suddenly froze. For a moment, it seemed he thought of something, and his eyes involuntarily looked at the coin in his hand. Perhaps this could also be considered a prerequisite. Charlie's eyes lit up, and he heard a ding. The coin, originally pinched between his two fingers, was flicked into the air, spinning continuously, and then gradually began to glow. At the same time, unlike the previous instance where he actively infused it with magic power, the moment the coin was flicked up, Charlie immediately felt that his body had become an open valve, and the magic power stored within was being drawn out freely, transforming into its energy source. After disappearing about a quarter of its original size, the spinning coin finally landed in the palm of Charlie's hand. The side of the coin, facing up, revealed the old man's amiable face. The old man's expression became more vivid, his eyes radiating a soft glow, and even the subtle movements of his brow could be felt by Charlie. Buzz! The coin vibrated in his palm. Then, in the next second, it released the magic power that had just been stored within, manifesting as a ring that swept across the surroundings. Russell, who had also turned his gaze toward the coin when it was flicked up, suddenly paused for a moment, but soon returned to normal, as if he had just momentarily spaced out. However, when he came back to his senses, the satisfied expression on his face showed a hint of hesitation. And when he turned to look at the suit in his hand, his expression was no longer as content as it had been at the beginning. It seemed indeed a bit too extravagant. Russell pursed his lips, seeming to understand Charlie's meaning, looked the suit up and down, and then dejectedly folded it back up. "In that case, I'll go choose another suitable one. Master, I'll be right back." After saying this, without waiting for Charlie to react, he hurriedly dashed out of the office with the suit, reigniting his enthusiasm for the second selection. Chapter 124. The awarding ceremony. Russell left, rushing out of Charlie's office with the suit, beginning the second selection process. As the door to the office closed, the surroundings fell silent once more. Charlie's gaze lingered for a moment in the direction Russell had left, and after a long while, he lowered his head to look at the coin in his palm. The coin lay quietly in the center of his palm, its dull appearance unchanged, and the amiable face of the old man had once again become blurred, losing the vividness it had just displayed. Suddenly, Charlie's expression changed, and he couldn't help but smile slightly. Interesting. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the day agreed upon in the letter from Fudge to Charlie. The final outfit Russell selected for Charlie was a rather traditional wizard's robe, although there were still many exquisite and luxurious designs and decorations in some corners, such as the wide cuffs and the hem of the robe, highlighting his status. Charlie was much more satisfied compared to the outfit he had chosen before. Soon, Charlie arrived at the venue prepared by the Ministry of Magic for the award ceremony, where he also saw his old friend, Cornelius Fudge. At that moment, Fudge looked just as he did when Charlie first met him, still wearing the same old striped suit paired with a red tie, a dark green top hat firmly placed on his head, and even his slightly graying temples were meticulously groomed. However, the smile on his rosy face became somewhat stiff upon seeing Charlie, and a hint of complexity arose in the depths of his eyes. Fudge's attitude towards this young and accomplished wizard was undoubtedly conflicted. On one hand, he admired Charlie's extravagant spending, the kind that casually tossed out thousands of galleons as if they were nothing, creating a sense of disorientation. He vividly remembered the scene in his office when Charlie poured a total of 50,000 galleons onto the floor like raindrops. Even to this day, it remained fresh in his memory. He could still recall the moment when Charlie leaned down to look at him, the enigmatic smile on his face deeply etched in his mind. After Charlie left that day, he did not use magic or call for any assistance. He bent down alone and picked up the scattered galleons with his sturdy hands, filling his sack, which took him an entire afternoon to finish. When he finally tied up the sack, his top hat had long been tossed aside, his meticulously groomed hair was disheveled, sweat soaked through his shirt, and he was panting heavily, as if he hadn't engaged in such strenuous activity for a long time. Although every cell in his body was filled with exhaustion, his spirit felt immensely fulfilled and joyous like never before. On the other hand, he felt a sense of fear regarding the other's audacity. Although Fudge was greedy, cowardly, and incompetent, he had managed to maintain his high position in the British magical community for several years, which meant he could not be a fool. At least in terms of power struggles and internal conflicts, he could undoubtedly be called an expert. Thus, when Charlie sent someone to barge into his office and verbally conveyed the situation he encountered in the American magical community, Fudge's first reaction was one of shock mixed with absurdity. In that moment, he suddenly realized that this guy was still the same madman from the war era. The peaceful facade had disguised him for too long, causing him to be misled and naively think that Charlie was just a businessman. The award ceremony did not keep Charlie waiting for too long, or it could be said that it was merely a procedural matter. After all, the Order of Merlin had been disbanded for many years, and the so-called awarding ceremony for the Order of Merlin had long lost its original sacred significance under the control of the Ministry of Magic. This was evident from Fudge awarding himself the first-class Order of Merlin. Besides, the ordinary wizards below still yearned for the glory it could bring, but for someone at Charlie's level, it was merely a decorative pretense. In fact, if Charlie wanted, he could completely emulate his grandfather, Arcturus Black, by lending a large amount of gold to the Ministry of Magic to purchase a first-class Order of Merlin. A rough calculation of the current price would only require him to add another 10,000 to the initial sponsorship he gave Fudge. Beyond that, no further preparations were necessary, but was unnecessary, because the main reason he wanted this medal was to use this piece of news and identity to create hype and momentum for his candy through various publications. As for whether it was a third-class or first-class Order of Merlin, there was not much of a significant difference. Facing numerous reporters of all sizes and the esteemed old wizards seated at the highest point, Charlie maintained a calm smile and did not say a word throughout. He simply nodded occasionally to show respect while standing beside Minister Fudge. Then, he listened to Fudge briefly summarize Charlie's outstanding contributions to the magical community in front of everyone. Following that, under the formal vote of the Wisengamot Wizards, the chairman of the Wisengamot, who was also Charlie's old principal, Dumbledore, announced in a loud voice the formal awarding of the third-class Order of Merlin. When Fudge received the beautiful golden medal with a white satin ribbon from someone beside him and personally pinned it on Charlie's chest, the atmosphere in the venue reached its peak. Reporters rushed forward, and the sudden flashes of cameras began to capture this crucial moment of the award ceremony. The two completed the awarding, handshake, conversation, and a series of actions under countless flashes. From their expressions, they appeared to be longtime friends. Unbeknownst to others, however, a different tacit understanding flashed in the exchanged glances between Charlie and Fudge. It was not until the frequency of the flashes gradually decreased and all the reporters were satisfied that Fudge announced the formal end of the award ceremony. Out of context, damn. I'm stuck. This damned award ceremony has me at a loss. There is absolutely no information online. Chapter 125. Expansion of the factory after the award ceremony. The remaining time belonged to the reporters who had been eagerly waiting below. The aurors who had originally blocked them stepped aside and silently retreated to the back. A group of old wizards from the Wisengamot also left the stage first, leaving the spotlight to Charlie Black. Just as Dumbledore was about to exit the venue, he suddenly paused, turning his head to meet Charlie's gaze. Both of their lips curled into smiles. Without saying anything, Dumbledore nodded at Charlie and turned to walk towards the exit. Mr. Black, as the new recipient of the Order of Merlin, do you have anything to say? Mr. Black, what do you think of Gilderoy Lockhart, who also received the third-class Order of Merlin before you? He mentioned you in a recent interview with the Wizard Weekly, stating that you were almost able to defeat him for the Most Charming Smile Award. What do you think about this? Can you comment on it? Some say that you received the third-class Order of Merlin using the same method as your grandfather. Do you have anything to say about that? Mr. Black, I am Xenophilius Lovegood, the editor of The Quibbler. What do you think about the Crumplehorn Snorkack? The media in the wizarding world, in a sense, is stranger and more abstract than Muggle journalists. One complex and tricky question after another, some completely unrelated to the award ceremony, was thrown at Charlie, hitting him like a barrage. He was momentarily left without a chance to speak. Often, just as he was about to answer one question, he was immediately interrupted by another. Even Charlie, who had gone through numerous interviews with various publications, couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache from such a scene. In the end, it was thanks to the support of Fudge and the Aurors that the situation was finally brought under control, restoring some basic order. After a long time, Charlie and Fudge, who had expended a lot of effort to escape from the reporters, arrived at his office together. I originally thought the award ceremony would be a very relaxed affair. He closed his eyes and couldn't help but pinch his temples, sincerely exclaiming. I didn't expect the hardest part to come afterward. Charlie was still sitting on the guest sofa in the minister's office, while Fudge returned to his desk, seemingly trying to maintain a certain distance from him. I thought you would take this opportunity to let me fulfill another promise I owe you. Fudge nodded as he listened to Charlie's words, his stiff smile momentarily faltering as he took off his hat and placed it beside the desk. At that moment, he was no more comfortable than Charlie. Beads of sweat were already forming on his forehead, and his previously neatly combed hair was now somewhat disheveled. That's not urgent. Charlie reopened his eyes, looking at his old friend with a familiar smile, and said nonchalantly, Actually, compared to this, I have another matter that requires your help, Minister Fudge. For some reason, when he heard this, Fudge's heart suddenly raced. Looking at the smile on Charlie's face, he felt his mouth go a bit dry, and his Adam's apple moved. What is it? He took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke up, continuing to ask Charlie. I plan to expand the scale of the Charlie Candy Factory. Charlie didn't beat around the bush with Fudge and spoke directly. His tone was as casual as if he were discussing something trivial, so light that it almost made Fudge think he had misheard. Fudge couldn't help but widen his eyes, looking at Charlie in disbelief. Caught off guard, he even stuttered slightly as he spoke. Did you just say what? The Charlie Candy Factory is going to expand? I must not have heard wrong. The expansion of the Charlie Candy Factory was undoubtedly a huge boon for him, even something that could be considered a political achievement. The expansion meant more job opportunities, and an increase in job opportunities translated to higher social satisfaction, whether for the Muggle government or the Wizarding government. The issues to consider in this regard were essentially the same. Originally, Fudge had also considered this issue and advised Charlie Black to increase his scale. However, he ultimately gave up due to the factory's unique circumstances. Yet unexpectedly, this time Charlie actually brought up the suggestion in front of him. How could he not be surprised? You didn't hear wrong. Seemingly anticipating Fudge's reaction, Charlie's smile remained unchanged as he calmly nodded. That truly is a big deal. So how would you like me to help? Or rather, how can I assist you? Looking at Charlie nodding in confirmation again, Fudge's heart raced even more. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and even his previously stiff smile became friendly again as he hurriedly continued to ask. However, in response to Fudge's friendly demeanor, Charlie didn't immediately present his request, but instead changed the topic and began to talk about something that seemed completely unrelated. When I was in the American magical community, I met an incredible guy named Old Mueller, who was one of my partners. Fudge listened to Charlie's words, momentarily taken aback and feeling a sense of confusion. But thinking about what Charlie had just said, he patiently continued to listen. Old Mueller is a remarkable person. He is not a wizard but, more accurately, a squib living in the wizarding world. However, through his efforts, he has accomplished many things that wizards cannot achieve. His experience taught me one thing. Even in the wizarding world, there are many things that only wizards can do. At this point, Fudge's gaze toward Charlie changed slightly, and the eagerness in his expression gradually faded. His brows furrowed slightly, as if he had a bad premonition. Sure enough, the next moment, Charlie revealed his true intention. This time, I will not hire wizards to work in my factory. Rather, I will be bringing in muggles and squibs who have close ties to the magical world. Chapter 126. Muggles in the magical world? No. This is impossible. You must be crazy. In shock, Fudge felt something explode in his mind. His pupils shrank to pinprick size in sudden fear. In a surge of emotion, his hefty body burst through the chair beneath him, standing up abruptly. Thud! The wooden chair fell straight down, hitting the thick carpet of the office with a muffled sound. The office fell into silence. Apart from Fudge's heavy breathing, there were no other sounds. Charlie's eyelids drooped, his chin slightly lowered, as he comfortably leaned back on the sofa, absent-mindedly playing with the ring on his finger. This demeanor stood in stark contrast to Fudge's intense reaction. Not long after, once Fudge finally realized that his reaction had been a bit too extreme, he calmed the storm in his heart, turned around, and propped up the chair that had fallen to the ground, sitting back down. Finally, he took a deep breath, licked his dry lips, and with a somewhat heavy tone, expressed a firm attitude in response to Charlie. What you're trying to do is overturn our magical world. What? Don't you like my idea, Minister Fudge? Charlie gently stroked the dull red gemstone on the ring, covering it with his palm. While speaking softly to Fudge, when his hand moved away, a gold coin had mysteriously appeared in his palm. Fudge was somewhat far from him, and although he noticed the sudden appearance of the gold coin in Charlie's hand, he couldn't see it clearly, thinking it was just an ordinary galleon. Listening to Charlie's words and looking at the galleon in his hand, Fudge sneered. Believe me, Mr. Black, while I do like money, I know that there are things more important than galleons. Without waiting for Charlie to respond, he continued, that is my position. Even if you offer me more money, I will never risk my position as Minister of Magic. If your target is merely squibs, then I might tolerate it, but muggles, absolutely not. Fudge spoke decisively, even passionately, as his thick palm heavily slapped the surface of the desk. It was hard to tell whether this action was meant to enhance his own momentum or to ensure he wouldn't lose face against Charlie. Muggles and wizards were two different worlds, a situation shaped by centuries of history. And you, Charlie Black, as a wizard born of pure blood nobility, now wanted to try to disrupt the balance that already existed. They were no different from dummies. Charlie shook his head and calmly said, they know about the existence of the magical world, have wizards as family, and hold goodwill towards us, but they come from a completely different social system. Fudge's plump, affluent cheeks couldn't help but tremble slightly, his face reddening from blood rushing to it. If joining your factory and being employed by you was a signal, did that mean that next they could spend the gold galleons they earned from you in the magical world? Didn't mean they could also use Gringotts? The social system and habits of muggles would be brought in, and, at that point, the rules of the magical world that had been established for thousands of years would be shattered and destroyed. Charlie had anticipated Fudge's intense reaction after raising this issue before coming to the ministry. He was a representative of cowardice, suspicion, greed, and vanity, a qualified politician. When Dumbledore pushed him into this position, the taste of power made him lose himself. It twisted his mind further, forming a bizarre obsession. From a certain perspective, he was an upgraded version of Umbridge. In his eyes, nothing mattered except for his position. He had no courage and took no risks. When something exceeded his understanding, he would immediately resort to the most conservative approach to wipe it out completely, regardless of the consequences. Facing such a person, even if you laid out all your reasoning and explanations, he would remain unmoved, as he would always build stubborn walls to protect the cowardice and humility deep within his heart. In such circumstances, communication was undoubtedly a headache. Even if you wore your mouth out, there would be no significant results. Fortunately, Charlie didn't want to communicate with him and didn't have the time or energy for it. He stopped speaking, shook his head, stood up from the sofa, and adjusted his wizarding robe. Take care. No need to see me off, Mr. Black. As Charlie stood up as if about to leave, Fudge let out a heavy breath. Then he proudly raised his head. In his view, this was undoubtedly a great victory for him. With his tenacity and determination, he had crushed the capitalists' terrifying conspiracy to destroy the safety of the magical world. Everything was just as the storybooks said. Justice triumphed over evil, saving the world. The only pity was that there was no one beside him with tears in their eyes to cheer him on, praising his heroic achievements. Wait, perhaps he could call Umbridge in. Then, through her, intentionally or unintentionally, spread the news about this matter. Just as his mind began to turn, considering how to promote his achievements after Charlie left, the latter had already walked straight up to him. Do you have anything else, Mr. Black? Charlie didn't answer him, but took a snow lemon out of his pocket and put it in his mouth. Then he tossed the gold coin he had been rolling in his palm into the air. I'll take my leave now, Minister Fudge. Charlie smiled and waved goodbye to Fudge. Behind the desk, Fudge's expression had lost its earlier anger. His brows relaxed again, and his demeanor softened. Take care, Mr. Black. He nodded, his eyes squinting again as he waved cheerfully, responding as if all the earlier unpleasantness had never happened. Creaking, the door hinge twisted, making a harsh sound. Charlie slowly opened the wooden door of Fudge's office, just about to step out, when unexpectedly, he collided head-on with Umbridge, who was about to knock. At that moment, Umbridge was holding 2 steaming cups of coffee, seemingly brought for him and Fudge. Mr. Black, are you leaving already? Seeing Charlie walk out of the office, she was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but call out in her sharp voice. There is still a lot to prepare for the factory, and I need to get back early. Charlie nodded, gave a brief explanation, and didn't intend to talk to her too much. What a pity. Umbridge's expression instinctively drooped as she looked at the 2 cups of coffee in her hands, unable to hide her regret. I specially brewed coffee for you and Minister Fudge, intending for you to try my skills. Listening to Umbridge, Charlie instinctively raised an eyebrow, feeling a strange sensation. He really wanted to ask her, aren't you a director? Why do you seem like Fudge's personal secretary? Every time I come here, I always see you. Is your department's work really that leisurely? However, after hesitating for a moment, Charlie ultimately didn't voice this question. He simply offered a brief, polite remark. That's too bad. I'll definitely try it next time. Then he walked past Umbridge, who stood like a short wall, heading towards the elevator. He didn't bother with what was behind him until the elevator doors emitted a creaking sound as they slowly closed and moved downward. Only then did he finally relax, turning around and slowly exhaling a breath of stale air towards the elevator doors, his face revealing some fatigue. But his gaze still held an undeniable excitement. Sure enough, just as he understood, that gold coin served a purpose similar to a Confundus charm, but was several times stronger. It could silently alter others' consciousness, change their thoughts, and automatically correct the thought process in their minds based on what he initially said as a prerequisite, making it incredibly smooth and reasonable. Even afterward, the person involved wouldn't realize anything was amiss, firmly believing that this was their real thought. It could be said that this was an extremely terrifying magical item. Although the conditions and costs to use it were not easy, it couldn't hide its significant role for Charlie, especially when paired with the snow lemon. Although it couldn't achieve the powerful effects of Felix Felicis, it could greatly increase the success rate of the coin guessing segment. Charlie closed his eyes, soothing his spirit while listening to the elevator constantly shuttling between the various levels of the ministry, opening and closing. He felt different people bustling onto the elevator, then getting off at his destination, going back and forth endlessly. During this time, no one took the initiative to pay attention to Charlie, who stood at the back with his eyes closed. Even if someone noticed, they would only cast a quick glance at him before looking away and refocusing on their own tasks. Soon, the elevator reached the bottom-level lobby. Charlie then reopened his eyes and walked towards the elevator doors. However, just as he was contemplating the specifics of scaling up and preparing to step onto another elevator to leave the Ministry of Magic, a voice suddenly called out to him from behind. Charlie. Charlie stopped in his tracks, instinctively halted his thoughts, and turned to look in the direction of the voice. Professor Dumbledore? The next moment, upon seeing the figure standing not far away in the lobby, his expression suddenly brightened, his eyes widened slightly, and his voice carried a hint of disbelief. Without hesitation, the steps he had intended to take towards another elevator came to an abrupt stop, and he turned to approach Dumbledore. Charlie left the Ministry of Magic with Dumbledore. The two walked quietly along the pedestrian path on the streets of London. I thought you would have returned to Hogwarts by now, Charlie said, always a half step behind Dumbledore, his face smiling. Although his tone remained as gentle as when he spoke with Fudge, it was infused with a warmth that Fudge did not possess. I can hardly believe I finally got a day off from Hogwarts, Dumbledore replied playfully, winking at Charlie. For some reason, he seemed to have a magical charm that made those around him feel at ease. Even just walking together and listening to each other's words, Charlie could feel a sense of comfort in his heart. His previously fatigued spirit lightened considerably. Charlie's smile grew even brighter, and without saying anything else, he took a deep breath. The autumn air mixed with the cool breeze filled his lungs, refreshing him and making him feel uplifted. Dumbledore's gaze shifted to another direction, thoughtfully watching the cars speeding by on the road beside them. Charlie, he spoke, his voice seeming to carry some emotion. I remember you have your own car, right? Yes, I do, Charlie replied, nodding honestly, though he didn't understand why the professor suddenly asked this question. How do you think it compares to Apparition in terms of speed? Definitely Apparition, Charlie answered almost immediately, having hardly considered the question. After all, the two could not be compared at all. Even the fastest car in the world could never match the instantaneous speed of Apparition. What about compared to a flying broom? After hearing Charlie's answer, Dumbledore posed his second question. This time, Charlie furrowed his brow slightly. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head. It's hard to say. I've never really thought about it. But, theoretically speaking, a broom can navigate obstacles, so it should be more convenient than a car. I heard that over 100 years ago, Muggles had just invented these iron contraptions. Dumbledore sighed and shook his head. Do you think that in the next 100 years, everything the wizards are proud of will still exist? Chapter 127. The mourning of the Tonks family due to the relatively closed social circles of wizards. Even in a major country like Britain, where wizards live, their numbers barely reach over 10,000. In such an environment, anything that happens in the wizarding world spreads rapidly, eventually reaching the ears of every wizard, especially significant events like the awarding of the third-class Merlin Medal to the well-known wizard businessman, Charlie Black. By the next day, various newspapers and publications had astonishingly consistent headlines, featuring a tall, handsome figure occasionally smiling at the camera, with large headlines sweeping across the entire British wizarding community. Even a tabloid like The Quibbler, which focuses on sensational gossip, tacitly placed Charlie Black's name at the top of its front page that day. However, unlike other newspapers, the article written by Xenophilius Lovegood was titled, The crumple-horned snorkack really exists. The new Merlin Medal recipient, Charlie Black, said so. In a sense, this upheld Xenophilius Lovegood's unique perspective. In the morning, the sun slowly rose above the horizon, illuminating the originally dark world with its rays. The fog that had settled the night before dissipated, reflecting the dewdrops on the leaves. At this moment, it was a rare tranquility in Godric's Hollow. Most villagers were still asleep in their dreams, and the spacious, tidy streets were gradually shedding their dark exterior under the sunlight, like a child about to awaken, slowly regaining its vitality. This was the most famous wizarding village in the world, the birthplace of the great wizard, Godric Gryffindor, founder of Gryffindor House. It was also the place where the first golden snidget was forged by the wizarding blacksmith, Bowmanwright. The once invincible dark Lord Voldemort fell here. The hopeful hero Harry Potter was also born here. Whether it was the countless well-known pure-blood nobles resting in the cemetery, their gravestones now overgrown with moss, or the obelisk in the village square engraved with names, they silently conveyed the village's long history to the world time and again, regardless of whether anyone paid special attention. And in this place, in a wooden house that was unremarkable and old yet warm, a family had already risen early from their beds. They opened the windows to welcome the arrival of a new day. This was the Tonks family, an ordinary family of 3, just like the other villagers living here, without any distinction. The male head of the family was Ted Tonks, a gentle man with a simple appearance and a kind heart. His wife, Andromeda Tonks, was equally kind and gentle as her husband, but even more optimistic, always wearing a bright smile. Their daughter, Nymphadora Tonks, was an 18-year-old girl who had just graduated from Hogwarts last year after passing her NEWT's nastily exhausting wizarding tests. She still lived at home with her parents and was preparing for the Ministry of Magic Civil Service entrance exam, hoping to become an excellent orer. Their family had lived here for over a decade, and in the eyes of the neighboring villagers, they enjoyed a great reputation. Everyone was happy to interact with them because they always treated others with warmth and kindness, willing to help all friends in need. However, few knew that this seemingly ordinary family had a past that could shock everyone, almost like a legendary tale from a play. This is a story about a brave young man who dares to pursue love and a graceful lady willing to shed her noble attire, together breaking free from the comfortable shackles of their mundane lives. However, unlike the typical tragic endings of such stories, their conclusion is beautifully reminiscent of a fairy tale. At this moment, they are sitting in the kitchen at the dining table, basking in the first rays of morning sunshine, enjoying steaming hot fried eggs and bacon. They look at each other, and despite having endured life's trials, the love in their eyes has not faded. Instead, it has grown stronger over time. "Go call Nymphadora," Andromeda said, taking off her apron and wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead, gently signaling to her husband beside her. "Dear, it's time to get up. Your mother made bacon and eggs. Come eat." Ted nodded and walked to the kitchen door, calling out toward Nymphadora's room. After he finished calling, he seemed to remember something and quickly added, "Oh, by the way, the newspaper I ordered should have arrived. Could you please bring it when you come to the kitchen?" "Thanks, dear." After saying this, Ted returned to his seat and began to enjoy the delicious food in front of him. However, not long after, a thud was heard from Nymphadora's room, as if something had fallen and hit the floor. It seemed the child had fallen out of bed again. Hearing the noise, Ted, who was just about to put a piece of bacon in his mouth, paused for a moment, shrugged his shoulders in a familiar way, and looked at his wife, smiling as he said, "This child has grown quite a bit. She shouldn't be sleeping in that small bed anymore." Andromeda chuckled at this, her kind and gentle face lighting up even more. She thought for a moment and continued, "If I'm not mistaken, that bed was made for her when she was 12. Yes, it was made by Poppy. Honestly, his craftsmanship is truly commendable. Even after all this time, it remains so sturdy. Oh, speaking of this, do you remember when little Nymphadora, at 12, cried and begged us to take her out of school?" "Ha, I remember." It seemed to be with. The two were enjoying breakfast while casually reminiscing about their daughter's childhood, filling the kitchen with a cheerful atmosphere. In Nymphadora's room, she, tangled in her blankets that had fallen to the floor, finally opened her eyes, looking at the familiar ceiling. She squinted a little more, unable to suppress a yawn. Then, using her elbows for support, she struggled to get up from the floor, shaking her head, which throbbed slightly from staying up late. She put on the clothes she had carelessly tossed aside and pulled back the curtains in her room. Light streamed through the window, filling the once dim little space. Facing the sunlight outside, Nymphadora rubbed her still sleepy eyes and stretched herself out. It was only when Ted, outside the door, began his second call. realizing she hadn't come out yet, that she finally responded weakly. Coming then, she shuffled out in her slippers to the door. Upon opening it, she heard her parents chatting, their voices clear and lively, recounting the silly things she did as a child. She had long since gotten used to it, shrugged her shoulders, and pretended not to hear, making her way toward the front door of the wooden house to fetch her dad's newspaper. To be honest, Nifedora could never understand why her parents always had so much to talk about every morning. Moreover, since she could remember, she had never seen them argue. The few times they had minor disagreements, they quickly made up as if nothing had happened. Clearly, children are the fruit of both parents' love, yet in her case, it felt more like an added bonus of love. Sigh, I just don't get it. Just as she was thinking this and scratching her tousled golden hair, she opened the door to find a white owl perched quietly on the doorframe, holding a newspaper in its beak, waiting for Nifedora's arrival. Hi, Yellow Claw. How's it going today? As if they were already acquainted, Nifedora gave the owl a nickname and skillfully took the newspaper from its beak. Hoo-hoo, the owl, nicknamed Yellow Claw, tilted its head and let out a couple of soft hoots, seemingly greeting Nifedora in return. Regardless, after it finished, it spread its wings and flew off into the distance, continuing its unfinished work. With the latest daily profit in hand, Nifedora closed the door and focused on the newspaper. Let me see. What interesting news do we have today? I hope it's not as boring as yesterday. She muttered to herself while skillfully unfolding the folded newspaper and began reading the contents. Suddenly, Nifedora seemed to notice something. Her previously unfocused gaze sharpened as she looked at the front page, her energy suddenly renewed. Mom! She quickly set down the newspaper, took a deep breath, and excitedly shouted toward the kitchen. In the kitchen, Andromeda and Ted paused their lively conversation, exchanged glances, and then turned their eyes towards the hallway in the direction of Nifedora's voice. What's wrong, dear? Andromeda responded, standing up slightly from her seat. With excitement, Nifedora, still in her slippers, rushed from the doorway to the kitchen, waving the newspaper joyfully in her hands. You guys look, check out today's newspaper. Seeing his daughter's enthusiasm, Ted couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head playfully. What is it today? Is it about the famous magical circus from France? Or is it that quirky sister duo you like is coming to perform in Godric's Hollow? No, it's not that. Nifedora vigorously shook her head and turned to her mother, Andromeda, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Today's headline in the Daily Prophet is, Charlie Black, the most remarkable wizard merchant in British history, receives the third-class Order of Merlin. Upon hearing this, the kitchen fell silent. Ted, who had been joking about his child, froze for a moment, then instinctively turned to look at his wife. Andromeda's expression shifted from confusion to shock, followed by surprise, which was mixed with a hint of excitement. Without saying anything more, she stood up hurriedly, reached out to take the newspaper Nifedora handed her, and opened her eyes wide as she began to read it carefully. After reading all the content in one breath, Andromeda raised her head and turned to look at her lover beside her, revealing a smile even more radiant than before. It really is him. Look, Ted. It really is little Charlie. Ted smiled with satisfaction, also standing up and moving closer to Andromeda to look at the content of the newspaper in her hand. Look, Andromeda's gaze fell on that vivid photo. Looking at that extremely familiar face, watching him in a wizard's robe, seeing the Minister of Magic personally pinning the medal of the Order of Merlin on his chest, watching him smiling, calm and unhurried. For a moment, her eyes couldn't help but well up with sparkling tears circling around her eyelids, while her face, however, couldn't suppress the smile that spread across it. A deep sense of pride surged from her chest, enveloping her like nothing else. Look, he is still so handsome. Andromeda gently pointed at the child in the photo and said to Ted. Ted also looked at the photo, nodding in agreement, unable to help but exclaim, yes, just like when I first met him. As he spoke, he seemed to recall something, but I remember his hair was black back then. On the other side, having handed the newspaper to her parents, Nymphedora watched as they no longer paid her any attention, and her initial excitement faded considerably. Unconsciously feeling a bit jealous, she rolled her eyes and pouted again. Slowly sitting down at the dining table, she picked up a fork while complaining, "It's always like this. You're happier to see Uncle S news than to see me." As she spoke, she angrily stabbed a piece of fried egg and stuffed it into her mouth, continuing, "Since you all miss him so much, why not go find him? Why be happy for him in a place where he can't see?" Chapter 128. The 5 departments after receiving Fudge's consent at the Ministry of Magic and bidding farewell to Dumbledore. Charlie did not hesitate any longer and hurried back to his factory to start preparing the specific matters related to recruitment. "Russell, The moment Charlie stepped into the factory, Russell, who appeared from nowhere, suddenly showed up in front of him. After appearing, Russell didn't say anything else, but immediately looked eagerly at the shiny metal on his master's chest. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and a feeling of pride surged within him, prompting him to straighten his back. However, he quickly averted his gaze and returned his focus to his master, looking up at him with a more spirited and enthusiastic greeting. "Welcome back, master." After the greeting, without waiting for Charlie to respond, he continued talking. "Congratulations, my great master. To be honest, you look amazing with that metal. It seems to radiate a dazzling light from within, like the sun. Of course, you are usually this brilliant, but today it's even stronger." Without the time to listen to Russell's endless chatter, seeing how much he loved the Order of Merlin metal, Charlie didn't bother to say much and casually halted Russell's unfinished sentiment, lightly taking off the metal from his chest and tossing in the air like it was a piece of trash, drawing a smooth arc before flying straight towards Russell. "Here you go." However, compared to Charlie's indifference, Russell was startled by this action, his mouth half open as if to continue speaking, quickly closing it and instinctively reaching out with both hands to catch the third-class medal of the Order of Merlin securely in his arms. "Master, do you not want this anymore?" Holding the substantial medal, he quickly wiped it down and inspected it, and once he saw it was unharmed, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Then, somewhat puzzled, he raised his head, looking at Charlie with a confused expression, cautiously asking. Charlie took long strides, walking deeper into the factory while shaking his head, speaking with a hint of fatigue in his voice. "It's not valuable anymore. Compared to tangible benefits, this honor that can be bought with money is just too trivial. Isn't it?" Russell didn't understand what his master meant by trivial, but based on the context, he could grasp the general idea. Thus, he held the medal in both hands, watching Charlie's figure gradually move away, initially stunned, but quickly realizing something, his previously blank expression flickering as he hurriedly pocketed the medal and followed Charlie's pace, asking, "Master, is it about the issue we discussed? Have you already come up with a solution with Minister Fudge?" "That's right, it's been resolved." Hearing this question, Charlie's brows relaxed a bit, a smile subtly appearing at the corners of his mouth. However, before Russell could react significantly, just as his expression was brightening, Charlie's next words shocked him. "We need to expand, hire people. Wait, go call all the department heads to the office. We need to hold a meeting to discuss these issues as soon as possible. We aim to start implementing the plan the day after the discussion ends, and have the recruitment flyers sent out within a week." Hiring people? Russell felt his heart racing more intensely with excitement, involuntarily exclaiming. Ignoring everything else, he hurried his steps, catching up to Charlie's side, struggling to suppress his unease and worry, and said, "My great and wise master, although as your loyal servant, I understand the embarrassing predicament the factory is facing, but isn't this a bit too fast? Please forgive your foolish servant's rash advice, but I think the other companions in the factory don't seem to have much fondness for anyone other than you, especially since the recent shocking incident with Dob." At this point, making such a decision, Russell believed, was not particularly wise. Listening to Russell's words and glancing at him, who was clearly sweating profusely while trying to maintain his composure and express his thoughts tactfully, Charlie couldn't help but smile, truly feeling for him. Not wanting to put him in a difficult position any longer, Charlie shook his head and then elaborated on his earlier point. "It's not wizards. This time we need to hire squibs and muggles." "Muggles?" Russell's eyes widened in disbelief, repeating Charlie's words, and after a wave of emotions, he felt an indescribable strangeness. Even though he wasn't a wizard, he understood the rules of the wizarding world. If it were the day before, right after waking Charlie from his slumber, and he had said something like this, he would have thought his master was still half asleep. However, he had just returned from the Ministry of Magic after attending the awards ceremony for the third-class Merlin medal. It seemed that he had successfully reached some sort of agreement with Fudge, with no hint of a joke in his demeanor. This was enough to make Russell's brain momentarily short-circuit. At that moment, he couldn't help but start to doubt himself. Could it be that he had spent too long in the factory? Not paying attention to external news could lead to significant changes happening outside that he hadn't noticed? But that shouldn't be the case. While he was thinking, he opened his mouth about to ask something again, but Charlie's next words made him swallow all the questions he hadn't yet voiced. He said, "I know you must have a lot of questions, but it won't take much time. The others you want to know about are probably curious too. I plan to wait until you've called them all over before I tell you, to save me from repeating myself." With that, Charlie continued to walk forward without stopping. "Okay, understood, master. I'll go get them to your office right away." Full of confusion, Russell nodded and, after finishing his words, disappeared impatiently from the spot, starting to search for the locations of the other supervisors around the factory. Soon after, outside Charlie's office, the remaining supervisors responsible for various aspects of the factory, apart from Russell, gathered together, a rare occurrence for them to all be here. Did Charlie not tell you anything, Russell? The first to speak was a stooped, elderly house elf, whose thick, snowy beard was meticulously groomed, almost long enough to drag on the ground. He squinted as if trying to support a wooden cane that had already developed a patina from age, and gently asked, No. Russell quickly shook his head, respectfully leaning slightly toward the elderly elf, whose age was unknown, to express his respect, and continued, Master said to wait until we all came over before discussing this matter. Grandpa Delu. I see, said the old elf named Delu, nodding slightly. His originally squinted eyes opened a bit more as his attention shifted from Russell to survey the others present. I know you might disagree with Charlie's decisions, and it's okay to express those disagreements. After all, Charlie called you young folks here to discuss issues. However, to prevent any problems when we go in, I do like to advise a few things. Whether you are human or elf, you should be content and grateful. Charlie saved us, and it's not too much to remember his kindness for a lifetime. If anyone dares to take advantage of this child's kindness and act recklessly in front of him, then don't blame me for being rude. His words were slow and deliberate, sounding like an ordinary old man, seemingly devoid of any threat. However, none of the others present thought he was just speaking casually, because the one standing in front of them was Du, a house elf who had once faced Voldemort one-on-one and had not died, and now served as the head of the factory security department, overseeing the only security team in the factory. Although he didn't often go out due to his old age, his infamous reputation from the war was still remembered by all. Rest assured, Grandpa Dulu, we have never forgotten Mr. Black's kindness. After a moment of silence, Chafcha was the first to speak, nodding as he calmly said, That's right. Even now, I would still be willing to stand as a shield for Mr. Black and fight those bastards. Rest assured, Fudo has never been an ungrateful little elf. Although I haven't recognized Mr. Black as my master like Russell, my loyalty is not any less than his. As Chafcha spoke, the other department head house elves also expressed their support. Upon hearing their words, Dulu's head subtly nodded twice, and his eyes, which had just opened a little, squinted again, appearing as if he was standing there in a deep sleep. Why are we saying so much? We have a bond of life and death, and I have never had any doubts about your master. Grandpa Dulu is just advising you to relax a bit. As if sensing the atmosphere was a bit stiff, Russell stepped forward, patting Chafcha and another scarred little elf beside him on the shoulder, smiling as he said, All right, since that's the case, let us go in. Once he confirmed that everything was ready, Russell no longer waited and finally knocked on the office door. Master, it's me, Russell. He called out to the inside, and I, Mr. Black, am Chafcha, the head of the finance department. The head of the technical department, Pung Pung, sends his greetings to you. Mr. Black, the head of the security department, Delu. The head of the sales department, Fudo. Ahem, and the head of the production department, Kobe, Mr. Black. Once all their voices were heard in turn, the doors slowly opened. Although it was not their first time entering Mr. Black's office, and for most of them, it was a familiar place, just thinking about the issues they were about to discuss made all the little elves feel a slight tension. Light spilled from the gap in the door, slowly illuminating them, and grew brighter as the door opened wider. You're all here, coming quickly. I prepared seats for you. Charlie's gentle voice slowly reached everyone's ears. At that moment, he had just gotten up from his office chair, holding his wand with the tip pointing down, gently tapping the ground. The originally flat carpet suddenly began to twist, undulating like a liquid surface. Finally, after a series of stretching and transforming, it turned into 6 sofas arranged in 2 opposing rows. Once everyone had entered and the door slowly closed, Charlie's gaze suddenly fell on Delu, who was at the back, leaning on his cane and trembling slightly. So, he quickly stepped forward, bending down to gently assist him. What is going on with Russell? Even you're called over. While supporting Delu toward the sofa, Charlie softly complained, casting an unsatisfied glance at Russell. Just as Russell was hurriedly about to explain, Delu chuckled and shook his head, defending him. I wanted to come over. I was resting in my room when I sensed Russell was running back and forth in the factory office, and I guess he must be up to something, so I stopped him and asked. Saying this, Dulu settled comfortably into his seat, leaning his cane aside, reclining back and letting himself relax. Once everyone was seated, Charlie returned to his desk and took his seat. He looked around, his gaze slowly passing over each familiar face. Since that's the case, let me share this plan with everyone. Chapter 129. I believe in you, Charlie. After sitting back in his seat, Charlie quickly got back into the zone. He stopped wasting time on unnecessary words and began to succinctly explain his decisions and plans to the remaining 6 house elves. After all, time waits for no one, and there were only a few short months left until the originally scheduled release of the Snow Lemon and Scenting Violet candy for Christmas. Although it may not seem obvious at first, when broken down and considering the need for advanced promotion, recruiting new staff, and subsequent training, these few months had become insufficient. Therefore, he needed to compress the time frame and complete the preparations as quickly as possible to ensure that there would be more time available for more thorough arrangements later on. The meeting went very smoothly. During Charlie's speech, everyone couldn't help but sit up straight, even Duru, who had been squinting as if he might fall asleep at any moment. Occasionally showed hints of clarity in his gaze, frowning slightly as if deep in thought. Before long, Charlie conveyed everything he had discussed in Fudge's office, with some expansions and more detailed modifications, to the 6 house elves below. After he finished speaking, he picked up a cup of water he had just poured for himself, took a sip, and looked around at everyone, asking, "So what do you all think? Feel free to share your thoughts." As soon as he said this, the elves below, including Chaff Chaff, fell into a round of discussion. They looked at each other, talking animatedly, their eyes wide, gesturing excitedly. Their expressions ranged from concern to surprise to contemplation. But none were as angrily defiant as Duru had initially thought, engaging in heated debate with Charlie. Charlie spent less than 10 minutes presenting his ideas, while their ongoing exchange of opinions continued for over half an hour, showing no signs of stopping. However, Charlie was not anxious about this, nor did he interrupt them. With his elbows resting on the desk and fingers interlocked, he gently supported his chin, calmly observing the group, silently waiting for the final outcome. Charlie was quite satisfied with the reactions of Russell, Chaff Chaff, and the others. As excellent subordinates, their role was not to immediately raise their own questions after Charlie finished his proposal. Instead, they were to engage in mutual discussion, pooling their ideas and removing any unnecessary details from the conversation, focusing on the remaining essential and core issues, and finally presenting them to Charlie. It's important to recognize that a competent and outstanding subordinate is a rare talent. This is akin to Zhuge Liang for Liu Bei or Sun Yu for Cao Cao. They often help their superiors handle most of the useless matters, saving scattered work time and significantly improving the overall efficiency of the team, leading to remarkable growth. In this factory, Charlie had 6 such individuals. They coordinated perfectly, handling every detail flawlessly, without requiring Charlie to waste any extra effort. This is precisely why Charlie could be so leisurely every day, only dealing with some key documents, occasionally disappearing for 10 days or so without a hint of worry. Having thought this, looking at his 6 trusted aides, now his capable assistants, a smile of relief and appreciation involuntarily crept onto his face. Unfortunately, the 6 below did not notice this scene. Their focus remained entirely on their intense discussion, without any distraction. Russell's pen was moving so fast it seemed a blur, rapidly jotting down notes while occasionally chiming in with his views. Duru opened his eyes, speaking at his usual unhurried pace, but each of his points often hit the mark. After hearing others' opinions, he would lower his eyelids, instinctively picking up his nearby cane to stroke its smooth surface. Only after long, while would he give his evaluation and thoughts. Although Peng Peng's name sounded harmless, he had the most explosive temper among the house elves. As he spoke, he couldn't help but raise his voice, standing up from his seat. However, as the head of the technical department, his thoughts often moved the fastest among the 6, occasionally making stunning remarks or opening up new concepts to think about certain issues. Chaff Chaff was rational and generally not very talkative. After the incident with his child, he had become even more reserved. However, in this discussion meeting, he rarely participated, and under the established conditions proposed by Charlie, he did not let the matter of Dab affect his judgment on the current issue. As for Kobe and Feudo, one was lively yet composed, while the other was proud yet measured. Thus, 6 distinct characters, each with their unique personalities, came together, and even within the Ministry of Magic, it would be hard to find a more harmonious combination than theirs. Finally, just as the minute hand of the office clock was about to complete a full circle, the 6 finally reached their final agreement and gradually quieted down. Russell, who hadn't stopped writing since the beginning, quietly put his pen away at this moment and let out a deep sigh of relief. "So what are your thoughts?" Seeing everything come to an end, Charlie lifted his elbows off the desk and asked in a deep voice. Mr. Black, Chaff Chaff began to speak. He stood up and took a couple of steps forward to the front of the desk, slowly saying, "First of all, we all agree with your decision to expand the factory and recruit muggles related to the magical world. However, After agreeing, each of us has some small requests to ensure that the lives and work of the factory employees are not harmed due to any resulting issues. After speaking, he turned back, looking around at the other seated house elves, starting with Russell, until he reached Pong Pong. Each house elf nodded to express a unified thought. Of course, it was only natural. Charlie nodded without any surprise and gestured for Chaff Chaff to continue. Taking a deep breath, Chaff Chaff slowly said, "First, regarding the issue of salaries. Due to the recent increase in factory business, more funds have been diverted from the accounts for research, purchasing materials, or adding equipment, and the salaries of new employees will be a considerable expense. My suggestion is to reduce the salaries of new employees by about 20 for the first 3 months, approximately 40 galleons a month, and after completing 3 months and becoming more skilled, their pay should be raised to the same level as that of the old employees." Charlie fiddled with the ring, listening intently to Chaff Chaw's words, and finally nodded. "You can continue." The second point Grandpa Dulu believes is that before new employees enter the factory, they must be educated about the most basic rules and regulations of the factory, as well as the cultural habits of the house elves, to prevent misunderstandings that could lead to accidents. After speaking, Chaff Chaw raised his head to glance at Charlie, and seeing Charlie nodding slightly without saying anything further, he understood his meaning and continued to speak in one breath about the following content. Kobe's idea is that the factory's living area should not be open to new employees for the time being. Pong Pong believes that a period of training is necessary, and only after they're all familiarized should they officially start their positions and use the machines in the factory. Additionally, the construction of new factory buildings and the preparation of machines involve considerable costs and time. Fudo thinks that the newly hired employees can be separated, not just entering the production line. Departments like sales also need some muggles with relevant experience to provide new ideas. As for Russell, he said it was fine, and he had no objections. After finishing the discussion in one breath, Chaff Chaw finally closed his mouth and began waiting for Mr. Blake's final decision. In Charlie's mind, thoughts flowed as he considered each proposal one by one. Clearly, he had to admit that each suggestion they put forward resonated with him, even containing many ideas he had not thought of. Therefore, Charlie had no reason to refuse. The smile at the corner of his mouth became more pronounced as he nodded. "Okay, let's go with that." Upon hearing Charlie's response, not only did Chaff Chaw, who stood directly opposite him, breathe a sigh of relief, but behind Chaff Chaw, both Fudo and Pong Pong also looked noticeably relaxed. They exchanged knowing smiles, and the atmosphere among the 6 house elves became warm and harmonious. "All right, since that's the case, the next step is to implement it." Charlie suddenly turned his head, shifting his attention from Chaff Chaw to Russell. "Wait a minute, Russell. Write a job posting based on these notes. After you finish, go to the finance department to get some money from Chaff Chaw and run an errand. Deliver the job posting to the Daily Prophet." Russell was taken aback by Charlie's instructions, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded in response. "Okay, I understand, Mr. Charlie. You see, it's not that difficult at all." Just when everything was settled, the atmosphere eased, and they began to chat and laugh. Grandpa Dulu's aged face rarely showed a look of relief. He first glanced at Charlie and then at the younger elves around him, softly saying, "Since we decided at the beginning to break away from our past identity, we should work hard for it. The comfort zone should not be preserved forever. We're not going to isolate ourselves from the world. What we need is recognition, to become a race that is a vassal to humans but has its own independence. We want respect, and to achieve this goal, we will eventually have to try to reconnect with humans. And this time, isn't Charlie providing us with such an opportunity? But even if Charlie does so much for us, if we ourselves are unwilling to move forward, then no matter how much we say, it will be of no use." Dulu said slowly, his slightly hoarse voice gently articulating each word. "Actually, ever since that battle against Voldemort, I have felt that the flow of my life is accelerating. I'm already old, having lived for over 190 years, and I have almost seen the entire world. For me, the remaining life is just a series of numbers that I don't know when will stop. I have long lost other attachments. The only thing that has sustained me is the desire to continue living. I want to see the house elves break free from slavery and become a true magical race." Every house elf present became serious, their smiles fading as they listened silently to Dolu's teachings. "I don't know if I will still be able to see this scene before I leave this world, but because of Charlie, I always believe and have never doubted that this will eventually come true." Dulu didn't preach too much. After saying this, he paused, seemingly recalling something, and the smile on his face grew even more. "Fortunately, we still have Dabu. He is an amazing child, and everything he does brings me comfort. Even if I leave, he will help me see this scene." In an instant, The office was enveloped in a unique sorrow, and because of Dulu's words, Charlie's heart once again felt heavy. Charlie let out a gentle sigh, slowly stood up from his seat, walked out from behind the desk, and crouched down in front of Dulu. He placed his hands gently on the frail shoulders of the elder, his eyes faintly shining with light. Don't worry, Dulu. Live well. Believe me, that day is not far off. In just a few years, the scene you are looking forward to will arrive. When that time comes, it won't be too late for you to close your eyes, right? Ha 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 ha. Dulu laughed, seemingly thinking that the other party was just comforting him. However, when he saw the unchanged gaze in Charlie's eyes compared to before, he was momentarily taken aback. I look forward to this day and believe in you, Charlie. Chapter 130. I have understood Mr. Blake's meaning. Shortly after the meeting ended, Russell, tasked by Charlie, quickly arrived at Shaftshaw's office. After withdrawing a relatively objective sum of money, he left the factory directly and headed towards the Daily Prophet office, located in Diagon Alley, amidst the bustling crowd of wizards and the intricate array of shops. The headquarters of the Daily Prophet was nestled within. It was a small wooden house divided into 2 floors, with a crooked structure that, from a muggle's perspective, lacked aesthetic appeal. Unlike other shops that displayed vibrant and eye-catching signs, the Daily Prophet headquarters simply hung a wooden plaque in front of the door. The lettering on it was inscribed in a careless font, with the words Daily Prophet, and the edges of the wooden sign showed signs of mold, indicating it had been around for many years. However, this did not matter. As a newspaper, it fundamentally differed from the surrounding shops. Even if its entrance was shabby, it would not affect the sales of the Daily Prophet in the slightest. According to Barnabas Cuff, the editor of the Daily Prophet, reporters don't typically spend much time here anyway, and instead of spending useless money to renovate the headquarters, it's better to invest more energy in finding valuable news. Moreover, such an environment, in a certain sense, allows the editors and reporters to distribute upward with a flash of light. Russell's figure suddenly appeared on the streets of Diagon Alley, blending into the crowd. A house elf? Huh, look at him. He dresses like a wizard. The wizards who were originally just passing by Russell couldn't help but slow their steps as they watched the little elf suddenly appear in front of them. Their eyes filled with surprise and curiosity, seemingly very interested in Russell's delicate appearance that didn't match their impressions. So they began to openly and enthusiastically comment to their companions. In response, Russell's expression showed no change at all. He allowed the gazes filled with various emotions to fall upon him, his eyes still focused on the shops around him, as if he was already accustomed to it, without a hint of emotional fluctuation. He walked forward along with the crowd, observing everything around him. Try to find the address of the Daily Prophet's main office. He showed an attitude of indifference toward all the sound around him. However, faced with Russell's tacit acknowledgement and disregard, the wizards nearby not only did not restrain themselves, but instead became even more reckless. This guy must be a freak. Look, he's dressed better than I am. Hey, little dwarf, has anyone told you that slaves can't wear such nice clothes? Can't you hear me talking? Is it because your ears are bad that your master threw you away? As one of the wizards laughed and reached out to grab Russell's collar, Russell, who had initially shown no reaction, finally moved. He turned his head, sidestepped gracefully, and avoided the wizard's action, leaving the outstretched hand empty. Are you sure you know what you're doing? Russell's previously calm face took on a rare seriousness, his large eyes half squinting, coldly and calmly gazing at the other. Under his gaze, the originally laughing wizard felt inexplicably anxious, his heart suddenly racing, and his body instinctively tensed up, taking 2 steps back. However, when he realized what he had done, perhaps feeling embarrassed and angry because of his instinctive retreat, his previously jovial expression changed, and he ultimately looked displeased. He glared at Russell, his brows furrowing into a knot, then pulled out his wand, pointing its tip at him. Don't need to tell you what to do. It seems your last master didn't teach you what you should do. Russell said nothing more, just calmly watched him, his gaze penetrating, seeing through the other's inner facade, which gradually turned into pity and mockery. What's wrong? You only dare to pull out your wand against me and my companions? Because we 1T resist, even if attacked. We'll just use our abilities to escape to another place. Is that it? At this moment, the commotion between the two had already attracted quite a few passing wizards, as it is human nature to watch the spectacle. Moreover, they had never seen such a peculiar house elf speaking to a wizard in such a place. It should be known that the inherent status of house elves already determines their disadvantage. Why do those house elves not like so-called freedom? In a way, it is not just due to the curse from their bloodline, but also because this society inherently discriminates against house elves. Even house elves with masters cannot escape disdain and ridicule, much less those without masters. They would lose their homes, their food, and everything. In such circumstances, if a wizard truly acts against a house elf, the ultimate result of that house elf's resistance would be entering Azkaban or being executed extrajudicially. The wizard who initiated the provocation would likely not even need to give a statement and could continue leisurely with whatever he was doing. Perhaps when he gets home, he would forget about it, and after a while, when he suddenly remembers, he would just treat it as a seasoning in life. Telling his friends, there was once a house elf who didn't know how to die and attempted to attack him. In the end, there wasn't even a bone left. Listening to Russell's mocking words and seeing the others who stopped to watch this scene, the wizard's face finally could not hold up anymore and turned ugly. Huh, looks like you're crazy. All right, let me show you my power. In a fit of rage, his mouth twisted into a snarl, revealing a few yellowed teeth as he made an ugly smile. He then waved his wand, and as a series of spells slowly flowed from his mouth, a thin layer of light glimmered at the tip of his wand. Russell suddenly raised his head and said leisurely, "Actually, I have a master. His name is Charlie Black. I come from Candy Factory." The words slipped out. Though they were as calm as before, the effect was completely different. In an instant, the man with the grotesque expression stopped halfway through his incantation. The light on his wand extinguished instantly, and his expression changed in the next moment. Meanwhile, the passers-by who had been eagerly anticipating Russell's next move also suddenly changed their expressions, hurriedly taking steps to leave as if they had encountered a plague, not looking back as they walked away. Damn it, I should have guessed it. Run. Roy, let us go. Don't look. That kid is going to be in trouble. In the British magical world, ordinary wizards often fear three types of people. First, Aurors, because Aurors represent power. Behind them is the entire Ministry of Magic supporting them. Encountering them is definitely not a good thing. Second, Nobles, as they often represent class. They have strong connections and resources, although they pride themselves on their status. Dealing with an ordinary wizard who offends them is often just a matter of a single word. Third, Merchants, because merchants represent interests. While they may not have the abilities of the first two, they can leverage their interests to manipulate power and class, allowing them to achieve things they cannot do. And since they do not have to worry about the backlash of power, nor do they need to pride themselves on their noble status, they can be even more unscrupulous than the first two. Unfortunately, among these three types of people, Charlie Black, as an individual, occupies two categories. As the heir of the Black family among the 28 pure-blood families and the owner of the largest factory in the British magical world, he is an existence that anyone would be unwilling to provoke. You might provoke Albus Dumbledore because you know Dumbledore wouldn't care about your provocation. You might provoke Cornelius Fudge because you know Fudge has a prominent status and, at least publicly, wouldn't do anything to you to gain public support. But Charlie Black is different. A person who dares to break through societal norms is often called a madman. If this madman is extraordinarily powerful and wealthy, then everyone instinctively overlooks the fact that he is a madman. However, when you think of it again at a specific time, the fear in your heart will increase exponentially. And this is exactly the mindset of the wizard facing Russell at this moment. At this moment, he no longer had that arrogant demeanor from before. One could say that as proud as he was just now, he was now equally embarrassed. Finally, after sweating profusely and experiencing a change in complexion, he suddenly turned around, daring not to say anything more. He hurriedly pulled up his robe to cover his face, took his companion by the side, and ran off into the distance. The surroundings were empty, and it seemed that a barrier had automatically formed around Russell. As all the wizards deliberately avoided him, not even daring to glance in his direction, their eyes fixed straight ahead. He had long since gotten used to all of this. Russell took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. After adjusting his exquisite formal robe, he began to continue the task assigned to him by Charlie, starting his search for the headquarters of the Daily Prophet. Diagon Alley wasn't very long, and soon, he found the crooked house among a cluster of shops. After inspecting it up and down, he solemnly walked inside. "May I ask how to address you?" In the office of Barnabas Cuff, a middle-aged man with a plump figure, dressed in suspenders and a striped shirt, warmly welcomed Russell. He even stood up from his seat, smiling as he brought over a chair. Clearly, the news that had just occurred had reached this office faster than Russell. Russell sat in the chair, smiled, and nodded, saying, "Just call me Russell." However, to his surprise, after hearing this, Barnabas Cuff's eyes suddenly lit up. "So you're Mr. Russell. You know me?" Russell raised an eyebrow, finally showing some surprise on his face. "Of course." Cuff laughed, stroking his belly as he did so. Wasn't yesterday's headline about Mr. Black's award ceremony? To write something different from other publications We specifically investigated many events and news related to Mr. Black, and your name undoubtedly appeared the most. I see. Russell understood, the surprise in his eyes fading as he calmly nodded. So, what brings you here this time? After briefly adjusting the atmosphere between the two, Cuff got straight to the point without further ado. I was summoned here by my esteemed and great master, Charlie Black. He only asked me to give you this. While speaking, Russell took out a neatly folded job advertisement from his pocket, leisurely unfolded it, stood up, and handed it to Cuff. The job advertisement is interesting. Cuff quickly accepted it with both hands, looking at the most prominent text. He first raised an eyebrow, then began to read it seriously. As his eyes continued down the page, his expression fluctuated more and more, and his inner shock intensified. After finishing reading it, he suddenly looked up and stammered, "R. Russell, forgive my boldness, but may I ask about this recruitment matter?" He didn't finish his sentence, but vaguely pointed at the text above, the meaning clear. My master has already confirmed this matter with Minister Fudge, and it has also been personally approved by Minister Fudge. Cuff felt his heart racing more and more. With his sensitivity to news as an editor, he could already foresee that when this job advertisement was truly published, it would bring tremendous shock to his readers. No, to all the wizards in the magical world. Even because of this news, he might be casually mentioned in the history of British magic. Cuff's lips trembled, forcing a smile as he nodded at Russell in an ingratiating manner. "Please wait a moment, Mr. Russell." After saying this, he ran out of the office without looking back. Soon after, when he returned, he let out a long sigh of relief, as it seemed that during those few short minutes, he had confirmed the authenticity of Russell's words in his own way. He approached Russell, knelt down, and held his hands. "Rest assured, Mr. Russell, I understand the intentions of your master, Mr. Charlie Black." Chapter 131. Rita Skeeter's breaking news after everything was settled. Cuff, with a beaming smile and an almost humble attitude, returned to his desk and smiled at Russell. "Say, Mr. Russell, please wait a moment. I'll call our best reporter over right away." While speaking, he reached out and pressed a device on his desk that resembled an electric bell. A low hum sounded, quickly fading from Russell's ears. Soon after, a series of hurried high heels clicking on the wooden floor was heard from afar, approaching Cuff's office. Then, the footsteps stopped, and the owner of the voice stood at the office door, greeting with an unpleasing voice, "Editor Cuff, you called for me? Is there some big news that needs my coverage?" Hearing the voice, Russell raised his eyebrows slightly and looked toward the door. For some reason, he felt a vague sense of unease creeping in. "Ah, this is Rita Skeeter, our best reporter at the Daily Prophet. She has written many quite famous reports and articles, such as The Life and Lies of Albus Dumbledore, Ollivander, Wand Master, or a Fraud, and compared to Millicent, Cornelius Fudge is a better leader for us," and so on, all from her pen. Seemingly sensing something unusual from Russell's expression, Cuff introduced her with a smile, a hint of pride in his voice, as if he felt proud of the success of these articles or books. However, upon hearing Cuff's introduction, Russell's earlier intuition deepened. The corner of his eye twitched involuntarily, and in his mind, he began to visualize the image of this yet-to-be-met Rita Skeeter. Vaguely, he felt a similarity to the rather unpleasant umbrage at the Ministry of Magic. But before he could think further, the next second, Cuff's gaze had already shifted to the door. "Come in, Skeeter. Meet our Mr. Russell." As his words fell, with a click, the metal lock on the door was released. The rusty hinges began to turn slowly, and the woman outside stepped inside. She was also a plump woman, though not as exaggerated as Umbridge proportions, but still far from healthy. Her hair was styled in large waves, but appeared somewhat stiff, especially when paired with her distinctly prominent chin, making her look particularly awkward. On her round face sat a pair of exaggerated glasses, with a frame that was exceptionally thick, embedded with a myriad of colorful jewels of various sizes, almost devoid of any aesthetic sense, making it uncomfortable to even glance at. Thick fingers grasped a crocodile leather handbag, with nails 2 inches long, painted bright red. As Rita Skeeter walked into the office with a lively step, her eyes darting around before they landed on the little house elf Russell, who was sitting in a chair facing the desk. In an instant, she realized something. Her instincts as a journalist allowed Skeeter to gather the information she wanted from Russell in no time. She grinned widely, showing a radiant smile, and unlike others who might sneer at Russell's status as a house elf, she was the first to greet him. "So, you must be Mr. Russell, as mentioned by Editor Griffey?" "Mr. Russell, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Rita Skeeter, a journalist." I must say, although Skeeter enjoys exaggerating facts and writing articles that contradict the truth to grab the public's attention, she is quite capable in her profession. Unlike the government officials who climb the ranks by flattering others, "Hello, Miss Skeeter." In response to Skeeter's greeting, Russell did not hold any significant prejudice against her due to his initial subjective impression. He nodded politely in return. Her smile remained, and after a brief exchange with Russell, she turned her attention back to her superior, Editor Gruffy. "So, is this a special interview with Mr. Russell, or something else? Honestly, I feel like I could come up with a title right now. How about a house elf breaking free?" However, before Skeeter could finish her eager statement, Gruffy, seemingly anticipating what she was about to say, cleared his throat deliberately, stifling her words back. He then smoothly took over the conversation, explaining with a hint of meaning, "This Mr. Russell is Mr. Charlie Black's." Seemingly considering Russell's feelings, Gruffy paused a couple of times when mentioning his relationship with Charlie, then slowly turned to look at the still calm Russell in the chair. "Servant." Russell succinctly completed Gruffy's statement with those two words. Upon closer observation, there was no displeasure or even a hint of annoyance on his face at this designation. It seemed all so natural, as if there was nothing to be upset about. Yes, Gruffy chuckled, diverting his gaze and continuing to Skeeter. "This time Mr. Russell is here on Mr. Black's orders. Mr. Black handed this to me." When Gruffy mentioned Mr. Black, he intentionally emphasized the name. As he spoke, he subtly pushed the recruitment notice that had been placed in front of him. Its meaning was self-evident. Mr. Black? Hearing the warning tone in her editor's voice, Skeeter's previously radiant smile began to stiffen and retract. Beneath the diamond-studded glasses, her eyes revealed a complex mix of surprise, fear, and seriousness. Clearly, she understood Gruffy's implication. It was undoubtedly a signal on how to correctly write the report. The three types of people that British wizards feared the most also fit Skeeter perfectly, because even though she was a well-known senior reporter for the Daily Prophet, in the eyes of those in high positions, she was no different from an ordinary witch. She dared to write about Albus Dumbledore and criticize Millicent because she understood that these figures would not care about her reports. Even if they knew, they would just laugh it off, not bothering to respond, just like they wouldn't pay attention to a bug smaller than their fingertip. But Charlie Black was different. Although she had no real connection with Charlie Black and had only seen him up close a few times during interviews, from the information she had gathered about him, she could vaguely see some things. Since establishing the Charlie Candy Company, Charlie had been intentionally promoting a public image as a law-abiding wizard businessman. In major newspapers, it was rare to find any negative reports about him. The house elf employees, who should have been the most explosive news, had become a no-go zone for any newspaper. To some extent, this could be seen as a unique tacit understanding between many newspapers and Charlie himself, because Charlie would genuinely be displeased by her reports. He would indeed read every article about him. He was truly maintaining the positive public image he had formed over the years. Skeeter was certain that if someone were to cross the line at this moment, Charlie Black would not hesitate to make that person disappear. A brief silence fell over the office due to Skeeter's contemplation, but it was only a short moment, as not long after, the complexity in Skeeter's eyes vanished entirely, and her smile returned to its natural state. "I remember Mr. Black was on the front page of the newspaper today, right? Could it be that he has some new news to share with the other wizards in the British magical community through us? If so, Mr. Black has come to the right person because our Daily Prophet is undoubtedly the most fair and efficient newspaper. Well, let me take a look." Regaining her earlier ease, Skeeter reached for the recruitment notice on the desk, her eyes quickly scanning the content written on it. "What is this?" Skeeter's reaction was similar to Gruffy's initial response upon seeing it. Soon, her expression showed signs of losing control, accompanied by a surge of joy that nearly overwhelmed her. She abruptly lifted her head, her gaze at that moment akin to a hungry wolf fixating on its prey, glimmering with greedy light that made one feel a bit intimidated. "Editor, is this true?" Gruffy's eyes were equally excited, a unique thrill that a journalist feels when encountering significant news. "It's true. I have already verified it with the higher-ups. This is indeed Minister Fudge's directive." Hearing this, Skeeter unconsciously tightened her grip, crumpling the recruitment notice in her hands. "Now, I command you, immediately right now, write a news article based on Mr. Charlie Black's decision. Then publish it on the front page of the Daily Prophet tomorrow." "Understood, Editor Gruffy." Skeeter nodded without hesitation, because she knew the value of this news. As long as it was written, even without exaggeration or distortion of the original meaning, it would undoubtedly create a sensation throughout the British magical community. No, it should be said that if time allowed, this news would not only shock the British magical community, but also the German, French, and even the magical community in America across the ocean. At that point, she could truly make a name for herself. At that moment, upon receiving the order, she hurriedly turned and walked towards the door, her high heels tapping rapidly on the floor, faster than when she had just entered. She left without a second thought for Russell, who sat calmly in the chair from start to finish, and dashed towards her office. Haha, she was just too excited. Suddenly, the office was left with only the two of them. Gouffet smiled at Russell, while also calming his own emotions a bit. It was clear that Russell nodded, thoughtfully looking at the still open door, unable to resist comparing Skit and Umbridge once again in his mind. The result was predictable, although this Ms. Skit was meeting him for the first time and was equally unlikable. She still could not dethrone Umbridge from the top spot on his personal list of most hated humans. Oh, right. Suddenly, Russell seemed to think of something else, quickly interrupting his meaningless reverie, and asked Gouffet, "Is there anything else you need me to do? Please go ahead." At that moment, Gouffet looked at Russell with the eagerness of an old friend he hadn't seen in years. Hearing Russell's voice, he hurriedly stood up and carefully walked over to him, waiting for instructions. "Do you handle printing here?" Russell asked. Upon hearing this, Gouffet hesitated for a moment. "We originally didn't have this service. Apart from the Daily Prophet, we don't print anything else, but..." Gouffet's tone shifted. "If you need it, Mr. Russell, we can make an exception for you, and it's free of charge." "That's not necessary." To Gouffet's surprise, after he said this, Russell shook his head and then casually took out a small pouch from behind him, tossing it into Gouffet's hands. Gouffet was taken aback and instinctively caught it. Without opening it, just by weighing it, Gouffet could feel that the amount of galleons inside was quite considerable. "What I want to print is not just 1 or 2 copies," Russell said as he jumped down from his seat, mimicking Charlie's manner, smoothing out a few wrinkles in his clothes, and turning towards the door while saying, "The job advertisement from just now, print as many copies as this money can cover." Chapter 132. The second headline since its establishment in 1743. It seems that no one has ever managed to have their name appear twice on the front page of the Daily Prophet. Whether it was nobles, political figures, or even Albus Dumbledore, known as the strongest white wizard in the world, none have had such an opportunity. Of course, given Albus Dumbledore's character, he would not care much about such meaningless things. However, with the arrival of the next day, when the familiar name Charlie Black reappeared on the front page of the Daily Prophet, he became the first wizard to receive this honor. After Gouffet handed the job advertisement to Skit, she passionately wrote an exceptionally high-quality news article based on it. The content was so rich and the narrative so long that it occupied nearly 1/8 of the entire newspaper, complete with 2 photographs. One was of Charlie Black in a tuxedo, sitting in his office, smiling calmly at the camera due to time constraints. Gouffet had no time to go to the factory to take a new photo of Charlie, so he had cut this one from an old newspaper from a few years ago. In terms of demeanor, he appeared a bit more flamboyant than now, lacking the current sense of restraint. However, it surprisingly matched well with the obviously scandalous news. The second photo was none other than the job advertisement itself. One must say that Skit truly deserved to be called the best reporter of the Daily Prophet. This time, when she abandoned her usual spring and autumn brush style, presenting the facts straightforwardly and without any embellishments to the world, it showcased her impressive professional level. The next day, Gouffet sat in his office without turning on the lights. The surroundings were extremely quiet, with only the ticking of the clock echoing, creating a sense of unease. His cheeks appeared a bit puffy, with drooping eye bags and clearly visible dark circles, all proving that Gouffet had not rested well the night before. In fact, he hadn't rested much at all. After getting home that night, he hurriedly took a shower, then lay back in bed, turned off the lights, and prepared to sleep. However, he simply couldn't fall asleep. As soon as he closed his eyes, thoughts of that earth-shattering news flooded his mind, making his blood boil and dopamine surge, leaving him wide awake. He could only toss and turn in the lonely, hazy night, unable to drift off. By the next day, at 3:30 a.m., he finally lost his patience. He opened his eyes, got out of bed, quickly dressed, and went to his office, sitting in his chair without turning on the lights, slowly waiting to be the first witness to this significant event. Not far away, the blinds were not fully closed, leaving an opening of about 30 degrees, allowing a glimpse of the outside scenery. However, at this early hour, the familiar view outside felt unusually different, quiet like an exquisite oil painting, captivating him. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Gouffet was lost in admiration of the view outside, while the clock's hands continued to move. The minute hand circled again and again, pushing the heavy hour hand to move slowly. Gradually, the rising sun peaked over the horizon, breaking the original silence and transforming the exquisite oil painting into a vibrant watercolor masterpiece. Sunlight streamed through the blinds, quietly illuminating the room, warm and gentle. casting evenly spaced zebra-striped shadows on Gu-Fei's desk. Finally, as time passed, the hour hand pointed to 6. Gu-Fei, who had been gazing out the window, suddenly seemed to be touched by some mechanism. His once distracted eyes sparkled with life, a radiant smile spreading across his face. Come on, today, the Daily Prophet and my name will be recorded in the history of magic. One newspaper after another, through various means, disappeared from the Daily Prophet's office. Whether through newsstands or owls, they were transmitted into the hands of others. From the moment they received the newspaper, an otherwise ordinary morning would be rewritten. And the British magical world, which had been silent for hundreds of years, like a stagnant pond, was thoroughly activated at this moment by the stone thrown in by Charlie Black, sending ripples spreading outward. Mom, Dad, look, it's Uncle Charlie again. Nymphadora Tonks screamed, her eyes wide as she scanned the content of the newspaper, while also relaying the news to the other two. Such events were not limited to this moment. Nymphadora Tonks' reaction could be seen as a microcosm of thousands of wizards. Look, Tris, there's big news. My Merlin. What's going on? Oh my God, we should tell your dad to hurry. Charlie Black. I knew he was a complete madman. That fudge is also a lunatic. And the reporter of this damn article is also a madman. Madman, madman, madman. All of them. Surprise, astonishment, disbelief, anger, sneering, disdain. At this moment, countless emotions surged, filling the hearts of every British wizard. But it was undeniable that they were all shaken, deeply disturbed by this blow that broke all common sense. This originally ordinary day would eventually be stamped into history by Charlie and his major event, becoming a key topic for some future professor at Hogwarts to outline in class. It would lead young wizards to write an assignment of over 2,000 words explaining the iconic significance of this event for the future coexistence of wizards and muggles, as well as Charlie Black's identity and role in the development of history. Meanwhile, in a rather exquisite villa in the dining room, its owner was sitting at the long dining table, tasting the food before him. He sat upright, expressionless, his knife and fork steady, even cutting a cherry tomato with precise movements, placing it in his mouth in 2 bites. His presence was like a model, teaching everyone how the rules of the world should operate and how they would come to be. Even without speaking, just sitting there, he exuded an invisible pressure that made it impossible for anyone to feel relaxed, subconsciously regulating themselves to match his demeanor. However, sitting opposite him was a completely different character. It was a frail young man, hunched over, with vacant eyes, arms casually resting on the dining table, slowly moving his cutlery, stiffly shoving food into his mouth, and chewing awkwardly. He resembled a thoughtless zombie, his behavior evoking inexplicable fear. The one sitting at the table was Barty Crouch, the current second-in-command of the Ministry of Magic, the director of the Department of Magical Cooperation and Exchange. Opposite him was his son, young Barty Crouch, a Death Eater controlled by the Imperius Curse. The dining table between them was always like this, silent, oppressive, making it hard to breathe. My newspaper. After finishing his food, Barty Crouch ignored his son on the other side and stood up, walking toward the living room while issuing a succinct command. Yes, master. A thin, somewhat feminine voice responded. Immediately, a house elf named Winky scurried over, respectfully presenting the newspaper with both hands. Good morning, master. Winky has brought your newspaper. Taking the newspaper, Barty Crouch sat down on the sofa without even glancing at the servant, unfolding the paper and starting to read from the front page. However, upon seeing the news, Barty Crouch's previously stern expression began to change, shifting through a complex range of emotions. His brows furrowed tightly, and as he looked down, they only deepened further, showing no signs of easing. The atmosphere, already tense, became even more frigid, causing the sensitive Winky to instinctively hunch over, not daring to breathe. Cautiously glancing up at her master, her eyes filled with fear and a hint of curiosity. She seemed to wonder what kind of news could make her master so serious. After finishing the front page, Barty Crouch's furrowed brows slowly relaxed. He stopped reading and turned his gaze toward Winky, who was carefully attending to him. Winky, Barty Crouch spoke. Yes, master. What does master need Winky to do? Called by name, Winky perked up, straightening her hunched posture, responding quickly though somewhat nervously. You know the name Charlie Black, right? Barty Crouch asked, his tone unchanged. Winky's eyes flashed with surprise and fear upon hearing his words, but she quickly nodded and replied, I've heard of him. Can you tell me? From your perspective, what kind of person is Charlie Black? Winky lowered her head, seeming to hesitate for a moment. After a while, she finally raised her head again, her expression firm. In my opinion, Charlie Black is a demon. A rogue, a shameless little man. He is the wizard Winky hates the most in the world. The moment she spoke these words, even Barty Crouch couldn't help but show a hint of surprise on his face. His eyebrows raised as he continued to ask, "I thought you would admire him. After all, many house elves see Charlie Black as their savior, a great benefactor." Winky's face briefly flickered with disdain and anger, which did not escape Barty Crouch's keen eyes. Those house elves are bad creatures. They are all traitors. They don't deserve to be called house elves. Under the influence of Charlie Black, they cruelly abandoned their masters, their work, and their mission. They threw themselves into something empty and ethereal, wasting their lives meaninglessly. Winky despises them, and she looks down on those kinds of creatures. Winky looked at Barty Crouch with genuine admiration and awe, her words more profound than Russell's when facing Charlie, spoken with conviction and no hint of wavering. Barty Crouch didn't respond immediately, but narrowed his eyes, quietly observing Winky from top to bottom, finally fixing his gaze on her large eyes. After a long pause, a rare smile appeared on his face, and he nodded in approval, choosing not to say more, but instead changing the topic. "Go prepare some flu powder for me. I need to get to the ministry early today. I guess it will be a busy day at the ministry." Receiving her master's approval, Winky looked particularly happy, beaming as she bent down, knocking her large head on the floor to express her great respect, then vanished in a flash of light to fetch the flu powder. Before long, Barty Crouch disappeared into the villa, following the flames rising from the fireplace. At the dining table, young Barty Crouch, who had been eating his food little by little, paused his actions upon hearing the loud explosion of flu powder from the living room. A different light flashed in his soulless eyes, and a hint of struggling peculiarity appeared on his face. However, soon, as Shan re-entered the dining room, both the brilliance in his eyes and the struggle on his face quietly vanished, becoming just as it had been before. Continuing to eat the food on his plate in a stiff and dull manner, Shan noticed nothing amiss, and just like usual, glanced up at the young master before continuing her work, clearing away Barty Crouch's plates and utensils. The large villa was eerily quiet. Chapter 133. Well-versed hello, Mr. Crouch. Good morning, Director Crouch. You actually came over so early today. With a swirl of green flames rising from the fireplace of the Ministry of Magic, Barty Crouch stepped out of the vortex. The ministry officials passing by all paused in their steps, expressing respect and greeting him sincerely. It was evident that Barty Crouch held an astonishing prestige within the ministry, wielding an influence that seemed to surpass even that of Minister Cornelius Fudge. However, this was not surprising, as several years ago, when he was still the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, he was already one of the closest individuals to the minister's position. His resolute stance against Voldemort, his wise decisions, and his exceptional skills had given the wizards of the British magical community an unprecedented sense of security and reliability during that terrifying time of war. If it weren't for that unfortunate incident, when he personally revealed and judged his own son, Barty Crouch Jr., as a Death Eater, then the mediocre and cowardly Fudge would have had no chance to reach such extraordinary heights, not even daring to entertain such thoughts. Yet history is so ironic. The soul of Merlin soaring in the sky did not protect the rightful great ones, but instead passed immense opportunities to the fortunate. In the end, Barty Crouch personally sentenced his son's crimes in anger and pain, imprisoning him in Azkaban like the other Death Eaters, leading to his own reputation plummeting within the magical world, completely losing any chance at that position, and even failing to retain his seat as head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, being reassigned to the Department of International Magical Cooperation as a diplomat. Perhaps to others, it was merely an ordinary lateral move, but Barty Crouch, having seen too much deceit and political struggle, clearly understood that this was Fudge's attempt to weaken his power, sweeping away his original influence and relegating him to a position with no room for performance. Each time he heard the title of his new position, Minister of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, he felt a great insult and mockery. Clearly a warrior, a brave man unafraid of death in the fight against Voldemort, a hero who stabilized the political landscape and eased turmoil, he ultimately became a diplomat, handling trivial matters with other countries' magical communities. Barty Crouch pursed his lips, facing the young man greeting him, only nodding expressionlessly. Yet the gaze from his deep-set eyes never changed, sharply fixed on the path ahead. He strode through the lobby of the first floor of the ministry, directly heading towards one of the elevators amidst the crowd. This time, he did not go to his office in the Department of International Magical Cooperation to start his day's work as usual. Instead, he entered the elevator without any hesitation, raising his finger to press the button leading to the highest floor, the minister's office. Ding dong. He did not have to wait long as the elevator ascended straight to the top floor. Knock, knock, knock. Stepping out of the elevator, he arrived at the only wooden door, and Barty Crouch knocked on Fudge's office door. Who is it? Inside the office, Fudge instinctively hurriedly set down the teacup and newspaper in his hands, looking up towards the door with a hint of displeasure, seemingly not expecting anyone to dare knock on his door so early in the morning. After all, according to his usual habits, this was precisely the time he enjoyed life. A cup of good hot tea, an interesting newspaper, and half an hour of public-funded leisure before work was enough to give Fudge a good mood to combat the dullness of the remaining day in the office. This was not a secret. Even some other directors and ministers tacitly avoided visiting Fudge's office during this time, respecting his peace. After all, who made him the minister of magic? Even if there were grievances in such trivial matters, they could only be helpless. It's me. Upon hearing Fudge's voice, Barty Crouch ceased knocking and straightforwardly stated. As his voice reached the office, Fudge's expression momentarily froze. He quickly took action, grabbing a stack of documents from beside him to cover the newspaper, and continued to inquire towards the door. What do you need? However, this time there was no longer the initial displeasure in his voice, but rather surprise. After having been his superior for several years, Fudge still harbored wariness towards Barty Crouch. But he had a clear understanding of the other's temperament. Fudge knew that this man looked down on him, even scoffing at his leadership. His pride prevented him from ever making personal visits. Except for rare instances requiring direct interaction, he seldom appeared in this place that originally belonged to Barty Crouch. I have some questions for you. Barty Crouch's tone remained the same, resolute and direct in stating his purpose. All right, come in, Minister Crouch. Although Barty Crouch's unexpected visit left Fudge somewhat baffled, he still chose to make an exception and open the door to his office at this time. With a bang, under Fudge's gaze, the office door was pushed open to the side. Crouch stood at the entrance, his gaze meeting Fudge's. The visitor was not polite, saying nothing further, and boldly stepped into the office, taking a few steps forward before stopping in front of Fudge's desk. He did not immediately explain why he was there, but lowered his head, examining the stack of documents piled on Fudge's desk. Minister Crouch, you'd better have something important. Fudge narrowed his eyes, silently observing the other's audacious actions, and spoke in a low voice. Crouch remained silent, ignoring the evident displeasure in Fudge's tone, still gazing at the pile of documents. Suddenly, his hand moved swiftly, and before Fudge could react, with a whoosh he pulled out a slightly crumpled newspaper from the very bottom of the stack. The title at the top of the publication, The Quibbler, was clearly visible. Humph! There was finally a change on Crouch's face, revealing a hint of mockery. Although he didn't say anything, just a muffled grunt, the meaning he wanted to express was self-evident. Barty Crouch! Fudge's brows suddenly shot up, and he sat up straight from his seat, glaring angrily at the other party. Although he had no advantage in height or physique in this office, Fudge was the absolute ruler, and no one could go against his wishes. Crouch remained silent for a while, ultimately choosing not to further escalate the conflict with Fudge and decided to back down. He pulled out the newspaper he had just finished reading on his sofa at home from his coat pocket and tossed it out, just enough to cover the singing contrarian, presenting it to Fudge. I guess you haven't seen today's Daily Prophet yet? Barty Crouch said calmly. Humph! Fudge's raised brows lowered a bit, and with a cold snort, he chose not to pursue the matter further, but instead sat back down in his seat, following Crouch's compromise. He supported himself on the armrest of the chair, adjusted his position for comfort, and then picked up the newspaper that was on the desk, reading it slowly. Soon, his attention was drawn to the large headline about Charlie Black on the front page, and he continued reading, carefully looking at the two photos attached beside it. The more he read, the wider Fudge's eyes grew, and his expression became serious and solemn. The hand that had been casually holding the newspaper tightened slightly, causing the edges of the Daily Prophet to crinkle with a faint rustling sound. Of course, Crouch noticed all of this. He remained silent, continuing to watch the other man while waiting for him to finish the article. At this moment, as Fudge read the text and glanced at the job advertisement beside it, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease. It was extremely complex, as two completely opposing thoughts surged into his mind simultaneously. On one hand, he clearly remembered yesterday, when he was chatting happily with Charlie Black in the office, ultimately agreeing on this matter. On the other hand, a sense of discomfort and anxiety arose from nowhere, lingering in his thoughts, unshakable. Finally, when the last line of text came into view, Fudge slowly lowered the newspaper in his hand, laid it flat on the table, and looked back at Barty Crouch. However, this time, the complexity in his mind had dissipated. Satisfaction and understanding were reflected in his eyes, representing his most genuine thoughts at that moment. I thought he would take a few days to release this news. Charlie is really efficient. It seemed he had forgotten that not long ago, the two of them had been at daggers drawn. Fudge's tone was gentle, and he even wore a slight smile, shaking his head teasingly. How much did he give you? Crouch raised an eyebrow, his gaze revealing unhidden scrutiny as he directly asked. What? Fudge was taken aback, the satisfaction and understanding in his eyes turning into confusion and doubt. Stop pretending, Fudge, you old fox, Crouch smirked, his scrutinizing gaze unchanged. Based on what I know about you, there's no way you would make such a radical decision. Only that kid, that crazy guy, would have the guts to do something like this. His tone paused, and his expression seemed to indicate he was fully aware of everything that had happened. Reaching out, he tugged at his collar and continued, So, stop playing dumb. Just how much money did it take for you to agree to such terms? However, what Crouch did not expect was that upon hearing his probing, Fudge's face showed no signs of the panic he had anticipated. Instead, it transformed from alarm to anger, and his eyes narrowed, the smile on his face becoming even brighter. Crouch, Fudge began, tilting his head and looking at the face he originally did not even want to see. For some reason, he suddenly found it particularly laughable at that moment. You think you can see through me all the time, that you know Connolly better than I do. As he spoke, he picked up the newspaper he had just placed on the table, his chubby hands skillfully manipulating his round fingers to fold the open newspaper back into a smaller size, eventually folding it down to the size of his palm. But unfortunately, it seems you don't have as clear an understanding as you think. And I'm not as foolish as you imagine. Fudge stood up, leaning forward slightly, extending his arm to gently tuck the folded Daily Prophet into Barty Crouch's coat pocket. This time, I not only didn't take a penny, but Charlie Black's plan to recruit muggles and squibs to expand the factory's business was also done at my suggestion. He looked into Crouch's eyes as he spoke, but this time, as each word flowed from his mouth, Crouch's gaze began to change. Surprise, doubt, and confusion flashed across his expression, but the initial certainty and arrogance of seeing through everything were notably absent. It was the first time he had seen Barty Crouch display such an expression. In an instant, a tremendous sense of satisfaction surged in his chest, enveloping his entire being. All right, if you only came to see me for this trivial matter, then I can only ask you to leave. Fudge raised his chin, sitting back down in his seat. Although he felt immensely pleased inside, his exterior remained calm and gentle as he smiled and said, Because I have important matters to attend to next, which are far more important than listening to you complain like a child. After saying this, he ignored Barty Crouch and continued reading The Singing Contrarian. Chapter 134. It can't get worse anyway. The news of Charlie's factory hiring muggles and squibs was like a stone thrown into a still pond, creating ripples that spread outward. In the end, although the initial excitement had faded, it still caused waves throughout the entire wizarding world. Russell returned to the factory, carrying 2 stacks of job advertisements that were taller than himself, and entered Charlie's office, presenting them to his boss. Good job, Charlie said with a smile, casually picking one up and examining it slowly. The quality of the job advertisements was quite good, and all the content was exactly as Charlie had initially requested. In addition, Guffey had cleverly added a few small spells to the original job postings, enhancing them with a unique flavor of the wizarding world. Well done. Charlie raised an eyebrow and complimented with a smile, but in his heart, he began to ponder whether he could ask the Daily Prophet for help next time something like this came up. After all, although the little elves are obedient and highly efficient, one cannot deny that their aesthetic sense is completely out of sync with that of humans in certain aspects. Often, a few little elves spend an entire night brainstorming to come up with candy packaging or promotional posters that, in their eyes, are filled with unexplainable elements. Therefore, ever since Feudo uttered that advertising line about how delicious it was that he wanted to be torn apart by 5 horses, he has never allowed them to handle such matters again. As long as it involves publicity or design, it is all personally handled by this principal Charlie. While thinking, Charlie pulled out a neatly bound document from the stack of papers next to his desk and handed it to Russell. This is the family information of all Muggle-born wizards in the British magical world, or some Muggle information that has a special connection with the magical world. Think of a way to get these job postings into the hands of every Muggle on this list. Russell looked up, quickly took the document with both hands, opened the first page, and widened his eyes to carefully examine the densely packed lines of names and detailed addresses. Is this all of them? While looking, Russell couldn't help but express his surprise, asking curiously, How do you have this document, Master? Charlie's tone remained the same as he sat back down in his office chair, casually replying, "Do you think the Muggle Dispute Mediation Committee is just sitting around doing nothing? In addition to dealing with special events involving Muggles, their main job is to supervise Muggles associated with wizards to prevent any exposure of the magical world." "I see." Russell raised his head, a look of understanding appearing in his eyes. "Then I'll get to work." Without saying anything else, after accepting Charlie's task, Russell gently clapped his hands. The pile of job postings around him all floated into the air, and he followed them out of Charlie's office. Today, in Little Whinging, the sky was still like any other day. Although the sun had just risen, it was not as bright as one might imagine. It merely had a bit more brilliance. "Dudley, Vernon, come down for breakfast." Aunt Petunia's voice came from the kitchen of number 4 Privet Drive, the house belonging to the Dursley family. At this moment, her tone was far from the sharpness she had when she first faced Harry. It had softened considerably, carrying a faint weariness and calmness, as if she had lost her former sparkle. As her voice traveled through the floorboards, it reached the second floor of the house. Soon, Dudley's originally quiet room began to stir. The sturdy wooden bed creaked as the 11-year-old boy woke up, as if it were under some immense pressure. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, skillfully put on his clothes, and then rolled over with a thud, standing on the floor. Now, Dudley had gained quite a bit of weight compared to how he was during the summer at the beginning. In fact, from a physical perspective, he was nearly approaching his father, Vernon Dursley. His face still retained that pig-like appearance, and due to his increased weight, it made his pig-like image even more vivid. In fact, this was not Dudley's fault. Due to Charlie's magic, he hadn't stepped outside his house for several months. And even important matters like attending Eton were postponed by his parents for various reasons, buying him a year off. During these months, Vernon had resigned from his good job and started going to various places, trying every means to find the antidote for that magical chocolate. Whether it was wizards, priests, shamans, or even gypsies, he approached them with a desperate attitude, willing to drive anywhere as long as the person had some fame and claimed to possess some magical power, inviting them to his home to treat his child. Among these people, there were indeed many who were genuine wizards or other professionals. However, Charlie is still Charlie. Even in the entire British magical world, finding a more skilled wizard than him would be few and far between. Not to mention in the field of transfiguration, which he is most proficient in. How could those second-rate wizards active in a Muggle world have a chance to break his magic? So without a doubt, all these people ultimately ended in failure. But what the Dursleys did not know was that from the very beginning, this was merely a simple prank by Charlie. He did not intend to specifically take revenge on the Dursleys or ruin them financially. His idea, as he said, was simply to give Harry Potter a breath of relief and teach that little fat cousin who had always bullied him a small lesson. Therefore, lifting this magic was also extremely simple. Just eat another piece of Charlie's hazelnut chocolate. Considering Dudley's love for chocolate, Charlie expected that it wouldn't take long, perhaps 2 or 3 days, or even half a day at the fastest, for him to return to his original self without any further issues. Thus, he paid no more attention to it. Coincidentally, as many events happened consecutively, he completely forgot about it. Unfortunately, Charlie did not anticipate that once the Dursleys learned that Charlie's candies were a wizard merchant's product, they would resolutely choose to throw away all related products at home and strictly prohibit Dudley from eating any Charlie's candies, whether chocolate or chewy sweets. All were removed from his daily snack list. Thus, through various twists of fate, the current situation formed. "What are we having for breakfast today?" Thud, thud. Dudley swung his thick legs and rushed down the stairs from the second floor. With each step he took, the ground trembled slightly, accompanied by the painful creaking of the wooden stairs, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. "I made you bacon burgers, fries, and a souffle." Petunia smiled, looking at her child. Even though he had now turned into a monster, the love in her eyes had not diminished in the slightest. "Did you put honey on the souffle?" Dudley arrived at the kitchen table, and upon hearing Petunia's words, his eyes immediately lit up, his face beaming with joy as he licked his lips and eagerly asked. "Of course," Petunia said as she opened a jar of honey, scooped out a thick spoonful, and poured it over the soft souffle until the honey flowed freely, nearly filling the entire plate before finally stopping, lifting it up, and placing it in front of Dudley. "Come on, give it a taste." Dudley, satisfied, said nothing more, sitting at his seat and focusing entirely on tackling the delicious dish in front of him. "Good morning, dear." Not long after, Vernon also came downstairs, wearing pajamas, his beard and hair somewhat disheveled. He sniffed the sweet and greasy smell in the air, scratched his belly, and spoke slowly. Since he had already resigned from the company and was focused on finding a way to help Dudley, Vernon no longer needed to wake up early to get dressed for work. Instead, he had time to manage himself, and he gradually became more unkempt. "How's it going today?" Petunia, hearing Vernon coming down the stairs, couldn't help but stop her work and asked, "Are you going out again?" Vernon nodded, walked into the kitchen, and made himself a cup of coffee with the coffee machine, continuing at a leisurely pace. "I heard that a Taoist has come to the Chinese community over there, and I plan to go take a look." "A Taoist?" Petunia's face showed a look of surprise. "What is that?" "A follower of a mysterious sect from the ancient East, worshipping ascendants from thousands of years ago, capable of exorcising demons and curing diseases." Vernon turned around and spoke to Petunia with enthusiasm. Although the months of running around had not led him to find a way to break Dudley's curse, he had greatly increased his knowledge on the subject. Whether it was religion, belief, or mythology, he could easily recount their histories and knowledge from Europe to Africa, resembling a master of mysticism. "Well, then you." Petunia's eyelids drooped slightly, and just as she was about to say something else, suddenly, a series of tapping sound from outside the kitchen window interrupted her. Besides Dudley, who was still struggling with his honey souffle, both Dursleys instinctively turned their heads towards the direction of the sound. Outside the window, a brown-gray owl was perched on the windowsill, staring inside with wide eyes, rhythmically tapping its curved beak against the glass, trying to get their attention. "Damn it!" As if triggered by some unpleasant memory hidden in her brain, Petunia, who had been calm, suddenly screamed, her brows furrowing, eyes widening, glaring viciously at the little creature outside, as if looking at an enemy. "Those damn wizards' flat-feathered beasts! Stay away from our home!" Just as she was screaming and reached for a spatula on the kitchen counter to deal with the owl, Dudley quickly reached out to stop her from the doorway. "Hey, don't be hasty, Petunia. In Native American beliefs, owls are sacred. They carve their images into totems for the protection of their people. If you harm the owl, you will be cursed by their spirits." However, the agitated Petunia was not concerned about that, breaking free and heading for the door. If their spirits were really useful, then they wouldn't have boots made from Native American scalps. The owl perched on the windowsill did not stay there any longer. It hooted a couple of times, and upon noticing the two were looking at it, it spread its wings, flapped a few times, and flew straight up into the sky, heading off into the distance. When Petunia, holding the spatula, angrily opened the door, there was only a letter left on the doormat, and the owl was nowhere to be seen. Her sudden anger eased a little as she looked down at the letter lying quietly there, first hesitating, then her brows knitting into a frown. She knew that this letter was likely delivered by the owl. However, this time, Petunia did not tear it apart or ignore it as she had done with Harry's admission letter before. She fell into a moment of hesitation. After a long while, Petunia finally chose to bend down slowly and picked up the beautifully packaged envelope. "Vernon." She closed the door again and turned to her husband, her heart complicated. She didn't say anything further, but raised the envelope in her hand to indicate to him. Vernon, holding the freshly brewed, steaming cup of coffee, raised an eyebrow. Also silent. Both of their gazes fell on the letter, and a moment of silence ensued. Finally, it was Vernon who spoke first. "Open it and see what's inside. It can't get any worse. Maybe there will be some good news?" He took a sip of his coffee and said this with a self-deprecating tone. It's worth noting that if it were the old him, he would never have said such a thing. Chapter 135. An opportunity with determination. Dudley took a deep breath, stepped forward 2 paces, and took the calm, ordinary-looking envelope from Petunia's hand. The envelope was plain white, smooth, and new, with no markings. Once in hand, it was just a thin layer, no different from an ordinary letter delivered by a regular postman. However, just as Dudley reached out his round, thick fingers to gently open it, an unexpected event occurred. With a rip, the originally thin envelope suddenly began to swell, bulging like a startled pufferfish, as if it were about to burst at any moment. Vernon, Petunia, who had been watching Dudley's movements, couldn't help but widen her eyes, her heart racing, instinctively covering her mouth and calling out her husband's name. Before Dudley could say anything, the next moment, accompanied by a loud bang, the envelope exploded open. The sound was so loud that even Dudley, who was sitting at the kitchen table happily enjoying his meal, was startled, nearly knocking his food off the table. "Mom, Dad, what are you doing?" He looked up, his pig-like face showing a human-like panic and anger. He suddenly turned his head, pulling his attention away from breakfast and peering towards the source of the noise, which was outside the hallway. However, he saw nothing of Dudley and Petunia. All he could see was a thick white mist enveloping everything around him. White mist poured incessantly from the opened envelope, covering everything in just a few seconds. Even though Vernon knew his wife was only 2 or 3 steps away, he couldn't see her figure. Only her panicked cries assured him that they were still in their home and had not been transported to some other strange place, as described in various writings. "Vernon, what happened? Are you still there? Dear, I'm so scared." Petunia's voice trembled significantly with a hint of sob. It seemed she was utterly terrified by this wizard's horrifying magic. "Don't panic. Dear, nothing has happened." In contrast to his wife, Dudley clearly displayed the calmness and responsibility expected of a man at that moment. He took 2 steps forward, feeling around for Penny's hand in the misty surroundings, and firmly grasped it, saying in a low voice, "Don't panic, I'm right here. Nothing has happened, it's just fog." While comforting his wife's emotions, he observed the situation around them. Gradually, Dudley began to notice that the originally thick white fog was showing signs of dissipating, and the observable area was becoming increasingly broad. The corridors and rooms that had disappeared were reappearing before their eyes. After about a minute, the fog completely vanished, and in its place stood a little sprite dressed in a sharp waistcoat, with a bow tie around its neck, a gentleman's hat on its head, and a cane in its hand, looking like a proper old London gentleman. Seeing the suddenly appeared sprite, Dudley's eyes widened significantly. He seemed to recall something. That little creature he had seen in Harry Potter's room. Unable to help himself, he opened his mouth, wanting to exclaim something. However, unfortunately, what stood before him was not a living person, but merely an image preserved by magic, which would not give him any feedback and naturally would not listen to him finish his words. Out of nowhere, a cheerful and lively tune started playing, interrupting Dudley's words. The little sprite seemed to be triggered by some switch and quickly began to move. "Welcome to Charlie's Candy Factory." It twirled, its cane in its hand, and started tapping its feet in rhythm, skillfully performing a tap dance. While dancing, its slightly high-pitched voice joyfully sang an original song in a style that was popular before 1980. "The best candy factory in the world has just opened its doors for you. We have gummy bears, chocolates, and countless toffees soon." Dudley, who had heard the commotion, perked up his ears, curiously moving away from the dining table, standing up, and waddling to the door, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the singing and dancing little creature. He snorted a couple of times, his mouth slightly curling into a smile. After spending several months at home, he hadn't seen anything so interesting for a long time. The sprite's performance continued, singing, "Now, Mr. Black's Magical Factory is hiring. Who could be so lucky to become one of us? Our benefits must be better than your company's, and the monthly galleons are enough for you to have 2 cups of butterbeer every day. Come take a look, come sign up if you want to join us. Please come to the following address." Suddenly, the lively singing and dancing sprite abruptly stopped, its cane pointing towards Dudley. Its eyes playfully blinked, as if sharing a unique understanding with him. Then, with a loud bang, the image of the finely dressed sprite exploded, turning into white mist that dispersed around. In the center of the drifting white mist, a recruitment notice floated down gently from the air, finally landing quietly on the floor. At the bottom of the notice was the image of the little sprite, now taking off its top hat, looking like an actor who had just finished a performance, with a bright smile as it bowed to the audience, before becoming still. After a long moment following the end of the performance, Penny and Dudley finally snapped out of their daze. They simultaneously looked down again, carefully examining the recruitment notice on the floor, remaining silent for a long time. "What is this?" Compared to them, the oblivious Dudley was clearly more interested in the magical performance. So, after the sprite disappeared and turned into a piece of paper that landed on the floor, he excitedly dragged his large body over, waddling like a little piglet towards Dudley and Penny. He then stopped in front of the recruitment notice and unhesitatingly bent down to pick it up, seemingly worried that someone would snatch this magical thing from him, while loudly proclaiming his ownership. "This is mine. I saw it first. Dudley, put that down." Seeing her precious son's actions, a worried Penny had no choice but to quickly crouch down and snatch the magical item from his hands, fearing Dudley would be harmed by it. "Give it to me. What is that? I haven't seen it yet." Dudley grunted, frowning in anger at his mother. This child, who was almost spoiled rotten, stubbornly extended his Michelin-like arm, desperately reaching for the recruitment notice in Penny's hands. Although he didn't know what it was for, in his eyes, anything interesting and fun in their home naturally belonged to him. "No, dear, that's dark magic. You can't touch it." Penny screamed again, and the silence in the house was once more broken, becoming noisy and chaotic. In the end, unable to resist Dudley's stubbornness, the recruitment notice ended up in his hands. However, after Dudley looked it over in confusion, confirming it was nothing but a piece of ordinary paper without any magical qualities, he suddenly lost interest. He handed it back to his mother and returned to the dining table, continuing to deal with the remaining half of the souffle and still warm bacon burgers and fries. Meanwhile, Penny and Dudley lost all desire to continue eating. Without saying a word, they hurried back to their room with a recruitment notice. With a loud bang, the door was firmly shut, and Penny quickly ran to the window. Leaning out to look around the empty street, and seeing that there was not a single person in sight, she hurriedly pulled the curtains shut to prevent anyone from seeing. Once everything was ready, she finally approached the bed, looking at Dudley, who was sitting on the bed staring at the recruitment notice with a pale face mixed with unshakable terror. "What do we do? That demon, Charlie Black. He hasn't let us go. He has come for us again." Listening quietly to his wife's words, Dudley still didn't react, staring at the recruitment notice repeatedly. Somewhat lost in thought. "Dear, say something. What are we going to do? Maybe we should move away to some other place, find a deserted island, or just change countries." Suddenly, as if she thought of something, Penny's eyes lit up. "Yes, we'll go to a country that practices as its faith. Dudley will be respected there." However, just as she eagerly turned to Dudley, hoping he would agree with her, Dudley, who had remained silent for a while, finally spoke up. "Do you know Penny?" He raised the recruitment notice in his hand, pointed at the address highlighted in bold and large font, and said in a light, joking tone, "Look, this address written here is very close to us. If I drive, I can get there in less than half a day." Penny listened to his words, her eyes widening in disbelief, and she screamed, "Dudley!" It seemed that she was so excited that she directly called out his surname, which had never happened in their more than 10 years of living together. "What do you mean by that? Are you going? You want to apply? You want to apply to Charlie Black's factory? You want to work for an evil wizard?" As Penny spoke, her voice grew louder, more excited, and angrier, until finally her tone turned into a question. Dudley did not refute anything. He placed the recruitment notice back on his lap, his eyelids drooping. After quietly waiting for Penny's anger to gradually subside, he continued in a hoarse voice, "Do you know what my opinion is? Dear, I believe Charlie Black is not trying to harm us, but is planning to give us a chance." Dudley paused, seeing Penny biting her lip and not intending to interrupt. So he continued, "We have sought help from too many people for Dudley, but you know the result. Not a single one was successful, although I can't understand it. I vaguely know that Charlie Black is stronger than all of them. I was a supervisor at my previous company. I have extensive management experience, not to mention anything else. I can definitely surpass those wizards by a long shot in this aspect." As he spoke about his strengths, Dudley's back straightened a little, he puffed out his chest, and continued, "I can help him make the factory better, and when that time comes I can then make a request, asking him to forgive the mistakes I made before and lift the magic off Dudley. I believe he won't refuse me. But don't you remember? The last company you worked for, Grunning, specialized in producing drill bits. It has nothing to do with candy." Penny spoke again, but this time her voice softened considerably. No longer as hysterical as before, she seemed to have regained her composure. "Although the business is different, I can learn in advance. After all, my management experience is still there. I am confident that I can become a qualified candy factory employee in a month." Penny's gaze shifted, and listening to Dudley's earnest voice, she couldn't help but feel emotional. "Dear, you have already given so much for this family. Actually, even if Dudley can't go back to normal, we still love him. He will grow up like other kids, and I would be willing to raise him like this for a lifetime." "No," Dudley slowly shook his head, firmly saying, "You cannot make any decisions for him. Dudley should have a healthy and happy life like other children. We cannot raise him for a lifetime. Even if we leave enough inheritance for him when we die, that would ultimately harm him. Time off. I'm finally on vacation. Just give me some time to prepare. Starting in June, I want to focus on writing without any constraints." Chapter 136. The Leaky Cauldron. Soon, Dudley, who was still unaware of anything, finished his breakfast as usual and slumped on the sofa. The originally good quality sofa was deeply compressed, and even the springs underneath could be heard creaking under the pressure, making one feel a tingling sensation on their scalp. On the TV, BBC was broadcasting a new episode of Mr. Bean, captivating Dudley, who occasionally burst into fits of laughter mixed with snorts. Unlike his parents, in Dudley's carefree eyes, these past few months could be considered the happiest days of his life. He didn't have to go to school, didn't have to leave home, his parents still loved him, and every day they would prepare delicious meals in various ways to please him. All he needed to do was eat, watch TV, and then sleep. Besides that, there was nothing else. It was simply a heavenly life, except for his face, which had changed considerably. He was no longer the handsome boy he used to be. But what did it matter? After all, no one would see him like this. When he looked in the mirror, He eventually got used to it and didn't he feel it was terrifying. Besides, Dudley once overheard a story from an Asian boy in his class about a monk who took 3 disciples to become immortals. Although he couldn't remember the name of the story, he vaguely recalled that one of the monk's 3 disciples had a pig's head, just like him now. Since he could become an immortal, maybe he could too? Dudley was so engrossed that he didn't notice when his father had put on a suit he hadn't worn in a long time, holding a briefcase, and came to the door with his mother. "It's been a long time since I wore this suit. It seems to have shrunk quite a bit." Dudley looked down, noticing his bulging belly stretching the suit into an exaggerated arc, and a few buttons were on the verge of popping open. He couldn't help but mumble a few complaints. Penny's gaze was gentle, as if it could flow with water, showing no sign of concealing her affection. Hearing her husband's words, she paused, her brow slightly furrowing with a hint of difficulty. After hesitating for a moment, she asked, "How about we go buy a few suitable clothes first? After all, there's still some time before the deadline mentioned in the recruitment notice." However, Dudley shook his head, casually picking up a hat hanging on the coat rack by the door and placing it on his head, saying in a deep voice, "No, it's better to go early." After saying that, he turned decisively and twisted the doorknob of the house. As the door slowly opened, he strode towards his yellow car parked outside. Once in the car, he inserted the key, started the engine, and after a series of familiar actions, Dudley took one last look at his wife standing at the door watching him, waved his hand, and under his thick beard, a gentle smile appeared. Then, with the roar of the car engine, Dudley finally left, his heart filled with complicated emotions as he began his journey to the address stated in the recruitment notice. He skillfully controlled the steering wheel with one hand, while the other struggled to pull out the folded recruitment notice from his suit pocket. He shook it open and glanced again at the address on it. London, Westminster, Charing Cross. The Leaky Cauldron? Dudley raised an eyebrow, unable to help but mutter to himself, "What a strange name, but it fits the characteristics of how wizards name things." After speaking, Desley inexplicably recalled some old jokes that weren't funny at all from a long time ago. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he let out a heavy breath, and the complex feelings in his heart seemed to ease a bit. Accept reality, Vernon. He turned his head and shifted his gaze back to the asphalt road in front of him. As he spoke, he gradually pressed down the gas pedal with his right foot. Sometimes things are just like that. Life in this world is often unsatisfactory. Just because you dislike something doesn't mean you can avoid it forever. Besides, who knows if it might not be that bad. Maybe when he gets there, they might even buy him dental insurance. The needle on the speedometer began to tremble slightly and move upward as he pressed the gas pedal. The roaring sound grew louder, and a subtle sensation of acceleration came from the car. It then drove through the not-so-crowded traffic, twisting and turning, racing toward the direction of London's West End, following the occasional road signs. Desley wasn't deceiving Penny, at least in terms of distance. Surrey was indeed not far from London, usually only about an hour's journey. And after Desley deliberately increased his speed, that time was shortened again. Soon, the car came to a sudden stop next to a sign that read Charing Cross. With a click, he turned off the engine, opened the car door, and got out, not forgetting to grab the job advertisement from the passenger seat as he did so. Standing in this beautiful city he had never been to before, Desley licked his lips and felt a bit nervous. London was clearly less than 50 miles from Little Whinging, but the environment was a stark contrast, compared to Little Whinging's fresh and elegant atmosphere, where even the air carried a warm hue that wasn't too fast-paced. Everything in London exuded the vibe of a new era. In this most prosperous city of the United Kingdom, one could even feel a subtle clash between the old and the new. The towering skyscrapers echoed with the calmness of Buckingham Palace. The chimes of the Tower of London by the River Thames and the occasional disco music from Leicester Square presented a juxtaposition. Besides the dull sky that still offered Desley a bit of solace, everything around him made this middle-aged man from a small place feel increasingly uneasy. He turned his head and looked around, his gaze sweeping across the smiling handsome men and beautiful women, as well as the dapper old-fashioned gentlemen holding newspapers. Then, he unconsciously glanced at his own brown suit, which he didn't even remember how many years ago he bought, and felt a twinge of regret. If only he had listened to Penny's advice and bought a more suitable outfit. At least it would have made him look more presentable. But unfortunately, it was already too late, and saying anything else was clearly pointless. So, Desley took a deep breath, pulled in his protruding belly to avoid the awkward situation of a button popping off, and began to straighten out the wrinkles in his clothes. From the hem of his suit to his tie, he turned his body to check his reflection in the car window, and, after confirming everything was in order, he nodded satisfactorily a couple of times and started to look for his destination, the Leaky Cauldron, along Charing Cross. Strolling along Charing Cross. He thought about how to introduce himself to the interviewer in a way that would make him stand out from the ordinary people outside, while searching for the so-called leaky cauldron. However, soon, Desley encountered a new problem. He had walked back and forth along Charing Cross for about 30 minutes, searching but not seeing any sign that read the leaky cauldron. What's going on? Did I misread? He finally had to stop, take out the job advertisement once more, furrow his brow, and carefully examine the address written on it. No mistake, it's before he could finish his sentence. It abruptly stopped. He noticed that below the address written on the job advertisement, the little sprite that had previously tipped its hat in gratitude had now transformed into another image. It put its hat back on, face forward, and gave Desley a comical and friendly smile, while its hand slowly raised, pointing in a direction without dropping it. Desley squinted, then tentatively turned around to look at the sprite again. Sure enough, as Desley turned, the sprite also turned, its raised arm making a half circle while still pointing at the same spot. He lifted his head and looked in the direction the sprite was pointing. It was a brick wall located between a luxury goods store and a French restaurant. The wall was covered with a layer of red ivy and appeared to have no special features. Filled with doubt, Desley slowly walked over and stopped about a meter in front of the wall. Are you sure? He raised his head, looked around to see if anyone was paying attention to him, and quickly lowered his head to ask quietly. The sprite's smile widened, eagerly nodding as if answering Desley's question. Then, beneath the sprite's image, a line of words appeared. The message was very brief, consisting of only 2 words, rush out. Desley was momentarily stunned, then swallowed hard, his throat moving a couple of times. He raised his hand and slapped the wall firmly. The hard surface immediately pushed back against his hand, causing his chubby palm to sting. It was clear that this was not an illusion, but a solid wall. Are you sure? He widened his eyes, looking at his slightly reddened palm, and incredulously asked again. The sprite's reply was still rush out, but this time the font was several times bolder than before. This is insane. Desley's lips trembled a couple of times, breathing heavily, his tone filled with increasing disbelief. I actually believe a ridiculous wizard trick, driving all this way to run into a wall. But having said that, he did not leave. Instead, his gaze kept wandering between the wall and the job advertisement. After about 5 or 6 long minutes of inner struggle, until people on the street began to notice Desley's strange behavior and started to wonder if this silent, stooping fat man was urinating against the wall, he finally made up his mind. I think this might be the most foolish decision I've ever made, but this is for my son. Desley slowly took a few steps back, stopping after retreating about 5 or 6 meters. Dudley. Suddenly, the calm of the street was broken by a passionate and furious roar. Everyone instinctively turned towards the direction from which the sound came, only to see a rotund man in a suit, bowing his head and closing his eyes, charging towards the wall at a speed that was almost too quick to react. As he ran, he let out a heroic and fierce roar. Ah! Daddy loves you! With a loud bang. Before the bystanders could even react to what had happened, the man had already vanished, disappearing at the moment his head was about to collide with the hard wall. The people on the street were momentarily stunned into silence by the sight before them, but suddenly they all seemed to pause, their eyes flashing with a hint of confusion before turning back to their original activities, no longer paying attention to the ordinary wall and the vanished Dudley, as if nothing had happened at all. Today, the leaky cauldron was even more lively and boisterous than usual. Among the noisy and chaotic crowd, there were not only witches and wizards in soiled robes, but also quite a few muggles in suits, just like Dudley. At this moment, those muggles had also cast aside their societal constraints, raising their glasses and imitating the wizards around them, drinking heartily and joining in on an unprecedented wild celebration. Here, propelled by alcohol and atmosphere, everyone seemed to turn into friends, without the sensationalism often found in words. Muggles and wizards held hands, leaned on each other as shoulders, drinking deeply from their glasses while chatting about their experiences or boasting, looking like longtime buddies. Nice clothes. I've never seen a fabric like this. Did a muggle tailor make it? Dunhill, very expensive. I wore this specifically for the interview today. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. Let's have a drink. Chapter 137. A toast to Mr. Charlie Black. Wait a minute. Just as a muggle was about to take a sip of his drink, something seemed to click in his mind, and he became somewhat clearer. He placed his half-full beer glass back on the table, and with slightly bleary eyes, as if he had drunk too much, he looked towards the bartender behind the counter, who was focused on polishing glasses, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding noise. After licking his lips and hesitating for a moment, he nervously spoke up. I seem to not have your wizarding currency. Or do you accept pounds here? At this, a few other muggles who had been drinking heartily also began to sober up. They suddenly realized that the currency issued by the British Muggle government seemed to have no use in this entirely wizarding world. They quickly stopped their actions and looked towards Old Tom, waiting for his response. Old Tom paused in his glass polishing, still not looking up, and in his naturally hoarse voice, replied slowly, "Don't worry about it. Charlie Black came to see me yesterday, and he is covering all the expenses for muggles coming to the Leaky Cauldron to drink today." Only at the end of his statement did a subtle hint of pleasure appear on Old Tom's wrinkled face. This was quite a big deal. Since early this morning, more than 20 new faces, muggles or squibs, had already come to the Leaky Cauldron. These muggles seemed to have a great enthusiasm for things from the wizarding world, completely unbothered about sampling drinks that were coarser compared to those in modern cities, and they quickly bonded with some of the regular wizard patrons, creating a very jovial atmosphere. After all, this was the Leaky Cauldron, primarily catering to the lower-tier, ordinary wizards in the wizarding world, most of whom were either muggle-born or half-bloods. Thus, their reactions to the news published in newspapers were merely of surprise and not the disgust or protest seen from the upper echelons. This was also why Charlie had gathered these muggles, who likely had never formally encountered the wizarding world and only heard of its existence through their children or partners. Here in the first place. Sure enough, after hearing Old Tom's words, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief, and soon, their slightly flushed faces began to radiate exuberant smiles. A toast to Mr. Charlie Black. One particularly spirited muggle stood up, raising a large glass with one hand and tearing off the tie that had been constraining his neck with the other, shouting loudly. His words quickly elicited a response as others, sharing the same intent, raised their glasses high above their heads, clinking them together in the air. They paid no mind to the splashes of amber liquid that dripped onto their neatly pressed suits, leaving faint stains. A toast to Mr. Charlie Black. In an instant, such cheers echoed repeatedly throughout the not-so-large pub, and even the wizards, in their drunken state, felt compelled to join in the loud celebration. Old Tom wore a faint smile. After placing the polished glasses back in their place, he looked around, no longer continuing to clean the remaining items like he usually did, but instead stood with his hands on his hips, quietly watching his pub transform into a gathering of Charlie Black's followers. He couldn't help but reminisce about the time he had seen that young man. How old was he then? His memory wasn't very good, and if not for the moment of reflection, Old Tom might not have connected the name with the distant impression of a boy in a Slytherin uniform, with slick-back black hair, proud and rebellious eyes. He only remembered that it was before Voldemort's power had peaked, at a time when the conflict between pure-blood wizards and muggle wizards had not yet become so great. It was during the summer, on an utterly ordinary day, that Charlie Black walked in with another young wizard who also had long black hair. They were holding sticks but not wands, probably because it was summer. They couldn't use magic outside of school. Without saying a word, they flipped over a round table. Then, before anyone could react, Charlie raised the stick high and mercilessly swung it towards four of his peers who were drunkenly drinking beside the table. After a thorough beating, once he confirmed that all four were sprawled on the ground and unable to get up, he calmly put away his weapon with the other young wizard, slowly straightening his expensive attire under the gaze of everyone. Then, squinting his eyes, he formally approached Old Tom, tossed a small bag of galleons on the counter, and said, "This is to cover the cost of the table and the things I accidentally broke, plus the cleaning fee. If it's not enough, just go to the Black family and tell them my name, Charlie Black." After speaking, he left the broken cauldron bar with his friend without looking back, leaving him face to face with the customers and the four little guys lying on the ground, still moaning faintly. Just as Old Tom was lost in this long-ago memory, suddenly a sound from the entrance broke his train of thought. Dinkling. The doorbell of the broken cauldron bar rang, indicating that another guest was about to enter. Immediately afterward, the door swung open, and a round figure crashed in before anyone could react, followed by a heavy thud as it slid a few meters and collapsed on the floor. The originally noisy atmosphere fell silent for a moment due to the arrival of this new guest. But after the silence, the noise grew even louder. The wizards, already swaying from drink, squinted their eyes, grinned broadly, and unabashedly shook their heads, laughing. "Look, another muggle friend has arrived here. Welcome to the best wizard bar in the world, the Broken Cauldron Bar. Hurry up, newcomer, quickly order Old Tom a delicious beer. And then cheer for your future boss, Mr. Charlie Black." Various voices, each with different accents and dialects, surged into Dudley's ears, causing him to feel even more confused after already being caught off guard and having stumbled. In his daze, he slowly raised his head, instinctively opened his eyes, and began to survey everything around him. A wave of inexplicable panic surged into his heart again, quickening his heartbeat. Wizards, everywhere he looked were wizards, all dressed in strange cloaks like those in TV shows, their faces adorned with eerie and wicked smiles, watching him with malicious intent, as if he were a lab rat. Out of fear, the bulky body lying on the ground sprang up with a whoosh. Without even having time to brush off the dust that had just settled on him, he hurriedly took 2 steps back, instinctively raising his hands in front of himself, adopting a defensive posture, his eyes warily watching those malevolent wizards. "Don't be nervous, brother. They're all our friends." Just as Dudley was on high alert, backing away toward the door, a voice suddenly came from the crowd. A man in a suit, just like him, staggered through a round table full of wizards, clutching a glass, and squeezed in front of Dudley. Without saying anything yet, he first hooked his arm around Dudley's shoulder and, with a mouth reeking of alcohol, mumbled, "Nice to meet you. My name is Andrew." Dudley was overwhelmed by the smell of alcohol and subtly shifted his head back, although he didn't want to engage with the man. Out of politeness and the possibility that he might be a future companion, Dudley still forced himself to respond nonchalantly. "Nice to meet you, Vernon Dursley. You see, this is Lewis, and that is Gianna, friends, all friends." As he spoke, he awkwardly extended his hand, pointing to the wizards he had just been chatting with. Those wizards smiled appreciatively. Although they didn't say anything, they raised their glasses in a toast to the two of them. "Are you crazy?" Dudley, listening to his words, almost raised his eyebrows in disbelief, asking, "You made friends with those wizards?" His voice was not quiet. In this bar, anyone who wanted to listen could hear him clearly, whether upstairs or downstairs. However, no one cared about this. After hearing it, they just laughed it off and whispered a few words to their companions before ignoring him. After all, since the beginning, quite a few muggles had entered here, and while most expressed their goodwill due to their relatives, there were a small number, like Dudley, who still held many stereotypes about wizards from their first impressions. But so what? In less than 10 minutes, they slumped in front of the bar, joining in on today's special revelry, drinking beer, smoking, and genuinely integrating into this wizarding world that was completely opposite to Muggle society. Andrew, leaning against Dudley, couldn't help but chuckle, then slowly raised his head, squinting his eyes to examine Dudley's chubby face from top to bottom. "Then you still came here? What's wrong? Is it hard to earn pounds in London, and you had to come to Charlie's Candy Factory to make some galleons?" Facing the man's questioning, Dudley's face turned a bit red. "That's not the same. I'm here for..." His tone took on a hint of firmness, as if he wanted to argue something. But before he could speak, he was interrupted by Andrew. He waved his hand dismissively, stopping Dudley from continuing, then turned to Old Tom at the bar, who was watching the excitement, and shouted, "Barkeep, this guy is seriously drunk. He's starting to talk nonsense. Hurry, he needs a pint of beer to sober up." As soon as this was said, the atmosphere, which had quieted a bit due to Dudley's arrival, reached a new high. Not only Andrew, but a few other muggles who had drunk quite a bit also stepped out from the crowd, and before Dudley could refuse, they all grabbed his clothes and dragged him toward the bar. Unable to refuse their hospitality, Dudley, though still resistant inside, did not show extreme rejection. Looking at the lively crowd around him and the cheerful conversation between muggles and wizards, for some reason, he felt a strange sensation in his heart. All right, I'll go with you. But be careful, don't pull my tie. This tie was a wedding anniversary gift from my wife. If it weren't for this interview, I would never have brought it to a place like this." As he spoke, Dudley's reluctant steps gradually moved forward, and finally, with a little push and pull, he arrived at the bar counter. At this moment, Old Tom had already prepared a glass of beer and placed it in front of him. Without saying anything, he just smiled and nodded, indicating that it was for him. "All right, thanks." Dudley licked his lips, looking at the large wooden beer mug with amber liquid that still had a bit of white foam on top. Even without tasting it, he could guess it was very refreshing. No middle-aged man could refuse a cold beer in such an atmosphere, even if it came from a wizard. But at this moment, it didn't seem to matter much. Taking a deep breath, Dudley extended his plump hand and grabbed the handle of the beer mug. Just this simple action instantly triggered a wave of cheers from everyone. "Drink, drink, drink." The voices rose and fell in a unified rhythm. At this moment, Dudley became the main character among them. It seemed he didn't even realize it. A smile he couldn't suppress appeared on his chubby face. All right. He raised his glass, turned around, and gestured to everyone. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, he tilted his head back and opened his mouth, letting the beer pour down into his mouth. Gulping and gulping, as Dudley S. Adams' apple bobbed up and down, that large glass of beer began to gradually diminish. Finally, under everyone's watchful eyes, the last drop of beer entered his mouth. With a loud bang, the beer glass was slammed down heavily on the counter. The force so great that even old Tom felt a twinge of pain for his antique. Burp! A loud and long burp erupted from Dudley's mouth, resonating throughout the entire bar. At this moment, his wary expression had completely vanished, and his gaze appeared brighter than ever. Delicious. Another drink. Chapter 138. Your nephew is Harry Potter? Indeed, Dudley had succumbed to the moment, lost in the ice-cold beer and the cheers of the crowd. Unable to maintain his initial guarded demeanor for even 10 minutes. The suit that had tightly constricted his belly was carelessly tossed aside as it hindered his enjoyment. After loosening his tie and carefully folding it back into his pants pocket, he lifted his glass and, like everyone else, became engrossed in the revelry prepared for them by Charlie Black, unable to extricate himself. The original stereotypes and prejudices gradually faded away in the hazy smoke and alcohol of the Broken Cauldron pub. Perhaps ever since Dudley had been magically transformed into that state. He had been suppressing his inner self, and now he finally felt liberated. Dudley appeared especially happy, drinking 3 large mugs of beer under everyone's encouragement. At this moment, his cheeks were flushed, and he laughed boisterously while chatting with a fellow wizard who had also had quite a bit to drink, throwing an arm around each other's shoulders. The wizard shared stories of his experiences since graduating from Hogwarts, while Dudley reminisced about his days at Smeltings and how he met and married his wife. Although both spoke in a somewhat vague manner, their high spirits made everything seem harmonious. Burp, right? Just then, the wizard seemed to recall something, let out a drunken burp, squinting his eyes as he looked at his newly recognized brother, and asked, "Vernon, why did you come here? I mean, the wizard in your family, who is it? Your son?" Dudley, who had been in a good mood and feeling unprecedentedly relaxed, found himself momentarily distracted by the question. The image of that detestable little brat resurfaced in his mind, causing the smile on his face to fade somewhat. Clearly, Dudley didn't want the image of that little brat to spoil his happy mood at such a moment. So he shook his head, trying to banish the image of that bespectacled nuisance from his mind, and then waved his hand dismissively, replying nonchalantly, "My nephew has been living with us since his parents died. I just sent him off this year to that Hogwarts to study." "Really?" Upon hearing this, the previously squinting wizard appeared somewhat surprised, unable to help but open his eyes a bit wider, as if he didn't catch the dismissive tone in Dudley's words. He continued, "My son is also studying at Hogwarts, but he is in his 2nd year now. Which house is your nephew in? If he is in Gryffindor, I can have my son help him out." At this, Dudley let out a contemptuous sneer, his eyelids drooping slightly as he downed more than half of his drink. "No need to worry about that little brat. He is a born troublemaker." Mimicking the wizard's actions, after taking a sip of beer, he spat some beer foam onto the ground and continued, "Our whole family has been dragged down by him. If it weren't for him, my son wouldn't have turned out that way, and I wouldn't have had to resign from my job and come to this place." "Huh, you've had a bit too much to drink." The wizard merely chuckled, thinking Dudley was just rambling, and didn't take it too seriously. Although he didn't understand the twists and turns of their family's story, he still offered some comforting words. "It's not all bad. At least you're here. You know, ordinary muggles can't even find the door to the wizarding world. And ordinary wizards can't even touch the door of Mr. Charlie Black's factory. Only you lucky folks have the opportunity to receive a job offer." The wizard paused, smacked his lips, and then continued to express his admiration. "Do you know how many people envy you guys? To be able to become an employee of that gentleman, even if you go out later. You can hold your head high and face others." "Really?" Dudley was taken aback for a moment, his raised glass pausing in midair before being quietly set down. His eyes widened slightly, and he questioned whether this job was really as good as he was saying. Working for Charlie Black, becoming part of his factory? Absolutely. The wizard exclaimed passionately, as if scolding Dudley for not recognizing the value of such an opportunity, and continued, "Do you think it's easy to survive in the wizarding world? After working hard all day, you might only take home a few sickles, and you have to worry about all kinds of unexpected events. If something goes wrong, and luck isn't on your side, you could lose your job right away." The wizard sighed and, fueled by the alcohol, began to lament the various injustices in the wizarding world. Even Dudley couldn't help but be taken aback by his words. "Is it really that bad? But you're a wizard, right?" He couldn't help but recall the first wizard he had seen many years ago, that brat's father, James Potter, dressed in fine clothing, exuding an arrogant demeanor, and occasionally casting disdainful glances. He had formed a preconceived notion that all wizards were like that. This was the main reason why the Dursleys had harbored such great animosity towards this special group for the following years. "Can't you just Like in the shows on TV. Steal something from ordinary people like me, get something for nothing? This time, it was the wizard who was stunned. A look of bewilderment and disbelief written all over his dark face. He furrowed his brow, unable to stop himself from sizing Dudley up and down. After a long moment, he finally spoke. What are you talking about? I really don't know where your strong prejudice against wizards comes from. But just like you said, I'm just an ordinary person in the wizarding world. I usually work as a broom salesman, and if it weren't for Mr. Black's job offer, I probably wouldn't have any dealings with muggles in my life. Is that so? Dudley opened his mouth, widened his eyes, and exchanged glances with the other party before nodding thoughtfully, saying nothing else. After a long while, the smile on his face finally resurfaced as he raised his beer glass and clinked it heavily with the wizard beside him. If that's what you're saying, working for Charlie Black can indeed be considered a good thing. This is probably the only contribution that little rascal Harry Potter has made to this family. Cheers! After saying this, he gestured, intending to down the remaining beer in his glass. But as he contemplated getting another drink, he suddenly noticed that his wizard friend had frozen in place at his words. Drink up, why had he stopped? After finishing his drink, he looked at the wizard next to him, noticing that the other did not move or raise his glass. Thinking that he hadn't reacted, he urged again. What did you just say? The wizard ignored Dudley's question, for at that moment, his mind was completely focused on the name he had just inadvertently revealed. I said working for Mr. Black can indeed be considered. Although feeling somewhat baffled, Dudley had to respond since the other said so, and he repeated his earlier statement slowly. However, this time, before he could finish, the wizard interrupted him, standing up and urging, the next sentence. Dudley swallowed nervously, suddenly feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Looking up at the wizard, who was now standing and staring intently at him, he continued dryly, This is finally Harry Potter, that. Harry Potter. The wizard completely lost control, exclaiming the name, then incredulously pointed at Dudley with a trembling hand. Your nephew is Harry Potter. By this point, his voice was out of control, completely devoid of any restraint. Even in the already chaotic and noisy atmosphere, his loud exclamation could be heard by everyone. As the name passed from his lips to the ears of everyone present, the wizards instantly stopped whatever they were doing and turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. For a moment, aside from the drunken muggles who were clueless, all eyes were focused on Dudley. Dudley's drunkenness dissipated in an instant, and his eyes regained clarity. Faced with the collective gaze, goosebumps rose on his back, and sweat began to trickle down his forehead. His expression became somewhat stiff at that moment, but he still forced himself to look around, revealing a rather unsightly smile. Is something wrong? Did my little rascal nephew offend you in some way? If that's the case, I will definitely teach him a lesson when I get back. While speaking weakly, Dudley had already cursed Harry Potter hundreds of times in his heart. He just knew it. That little rascal would never bring any good luck. Even in the wizarding world, he was still a troublemaker, making everyone dislike him. Now, although he didn't know exactly what kind of serious mistake the other party had made, he only hoped that these wizards would be reasonable and not vent their anger at Harry Potter on him, just as he was preparing to continue cursing Harry a bit more to show that, although he was a relative, his relationship with him was not so good. The wizard who had first sat beside him and had called out Harry Potter's name suddenly leaned down, gripping Dudley's right hand with both of his somewhat rough hands and shaking it vigorously. His expression turned serious and earnest as he looked into Dudley's eyes and said sincerely, I'm sorry, I haven't introduced myself yet. Mr. Dudley, my name is Wilson Jordan. I never expected you to be Mr. Potter's uncle. I'm sorry, I'm just so excited. It's an honor for you to come to the wizarding world, and I'm very grateful that you raised this child and sent him to Hogwarts to study. As he spoke, Wilson Jordan's voice trembled more and more with excitement, until finally, it even carried a hint of emotional tears. All the reproaches Dudley had prepared to hurl at Harry Potter for his misdeeds in his home were swallowed back. He sat there in a daze, allowing Wilson to shake his right hand vigorously. Following that, the remaining wizards who were either far away or nearby at the round table all instantly sprang into action, rushing towards Dudley's location. Hello, I'm Scott. I'm Charles. If possible, after Mr. Black's factory selection is over, I hope I can invite you to the Leaky Cauldron for another drink. Cheers to Harry Potter's uncle. Thank you for raising our savior. Salute to you. Dudley stood there, stunned, like a marionette without strings. Listening to the warm greetings and words of gratitude from everyone around him, he felt as if his mind had crashed. Unable to react at all, he could only watch all of this unfold, instinctively raising the glass in his hand to accept the toasts, and saw one wizard after another excitedly pouring their drinks into his empty cup. In just a few seconds, the beer glass that had been emptied was once again filled to the brim. Even the bartender, Old Tom, who stood behind the counter, silently bowed his head and brought out a bottle of well-aged fine wine from under the counter, filling a glass and personally walking out from behind the bar to serve it to Dudley. It should be noted that the so-called expenses covered by Charlie Black only included the ordinary beers at the Leaky Cauldron and did not cover such fine collectibles. After all, even though he had money, Charlie was not a fool, and the drinks they consumed that day would definitely be repaid in the future work. This bottle of wine was entirely a gesture of goodwill from Old Tom to treat Dudley, reflecting his respect for Dudley, or rather, for Harry Potter behind him. After a long time, after subconsciously drinking 3 or 4 more glasses, Dudley finally begrudgingly accepted this fact. It turned out that Harry Potter had such high recognition in this wizarding world, and even he, despite his status, would be respected because of his name. It was indeed a cruel irony. Chapter 139. Next stop, the candy factory. The revelry continued from day to night, and from night until midnight. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that the satisfied wizards stumbled out of the Leaky Cauldron, returning home via the fireplace or other means. As for the remaining muggles, they were directly taken upstairs, grouped into small clusters, and stuffed into the rooms of the Leaky Cauldron to rest. Naturally, the cost of a room was entirely covered by Charlie Black, providing a thoughtful one-stop service. As the night deepened, the second floor was filled with loud snores, accompanied by the heavy scent of alcohol and sounds of vomiting, making it unwise to venture upstairs easily. Old Tom skillfully picked up the broom and cloth, silently cleaning up the battlefield's remnants under the dim yellow light. After all, he was getting old and couldn't sleep for long, so even without today's incident, Old Tom was accustomed to cleaning his beloved tavern at this time. It was clear that when the smoke cleared and the noise vanished, the empty bar remained beautiful under the warm light, still holding an air of antiquity. From its decorations and layout, one could still feel the unique colors of the last century. Old Tom loved this place immensely, so when he cleaned, he never used magic to cut corners, but wiped every corner and cleaned every crevice meticulously like a muggle. He'd been doing this for countless days, seemingly since before he was this old, even before he earned the nickname Old Tom. Up until now, he seemed to have merged with the entire bar. Old Tom dared say that even with his eyes closed, he could find every cup, every bottle of wine, and every bench here clearly. The sound of the broom sweeping across the floor had become the only music in the bar as time passed. Suddenly, with a jarring ring of the doorbell, this mundane rhythm was disrupted. The door of the broken cauldron opened again, but Old Tom didn't even look up, continuing his work and saying, "Sorry, the broken cauldron is closed and all the rooms are full, so we cannot provide any services." The person who entered didn't say a word but walked forward, finally stopping in front of Old Tom. The old man, who was sweeping, finally paused, as the light above him was completely blocked by the figure in front of him. Without even needing to look up, just by seeing the large shadow on the ground, he could recognize who it was. Sure enough, when he looked up, Hagrid's big, goofy face appeared before him. "Good evening, Old Tom." Hagrid waved his hand, casually finding a comfortable spot to sit, plopping down and causing the chair to emit a series of screeching sounds. Old Tom smiled, but he didn't speak immediately. Instead, he squinted his eyes and carefully looked Hagrid up and down. Hagrid, who appeared before him now, had changed quite a bit compared to before. His hair was no longer as messy as it used to be. Although still long and fluffy, it was noticeably smoother, and each strand gleamed with care. His thick beard had also been trimmed, and he had even styled it into a beautiful bow at the bottom. "It's been a while since I saw you at the Broken Cauldron, and you look much more energetic than before. That's good." Receiving praise from an old friend, the simple-minded Hagrid couldn't help but blush a little, scratching his head and grinning as he shyly said, "I've been trying to quit drinking lately. I'm also trying to make better use of the time I used to spend drunkenly, doing something more meaningful." That's great. Seeing Hagrid doing better, Old Tom naturally felt happy for him. Although his bar had lost a big spender, what did that matter? Hagrid reached into his pocket, felt around, and then took out 2 candies, expertly placing them in his palm and offering them to Old Tom. "Here, try these. They're not available in the market yet." Old Tom raised an eyebrow, carefully examining the candies in front of him. One was a purple petal-shaped candy with a thin layer of sugar, and the other was a bright yellow one that seemed to have liquid flowing inside, even without tasting them. Just looking at them and smelling them brought a great sense of satisfaction to his heart, creating a wonderful feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. This was the first time he had seen such candies. No wonder Hagrid had managed to quit his decades-long drinking habit. Old Tom finally chose the yellow candy, as he preferred the taste of lemon. Placing it in his mouth, He quietly savored the sweet and sour sensation spreading across his tongue, stimulating his taste buds and making him involuntarily salivate. Very nice. Old Tom's smile became even more pronounced, and he casually asked, "Is this also a product of Charlie Black?" Unexpectedly, this question reminded Hagrid of the true purpose of his visit. He couldn't help but slap his forehead, seemingly a bit annoyed with his memory. "Ah, now that you mention Charlie, I just remembered." Saying this, he pulled out a heavy bag of galleons from another pocket and placed it on the table. Then he explained to Old Tom, "Charlie asked me to bring you this money. He has tied up at the factory with some new production line or something, and he couldn't get away. He happened to run into me when I was delivering something for Professor Dumbledore, so he asked me to help him deliver the money to you." "I see." Old Tom understood and casually set aside the broom, then picked up the bag of money, weighing it in his hand without counting how much was inside, before leisurely walking back behind the counter to put it away. After all, someone like Charlie Black, who dared to get into fights at school and made his family pay for it, was not someone Old Tom would expect to take advantage of him. Once he carefully stored the galleons, he returned to Hagrid's side and continued the conversation they had just started. "Has there been little going on these days?" Old Tom brought over a stool and sat next to Hagrid, continuing to ask under the dim light. "It's been relatively quiet," Hagrid said, tossing the remaining candy in his palm into his mouth, shrugging his shoulders. "Aside from feeding my cute little creatures, there's just the daily patrol of the Forbidden Forest, and there's not much else going on. Plus, it's been quite peaceful in the Forbidden Forest lately, with no strange occurrences, so patrolling has been much easier. Even Fawn can take 2 misbehaving students along and complete the task perfectly." Old Tom nodded, listening attentively to Hagrid's words. Unlike before, when he always seemed to be in a drunken haze, looking like he was about to lose control, Hagrid was now coherent and articulate, making him even more likable. "So how long do you plan to stay today?" he continued to ask. Hagrid thought for a moment, scratched his head, and after hesitating for a moment, finally spoke. "I'll probably wait until noon here. Although I haven't been here, just smelling the atmosphere tells me there's been quite a drinking spree. Charlie not only asked me to bring you the money, but he hopes to wait until that group of drunken muggles wakes up so I can help him take them to his factory." "Really?" Hearing this, Old Tom couldn't help but be a bit surprised, his eyelids lifting slightly as he couldn't help but say, "I never knew you had such a good relationship with this wealthy wizard merchant. After all, you're a keeper of the Forbidden Forest, and he's the owner of the largest candy brand in the entire British wizarding world." Of course, upon hearing this, Hagrid couldn't help but feel a bit proud. Straightening his back as he began to explain, "Charlie is a really good kid. Even after all these years since graduation, he still remembers the earnest teachings of Professor Dumbledore and the other professors. So whether it's through letters or in person, he often keeps in touch with Hogwarts. And as someone who has always run errands for Professor Dumbledore, I naturally have frequent contact with Charlie, and over time, we've become familiar with each other. So how much did he pay you for this trip?" Old Tom squinted his eyes and joked. "Nothing." Hagrid shook his head. "Even if he did, I wouldn't take it. After all, we are friends, and he often sends me so many candies. So if I can help him in any way within my means, I'm more than happy to do so." The two of them chatted casually in the unusually quiet leaky cauldron, exchanging words until it was indeed very late, and Old Tom, who still had work to do, yawned, went upstairs to find a place for Hagrid, and then went back to sleep himself. The next day, around 10 o'clock, accompanied by buzzing in his head and a feeling of dizziness, Dudley woke up in the barroom's bed. The old wooden room was furnished very simply, devoid of any modern touches. In a daze, he almost thought he had traveled back to 16th century England. With a painful groan, Dudley opened his bloodshot eyes. Struggling to support his round body, he climbed out of bed and began to sort through his chaotic thoughts, recalling what had happened the previous night. Dudley only remembered drinking many glasses of beer, one after another, continuously. This was also because the brewing techniques in the British wizarding world were not as professional as those in the Muggle society, so the beer wasn't very strong. It just looked intimidating. Compared to what he had drunk before, it was still far from enough. However, despite this, he couldn't deny the quantity. Even though Dudley didn't remember exactly how much he drank, he estimated it was definitely over 7 or 8 glasses. After finishing his drinks, for some unknown reason, a wave of excitement erupted from the crowd, and they surrounded him, enthusiastically toasting with him while excitedly shaking his hand. It seemed he had never been so respected in his life. Dudley thought, a proud smile creeping onto his lips. But soon, the smile stiffened because as he became more sober, he gradually recalled the reason for their excitement. It was because he was Harry Potter's uncle. How could this be? Dudley finally had the opportunity to contemplate the crazy behavior of those guys. Could it be that Harry Potter, that little boy, had such a great reputation in the wizarding world? Just as he was thinking, a sudden series of knocks came from outside the door. "Hey, brother, are you awake?" Reluctantly, Dudley had to interrupt his thoughts and called out, "I'm awake." It was clear there was more than one person outside. They were talking and sounded very cheerful. "Wow, dude, you're amazing. I've never seen anyone down 15 glasses of beer in one go." Before this person could finish, another interrupted, and after downing 15 glasses, you could still hold it until the end of the party to go to the bathroom. "Are you a monster?" Listening to their amazed praises undoubtedly improved Dudley's mood. He quickly shook off the Harry Potter issue, jumped out of bed, put on his clothes, and responded, "There's even more you haven't seen. This is just child's play for me. Anyway, we have plenty of time working together in the future, so just wait and see." Then, he opened the door and joined a group of muggles, all dressed in wrinkled suits and still showing signs of last night's revelry. As they walked downstairs to the first floor of the leaky cauldron, when they arrived, Hagrid, who had just woken up, was yawning leisurely. After rubbing his eyes and looking around at everyone, he said, "Wow, this guy's really tall." Most of the muggles who didn't know Hagrid expressed genuine amazement, just like everyone does the first time they see him. Only Dudley smirked, taking on the demeanor of someone who had been there, and chuckled. "I know him. He picked up Potter when he went to school." Dudley's unique figure stood out in the crowd, and Hagrid quickly noticed this memorable male muggle. However, he didn't say anything, just looked at him with a slightly strange expression. When everyone had gathered and no other muggles came down from the second floor, Hagrid directly said, "We should go. Our next stop is Mr. Charlie Black's candy factory, where you will soon be working." "What about the interview?" One guy raised his hand to ask. "Interview? No interview. Charlie's candy factory accepts everyone. As long as you come here, he will take you in. Yesterday's celebration was a welcome gift from Charlie." Chapter 140. He is not someone who easily drops the ball. "Let's go, old Tom. Next time I come, I'll bring you more candies." Hagrid, holding the doorknob of the leaky cauldron and preparing to leave with the muggles, turned his head and kindly waved goodbye to his old friend behind the counter. "I look forward to it," old Tom replied, a hint of a smile on his thin face, still leisurely wiping glasses, nodding slightly in response. And so, the group of muggles, including Dudley, left the bar and officially set off for the place where they would be working, the Charlie's Candy Factory. Today was destined not to be a calm day for the factory. On the production line, the house elves, usually serious and focused, were lively and bright-eyed, smiling as they occasionally turned to chat with their co-workers, their tones mixed with anticipation, nervousness, and joy, making the entire workshop more vibrant than usual. Do those muggles really not use magic? Have they never seen house elves before? Do they look just like wizards? Sure, I'll tell you a secret. Not long ago, I heard Zagrel say that Big Kobe has been staying up late preparing teaching materials to train those muggles before they officially come into contact with the machines. Will they live with us? Although they were discussing different things, all were related to the new employees who were about to arrive. After all, even though they rejected wizards and disliked those who willingly fell into slavery, it was all due to complex historical issues and their struggle for personal dignity. In essence, the little elves living here are not much different from the domesticated elves outside. They're still kind, lively, and full of curiosity about new things. Even after gaining self-esteem and self-awareness through a transformation of thought, their nature has not been erased. Do more work and talk less about things that don't concern you. Not long after, just as the little elves were getting more and more excited in their chatter, almost ready to lift the roof of the workshop, the door to the production department office was pushed open. Kobe came out with a thick leather notebook tucked under his arm, pursing his lips. As he spoke, he couldn't help but yawn, and his lackluster demeanor and the clearly sagging bags under his eyes hinted at the fact that their boss hadn't been getting much rest. The little elves quickly fell silent, turned their heads back, and focused on the assembly line in front of them, not daring to make any more noise. Fortunately, Kobe did not intend to reprimand them, or rather, he completely understood the feelings of his employees at that moment. After all, he and T slept well for several days due to the task of training that group of muggles, which was undoubtedly a disaster for him, who was already of a lazy disposition. But the task was assigned by Charlie, and as one of Charlie's most reliable subordinates, he couldn't drop the ball in such a situation. Thus, he managed to finish an entire thick textbook just in time before the muggles arrived, relying on his years of experience, and was now preparing to seize the opportunity to make initial contact with the new employees. Soon, while pondering how to conduct the first meeting with the muggles, Kobe strode out of the workshop. As Kobe left, the little elves, who had finally managed to quiet down, erupted into another round of chatter. "Did you see Boss Kobe's outfit today? He looks so formal. I've never seen him dressed like this. I bet he borrowed that suit from Mr. Russell. Didn't you notice? It doesn't really fit him. Yeah, his belly is almost sticking out. The chattering continued for quite a while, but this time, no one came to stop them. Even Charlie was leaning on the railing of the corridor outside the office, eagerly listening to the employees' gossip. Occasionally, he would hear something amusing and smile knowingly. Master, aren't you going to meet those new muggles? Russell walked out from Charlie's office holding a document and stopped about 2 steps behind him. He raised his head and hesitated for a moment before cautiously asking, Charlie raised an eyebrow, unconsciously shifting his gaze from below to Russell, his lips still curling into a smile. Looking quite pleased and not at all affected by the increasingly tight deadlines. Are you worried about Kobe? He immediately saw through Russell's thoughts and asked. Russell did not hide it. He frowned slightly and also moved to the railing, looking towards the workshop door, the direction Kobe had just left. He then nodded, his tone revealing a hint of concern. I was thinking, although Kobe is the head of production, it is also his first time officially interacting with muggles. And I'm afraid. Before Russell could finish expressing his worries, Charlie raised his hand to interrupt him. Afraid of what? He countered, then continued, answering himself. Are you worried you'll be scared or nervous in front of those muggles? That without my company, he will mess everything up? As he spoke, Charlie's smile grew even brighter, his light-hearted teasing contrasting sharply with Russell's concerns. You underestimate Kobe too much. Charlie leaned down, patted Russell's shoulder, and then took the document from his hand to examine it carefully. It contained detailed information about all the muggles arriving this time, having faced the cold eyes of pure-blood wizards and fought against Death Eaters. Would he be nervous because of these muggles entering the magical world for the first time? Don't joke about it. As he spoke, Charlie flipped through each muggle's information and soon noticed a familiar name. Vernon Dursley was surprisingly on the list, something Charlie had not anticipated. He knew very well how much this family despised magic, and he couldn't help but recall the little prank from before. He had thought that after that prank, the Dursleys' hatred for the magical world would deepen. Yet now, with the Dursleys' arrival, he couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the world and fate. Nevertheless, after pausing for less than 2 seconds, his expression returned to normal, and he continued. Kobe just wants to make this first official meeting between the factory elves and the muggles as perfect as possible. He is not someone who easily drops the ball, and that is why I appointed him as the head of production. As his partner, you should have a bit of faith in him, right? Charlie lowered his head again, looking at Russell, then organized the document he had finished reading and handed it back to him. Russell's ears twitched, and his eyes blinked as if he were contemplating his master's words. Soon, the original worry in his expression disappeared, and Russell smiled, nodding as he accepted the document, replying, You're right, Master. Chapter 141, Goblin Branches High. Good afternoon, Russell. Kobe walked out of the workshop with the lesson plan he had carefully prepared. He instinctively tugged the tie around his neck, thinking about where to find that group of muggles when he happened to run into Hagrid, who had just brought them to the factory. Hagrid looked very happy. He waved his hand, then squinted his eyes, tried to recognize Kobe before calling out Russell's name. However, this was not Hagrid's fault, as in the eyes of humans, all these little elves indeed looked the same. And coincidentally, today Kobe's outfit was so formal, even with a notebook tucked under his arm, resembling Russell, who worked as Charlie's office secretary. Under such circumstances, apart from Charlie, who had always dealt with the elves, very few people could clearly distinguish between the two, so it was understandable that Hagrid would mistake them for one another. Though understanding, Kobe couldn't help but stiffen his expression, and reluctantly said, Hello, Hagrid. I'm sorry, I'm not Russell. My name is Kobe. We probably haven't met, but I often hear Mr. Black mention you. Saying that, he extended his right hand first, smiling respectfully. Oh, I'm so sorry. My apologies. Really sorry. Hagrid's thick eyebrows furrowed as he widened his eyes. After carefully examining the little elf in front of him, he quickly bent down to shake Kobe's small hand while expressing his apologies. It's okay. After their hands waved in the air for a moment, Kobe withdrew his hand, and his expression returned to the calmness it had at the beginning. He slightly tilted his head, looking past Hagrid's massive frame at the group of muggles behind him. After pointing to indicate, Kobe continued to ask, Are they the new employees that Mr. Black recruited this time? Yes, that's right. Hagrid laughed heartily, straightened up, and casually reached out with his huge hand to pat the back of the first person closely following him. Although he tried to control his strength, it was probably still too terrifying for an ordinary person. Kobe, standing not far away, even felt he could vaguely hear a muffled sound coming from that poor guy's body. Is it an internal injury? Kobe couldn't help but think. However, Hagrid hadn't finished speaking yet. After a couple of pats, he withdrew his hand and continued. According to what Charlie told me, I brought back all the muggles from the leaky cauldron. Don't worry, not a single one was left behind. Thank you so much. Kobe nodded, glanced around the group, and took out the lesson plan that he had been holding under his arm, looking it over carefully. Once he confirmed that everything was going perfectly, his smile widened even more. Now, please hand them over to me. Mr. Charlie should be waiting for you in his office. You should hurry over. You've worked hard. Hagrid didn't say much more. After all, what Charlie asked him to do was just to bring them to the factory. As for the rest, it was their internal secrets, and he had no interest in them. Rather than waste any more time here, it was better to quickly find Charlie. Maybe he had some candies that he hadn't tried yet, which they could share. Therefore, after the handover was completed, without any hesitation, Hagrid took big strides towards the workshop, heading straight for Charlie's office according to the previous address. Along the way, the Muggles, led by the Dursleys, were unconsciously glancing around. Since leaving the leaky cauldron, their astonished voices began to rise and fall within the group. Look, the clothes those wizards are wearing look like they're made of linen. Ah, an owl. Look, they even sell owls. Isn't that a nationally protected animal? I remember I came here once to prepare for my child's Hogwarts supplies. It seems to be called Diagon Alley, right? But back then we only visited the bookstore, the clothing store, and that place selling wands. Listening to the lively discussions among his companions, Dudley was too astonished to speak, looking around at the bizarre sights, feeling as if he were in a wonderful dream. This was nothing like the wizarding world he had imagined before. In his mind, there wouldn't be such a bustling commercial street. Wizards should be like mice, hiding in old, dilapidated wooden houses, using oil lamps while cautiously casting nasty and sinister spells. Dudley lifted his head. The sun was shining brightly. Young wizards riding broomsticks laughed as they flew overhead, causing him to involuntarily smack his lips, muttering to himself, "If I had known it was this interesting, I should have gone along as a guardian when that little brat went to Hogwarts." However, halfway through his words, he suddenly snapped back to reality and quickly covered his mouth, feeling a mix of fear and confusion. It seemed he didn't quite understand when he had been brainwashed by those evil wizards. Clearly, he had come to work in the evil Charlie Black's factory to endure humiliation so that Dudley could regain his human form. Yet before he even reached the factory's entrance, he had almost forgotten his original intention and was already immersed in this. TSK, those cunning wizards are truly terrifying. As Hagrid continued forward, leading them officially into the factory through the fireplace, the original excitement in everyone's hearts was instantly dampened. Why? Because it was just too modern here. Whether it was the simply designed factory building or the smooth, flat concrete floor, along with the greenery of flowers and plants, from any perspective, it didn't resemble the architecture of the wizarding world at all. It was entirely indistinguishable from Muggle factories. However, soon, with Kobe's appearance, everyone's emotions were rekindled. The whispers that had disappeared resumed. Look, it's the magical creature from the job advertisement. It's so amazing. It's so small, yet it has such big ears and eyes. How cute. I know this creature. If I remember correctly, it should be a branch of goblins that live in burrows. They are house elves, if I'm not mistaken. They should be called Dobby. Finally, after hearing the various discussions from his companions, Dudley, who had seen the world, spoke up. He stroked the thick beard under his nose. And as he spoke, a glint of pride flashed in his eyes. It seemed he was really enjoying the feeling of guiding others. As for whether what he said was right or wrong, that was no longer something he needed to consider. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, the Muggles immediately turned their heads, their faces full of surprise as all eyes focused back on Dudley. You know this too? The exclamation came from Andrew, the man who had chatted with Dudley when he first entered the leaky cauldron. The reactions of the others varied. They looked at this rotund man with either surprise, admiration, or skepticism. Of course. However, facing everyone's gaze once again, Dudley's pride swelled even more, and he even subtly puffed out his chest, appearing quite smug. I'm not like you. This isn't the first time I've seen this kind of creature. Ha! You probably won't believe it, but at home, my nephew Harry once successfully summoned them to help him fulfill his terrible and evil wishes. To be honest, Dudley was already getting lost in the praises, gradually falling in love with this feeling. Even when he was still a company manager in the ordinary world, he had never received such treatment. Everyone has their own desires, and as a typical English white male, Dudley undoubtedly craved admiration and being surrounded by people. He never expected that this wish would actually come true in the wizarding world. Since they were among the first group of Muggles recruited, and the goblins had not yet started working, it meant that among the whole group, you couldn't even find a single person who truly understood the wizarding world. Thus, in this serendipitous situation, Dudley successfully took on the position of the wizarding liaison. I can't believe it, Charlie. Mr. Blake's factory actually operates with the help of hellish little creatures. Could it be that he has a demonic lineage? If this gets out, those Catholics might just go crazy. It's normal. Haven't you heard the saying? All capitalists are demons. So what should we do next? Will the giant hand us over to this little guy? Amidst the rising discussions of the Muggles, Hagrid and Kobe completed the handover of tasks. After Hagrid left, Kobe shifted his gaze back to them. His eyelids couldn't help but tremble. Although he had been focusing on the task, he could hear the hushed voices of the Muggles. And to his large ears, it was no different than if they were speaking openly. Kobe understood everything they were saying. However, he still said nothing because he knew that Muggles were different from wizards. If a wizard spoke like that, he would definitely raise his hand without hesitation to teach the other a lesson because he knew that was a wizard insulting him. However, Muggles could not be treated the same way. Although they looked similar, they seemed not very smart compared to wizards and truly knew very little about house elves. And that was exactly what Kobe was about to teach. Before the ugly culture of wizards influenced them, he would first instill the idea that house elves are not slaves. Perhaps for the entire wizarding world, these dozens of Muggles, and even the hundreds more that would come to the factory in the future, would make much of a splash. But don't forget, these Muggles have families. They might be the father of a wizard or the husband of a wizard. Although it may not play a significant role right now. In the future, as the gap between Muggles and the wizarding world narrows and more people like them enter, this early move will eventually have its due effect. Every time he reached this thought, Kobe couldn't help but tremble with excitement. He silently praised Mr. Charlie Blake's wisdom once again in his heart. Come on, friends, let us quiet down. Finally, after taking a deep breath, Kobe began his formal interaction with these Muggles. As his voice emerged, people's gazes gradually converged on this three-headed magical creature. The previously noisy sounds began to subside, waiting to listen to his next remarks. My name is Kobe. I am a supervisor of production at Charlie's Candy Factory and also your future direct boss. After introducing himself, Kobe deliberately paused for half a second, then looked around, taking in everyone's reactions. Seeing no one standing out as he had expected, Kobe couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart, nodded, and continued, of course, I mean in the future, not now. Because right now, to be honest, you cannot yet be considered as Mr. Charlie Blake's subordinates, or as members of the Candy Factory. As soon as these words came out, the previously quiet crowd erupted into a considerable uproar again. Kobe's supervisor. After a moment, someone raised their hand and slowly stepped out of the crowd. Is there a question? Kobe nodded, clearly pleased with the other person's attitude and address. The person seemed a bit nervous, swallowed, and hesitantly asked, before we came, that rather plump giant told us that we wouldn't need an interview and could be directly hired, right? Of course. Kobe laughed, nodded, and said calmly, indeed, there is no need for interview. Just as everyone was about to relax, he suddenly changed his tone. However, we have an orientation training that lasts about a week. During this week, we will teach you some basic things, including machine operation, understanding of the factory, knowledge about house elves, and so on. Kobe paused again. At the end of the training, we will organize an exam. If you don't pass, then unfortunately, although you won't be sent back, you will need to participate in another training session with the next batch of employees until you pass. After saying that, he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly added, oh, right, during the training period, it does not count as work, so we won't be paying you wages that week. Chapter 143, Dumbledore's Letter. Meanwhile, just as Kobe was about to start the very first class for these Muggles, Charlie turned his attention back to his employees downstairs and re-entered the office. He went straight back to his desk, and his gaze instinctively fell on the stack of heavy books that Hagrid had specially sent from Hogwarts for him. Of course, there were also 2 letters that Charlie had placed in the drawer of his desk. Those books were specially prepared for him by his old headmaster. According to Hagrid, when Dumbledore saw that shocking report in the Daily Prophet, even the knowledgeable and well-traveled Dumbledore was taken aback. He stared at the newspaper, reading it over and over again. His lips pressed together, and his brow furrowed. Although he had lost his usual gentle smile, he was not angry. No one knew what he was thinking. Hagrid, as always, sat on the tall stool in the office, but unlike his usual relaxed demeanor, he was careful not to say a word, afraid of disturbing Dumbledore's thoughts. Not long after, Dumbledore's brow suddenly relaxed. He said nothing but folded the newspaper and placed it in his drawer, then stood up and walked straight out of the office under Hagrid's gaze, leaving Hagrid alone, sitting in the office, feeling perplexed. After waiting for a while, just as he hesitated about whether to leave, Dumbledore returned, holding a stack of heavy books. and tasked Hagrid with delivering them to Charlie. Although he had the chance to read them carefully due to too many matters, he just placed them on the desk without taking further action. However, just by looking at the titles on the covers and the notes written on the title pages, Charlie could confirm that all these books contained information related to Muggles. From the works of today's famous Muggle scholars, Among Muggles, How to Become Friends with Muggles, to the nearly extinct precious material from the 16th century, people who are not like us, they were extremely detailed, covering a wide range of topics. Probably, apart from the long-established library of Hogwarts, no one or organization could gather them all. A sense of warmth inevitably arose in Charlie's heart. He could even imagine his old headmaster Dumbledore, standing in front of the library shelves, recalling each book one by one from memory. Although as a time traveler, Charlie would most likely not use the knowledge written in these books, even saying that if he wanted to, he could completely write a monograph by himself, directly elevating the study of Muggles in the British magical world to a higher level. However, Dumbledore's concern and care for him, as if he were a child, still moved this wizard merchant who had experienced countless deceptions. As for the remaining 2 letters, one of them naturally came from Dumbledore. This was also the first thing he looked at after Hagrid brought everything to him. The contents of the letter were no longer as warm as before, but rather a true analysis of the pros and cons of Charlie's actions from the perspective of an elder. In the end, the conclusion was drawn that Charlie's actions were quite risky, especially with the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, being a pure conservative. This behavior undoubtedly had significant concerns and unstable factors, although he did not understand how Charlie had successfully persuaded Fudge to agree to his plan. After all, as the Minister of Magic personally recommended by Dumbledore, Fudge was someone he saw through the most. He naturally understood that, given Fudge's character, he would never agree to such a thing. However, if the ticking time bomb was truly handled well, Dumbledore undoubtedly expressed support and praise for Charlie's actions. In his own words from the letter, it would be an unprecedented reform. Perhaps the bloated and decadent atmosphere of the magical world would truly be swept away by a new wave. At that time, as the initiator of that wave, you would ultimately become a great person, even surpassing all the outstanding wizards from ancient times to the present. After analyzing the pros and cons of Charlie's actions for about 3/4 of a letter, Dumbledore's tone returned to its usual gentleness at the end. He smiled and shared a few amusing events that happened at Hogwarts with Charlie, and also mentioned his employee, Dudley. At the end of the letter, Dumbledore still used that familiar tone that Charlie knew so well, saying, "My dear child, go ahead and do it. Hogwarts will always be your home." At that moment, in the office, after reading this letter, Charlie felt a surge of emotions, complex feelings overflowing, and he momentarily did not know what to say. He even doubted whether his emotions would have fluctuated even more if it were not for Hagrid watching him. Due to time constraints, after reading Dumbledore's letter, Charlie asked Hagrid to help him make a trip to the Leaky Cauldron. Meanwhile, he rushed to oversee the construction of a new factory and the procurement of the assembly line, setting aside the remaining unread letter, temporarily forgetting its existence. Until now, when everything was finally ready and he could take a moment to relax, Charlie remembered it. He opened the drawer of his desk and slowly took out the letter. Holding the white envelope, he did not open it immediately, but looked around first. After confirming that there was indeed no name of the sender written on it, he then bent a finger and drew a letter opener into his hand. Just as Charlie was about to open it, a knock on the door suddenly interrupted his actions. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking was loud and had a unique rhythm. Without much thought, Charlie had already guessed who was coming. So, he continued with his actions, opening the envelope, and raised his head, warmly saying towards the door, "Come in, Hagrid." Sure enough, with a creak, the door opened. Hagrid, with a hearty smile on his face, appeared at the door. "Good afternoon, Charlie." He scratched his messy long hair and greeted cheerfully. "Good afternoon, Hagrid." Charlie smiled and nodded in response while opening the envelope and taking out the letter inside. He placed them back on the desk, and, suddenly, a ring on his finger flashed with a faint light, sending Charlie's wand into his hand. "Please have a seat." As he spoke, he lightly turned his elbow, causing the tip of his wand to emit a soft glow. Finally, he pointed towards the ground. With a hum, the thick carpet laid on the floor began to slowly move. Under the influence of the transfiguration spell, it stretched and expanded. In just 2 or 3 seconds, it transformed into an oversized sofa. "You've worked hard, Hagrid. Please take a break for a while after running this errand for me." Charlie retracted his wand and continued. "It's just a small thing. If there's anything you need help with, you could just tell me, Charlie." Hagrid naturally wouldn't be too formal. His smile remained as he nodded while saying this. Then, he walked to the front of the sofa and sat down heavily. relaxing his body. Leaning against the cushions of the sofa, Hagrid couldn't help but let out a long breath, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds from his spine. This is really nice. It's even more comfortable than the sofa in my house. He reached under the desk, skillfully opened a cabinet, and took out some candies, offering them towards Hagrid. Would you like some? Charlie raised his hand to indicate. Is this snow lemon? Hagrid's eyes lit up, and after a moment's hesitation, he asked, Of course, why not? After receiving a relaxed reply from Charlie, he stood up from his sofa and took 2 steps to Charlie's desk, carefully picking up the candy. Thank you. You're really so thoughtful, Charlie. The amber-like candy sparkled under the sunlight, with the filling inside slowly flowing with Hagrid's movements, as if it had a life of its own. Even though it wasn't his first time seeing it, Hagrid still couldn't help but be enchanted by such a wonderful candy. After appreciating it, as usual, he slowly placed it in his mouth, resting it against his tongue. He then closed his eyes and sat back on the sofa, quietly enjoying the sweetness and joy brought by the candy. Before tasting Charlie's candy, Hagrid had not been without other sweets made by different workshops. Due to Dumbledore's love for candy, it was common for him, as a capable assistant, to buy candies for Dumbledore. So, he had eaten quite a number. From chocolate frogs to Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, and even a honeydew slickerish wants. However, no matter what kind of candy it was, after facing Charlie's snow lemon and violet candy, they all became tasteless. It was as if Charlie had truly infused superior magic into them, continuously tantalizing others' taste buds, stimulating the nerves of the brain, and sending waves of soothing sweetness signals one after another. Seeing that Hagrid had quieted down, leaning back on the sofa and savoring the candy, Charlie's smile became even softer and brighter. After all, as a businessman, seeing people love the products produced by his factory was undoubtedly a fortunate thing. Without disturbing the other's current interest, Charlie skillfully took out 2 apple-flavored gummy bears from the drawer and tossed them into his mouth. Chewing, he began to read the letter that he had delayed in opening. As the paper unfolded with a rustle, Charlie squinted his eyes and quickly scanned through it. However, what he didn't expect was the content conveyed at the very beginning, which surprised him. In the first line of the letter, it was written in a clear and flowing script, "To my dear and respected uncle." Upon seeing this, without needing to think, Draco's youthful face, filled with pride, quietly surfaced in Charlie's mind. How could there be a letter from Draco? Charlie raised an eyebrow, instinctively shifting his gaze away from the letter to Hagrid, who was lost in his own world. After pondering for a moment, out of politeness and respect, he ultimately decided not to disturb him and chose to suppress his confusion, continuing to read on. The letter wasn't short, even longer than Dumbledore's. It resembled a family letter, meticulously reporting on Draco's performance at school. As Charlie read on, his confusion gradually dissipated, or rather, it became unimportant. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and a rare look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Looking at the densely packed words, with some places even showing slight traces of corrections due to word choices, Charlie seemed to envision Draco sitting in the library, carefully writing this letter word by word. Draco reported earnestly, sharing not just his excellent grades accumulated over nearly a semester, but also the praise he received from various teachers, pouring it all out like a child waiting for compliments. However, what surprised Charlie the most was that even Professor McGonagall and his good friend, the Half-Blood Prince, had given him quite high evaluations. It's well known that Professor McGonagall is fair and strict, treating everyone equally. Now, the fact that Draco could earn her respect showed that he had indeed made considerable efforts. As for Sirius, there was no need to say much. Even considering their familial relationship, if Draco's performance was merely good rather than excellent, Severus's comments would likely be summarized in just 2 brief words, such as not bad or okay. At this point, Charlie couldn't help but nod. It seemed that this child had undergone a significant transformation in his studies, following the successful report of his daily academic achievements. Draco also mentioned his daily life and talked about his new friends, Harry, Hermione, and Ron. Upon reaching this part, Charlie paused, silently sighing. Indeed, even though Harry had gone to Slytherin, the trio still hadn't split up. Given the current situation, it seemed they should now be called a quartet. However, just as Charlie's interest began to rise, pondering what peculiar chemical reactions such a combination would produce, the last thing Draco mentioned at the end of the letter made him furrow his brows. The third-floor corridor, shadows, and Quirrell? With a slight frown, he instinctively raised his hand to tap on the desk surface while falling into deep thought. Chapter 145. Help me one more time. Chapter 146. Professor Binns's History of Magic class. History of Magic is an extremely profound subject. And as one of the oldest origins of magic, This semester will be crucial for you, concerning significant events that will affect the second and third years. In the last class, we talked about Merlin's father and mother in the History of Magic class. Professor Binns, as usual, spoke in his monotone voice, droning on about the dry lesson plan. Half squinting, he floated above the classroom podium, occasionally looking down at the students who were already on the verge of falling asleep. Throughout the lesson, even when his gaze swept over those who had truly fallen asleep, he said nothing, simply pausing for a moment before continuing with the next content. Sunlight streamed through the classroom's stained glass, illuminating his transparent figure hovering in midair, making his already inconspicuous presence even more ethereal. If one had just walked into the classroom, they might not immediately spot Professor Binns. Only his emotionless voice and the tedious course content kept reminding the students below that Professor Binns had not yet left and that the class was far from over. However, unlike the current lifeless monotony of Professor Binns, at least during Charlie's school days, his History of Magic class was always the student's favorite. Back then, in his class, it was rare for anyone to act out, talk, or fool around. Every pair of eyes was fixed on the smiling, kind old man in front, listening as he wove together his enduring experiences with the lesson plan, narrating the grand events of another era with ebb and flow. In fact, in Hogwarts, a history, there was a description stating, as lunchtime approached, the students reluctantly left Professor Binns' classroom, each appearing quite excited. The transformation of species allowed them to experience the wonders of magic for the first time, while Professor Binns' History of Magic filled the children with endless imagination about magic. However, until now, perhaps Professor Binns' original vitality had faded along with his body. At this moment, among the many little wizards who had already lost their spirits, slumped and resembling a mess, only two figures stood out, like cranes among chickens. Hermione and Draco sat upright, their quills swiftly taking notes on the paper, creating a rustling sound that added a few twists to the originally calm rhythm of the classroom. In between them, Harry and Ron had already taken on a different appearance. Harry was holding up his head with great effort, struggling against his heavy eyelids, while taking notes in a scrawl that was barely legible. Ron had completely given up. He hadn't even picked up his pen, simply lying across the desk, half-closed eyes occasionally letting out unconscious groans. How had they managed to hold on for so long? He seemed to have exhausted all his strength at that moment, slowly lifting his head in disbelief to look at Hermione beside him. Watching the spark of curiosity in Hermione's eyes as she took notes, occasionally glancing up at the floating Professor Binns, engaging in a silent interaction with his fleeting gaze. Ron's heart, which had long since laid flat and was impervious to blades and fire, unexpectedly felt a rare sense of shame. Don't you think it's boring? He reached out and tentatively poked Hermione's arm, lowering his voice to ask. I don't find it interesting at all, Hermione replied calmly, without even glancing at Ron, her tone as if stating a matter of fact. His eyelids twitched twice, and just as he was about to say something more, Hermione interrupted him directly. Shoo, quiet. Professor Binns is about to tell us how Merlin met King Arthur. Ron's expression became difficult to describe, and he soon realized that he and Hermione, at least in this class, were no longer in the same world. He then turned his head, his gaze moving past Harry, who was still struggling to draw ghost symbols, and shifted to Draco. You will show me your notes after class, right? Unlike Hermione, who, as a Muggle-born, was completely captivated by Professor Binns' lecture like a story. Draco was also following the professor's pace, but the weariness in his eyes remained. Hearing Ron's words, Draco lifted his head slightly, his neck turning slowly like a rusty bearing. After a brief pause, Draco said, if you can get some violet candy from your twin brothers after class, I'll let you copy my notes. Deal. Ron replied enthusiastically, and after that, his eyelids could no longer hold up. With a thud, he slumped onto the desk and fell into a sweet dream. The conversation between the two reached Harry's ears, and he perked up a bit, glancing at Ron, who had closed his eyes and was resting his face on his arm with a look of happiness. Then at Draco, who still wore a neutral expression beside him. He felt a twinge of longing himself. After all, he really was absorbing anything from Professor Binns' class, and rather than continuing to struggle in meaningless ways, it would be better to lie down like Ron and wait until after class to borrow Draco's notes to copy. It would also relieve some of the fatigue from sneaking into the restricted section every night. With this thought in mind, Harry hesitated for a moment, then turned his head and opened his mouth to Draco. However, just as he was figuring out how to speak to him, Draco spoke first. Go to sleep. I'll let you copy my notes after class. Harry was taken aback and instinctively asked, what do I need to trade for that? Do you still want violet candy? Maybe I can. Draco waved his hand dismissively before he could finish. You've helped me a lot in the restricted section every day. Consider this my repayment. Really? Harry's eyes lit up, and he confirmed in disbelief. Draco didn't say anything else, simply nodding slightly and returning his focus to his notes. Chapter 147. Uncle's letter ding dong, ding dong. The deep and prolonged chime of the bell resonated throughout the entire Hogwarts campus as noon approached. The sound spread from the dim corridors like ripples to the classrooms, finally reaching Professor Binns' ears. Professor Binns paused briefly, his voice coming to an abrupt halt. He slowly raised his head and looked down at the students at the podium, his expression relaxing slightly, the rigidity of his lecture easing, and his tone unusually fluctuating as he said, "It's time. I should end the class now." After saying that, he paid no further attention, closed the thick, transparent textbook with a thud, and tucked it under his arm. Then, under Hermione's somewhat regretful gaze, he slowly floated upward, effortlessly passing through the classroom ceiling, disappearing from sight. At that moment, Ron, who had beautifully dozed through nearly an entire class, also woke up. He squinted happily, his expression openly revealing satisfaction. It was clear that, with Professor Binns' lullaby, Ron had enjoyed the best sleep he had had in days. The atmosphere was quiet, the temperature just right, and the warm sunlight felt pleasantly soothing on his back and hair. To be honest, it was the first time he experienced the fun of History of Magic class. If possible, he wouldn't mind if Professor Binns extended the class for another 10 minutes to perfectly conclude his nap. Did you know? I heard that Professor Binns and nearly headless Nick always like to throw parties in a secluded room on the 3rd floor where no one goes. If you can find a party room at midnight and join them, Nick will give you lots of violet candy as a gift. Stretching a long yawn that made all his bones crack back into place, Ron turned to Hermione and suddenly said. Hermione's mood was understandably not great, as it felt like her story had been cut off at the most critical moment. Facing Ron, who was now bothering her, she frowned while putting away her pen and notes, shooting him a glare before asking, "Where did you hear that from?" "Fred told me," Ron replied, sitting up straight as if it were a matter of course. Although his twin brothers often teased him both at home and at Hogwarts, Ron still regarded them as important sources of interesting information and believed everything they said. Even now, recalling the 2 odd stories Fred and George had shared with him at the beginning of the school year about the Hippogriff and the Sorting Hat, he still held onto his beliefs firmly. And because of this strange persistence, he had clashed with Draco several times. It seemed that Hermione thought Ron was completely hopeless and stopped speaking. After rolling her eyes dramatically, she continued to pack her things. Meanwhile, Draco, who also heard their conversation, couldn't help but smirk, then made a sound that was clearly laced with contempt and mockery. It felt like a declaration of war. Instantly, Ron bristled, twisting his upper body sharply to glare at Draco, ready to pounce at him if provoked. "What are you snickering at, Draco?" "Nothing, just admiring your naivety." Draco shook his head, a smile still on his lips, but he didn't elaborate further. He simply continued packing his books and quill, casually responding. After all, he had already recognized Ron's intellectual limits. To Draco, it was far more meaningful to spend time doing something else rather than arguing with this idiot over meaningless issues. So, disregarding Ron's reaction, he patted the sleeping Harry to wake him up and stood up from his seat. Like a sulky child, Ron randomly gathered his things in his arms and stood up after tidying up a bit. After deliberately letting out a heavy grunt, he tossed his head stylishly to the other side, no longer paying attention to the annoying Draco. As the class bell rang, the little wizards who needed to wake up all slowly stirred and began to walk out. Harry squinted, adjusted his glasses, and somewhat confusedly hugged his belongings while following Draco. As the crowd surged toward the door, the 4 of them squeezed their way out of the classroom. However, just as they reached the classroom door, a familiar figure suddenly caught Harry's attention, instantly dispelling his drowsiness and replacing it with joy. Hagrid. Freeing one hand, Harry waved happily, signaling to Hagrid, who was standing in the corridor, scanning the crowd as if looking for something. "Ah, Harry." Hearing the call, Hagrid instinctively turned his head and, upon seeing Harry, his eyes lit up as he took a few steps toward the 4 of them. In no time, his massive body pushed through the noisy crowd and quickly reached Harry's side. "Hagrid, what are you doing here?" Harry looked up at the rugged face, familiar and friendly, and couldn't help but smile brightly, curiously blinking his eyes and asking. Hagrid smiled and, after greeting Hermione, Ron, and Draco, finally addressed Harry's question. "Actually, I just returned from Charlie's factory." As soon as he said this, among the 4 little wizards, 3 pairs of eyes instantly lit up. Only Hermione looked a bit puzzled. frowning as she glanced at the expressions on her three companions' faces, genuinely not understanding why a factory would excite them to this extent. Boys. At this moment, Ron could no longer care about sulking with Draco. He rushed forward to Hagrid and tightly grasped the hem of his clothing with both hands. With a serious look, his mouth started firing questions like a machine gun. Hagrid, you went to deliver something to Mr. Charlie and just came back? What does Mr. Charlie's factory look like? My goodness, I can't believe you actually went inside. They said no one had ever been inside before. Hee, hearing the envy and excitement in Ron's words. Hagrid straightened his back, rubbed his nose with his enormous finger, and said proudly, it's probably because Charlie and I are good friends. So I didn't face any obstacles. As soon as I arrived at the door, Russell brought me in. Oh, by the way, Russell is Charlie's personal house elf. Ron was so excited he could hardly contain himself. Just about to ask more questions about what Hagrid saw in the factory or whether Mr. Black's candy factory really had floors made of candy, when suddenly, before he could get a word out, Draco beside him reached out and ruthlessly pressed down on his head, pushing him aside and squeezing past Ron to stand in front of Hagrid. He wasted no time and directly asked the question that concerned him the most. Uncle, did he read my letter? As soon as he spoke, Draco felt his heart racing uncontrollably. He widened his eyes, fixed his gaze on Hagrid's expression, his fists unconsciously clenched, biting his lip in anticipation of a reply. Hagrid didn't keep him in suspense and nodded readily, answering Draco's question immediately. He did. Seeing Draco's face start to flush with excitement, Hagrid hurriedly added, when Charlie read it, I happened to be in his office. He seemed very happy, and he even wrote a reply for me to bring back to you. With that, Hagrid reached into the pocket of his cloak, rummaged around, and pulled out a letter, handing it to Draco. Draco's mouth slightly opened, and his bright eyes trembled with anticipation. This is the letter from my uncle. He extended his hand and slowly took the letter Hagrid offered. Carefully looking at the envelope, he noticed the Black family crest embossed on it, featuring a skull at the top, a hand wielding a sword, and 3 crows arranged below. Draco suddenly felt that all the hard work he had put in to achieve excellence in every subject, striving to impress every teacher, was all for this moment. Now, holding this letter in his hand proved that all his efforts were worthwhile, and the achievements he made had received the recognition they deserved. He slowly raised his arm, holding the letter up high, his gaze fixed on it for nearly a minute. I need to tell my dad. After a long pause, Draco murmured. What's wrong with Draco? Hermione looked at his behavior, her expression gradually turning strange. She turned to Ron and whispered, incredulously asking, It's just a letter. Why does Draco look like he's been petrified? A letter? Pulling his gaze away from the letter, Ron turned to Hermione, sizing her up before rolling his eyes dramatically. But it has the Black family crest on it. After saying this, Ron blinked, turned back to look at Draco holding the letter, and with a hint of envy and jealousy, continued, the family crest has significant symbolic meaning among pure-blood aristocrats. Although we Weasleys don't really care about it, the other 27 families treat it as a sacred symbol. Embossing your family's crest on a letter sent to someone expresses its origin to everyone who sees it, and also signifies recognition and respect for the recipient. Now, Draco received a letter from Mr. Black with the family crest, which, in a sense, can be seen as Mr. Black treating Draco in an almost equal manner, showing his acknowledgement. As he spoke, Ron pouted, and the bitterness in his eyes deepened. Suddenly, he blurted out, Hermione, do you think if I study hard from now on, Mr. Black will send me a letter like this for Christmas? After all, I am technically his great-great-grandson by blood? That's so strange. Hermione ignored him and automatically overlooked that comment, muttering to herself, well, since that's the case, my task is complete. Seeing everyone's attention focused entirely on the letter, Hagrid couldn't care about anything else. He shrugged and said, I have a few things to take care of, so I need to head back. If you have any more questions for me, you're welcome to visit my hut when you have time. All right. Remember to tell me in advance, so I can prepare some freshly baked rock cakes to treat you all. After saying this, he waved goodbye to everyone and walked down the corridor in the direction of the stairs amidst the farewell voices of the crowd. Hurry up, Draco. You should open it and see what Mr. Black really said to you. On the way to the dining hall, Ron, still excited about Mr. Black's letter, unexpectedly squeezed in beside Draco, urging him continuously. What are you talking about? Draco elbowed Ron, who kept leaning closer to him, and refused, saying that such an important letter should be read at an appropriate time. How could it be opened so casually on the way to dinner? Meanwhile, a few steps behind them, Harry and Hermione, who were equally puzzled, simply watched the spectacle of the two. So when are you going to open it, Draco? Harry thought for a moment and asked, shouldn't we wait until we get to the library? Draco's eyes lit up, and for a moment he forgot about his notebook, fully focused on that letter. It really is strange. Hermione rolled her eyes, quickly lost interest, and turned her attention to something else. Chapter 148. Go ask your potions professor. In the library, Draco sat upright in his seat, holding the letter stamped with the Black family crest solemnly in his hands. I'm going to open it. He glanced at Harry and Ron beside him, nodded slightly, and his tone carried an unprecedented seriousness. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Ron was so excited that he clenched his fists tightly, urging him on while his legs were fidgeting under the table. As for Harry, although he still didn't quite understand what was going on, looking at the letter sent by Mr. Black and seeing Ron and Draco's emotions, he couldn't help but get caught up in a vague excitement and tension. HM. He nodded heavily, adjusting his glasses and widening his eyes. Hermione, however, still didn't understand their boring thoughts and ideas. She sat down nearby and began to preview what Professor McGonagall would teach in the next Transfiguration class. With a tearing sound, as Draco opened the envelope, the folded letter floated out of it like a whisper, slowly unfolding in the air before gently landing on the table. Hermione couldn't help but glance up, stealing a few looks at the three of them before quickly looking back down, burying her head in her Transfiguration textbook, deliberately ignoring them. On the letter, there was beautiful handwriting penned with a quill dipped in blue ink. For Draco, who had already read his Uncle Charlie's notes, it was obvious that this was written by Charlie Black. To my dear nephew Draco. Looking up, the first line was the most basic greeting, followed by Charlie continuing to write. I am very glad to see you achieving such excellent results at school. Whether it's Transfiguration, potions, or history of magic, defense against the dark arts, etc., I believe you must be among the top in your year. Even I back then probably couldn't reach your level. Receiving such direct acknowledgement from Charlie made Draco's heart race faster, and he unconsciously tightened the letter in his hand, wrinkling it. Oh my God! Harry leaned over, his gaze filled with envy, but underneath that envy was a hint of loneliness. As a devoted fan of Mr. Charlie Black since the beginning of the school year, Harry naturally longed for the day he could receive Charlie's recognition just like Draco. However, he couldn't help but wonder what made him deserving of Mr. Black's special attention. Harry thought hard in his mind. In terms of relationship, he could only count as having met Mr. Charlie Black once, and he had helped him a lot. He had alleviated the harshness and abuse from his aunt and uncle, helped him punish Dudley, and even specially called Dobby to deliver his birthday present. Yet looking back at himself, he hadn't made any return from Mr. Black. In terms of academic performance, he was only decent in flying lessons or defense against the dark arts, while in other subjects, he could only maintain an average. Not to mention comparing himself to the consistently top-ranking Hermione and Draco. Compared to those outstanding companions around him, he was just an ordinary boy, unremarkable like the other young wizards he learned with nothing special, except for the title of the Chosen One. But so what? Perhaps ordinary people would think this was an incredible achievement or honor and idolize him for it. However, in Mr. Black's eyes, what could this possibly mean? After coming to Hogwarts, Harry had learned through various channels about Mr. Black's past stories, his exceptional talent, his perfection, his high-profile presence on the battlefield, and his fierce battles against the notorious dark wizard whose name no one dared to mention. Would such a great man as Mr. Black regard him differently just because of the title of the Chosen One? No, perhaps in his eyes, it was just a childish joke. Thinking of this, Harry's disappointment deepened. Although his expression still bore a smile, the hint of loneliness in his eyes grew heavier. Suddenly, Harry seemed to remember something. Perhaps my parents knew Mr. Black when they were at school? After all, Mr. Black mentioned my parents. They might have been good friends back then. If I wrote to Mr. Black for this reason, I wonder if he would send me a letter with the Black family crest just like he did for Draco. The hint of loneliness in his eyes transformed back into hope, and Harry perked up, clenching his fists and silently encouraging himself in his heart. However, Draco and Ron, who were focused on the letter, naturally had no idea about Harry's inner changes in such a short time. Did you mention me in the letter you wrote to Mr. Black? Ron shook Draco's shoulder eagerly, looking at him with longing eyes. No. Draco shot him a glare, elbowed him away, and continued looking down. Below, Charlie continued to write. I believe not only I, but also Narcissa and Lucius will be pleased and proud of the efforts you have made. As your uncle, I think I should reward you. I thought for a moment about what I should send you. A reward? Ron's voice suddenly rose a few notches, and although he didn't shout, it was particularly noticeable in the Hogwarts library. In an instant, everyone instinctively cast a few discontented glances in the direction of the sound. Realizing this, Ron hurriedly covered his mouth, instinctively hunched over, and buried his head down. He blinked his eyes and looked at Draco. What will your uncle give you? Is it candy? Maybe he'll give you a whole bag of violet candy. If that's the case, can you share some with me? Ignoring him, Draco continued to read. My first thought was candy. After all, Charlie's Candy Factory is most known for it. But thinking about it, it seemed too ordinary and didn't reflect my intentions. So, I've decided to promise you a reward like no other. When the holidays come, I will personally go to your house, get Narcissa's consent, and take you to my factory. If you want, you can spend your holiday there. Of course, along with your friends mentioned in the letter, Harry, Ron, and Hermione. By the time Draco finished reading, his voice had gradually faded, and his breath seemed to hitch, as if unsure how to react. Beside him, Ron and Harry had clearly seen the words on the letter, and their emotions stirred as well. Draco, you are truly my good brother. I love you to death. Ron gasped, his cheeks flushed with excitement. He reached out and tightly hugged Draco's arm, sticking to him like glue, unable to be shaken off no matter how Draco tried. He tried to suppress the excitement and tremor in his voice, but the sheer joy still unmistakably came through. At that moment, Ron wished he could directly hug Draco's head and give him a couple of big kisses, and all the previous unhappiness was completely forgotten, leaving no trace behind. If one could see the affection level above his head at that moment, it would undoubtedly be a shiny red heart filled to the brim, with 100 written on it. Ron's current excitement was easy to understand. It was like a muggle child suddenly hearing from their parents. Given your good behavior these days, we've decided to take you to Disneyland tomorrow for the whole holiday. No, it was even more exaggerated than that, because Disneyland is at least always open. As long as you have money, you can go. But Charlie's Candy Factory is different. Very few people have ever been there. All right, I get it. Please move over a bit. Stop looking at me like that. It's too disgusting. Although Draco was equally thrilled, he did not join Ron in the embarrassing excitement, but instead put on a disdainful expression, continuously elbowing Ron to push him aside. Compared to Ron's heavy breathing, Harry was also extremely excited, but his display was much more reserved. His eyes and mouth couldn't help but curve into a smile as he turned to look at Draco, gratitude filling his expression. Even Hermione, who had always been focused on her studies, finally couldn't hold back anymore. She lifted her head, straining to see the letter in Draco's hand from her seat. She seemed incredulous, not expecting to find herself on the invitation list. The noise made by Ron and Draco finally attracted the attention of Irma Pants, the librarian. She approached silently, hands on her hips, brow slightly furrowed, watching the two misbehaving boys with a quiet gaze. The intensity of her stare felt like a cold wind blowing across Ron's neck, making him shiver and giving him an uncomfortable premonition. Much like being caught by his mother while playing around with his twin brothers at home. He stiffly turned his head to look back, and soon, the sight of Irma Pants in her black robes came into view, dousing his husky-like excitement with a bucket of cold water, calming him down considerably. Hi, Ms. Pants. He forced a smile and awkwardly greeted her, but Irma Pants had no smile in return. She shook her head, said nothing, and pointed toward the library exit. The meaning was naturally clear. Unsurprisingly, the four friends were escorted out by Miss Pants. Hermione pouted in annoyance, clutching the textbook she hadn't finished reading under her arm, and shot a fierce glare at Ron. It's all your fault. Now we can't even stay in the library. It's just a small issue. We'll get to go to Charlie's Candy Factory during the holidays. Why worry about these little things? Enthusiastic Ron felt like he had been given a burning buff and wouldn't be troubled by such matters. He didn't even respond to Hermione's anger as he usually would, simply waving his hand and casually saying, according to Harry's vague guess, this buff should last on him for a few more months until they really reach Mr. Black's Candy Factory. Wait. Suddenly, Ron's eyes lit up as if he had thought of a brilliant idea. I need to tell George and Fred about this. They've always idolized Charlie Black, even putting up posters of him in their room. If they find out that their little brother gets to go to the candy factory and spend an entire holiday with Charlie Black, they'll definitely be envious like crazy. Without waiting for Draco, Harry, or Hermione to react, he quickly dashed away, his legs moving swiftly, becoming a blur as he rushed off into the distance, disappearing into the shadows of the corridor. How long does this condition usually last? Hermione momentarily didn't know what else to say and couldn't help but mutter. Draco, who had long prided himself on understanding Ron's mindset, shook his head as if it was nothing unusual, responding to Hermione's words with two meaningful hums. He then lowered his head to continue reading the remaining part of the letter. Regarding the matter you mentioned at the end of your letter, my answer is to put your mind at ease and pretend you haven't seen anything. Even if Quirrell has some strange aspects, he wouldn't dare do anything to you as long as I'm here. So don't worry. As for the unfinished spell you saw in my book, I'm really glad you have such thoughts. But unfortunately, You've chosen the wrong direction. It's not an ancient spell. In fact, it was created less than 20 years ago. If you're really interested in it, my suggestion is to ask your potions professor. Chapter 149, The Last Fireplace. What are you kidding about? On the 3rd floor of Hogwarts. In the Gryffindor common room, George Weasley stopped writing his homework and couldn't help but widen his eyes, looking at his youngest brother with an expression as if he were watching a joke. Fred, come here, your brother has gone mad. Suddenly, he jumped up from his seat, put down his paper and quill, and rushed towards the dormitory he shared with Fred, shouting as he went. With a loud thud, the dormitory door slammed shut, leaving Ron standing there, a bit dumbfounded, staring at the spot where George had just left. What's going on? Ron's mind was momentarily confused. He thought that upon hearing the news, George and Fred would react in one of two ways. One would be deep jealousy, with words filled with sour envy. The other would be to fawn over him, begging him to help them get something. However, Ron would never have imagined that his two older brothers would scoff at his words and not even reach a basic level of trust. Shortly after the dormitory door closed, he clearly heard a burst of laughter coming from within, accompanied by a cacophony of voices. It was obvious that after George returned to the dormitory, he had turned what Ron said into a joke to share with others. I'm not mad. I'm seriously telling you. Ron's face flushed with anger as he rushed to the dormitory door, pounding on it and grinding his teeth as he shouted inside. I'm telling you, you two want to believe me. When I really go there and get Charlie Black's autograph, you could just cry in your room, because I want to help you with anything. Just wait and see. After saying that, perhaps feeling it wasn't enough to vent his frustration, Ron kicked the door a couple of times in anger before turning away to sulk and look for Harry and the others. With Ron's departure, the Gryffindor common room outside returned to silence. The creaky door opened, and Fred and George cautiously peeked their heads out. They exchanged confused glances, first looking in the direction Ron had left, then looking at each other. What do you think, Fred? I don't think Ron was joking this time, George asked. Who knows? Fred shrugged, raising an eyebrow. Once they retracted their heads and returned to their room, they looked at the portrait of Charlie Black hanging on the wall and fell into deep thought. You know, if what Ron said is true, we could be in big trouble, George said, rubbing his chin, feeling an inexplicable sixth sense urging him to ponder. After all, I really want Charlie Black's autograph. He.S. the only legendary wizard who has completely defeated Filch, and compared to him, our antics seem like childish play. So what do you think we should do, George? Fred asked as he sat down on the bed, expertly pulling out a box from under it filled to the brim with sweets. Outside, the rare violet-flavored candies that most little wizards could hardly buy were nearly half filled in their box. After some selection, he tore open a bag of fruit-flavored gummy bears and started eating while continuing to ask, maybe we can give Ron a little incentive, you know what I mean? As an old Chinese saying goes, better to believe it exists than to believe it doesn't. After pondering for a moment, George's eyes lit up as he shared his idea. He shifted his gaze from the charming smile of Charlie Black in the portrait to the box full of candies. How about we send Ron some violet candies? What do you think, Fred? Whatever, we still have plenty. Fred shrugged, not opposing the idea. He nodded and skillfully bent down to grab 2 bags from the pile of candies, tossing them to George. Our little brother seems to finally be growing up. Time flew by quickly, especially in Charlie's factory, with wave after wave of muggles or squibs successfully entering with job postings. The expanded assembly line began to function as it should, getting into full swing. Gradually, the house elves seemed to have started to get used to the presence of these new employees, no longer treating their arrival as a topic worthy of discussion. Only when they saw their supervisor, Kobe, hurriedly walking towards another newly constructed factory with lesson plans tucked under his arm, would they jokingly tease their companions, saying, from now on, we should call Kobe the professor. Aside from that, there were no other remarks. After all, the distance between the two factories was quite far, and according to regulations, while Muggle employees could work there, they could not access the living area or interfere with the normal lives of the house elves. Perhaps for the Muggles, their life here was no different from life in the outside world, except that the money they earned changed from pounds to the more prestigious galleons. They worked regular hours, came in on time, and even had weekends off. During their leisure time, such as after work, they could go to the Leaky Cauldron in Diagon Alley with friendly coworkers and spend a few silver sickles on a refreshing pint of wizarding beer. Everything was perfect, at least for Vernon Dursley. Although every time he returned home, he had to put on a show in front of his wife, frowning and looking gloomy, trying to portray that he didn't like it there but was still sacrificing for Dudley. This was to show Petunia that he hadn't betrayed her. However, in reality, his mindset had gradually changed. Whether it was the relaxed work environment, the friendly atmosphere, or the co-workers who were easier to get along with than before, all made his heart adapt and even indulge. He had almost forgotten his original purpose for coming to work here, which was to lift the cruel curse on his beloved son, Dudley. In these past few months, if one were to ask what the busiest job in the entire British wizarding world was, the Fluid Network Administration under the Department of Magical Transportation could claim second place, and probably no one would dare to claim first. According to the original situation, the basic responsibility of the Fluid Network Administration, which was to monitor and build a network of fireplaces, should have been considered a cushy job. After all, the British wizarding world was so small, and the foundation of the Fluid Network was already established. Even after more than a decade, there were rarely any issues. In a year, aside from incorporating a few new wizard fireplaces into the management of the Fluid Network, they mostly dealt with fools who had carelessly tried to replicate flue powder and ended up injuring themselves. Even a child who in T graduated could easily handle such matters. It can be said that, apart from the Centaur office under the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, they should be the most relaxed, since no Centaur has ever accepted their so-called services. Therefore, if a Ministry of Magic employee is transferred to the Centaur office, it indicates that they are not far from being dismissed. However, ever since Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge waved his hand and agreed to Charlie Black's recruitment plan, their originally leisurely life of paid idleness was completely taken away, due to the majority of the Muggles applying being far from the factory's location. If they were to commute in the usual Muggle way, a good portion of them would not be able to make it from home even after half a day. So, without a doubt, Charlie approached the Department of Magical Transportation, hoping they could create a flue network for his employees, a service originally only provided for wizards. At first, George Parkin, the head of the Department of Magical Transportation, did not agree. Charlie Black's recruitment notice had nearly 1,000 entries, and at least 100 people had actually shown up to apply. The number of fireplaces the Flue Network Authority had built in the past 5 years had not come close to that number. Moreover, he requested that all of this be resolved within a few months. Essentially, for every batch of new employees hired, the Flue Network Authority had to connect all of these Muggles' fireplaces to the Flue Network within a week. In George Parkin's view, Charlie's idea was undoubtedly ridiculous and absurd, bordering on fanciful. However, not long after, when Charlie walked back into his office and casually placed the task document signed by Minister Fudge on his desk, George Parkin felt that this could not be deemed impossible. After all, human potential is often brought out under pressure, unless you push. How would you know that the Flue Network Authority couldn't connect over 30 fireplaces to the network within a week? Anyway, it wasn't him doing the work, so whether it was feasible or not, it had to be done. Thus, after a long period of working tirelessly like beasts around the clock, the employees of the Flue Network Authority finally managed to keep up with the recruitment speed of Charlie's Candy Factory. Finally, there was just one last step. In a seemingly ordinary, featureless house located in Inverness, Callie Mosley slowly stood up from an old fireplace. Exhaling a long breath, he weakly said, at this moment, Callie's chestnut brown coat was already stained with soot, and his hands and face were equally dirty. However, when he turned to look at the other 2 colleagues who had come with him, there was no trace of displeasure or annoyance on their faces. In their eyes, covered by exhaustion and numbness, a faint glimmer of life shone through. Upon hearing Cowley's words, the other 2 were instantly moved. Their lips twitched slightly, but they couldn't say a word. Tears of excitement welled up in their eyes, almost spilling over and smudging the soot on their faces. After a long while, one of them trembled and asked, "This is the last one, right?" "Yes." Cowley could no longer hold back and nodded vigorously. "Come on. As long as we complete the last step, we will be free." Another colleague took a deep breath, and his expression began to clear. He reached into his pocket and skillfully pulled out a small silver round box. It looked somewhat like the snow cream from China in the last century. His colleague slowly opened it, revealing the flue powder inside. Then, placing it in his palm, he raised his eyes and solemnly nodded to Cowley, who stood at the front. "Okay," Cowley naturally responded, then reached into his pocket and pulled out a small spoon. With the spoon in hand, he scooped a full spoonful of flue powder and turned to throw it towards the fireplace. At the same time, the 3 of them, who had been eagerly waiting for this moment, shouted together, "Ministry of Magic!" With a loud bang, the originally desolate and empty fireplace emitted a sound like an explosion. The next second, a plume of emerald green flames shot up from thin air, rapidly spitting out tongues of fire, spreading in all directions within the fireplace. The surrounding light began to change, briefly illuminating their faces with a green glow before vanishing without a trace in the next second, although the flames disappeared quickly due to the amount used. and were not as intense as those typically used, it was enough. It represented that this fireplace had entered the Flu network, becoming one of the thousands of connection points. At the same time, it also signified that Cowley and his colleague's task had come to an end. With a plop, tears streamed down Cowley's face, falling onto the floor and smudging the soot on his cheeks. Finally, Cowley closed his eyes, opened his arms, and faced the fireplace, as if reverently facing an unknowable deity. It was finally over. This would be a perfect conclusion to their months of work, because this was the last Muggle recruited by Charlie's Candy Factory, and also the last fireplace they needed to add to the Flu network. Chapter 150. Halloween approaches on either side of the road. The trees shed their red leaves, and with the passage of time, autumn had faded, giving way to winter. The date for the initially scheduled Christmas release was also drawing near. With only about 2 months left, Charlie was spending more and more time in the office. From initially just a morning, he now sometimes didn't step out for 2 or 3 days. Even Russell, his personal assistant, rarely saw his master outside of breakfast and lunch. While feeling moved, Russell couldn't help but worry, fearing that Charlie might encounter problems due to overwork. But fortunately, everything was normal. Nothing had happened. At this moment, in the office, the heavy curtains were slowly drawn up again, completely blocking the floor-to-ceiling windows without leaving a single gap. The entire room lost its previous brightness and cheerfulness. Surrounded by darkness, it seemed to have become a space isolated from everything. If one did not look at the clock ticking on the wall, anyone would probably be unable to tell whether it was day or night. Here, only the white wax quietly burning on the brass candlestick on the desk served as the sole source of light. The melting wax dripped down, pooling in the candlestick's base like smooth, shallow water stains left after the rain. The faint flame flickered quietly on the wick, occasionally swaying slightly due to Charlie's somewhat exaggerated movements. The candlelight continuously delivered a faint and yellowish glow, carrying a hint of imperceptible warmth, illuminating the desk. A stack of documents, the quill pen that kept writing without pause, and also casting light on Charlie Blake, who was hunched over the desk. His once delicate face was no longer as refined. Perhaps it was due to the long time without maintenance. His golden hair now lacked its previous smoothness and the sunlight that once danced upon it. Sparse stubble had taken over his jawline, and a faint weariness lingered between his brows, with hints of bloodshot in his eyes. His original demeanor had also changed, now showing more of the weariness and ruggedness of middle age. However, he could not afford to stop because, from a certain perspective, the documents in front of him essentially encompassed all the plans for Charlie's Candy Factory for the coming year. They also represented the decisions that would determine the specific directions for the year ahead, whether it was about the decisions and implementation of candy vending machines, the welfare and future planning for Muggle employees, or the sales strategies for 2 types of candy, as well as the quarterly reports provided by various distributors, including those from the Muggle Society and many shops and partners from the magical world. These were all matters he had to handle personally. Even Russell and a few other supervisors could not offer any help on these issues. Everything had to rely on Charlie to read through, contemplate, and then give each document an appropriate resolution. At this moment, Charlie Blake sat there, and with a gentle movement of his fingers holding the quill, he could decide the fate and lives of many, sending waves of impact through countless related professionals. He was, after all, the so-called leader. At least in the dessert industry across Europe, the actions of Charlie's Candy Factory often foreshadowed the specific trends for the entire industry in the coming year. Charlie was even certain that once the Violet Candy and Snow Lemon were officially launched, it wouldn't be long before countless corresponding products like Magical Violet Candy, Delicious Violet Candy, Fire Lemon, and Water Lemon would flood the market, dividing this space among themselves. Therefore, at such times, Charlie had to muster all his energy and adopt the most serious and solemn attitude towards every document in front of him. This was to ensure that not a single mistake would occur, allowing Charlie's Candy Factory to continue navigating safely along the course planned by Charlie Blake, avoiding the waves of various forces lurking in the shadows. Although this process was undoubtedly painful and torturous, fortunately, such a process only appeared in this month throughout the year. On other days, he could still enjoy petting Faywin while casually wandering around a production line under the guise of checking work. Ryan? It was unclear how long had passed when Charlie's quill pen finally paused. He rubbed his somewhat sore eyes and looked at the signature marked on the latest document beneath his hand, falling into deep thought. This was not the first time Charlie had seen this document on his desk. Ryan almost habitually submitted it periodically to seek his approval. The document was not about anything particularly significant, It was merely a discussion on whether a candy called Melon Delight could be sold in Muggle society. Melon Delight was not a new candy. It had already become a flagship product of Charlie's Candy many years ago and was beloved by the wizarding community. Ryan was one of its enthusiasts, having communicated with Charlie multiple times, hoping to launch Melon Delight in the Muggle market. However, faced with Ryan's proposal, Charlie had to consider an important issue. Melon Delight contained a magical plant unique to the wizarding world, the bubble pod. House elves on the production line ground the dried bubble pods into powder and added them in proportion to each candy to enhance its texture. In a sense, the bubble pod powder could be considered the key core of Melon Delight's popularity. Therefore, for this reason, to avoid being caught by the Ministry of Magic and causing unnecessary trouble, Charlie ultimately chose to reject Ryan's proposals each time they were submitted. However, now, perhaps due to changing circumstances, the Ministry of Magic had shown some tacit approval of Charlie's Candy Factory's efforts to bridge the relationship between Muggle society and the wizarding world. Faced with this proposal, Charlie had different thoughts. The previously stagnant quill began to move again, slowly gliding down from Ryan's signature, crossing over the content written in a square font on the document, and finally stopping in the blank space at the bottom. Then, the pen moved swiftly and smoothly, writing the following sentence: approved. Please come to the factory to discuss the specific implementation plan during Christmas. As the sentence was written, a smile appeared on Charlie's lips. Perhaps it was due to his much improved mood. The weariness between his brows seemed to lessen. After finishing, he picked it up and placed it on the thick stack of documents he had already revised, and his gaze continued to the next sheet. Just as he prepared to tackle the next document, a sudden knock on the door interrupted Charlie's thoughts. He instinctively looked up at the clock hanging on the wall. Seeing that the hands of the clock did not indicate mealtime, he turned his head toward the door. "Come in," Charlie said as usual, sitting up straight and stretching his back. He was unsure how long he had been working continuously, judging by the stiffness in his neck, shoulders, and spine. It must have been at least 5 hours. At this pace, the thick stack of documents on his desk should be completed in just a few days. Thinking this, Charlie felt a surge of encouragement and regained his spirit. The door slowly opened, and without a doubt, it was Russell who appeared before Charlie. After all, during this special time, only Russell could be an exception to enter the office. "Good evening, the great Master Charlie." Russell greeted his master as usual, slightly bowing while holding a piece of paper. "It's already evening," Charlie said, pinching the bridge of his nose and unable to help but exclaim. Just as his gaze returned to the paper in Russell's hand, intending to ask why he was there, suddenly, a dark brown shadow shot down like an arrow from above, rushing through the gap of the open door. With a whoosh, it burst into the office. Coo, 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 cackling. Immediately, familiar cries mixed with some sort of anger rang out. Before Charlie could react, he saw Faywin landing steadily on the desk. Then, it extended its claws and kicked violently at a stack of documents that just happened to be placed where it often slept, as if fueled by deep-seated hatred. The papers scattered everywhere, flying through the air. The stack, originally over a meter high, was knocked down by 2/3, leaving only a few dozen sheets remaining on the desk. The cool breeze it brought in extinguished the burning candle, plunging the office back into darkness. All of this happened in an instant, and Charlie, whose mind was already nearly numb, could not respond as he usually would. He could only watch helplessly as Faywin, the culprit that had toppled most of the documents, squawked contentedly twice, flapped its wings, and settled down on the remnants of the documents, curling up into a ball and falling asleep without a care in the world. Faywin. At that moment, the first person to react was Russell, who had not yet entered the office. Seeing the sudden chaos, his heart tightened. He widened his eyes, almost jumping up from the ground. He hurriedly rushed into the office in 2 quick steps, raised his hand, and with a swift motion, summoned an invisible force that halted the scattering papers mid-air. The papers rustled in the wind, and as Russell gestured, they began to gather again, forming a long dragon that floated in the air. After confirming that none of the scattered documents had been damaged, Russell finally sighed in relief. With a thud, the magic that maintained the floating dragon vanished, and the documents piled back together in another corner of the desk. "You're getting more and more disobedient, you naughty owl." After sorting everything out, Russell glared at Faywin, who was sleeping on a few remaining papers. Charlie's gaze also turned toward Faywin. "Huh, don't blame it. It seems I've been busy with these documents for the past few days, neither letting it in nor taking time to accompany it, which must have made it angry." However, he didn't feel angry at all. He merely shook his head with amusement, speaking softly as he reached out to stroke Faywin's feathers, just like he usually did. Faywin's wings were icy, still covered with a few unmelting ice shards. indicating it had just returned from outside. Coo. Its closed eyes didn't tee open, but it instinctively twitched its feathers a couple of times in response to Charlie's touch, letting out a soft coo before continuing to sleep. What is the date today? Suddenly, Charlie raised his head and unexpectedly asked Russell, who had come before him. Russell was taken aback by the sudden question, then hurriedly replied, "Today is October 25th, Master. In 3 hours, it will be October 26th. October 25th, huh?" Repeating Russell's words, Charlie slowly stood up from his seat and turned to pull aside a corner of the heavy curtain. Outside, it was still a desolate, empty night. The moon was nowhere to be seen, and even the stars were few and far between, with only a couple shining faintly. "Halloween is just a few days away, right?" Charlie asked thoughtfully. "Yes." Russell nodded quickly, then held up a piece of paper, glanced at it, and continued, "Actually, I came for this matter. On Halloween, Professor Dumbledore hopes we can chapter 151. Punishment, even though there were still a few days until Halloween. The lively little wizards at Hogwarts had already begun to look forward to it eagerly. Pumpkin heads with lit candles started appearing in various corners of the castle. Meanwhile, the ghosts floating in the air no longer wore their usual numb expressions. They began to show a wider range of emotions. Even Professor Binns, in the past few days, had surprisingly infused his voice with previously unseen enthusiasm during lessons, becoming more animated while teaching. Although for the other little wizards there wasn't much change. As they still dozed off at their desks, Hermione was thoroughly enjoying it, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Harry bet that if she could find Professor Binns, she would be chasing after him with that notebook, asking questions nonstop. In the past few days, the person who seemed to be the most comfortable was probably Ron. His twin brothers, Fred and George, after some investigation, confirmed that their brother wasn't exaggerating, and their attitude did a complete 180. Consequently, every time class started, Draco would see his robe pocket bulging with all sorts of delicious candies, even including violet sweets, which he stuffed into his mouth as if they were free, causing the other three to blink in disbelief. In the defense against the dark arts class, the four of them, as usual, held the hefty dark magic, a self-defense guide, standing among the bustling crowd. However, unlike the other little wizards who were paired off, their red and green robes always stood out as an unusual sight among the first years. Quirrell still wore his large black cloak and thick turban. He habitually shrank his neck, looking timidly at the textbook while speaking in a stuttering voice that reeked of garlic, slowly explaining, "Vampires, are undoubtedly dangerous. If you don't handle it well, you might become one of them." Even though it was already the transition from autumn to winter, beads of sweat still trickled down Quirrell's forehead, forcing him to repeatedly lift his arm to wipe it away with his sleeve, further disrupting his already shaky lecture rhythm. "What are you preparing for Halloween? Licorice wands or chocolate frogs?" "Honeydew fizz. I bought a lot of honeydew fizz last time, and I haven't finished them, but actually, I plan to get some licorice wands later. I can give them to Dell. He seems to like them a lot. I ran into Dob before class, and he said the supply should increase significantly in the next few days." "Really?" A little girl in a Gryffindor robe's eyes lit up at her companion's words, almost shouting with excitement. In the crowd, the chatter and exchanges had not ceased since the class began. And this is also the norm in the defense against the dark arts class, because Quirrell, as the professor, rarely intervenes when students are talking or daydreaming. Most of the time, unless it's too excessive, he gives a significant degree of tacit approval. This has led to the students becoming increasingly reckless. Among the crowd, even Draco had lost the desire to continue listening to Quirrell, while only Hermione, affected by the surrounding environment, was biting her lip and staring wide-eyed, desperately trying to hold on. Ron was tiptoeing, peering out through the glass on the classroom wall not far away. He saw the upperclassmen riding broomsticks, hiding pumpkin heads filled with candy in various corners outside. They also hung up rags and old bandages that had presumably been prepared for a long time on the castle's towers and attics, creating a terrifying atmosphere. "Do you know?" Suddenly, Ron withdrew his gaze and said out of the blue, "Today Fred and George told me another secret." That's rare." Draco maintained his usual attitude toward Ron's so-called secret, letting out a cold laugh before rolling his eyes dramatically and turning his gaze elsewhere. Just as Ron was about to widen his eyes again, fortunately, Harry, as the peacemaker, quickly asked, "What is it?" Receiving the desired response, Ron smiled with satisfaction. He first glanced around, especially giving Draco a hard stare. After confirming that no one was paying attention to them, he leaned closer to Harry's ear and said seriously, "You might not believe it, but the candy vending machine in the headmaster's office is different from the others. It's a special version. Special version? Harry was initially taken aback, then turned his head in surprise to look at Ron beside him. Yes. Ron nodded solemnly, his eyes sparkling with a glimmer of wisdom as he continued. Fred said that when he was called to the headmaster's office last time, he seriously observed that candy vending machine. It has 2 extra compartments compared to the others. As soon as he said this, not only Harry, but even Draco, who had pretended to look away but was actually listening, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Really? In an apparent attempt to make his words more credible, he quickly added. At first, Fred thought he was mistaken, and then he went back and told George about it. As a result, George deliberately found an excuse to check it out too, and then confirmed that there really are 2 extra compartments. I think this news is probably the most credible part of what the VE said. Whether it's true or not, we'll know when we see it with our own eyes one day. Finally, Draco turned his head back, sighed, and said to Ron. However, just as Ron was pondering the credibility of this matter and was about to say something more to Draco, suddenly, at the front of the classroom, he heard Professor Quirrell call out his name. And not just him. Harry and Draco were also mentioned. The 3 of them were momentarily stunned, then instinctively raised their heads to look toward Quirrell at the front. They saw that at some point, he had put down the lesson plan he was holding and pulled out a thick stack of yellowed parchment. Weasley, Potter, Malfoy. Quirrell wiped the sweat from his forehead, reached out, fiddled with the yellowed parchment, and then accurately pulled out 3 sheets. This is the paper I signed a few days ago. When facing a vampire, what should we do? As he spoke, Quirrell finally slowly raised his head. And for some reason, looking into his eyes, Draco felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Instinctively, he compared Quirrell's gaze at that moment with the scene he had seen that night. Draco couldn't help but frown slightly. However, soon, after thinking of what his uncle had said in that letter not long ago, he suppressed the various anxieties in his heart and continued to listen to Quirrell's unfinished speech. Gentlemen, I found suspicious signs of plagiarism in your papers. Upon hearing this, Ron and Harry's faces instantly paled a bit, and they instinctively shrank their necks, carefully avoiding Quirrell's scrutinizing gaze. Their expressions almost directly displayed the words, "I copied this assignment," on their faces. Observing their reactions, Quirrell inwardly sneered. However, his expression remained unchanged, still warm and gentle as he continued. No, whether it's the title of the paper or the format of the subtitles, they're all quite similar. Not to mention, Quirrell imitated their hesitant but meticulous manner, causing even the carefree Ron to feel a bit of toothache. His face turned red, and he couldn't bring himself to say the rest. So he simply reached out and drew a circle around a large paragraph in the paper. It's exactly the same. I'm very sorry, Professor. Harry lowered his head, a bit ashamed, and waddled out from the crowd like a penguin, facing Quirrell directly, sincerely expressing his apology. Sigh. With a sigh, seeing that Harry had already stepped forward, Ron and Draco had no choice but to follow suit, coming to Harry's sides one after the other. Quirrell took a deep breath, his brow slightly furrowed, and the weakness on his face diminished, replaced by a hint of indignation. This is a very serious matter. He raised his arms slightly, tossing the 3 sheets of parchment into the air. A gust of wind seemed to arise out of nowhere, swirling them back into the hands of the 3. I'm very sorry, gentlemen, but I must bring you some punishment. He extended 2 fingers, facing everyone, and continued. I have 2 choices here. One is to deduct 50 points from Slytherin and 25 points from Gryffindor. As soon as he said this, an uproar broke out among the students, whether it was Gryffindor or Slytherin, even Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. They all looked as if they had seen a ghost and began to discuss noisily. After all, the severity of this punishment was unprecedented. Even Professor Snape, who loved deducting points the most, had never deducted such a large number of points in class at once. A silence. However, even facing the many students' objections, Quirrell showed no intention of retracting his earlier statement. He firmly called for quiet among the crowd and continued. The second option is that on Halloween, which is the dinner time on November 1st, you will go find Mr. Filch and accept the arrangement to clean the toilets. Halloween? Ron cried out in despair. Why can't it be another day? Why does it have to be Halloween? Professor, can I go a day early? Please, I beg you. However, it was evident that Quirrell remained tight-lipped in the face of Ron's pleas, stubbornly shaking his head. At the same time, Harry and Draco, who had not spoken, looked increasingly grim. Quirrell paused for a moment, looked around at everyone, and sighed. Suddenly, with a sincere tone, he slowly expressed, I know that most of you probably cannot understand why such a severe punishment was given to them. This is because the defense against the dark arts class is a very important subject. It is not limited to exams or theoretical knowledge from books. It is a skill that can save your lives in critical moments. I understand that perhaps you scoff at what I say and cannot comprehend it. However, as your professor, I must be responsible for you. Although this punishment is only directed at the three of them, I want all the little wizards present to remember that one day you will grow up and become the new vitality of the wizarding world. And the role of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class is to protect you from the invasion of evil forces. I hope that in the future, when facing me in this book, Defense Against the Dark Arts, a guide to self-defense, you will maintain a serious attitude, complete every class earnestly, and finish every assignment diligently. Quirrell's passionate words, filled with eloquence, even made the originally noisy little wizards lower their heads in shame, unable to meet his gaze. Hermione was so moved that tears glistened in her eyes. Witnessing this scene, Harry and his friends felt a bitter taste in their mouths. But they could only lower their heads like everyone else, pretending to be deeply enlightened and not daring to say anything else. With a deep breath, Quirrell exhaled a sigh and wiped the sweat from his forehead, then asked, "All right, now you can choose. Will it be point deduction, or will you clean the toilets?" Draco struggled to lower his head, hiding his twitching lips and furrowed brows. Although it sounded like Quirrell had given two options, he knew very well that the only choice the three of them could make was to clean the toilets. Why? Just look at the pairs of eyes behind them. Draco was certain that if the three of them chose to deduct points in such a situation, within half a day, titles like Coward, Shame of the House, and dead weight would be thrown at them by a group of furious little wizards. What followed could be cold violence, or even worse. We choose to clean the toilets. Taking a deep breath, the three of them exchanged glances and then gave their final answer. Chapter 152. Distinctly different candies I told you all to revise when copying, and now look, not even a chance to argue. 2 days later, on Halloween, they get to enjoy a feast while we have to clean the toilets. After class, Draco, holding his book, cast a resentful glance at Harry and Ron, his tone laced with disappointment. It was clear that although he rarely mentioned it, he had high expectations for celebrating his first important holiday at Hogwarts. However, he never expected it to end up like this, filled with irony and helplessness. Feeling Draco's gaze, Harry awkwardly lowered his head, scratching the back of his head where his hair was sticking up, saying nothing. But Ron, adhering to the fine virtue of stubbornness, blushed slightly and muttered, "How are we supposed to know Quirrell would pull such a stunt? In the past, even when our assignments were half-hearted, there were no issues, but this time." As Ron spoke, he seemed to gradually envision himself cleaning the toilets while others feasted at the dining table, and his mouth suddenly went dry. Professor Quirrell didn't seem to know why he suddenly started lecturing us about principles. By the end, he seemed unable to continue, lowering his head, with all his thoughts condensing into one sentence. What bad luck. In front of the three, Hermione rolled her eyes in disbelief and scolded them. Is it not because you two were too lazy? Professor Quirrell's assignments were actually not that much. Compared to Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration essay, they were like heaven and earth. You two managed to turn in the Transfiguration essay, but tried to cut corners in defense against the dark arts. I really don't understand what you're thinking. After finishing her lecture on Harry and Ron, feeling unsatisfied, Hermione's focus shifted to Draco. And you, Draco, you can't keep borrowing their assignments. Look at these two poor souls. Hermione gestured toward the two who were hunched over, heads down, after a whole semester of classes. And yet you've learned nothing. All you do is eat candy or play wizard chess. How can that be? When it comes time for exams, the price you will pay will be heavy. Draco raised an eyebrow, his eyes following Hermione's pointing finger, surveying the two for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed, Harry seemed much duller than at the beginning of the term, and Ron was even worse. His performance consistently stable as he slid into the abyss of foolishness with no chance of recovery. At this point, he couldn't help but sigh, for some reason, recalling his previous two lackeys, Goyle and Crabbe. Returning to the present, Draco nodded, took out a licorice stick from his pocket, broke off a piece, put it in his mouth, and said, "Indeed, you are right." Meanwhile, in the Hogwarts headmaster's office, Dumbledore was, as usual, comfortably leaning back in his office chair, attentively gazing ahead with a kind smile, occasionally nodding to show he was listening intently. At that moment, in the center of the office, Dobby was sitting on a high stool originally meant for Hagrid, straining to make his line of sight parallel with Dumbledore's. He was unconsciously swinging his dangling feet while seriously introducing the plan he had just come up with. "As you hoped, I can bring something special for the little wizards of Hogwarts on this special holiday." Dobby took a deep breath, speaking while reaching into his small bag to pull out a prepared box. With a thud, Dobby jumped down from the high stool, his agile legs quickly carrying him to the desk. He then stood on tiptoe, stretching his arms to present the box to Dumbledore. "What's inside?" Dumbledore leaned forward slightly in his chair, extending his hand to carefully take the box from Dobby, while curiously asking, "It's an idea from Mr. Black." Dobby stood up straight, proudly replying in a loud voice. He chose 5 types of candy, excluding the violet candy that wards off sniffles, which are favorites among the little wizards, processed them, and launched a limited edition for Halloween. Limited edition? It was evident that Dab's words instantly piqued Dumbledore's interest. His white, bushy eyebrows raised slightly, and his eyes sparkled with brilliant light. Indeed, as someone who had an extreme fondness for sweets, it was hard not to be curious and interested in what Charlie called the limited edition for the holiday, especially since this had never happened before. "Can I open this box and take a look?" However, even with such curiosity, Dumbledore did not hastily open it right away. Instead, he looked at Dab again and politely asked, "Of course." Dab eagerly nodded, then took 2 steps back, returning to the high stool beside the desk, and continued, "This is a sample specially prepared for you by Mr. Charlie. If you think it's good, we will fill the candy vending machine with new products in this style on Halloween. That would be wonderful. Please thank Charlie for fulfilling my somewhat unreasonable request at this time," Dumbledore said with great anticipation as he opened the box. The box, as usual, was made of the most common brown cardboard used by Charlie's Candy Factory, so it didn't take much effort to open. As it slowly opened, a dazzling array of candies appeared before Dumbledore's eyes. Licorice sticks, ice plum sweets, hazelnut chocolate, and melon fizz fruit snow puffs. As someone who was perhaps the most familiar with Charlie's products aside from the factory employees, Dumbledore could effortlessly name each candy just by glancing at their shapes and colors, even without the packaging. After a moment of hesitation, Dumbledore finally chose the classic hazelnut chocolate as his first candy to taste. He slowly picked up a piece of chocolate, which had been finely cut into small squares, and placed it in his mouth. His eyes gently closed as he began to control his tongue, quietly savoring the differences in this piece of hazelnut chocolate compared to the past. Upon entry, the roasted nutty aroma of hazelnuts was the first to emerge, quickly filling his mouth. A smile crept onto Dumbledore's lips. He said nothing. Instead, he eagerly anticipated the next flavor experience. Soon, he was not disappointed. As the chocolate began to melt in his mouth, the honey aroma that should have mixed with the roasted hazelnut flavor suddenly transformed into a unique and indescribable taste. The originally heavy sweetness was weakened to the extreme, replaced by a faint bitterness mixed with a slight sweetness, and even a hint of freshness could be tasted. Dumbledore let out a sound of confusion, his brow furrowing slightly as he began to ponder where this flavor was coming from. However, what he did not expect was that until this piece of chocolate completely melted away, leaving no trace behind, he still could not discern the peculiar taste it contained. His previously closed eyes opened again, looking at the candies in the box. After pondering for a moment, Dumbledore gave his evaluation. "Very interesting. It seems to be the complete opposite of the original hazelnut chocolate taste. However, I do not dislike it. This other flavor is quite distinctive. I know Charlie must have changed the honey he added, but I have no idea what it was replaced with." Hearing Dumbledore's words, Dab smiled happily, but said nothing, seemingly intending to keep it a secret until the end, when he would reveal what was added inside. Smacking his lips and savoring the lingering taste of the hazelnut chocolate, Dumbledore appeared to still be somewhat unsatisfied. Soon, he reached out for a second time, picking out the most distinctive-looking licorice stick from among the candies, and just like before, he slowly placed it in his mouth. Sweet. This time, Dumbledore sensed the sweetness that had disappeared in the hazelnut chocolate. Similarly, the licorice stick had changed its previous characteristics, as Charlie had added an extra amount of honey, overshadowing its original freshness and crispness. It could be said that if Dumbledore could still barely find a connection to his past candies and the hazelnut chocolate, then at this point, aside from their similar shapes, the two were really unrelated. Compared to the licorice stick, it seemed that honey sticks or toffee sticks suited it better, as this licorice stick was chewed and swallowed. Dumbledore's smile had become radiant. This time he said nothing and directly picked up a third candy to put in his mouth. At this point, he was already able to guess the unique qualities of these 5 candies as the Halloween Special Edition. Their current flavors offered a completely different experience compared to what they had originally provided. The previously roasted and sweet hazelnut chocolate was given a contrasting freshness and bitterness. Meanwhile, the originally fresh and crisp licorice stick was filled with a sweetness akin to honey toffee. Dumbledore's interest had been thoroughly piqued. It must be said that most people, including himself, actually quite like this feeling of the unknown, just like tasting jelly beans. even though one knew that they contained bizarre flavors such as booger or vomit. One still couldn't help but pick one up and hope to find a strawberry or pineapple flavor. Are jelly beans really delicious? To be honest, they are quite average. Even picking out the best-tasting ones, none could compare to the same flavors found in Charlie's products. Yet, they are one of the few candy products that manage to achieve decent sales under the shadow of the giant that is Charlie's brand. The key to their success lies in this unique sense of anticipation. Dab said nothing, just standing beside the high stool, smiling quietly as he waited. Until Dumbledore swallowed the last candy, the melon fizz, revealing a look of satisfaction. He finally began to explain the flavor that Dumbledore had not detected in the hazelnut chocolate at the very beginning. Mr. Blake said that he specially added osmanthus powder to the hazelnut chocolate to neutralize its original sweetness, while also mixing in some unique special flavor based on the original hazelnut aroma. Very interesting. Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with a childlike glow as he sincerely praised. I even think this shouldn't just be a Halloween special candy. Even normally, it would definitely be very popular. As he spoke, Dumbledore again eagerly picked up a broken piece of the licorice stick, putting it in his mouth to re-experience the excessively sweet honey toffee flavor. Dab paused for a moment, raised his head to look at Dumbledore, and tentatively asked, "Shall we make the Christmas candies like this next?" Dumbledore nodded with a smile. "Let's do it this way. I believe the little wizards will love these candies." Receiving an affirmative response, Dab let out a heavy sigh, as if he had just completed a daunting task. "Don't worry, Headmaster Dumbledore. I'll go talk to Mr. Black right away. By Halloween, I will definitely bring enough candy to give those little wizards a surprise that fits the atmosphere." After saying this, without waiting for Dumbledore to say anything further, Dab turned his head and excitedly scampered out of the principal's office, disappearing in a puff of smoke before Dumbledore's eyes. Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. Shaking his head, he slowly stood up from his seat, picked up a hazelnut chocolate again, and savored the taste he had just not experienced. Chapter 153. The toilet won't clean itself indeed. Dumbledore's decision was correct. On Halloween Day, these unusually strange candies, wrapped in colorful Halloween-themed packaging and placed in the vending machine, immediately caused a stir among all the little wizards. The crowd of little wizards began to take action. As soon as class was over, they surged out of the classrooms and surrounded the nearest candy vending machine, blocking it completely. Due to the limited holiday edition and the rush timeline, Charlie didn't make too many, treating it merely as a small surprise for his younger classmates, dedicating a production line for 2 days to create them. However, he truly never expected that these seemingly casual joke creations would stir quite a wave at Hogwarts. Even Filch, the caretaker, had to step in to maintain order, just like when the candy vending machine was first installed. "Get back. Don't push forward anymore. You two Weasleys. Don't think I didn't see you. Ouch. Damn it, who kicked my ass?" In the chaotic scene, angry shouts and the sound of shuffling feet filled the entire corridor. On this special holiday, the professors also began to be more amiable than usual, changing from the stern demeanor they had shown towards Draco and his friends in the previous days. Quirrell reverted to his previous timid and shy state, as if everything that happened before had never occurred, stumbling over his words in class, making it hard for the students to understand what he was teaching. The gentle admonitions he had just spoken seemed to have been completely forgotten, leaving a group of little wizards who had intended to change their usual laziness and pay attention in class exchanging glances. "All right, everyone quiet down." As the class neared its end, Professor McGonagall put down her lesson plan and wand, lifted her head, and addressed the students below. "Today is Halloween, so I do not intend to assign you so much homework, depriving you of the opportunity to enjoy yourselves. Therefore, your 12-inch parchment assignment is not due today." Upon hearing this, the previously distracted little wizards instantly perked up, their bright eyes looking at McGonagall in disbelief, the glimmer in their eyes shining like light bulbs, illuminating McGonagall's angelic kindness. However, just as everyone raised their arms, ready to erupt into a wave of enthusiastic cheers, McGonagall's voice came again, dampening their excitement significantly. "Don't be too quick to celebrate. Children, after Halloween, I will assign you an 18-inch paper on the principles of turning teacups into mice, so enjoy yourselves, but after that, you'll still have assignments to complete." As she finished her statement, the bell for the end of class rang, facing the many little wizards who had experienced a roller coaster of emotions. McGonagall calmly packed her lesson plan and walked out of the classroom, even with a hint of a smile on her lips. This was the last class of the day, and once it ended, it also meant that the students' time had finally arrived. "Charge! Quick! Run to the vending machine. The one on the second floor seems to have been restocked. Will, hurry, we don't have much time. As students in various colored cloaks rushed out of the classroom like they were charging into battle, the classroom, which had been full just a second ago, was left with only Harry and his 3 friends. Ron, with his head down, sulkily packed his things, occasionally glancing back at the others. Jealousy and envy evident in his eyes, until all those complex emotions morphed into a long, drawn-out sigh escaping his lips. So, are you 3 going to clean the toilets next? Hermione didn't rush to leave either. She didn't particularly like candy and wasn't as enthusiastic about the Halloween activities as the others. To her, this day wasn't much different from any other. It just meant a more lavish dinner in the evening. Aside from that, there didn't seem to be anything else. In fact, Hermione was even considering that once the 3 of them were punished, she would head to the library to finish that 18-inch paper as soon as possible. What else? Ron said, his voice tinged with annoyance, and he shot Hermione a big eye roll like he usually did. I bet Filch is probably waiting right outside the door. The moment we step out of here, he'll take us to clean the toilets. After saying this, he instinctively glanced towards the door. Sure enough, just as he expected, Filch was leaning against the wall outside the classroom, a forced smile on his face, eyes glaring hungrily at the 3 inside the classroom, as if watching his prey. Damn, I knew it. Ron cursed under his breath, quickly turning his gaze back and resuming his packing. Beside him, Draco and Harry were doing the same, glancing at the door before returning to fiddle with their quills and notebooks, taking their time with a few simple items, dragging out their punishment time. In stark contrast to their anxious emotions, Filch's mood outside the classroom was surprisingly good. His sinister gaze shifted between the 3 of them, finally settling on Draco. Just thinking that Charlie Black's nephew was about to fall into his hands filled Filch with an indescribable sense of joy. Even the annoying incident from earlier in the day, when a few little rascals had kicked him in the butt while he was managing order, had dissipated completely. Indeed, what goes around comes around. After being tormented by Charlie Black for 7 whole years, this grudge would ultimately be repaid through his nephew. Holding on to this thought, Filch had already made up his mind. When it was time to clean the toilets, he would definitely assign Draco Malfoy the dirtiest, hardest part to handle. Not only that, but he would also give him the oldest, most unusable cleaning tools. Let him, in place of his devilish uncle, experience the misery he once endured. No matter how much they procrastinated, they couldn't avoid it indefinitely. In the end, Harry and his 2 friends walked out of the classroom with their heads down, obediently facing Filch to accept their due punishment. Just as Filch was about to take them away, Harry suddenly turned his head and pleaded with Hermione, who was watching their suffering with an air of curiosity. Please, Hermione, if you can, save some cake for the 3 of us at dinner. Don't worry. After cleaning the toilets, I believe you won't have the appetite to eat anything else, Filch retorted, turning to them with a sneer before waving his hand and walking ahead. The 3, feeling helpless, could only follow reluctantly, glancing back 3 times as they stepped into the dark abyss under Hermione's sympathetic gaze. Here you go. And this is for you. This one is for you. Soon, the 3 were assigned their cleaning tools and sent by Filch to the school toilets on the first floor. As they looked at the dirty floor and the strong smell, holding their mops and brooms, they fell into a sort of dazed stupor the moment they entered. Especially Draco, as the noble heir of a pure-blood family, had always been accustomed to having everything handed to him. The only setback he had ever faced was learning that particular lesson from his uncle. At first, when he heard about the punishment from Quirrell, Draco didn't feel much of an impact, or rather, he couldn't form a direct understanding of what the punishment entailed. It wasn't until he stood there, holding a ragged mop and a broom with only a few bristles left, facing the filthy, stinking toilet, that he truly realized his predicament. Just the thought of having to clean it himself sent chills down his spine, and sweat began to bead on his forehead. Clearly, Filch was extremely satisfied with Draco's state, feeling as if he had just consumed a large tub of ice cream, and he felt refreshed. Well, aren't you going to get started? Do you think the toilets will clean themselves if you do nothing? With a full dose of sarcasm, Filch continued to mock them at the door. Draco slowly turned his head, his eyes filled with anger as he gripped the broom handle tightly, glaring at Filch. He opened his mouth, intending to invoke his father or uncle to intimidate Filch, but the words inexplicably got stuck in his throat, and he could no longer speak as freely as before. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, holding it for a long moment before slowly exhaling. When Draco opened his eyes again, the anger that had once been there had vanished, replaced by a calmness that was indistinguishable from his usual demeanor. "Don't worry, we'll finish what we need to do without your concern," he said, then turned away from Filch at the door and stepped inside, placing the mop aside and picking up the broom to begin cleaning. Filch was momentarily stunned, and the mockery on his face faded somewhat. He frowned, took a deep look at Draco's hunched back as he held the broom, said nothing more, and simply huffed before turning to leave. "Hurry up! What are you two waiting for?" Although Filch was unpleasant, he did have one thing right. The toilets wouldn't clean themselves. Draco's expression twitched slightly, but he suppressed his disgust and continued cleaning while turning his back to the other two, commanding them. Oh, coming. Harry finally snapped back to reality, nodded, and quickly grabbed his tools to join Draco in cleaning the toilets. Ugh, it seems I really won't be able to eat when I get back, Ron muttered quietly, shaking his head as he resignedly joined the two. In the empty restroom, as Draco, Harry, and Ron silently helped each other with their cleaning punishment, no one would have thought that an evil plan targeting the three of them, or rather, just Draco and Harry, with Ron accidentally included, was quietly beginning. Forbidden Forest, a faint mist rose once more, like a veil, shrouding the silent, inherently dangerous dark forest. The tall and rugged tree trunks stood out, particularly menacing in the night. There was no sound, no moonlight, and no dreamy starlit sky. Only pairs of cautious eyes peered out, wrapped in the darkness, silently enduring the solitude of the night. Roar! Suddenly, an angry roar broke the silence, startling countless birds into flight, their wings flapping noisily as they fled from their perches. Following the roar, the ground trembled with heavy footsteps from deep within the Forbidden Forest, drawing closer to Hogwarts. In the darkness, the once hidden figures grew restless, the rustling and soft whimpers becoming increasingly audible. In the next moment, a filthy, massive, grayish giant burst through the mist, appearing before the watching eyes. Its face was fierce, with bulging temples and visible veins, a strange fury causing it to lose whatever little reason and wisdom it had left. As it ran, it wildly swung a giant wooden club, the force so great that each strike against a tree trunk created a deep dent, sending shivers down spines. No one knew what had provoked this giant to such rage, but in the presence of such a creature, even a group of people couldn't help but avoid its wrath. The creatures that had once been enveloped in darkness retreated deeper, quietly watching as the giant headed toward the edge of the Forbidden Forest, towards the entrance of Hogwarts. Chapter 154. The Roaring Giant and Draco's Trio. No one knew how much time had passed. In the Great Hall, the young wizards from the four houses had gathered at their respective long tables, beginning to enjoy the lavish feast prepared just for them. The skin of the roasted chicken was brushed with a honey glaze, shining and glossy. The juices had oozed out, making the crispy skin even more appealing. At the same time, the tender chicken, marinated with savory herbs, red wine, lemon juice, and rosemary, filled the air with its delicious aroma, permeating the entire hall. The meat was seared to lock in its juices, and just a slight press with a knife would cause them to flow freely. In addition, there were golden brown fries, a cream cake adorned with fiery red cherries, thick cheese-covered mashed potatoes, as well as fresh sweet juices and cheese, and so much more. However, facing the array of delicious food before her, Hermione found herself lacking any appetite at that moment. She instinctively turned her head to glance at the empty seat beside her, where Ron usually sat. For some reason, the annoying voice that used to chatter incessantly in her ear during meals had vanished, and its absence made her feel somewhat out of place. Then, Hermione lifted her head again, her gaze crossing over the tables of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, directing her attention to the farthest Slytherin table. Sure enough, the spot where Harry and Draco usually sat was still empty. Among the neatly arranged little wizards, the two adjacent empty seats stood out remarkably, and she found them easily without much effort. Just as Hermione felt a bit lost seeing her familiar companions absent, suddenly, a roommate from her dormitory called out to her. "Hermione, are you okay?" Noticing Hermione's unusual demeanor, Parvati Patil set down the cake she was holding, cast a concerned look in her direction, and gently asked, "Ah." Hermione was startled by the sudden voice and hurriedly pulled her thoughts back to the present, turning to look at Parvati beside her. "I just don't have much of an appetite." She forced a smile and didn't elaborate, simply offering a brief response. Okay, if you need anything, just call me." Parvati raised an eyebrow, returned a smile, and then redirected her attention to the food in front of her, no longer paying attention to Hermione, who began to enjoy her meal. Having lost her appetite, Hermione didn't linger at the table for long. After casually eating a few bites of mashed potatoes and salad to fill her stomach, she quietly stood up, took a few pieces of cake prepared for the three of them, and silently walked out of the hall. The little wizards, who were engaged in lively conversations, naturally didn't notice when one of them had left. Everyone continued to eat, play, and chatter, enjoying the dwindling time left of Halloween. However, from his seat at the head of the hall, Dumbledore observed the little girl's departure clearly. He said nothing, merely smiled slightly, and continued to lower his eyelids, focusing intently on the roast he was handling. I guess it's quite lively in the hall now. With a clatter, Ron, exhausted, tossed the tool in his hand aside, panting, and wiped his sweaty face with his rolled-up sleeve. At that moment, their original robes had been shed, and in the midst of sweating profusely, they had simply hung them up in a relatively clean spot, no longer paying attention to anything else. Seeing that they had almost finished cleaning, Draco put down his tools and took a deep breath, listening to Ron's lamentations. He looked down at the stains on his once-clean pants and at his reddened palms, momentarily unsure of what to say next. Among the three, only Harry seemed unchanged. Despite having worked for so long, he remained breathing steadily, not even breaking a sweat. "You've all worked hard, take a break. I'll handle the rest." Seeing that Draco and Ron had collapsed and stopped working, he simply smiled and continued to skillfully handle the remaining tasks with the mop. "Oh my God, Harry, aren't you tired? Just take a break. It won't hurt to rest for a bit." Ron leaned against the now spotless wall, his eyelids fluttering, exclaiming. Even Draco cast a questioning glance, unable to help but not in agreement with Ron's words. "Well, I got used to it at home, so the current workload is actually not too much for me. I'm not particularly tired." After hearing Ron's insistence, Harry finally stopped, propping his arm on the top of the broom handle, and rubbed his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed as he spoke. "You did all this at home?" Draco's eyes showed an incredulous expression as a child of the Malfoy family. He really couldn't imagine what kind of family would make a child accustomed to such a heavy workload. Then he instinctively glanced at Ron beside him, and after seeing Ron's equally complicated expression, Draco was certain that this was definitely not a normal phenomenon. "Well, when I was at Aunt and Uncle's house, I would clean the house every morning while getting up early, and sometimes I would also prepare lunch or dinner for them." "You never told us your aunt and uncle treated you like this." Ron suddenly perked up, jumping to his feet, his eyes wide, and even clenched his fists, seemingly expressing his anger on behalf of Harry. However, Harry shook his head and was about to explain something to the two when he was suddenly interrupted by a loud rumble from the ground. Boom! The tremor and sound seemed to come from a nearby place, echoing through the corridor, creating a hollow sound, but it didn't stop. It continued in a rhythmic manner, one after another. Boom, boom, what is that sound? Draco first glanced at the water in the sink that rippled slightly with the tremor, then turned his gaze toward the outside of the restroom, in the direction of the corridor. There, the corridor was still dark, illuminated only by a few dimly lit candles casting weak glows. However, these lights were insufficient to pierce through the darkness of the corridor, nor could they reveal what was making that sound. The sound seemed to be getting closer. Was it footsteps? Harry also seemed to notice something, his eyes fixed on the darkness at the other end of the corridor, swallowing hard. "Don't scare me. What can make such a sound?" "Hagrid." Ron glanced around, noticing that the expressions of Draco and Harry had turned increasingly tense and serious, causing his heart to race a little faster. Boom, boom. Indeed, the footsteps were becoming clearer. The vibrations by this point had become particularly pronounced, carrying a great sense of pressure as they slowly approached the three. "Grab your wands," Draco exclaimed, the weariness in his gaze vanishing in an instant as he pulled out his wand from his pocket. Listening to his words, the two, momentarily startled, quickly retrieved their wands from the coats they had just taken off, gripping them tightly in their hands. A few steps later, a blurry figure finally appeared in the dark corridor. Its head nearly touched the ceiling, its body was robust, and its long, thick arms wielded a vaguely shaped stick. It was a troll. The moment it revealed itself, Ron recognized its identity first. His eyes widened, his legs trembled violently, and he couldn't help but let out a shrill scream. "Damn it! Shut up, Ron!" Draco felt as if an invisible hand had tightly grasped his heart, causing it to constrict sharply. He quickly covered Ron's mouth with one hand while muttering curses under his breath. He had seen a troll before, back when his uncle visited the Malfoy Manor. Uncle Black had demonstrated his superb transfiguration skills by transforming a peacock raised in the manor into a troll right in front of him. At that moment, the image of that hideous, grotesque monster, accompanied by a foul stench, had been deeply etched into his mind. However, he never expected that the second time he would encounter a real troll would be at school. It was even stronger than the one his uncle had transformed. This was the only thought in Draco's mind at that moment. Yet, even though Draco covered Ron's mouth immediately, there was no doubt that the commotion had still attracted the troll's attention. The massive troll paused in the corridor, then, as if confirming a target, let out a loud, furious roar. Roar! It then began to move, just like in the Forbidden Forest, swinging its huge wooden club as it ran straight towards the restroom where the three of them were hiding. Roar! The troll's roar echoed like thunder throughout the Hogwarts castle. In an instant, even the portraits around them displayed expressions of fear, quickly moving along their frames to safer places to avoid being affected by the terrifying wooden club in its hand. Outside the Great Hall, Hermione, who had just escaped the noisy crowd, seemed to faintly hear something. She held 3 pieces of cake in her hand, glancing curiously to the side. But after seeing the surrounding silence, she couldn't help but start to doubt if she had misheard. Serpensortia! Faced with the sudden crisis, Draco's reaction was ultimately faster than that of an ordinary wizard of the same age. His wand trembled rapidly in his hand, and with the exploding smoke, it transformed into 2 pitch-black pythons that rose up fearlessly, opening their mouths to hiss and charge towards the approaching troll. It had to be said that in just half a year, Draco had become increasingly skilled with the spell Professor Charlie had taught him. He not only ensured a high success rate, but could even increase the size of the 2 black snakes summoned by transfiguration by more than double. However, when faced with the tough-skinned, tusked troll, Draco's progress became utterly useless. Naturally, the troll would not yield or compromise in the face of the 2 pythons' onslaught. A heavy breath escaped its nostrils, and it weighed the wooden club in its hand as if searching for the right feel. The next moment, with a loud bang, the club was raised high above its shoulder, then suddenly swung down with force, slicing through the air as it swept towards the obstacles in front of it. Thud! Like the sound of a wooden stick smashing through flesh. In the blink of an eye, the 2 pythons were reduced to mere remnants of their tails. Their heads and most of their bodies instantly turned to mush, vanishing without a trace. At the same time, it served as a grim warning to the 3 who had yet to face it directly. If hit by that club, they would likely fare no better. The dead pythons quickly reformed in the smoke, retreating back into Draco's wand to become the tip of the wand once more. Go! Run! Swallowing his saliva without hesitation, Draco grabbed one person and turned to dash into the restroom, hoping that in the narrow, enclosed space, they could effectively impede the movement of that massive body. After all, if they really had to run in the wide corridor, given the troll's speed as it approached them, the 3 of them would undoubtedly be outmatched. Rather than easily walk to their deaths, it would be better to find a way to break the deadlock in what seemed to be the most dangerous environment. Taking a deep breath, he managed to calm his mind and soothe his racing heart, turning to look at Harry and Ron, who were already in a daze. They seemed to be stunned by the troll's powerful strike that had taken out the 2 pythons. Wake up! Time was of the essence, and without much thought, he vigorously shook the 2 of them, gripping their collars tightly while issuing orders word for word. If you want to survive, you 2 better be alert. Chapter 156. All right, you're safe. With a loud bang, the hard wooden club, made of an unknown material, smashed through the centuries-old stone wall at the entrance of the restroom, creating an opening just large enough for the troll's massive body to pass through. I remember the book clearly stated that trolls are slow to react and not very intelligent creatures. Crouched in the corner, Ron's voice trembled with a hint of tears as he watched the shocking scene before him. One hand gripped his wand, while the other instinctively clutched Draco's clothing tightly, as if that could provide him with a sense of security. Calm down. A troll is just a troll after all. This time, Draco did not push Ron aside with his usual disdain, but took a deep breath, patiently calming him down. He understood that in the face of such a monster, no young wizard would not feel fear. Let alone these 11-year-old children. Even an adult wizard who had graduated from Hogwarts would not show much more courage than Ron. At least, he hadn't wet his pants yet. As the troll's rough hand grasped the shattered wall, trying to crouch down and poke its head in, Draco no longer hesitated. He turned to look at Harry. Harry, just as I said at the beginning, are you okay? Hearing Draco's words, Harry instinctively clenched his fist, his palms already damp with sweat, making his wand feel particularly slippery. However, he did not hesitate. His gaze towards the troll gradually became resolute. No problem. Without excessive guarantees. Just 3 short words, but Draco could already hear his attitude and courage. Ron, based on Draco's understanding of Harry, knew that once he agreed, he rarely let anyone down. He then looked back at Ron, feeling a hint of doubt rising in his heart. Ron didn't speak, he just pouted, sniffed, and looked like he was about to cry, without tears. After mentally preparing himself, Ron let go of Draco's shirt that he had been holding and firmly gripped his wand with both hands. Slowly lifting his head, He glanced at the giant troll that had squeezed halfway in and was now twisting its neck, glaring fiercely at the three with a menacing growl. However, this time, the fear on his face had disappeared. He pressed his lips together, and his gaze was resolute, transformed into a sense of awareness he had never felt before. He then slowly continued, "Draco, if I die at the hands of this guy, please tell your uncle, Mr. Charlie Black, that I hope my coffin, apart from me, can be filled with candies, except for licorice sticks. I really can't enjoy their taste." Hearing Ron's words, Draco was momentarily stunned and didn't react. When he finally understood what Ron meant, Ron had already stood up and was boldly walking towards the troll. The roaring troll seemed to be taken aback as it watched Ron approach, gradually stopping its noise. Its expression showed confusion, as if it didn't understand what Ron was going to do. Ron then stood a meter away from the troll, squatted down, and picked up the mop he had just thrown on the ground. Taking a deep breath, he slowly raised the mop and spoke again. "Although I don't know what you're going to do, but Draco, you better not be lying to me, because if possible, I would rather finish those candies while I'm still alive." As soon as the words left his mouth, the next moment, under the gaze of the two and the troll, Ron probably used all his strength to thrust the mop forcefully into the troll's still open mouth, cruelly performing a deep thrust. Harry's eyes widened in horror, and Draco gasped. The troll, which had been confused, returned to its initial rage and ferocity after being forcefully subjected to a sort of nucleic acid test, perhaps even angrier than before. Roar! The huge roar nearly deafened Ron's ears, and the action he had just completed had completely drained him of all his courage. Seeing the troll, truly enraged, the determination on his face couldn't hold anymore. He shouted and let go of the tightly gripped mop handle, sprinting towards the direction where Harry and Draco were. "Didn't I tell you to attract its attention?" Draco shouted incredulously at Ron, who was running back. "Yeah, didn't I attract its attention?" Ron looked back and saw the troll glaring at him with eyes that seemed to want to swallow him alive, his face pale with fear. "You're provoking it." Fortunately, although there were some setbacks during the process, the final results still managed to achieve their intended goal. The completely enraged troll finally forced its way into the entrance, raising the club in its hand, charging madly at Ron without saying a word, as if it wanted to repay him in kind, which startled Ron. His legs began to run uncontrollably, using the advantage of a narrow environment. While crying out, he dodged behind partitions, sinks, and other obstacles, running in circles around the troll to buy time for Harry and Draco's next move. Naturally, Draco dared not delay any further. He raised his wand high, recalling the knowledge Professor McGonagall had taught in class, as well as Charlie's initial guidance in the manner. Magic does not rely on the wand or the incantation. It is a product of your spirit, under the control of your will. What you need is your brain. Charlie's words echoed in Draco's ears. He took a deep breath, and as his spirit concentrated, magical power began to be drawn towards his wand by an invisible force. The next moment, the tip of the wand burst forth with red light. At the same time, Harry also raised his wand, took a deep breath, and, imitating Draco, pointed at the troll. Serpensortia. Snake out of the hat. Transfiguration. Transfiguration spell. It was still the snake out of the hat, but this time, his target was not the tip of his own wand, but the club in the troll's hand. Magical energy erupted. The two beams of light collided and mixed in midair, finally transforming into a more substantial force, flying towards their designated target. The next moment, just as the troll raised its club again in anger to smash down on Ron, who was crying and crawling quickly on the ground, the club suddenly twisted. Just as it was about to fall, in the moment Ron thought he was doomed, there was a bang. The club disappeared, transforming into a huge black python that coiled around the troll's thick arm. Hiss! The newly appeared black python did not hesitate. The moment it was summoned, it obeyed Draco's command and quickly twisted its body, climbing up the troll's arm to its upper body, then tightly constricting its neck and head. After completing this action, Draco was completely drained of energy and nearly collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, with Harry's support, he managed to regain his balance. What happened? Seeing the troll's vision obstructed, as it struggled to pull at the python wrapped around its head and had no time to pay attention to him, Ron quickly dashed back to Draco's side and reached out to support him. "We can't hold on for long, while it can't see us. Let's hurry and slip out from the entrance." Ignoring his body's fatigue, he waved his hand and, with somewhat unsteady steps, led the two of them to quickly run out of the bathroom, racing towards the Great Hall. "Hurry, someone help. There's a troll here. Help!" As they ran, Harry and Ron shouted loudly, trying to attract the attention of a professor. Unfortunately, even though the two young wizards' magic was strong, They could not maintain a complex transfiguration spell for too long, so it quickly, in less than a minute, twisted back into a club with a clang and fell to the ground in a cloud of smoke. Shaking his somewhat dizzy head, the troll picked up the club and began rapidly searching for the three's whereabouts again. Seeing that the three had already escaped, it became furious and stomped heavily on the floor. However, it squeezed back out of the entrance it had just managed to get into, rushing in the direction where the three had fled. Roar! Hearing another roar from behind, Draco, who was barely managing to run, felt a sinking feeling. He knew that the earlier transformation spell had lost its effect and that the distance to the Great Hall was still far from close. I'm afraid it won't be long before the three of us are caught by him again. At that time, without the barrier of the restroom, all that awaits them is a dead end. Hide! He immediately changed the original plan and said to Harry and Ron, "Find an empty room to hide in." Hearing Draco's words, Harry and Ron simultaneously stopped in their tracks, looked around, and finally chose a door with a slight crack open, and they all rushed inside. Bang! The door was shut tightly, and the three of them seemed to have lost all their strength, collapsing onto the ground. "Will he find us?" Harry turned his head to look at Ron and Draco, nervously asking, "Isn't that a troll?" Ron's voice sounded like he was about to cry, and the muscles in his cheeks trembled slightly. Draco's head drooped down. He put his wand back into his pocket and wearily said, "Let fate decide." After saying this, he seemed to remember something and angrily hit the ground with his hand. "I can't believe there's a troll in Hogwarts. I must tell my dad about this." "A troll? What little cake?" Just as the three were feeling complex emotions, suddenly, a voice abruptly interrupted their conversation. Immediately after, a soft click sounded and a bedside lamp turned on, illuminating the originally dark room. They saw a comfortable big bed, on which a little elf wearing a nightcap and pajamas, with bleary eyes, was struggling to prop up half of its body with its arms, staring in confusion at the three intruders. The atmosphere fell into silence for a moment, and the four of them stared at each other for a while, and after a long time, they finally reacted. "Is this place occupied by someone?" Harry swallowed hard, looking around the room's layout, and cautiously asked while looking at the desk, bed, clothes rack, and stack boxes, "Is it just me?" Dobby stretched out his hand, rubbed his eyes, jumped down from the bed, put on his slippers, and walked over to the three of them, continuing to ask, "So who are you? And why did you barge into my room?" "Sorry, we are hiding from a troll." Harry looked at the unique little elf in front of him and had to politely apologize. "Did you just say troll?" "Yes." The three of them exchanged glances and, after hesitating for a moment, replied in unison, "How could there be a troll in Hogwarts?" Dobby frowned slightly, the two big ears behind the nightcap flapping, and continued to question, "How would we know? If we knew, we wouldn't be chased so badly." Ron shot a glare at the little elf in front of him and said rudely, "True." However, Dobby was not angry. He just nodded thoughtfully and then lazily waved his hand at the three. "Forget it. You all stay here. I'm going out." "Are you crazy? There's a troll." "A troll? Don't you understand what I just said? Do you know how he got out?" "I tell you." Dobby's words undoubtedly ignited the tense nerves of the three, and in an instant, they all jumped up, gesturing wildly as they described everything they had encountered. "Enough. Take a break." Dobby half squinted his eyes, watching the three of them like they were monkeys for a while, then casually pushed them aside, opened the door, and walked straight out of the room. Then bang, he closed the door behind him. Roar! The next moment, as if having found his target, the troll's roar once again reached the ears of the three, making them instinctively shiver. "That little house elf is done for. Oh my God, he must be trying to feed the troll to save our lives. We should go out and save him. We can't let him die at the hands of the troll. The problem is, can we go out? I don't believe you and Draco can turn its club into a snake again." Just as the three began to argue among themselves, a loud crash from outside the door made Harry feel the wall shake instantly. What was that? Did that little guy get smashed into a pulp? Damn it. What should we do? Should we go out? The troll will definitely find us. Ron, Harry, and Draco couldn't help but huddle together, bracing for the impending fate. However, just when their hearts were about to drop to the bottom, suddenly, the door to the room opened again. The little elf who had just walked out reappeared in front of them, still wearing the nightcap, and his pajamas were not even wrinkled. "All right." Dobby shook his hands and stretched. "You are safe now." Chapter 157, The Night in the Hospital Wing. After saying this, he yawned and leisurely walked back into the room, no longer looking at the three of them, and lay back down to continue his interrupted sweet dream. "When you leave later, remember to close the door. Thank you." Harry, Draco, and Ron looked at each other, unsure of what to say. After a long time, Draco finally mustered the courage, stepped forward, and slowly walked out of the room, heading in the direction where the three had just run. It didn't matter if he looked as he raised his eyes. Draco's pupils suddenly constricted, and his facial expression began to change, ultimately settling into shock. What's wrong with Draco? Inside the room, seeing Draco's change in expression, Ron and Harry, whose heartbeats had just calmed down, felt their hearts race again. Harry and Ron instinctively clenched their hands, feeling the cold sweat in their palms, and couldn't help but ask that troll of his. It seemed to be scared by something rare, and for a moment, Draco couldn't even speak normally as he usually would. He could only turn his head to look at the two, trying to suppress the turbulent horror in his heart, and intermittently struggled to explain the scene he had witnessed. TSK, oh well, just let it die. In the end, it was the impatient Ron who interrupted Draco's words. Grabbing Harry's hand, mustering the courage, and stepping out of the room, looking in the direction Draco had just seen. The next second, a hissing sound rang out, and Harry and Ron widened their eyes, inhaling a breath of cold air. What is this? At that moment, Ron seemed to understand why Draco had that kind of reaction, because now, even he didn't know what to say, unable to summarize the scene before him. The once lively and ferocious giant creature, which had been rampaging just a few minutes ago, was now completely still, its fate uncertain. A massive pit, half a meter deep, had formed in the thick wall, and the giant was now deeply embedded within it. Its head hung low, and its limbs drooped weakly. Even the hard and terrifying wooden club had fallen to the side, lying alone on the ground, no longer exuding the fierce aura it had when it had chased the three people just moments before. Harry's heart raced, a complex feeling coursing from his tailbone to his brain, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Stammering, he repeatedly turned his head to look at Ron and then at Draco, seemingly seeking a reasonable explanation from his companions. However, this time, Draco did not offer him a patient response. After a while, suppressing his shock, Draco forced himself to regain his composure and took 2 steps forward, inching closer to the giant's side. Now that the distance had been closed, he could clearly see the giant's full form, and the thunderous sound that had nearly brought down the wall now made sense. There was a noticeable indentation in the giant's chest, its ribcage shattered and pinned against the wall. Besides that, there were no visible wounds on the giant's body. Draco closed his eyes, trembling as he recalled everything that had happened when the little elf had stepped outside and encountered the giant. He walked forward, calmly watching the giant charge towards him, and just as they were about to collide, the giant swung its club with all its might. The little elf raised its hand. Though he didn't know exactly what method was used, in his imagination, that single strike had effortlessly toppled the giant. There were no other unnecessary actions. Thinking of this, Draco opened his eyes again and slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. He ran back to the room they had just been in, filled with confusion. Gripping the wooden door frame tightly, he stared blankly at the figure lying quietly on the large bed and hoarsely asked, "Who are you?" "Dab, from Charlie's Candy Factory. Currently assigned to manage the candy vending machine at Hogwarts." Draco and the others didn't have to wait long. Soon, Hermione rushed in with several professors, running straight to them. "Guys!" Hermione's voice already carried a hint of tears. Without caring for anything else, she hugged all 3 of them tightly, and after a moment, finally lifted her head to examine the various injuries on them closely. Fortunately, although the 3 looked quite battered, they had not sustained any serious injuries, mostly just scrapes, with Draco being the most exhausted of the bunch. "I was just about to bring you the cake and head back to the dormitory," Hermione said, her eyes still glistening with tears, clearly worried for their safety. "Then I heard the shouting and your cries for help. Without thinking, I rushed back to the Great Hall and called the headmaster and the others." As she spoke, her gaze fell on the terrifying giant behind the 3, and her tears began to flow uncontrollably, like pearls spilling from a broken string. "I'm so sorry, guys. If I had been with you, then, seeing this..." The 3 who had just escaped danger had to quickly put on a facade of ease, awkwardly comforting the sobbing Hermione. "It's okay, we're all fine. Really, nothing happened." Yeah, really, it was just a giant. Look at me. I'm in such good condition that I could face another one. Everything's fine now." As the 4 embraced each other, the professors who had come along with Hermione stopped a short distance away. "A giant?" Dumbledore's face no longer showed any trace of the usual kindness and gentleness. When he stopped smiling, his thick brows and beard drooped, presenting an intimidating demeanor. Furrowing his brow slightly, without saying anything else, Dumbledore took a few steps and walked directly past the 4 young wizards to stand before the giant pinned against the wall, gazing at the giant's injuries. Even Dumbledore fell into contemplation for a moment, but soon it seemed he realized something. He lowered his head and began searching among the shattered bricks and stones. Sure enough, after a short while, Dumbledore's eyes brightened as if he had found what he was looking for. He bent down and picked up a palm-sized orb, then discreetly tucked it into the pocket of his robe. All right, Hermione, you step aside for a moment. Seeing that the three were okay, Professor McGonagall couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She put her wand back in her pocket and stepped forward to interrupt the four's conversation. Gentlemen, Professor McGonagall's expression was particularly serious as she scanned Draco, Harry, and Ron before asking, "Why are you three here?" Draco looked up, meeting McGonagall's gaze, and clearly saw the concern and fear behind her sternness. He quickly opened his mouth to explain, but suddenly, a voice interrupted him. "It's me. I punished them for cleaning the toilets." Quirrell hurriedly rushed over, his robe billowing in the wind as he approached McGonagall. He knelt beside Draco, clutching his head tightly and pulling him into an embrace. At this moment, tears streamed down Quirrell's face uncontrollably, even more so than Hermione. As he cried, he stuttered like a child who had done something wrong. I didn't expect this would happen. I'm sorry, I really. However, in that moment, faced with Quirrell's embrace, Draco felt no warmth at all. Instead, a chill enveloped him from head to toe, causing cold sweat to pour down his forehead. It must be him. Draco's chest heaved as he gasped, this thought suddenly flashing through his mind, and he became convinced of it. It must be him who brought the giant. He wants to kill me. He wants to kill Harry. He wants to kill Ron. Thinking of this, goosebumps instantly covered his body. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back, freeing himself from Quirrell's forceful hug and returning to Hermione and the others, as if that would bring him some comfort. Professor McGonagall, however, didn't think much of it. She assumed he was just frightened and shook her head, saying, "It's not your fault, Quirrell. No one could have imagined that a troll would take advantage of this time to run into Hogwarts. But we will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. It must be accounted for." After saying this, Professor McGonagall looked back at the 3 of them, but this time her gaze had softened considerably. "All right, as for the 3 of you, just go to the hospital wing for the night and observe." The scene was quickly brought under control, and several professors worked together to pull the troll out of the wall and gradually restore the damaged areas. Finally, after recounting the details of what had happened, Professor Dumbledore allowed them to leave for the hospital wing to tend to their wounds, promising to award 50 points each to Slytherin and Gryffindor. Thus, the matter finally came to a close. That night, after treating their wounds and drinking a calming potion, Draco, Harry, and Ron lay side by side on the beds in the hospital wing, looking out the window at the scenery that was so different from their dormitory. The 3 seemed momentarily unable to shake off the recent excitement, staring wide-eyed, each lost in their own thoughts. After a long silence, under the soft moonlight streaming in, Draco was the first to sit up and speak candidly. "It's Quirrell." Hearing this, Harry couldn't help but put on his glasses, propping himself up on his elbow to look in Draco's direction. "You mean he was trying to?" Clearly, Harry, though not particularly studious, was no fool. In an instant, he recalled the events of that night with Draco, opening his mouth and hesitantly asking, "Quirrell is the shadow we encountered?" He wanted to silence us. Yes. With trustworthy people around him, Draco did not hide anything, his gaze serious as he nodded. Ron suddenly felt a chill, instinctively pulling the blanket up to cover half his face, muttering, "Then what should we do? If he fails this time, will there be a next time? We might not be this lucky again. It's not always that we can enter the right room." Draco slightly closed his eyes, pondering for a moment before saying, "I will write to my dad and my uncle tomorrow. My uncle clearly told me that Quirrell wouldn't take any action against me. I guess something must have gone wrong." After hearing this, Harry nodded earnestly. As the first Black besides Draco, he absolutely couldn't believe that Mr. Charlie Black would find a way to harm them. "All right, let's sleep. I'm tired." After saying everything to his 2 companions with a thud, Draco lay back down and closed his eyes. "Good night. Then I'll sleep too. Good night, brothers." After mutually wishing each other good night, the room fell silent once more, returning to tranquility. The bright moonlight filtered through the tree shadows outside, casting a slightly mottled moonlit glow over the 3 beds. Despite saying this, Draco did not close his eyes. He and Harry and Ron quietly stared at the ceiling in the night, listening to each other's breathing. They all knew that at this moment, they were all in the same boat, yet no one spoke again. Thus, the sound of branches tapping against the window became the only embellishment in the stillness of the night. Chapter 158, Quirrell's Quarrel. The mirrored moon hung high, its cold light floating in the air. After a long night, Just as the three children in the hospital wing finally recovered from the recent excitement and were lulled into a drowsy sleep, two dark figures were confronting each other in an empty corridor of Hogwarts. Quirinus Quirrell. Severus Snape's low and hoarse voice was now filled with a rare burning anger. His eyes, sunken and sharp like an eagle's, fixed intently on the frail, timid man before him, like a predator cornering its prey. Finally, with a thud, Quirrell's back hit the wall, leaving him with no retreat, and he could only awkwardly raise the fearful and sorrowful eyes hidden beneath his strange scarf. Pleading in a low voice, "Please, Professor Snape, I really didn't mean it. I regret it immensely. I swear I never intended to harm Draco and Harry." Quirrell's acting was remarkably good, even if he were to be taken out of this situation and placed in the British Muggle entertainment industry. He would still qualify to overshadow many second-rate actors. If another person were standing in front of him, seeing his performance, they might even begin to doubt their previous convictions. However, it was unfortunate that for Severus Snape, who had already witnessed the darkest sides of the world, Quirrell's little act was merely child's play. Listening, Snape suddenly raised his hand, twisting Quirrell's collar and forcefully pushing him against the wall, then yanking him back to face him. "Perhaps Dumbledore would believe your words, and maybe McGonagall would as well, but I certainly won T. Do you know why?" Quirrell looked into Snape's shadowy, dim eyes, feeling a sudden panic, and instinctively replied, I don't understand what you're saying." Before he could finish, an enraged Snape interrupted him, shouting, "Because I smell something that shouldn't be there." At these words, Quirrell felt a clear disturbance at the back of his head. He knew his master was reacting. A cold sweat slowly trickled down Quirrell's scarf, running across his forehead and finally falling to the ground from the tip of his nose. With a soft thud, the barely audible sound of the droplet hitting the ground shattered into a splash, disappearing without a trace. The surroundings returned to silence, leaving only the uneven breaths of the two, both not quite at ease. "I'm sorry, Professor Snape." In the darkness where the moonlight could not shine, the muscles on Quirrell's face began to twitch slightly. A glimmer of cruelty flashed in his eyes, erasing some of the timidity from his expression. "I really don't know what you're talking about." Quirrell's arm subtly moved back, skillfully feeling for his wand that he had originally placed in his pocket. Just as he was about to grasp his wand and take the first strike against this threatening opponent, Snape's hands, which had been gripping his collar tightly, suddenly released him. This change caused Quirrell to freeze for a moment. His hand, which should have reached for the wand, halted in midair, lacking any further action. Snape stepped back a couple of paces, scrutinizing Quirrell deeply before adjusting the black cloak blown by the night wind and turning to walk down the corridor. "I will write to Charlie and tell him everything exactly as it is. I hope that when you face him, you can still argue as stubbornly as you did with me." After dropping a harsh remark without looking back, Severus left directly, disappearing into the darkness, leaving only a rhythmic sound of footsteps gradually fading away in Quirrell's ears until it vanished. "Is this what you call a 100% successful plan?" After a sweat-drenched and disheveled escape back to his room, Quirrell was not met with a brief relief, but rather a tempest even more intense than Snape's. Voldemort was angrily cursing, his tone suggesting he wished to tear him apart. I'm so sorry. Master, I truly did not expect that a damned little elf would interfere with the plan. Really, Master, please believe me, if it weren't for it." Quirrell trembled and explained, trying to gain Voldemort's forgiveness. But in the end, all he received was even more intense suffering. "Enough. I'm sorry. What else can you say besides sorry? You worthless piece of trash. If it weren't for the fact that I can't do anything right now, I would have killed you immediately, turn you into a pile of scrap." Ah! Quirrell twitched violently, as if electrocuted, an uncontrollable pain suddenly engulfing his entire body from his heart. Without needing to think much, it was clear that this was undoubtedly Voldemort's usual tactic. Crucio, the Cruciatus Curse. However, as the first scream of pain instinctively escaped his throat, Quirrell, with sheer will, hurriedly grabbed the scarf he had just discarded and stuffed it into his mouth, stifling his cries to prevent others from noticing the current abnormality. This time, Voldemort's anger lasted unusually long, and naturally, Quirrell's torment became increasingly prolonged. After a long time, when Quirrell was like a dead dog, no longer able to give any feedback, his pupils nearly losing focus and faintly rolling back, Voldemort finally managed to suppress his anger and spared Quirrell, ensuring he wouldn't end up like Neville's parents, Alice and Frank, driven insane by torture. However, when Quirrell finally emerged from this long suffering, the first thing he did was not to make himself more comfortable, but rather to quickly adopt a face full of joy, returning to a kneeling posture, reverently saying, "My great master, Your power is still terrifying as ever. Even though my humble body has been baptized by it, I still cannot help but cheer for your successful restoration to such a state. To be honest at this moment, the extent of Quirrell's subservience would leave even Russell, another servant, initially speechless in shock, and then looking down on him with disdain. After all, even an old fellow like Creature would probably not be this exaggerated. He was even more servile than a house elf. But it must be said that this method was indeed very effective for Voldemort. After having Voldemort attached to him for such a long time, Quirrell had gradually figured out his temperament. He knew what Voldemort liked to hear, how to minimize his torment, and how to live a more enjoyable life in such a pathetic state. Sure enough, as he listened to Quirrell's extremely lowly flattery, Voldemort's already twisted heart seemed to find some satisfaction, and his originally fierce expression softened considerably. Humph. Voldemort let out a cold snort and then disdainfully said, "What does a foolish servant like you understand? This is merely a fraction of my power. There is still a long way to go before I completely restore my perfect state." Saying this, the remaining anger in Voldemort's heart finally diminished. Seeming to sense the change in Voldemort's tone, Quirrell couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that at least his life was preserved. While thinking this, he continued to lavish praise, trying to keep Voldemort comfortably flattered. After a long while, seeing that the timing was almost right, Quirrell cautiously shifted the topic back to the present, carefully asking, "So, Great Master, Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter are still alive. What should we do next?" The face on the back of his head rose and fell, sometimes blurry, sometimes clear, as if engaged in some thought. After a brief pause, it slowly opened its mouth to answer Quirrell's question. "Forget it. Since we didn't kill them this time, if they have another unexpected incident in a short time, that old fool Albus Dumbledore will inevitably find some clues." "You mean," Quirrell cautiously probed, "let them live a few more days? Once I get the Philosopher's Stone, those damn people will die, especially that Harry Potter." It seemed that Voldemort recalled some unpleasant memories. When he uttered Harry Potter's name, his hoarse voice grew even more sinister, filled with extreme hatred, as if he were a snake lurking in the darkness. Remembering a name that sent chills down one's spine just to think about. "As you wish, my great master." After bowing respectfully, Quirrell hurriedly asked his second concern. "What about Severus Snape?" He said he would tell Charlie Black. However, to his surprise, Voldemort displayed an extremely arrogant disdain toward his question this time. Severus Snape? Just a dog that can't be tamed. Let him say what he wants. After all, that Draco Malfoy isn't dead. Do you think that despicable opportunist Charlie Black really cares about so-called family? Don't forget, back on the battlefield, even when his own sister stood in front of him, he would unhesitatingly unleash a blasting curse. At this point, Voldemort seemed to recall many previous memories, becoming somewhat interested, and even smacked his lips, continuing to express his thoughts to Quirrell. "They all say I'm a cold-hearted devil, an extreme monster, but to me, Charlie Black is just as bad. I am just more sincere, more courageous, and more able to express my ambitions. Yet he merely hypocritically waves a ridiculous banner to conceal his desires." However, it must be said that sometimes the world is so ruthless, the cowardly and hypocritical survive and thrive. While I, who nearly upended the entire magical world, have been reduced to this state because of a stupid prophecy and a damned curse. Quirrell listened quietly, accustomed to Voldemort's self-talk as if it formed some obsession, saying nothing. Finally, when Voldemort finished speaking, he softly responded, "They will pay the price they deserve, my great master. It won't be long before you reappear before them in a more powerful form and reclaim what belongs to you. Tell me, what is queerness? It is victory in everything." However, Voldemort's understanding of Charlie Black was ultimately quite flawed. A few days later, in Charlie Black's office, after finishing a stack of documents and completing the arduous annual task, he was ready to take a break and treat himself to some time off. Just then, 3 letters sent from Hogwarts were delivered to his desk by Russell on the same day. These 3 letters were from Draco Malfoy, Severus Snape, and Albus Dumbledore. Charlie opened them one by one and silently read through each of them. By the time he placed the last letter from Albus Dumbledore on his desk, the joy and relaxation that had just begun to rise within him had already vanished, leaving only a chill that was fully evident in his eyes. He rubbed the ring on his hand, his mind curiously calm. After a short while, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. With a crisp sound, Russell instantly appeared before him. "Good afternoon, my esteem." The habitual greeting was abruptly cut off. Russell looked up at his master, and it was clear that he quickly sensed something from Charlie's expression, causing a wave of unease to surge within him, and he quickly shut his mouth. Prepare for me. I'm going to Hogwarts again. Without any small talk, a breath of frustration was slowly exhaled. Charlie's voice was flat, devoid of any emotion. However, Russell clearly knew that the calmer Charlie appeared, the more turbulent his inner feelings were. He vividly remembered the last time it was like this was when Dab was brought back from America. Side note, chatting with others from another world, an employee recommended a chat and social app, where everyone online had unique skills. There were druids skilled in arcane arts, a tomb raiding heroine, a rebellious princess, a girl made of machinery, and a priest without holy light. Jiangshan looked at these users who had created personas for themselves and decided to label himself as the ruler of thousands of intelligent groups. Until one day, he unexpectedly discovered that all these users were from another world. Chapter 159. The name of this curse is Shadowless God. To be honest, Charlie didn't quite understand who had given Voldemort such great confidence. Clearly transformed into something neither human nor ghost, he still couldn't find a moment's peace. Did he really think it was still over a decade ago? After Russell left the office, Charlie sat in silence behind his desk, staring at the 3 opened letters. Reading the words over and over again, his mind racing through all that had happened over the years and reviewing his future plans. After a long time, he slowly closed his eyes, deeply exhaling a breath of frustration, clearing his mind of all the lingering fears and complex thoughts. When Charlie opened his eyes again, the coldness in his gaze had completely receded, solidifying into indifference. He didn't know where Voldemort's unfounded confidence came from. Horcruxes? Or some other things? But it didn't matter anymore, because Charlie was not interested and didn't want to know. Next, he thought. He needed to inform the other party about what could be done and what should never be touched. Slowly standing up from his seat, Charlie hesitated no longer. With a wave of his hand, he stored all 3 letters into the space of his ring. He walked straight to the door of his office and opened it. This explosive news, after a few days of fermentation and dissemination, quickly became a well-known story throughout Hogwarts, and in the process of being passed down, it gradually took on a legendary cloak, leading it to diverge from the original truth, eventually becoming vastly different. In the version heard by all the little wizards today, the critical role of Dab was absent, while Harry, Ron, and Draco were portrayed as exceptionally brave. They united their efforts, courageously battling the dangerous troll, and ultimately, under a profound and mysterious spell, they severely injured it, winning the battle against the troll. In the Gryffindor common room, Ron was casually sitting on the table, his legs dangling in the air, swaying freely. Around him, a crowd of little lions had gathered, drawn by curiosity. As a student of Gryffindor, Ron undoubtedly placed great importance on courage and honor, and at this moment he had successfully embodied both due to this incident, earning the heartfelt respect of all the little lions. Ron, tell us how you defeated the troll with Malfoy and Potter. A classmate with an excited expression and yearning eyes was the first to request, followed by a chorus of agreement from others. Yeah, tell us, Ron. You are the pride of Gryffindor. Having never enjoyed such attention before, Ron momentarily felt a bit overwhelmed. Amid the cheers and boasting, he gradually lost himself. It seemed that, deep down, he began to unconsciously accept the version of the rumor, completely forgetting the scene when he was hiding in the bathroom, crying and dodging the troll's attacks. Ron straightened his back, a hint of pride and a flush on his face. Looking around at his admirers before clearing his throat modestly, and after a moment's contemplation, he said loudly, Yes, the troll. To be honest, it was just a small matter for me. So many days have passed, I've almost forgotten about it. But since you all want to hear it, I'll reluctantly recall the battle that took place back then and tell you about it. It was a deep night. I must say, at least in terms of storytelling, Ron could be considered quite talented. Even if it was improvised, he could weave the story in a rather believable way, captivating all the little wizards who listened intently. Their expressions shifting in rhythm with his tone, sometimes relaxed, sometimes tense, sometimes holding their breath, sometimes filled with passionate anger. Even the Weasley twins and their friends were engrossed in the tale. Look, George, Fred said quietly to Jordan and Fred, lowering his voice with pride. I knew our little brother would make something of himself. Did you see that? He is only in his first year and can already tear a troll apart with his bare hands. Ha! Fred chuckled, pulling out a few special candies from Christmas Day, distributing one to each friend nearby before popping the rest into his mouth. Then he casually said, Indeed, it's impressive. I guess now even Percy will be envious of Ron. After all, he's never received such exaggerated attention at school. At this point, both of them paused simultaneously, then exchanged glances, recognizing the familiar understanding in each other's eyes. The next second, they said in unison, Right? Let's go give Ron some more candy. Meanwhile, at the outer edge of the bustling crowd, Hermione stood on her tiptoes, watching Ron, who was sitting at the highest point, animatedly gesturing with joy, and couldn't help but let out a resigned sigh. As the person who arrived at the scene fastest apart from the direct witnesses, she naturally knew that everything Ron was saying at that moment, except for the part about being chased by a troll, was nonsense. However, under the gaze of so many people, she had no intention of exposing him. After all, having gone through such a harrowing experience, almost dying at the hands of a troll, it wasn't too unreasonable for him to boast a little at this time. So, shaking her head, Hermione hugged the book in her hands, chose not to wait for Ron, and left the Gryffindor common room alone to look for Harry and Draco. So, is Ron still telling others about his glorious deeds? In the dining hall, the three of them sat together at a long table chatting. Draco picked up a French fry and, with interest, asked, probably? Hermione shrugged and casually replied, then seemed to think of something, looked up at the two of them, and asked, what about you? I guess you should be about the same, considering this matter has already spread widely. No, it seems the Slytherin students aren't as enthusiastic as Gryffindor. In fact, a few students even went to provoke Draco. Harry shook his head and said, turning to glance at Draco, who was expressionless and calmly eating fries, then continued, and ended up getting taught a lesson by him. After hearing this, Hermione didn't say anything further. She just furrowed her brows a little, feeling somewhat depressed, and let her head droop down into her arms, asking in a muffled voice, so what should we do next? Upon hearing this, Draco paused in his incessant eating of fries, looked at Hermione, and after pondering for a moment, said, I plan to take the initiative. Based on my guess, at least in the near term, Rocky shouldn't act against us again to avoid raising too much suspicion. His expression turned serious, his hands clasped together as he slowly elaborated. So let's take this opportunity. We will take the initiative to investigate what he really wants to do, uncover his plot, and then bring it before Professor Dumbledore to take him down in one fell swoop. What do you plan to start? Listening to Draco's thoughts, Harry and Hermione couldn't help but nod. Hermione then raised her head again and asked, start from that corridor on the 3rd floor? Draco answered decisively, without a doubt having made corresponding plans before proposing this to Harry and Hermione. Hearing Draco's words, the two exchanged glances and immediately perked up. Then tonight? Tonight. Let's go see what kind of things are hidden in that so-called forbidden area, he said, a smile creeping onto his lips, a flash of determination shining in his eyes, as if signaling his unwavering resolve at that moment. However, the next second, Draco's tone shifted abruptly, and he added, but before that, I have something very important to do. In the afternoon, not acting with the others, Draco alone held the notebook that Charlie had given him and arrived at a wooden door. After hesitating for a moment, he finally made up his mind, slowly raised his hand, and knocked on the door. Knock, 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 knock. The light, rhythmic knocking echoed, standing out in the quiet corridor. However, even after knocking again and again, there was no response from the other side as Draco had expected. At the same time, it eased the slight tension in his heart for a moment. Just when he was hesitating and about to give up, suddenly, accompanied by the creaking sound of rusty hinges, the door slowly opened inward. Severus Snape's figure appeared before Draco. He was still clad in his black robes, his greasy long hair hanging down, with a familiar gloom and indifference on his face. Draco, what do you want? Severus looked at the visitor in surprise, his stiff face rarely showing a hint of unexpected expression. The next second, before Draco could say anything, he noticed a large notebook that Draco was tightly holding. As Charlie Black's best friend at Hogwarts, Severus immediately recognized it, and his expression of surprise deepened. Charlie's notebook? Hearing Severus's words, Draco's eyes lit up, and his expression shifted from tension and hesitation to joy. Professor, you know this notebook? I knew it. No wonder my uncle asked me to find you. Did Charlie ask you to find me? Severus's eyes narrowed slightly. After scrutinizing Draco for a moment, he turned his head and began to look around the corridor. Seeing that there was no one around, he took a step back, creating enough space for Draco to pass through, then gestured for him to come in. With a muffled thud, the door to Severus's room closed again, and the corridor returned to its initial quiet and emptiness. Entering Professor Snape's room for the first time, Draco couldn't help but curiously look around, wanting to see what kind of decor the infamous head of Slytherin had in his room. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Severus's dormitory had no so-called decorations, and everything was very simple. A wooden desk held a stack of assignments just received and a candlestick. Besides that, there was only a plain hard-wooden bed and a bookshelf filled with various books. Nothing else. With the door closed, Severus returned to his desk. watching Draco seriously as he asked, "What did Charlie want you to find me for?" This question reminded Draco of his purpose for this visit. He hurriedly took a couple of steps forward, reached the professor's side, and placed the thick notebook on the desk. Then, with a flick of his finger, he skillfully opened it, accompanied by the rustling sound of flipping pages, quickly landing on the page he had seen before. Draco turned his body, extended his hand, and pointed to the incomplete spell on the page, cautiously indicating, "Uncle Blake said that if I came to find you, you would tell me what this spell is." Severus's gaze followed the direction Draco pointed, and the next second, he couldn't help but freeze. His gaze lingered on the spell that only had a few embellishments and symbols, and suddenly, a complex expression emerged on his dim and lifeless face, a mix of nostalgia, regret, and joy, all swirling together in what was originally an expressionless visage, finally transforming into a sigh that gently escaped his lips. He instinctively shook his head, dispersing the unnecessary sentiments in his heart. Without further ado, Severus directly picked up the quill resting on the table and elegantly wrote a complete line of the spell beneath the previous notes. When the quill was set down, Draco instantly noticed that the spell Severus had written was exactly the same as the line of handwriting that had originally been in the notebook from over a decade ago. "Professor Snape, this spell?" Draco couldn't help but ask, his surprise evident as he quickly scanned what Severus had written. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was directly interrupted by Severus raising his hand. Immediately, his cold voice, tinged with an emotion not usually present, stated, "The name of this curse is the Killing Curse." Chapter 160. The Arrival of Lucius Albus Dumbledore. "No matter what, you must give me an explanation for this." Compared to the lively and noisy atmosphere among the young wizards at Hogwarts, the atmosphere in Dumbledore's office had dropped to freezing point. On the walls, within the ancient frames, the portraits of former headmasters remained silent, with no one daring to speak. They all instinctively lowered their gazes, looking at the man standing in the center of the office, distinguished and with golden long hair. Never before had they seen anyone dare to question the elder with white hair sitting behind the desk in such a manner, though unwilling to admit it in their hearts. All former headmasters would give Albus Dumbledore extremely high praise for his strength and status. The title of the so-called Dark Lord was not merely something conjured by admirers' words. It was a crown without jewels earned by Albus Dumbledore in countless battles over the years. Even Cornelius Fudge, as the Minister of Magic, could only barely maintain a level of equality when facing him, ensuring he was not overshadowed by the aura surrounding Dumbledore. Yet to point a finger at him and demand an explanation was something Fudge would never dare to do, even if he were given 10 times the courage. Observing this scene, Dexter, with his fiery red beard among the portraits, seemed to recall something, as a hint of awkward amusement surfaced on his previously silent face. "Hey," he couldn't help but hum, casting a sidelong glance at his old rival, Phineas Black, and lowering his voice, he provocatively said, "Look, Phineas, it seems that someone more promising than your descendant has appeared, and he has golden hair too." Compared to the last time, Phineas seemed to have learned some wisdom. He was no longer provoked by Dexter's simple words, merely shooting a fierce glare at him before shifting his focus back to the two below, ignoring Dexter. Behind the desk, facing Lucius Malfoy's anger, Dumbledore chose not to say much and did not defend himself. He simply sighed, shook his head, and let his eyelids droop, avoiding Lucius's furious gaze, silently accepting all of his accusations. After all, from any angle, this matter was a failure on Hogwarts' part, due to negligence and oversight, which nearly led to the deaths of 3 first-year students at the hands of Troll. Had it not been for the chance encounter with Dobby, the consequences would have been predictable. As the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Dumbledore undoubtedly had to bear the primary responsibility for this oversight. At this moment, Lucius Malfoy stood before him, whether as a member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors or as a parent of a nearly deceased student, undoubtedly had the right to issue such accusations against him. The scene fell into a long silence before Dumbledore finally pondered and slowly spoke, responding to Lucius's initial words. "First of all, Malfoy, as the current headmaster of Hogwarts, I feel very guilty that our negligence has put the young wizards studying here in such a dangerous situation. In this regard, I still have an undeniable responsibility. Facing you as Draco's parent, I want to say I'm sorry." As he spoke, Dumbledore finally raised his head and redirected his gaze to Lucius Malfoy, who was staring at him like a sword. In his eyes, the once gentle and kind blue pupils were now filled with inexplicable sorrow and sadness. Lucius remained silent, merely pursing his lips, raising his head. and quietly listening as Dumbledore continued. Secondly, I assure you that I will investigate this matter thoroughly and provide a proper explanation to all the children who have been harmed by this incident. Albus Dumbledore. After Dumbledore finished speaking, Lucius took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Although his attitude lacked the initial anger of questioning, his tone still carried an indelible indifference. Draco is my son, and he also represents the fact that he is the only heir of the Malfoy family going forward. Do you know what it would mean if he were to suffer such serious harm, or even die because of your negligence? He crossed his arms in front of him, calmly pressing against the head of his cane, applying some pressure. Without waiting for Dumbledore to answer his question, he continued, it would mean that the Malfoy family, one of the sacred 28 pure blood families, could very well become extinct. Lucius's voice grew more impassioned, nearly shouting by the end. The office fell silent once again. Even the portraits on the walls, hearing Lucius's words, instinctively held their breath and swallowed hard. Lucius shook his head gently, paused, and spoke in a deep voice, so you needn't say anything sweet to me here. Because no matter how well you speak, my attitude will not change in the slightest. I cannot bear the consequences of something that threatens the Malfoy lineage, and neither can you, not even the Minister of Magic. With that, he turned away from Dumbledore, decisively sweeping his cloak aside, leaning on his cane as he walked toward the door of the headmaster's office. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of his cane striking the thick carpet echoed, resonating in everyone's hearts, making them rise and fall with its rhythm, feeling quite anxious. With a creak, Lucius pushed open the half-closed door of the headmaster's office. I will discuss this matter thoroughly with the other members of the board. I think you're too old to handle this job. After saying that, he walked straight out of the principal's office, down the stairs, gradually disappearing from Dumbledore's sight. Honestly, don't listen to his nonsense, Dumbledore. I've always thought you were quite a good principal. After Lucius left, Dexter was the first to speak up, unusually showing some concern, comforting Dumbledore, who was sitting in his office chair. Yes, although you are somewhat incompetent, don't like dealing with official business, and often seem out of sorts, at least you have already won far more compared to Phineas. The students like you, they love you. Their respect for you surpasses all of ours, and that's enough. As Dexter spoke, the other principals chimed in to offer their comfort, although the effect seemed somewhat unsatisfactory. All right, thank you everyone. If you really want me to feel better, please be quiet. Helpless, Dumbledore could only let out another sigh, pinching the bridge of his nose, and closing his eyes with a hint of fatigue, speaking to the portraits on the wall. Lucius walked down the stairs, heading toward the exit of Hogwarts in the same direction he had come from. Throughout the entire time, he did not look back at his son to see how he was injured. He simply left silently after finishing everything with Dumbledore. Just like he had never expressed his love for Draco on the surface before, this time, he also did not show any concern for Draco openly. Looking down at the path ahead, Lucius began to ponder how he should persuade the other board members at the school board meeting, deeply articulating Dumbledore's negligence and carelessness in order to remove him from the position of principal at Hogwarts. Just as he was lost in thought, suddenly, a figure approached him directly, seemingly intentionally, stopping right in front of him and blocking Lucius's original path. This unexpected turn of events pulled Lucius's attention back from his thoughts. A shadow of gloom crossed his face, and just as he was about to erupt, he slowly raised his head and saw a very familiar face suddenly appear before him. It was a handsome face with deep features and a hint of a signature smile at the corner of his mouth, paired with blue eyes and golden hair. He instinctively called out the other person's name without a moment's hesitation. Charlie. His eyes blinked twice, carefully looking at the face that was exactly as he remembered it. And after a moment, he finally confirmed that it was not an illusion. The person standing in front of him was indeed Charlie Black, his brother-in-law. Instantly, as the voice came out, Lucius's gloomy expression suddenly changed to one of surprise, mixed with joy. Long time no see, Lucius. How have you been? Charlie smiled, nodded, and gently inquired. Compared to Lucius's surprise, his reaction seemed very calm, as if he had already anticipated meeting Lucius here. Mi fine, Lucius replied, then switched his cane from his right hand to his left, patting Charlie's shoulder in a friendly manner while smiling. Everything is just as usual, nothing different. Suddenly, Lucius paused, looking at Charlie with slightly raised eyebrows, as if he thought of something, and couldn't he help but ask, by the way, Charlie, how come you're here? Me? Charlie smiled again, continuing in the same tone as before. Dumbledore wrote me a letter, hoping I could come over, without wasting too much time with Lucius. Charlie quickly arrived at the door of Dumbledore's office. Knock, knock, knock. He gently knocked on the office door, and everything was just as before. unchanged. The voices in the office that had been comforting Dumbledore abruptly stopped as the knocking sounded. In an instant, all eyes shifted from Dumbledore to the doorway. "Come in." Dumbledore opened his eyes again and softly said. As soon as Dumbledore's words fell, the door to the principal's office opened, and Charlie's figure appeared before him. "Good afternoon, Principal Dumbledore," Charlie said as he walked in, ignoring the complex gazes on the wall, skillfully closing the door and moving to stand in front of the desk. "What kind of day is it today?" Dexter's face showed a hint of emotion as he randomly stroked his beard and dryly said, but the meaning behind it was probably something only he could understand. "Huh, I guess it's a good day because I get to see my excellent child once again." Phineas sneered, his expression slightly easing, showing a rare gentleness and kindness as he looked at this outstanding heir from the Black family, not saying anything more. "Ah, you're here, Charlie." With Charlie's appearance, Dumbledore's original fatigue finally disappeared. A smile returned to his face as he nodded at Charlie. "I just ran into Lucius on the way." He didn't seem to be in a good mood. Standing before his old principal, Charlie didn't hold back any longer. Casually chatting with him, then found a chair placed in a corner and moved it to the front of the desk. He looked up, assessing Dumbledore's expression. Is it because of the troll incident? Dumbledore did not conceal anything from his most outstanding student, and as he spoke, he leaned down, skillfully pulling out 2 candies from the drawer of his desk. He put one in his mouth and held out the other to Charlie. "Oh, I see." A hint of change flickered in Charlie's eyes, but he still didn't say much, just nodded. "So, you call me over this time. Is it also because of—" He reached out to carefully take the candy from Dumbledore's hand, but did not eat it right away. Instead, he asked about the purpose of his invitation. "No." However, what he did not expect was that Dumbledore shook his head. "The main reason I called you here is this," saying that. Dumbledore slowly took something out of his robe pocket and gently placed it on the desk, showing it to Charlie. It was a hollow sphere about the size of a palm, the very one Dumbledore had picked up from the rubble under the troll that day. Chapter 161. How about having a drink? "I think you should recognize this thing, right?" Dumbledore said slowly, slightly squinting his eyes as he looked at Charlie, seemingly trying to discern something from his face. Charlie raised his eyes and looked over. On the desk, that round sphere, resembling some kind of container, was sitting there calmly. It was made of brass, perfectly crafted and seamless, with no traces of hammering or forging. On the surface, if one looked closely, they could see countless minuscule magical symbols intricately spread out, each engraved beautifully, making one marvel at its delicacy. Those symbols were interlinked like a highly precise machine. Even if one screw were to be missing, it would collapse entirely. Yet at this moment, they were all perfectly contained within this palm-sized sphere, forming a profound spell that even most skilled alchemists would struggle to comprehend. Charlie naturally recognized it at first glance. He immediately understood the situation because this exquisite object came from Charlie's candy factory, personally crafted by Pompon, one of the 6 supervisors. Facing Dumbledore, Charlie made no attempt to hide anything. He simply nodded and acknowledged it, not even changing his facial expression. Dumbledore, having received the answer he sought, had a flicker of complex emotion pass through his eyes as he gazed at Charlie. Sighing inwardly, he withdrew his gaze and refocused on the mysterious and exquisite alchemical object. Continuing to explain, this was found at the site where the giant was defeated. "I once heard Hagrid mention it unintentionally. He said Dab came with a backpack full of alchemical items. That's why I called you here again. It must have been given to him by Pompon. That guy may look fierce, but he cares most about Dab. Although I've prohibited taking alchemical items produced in the factory outside, it wouldn't be surprising for him to do something like that." Listening to Dumbledore's words, Charlie smiled, then lowered his head and tossed the candy that Dumbledore had just handed him into his mouth, savoring it. Yes, it was a special Halloween edition. As the candy began to melt, Charlie silently thought. The production of alchemical items had always been a very private matter in the factory, and until now, none had ever been leaked to the public. Charlie continued along the same line of thought, and then raised his head, looking sincerely at Albus. "So, if possible, I hope you can keep this secret, Headmaster. At least, don't let the public know." Dumbledore's expression subtly changed, accumulating complexity before finally transforming into a sigh filled with melancholy. "I don't understand, Charlie. Why? Your candy factory has reached unprecedented heights, and you, building on the existing candies, have invented genius magical candies like the scent-tracking violet candy. Why still secretly research such aggressive alchemical items? Because we need it." Facing Dumbledore's confusion, Charlie answered directly, his tone devoid of hesitation or struggle, as if stating an incredibly simple fact. Though hard to accept, It clarified everything's essence. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore, who had been complex in expression, paused, his eyes widening slightly as he listened to his student's words, feeling a strange familiarity that was reminiscent of someone from the past. Charlie stood up and slowly picked up the hollow sphere that was on the desk. It felt cool, yet heavy in his hand, even though it was empty. Once the spell was activated, it would still emit light, triggering a faint chain reaction. You know, in today's Muggle society, there's an interesting little thing called a grenade. They compress gunpowder together and load it into a small, sealed container. Then, through a firing mechanism, once activated, it will trigger all the compressed gunpowder to explode violently in the shortest time, turning the surrounding container into shrapnel, forming an effective lethal attack. Unheard of. Dumbledore quickly recovered from his pause. He closed his eyes, seriously shook his head, answering Charlie's question while trying to dispel the absurdity and unease that had arisen in his heart. I borrowed their design and had the craftsmen in the factory use it as a blueprint to create it, with a similar activation method. It stimulates the core within the sphere, instantly unleashing terrifying power. Charlie continued, manipulating the sphere in his hand while explaining its principle to Dumbledore. However, compared to the area damage of a grenade, it tends to concentrate the explosive force on a single point for impact, because each spherical container is extremely costly to make. But the core inside is quite simple. If designed for single target strikes, it won't damage the outer container, allowing for reuse and preventing excessive waste. Dumbledore began to sit up straight, placing his hands on the desk, quietly listening to Charlie's narrative while his mind raced to keep up with the knowledge Charlie was presenting. He had to admit that although he was one of the few wise figures in the magical world, with a century's worth of accumulated experience, every time he faced his student's presentation of new knowledge, he felt both shocked and surprised. In my factory, there are still hundreds of such alchemical devices. Although I have no intention of using them, I must admit that their existence brings a sense of security to everyone. In the face of the impending threat, we need the strength to protect ourselves. Another sigh escaped, marking the third one in just a few minutes, also symbolizing the changes within his heart. Watching the alchemical object in Charlie's hand, shimmering faintly in the sunlight, Dumbledore fell silent. Indeed, he understood the path Charlie was walking, which had already been set since he decided to bring the house elves together to form the so-called house elf resistance. If it weren't for this understanding, Dumbledore would not have repeatedly hinted in front of others that Hogwarts was willing to provide a final umbrella of protection, hoping to safeguard one of the most outstanding students in history and prevent him from walking the same path as a senior, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Achieving this step today is truly an incredible accomplishment from any perspective. In this, Charlie Black's wisdom and methods played a crucial role, allowing him to navigate between various factions and create a miraculous balance. Therefore, Dumbledore could probably understand Charlie's actions better than anyone else. However, for some reason, the unease that subtly surfaced in Dumbledore's heart made him unable to help but ask, "What are you worried about, Charlie?" Charlie shook his head, placed the hollow sphere back in front of Dumbledore, and silently returned to his seat. As he spoke, he instinctively stroked his ring with his hand, lightly brushing over it, causing the red gem to flicker with a faint light. "I don't know. There are too many uncertainties about the future. It could be the Ministry of Magic, or the Nobles, or perhaps something else altogether. These are all beyond my prediction. The only thing I can do now is to be well prepared before things happen." The sphere that Charlie had placed back on the table wobbled slightly, much like Dumbledore's heart, which was struggling in response. Time seemed to enter a state of suspension, with even the portraits on the walls maintaining their gestures of covering their mouths, afraid to speak out. After a long while, Dumbledore nodded and gently offered his advice to Charlie in front of him. "You are my proudest student, and I believe in you. I believe you will have the will to control yourself." Receiving the desired response, Charlie, who was also tormented in his heart, finally let out a sigh of relief. "Don't worry, Headmaster, I will." Charlie stood up and bowed gratefully to Dumbledore. Then, without a hint of emotion, he discreetly put the coin he had quietly taken out back into the ring. Since that's the case, there shouldn't be any problem. After saying this, Dumbledore's expression returned to its usual kindness and warmth. He relaxed his body and leaned back slowly against the chair. "However, when you get back, remember to focus on sweets. After all, I have always been looking forward to seeing what delicious treats you can create. The Charlie Brand Candy Factory will always prioritize the happiness of others. You can rest assured about that." After saying this, Charlie straightened out the wrinkles in his clothes, said goodbye, and walked towards the door. As he opened the office door and was about to step outside, he suddenly heard Dumbledore's voice call out from behind him. "You forgot this." Charlie turned around and saw Dumbledore pointing at the spherical container on the desk, gesturing to him. "That one is for you." Charlie waved his hand casually and said, "No need to pick it up," then walked straight out of the office door, leaving Dumbledore with a helpless expression as he picked it up from the table again, played with it in his hand for a moment, and then placed it in the drawer of his desk. After leaving the office, Charlie walked quietly down the corridor toward the stairs, his brow slightly furrowed, far from the ease and casualness he had shown in front of Dumbledore. "It seems I should have a talk with Pong Pong when I get back," he murmured to himself, his tone carrying a seriousness he usually lacked. If it weren't for Headmaster Dumbledore's kindness this time, if it had been someone else, the issue of privately creating offensive alchemical items at the Charlie Brand Candy Factory could have easily become a serious public relations incident. Although Charlie could completely smooth things over with the funds he had, once a flaw was revealed, it could not be completely repaired. At that time, it would undoubtedly become a significant hidden danger. And this was absolutely unacceptable to Charlie, who had always adhered to a cautious attitude like walking on a tightrope. Therefore, even if he spoke lightly with Dumbledore, he could not let such matters slip. He was well aware of the principle that a 1,000-mile dike can collapse due to an ant's nest. As for Dab, Charlie planned to find a suitable time to talk to him about the fact that some of those alchemical tools should not be used casually. After all, he knew nothing. By a twist of fate, he had even saved Draco and Harry's lives, and he had no time to thank him, so naturally, he could not impose any punishment. Just as Charlie was pondering these things, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Hey, Charlie, where are you going?" The voice pulled Charlie back from his thoughts, and he realized he had already walked past the stairs leading down. Turning around, he saw that it was none other than Lucius Malfoy, who had just happened to bump into him earlier. Lucius, surprised by Lucius still being here instead of having left, Charlie couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and instinctively said, "I thought you would have left by now." Lucius's expression had relaxed considerably compared to earlier. He nodded, lifted his cane, and walked over to Charlie's side, smiling as he said, "Yes, I was indeed planning to leave right after speaking with Dumbledore, but I didn't expect to run into you here." He paused for a moment, glancing out the corridor window at the black car parked on the grounds of Hogwarts. "So how about it? Interested in grabbing a drink with me? By the way, I have a few things I want to discuss with you." "Of course, I'd be happy to." After a moment's hesitation, Charlie ultimately did not refuse and nodded happily. Chapter 162. The Three Broomsticks Bar. Thus, after exiting the gates of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the two did not continue to leave according to their original plan. Instead, they turned and strolled toward Hogsmeade Village. Before long, under Lucius's guidance, Charlie found himself in front of a well-decorated bar. Looking up at the sign featuring 3 brooms intertwined in a triangular shape, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and exclaimed, "This is the Three Broomsticks Bar. I never thought I would have the chance to come here today." "What? You've never been to the Three Broomsticks Bar?" Charlie's words surprised Lucius. He halted his steps just as he was about to enter the bar, instinctively turning his head to look at his younger brother behind him with some astonishment. Lucius considered himself quite knowledgeable about Charlie Black. He had gathered plenty of information about him from his wife Narcissa and from intelligence during the war concerning Voldemort. As far as he knew, this guy behind him was not a compliant character during his school days. For example, he had been caught sneaking into the restricted section, causing a ruckus in the Gryffindor common room with Polyjuice Potion, hanging Filch upside down on the spire of Hogwarts, and on the eve of a Quidditch match, using magical paint to write FCKU, James Potter, on the pitch. The oversized lettering and nearly legendary events had accompanied Charlie Black throughout his 7 years of study, never pausing, according to what Narcissa casually mentioned to him. If it weren't for his grades being so good that even Professor McGonagall would take notice, Charlie Black would probably have become the first pure-blood member of the 28 families ever expelled from Hogwarts. Lucius clearly hadn't expected that such a figure, who could be said to instill fear, had never even set foot in the Three Broomsticks. It should be noted that it was right next door in Hogsmeade. Even now, there were many mischievous little wizards who boasted about their legendary experiences of being able to sneak into the Three Broomsticks at night for fun and drinks. Charlie quickly shifted his gaze from the sign of the Three Broomsticks back to the stopped Lucius in front of him. Seeing the surprise in his expression, he could naturally understand what the other was thinking. So he just smiled and explained without any reservations when I was in school if I wanted a drink. I usually went to the Hog's Head. 1, because I was on good terms with the owner there. At this point, Charlie paused, seemingly recalling some pleasant memories from his youth, his smile becoming even more radiant, and then he continued, 2, this is a place where those 4 idiots often come. And although I'm not afraid of them, I also dislike having any interactions with them here. Oh, I see. Upon hearing this, Lucius could only stiffly lift the corners of his mouth and forced a couple of dry laughs, nodding in response. Let's go. We shouldn't stand outside. Let's go in for a drink. Charlie shook his head, pushing the pleasant memories of his student days out of his mind, then said as he stepped forward, casually putting his arm around Lucius's shoulder and eagerly pushing open the door of the pub, stepping into the 3 broomsticks. Indeed, compared to the Hog's Head, the Broken Cauldron, and the now long-abandoned Blind Pig in America, the 3 broomsticks was far superior in both decor and atmosphere. After entering, Charlie looked around. His gaze swept over the polished floor, the warm candlelight that set the mood, the closely arranged wooden tables and chairs, and the wizards enjoying lively conversations and drinks. And he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Once inside the pub, the chill of winter was instantly dispelled. The warm air, filled with the scent of honey and food, quickly enveloped Lucius and Charlie. This is a nice place. After affirming this, Charlie turned his head and curiously asked Lucius, "Do you come here often, Lucius?" In a fleeting moment, Charlie sensed a slight, unnatural ripple on Lucius's face upon hearing his question, but it quickly adjusted back to the same reserved demeanor as before. "Not really. I've only been here a few times during my student days. You should know, a few bottles of casual wine from Malfoy Manor could buy out this little pub." Listening to Lucius's words, Charlie just smiled and didn't say much more. As the two were casually chatting, a graceful and charming woman at the bar quickly noticed the two, who stood out in both attire and demeanor. This woman was Madame Rosmerta, the owner of the pub. Madame Rosmerta looked at Charlie's figure, first unable to help but ponder for a moment, but then, as if she had thought of something, her eyes suddenly brightened, and her face couldn't help but break into a radiant smile. She hurriedly stepped out from behind the bar, skillfully weaving through the closely packed tables of patrons, and stopped 2 meters in front of Charlie. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Charlie Black?" Her bright eyes held a hint of excitement and nervousness as she bit her full, rosy lips and gently interrupted Charlie's conversation with Lucius. Seeing that both of their attentions were drawn to her, she cautiously asked, "This is a beautiful woman," thought Charlie as he turned to follow the lovely voice. Even at first glance, such a thought immediately appeared in his mind. "Yes, that's me." He turned his body to face the woman and nodded readily. However, he couldn't help but show a bit of surprise and then asked, "Do you know me?" Upon receiving Charlie's response, Madame Rosmerta's smile widened even more, and she quickly nodded, saying, "I saw you in the newspaper, the Daily Prophet." Hearing this, Charlie understood, but before he could say anything more, an excited Madame Rosmerta continued as if she had seen a celebrity. "Oh my, I can't believe you would come to my pub. It's my honor. You must try our honey mead. It's a specialty that only the 3 broomsticks has, very sweet, just like Charlie brand candy. Even Professor Dumbledore loves our product, so you should too." Just as Madame Rosmerta's rapid-fire speech left Charlie momentarily at a loss for words, Lucius frowned slightly at her relentless enthusiasm and had to raise his hand first to halt her words. He then said somewhat stiffly, "Please find us a table against the wall, something less conspicuous, and bring us 2 honey meds, that's all." I'm so sorry, gentlemen, I got too excited. Please wait a moment. I'll find a suitable seat for you." Madame Rosmerta then remembered that the two were still standing at the entrance without sitting down. She quickly apologized and then demonstrated her professionalism by turning around and leading the two toward a corner table. Once Charlie and Lucius were seated, Madame Rosmerta returned to the bar to prepare their drinks under their watchful eyes. Soon, the ordered honey mead was served in a large wooden cup and placed in front of the two. When she set the drink down in front of Charlie, Madame Rosmerta's face was filled with pride, as if it were an extremely honorable thing for Charlie Black to come here and taste the mead she brewed. "Enjoy." After leaving that last remark, Madame Rosmerta winked and then left, giving space for Charlie and Lucius to converse. This Madame Rosmerta is quite enthusiastic. Charlie instinctively touched his neck, leaning back against the chair's backrest, feeling somewhat awkward as he sighed to Lucius. "Don't be fooled by her." Lucius appeared extremely calm. She is a very resourceful woman, able to chat and laugh freely with all the guests who come here, even maintaining a friendly relationship with Dumbledore and Minister Fudge. While speaking, he picked up his cup of mead, examined the color of the liquid, and then carefully took a sip. His eyes slightly closed as he savored the taste of the mead. He smacked his lips and gave his own evaluation. Although it still had that cheap taste, he had to admit that it had its merits. Charlie was taken aback for a moment, then shrugged and didn't continue to speak. Picking up the heavy goblet in front of him, Charlie felt a sense of quiet anticipation for the mead that was so popular among everyone. In the cup, the amber liquid was exceptionally clear, with a hint of thickness, if it weren't for the fine bubbles still rising from the cup's wall. Charlie would have truly thought that what was in front of him was a full cup of honey. Imitating Lucius's actions, he carefully tasted the first sip. The fine wine flowed down his throat, instantly mixing with the fragrance of wheat and the sweetness of honey, beginning to stimulate Charlie's tongue and taste buds. The flavor was pretty good. Charlie's eyes brightened a bit, and for a moment he was somewhat surprised, licking his lips and complimenting Lucius. As a candy factory owner, Charlie undoubtedly had a preference for sweet things. Although not to the obsessive degree of Dumbledore, he still derived more pleasure from sweets than others, as long as he liked it. Seeing Charlie's reaction, Lucius felt relieved. The corners of his mouth lifted into a slight smile, and he nodded, saying, "The noise and shouting seem to be a necessity in every tavern." Although neither Charlie nor Lucius are particularly fond of crowds, they found themselves chatting amiably in the lively atmosphere and under the influence of the fine wine, much more warmly than before. Time slowly passed as they drank cup after cup, and as the mead in the cup was consumed to more than half, Charlie's face began to show a hint of redness. It was then that Lucius finally seized the opportunity to bring up the matter he had mentioned before. "Charlie, how do you plan to spend Christmas?" Caught off guard by the question, while he was about to continue drinking, Charlie paused for a moment, stopping his actions. He thought for a moment and shrugged, replying, "Probably the same as before, spending in the factory." While saying this, he subconsciously recalled the scene from last Christmas. Russell somehow got hold of the Santa Claus costume and sneaked into the office while he was sleeping, insisting on stuffing gifts into his socks. The outcome was predictable. Charlie, who was already not sleeping soundly, opened his eyes in a daze to see a stranger. About a meter tall, dressed in red with a white beard, taking off his shoes, which scared him nearly out of his wits. He drew his wand and almost blasted the intruder away. Looking back, it really wasn't a very pleasant memory. The corners of Charlie's mouth twitched as he couldn't help but think. "Lately at home, Narcissa has been thinking about you." Lucius glanced at Charlie's expression, organized his words for a moment, and continued, "She was very happy when you could come to Malfoy Manor last time. So if you have time, I would like to invite you again to spend this Christmas with us." After saying this, Lucius looked seriously into Charlie's eyes, waiting for his answer. "Of course. I think this is." Just as Charlie was about to nod in acceptance, suddenly he seemed to remember something, and the words he was about to say came to an abrupt halt. After a while, Charlie shook his head helplessly, sighed, and regretfully declined, "I'm sorry, Lucius. Although I would love to go to Malfoy Manor, unfortunately, due to some matters, I must stay at the factory during Christmas." Hearing this, Lucius's heart sank a little, but on the surface, he still pretended to be indifferent, casually nodding. "It's fine. If there's something, we can do it next time. Malfoy Manor is always open to you." However, Charlie continued, "If you are willing, perhaps I could invite you to spend Christmas at my factory. What do you think?" Chapter 163. Whose friend will you ultimately become? Clearly, Lucius did not expect Charlie to extend such an invitation, and he was momentarily taken aback. But soon, after some thought and hesitation, he nodded and replied, "That's a good idea, but when I get home, I need to ask Narcissa first. If she is also willing, then I would be honored to accept her invitation." After speaking, the two of them shared a tacit smile, picked up their goblets, and clinked them together with a bang, just like the other patrons around them. It must be said that the mead seemed to have some special magic. Perhaps this kind of occasion made it all the more intoxicating. The more they drank, the more they enjoyed themselves, and gradually, cup after cup of drinks were served to the table. Lucius's demeanor was no longer the same as before. He loosened the robe draped over him and casually hung it on the back of a chair. Under the influence of alcohol, he laughed and began to drink passionately with Charlie. Perhaps no one would have thought that in this small pub, two of the wealthiest in the British wizarding world would become indistinguishable from commoners, recklessly wasting their precious time. Finally, when the empty goblets filled the wooden table and Lucius was showing signs of drunkenness, with his eyelids drooping, Charlie stood up, supporting Lucius, intending to end the gathering. They then declined Madame Rosmerta's warm invitation, and after handing over a gold galleon, they somewhat unsteadily walked straight out of the pub. "I've never drunk this much outside before." After leaving the Three Broomsticks, a gentle evening breeze blew towards them, waking Lucius up a bit from his previous state. Leaning on his cane, he could manage to walk alongside Charlie without relying on his help. The two walked down the spacious road of Hogsmeade Village, looking at the vast horizon in the distance where the half-round sun was slowly setting. For a moment, they both couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. "How do you plan to get back?" Looking at the setting sun, Charlie suddenly turned his head to Lucius beside him. "Ah!" Lucius pondered for a moment, closing his eyes and rubbing his temples to feel a bit better. He then continued, "I arrived at Hogwarts by apparition. But now, Trying to use apparition to get back doesn't seem realistic. Perhaps I could find a fireplace. No, Charlie laughed, shaking his head, and reached out to touch the ring on his finger. Perhaps I should send you back home, just like those things that often happen in the Muggle society. At the same time, in front of Hogwarts Castle, the black car parked in the clearing suddenly started. The headlights lit up, flashing twice as if alive. Then it turned a corner by itself and drove along a somewhat rugged path towards Charlie's direction. Not long after, only about half a minute later, the car's lights pierced through the dimming night, shining directly on them. Finally, stopping 2 meters away from Charlie and Lucius with a screech, the car doors opened by themselves. Waiting for the two to get in, Lucius was momentarily blinded by the sudden brightness, instinctively raising his hand to shield his eyes, then turned incredulously to look at Charlie beside him. Are you really going to make me sit in this Muggle-made vehicle? Charlie raised an eyebrow, unabashedly nodded, and proudly said, Of course. Genuine leather seats, air conditioning, plus I specifically added a magic that allows for automatic navigation. I can assure you, compared to my precious car, all the other modified vehicles in the British magical world are of garbage quality. However, this statement did not change Lucius's thoughts. He took 2 steps back, closed his eyes, and firmly refused, No, I absolutely will not ride in such a lowly Muggle tool. You must understand, as a member of the sacred 28 pure blood families, I am obliged to uphold the traditions that pure blood families deserve. Yet before he could finish his words, Charlie waved his hand to interrupt him. He disdainfully curled his lip. Perhaps having completely relaxed, Charlie now appeared much more genuine than before. All right, the sacred 28 pure blood families. Aren't they all the same? After saying that, he ignored Lucius's unwillingness and resistance, grabbing the other's shoulder and heading towards the car door. After all, although Lucius had been drinking almost the same amount, he had always been drinking with his wife. How could he be compared to Charlie Black, who had mingled with fire whiskey and Slytherin since childhood? After a bit of pushing, Lucius was ultimately overpowered and forcibly stuffed into the car by Charlie. Buckle up. The happy train to Malfoy Manor is about to set sail. Once in the driver's seat, after patting the steering wheel, Charlie looked at Lucius beside him, who was glaring angrily while holding his cane, and grinned broadly. The next second, after activating the autopilot magic, the black car shot up from the path in Hogsmeade Village, flying into the air. You could take a nap first. Charlie took his hands off the wheel and skillfully pulled out 2 candies from the car. He popped one into his mouth and handed the other to Lucius. Lucius glanced at him, hesitated for a moment. Perhaps his muddled mind urgently needed something to wake him up, and he ultimately chose to accept the candy from Charlie's hand and put it in his mouth. Chewing, he glanced at the genuine leather seat behind him, and although he was still somewhat dissatisfied, he discreetly shifted to a more comfortable position, allowing his waist and neck to have proper support. Actually, this feeling isn't bad. Flying in the night sky, the black car wove between mountains and forests, and a casual glance out the window revealed an extraordinary view in places without flickering lights. Just as Charlie, as usual, opened the window to enjoy the scenery outside, a voice suddenly came from beside him. Are you talking about the candy or my precious car? Both are good. Lucius tilted his cane against his leg and turned to admire the scene he had never seen before. I'm glad you like it. By the way, I have a favor to ask of you. Listening to his words, Charlie merely smiled, then placed his hands back on the steering wheel, seemingly casually stretching, and suddenly said, Of course. Lucius turned his head, a look of surprise appearing on his face, seemingly not expecting that Charlie Black would have something to ask of him. So without hesitation, he nodded readily. Meanwhile, his mind began to subconsciously ponder what kind of matter could be related to the Black family's ancestral home. Or perhaps it was an issue concerning the Ministry of Magic. Or Draco. Just as Lucius began to guess aimlessly, Charlie stated his request. At the school board, if possible, please don't mention anything about Albus Dumbledore. As soon as these words were spoken, the warmth that had originally filled the car vanished instantly, and in the silence, a hint of inscrutable coldness began to emerge. Lucius's expression began to change, and after a long while, as if waking from drunkenness, he ultimately returned to the sternness and vigilance he had before. He stared at Charlie for a long time, and finally he slowly asked, Did Albus Dumbledore send you to ask me? Charlie did not look at him, but focused on the front, canceling the autopilot and switching back to manual. The originally fast speed noticeably slowed down. At the same time, he shook his head and replied, No, Dumbledore didn't say anything to me, but from your expression when you came out, I guess quite a bit. Headmaster Dumbledore kept a secret from me, so I hope I can help him with a small favor. Lucius listened to Charlie's words, his expression gradually becoming incredulous. His grip tightened on his cane, His lips quivered, as if he wanted to curse, but ultimately held back, opting for a more rational expression instead. Your nephew. Because of that old fool's negligence, he almost died at school. And you, as his uncle, are here advising his father to give up pursuing Albus Dumbledore's mistakes. Don't you find that ridiculous? Charlie fell silent, and after about half a minute, he said solemnly, "This isn't Dumbledore's fault. You should understand that if a snake hides in the dark, fixating on a target it wants to kill, then no matter how much effort you put into defense, it will still find an opportunity to strike." Charlie's words seemed to lack coherence, but for someone as intelligent as Lucius, it was not so. What are you saying? Someone at Hogwarts wants to kill Draco. He was momentarily stunned, then immediately reacted, his eyes widening as if he had been severely stimulated. If it weren't for being in this car, Charlie had no doubt that he would have grabbed his collar in a panic, demanding to know who that person was. Although Lucius usually appeared unfriendly toward his son, even harsh, Charlie knew that behind the heart bound by the foolish pride of pure blood aristocracy lay a deep love from father. Who told me? The hand that had been gripping the cane tightened even more, and faintly, the veins on his pale skin bulged. If just a moment ago his attitude in conversation with Charlie could be described as indifferent, then now it was outright hostility. However, this hostility is not directed at Charlie. This matter is quite complex, and it's not something you should understand. Charlie continued to look straight ahead, slowly shaking his head, rejecting Lucius's request. However, I can assure you that while I cannot eliminate the snake in one go, I will break off its fangs and bring them to you. At the very least, it will prevent him from having the opportunity to harm Draco for a while. No, Lucius took a deep breath. It seemed that his mind had been completely cleared by the conversation with Charlie. His cheeks and the muscles around his eyes twitched slightly due to anger. It was as if he could twist at any moment. I want to personally destroy him. No one can lay a hand on a member of the Malfoy family, especially since that is my son. Finally, Charlie turned his head, scrutinizing Lucius for a moment, then raised an eyebrow. In the silence, he slowly questioned, "What if I told you that the snake I mentioned is Voldemort?" At these words, Lucius's pupils constricted to the size of pinholes. The expression on his face shifted from anger to terror, then from terror to confusion, finally settling into a complex pallor. Gulp. Lucius's throat moved as he swallowed hard. His eyes locked onto Charlie's, seemingly searching for any indication that this was just a cruel joke. However, reality left Lucius in despair. For all he saw in Charlie's eyes was that frantic and ridiculous face. Voldemort? Isn't he supposed to be dead? Lucius's voice diminished, filled with helplessness as he asked Charlie. If he really died so easily, then he wouldn't be Voldemort. Charlie pulled out a piece of candy, sighing as he popped it into his mouth. But he had not finished speaking. He continued to address Lucius beside him. Incredible, right? A figure who has been thought dead for over a decade suddenly resurfaces in conversation today. If it were me, I would be astonished too. But if he is still alive, why would he want to kill Draco? Lucius shut his eyes in pain, instinctively placing his right hand on his left forearm, which bore the dark mark. It was as if he felt an inexplicable sting and torment spreading through that mark to his entire body. Does he need a reason to kill? Charlie laughed, his smile bright, as if he were discussing something trivial. The silence in the car seemed to stretch on indefinitely. Since Charlie had spoken those words, Lucius felt as if he had died, staring blankly down and saying nothing. Finally, the car slowly came to a stop in front of Malfoy Manor. Lucius, if one day in the future I have to fight Tom to the death, I want to know, whose friend will you choose to be? Chapter 164, The Choice in the Heart. Of course, I don't need you to answer this question now. Charlie sat in the driver's seat, looking at the beautiful manor shrouded in mist beyond the iron gates, his tones still calm and composed. After speaking, he reached out and patted Lucius on the shoulder. However, unexpectedly, this gentle pat startled Lucius, causing him to shiver. Lucius felt his whole body suddenly tremble, and then he turned to look at Charlie in fear, as if recalling some terrifying experience, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. After a moment, his gaze finally cleared amidst the turmoil. "Get down. Perhaps before Christmas, you can find a time to tell me whether you accept my invitation." Compared to the tumultuous emotions swirling in Lucius's heart, Charlie appeared much calmer. He continued to smile, showing no other intention, and their conversation seemed merely a friendly exchange. Before getting out of the car, Lucius looked at Charlie with a complex expression for a long while, finally nodding, then opened the car door and stepped out. In Malfoy Manor, Narcissa seemed to have noticed the commotion at the door. The mist that had blocked the entrance dissipated, and the iron gate slowly creaked open a gap. Seeing the familiar scene reappear before him, Charlie couldn't help but reminisce about the wonderful 7 days he had spent here a few months ago. In the distance, Narcissa stepped out of the mansion, standing at the door, waving to her husband and brother. But Charlie did not get out of the car. He merely opened the window, exchanged a brief greeting with his sister, then restarted the car and drove toward his factory, disappearing into the vast starry night. Watching Charlie leave, Lucius felt dazed, unsure how he made his way back to Malfoy Manor. Upon returning to the mansion, he did not greet Narcissa, as usual, but instead threw his cane down and plopped onto the sofa with a thud. "Weren't you supposed to go to Hogwarts today? How come you came back with Charlie?" As a couple who had lived together for over 10 years, Narcissa could naturally sense her husband's strange behavior at that moment. Habitually, she tucked her silky hair behind her ear, frowning slightly, and sat down beside Lucius. While speaking, she took his hand, but this time Lucius's fingertips felt cold, with a slight tremor. Seeing this, Narcissa's already furrowed brow deepened. "What on earth happened? Lucius, you seem very off today." "It's nothing." It seemed that Narcissa's concerned inquiry pulled Lucius back to reality. He awkwardly turned his head, forcing a smile from his stiff face, and said, "Just considering some things. Charlie hopes we can spend Christmas at his factory together. What do you think?" As he spoke, he also held Narcissa's delicate, pale hands, feeling a bit of warmth from her palm, which gradually calmed his previously weightless heart. Hearing Lucius's words, Narcissa's eyes widened slightly, and a smile of surprise involuntarily spread across her face. "Are you saying Charlie wants to spend Christmas with us?" "Yes, that's right." Seeing his wife so happy, Lucius's previously stiff smile became genuine, and he nodded, softly saying, "I ran into him at Hogwarts, and we had some drinks. Later, I remembered you had mentioned wanting to invite him for Christmas, so I took the opportunity to tell him." After pausing for a moment and looking at Narcissa's beautiful eyes filled with emotion, with a glimmer of light passing through them, Lucius continued, "He is very happy, but due to certain matters, he cannot leave, so he asked if I could spend Christmas at his factory. I didn't agree immediately, but plan to come back and discuss it with you. What do you think?" "Of course." Narcissa's expression became even softer and more radiant as she nodded without hesitation. She reached out her hand, letting her fingertips glide through her husband's smooth golden hair, and softly said, "It doesn't matter where, as long as the family can be together. Isn't that a reason to be happy?" Hearing Narcissa's words, Lucius couldn't help but be taken aback. After a long while, he nodded. Then he raised his hand, stopped Narcissa's shoulder, and embraced her, responding with a hint of melancholy and emotion. "Indeed, you are right. As long as the family can be together, that is enough." Narcissa nestled in his arms, losing her usual pride. As emotions deepened, she gracefully lifted her long, fair neck, slightly closed her eyes, and pressed her ruby-red lips together, making her beauty even more unattainable. Lucius did not refuse. He gently wrapped his arms around his wife and leaned down to kiss her. As their lips touched and slowly parted, just as they were about to take the next step, a sudden sharp voice broke the enchanting moment. "Master, are we really going to Mr. Black's candy factory?" Both of them stopped their movements and instinctively turned their heads towards the direction of the voice. They saw Dobby, wearing a dirty pillowcase, excitedly leaning against them, his large ears flapping uncontrollably to express his unease. Should Dobby prepare some things first? For example, take our pots and the ingredients. However, even at this moment, Dobby still did not realize how terrible his behavior was, chattering to himself as if he had to prepare everything in one breath today. Narcissa's expression twisted, changing from the earlier softness to a surge of furious malice. "You damn filthy slave," she exclaimed, disregarding everything else, and stood up abruptly from the sofa. Without time to find her wand, she directly grabbed a precious vase from the table and hurled it at Dobby with all her might. A piercing scream instantly echoed through Malfoy Manor. Although he had already made a decision in his heart, Lucius did not immediately write to Charlie to inform him of his thoughts. He didn't want his decision to appear too cheap. As a clever man and the head of one of the 28 pure-blood families, he undoubtedly understood better than any wizard that the easier something is to obtain, the less it is cherished. The same goes for feelings. Therefore, Lucius secretly decided to wait at least 10 days to half a month before narrating his endless struggles to Charlie in a tone of realization. Then, using family as a reason, he would express his trust in him as his brother-in-law. Only then would his actions to clear his name as a former Death Eater be more credible. As for Voldemort, to hell with Voldemort. From the moment he dared to lay hands on his son, Lucius Malfoy became his eternal enemy. After returning to the factory, the moon had already risen high in the sky. As expected, Russell was standing at the iron gate of the factory, anxiously waiting for his figure. Upon seeing Charlie's black car, his eyes brightened, and he hurriedly waved his arms while opening the gate to let him in. The car door slowly opened, and Charlie stepped out, stretching leisurely and instinctively adjusting his stiff neck, exhaling a long breath. "Do you need me to call the kitchen to prepare some food now, master?" Russell respectfully ran to Charlie's front and asked carefully. "No, prepare a cup of coffee for me and also call Pongo to my office." After a day of events, Charlie had no energy left to engage in any other idle chatter. He waved his hand and walked straight ahead while stating his request to Russell. Russell paused for a moment, opened his mouth, and after hesitating, couldn't help but ask, "Pongo, is there something wrong with it, master? It took the alchemical items we produced without my permission and gave them to Dobby. As a result, Dobby used it to kill a troll at Hogwarts, almost exposing the factory secrets." Charlie didn't hide anything from Russell, just glanced at him and directly told him. As soon as these words were spoken, Russell's face changed dramatically. His hands instinctively clenched together, and he gasped in shock. Unable to stop his steps, he was about to tremble and ask something, but before he could speak, Charlie waved his hand to interrupt him directly. "You don't need to worry about the rest. All you need to do now is pour me a cup of coffee and call Pongo in my office." "Understood, Master Charlie." Russell nodded helplessly. Then, without further hesitation, he vanished in a flash of light, beginning to fulfill Charlie's task. Not long after, when Charlie returned to the office, he didn't have to wait long before a heavy knock sounded from outside the door. Knowing who it was, he didn't waste words, nodded, and calmly called, "Come in." However, for some reason, in Pongo's ears outside the door, this seemingly unchanged sentence was filled with danger. For a moment, he couldn't help but regret in his heart, thinking that he shouldn't have shown off in front of Dobby, insisting on giving him a few alchemical items to make a show. He thought, after all, it's just a school. How dangerous could it be? Having such powerful alchemical items in hand, there wouldn't even be an opportunity to use them. Who would have thought that just a few months later, Dobby would actually complete his first kill with this item at this school? Truly, the world is unpredictable. Then, as the office door gradually opened, it pulled Pongo back from his recent thoughts. He was holding a cup of coffee that Russell had specifically asked him to bring before coming, seemingly puffing out his chest as if to bolster his courage, and then, steeling himself, walked into the office. Mr. Black, upon entering, without saying anything else, he first presented the steaming cup of coffee, carefully placing it on Charlie's desk. Charlie remained silent, not saying a word, but first picked up the coffee and took a few sips, savoring the warmth. As the bitter coffee went down his throat, the dizziness caused by the several cups of alcohol he had consumed earlier had eased significantly. He closed his eyes, resting his forehead, and continued to sip the coffee, completely ignoring Pongo standing in front of him, as if he didn't exist at all. After a long time, just when Pung Pung's heart was about to jump out of his throat, feeling anxious, the coffee finally ran out. "Pung Pung, why are you following me?" Hearing Charlie speak, Pung Pung secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly replied, "It was 11 years ago. At that time, I was a slave in the Avery family. Because I argued with my master, they planned to execute me. On the eve of my death, I injured 2 members of the Avery family and escaped. Later, I met you near the Wizard Gathering in Belfast, and you brought me to your side, and it's been like that ever since, even after more than a decade." When talking about that experience, Pung Pung was still very excited, and tears were almost welling up in his eyes. Before Charlie could speak, he continued, "I know. I made a big mistake this time, almost ruining Mr. Black's plan. I am willing to accept any punishment. As long as you say a word, Mr. Black. Even if it means death, I absolutely want to say another word." Listening to Pung Pung's passionate words, Charlie almost laughed. A smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he shook his head, helplessly saying, "Why would I want you dead? You should know that the whole factory can't find another little sprite like you who can make alchemical items." He tapped the back of his chair, hesitating for a moment, then made a decision and said, "Remove your position as supervisor and go to the workshop, starting from the most basic assembly line. What do you think?" "Okay." Pung Pung sighed heavily, then nodded vigorously. Just as he said, there was not a hint of refusal. Chapter 165. Pung Pung's new job. The conversation between the two did not take long at all. Even counting the time it took Charlie to finish that cup of coffee, it was barely 10 minutes. After discussing Pung Pung's handling, Charlie chatted with him for a while about casual matters before sending him off. Soon, when Pung Pung walked out of Charlie's office, his expression was noticeably more relaxed than when he entered. With a sound from Pung Pung, the heavy wooden door behind him closed automatically without wind, and he let out a heartfelt sigh, his eyes sparkling with bright light. In fact, before coming here, Pung Pung was under great psychological pressure. He was fully prepared to be expelled from Charlie's Candy Factory by Mr. Black. He even mentally planned that if Mr. Black was really determined to drive him away, he would make an end of it in his own room, not for anything else, but just to be able to stay here forever, welcoming this so-called day of liberation with those like-minded little sprites around him. However, unexpectedly, Charlie did not seem as angry as Pung Pung imagined. He only gave him a simple lesson, removed his supervisor position, and then lightly brushed the matter aside without any other punishment. After a great surprise, he couldn't help but feel a bit touched. The so-called supervisor position was not something Pung Pung valued much because he knew that with his skills, as long as he worked diligently on the assembly line, it wouldn't be long before Mr. Black would hand that position back to him. And in the office, that remark, "Why would I want you dead? You should know that the whole factory can't find another little sprite like you who can make alchemical items," undoubtedly hinted at him. Just when Pung Pung thought everything was settled and was about to head back to his room to welcome a new day's work, a sudden voice from behind made his movements come to a halt. "Pung Pung, what did Mr. Black just call you in for? Are you interested in telling the old man?" The voice was filled with an air of age, like a worn-out bellows, and one could hear a faint wheeze while speaking. However, this very voice was like that of a grim reaper, instantly sending goosebumps all over Pung Pung's body. The foot he had just raised also froze in midair, making it difficult to either step forward or pull back. His neck turned stiffly, like a rusty machine, as he slowly glanced back. Sure enough, not far behind him, the frail figure of Duru, leaning on a cane, appeared in his sight. Behind him, Russell followed closely like a little attendant, keeping a respectful distance of 2 steps behind Duru. Upon meeting Pung Pung's gaze, he awkwardly turned his head away, not daring to engage in more eye contact, as if afraid of being implicated. "Grandpa Duru, what a coincidence!" With emotions fluctuating like a roller coaster. The expression that Pung Pung had just relaxed turned tense again, and he forced out a smile that was harder than crying, responding, "Yes, it is quite a coincidence." Duru smiled and nodded, indicating agreement. His wrinkled face exuded a sense of kindness, easily giving the impression that Duru was just like a warm-hearted elder at home, full of love for the younger generation. Suddenly, Duru raised his hand and gently beckoned to Pung. "I haven't seen you for a long time. Come here and let Grandpa cherish you." The next day, as dawn was breaking and the sun had just peeked over the horizon, the Dursleys on Privet Drive were already up early, preparing breakfast for the new day. In the kitchen, Petunia was, as usual, standing at the counter, humming a pleasant tune while frying bacon and eggs. Vernon Dursley was sitting at the dining table, enjoying his coffee while carefully reading the newspaper in his hand. However, the only difference from usual was that the newspaper in his hand had successfully changed from the Times to the Daily Prophet. Vernon habitually shook the newspaper, causing it to rustle with the sound of paper rubbing against paper. Then he couldn't help but complain to his wife sitting beside him. "Do you know? That Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge." Petunia paused her actions for a moment, then nodded and casually replied, "Yes, you mentioned him a few days ago." "What's the matter, dear?" "He's simply an idiot." Vernon huffed, blowing on his thick mustache, saying this as he turned a page of the newspaper. "I really don't know what those wizards are thinking to let such an idiot hold such a high position. If it were me, I could definitely do better than he does." After saying that, he simply put the newspaper aside, no longer paying attention to the animated figures dancing on it, and stood up to walk over to Petunia's side. "At the very least, I wouldn't let a newspaper be filled with self-praising reports." Petunia listened to her husband's words, rolling her eyes helplessly. She gently shook the frying pan in her hand and turned over the fried eggs and bacon. Suddenly, the oil dropped into the pan with a sizzling sound, and a rich aroma wafted through the entire kitchen. Dudley couldn't help but lick his lips and swallow. "Dear, I feel like you're becoming more and more obsessed with those annoying wizards and the so-called magical world," Petunia said abruptly, focusing on the situation in the pan without turning her head. "You've only been working there for a few months, yet you seem completely changed from who you were before. Even the things you bring home for Dudley are all magical trinkets." Dudley's gaze shifted from the pan to his wife, and he was taken aback. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Indeed, as Petunia said, ever since he started working at the Charlie's Chocolate Factory, Dudley had gradually fallen in love with the place. Whether it was the relaxed environment, simple work, generous pay, or the friends he could drink with, it all captivated him. However, deep down, Dudley felt there was nothing wrong with his behavior because, in his view, such a work environment and experience were irresistible to anyone. In the noisy, busy city, having a job in the magical world that was free from competition and the so-called workplace deceit and manipulation was undoubtedly a paradise for anyone who had been conditioned by the Muggle society. They even prepared afternoon tea for all employees around 2 o'clock every day, But before Petunia could finish her sentence, she abruptly turned off the gas stove, which was still burning, making the entire kitchen suddenly quiet. After a 2-second silence, Petunia turned to her husband, looking at him with a confused and complex expression, and asked slowly, "Do you even remember why you first entered that factory run by Charlie Black?" As soon as the words came out, Dudley felt a shiver run through him. His eyes widened as they bulged out of the surrounding flesh, and he unconsciously raised his voice, retorting, "Of course I remember." It was for Dudley. After saying this, seeing Petunia's still unyielding gaze, he seemed to feel guilty and lowered his voice, explaining softly, "I've been trying to find a way to lift the curse on Dudley. Not just at the factory, even after leaving. I would occasionally look for opportunities to ask the wizards around me. Even if no one knows what to do, I have never given up." Saying this, Vernon took a couple of steps forward, raising his strong arms to pull Petunia into his embrace. Taking a deep breath, he earnestly said, "Please believe me, Petunia. Even if I have changed a little, I am still your husband, still Dudley's father. My love for you both occupies the most important part of my heart, and at least that will never change." Tears welled up in Petunia's eyes as she leaned her head against her husband's broad chest, feeling the incomparable reliability and security from him. She reached out and embraced him back, then nodded silently. The two of them held each other in the kitchen for a while, and their previously restless hearts calmed down again. After a long time, Petunia lifted her head and said softly, "But dear, please hurry, okay? Christmas is coming soon, and our relatives and friends will be coming over. If Dudley is still a pig head by then." Petunia didn't finish her sentence, but Dudley undoubtedly understood her meaning. He tightened his grip on her arms and nodded heavily, secretly making up his mind, his expression turning resolute. "Don't worry. Dear, trust me. It won't be long before I make our child healthy and happy again. Actually, I'm quite happy right now." At the door, Dudley, who had unknowingly woken up, instinctively grunted a couple of times and patted his plump belly, interrupting the conversation between the two. "What are we having for breakfast today? Mom, did you make egg tarts?" "Oh my, I'm sorry, son, I forgot." "What? How could you trick me? You promised to make egg tarts for me today." After a noisy breakfast that felt like a daily tradition, Dudley went to the fireplace, skillfully grabbing a handful of flue powder from the side. With a shout of "Candy Factory," the flue powder was tossed onto the ground. Immediately, a roaring flame surged and engulfed his large figure, disappearing without a trace in just a few seconds. "Wow, cool." Standing not far away, Dudley blinked, a little enviously watching his father's stylish departure, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Mom, when can I be like Dad? Don't even think about it. My dear child, it's never going to happen." After arriving at the factory, Dudley first greeted the friends who had arrived with him with a smile, and then they each went to their respective workstations, waiting for the machinery on the assembly line to start, thus entering a new day of work. However, this time, compared to before, something was a bit off. Even though it was already the designated time to start working, the machines remained still, not moving at all. As time passed, and people began to discuss what was happening, suddenly, Kobe walked in through the main entrance of the factory. In an instant, the noise quieted down when they saw who had come. Every muggle or non-magic employee unconsciously straightened their chests, trying to appear more spirited. There was no doubt that they recognized Kobe and held a certain inexplicable reverence for this teacher who had trained them for a week or even longer. Kobe stood at the door with his hands behind his back, nodded, but did not continue inside. Instead, he turned his body and waved toward the outside, urging, "Come on, hurry up and come in." "No way. You never told me. I refuse to work with a bunch of humans." And out of the employee's sight, a voice filled with resistance shouted back angrily, "Come on, it's fine, they're all pretty good guys." Kobe was not angry. He wore a somewhat amused smile and kept saying, "No way. No matter how good they are still humans. I want to work on the Elves production line." The voice was stubborn, like a bull raging with anger, as if about to explode with fury at any moment. "This is Mr. Black's order. You understand what I mean?" Seeing the other party being so uncooperative, Kobe also dropped his friendly demeanor and asked in a businesslike manner. Finally, as the words fell, the reluctant voice outside finally quieted down, seemingly accepting its fate, and walked dejectedly through the factory door, under the watchful eyes of the employees. Kobe pulled a bruised little elf and brought it to the most prominent position on the assembly line, introducing it to everyone. "This is Pen. He will be working with you all from now on." Chapter 166, Letter to Hagrid the Dursleys in York. Suddenly, Kobe's gaze shifted to the Dursleys, who were watching with a look of amusement, and to his co-worker beside him. The two instinctively shivered, quickly standing up straight and responding, "Yes, Mr. Kobe. You two move aside a bit and make room for him." Kobe said with a smile, raising his hand to pat Ping Ping's shoulder. Oomph. Although Ping Ping's face was flushed with anger, he still said nothing, merely turning his head away in frustration, showing no further reaction. The Dursleys, with their bellies protruding, couldn't help but exchange surprised and resistant glances with York. After all, it was easier to make friends with humans in this factory, but it was different with the little elves. As an old employee in the candy factory, no one said anything, yet anyone faced with them would inevitably feel a bit intimidated. Moreover, from the conversation between this little elf and Kobe, it was easy to guess. This guy probably had some racial discrimination issues. Despite this, Kobe's words had already been said, and although the two were unwilling, they nonetheless moved a few steps to the sides, creating a space. Not too big, not too small, just enough to fit a little elf. Ping Ping turned his head to look at the vacant spot, then took a deep glance at the familiar yet strange production line, feeling a surge of emotions. As a former head of the technical department, he had personally processed and inspected all the production equipment before it was put into operation. As one of the 6 elf supervisors who disliked humans, Ping Ping could not openly oppose Mr. Black, but he certainly wouldn't let these muggles and numbskulls have it too easy. Thus, on the basis of the original production line, he intentionally lowered the height of the equipment platform by about 5 or 6 centimeters. To Ping Ping, this 5 or 6 centimeters was a clever limit. It wouldn't have too much impact, yet it would force these human employees to slightly bend down while working, unable to stand upright. Truly wicked. Originally, his plan was to give these humans a warning, to tell them that the little elves living here were not to be bullied. However, what he didn't expect was that this wicked little design did not have the intended effect. The Muggles, who had been through a lot in society, were completely unfazed by Ping Ping's scheme. Instead, they were enthusiastic every day due to the free afternoon tea, relaxed working hours, and decent pay, naturally choosing to selectively ignore other things. At that time, this situation made Ping Ping unable to help but doubt himself. What kind of lives were these guys living in Muggle society? Why did it seem worse than those house elves outside, who were treated like slaves? Was what I did a bit too malicious? The world is unpredictable. No one would have thought that the initially useless and wicked design would provide unexpected convenience months later. Picking up what seemed to be a sturdy object to place under his feet, Ping Ping found that he could easily rest his hands on the moving conveyor belt, achieving perfection. As Ping Ping settled in the place where he would work in the future, Kobe said nothing more. He just nodded, glanced around symbolically, and then started the equipment on the production line, officially beginning today's work. The conveyor belt cycled repeatedly, bringing colorful and beautiful candies past him like a parade. All right, a new day, let's go. Ping Ping took a deep breath, encouraging himself while diving into work as he had thought about yesterday. Beside him, the Dursleys skillfully handled the candies, gathering the good ones and discarding the defective ones. However, while working, he pondered over what Penny had said that morning about Christmas approaching in a few days and how to fulfill the promise he made to her. In the midst of his thoughts, the Dursleys suddenly had a realization. He glanced at Ping Ping, who was seriously picking out defective candies with his head down, and an idea suddenly sprang to mind. As a clever former executive from a large company, although he seemed somewhat dull, in reality, the Dursley was much more astute than the average person. Although he didn't know much about this new co-worker beside him, from the few exchanges with Kobe, it was enough for an observant person to see many things. First, he knew Kobe's identity. He was second only to the owner, Charlie Black, in the candy factory. Yet when faced with him, this guy didn't even offer a polite word, and even seemed to refuse to comply with arrangements. Second, Kobe mentioned that this was a job personally arranged by Mr. Black for him, which indicated that he had at least caught the other person's attention and had some qualifications to communicate with Mr. Black. Third, the visible scars on his exposed forearm, whether from sharp objects, burns, or exploded wounds, were shocking. Although he didn't know who he was, from these marks, it was clear that this seemingly adorable guy was definitely not an ordinary little elf. Thus, a simple background of the other party was pieced together from various scattered fragments. Although somewhat vague, it was enough for the Dursley. So, the plan was roughly as follows. Get close to him, build a good relationship, then ask him to help plead with Charlie Black to restore his son to normal. With this determination, the Dursley took a deep breath and cautiously revealed a friendly smile, extending his hand to pat Ping Ping's shoulder. Feeling the touch, the already cautious Ping Ping immediately raised his fist, getting into a defensive stance. His eyes fixed on the Dursley with vigilance, he asked in a low voice, "Do you want to try your luck with Ping Ping?" The Dursley was startled by his stance. Although he knew the other party was not easy to deal with, he didn't expect such hostility towards humans. Helpless, he could only curse inwardly, damn racist. Then, maintaining his smile, he gently responded, No, I just want to get to know you. My name is Vernon Dursley. Nice to meet you. My dear friend Hagrid, how have you been lately? In the office. Charlie pondered for a moment before picking up a quill and writing down greetings for Hagrid on the letter in front of him. Then he paused, changed lines, and continued to write swiftly. Recently, while sorting through old items, I accidentally came across an interesting book called Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. The book is very old, but its contents are surprisingly well preserved, and the magic attached to it has not diminished much. It can still be activated. Thus, on a whim, I spent a few days reading it thoroughly. After finishing the book, I couldn't help but develop a strong interest in the magical creatures mentioned within, especially the descriptions of unicorns, which made me yearn for them. Later, I remembered that, if I wasn't mistaken, there is a population of unicorns residing in the Forbidden Forest. So, I hope you can help me with a small favor. Observe the habits of those unicorns and what they do every day, and tell me the details through letters. I mean no other intentions. I simply want to satisfy my curiosity. If you are willing, I would be very grateful. After writing the last sentence, the feather quill, light as a feather, was placed back on the desk. Charlie picked up the completed letter, gently blew dry the ink on it, and then carefully checked it again. Once he confirmed that there were no mistakes, a satisfied smile finally appeared on his face. Nodding, he neatly folded the letter and stuffed it into an envelope. Finally, he took out the wax and seal, pressing down heavily with his personal mark. After that, he just needed to let Faywin take the letter away, and his preparations would be complete. There is no doubt that Charlie's true target is not the group of unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. Although he has indeed read Newt's Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and likes magical creatures, to be honest, this isn't enough to make him spend a personal favor just to record their daily activities. His real aim is Voldemort, because Charlie knows that it won't be long before that greedy guy goes to hunt a unicorn to drink its blood for life force. And this is what he is waiting for. If Charlie wants to eliminate Quirrell first as planned and drive Voldemort out of Hogwarts, then the dark and shadowy Forbidden Forest is undoubtedly a perfect place for him to act compared to the crowded and watchful Hogwarts castle. Thinking of this, a hint of indifference mixed with a smile on Charlie's face. Come on, Tom. It won't be long before we play again. Soon, Charlie was surprised to find that, after the letter was officially sent out, he didn't have to wait long. By around evening, he received a reply from Hagrid. And not just one letter. Along with it, there were also 2 fluffy cushions. Sitting at his desk, looking at the items just delivered by Russell, Charlie couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He reached out and tentatively brushed his hand over one of the cushions. Pressing down slightly, a soft sensation enveloped his palm, sinking further down. However, when Charlie lifted his hand again, the place that had just sunk in rebounded back to its original state at a remarkably fast speed. Smooth and unwrinkled. It should be noted that even when he visited the Malfoy house, the pillows placed in the guest room by Narcissa were probably not as comfortable. He naturally could not doubt that his sister would give him any inferior goods. After all, pure-blood aristocrats like the Malfoys would undoubtedly have the best of everything. Any one item could easily equal several months of an ordinary wizard's income. Subconsciously patting the 2 cushions, Charlie temporarily suppressed his confusion and picked up the letter at the bottom to start reading Hagrid's reply. As the envelope opened, Hagrid's big, bold handwriting appeared before Charlie's eyes on the light yellow, slightly wrinkled parchment. I was so happy to hear from you, Charlie. Without any formalities, every rugged word was filled with his joy and excitement. He seemed pleased to have another kindred spirit who could appreciate the charm of magical creatures. In my opinion, Charlie, you are simply the most discerning person in the world. No wonder you can make so many delicious candies. Sitting at his desk and reading Hagrid's reply little by little, a smile inevitably reappeared on Charlie's face. Unicorns are beautiful creatures. A fully grown unicorn is a horse with pure white fur and a horn, but their young have golden fur. The horn, blood, and hair of unicorns have strong magical properties. Next, a lengthy section of the letter was devoted to Hagrid's understanding and insights about unicorns over the years. Even though Charlie did not face him directly, just from the words, he could imagine how Hagrid must have looked when he received Charlie's letter, hunched over the desk, eagerly writing his reply by oil lamplight. Clearly, Charlie only wanted to use this matter as a simple pretext, yet Hagrid responded with great enthusiasm. For a moment, even the iron-hearted Charlie couldn't help but feel guilty and uneasy about Hagrid's pure soul. As he continued reading, after finishing a long paragraph, Hagrid finally returned to the main topic. He readily agreed to Charlie's request and promised that starting today, he would pay special attention to the changes in the unicorn herd during his daily patrols and write them in a diary format to send to Charlie. Finally, at the end, he mentioned the origin of the 2 cushions. I made them from the shed hairs of unicorns. Consider them a gift from me. Although they aren't precious items, I hope you like them. Chapter 167. A toast to dairy, slowly putting down the letter. Charlie redirected his gaze to the two seemingly unremarkable cushions, feeling a strangely complex emotion, unsure of how to criticize them. It should be noted that unicorn hair is not an ordinary trinket. It is the most famous magical material in the entire wizarding world. Even if it's not the highest quality tail hair, just a regular tuft could easily sell for several galleons in Nocturne Alley. And for Hagrid to use unicorn hair as stuffing for two cushions, not to mention Charlie, even Lucius would exclaim in admiration. Thinking of this, Charlie couldn't help but shake his head, revealing a hint of a helpless smile. After thinking for a long time, he first carefully stored Hagrid's letter in the drawer where he kept his letters. Then he picked up one of the cushions from his desk and placed it behind his office chair, aligning it perfectly with his lower back. Once adjusted, he leaned back tentatively. Sure enough, the next moment, an invisible sensation instantly supported his lumbar spine, gentle yet firm, calm yet undulating. Charlie closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. Without anything to say, he felt an unparalleled comfort, as if his long-worn back had returned to the ease of his youth. After enjoying this wonderful feeling for a while, he slowly opened his eyes and looked at the remaining pillow. With a crisp snap, Russell was instantly summoned to his side. I heard that Grandpa Dulu accidentally injured his muscles during intense exercise yesterday. As Russell stood still and looked at himself, before he could say anything, Charlie spoke first. Russell was taken aback for a moment, but soon recalled what had happened yesterday. After a moment of hesitation, he replied with a complex tone, "If we talk about intense exercise, Grandpa Dulu's workout yesterday was indeed quite intense." Charlie nodded upon hearing this, seemingly not picking up on Russell's implication, and casually said, "That's true. At his age, he should pay more attention to his health. Russell, please help me deliver this to Grandpa Dulu." "All right, master." Russell obediently took the pillow from Charlie's hand. Although he could clearly feel the special nature of the item in his arms, he said nothing, thinking it was a precious item that Charlie had specifically found for Grandpa Dulu. Feeling touched, he turned to deliver it. Just as he was about to leave, Charlie suddenly seemed to remember something and called out to stop Russell. "Hey, wait a minute." Russell's ears perked up, and his foot that had just stepped forward paused mid-air. He asked in confusion, "Is there anything else you need me to do, Master Charlie? How's Pong Pong doing? You should have started working in the workshop today, right?" Upon hearing Charlie's question, Russell paused for a moment, thought for a while, and then answered, "Yes, this morning I saw Kobe take him to the workshop. Although his expression still showed reluctance, he eventually went in, so it should be fine." "I see, as long as there are no problems." Charlie rubbed the armrest of his office chair, looking upward as if pondering something. He murmured to himself, but didn't say anything else. "Master, I actually don't quite understand." Russell hesitated and gently placed the pillow back on the desk. Then, while speaking, he took out the small notebook he often carried with him. After flipping through it a few times, he found the place where he recorded the latest information and then asked, "Is it really appropriate to send Pong Pong to work in the workshop with those muggles? As you know, Pong Pong has been quite resistant to humans because of the abuse he suffered before." "I'm afraid," Russell paused, not continuing, but looking up with a hint of worry in his eyes toward Charlie, who was particularly relaxed in his office chair. His meaning was clear. "You're worried that something might go wrong. For example, a conflict between Pong Pong and the muggles that could escalate into a serious incident?" Charlie's smile was warm, no different from usual. He casually pointed out Russell's thoughts and then looked at him. Seeing that Russell didn't refute, he nodded and admitted, "I have no doubt he would do something like that." Charlie didn't answer directly, but stood up and stretched. After hearing the familiar cracking sounds of his bones, he finally lowered his arms and said slowly, "It's precisely because he hates humans that I'm putting him in the Muggle factory." Charlie patted Russell on the shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of inexplicable melancholy. "You must understand that the factory cannot forever keep Muggles and house elves in completely separate areas. This was decided from the very beginning when we agreed to hire Muggles to work here. For this reason, there are many things we need to overcome. It's not just the Muggles' attitude toward house elves, but also some house elves' thoughts about humans." Russell looked up at the familiar face blurred by the sunset glow, nodding thoughtfully. "House elves should remember that their enemies are only those noble wizards who enslave their souls, not ordinary lower-class wizards, and certainly not the Muggles in the same factory. The goal of house elves is to strive for a certain social status, not to be enemies with all of humanity. Do you understand?" "I understand." Russell nodded earnestly while continuing to write down Charlie's words as if they were profound truths, planning to find an opportunity to spread them later. Only by clarifying the goals, enemies, and friends can the efforts we made previously be worthwhile. After saying this, Charlie sat back in his chair and looked at Russell, who was writing rapidly, and said word by word, "To be honest, if this time Pong Pong can really learn something from the Muggles factory, then my original intention will be fulfilled. At that time, I will reinstate him in the technical department as a supervisor. Of course, if it doesn't work out, then the outcome is also predictable." Russell's pen, which was writing quickly, suddenly stopped. He looked up in disbelief, his round eyes wide open, staring at Charlie. It wasn't until he saw the seriousness in Charlie's eyes that he confirmed that his master was not joking this time. "I understand, Master Charlie." In the evening, as the sun set and the bell signaling the end of the workday rang throughout the factory, the assembly line that had been operating came to a halt. The Muggles, who had worked all day, put down their candy, stretched, and, accompanied by casual chatter and faint laughter, walked down from their posts toward the factory exit. "Come on, Vernon, let's go have a drink." Andrew shouted loudly to Dudley from across the assembly line while unbuttoning his cuffs. "Coming." Dudley turned around and waved to his companion as usual. He then raised his leg to leave. However, just as he was about to step out, Dudley suddenly remembered something. He turned his head and couldn't help but glance at the house elf beside him. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Dudley tentatively called out the elf's name. "That Pong Pong? What do you want?" Pong Pong was still the same as usual, although his reaction was not as intense as it had been at first. He still responded very stiffly after glancing at the unusually fat human. Dudley didn't mind Pong Pong's tone. After all, he was approaching him with a purpose and could naturally tolerate such an attitude. With a smile unchanged and his eyes squinting to a mere slit, he continued to ask, "Do you have any plans for tonight?" Upon hearing this, Pong Pong didn't pay much attention. He jumped down from the thing he was using as a footrest. After sizing him up, he casually replied, "No comment." After saying that, he clapped his hands and swaggered into the bustling crowd, heading toward the exit. That small, skinny figure disappeared into the crowd, and Dudley merely took a deep breath without saying anything more. In his heart, he couldn't help but think, "It seems this plan is not easy at all." Just as he silently sighed, Andrew, who had been calling him from across a production line, had already come to his side. "What are you doing?" Andrew raised an eyebrow, first glancing at Desley, then following his gaze to the rapidly disappearing figure of Pong Pong, and couldn't help scratching his head, puzzled. "Isn't that the little elf named Dandin or something like that? What do you want with him?" "Humph." Desley returned to reality from his thoughts. Hearing Andrew's confusion, he let out a muffled grunt. He habitually rubbed his thick fingers against his bushy beard below his nose and then answered cryptically, "If I remember correctly, you don't have children yet, do you?" Although Andrew didn't understand why Desley suddenly asked this question, after a moment of being stunned, he honestly nodded and replied, "Neither of us plans to have kids so early." "In that case, there's nothing more to say." Upon hearing Andrew's answer, Desley proudly raised his chubby chin, adjusted his collar, and swaggered away with the crowd toward the door, mimicking Ping Pong's earlier departure. "It's impossible to explain things to someone like you who has no children. I might as well wait until I get to the tavern and tell old Jordan." As expected, Andrew felt a bit defeated and had to quicken his pace to keep up with Desley's steps while chattering. "What is going on? Are we being discriminated against for not having kids now? This isn't my fault. It's Julie who insisted on getting into that Ministry of Magic as a civil servant. Otherwise, don't expect kids, and she hasn't gotten in after almost 5 years. What can I do? I'm desperate too." In the Broken Cauldron Tavern, the air was still filled with the same old smoke and noise that never seemed to stop. However, after months of exposure, these Muggles working in the candy factory had already adapted to the characteristics that differed from the ordinary society, even being more open-minded than some wizards. "Old Tom, 2 more drinks for this table." Andrew, with a flushed face from drinking, waved his arm to signal the thin, haggard Tom behind the counter. Jordan was just like before, wearing that hood of unknown purpose, grinning while draping an arm around Desley's shoulders and speaking in a mumble. "I heard from Andrew that a house elf came to your position today." Although he was drinking, Jordan was clear-headed enough to follow the factory workers' lead and refer to them as elves, dropping the house title. "Yes." Desley gulped down some drink, nodded vigorously, and then pouted in a rather aggrieved manner, as if he had suffered a great injustice. "A damned racist. He looks down on us." Desley's words left Jordan stunned, his raised cup hanging in the air, momentarily unsure whether to drink or put it down. After a long time, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Discrimination against Muggle-born elves is quite rare. In Charlie's Candy Factory, it's not impossible, though. But I still plan to maintain a good relationship with him." Ignoring Jordan's insinuation, Desley was lost in his own world, continuing to narrate his plan. Because I can only rely on him. He has connections with Mr. Black. If I want my son to return to normal, it seems I can only follow his path. Jordan took a sip of his drink and pondered over Desley's words. Soon after, he nodded, raised his cup, and clinked it heavily against Desley's. The liquid splashed, landing on the coarse fabric of their robes, creating spots of wine stains that foamed slightly on the floor. But no one noticed them. Good luck, my friend. Although I've heard that Charlie Black is a peculiar guy, I believe that no matter how strange he is, he will be moved by your paternal love. What is your son's name again? Deboodly Desley. All right, let's toast to Deboodly Desley. May he not be roasted like a pig on Christmas. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 168. The trace of Quirrell ever since Charlie accepted the 2 pillows sent by Hagrid and specifically wrote back to inform him that he liked them very much. Hagrid seemed to have been ignited with some immense enthusiasm. In the following days, almost every few days, Hagrid would send various precious magical animal merchandise along with letters to Charlie. Like necklaces made from the fangs of scorpion-tailed lion and amulets made from the feathers of a winged horse with an eagle's head, and so on. Different categories and different items, everything one could imagine. It left Charlie marveling at the breadth of his knowledge. Regarding Hagrid's kindness, he had tried to subtly inform him in his replies about the prices or rarity of these items. The result, however, was beyond his expectation, as Hagrid only boldly stated that he didn't care, calling a return gift for all the candies Charlie had sent him. In reality, the value of all the things Hagrid had sent over the days had far exceeded the actual price of the candies. Such extravagant behavior had once made Charlie feel, for a moment, that this seemingly ordinary man, hiding in a little cabin by the Forbidden Forest, might actually be a deeply hidden millionaire. Only, he didn't care about his so-called wealth. Everything was for fun, and he seemed to understand the essence of life much better than ordinary people. Time flew by quickly in what seemed like mundane days. The so-called giant incident seemed like just a small stone thrown into a calm sea, stirring up temporary waves. It would still sink into the abyss called time, becoming silent. Draco and his friends' lives returned to their original state, with the exception of continuously searching for Professor Quirrell's so-called secret conspiracy. There was nothing else that needed attention. Lucius, just as Charlie advised, didn't speak much with the other members of the school board, silently brushing over the matter. Although he still hadn't formally expressed his feelings to Charlie. Anyone with insight could understand his intentions from this small action. Quirrell returned to his usual state, a stuttering, timid, and self-effacing good guy image. Aside from having to guard against Snape's snake-like gaze every day, he only had to be a good servant, fulfilling all his master's demands. As for Snape, he was still waiting, or perhaps watching the show with indifference. He understood Charlie's character too well, with his vengeful nature. Even if James Potter glanced at him in the hallway, he would beat him up. How could he easily guard against the one who nearly killed his nephew? Now, it seemed like nothing had happened, but Snape knew very well that the calmer it was, the more fierce Charlie's revenge would be next. What will happen under that seemingly indifferent face, which actually reveals a hint of the youthful interest he once had? Charlie was no different from usual. After all he could do now was patiently wait for Hagrid to send him a signal, as if to tell him, the prey is hooked, you can act. However, this calm period did not last long, and Charlie waited day by day, as if it had formed some kind of routine. Every morning, when he sat behind his desk, the first thing he did was undoubtedly to open the envelope that Russell had placed on the table early, in order to check Hagrid's records. Today, it rained a bit, and the unicorn spent the day by the Black Lake, with the little unicorns snuggling next to the adults, playing and frolicking, while a few ventured off to the distance. Today, perhaps due to yesterday's rain, a slight mist rose in the Forbidden Forest, and the air felt damp. Every breath felt as if a thin film coated his throat, making it uncomfortable. The unicorns moved through the mist with ease, as if their magic kept them forever unbothered by such things. Today, I didn't see the unicorns, but I encountered the Centaur brothers living in the Forbidden Forest. They said that the group of fairies had gone a bit further away, probably near the giant spiders. Sorry, Charlie. Yaya isn't feeling well today. There might have been a problem during yesterday's exercise. I applied some medicine to him. So, I didn't go further into the forest and didn't see any traces of the unicorns. Each letter, seemingly like a casual note, was written with exceptional sincerity, making Charlie unable to help but immerse his thoughts into them as he read. Perhaps in the future, Hagrid will have the opportunity to write a book like Newt did, to record his insights and special experiences with magical creatures over the years. But sadly, although Charlie appreciated Hagrid's letters, the most important purpose for him, the signal, had yet to appear in his sight. Time passed quietly for more than 10 days. And as Christmas approached with no news, even the usually patient Charlie couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. He began to doubt whether it was his own fault that caused Voldemort's actions to trigger a butterfly effect, leading to events not occurring as previously scripted. Or perhaps Voldemort had already completed his actions, but Hagrid had not discovered his traces as he had imagined. Just when Charlie began to think of backup plans, such as sneaking into Hogwarts at night and forcibly dragging him to Hogsmeade through secret passages, something unexpected happened on an otherwise ordinary day. That day, Charlie yawned as he returned to the office, and just as per his usual routine, he opened Hagrid's envelope to check on the unicorn herd's status from the previous day. However, to his surprise, when he squinted and sat back in his chair, reaching out to the usual spot where Russell placed the envelope, his hand found nothing. Huh. Charlie rubbed his eyes, and as his mind cleared a bit, he glanced over. The letter was not where he expected it to be. It was a bit late today. Just as he muttered to himself and was about to snap his fingers to summon Russell and ask about the situation, there was a sudden knock on the office door. Hearing the knock, Charlie put his hand down and turned his head, casually responding, "Come in." "Good morning, Master Charlie. Here is your letter for today." Sure enough, Russell walked in while respectfully placing the letter on the table. Without waiting for Charlie to ask anything, he continued to explain, "I found a small problem at the Muggle factory on the way, so I was delayed a bit." Charlie nodded thoughtfully as he took the letter. Feeling the slight dampness from the morning dew on it, he didn't inquire further about the issue at the Muggle factory, simply instructing, "You handle it. If nothing important comes up, treat it like the other factories and don't need to notify me specially." Russell nodded. "I understand, Master." After saying that, he turned and skillfully left the office to prepare Charlie's coffee and biscuits for the morning. Once the door closed again, Charlie opened the letter in his hand. He carefully unfolded the paper and began to read from the beginning. "Today, I got up early and started a day of patrol with Yaya." Charlie nodded, a faint smile appearing on his calm face. His gaze slowly moved down as he began to absorb the rugged words, recreating everything Hagrid had seen in his mind. It must be said that the more simple and sincere the words, the more power they had to touch others. Even though Charlie initially just wanted to use this excuse to catch Voldemort, as time went on, that excuse became increasingly pure. It didn't take long for Russell, holding a steaming cup of coffee, to return to the office. Charlie picked up the coffee, lightly blowing on it, just as he was about to take a sip when suddenly, his eyes glanced down. Just that one glance at the content made the coffee cup he had brought to his lips freeze in midair. Instinctively licking his lips that hadn't touched the coffee, Charlie set the cup back on the table, then focused his gaze, his mind suddenly clearing. Staring intently at the passage that seemed like a mere brushstroke, but held immense weight in Charlie's eyes. On my way back from the lake, I saw a row of shallow footprints, as if someone had lingered around, similar to what I saw yesterday near the Centaur tribe. I think it might be some little wizard from Hogwarts. Perhaps besides you, there are others who are equally passionate about unicorns, such a magical and beautiful creature. It's truly fascinating to think about. Indeed, a sudden spark of unprecedented fervor flickered in his eyes. Besides him, there were indeed others who were passionate about unicorns. However, they were not little wizards, and they were not merely wanting to understand their habits. He murmured to himself, and, as he spoke, a brilliant smile unconsciously spread across his face. The drowsiness from just waking up in the morning was instantly swept away, replaced by a long-hidden excitement and determination. "Master, what is wrong?" Russell was startled by his reaction, blinking his large eyes in confusion. Charlie stood up from his chair, seriously reading through the remaining content of the letter, and then shifted his gaze to Russell. Without answering Russell's query, he directly instructed, "I need to go out for a while." Russell was momentarily stunned, but soon he regained his composure. It seems that he has become accustomed to his master's spontaneous behavior. He merely nodded, took out his notebook to glance at it, and then naturally began to ask a series of questions. When is the master planning to leave? How many days will this trip take? Should he prepare some change of clothes? The sooner, the better. No more than 3 or 4 days at most. If it's short, I might be back for dinner tonight. Charlie nodded, stepped out from behind the desk, and walked over to the coat rack by the door to take down his black trench coat. Well, helplessly, after letting out a sigh, Russell had no choice but to follow him as they both headed toward the factory exit. So, today's lesson ends here. I hope everyone can complete the homework I've assigned seriously after returning. Goodbye, students. The bell rang, and standing at the podium, Quirrell, hunched over, skillfully nodded at the little wizards below. The little wizards scattered in a rush, ignoring the boring professor, pairing off and chattering happily as they ran out of the classroom. However, under the wide headscarf, no one noticed the darkness that flickered in those eyes hidden in the shadows. He glanced out of the corner of his eye at Draco and his group, who were seriously discussing something while walking out, and a mocking smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. For someone like him, who could even deceive Dumbledore, he undoubtedly had far more cunning than a few 11-year-old kids. He was well aware that they had secretly started investigating him. However, Quirrell didn't care. In his view, he had considered everything so thoroughly that there was no way for them to find any evidence against him. Otherwise, Severus Snape would have acted long ago. It wouldn't have come to them, these inexperienced little kids. When he lifted his head again, his expression had already returned to normal. After tidying up his lesson plan, he didn't linger and walked slowly toward his room with restrained steps. "Hey, Draco, look!" From the corner of the distant corridor, Ron, who was about to leave, suddenly noticed something. He widened his eyes slightly, tugged at Draco's sleeve, and gestured with his hand. "What is it?" Draco asked impatiently, but he still turned his head with some reluctance to follow Ron's gaze. "Look at his shoes. What is that on Quirrell's shoe? Is it mud?" Chapter 169. Come on, Talmud? Draco was taken aback for a moment, but then his gaze quickly focused on Quirrell's shoes. Sure enough, as Ron said, when Quirrell lifted his foot to take a step forward, although not obvious, there were still visible brownish-red dirt marks on the soles of his shoes. "Yes, it is mud." A gleam of light flashed in Draco's eyes, and he nodded as if he had discovered something significant, instantly becoming much more spirited, and then said, "Quirrell is walking away." Gradually disappearing from the sight of the four, Hermione and Harry, upon hearing Ron's voice, also instinctively turned their gazes in the same direction. "What's wrong?" Hermione frowned slightly, closed the book in her hands, and hugged it to her chest. Tilting her head to one side, she couldn't help but ask in confusion. "It rained just the other day. It's normal for shoes to have some mud, maybe from somewhere, no?" However, before she could finish, Draco turned around and directly interrupted Hermione. "The floors in the school are all tiled or marble. There's no mud like this." Upon hearing this, Hermione finally reacted, her frown relaxing somewhat, but soon she realized something and exclaimed, "He went out. The Forbidden Forest." Suddenly, Harry, who had been standing silently, thought of something and quickly spoke up. Seeing the three pairs of eyes focus on him, he continued, "I remember when Hagrid came last time, I also saw that his feet had similar mud on them. And Hagrid usually goes to the Forbidden Forest, aside from Dumbledore's office." "Great!" At these words, Draco could no longer contain his joy, a smile breaking out on his face as he clapped his hands together to express his excitement. "After all this time, we finally found a clue about this guy." Ron also perked up, saying excitedly as he waved his fists, "It's like we can rush into the headmaster's office and bring Quirrell to justice." However, unfortunately, that was impossible. The mud on his shoes could only indicate that Quirrell had sneaked out. Even for a Hogwarts professor, this shouldn't be considered sneaking out at all. Even if he had walked out openly, no one would say anything. Now, Draco and the others had merely stumbled upon Quirrell's suspicious behavior. Everything needed further investigation to truly understand what this guy wanted and what evil purpose he had for coming to Hogwarts. Yet, even so, it was hard to suppress their excitement. After all, this was their first real lead after investigating Quirrell for so long. Although small, it still invigorated the four little wizards, lifting their spirits. "What should we do next?" Harry asked, and then the three pairs of eyes all turned to Draco, seemingly agreeing to let him make the decision on such an important matter. "Let's find Hagrid." After a moment of thought, Draco said, "After all, he is probably the most familiar person with the Forbidden Forest in the entire school. Whatever Quirrell is doing in the Forbidden Forest, we need to ask Hagrid about its basic situation. When is a good time to find Hagrid?" Hermione's eyes glanced toward the window by the corridor, her gaze involuntarily peering outside. The sky was slightly darkening. Thick clouds expanded like ripples, covering the sun, allowing only a few rays of sunlight to shine through the gaps, barely bringing light. "How about tonight?" Draco looked around at his friends and casually asked without much thought. Harry, Ron, and Hermione all nodded in agreement, their expressions normal, showing no dissent. After all, exploring Hogwarts at night had almost become their tradition. They had only been in school for a few months, and, roughly calculating, they had spent at least a month wandering the dim, lonely corridors during the first half of the night. Once the clock struck midnight, they would each return to the Slytherin and Gryffindor common rooms, as if nothing had happened, and sleep until dawn. However, what is surprising is that despite their frequent night outings, they have never been caught by Filch and his Mrs. Norris. If a few of them were to reveal this news and tell the older young wizards, it would probably be regarded as a legendary experience worthy of admiration, and it would spread among future students. But what if Hagrid doesn't want to tell us? Suddenly, just as everything was about to be settled, Ron thought of something and asked. He looked around and then rubbed his slightly red nose with his fingers, quietly explaining, after all, even if we have a good relationship, Hagrid is essentially a staff member of Hogwarts. If we violate school rules and hint to him about Quirrell, wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? Caught off guard, everyone was indeed stumped by this question. They fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, in the end, Harry, who had the best relationship with Hagrid, shared his thoughts. Hagrid really likes violet candy. Maybe we can bring him some as a gift. What do you think? After Harry finished speaking, he looked around to see the reactions of the others. I have 2 bags here. Draco sighed. Without hesitation, he took the lead. Then Harry quickly followed up, saying, I have 2 bags as well. Hermione showed signs of hesitation on her face, and after a moment of contemplation, she finally chose to confess, I have 7 bags. After saying that, she quickly raised her head to look at the surprised expressions of the others, her face turning a bit red, and she could only put on a tough attitude, angrily retorting, What's wrong? I still don't like candy. But that sniffing violet candy is indeed very helpful for my studies, so I stocked up a little. Once Hermione finished speaking, everyone turned their heads in unison, looking expectantly at Ron. Ron felt the pressure of their gazes and instinctively took 2 steps back, hurriedly pulling out 2.5 bags of candy from his pocket to show his friends. This is all I have. The open bag should have 4 or 5 pieces left, and I'll turn them all in. Hearing this, Hermione narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him before asking suspiciously, Only 2 bags? I remember you were eating them every day not long ago. How could you possibly have so little? Be honest. Did you secretly stash some in the dorm? It's because I kept eating them, Ron said with a helpless expression, scratching his head and quietly defending himself. Fred and George gave me a dozen bags of violet candy, and I don't know when I would need them, so I just kept eating until I was left with only 2 bags. Listening to Ron's words, regardless of the others, Draco was already convinced. After all, this was indeed something he could do. He pinched his brow, closed his eyes, and after pondering for a long time, he slowly said, All right, you and Hermione go back to Gryffindor to find Fred and George and get some more violet candy. Saying this, Draco paused for a moment, then pointed at Harry beside him, continuing, Harry and I will prepare and see how we can sneak out of Hogwarts Castle tonight. Let us meet in the dining hall during dinner. After finishing, the 4 of them exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Without further ado, they split into 2 groups and went straight to complete their respective preparations. Quirrell, I must say, you did a good job with this matter. A sudden voice, filled with immense pleasure, echoed in Quirrell's mind. Quirrell, holding a book, pretended not to hear it, lowering his head and slowly walking down the corridor, occasionally passing by a few giggling young wizards. However, not a single person noticed Quirrell, as if he were merely air completely overlooked without a second thought. Quirrell continued to walk slowly, going down the stairs, following the familiar route back to his room. It was not until the wooden door of his room slammed shut that Quirrell's gaze finally cleared. To receive your acknowledgement is the supreme honor of a servant. He hurriedly took off his headscarf and, using a respectful and flattering tone, flattered. On the back of his head, the terrifying human face seemed even more pronounced than before. The originally sunken eye sockets faintly glimmered with light. The light shone through Quirrell's thin scalp, revealing a hint of purple, looking extremely eerie, to the point that just a glance would give one nightmares at night. Ignoring Quirrell's flattery, perhaps due to being too pleased, Voldemort's skin rippled continuously as he eagerly asked, So, when are you going to help me kill a unicorn? Don't worry, my great master. I have thoroughly mastered the timing of the Forest Keeper's patrol in the hunting grounds over the past few days. Quirrell bent down, wearing a confident smile, and assured Voldemort, Tonight, my master, I promise I will bring you everything you desire tonight. Clearly, Voldemort was extremely pleased with Quirrell's attitude, his voice carrying an unprecedented joy. Ha ha! A hoarse laugh erupted from his throat, as if he had long awaited this day, momentarily forgetting the pain of his physical disappearance. Even taking the time to paint a bright future for Quirrell. Very good. Excellent, Quirrell. You are very loyal, even more so than my most trusted Death Eaters. When I can return and conquer the entire wizarding world of Britain, you will be my appointed chief of the magical law enforcement. As soon as these words were spoken, Quirrell was so excited that his eyes sparkled and his legs trembled. He knelt down, desperately expressing his loyalty to Voldemort. You must know, I have served you for so long. What is it all for? ISNT, it's just this promise from your own mouth. Now that it was truly being realized and entered his ears, Quirrell felt an invisible power filling his entire body. He began to fantasize about what it would be like when that day truly arrived. After all, that would be a position just below one person and above 10,000. At that time, what Sirius Snape, what Charlie Black, would all be crawling at his feet. A bright future unfolded before his eyes like a stairway to heaven. And the first step onto the stairway was simply to kill a unicorn, which was as easy as pie. Kilo couldn't help but clench his hand, and at the same time, he began to increasingly look forward to the arrival of night. At this moment, he had no idea that at the same time, there were others who were eagerly anticipating as well. In the deep, desolate, forbidden forest, the trees towered high and under the layers of canopy. Sunlight could barely penetrate, casting only a few rays on the ground. Therefore, even during the day, when you found yourself here, it still appeared dim and lonely. Charlie, draped in a black trench coat, sat on a large branch high above, eyes closed, enjoying the extraordinary silence of the moment. Beside him stood Faywin, comfortably curled up with her eyes closed. Right below them, a group of beautiful, pure white unicorns gathered together, resting and playing. Just as Hagrid once mused to him, these magical creatures were born to be the darlings of nature. The invisible protection they received allowed them to be free from various disasters. Their own powerful magic and vitality enabled them to withstand most of the harm from those with ill intent. At least in this forbidden forest, they had no enemies. Even the most foolish trolls would retreat upon encountering them. For humans, the forbidden forest was particularly dangerous, but in their eyes, it was an incredibly peaceful paradise. Charlie shifted into a comfortable position, moved his butt, and nudged Faywin outward, then tilted his head back to look at the dense canopy, sighing, "Come on, Tom." Chapter 170. Hagrid's hut as night fell. The clouds still lingered, dark and heavy like a curtain covering the sky, making it hard to breathe. This doesn't bode well. I feel like it might rain. What do you think, Hermione? In the dim corridor, Ron turned sideways to peek out the window, unable to help but murmur. Hermione, who was about to move forward, also stopped, and unsurprisingly rolled her eyes at him. "If you're scared, you can go back. I'll go find Draco and Harry myself. You know they're waiting for us." Scared? The comment seemed to hit a nerve with Ron, causing him to bristle immediately, eyes wide in disbelief as he looked at the girl in front of him. "You actually think I'll be scared?" So, when the three of us encountered the troll, who was it that bravely shoved a mop into its mouth? "It was me." Whatever." Hermione shrugged, not wanting to debate the issue further, especially since she had already heard his heroic tale more than 10 times. In recent days, it had been all right, but a while ago, Ron would dash back to the Gryffindor common room after every class, regaling his fellow wizards with his experiences. It had become his daily routine to boast about one event in various ways dozens of times. So, ignoring Ron, Hermione turned her head and quickly walked towards the agreed meeting point with Draco and Harry. "Hey, don't walk so fast. Wait for me." Seeing that Hermione was ignoring him and leaving directly, Ron hurriedly lowered his voice to call out, then jogged to catch up with her. Soon the two, guided by the faint moonlight coming through the window, arrived at the meeting place without any trouble. Sure enough, when Hermione and Ron arrived, Harry and Draco were already waiting for them. Not wasting any time, Draco looked at Ron and asked, "So, how many violet sweets do you have?" Hearing this, a proud smile appeared on Ron's face. Without saying a word, he pulled open his robe to reveal a bulging bag underneath his Gryffindor uniform. About 14 packs, and some other candies like licorice wands and lemon drops. "Good." After measuring for a moment, Draco nodded, then looked at Harry and continued. "Harry, and I want to find a few upperclassmen this afternoon, and they told us there is indeed a secret passage leading to the Forbidden Forest. But it's on the 4th floor, so we need to be careful." With that, the 4 of them, under Draco's lead, hurriedly ascended the stairs towards the 4th floor. The reason for being more cautious than usual was that the 4th floor was where Filch's office was located. Although none of them had ever been caught by him, underestimating this longtime caretaker of Hogwarts would be a foolish act. Sure enough, as the 4 approached the 4th floor and made their way towards the secret passage, a familiar sound of footsteps unexpectedly came from around the corner. In an instant, all 4 froze, fell silent, and pressed against the wall. Then, Draco and Hermione simultaneously drew their wands, quickly casting a disillusionment charm on Ron and Harry, as well as themselves. A cold sensation swept over them, and soon their colors began to fade, becoming completely invisible just as Filch arrived. The oil lamp in Filch's hand wobbled slightly with his steps, the friction between the lamp and his hand making a screeching sound. He hunched over, coughed softly, and suspiciously looked around. After surveying the area, he lowered his head, glancing at the emaciated Mrs. Norris at his feet, and thoughtfully asked, Did I hear something wrong, Mrs. Norris? Did you notice any footsteps just now? Mrs. Norris raised her head slightly at his words, sniffing the air as if she had also detected something, her whole body becoming alert as she took steps to search for any traces. Finally, following the scent, Mrs. Norris stopped in front of the four who were pressed against the wall, a look of human-like confusion appearing on her face. Draco and the others instantly panicked, too scared to even breathe, staring wide-eyed at the skinny cat, hoping it would leave quickly. After all, the disillusionment charm worked like optical camouflage. It could make you blend in with your surroundings, but it couldn't erase your existence. Your scent, your body, and the sound you made could still be easily detected. The confusion in Mrs. Norris's eyes grew stronger. She hesitated, lifting her paw, hovering in the air, intending to investigate. Meanwhile, Draco, who was staring at her, also raised his wand, ready to petrify her if she discovered anything. No matter what, they had to solve the immediate problem first. Fortunately, facing Mrs. Norris's unusual behavior, Filch, her owner, didn't seem to notice anything. Perhaps it was too late, and his old eyes couldn't discern more details in the dim light. "Let's go, Mrs. Norris," he called out to the thin cat in front of the wall, then swayed his body and moved forward. The paw that was about to drop was retracted. After Mrs. Norris meowed and turned her head, she gave up her confusion and obediently returned to Filch's side, continuing their nightly routine of one person and one cat. By the time they walked far away, Draco and Hermione finally broke the spell that bound them, breathing wildly in the fresh air. Ron's face had turned red from holding his breath too hard just now. While gasping for air, he glared in the direction Filch had disappeared, saying fiercely, "That damn cat. One day I'll roast it." Harry, knowing that Ron was just venting, patted his shoulder and gently comforted him. "All right, don't compete with a cat. Let us get going." "Yes, let us hurry, so we don't run into any more trouble," Hermione echoed, then directly pulled Ron and Harry along as they continued on their way. After such an experience, which could hardly be called a major setback, they successfully arrived at the entrance of the secret passage and passed through it, successfully escaping the castle and standing on the smooth, muddy ground. Unlike the cold and damp outside, Hagrid's small hut was dry and warm. Inside the fireplace, orange flames crackled as they burned the wood. The warm yellow light illuminated the entire hut, making it feel especially cozy and comfortable. Next to the fireplace was a huge set of wooden tables and chairs, clearly custom-made to fit Hagrid's size. At that moment, Hagrid was sitting in a chair, holding a delicate quill pen, meticulously writing a letter to Charlie on the paper. Beside the letter, there was a string of exquisite bracelets made from the mane of a kelpie. He planned to send this along with the letter to Charlie tomorrow. Under the table, his enormous Neapolitan Mastiff, Fong, was snuggled at Hagrid's feet, comfortably basking by the fire and snoring away. It was an exceptionally beautiful scene. Suddenly, as if noticing something, Fong, who had been sleeping, perked up his ears, opened his eyes, and quickly stood up, looking towards the door. Feeling the sensitive change beneath his feet, Hagrid's pen also stopped moving. "What's wrong, Fong? Did you hear something?" he asked softly, stroking Fong's broad back. And then he couldn't help but look towards the direction of the door. Soon, a series of knocks echoed. Knock, knock, knock. Hagrid furrowed his brows, a hint of confusion in his eyes. He wondered who could be knocking at this hour. Despite his perplexity, he called out loudly, "Who is it?" "Hagrid, it's me." "Harry," came Harry's voice, trembling slightly through the thick wooden door. Hagrid's furrowed brow relaxed, and he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He then stood up and quickly walked to the door, opening it wide. As the door opened, he saw Harry leading 4 little wizards, all shivering and standing at the entrance with their arms crossed, clearly freezing. "Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Draco, what are you doing here?" Hagrid exclaimed, looking at the pitiful 4 little wizards with surprise. "Sorry, can we come in? I'm about to freeze to death," Ron said, and as soon as he saw the door open, with the warm air blowing on him, he couldn't help but push his way inside. Hagrid, though still puzzled, didn't stop him. He stepped back to let the 4 in, then closed the door, shutting out the damp cold. Seeing the little wizards come in, Fong, who had been standing, lay back down, his heavy eyelids drooping over his eyes as he continued to sleep. "All right, now you all should explain how you ended up here," Hagrid said, sitting back down in his chair with an imposing demeanor. Looking around at the young wizards gathered around Fong, holding hot tea, and asked, "If I remember correctly, you should be in bed at this hour. Not in my hut drinking tea, right?" The 4 looked at each other, and finally, Draco elbowed Ron, signaling him. Ron quickly stood up, his face full of a flattering smile as he opened his robe to reveal a bulging backpack. "Hagrid, we actually brought you a gift. With that, he opened the backpack, revealing it was packed full of violet candies. Look, a whole backpack of candy, and most of it is violet candy. The group thought this generous gift would please Hagrid, at least showing some surprise on his face. After all, it wasn't easy to acquire such a large quantity of limited edition candy. However, to their surprise, Hagrid didn't even raise his eyelids, merely glanced at Ron's backpack politely before turning away to pull out a massive sack from under the table that was as tall as a person. Before the four could react, he opened the sack and casually pulled out a handful of candy, placing it in front of the four. Thank you for your kindness, but Charlie just sent me quite a bit not long ago. If you want to eat some, you can come find me. Hagrid said expressionlessly, his tone calm, but it inexplicably carried a hint of a boastful air. Ron's eyes widened as he stared at the sack that was taller than him, then glanced at his small backpack, instantly losing the desire to continue. He quietly took 2 steps back, let down his cloak, and sat back down in his previous spot. So what exactly do you want to do? Hagrid sighed, tying the sack back up and repeating his earlier question. Faced with this situation, Draco had no choice but to step forward, saying seriously, actually, we're here to investigate something. Investigate? Hagrid looked at Draco's youthful face, which bore an unusual seriousness for his age, and couldn't he help but find it amusing. He slapped his knee and asked, Quirrell? Harry stood up as well, saying earnestly, we believe Quirrell definitely has some issues. Hermione added, he has a plan regarding what's hidden in that room on the 3rd floor corridor. Although we don't know what it is, I can assure you, he came here for that. And it was him who attacked us with the troll. Ron chimed in eagerly. Now it was Hagrid's turn to be stunned. He was momentarily at a loss for words due to the amount of information and points raised by the 4 little wizards. He opened his mouth, but didn't he know what to say? You all, just as he finally managed to gather his thoughts to speak. A loud explosion outside abruptly interrupted his prepared words. What was that noise? Ro was startled and hurriedly turned his head to look out the window in the direction of the explosion sound, only to see a burst of green light suddenly erupt from the Forbidden Forest, appearing strikingly bright in the desolate night. Chapter 171. Run or Die Woof. Woof, 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 woof. Inside the house, Fong started barking wildly. It seemed to sense the aura of danger, and at this moment, it was clearly on high alert. Its eyes were wide awake, fixed intently on the direction from which the explosion had just come, showing no sign of the laziness it had moments before. Its broad back arched up high, and its gray-black fur bristled. While barking, it occasionally turned to glance at Hagrid, seemingly unsure of what to make of the situation. What happened? Is it Quirrell? We should go take a look. At the same time, Draco, Harry, and Hermione also reacted instantly. The 4 exchanged knowing glances and then, almost in unison, took out their wands from under their robes, their eyes shining with determination as they prepared to rush out the door to investigate. Hey, wait, what are you going to do? However, before they could take a few steps, the serious-looking Hagrid quickly stepped in front of them. He formed a solid barrier, preventing them from moving any closer to the door, even though he hadn't fully processed what had happened. Looking at Fong's unusual reaction and the chilling green light outside, Hagrid knew that tonight's Forbidden Forest was definitely no longer the safe place it used to be. As the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, although he was a TA professor, he had to fulfill his responsibilities and couldn't just let a bunch of young wizards head into such a dangerous situation. You can't go. Blocking the door, Hagrid raised his large, rugged finger, seriously pointed at the group, and then furrowed his brow, speaking each word carefully. Now, I'm going to see what is going on. You stay inside. We'll talk about everything when I get back. With that, he turned around and tightly gripped the cheap pink umbrella hanging by the door. Rustle. That was the sound of the plastic umbrella rubbing against the wand hidden inside. With a mighty push, Hagrid forced the wooden door open. A biting cold wind mixed with what felt like either snow or rain rushed into the house, causing Hagrid to squint his eyes. Inside the fireplace, the flames that had been burning flickered, visibly shrinking in size. The once warm and harmonious little cabin was suddenly enveloped in a subtle chill. Fong! Hagrid called out to the still barking Neapolitan Mastiff, waving his hand to signal it. Instantly, as if understanding its master's intent, Fong's eyes sparkled with a human-like light. It nodded without hesitation, taking a quick step forward, transforming into a black flash, weaving between the 4 and, in a heartbeat, appeared beside Hagrid, loyally following in his footsteps. All right, finally, before leaving, Hagrid looked at the 4 eager young wizards and hesitated for a moment before saying, if it gets cold in here, add some firewood. If you're thirsty, drink some hot tea, and if you're hungry, you can help yourselves to my candies. With that, Hagrid paused briefly before continuing in a softer tone. Don't worry, I won't be long, and I'll personally bring you back to the castle. I want to even tell Filch or anyone else. As one of the students closest to the kind half-giant, Harry naturally couldn't help but worry about him. He instinctively clenched his fists against his chest. Watching Hagrid prepare to leave, he took a step forward and called out softly, but this time, Hagrid didn't respond. He simply gave a smile that was no different from usual and then, with a loud bang, closed the wooden door behind him. As the door was shut tightly by Hagrid, the previously howling cold wind abruptly stopped and the little cabin fell silent. The flames in the fireplace rose, gradually restoring the warmth that had initially filled the space. We can't let Hagrid go alone. Inside Hagrid's little cabin, worry was written all over Harry's face as he muttered, kicking the now-closed wooden door twice in frustration. Unfortunately, it had no effect to prevent any danger from befalling them. Hagrid had specially cast a binding spell on the door before leaving. Although he hadn't fully graduated from Hogwarts, his spell-casting power, whether from the early academic system or his later self-taught skills, was undoubtedly much stronger than that of ordinary wizards. The binding spell he cast couldn't possibly be easily broken by 4 first-year students. Hagrid can't possibly be Quirrell's match. If he really encounters him, then Harry couldn't continue. A terrifying scene seemed to emerge in his mind, making his already anxious heart feel even more uneasy. "We'll go out the window." Suddenly, Draco spoke up unexpectedly. Then, under the simultaneous gaze of Harry, Ron, and Hermione, he quickly walked to the window, moved Hagrid's chair over, climbed onto the windowsill, and opened the window. He smiled and waved to the others, signaling them to follow. Harry's eyes lit up at once. Without any hesitation, he sprinted to Draco's side, grabbed his outstretched hand, and with a sudden pull, was the first to leap out, landing outside. Next, Hermione rushed over too. Using the same method, she grabbed Draco's hand, then gracefully climbed out of the window, safely landing with Harry's support. "Ron, what are you doing? Hurry up." Immediately, Draco looked at Ron, who was sitting by the table, stuffing his mouth with candies. At once, veins bulged on his forehead, forming a shape reminiscent of a tic-tac-toe. And he shouted at him, "Mug, I'm coming." Hearing Draco's voice, Ron finally replied with his mouth full, quickly getting up. After reluctantly glancing at the remaining candies on the floor, he grabbed Draco's hand, and with a strong tug, was flung out of the little cabin. Finally, after closing the window behind him, Draco leaped down and landed gracefully, dusting off his clothes. He took a deep breath of the cool air and gazed toward the distant forest. Let us go. Deep in the Forbidden Forest, the unicorns that had been leisurely residing there were now all fleeing in a panic. The small birds scattered in all directions, and those hidden in the darkness also vanished completely, clearing a wide battlefield for Charlie and Quirrell. Avada Kedavra! In the deep darkness, accompanied by a roar, the eerie green light burst forth once more. A powerful magical force coalesced, emanating a menacing power as it thundered toward a giant tree not far away. Boom! With a loud bang, the powerful shockwave made the trunk of the entire tree tremble. A deep pit, emitting grayish-white smoke, was clearly left on its surface, and from there, it began to spread outward, gradually wearing down the vitality of the tree. Haha, that's more like it. The fierce wind swept through the dense forest, causing Charlie's cloak to rustle. He elegantly grasped his wand, leaped down from a branch, a look of excitement on his face, showing no mercy whatsoever. With a flick of his wrist, a red beam shot out from the wand, flying straight toward the location where he had just cast the killing curse, hitting its mark without deviation. Boom! Quirrell dove to the side, narrowly avoiding Charlie's magic as it whizzed past him, escaping this attack by a hair's breadth. He tumbled awkwardly on the ground, hurriedly seeking cover behind a tree to shield himself from Charlie's next move. "Mr. Blake, please stop," he gasped, leaning against the sturdy trunk, his chest heaving violently as he desperately breathed in fresh air, trembling as he tried to reason with Charlie. "This is a misunderstanding." His throat quivered uncontrollably, swallowing the saliva that had built up, the sweat on his forehead already dried by the cold wind. Now, all Quirrell could feel was regret and fear, with no other thoughts entering his mind. The man standing not far from him could hardly be called human. In Quirrell's eyes, Charlie Blake at this moment was simply a humanoid Hungarian horntail, terrifying, dangerous, powerful, and volatile. If at the very beginning of their encounter, Quirrell had only felt fear due to his magic, by now he was willing to attribute every word that represented disaster to this man. Even though he had mentally prepared himself and knew he was facing a formidable opponent, Charlie's strength still far exceeded his imagination, leaving Quirrell utterly disoriented. desperately fleeing under Charlie's relentless onslaught, like a mouse being toyed with by a cat, chasing after a glimmer of survival. Moreover, this was under the premise that Charlie could not use his most adept fire magic attacks in the Forbidden Forest. Do you believe what you just said? Charlie did not rush to continue his attack. He adjusted his collar and tugged at the wrinkles of his shirt beneath the cloak. Then, speaking in a relaxed tone as usual, he slowly questioned, "Quirrell, I just want to teach your master what rules are. Wizards in this magical world must adhere to rules. Just like now, you are in my rules because I'm stronger than you, so I can arbitrarily set the rules I want. You can run, you can counterattack, you can do anything in this Forbidden Forest. As long as you can escape back to Hogwarts, I will overlook the matter of you harming my nephew. Of course, if you want to use apparition, it means you have broken my rules, and then I will continue the game with you outside of the rules, understand?" Actually, Quirrell struggled, wanted to say something more, but unexpectedly, before he could speak, another red beam suddenly flashed past him, grazing the corner of his clothing that he had inadvertently exposed, and exploded into the ground not far away, leaving a significant pit. "Stop wasting time. I don't have much time left. Run or die. Make your choice." Charlie's voice had lost its previous laziness, replaced by a chilling ruthlessness. Dirt and gravel erupted, splattering onto Quirrell's face painfully. With no alternative, seeing that Charlie had no intention of negotiating, he could only grit his teeth and continue his frantic escape. "Give me your body." Just as he was panicking and planning to flee, a voice that had long been silent in his mind, seemingly vanished, suddenly returned. "And master?" Quirrell's movements faltered, instinctively exclaiming. However, yet another spell shot from behind, pulling him back to reality, forcing him to run even faster, desperately trying to win this game under Charlie's rules. But in reality, the cruel truth was that no matter how hard he tried, victory would ultimately not favor him. His fate had been sealed the moment he stepped into this Forbidden Forest. The victor could only be Charlie, as he was both the rulemaker and the participant. And the reason Charlie was going to such lengths to toy with Quirrell was simply to give a profound lesson to the one who clung to him, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Also known as Voldemort, do you want to live? Voldemort's roar echoed in Quirrell's mind. "I do." The cold wind whipped past his ears, causing pain. But Quirrell dared not pause for a moment. He could only run with all his might, nodding furiously in agreement with Voldemort's voice in his head. "Then, temporarily, give me your body. Only then can we escape from that despicable man Blake." Voldemort continued to tempt him, resembling a demon seeking to steal a human soul. However, compared to the calm and elegance of demons in ordinary stories, he was clearly more disheveled. Yet Quirrell still hesitated somewhat. After all, reason in his mind told him that if he believed Voldemort's words so easily, something bad would surely happen. No buts. As a result, before his doubts could finish, they were angrily shot down. "If you still want to be my magical law enforcement officer, do as I say." Finally, after a struggle, Quirrell chose to believe Voldemort's words. "All right," he nodded, taking a deep breath, and continued to ask, "So, my master, what should I do?" Chapter 172, My Dear Charlie Blake. From a distance, Quirrell, who had been running frantically just a moment ago, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Not far from him, Charlie couldn't help but frown slightly, letting out a note of confusion from his nostrils. Just as he was about to raise his hand to give the other a warning shot, Quirrell suddenly fell to his knees. Immediately, under Charlie's gaze, that tall, thin body began to tremble wildly like a sieve, accompanied by a series of strange groans resembling, "Tom, is this also your trick?" Charlie's eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of inexplicable emotion surfaced on his previously indifferent face. Without needing to think much, Charlie instantly realized something, not wanting to give Voldemort a chance to turn the tables. And although he didn't know what exactly was happening, years of accumulated combat experience drove him to quickly take action. In an instant, he flicked his wrist violently, and red light once again gathered at the tip of his wand, consolidating within less than half a second, so fast that even Mad-Eye Moody would be taken aback. Sizzle. A sound like thunder erupted, and a scarlet chain as thick as an arm shot out from the tip of the wand. Buzz. The magical chain sliced through the air, shooting straight towards the direction of Chilou. However, just as the magic was about to hit Chilou, he suddenly lifted his head, his face twisted in agony, and let out a terrifying howl towards the sky. "Ah!" As the howl echoed through the silent, forbidden forest, it startled the birds perched on the branches, sending them scattering in all directions. A surge of dark green, intangible mist erupted, centered around Chilou, and began to surge outward like a tsunami. In a moment of confusion, it seemed as if a giant wave was about to drown everything. Originally, the unstoppable chain in Charlie's hands lost its original power the moment it came into contact with that dark green mist, as if a clay cow had entered the sea. In an instant, it lost its formidable might. Moreover, the mist even attempted to cling to the chain, rushing towards the wand itself. However, the experienced Charlie did not give the opponent such an opportunity. Faced with the oncoming unknown magic, his expression remained calm. He decisively dissipated the magic power supplying the chain, losing the strength to maintain its basic form, and the chain, which had already solidified to a certain extent, began to disintegrate. Just as the dark green mist was about to reach Charlie, it completely vanished, leaving behind a mix of red and green in the void, fading away slowly with the cold wind. Ah! You lied to me! My master! No! Please! Howling wildly, Chilu's eyes were now wide open. Bloodshot veins clearly visible. Even tears of blood trickled down the corners of his eyes, coursing down his twisted cheeks and finally dropping to the ground, forming a small puddle of blood. Sweat poured out of him endlessly from all over his body. Despite the bone-chilling weather, he felt as if he were in the scorching heat of midsummer. At this moment, an indescribable pain began to spread from his soul, permeating everything about Chilu. Helpless, he could only weakly howl in torment, like a dying old dog, pitifully longing for his master's final mercy. I don't want it anymore. Master, I don't want to be the director anymore. Please let me go. I am your loyal servant. I will always serve you. Please let me go. However, faced with such incessant pleading, the inhumane Voldemort would not care. The indistinct face on the back of his head began to writhe crazily, easily squeezing off the scarf wrapped around Chilu's head, completely exposing it to the air. If one observed closely, they would find that the dark green magical mist surging outward was emanating from the eyes of that face on the back of Chilu's head. It's too late. Voldemort's hoarse voice sounded particularly high-pitched at that moment, emitting a sinister laugh while carelessly soothing Chilu's emotions with insincere lies. Don't worry, my faithful servant. I will remember your contributions. After I have conquered the entire British magical community, just as I promised you, I will make you the first director of the new government's magical law enforcement department. From then on, no matter who takes office, they can only start from the second term, because I will write your name in a magical history, allowing you to die gloriously. After saying this, his writhing intensified, and the surging magical mist became even more powerful. No! Outside the forbidden forest, Hagrid, holding a small umbrella and cautiously stepping deeper in, couldn't he help but stop in his tracks. Hearing that bone-chilling scream, even he felt goosebumps rising on his arms. What the hell is going on? Under his thick beard, he opened his mouth, muttering and taking a deep breath. The exhaled foul air transformed into white mist in the cold, dissipating into the air. After hesitating for a moment, Hagrid let his eyes droop down and glanced at his companion, Fawn. Fawn also looked at his master, and unlike the fear that animals in the Forbidden Forest should exhibit, he simply stuck out his tongue and panted. The determination in his gaze never wavered. My good child, Hagrid's expression softened. He affectionately patted Fawn's head, then skillfully opened his coat and took out several bags of candy hidden inside. Ripping open the packaging, he dumped all the mixed flavor candies into his mouth and began to chew heartily. Come on, I've faced Voldemort before. Let me see what can be even scarier. Encouraging himself, he tightened his grip on the pink umbrella and, at that moment, he no longer hesitated, striding forward towards the direction of the screams. Meanwhile, a bit further behind Hagrid, several young wizards had completely lost their usual composure. They all stopped in unison. Did you hear that? Ron's voice trembled, his upper teeth chattering against his lower teeth, desperately tugging at Hermione's sleeve, then turning to observe the expressions of the others. Not just Ron, even Draco's face turned pale. He bit his lip, his heart racing uncontrollably. At this moment, Hermione had no time to care about Ron's tugging. Her small hands gripped her wand tightly to mask her inner fear, and she forced herself to remain calm as she asked the other two. That sounded like Chilu's voice. Although I don't know what is happening, do we really still need to go over there? Of course. Harry's eyes were bright, and even though his legs trembled violently, the thought of Hagrid going in alone made him resolutely nod. But Draco remained silent, looking helplessly into the dark forbidden forest, unsure of what to do. An inexplicable feeling of dread was creeping into his heart, constantly reminding him of the danger and horror inside. Ron and Hermione also noticed the unease in Draco's eyes. Falling silent together, Harry glanced at the struggling three, furrowing his brow and breathing more rapidly. But he didn't say anything. After a long moment, he finally spoke. You guys should go back. I have to find Hagrid. Don't worry, it will be fine. I won't take long to return. With that, he turned and began to run into the forbidden forest with his eyes closed. Harry, hey, wait, no. In the astonished gazes of Draco, Ron, and Hermione, Harry's figure completely disappeared into the darkness. After Harry left, there was another silence. Ron's face was almost drooping to the ground. He looked at the eerie road that seemed like a monster ready to devour, and finally raised his wand without hesitation. I can't leave Harry behind. After saying this, he mimicked Harry, closed his eyes, and rushed in, shouting as he ran, Harry, I'm coming for you. However, before he dashed out, it seemed he forgot he was still holding onto Hermione's clothes. Hey, wait, Ron, what are you doing? Caught off guard, Hermione had no choice but to be dragged into the forbidden forest by Ron. Watching his companions enter one after another, Draco stood still and took a deep breath, clenching his fists and swinging them a couple of times. He forcibly suppressed the unease and apprehension in his heart and hurried to catch up with the three ahead. In the forbidden forest, there was no light, and the large trees seemed to be haunted. A casual glance around would conjure horrifying images in one's mind. Yet, facing all this, Harry not only did not stop, but increased his speed. In his mind, memories of Hagrid flashed by. Hagrid in leather, riding a motorcycle carrying a cake. Although they had only known each other for a few months, every time he thought of Hagrid's care and warmth, this somewhat rough man felt like family. Returning his gaze to Charlie, he noticed that the previously freely flowing green mist began to converge, forming a spiral shape around Quirrell, making it impossible for Charlie to see a single detail. Charlie had tried to break through the mist's enveloping barrier, but nothing he did had any effect. All ordinary attacks disappeared upon contact. Spells as powerful as the blasting curse couldn't be cast due to the environment. Even his strongest transfiguration spells became ineffective when they came into contact with the object shrouded in green mist. It was as if that area had become a magical forbidden zone. For a moment, Charlie felt particularly constrained. Quirrell's screams continued, but they were nowhere near as forceful as before. They grew weaker and quieter, his voice hoarse. Like an old bellows, his wails carried the resentment and curses of hell. As a top student who had perused a wealth of dark magic materials in the forbidden section during school, Charlie understood a commonality about soul-related magic. The more intense the torment the sacrificed soul endured before death, the more refined the magic's power would be. Therefore, although he couldn't know what kind of magic Voldemort was using at that moment, Charlie knew that once this magic was fully charged, its effects would likely be terrifying. Taking a deep breath of the cold air, the light in Charlie's eyes flickered, and his expression gradually shifted from calm to serious. Indeed, no matter how down-and-out Voldemort was, he remained Voldemort. No matter how much of a failure the Dark Lord seemed, he was still the Dark Lord. A moment of carelessness could lead to disastrous consequences. Come on, I'm waiting. Charlie continued to stare at the thick mist, as if trying to see through it to glimpse that familiar figure from long ago, murmuring to himself. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Quirrell's wails completely vanished from the mist. Charlie knew he had died, not a physical death, but the annihilation of his soul. He had been consumed by a vile curse. However, in the next second after the wails ceased, a hoarse and disgusting laughter gradually grew from small to large, eventually becoming wildly uncontrollable. That damn voice was all too familiar. Whether it was a psychological effect or not, Charlie's right hand, which was lightly gripping his wand, exhibited a slight tremor beyond reason. Even if it was just a fraction, it revealed the unrest within Charlie Black. Put the book down. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The green mist suddenly stirred, instantly becoming chaotic, all surging toward the center. In the midst of the fog, Charlie finally saw Quirrell's body, which belonged to him, staggering to stand up, opening his arms to let the mist flow into him as quickly as possible. My dear Charlie Black, I've missed you so much. Chapter 173. The arsonist of the Forbidden Forest, although he didn't want to admit it, the fact was clear if it came down to a one-on-one confrontation. Charlie Black was not Voldemort's match during his prime. Of course, the gap between the two was not as vast as one might think. After all, both were beings that surpassed ordinary wizards, and in terms of spellcasting technique and proficiency, they were neck and neck. Voldemort's Avada Kedavra might be slightly stronger, while Charlie's transfiguration was superior. What truly allowed Voldemort to overshadow Charlie was their experience. After all, both were geniuses, and everything could be attained through understanding. However, this particular aspect could only be enriched through the accumulation of life experiences. Facing Voldemort, who had lived for decades longer, Such a comparison was undoubtedly unfair to Charlie. But there was no way around it. Battle had always been synonymous with bloodshed and cruelty, and fairness was not a concept that could be entertained in such a context. Finally, as time passed, the mist surrounding Quirrell was completely absorbed back into his body. The blurry figure thus became entirely clear to Charlie. In the distance, he saw Quirrell's limbs twisting, occasionally exhibiting unnatural movements. His face was terrifying, with something that looked like muscles or tendons writhing beneath his skin, giving his rigid expression an increasingly ghastly appearance. Ha 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 ha, he laughed, a radiant smile revealing rows of white teeth, wildly releasing emotions that had been suppressed for who knows how long. Charlie, after a long time, finally had Voldemort's gaze fall upon him. Voldemort raised his chin modestly, half closing his eyes, a hypocritical nostalgia appearing on his face. At that moment, it seemed the roles of the cat and mouse game had switched between the two. TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at you. Even after all these years, you're still the same as before. I think this might be our first official meeting in 10 years, right? After speaking, Voldemort lowered his head, examining his own body. I'm sorry, I couldn't present myself in a more dignified manner. I can only rely on this ugly shell to meet you for now. I hope you don't mind. Faced with the seemingly polite Voldemort, Charlie had no desire to engage in this kind of childish exchange. Now, the only concern he had was how much of Voldemort's strength could be restored after using this inexplicable magic. Consequently, Charlie's mouth curled up slightly in a nonchalant manner before he mercilessly mocked, "In my opinion, you look much better now than that ghostly figure you were before. At least I won't want to throw up when I see you." After hearing Charlie's words, Voldemort, who had just recovered and was initially excited to say a few more things, immediately darkened his expression. In his half-closed eyes, an uncontrollable killing intent surged in an instant. He restrained his expression and said nothing more. Instead, he was the first to wave his wand, commencing the first duel with Charlie Black after 12 years. Boom! A green light suddenly erupted, with no so-called prelude. Even a powerful spell, like Avada Kedavra, was effortless in Voldemort's hands. Moreover, from any perspective, it had already outclassed the attack that Quirrell had released not long ago. Charlie's expression remained unchanged. As Voldemort made his move, his arms suddenly shot upward. Boom! The ground cracked, and a massive stone wall rose from the earth, blocking the attack between Charlie and Voldemort. The brief exchange of spells seemed like a simple test from both sides. It was also the clarion call for battle, instantly igniting the conflict. Boom! The newly appeared stone wall was crushed into dust in just a second, with thick black smoke gathering around Voldemort, lifting his body skyward as he charged toward Charlie. Howling, all around, trees seemed to be endowed with souls, their massive roots breaking through the ground. They grew wildly, intertwining and forming endless cages around Voldemort, attempting to intercept his movements. However, it was of no use. Even though he was not familiar with the body he currently inhabited, Voldemort was still Voldemort. The continuous flickering and shifting allowed him to glide through the roots and vines, as if strolling in a garden. No matter how quickly the branches spread, they could only slow him down, watching helplessly as the distance between him and Charlie closed in, even having time to hurl a few taunts. Ha 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 ha! It seems you haven't made much progress in the past 10 years. Still like this? Just transfiguration? What a pathetic child. However, just as he was about to crash into Charlie and directly strangle him with a soul attack, a roaring line of black fire suddenly enveloped the area around Charlie, instantly blazing fiercely and keeping him at bay. What is this? Clearly caught off guard, Voldemort was surprised by Charlie's move. The forward dive he was making was abruptly halted by this strange flame, stopping him mid-air. It seems that in these 10 years, you haven't been as stagnant as I thought. Is this your new trick? I wonder if it can entertain me. Saying this, he showed no mercy, lightly waving his wand in the air, sending a crescent-shaped arc of light tearing through the air toward the black flames. Be careful, or you might set yourself on fire. In a sea of flames, Charlie looked up at Voldemort in midair and coldly replied, then pointed his wand directly at him. Die once again. The surging flames seemed to receive a command, and the fire tongues that were originally spreading to engulf the surrounding trees immediately converged. Under Charlie's control, they transformed into a gigantic, roaring lion, burning and vividly charging toward the dark green arc of light. In the next second, the arc shattered, but the lion remained fierce, its momentum unabated, and with the help of the surrounding trees, it swelled twice as large, baring its claws as it aimed to swallow Voldemort whole. Whoosh! Voldemort's expression remained unchanged, his cloak billowing without wind, waving up with some strange power, carving a sharp trajectory in midair that directly severed half of the lion's head. However, fire has no definite form. At the moment the head was severed, the lion's entire body disintegrated, instantly transforming into chains that attacked Voldemort's neck, wrists, and torso. Although Charlie knew that at this moment, the only thing that truly belonged to Voldemort in that body was his soul, and even if he burned it away, it would not cause him any serious harm. However, according to the original plan, all Charlie needed was to inflict heavy damage. Then he could let him escape in disgrace, without needing to worry about how to keep him behind. After all, besides his ruthless dark magic, what Voldemort was most famous for was his seemingly immortal life. Like a cockroach, just as the two were engaged in fierce battle, outside the Forbidden Forest, Harry, who had been running forward with all his might, suddenly froze. The scar on his forehead began to react, sending a scorching pain throughout his body. This caught him off guard, causing him to fall to the ground. His eyes instinctively shut tightly. Harry used all his strength to press against the scar that was constantly inflicting pain, and his body involuntarily trembled. In front of him, random images began to flash chaotically. The burning black flames, ugly, writhing trees, and in the center of the fire, a blurry yet familiar figure. Ah! The continuous influx of things forced his brain to ache intensely. Finally, it crashed, and with a scream, he fainted. Harry, what happened to you? Not long after Harry fainted, Ron and Hermione, who were closely following him, caught up. They immediately saw Harry lying in front of them. In a panic, they ran faster, hurried to his side, urgently calling out and lifting him up. Hermione, look at what happened to Harry. Helpless, Ron supported Harry's limp head, trying to lift him, but being inexperienced and lacking knowledge about how to handle such situations, he instinctively looked to Hermione, viewing her as his anchor. I don't know. Did Harry get attacked? However, Hermione's reaction was not much better than Ron's. After all, she was just an 11-year-old girl who had only lived in a muggle world and had never encountered sudden situations, so she was naturally flustered and didn't know what to do. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Draco, who had been chasing the three, hurried over. After the two briefly explained the situation to him, he wasted no time checking Harry's breathing and whether he had sustained any injuries. After confirming several times, Draco let out a sigh of relief. He wasn't injured, and his breathing was steady. He was probably just unconscious. What do we do now? The anxious expression on Ron's face did not fade with Draco's words, but instead grew stronger as he glanced deeper into the forest. Should we continue going inside? Draco pressed his lips together, glanced into the depths of the Forbidden Forest, then looked at the unconscious Harry. After a long moment, he stood up firmly and replied, "You all stay here and take care of Harry. I'll go take a look inside." Draco, are you sure? Hermione frowned, clearly not satisfied with his decision to venture alone. After a moment, she hesitated and said, "How about I?" but was decisively interrupted by Draco. He shook his head firmly and refused. If it were just me, I would be confident I could make it back. But bringing another person would only be a burden. You all stay safe. Don't worry, I won't get into any trouble. With that, he turned and continued deeper into the forest without looking back. Due to their location being surrounded by trees, it was an excellent environment for the fire shield charm. Initially, Charlie hesitated to cast any fire spells, worried about losing control. But now, facing a nearly full-strength Voldemort, he couldn't afford to be reckless. Instantly, the once quiet and deep forest was engulfed in a raging sea of flames stretching for miles. Damn it! In midair, the situation had completely reversed. Voldemort was desperately dodging the surging flames, finally breaking his defenses. Gone was the earlier composure. He abandoned his image and shouted at Charlie, "You despicable, shameless, hypocritical scum. I will kill you. I will kill you. You should take care of yourself first." A drop of sweat trickled down Charlie's forehead. Whether from the rising heat or the exhaustion of controlling the massive flames, he wasn't sure. His gaze remained fixed on Voldemort, his hand moving in sync with his eyes. No matter how fast he was, as long as he remained in this sea of fire, there would be no opportunity for a counterattack. Every inch of soil scorched by the flames was instantly seized by Charlie, becoming an extension of his will, like an arm at his command. It was clear that Voldemort was also aware of this problem. No matter how unwilling he was, no matter how furious he felt seeing that figure in the flames, he ultimately made the right choice. While the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. He had already gained enough vitality from Quirrell. Although he couldn't restore his physical body, he was in a much better situation than before. If he withdrew now, there was still something to gain. If he stayed to fight Charlie, the outcome was predictable. although he didn't believe that Charlie could maintain such a massive spell for long. He also knew that this body was only under his force control due to the curse. He absolutely couldn't last until the flames extinguished. Thinking of this, he decisively abandoned Quirrell's body, transforming into a faint ghost with dark green mist rushing out. He shouted at Charlie, "This time I'll let you go. Don't think you can always have such good luck. Charlie Black. Next time I will definitely kill you." Chapter 174. Termination. Charlie didn't say much. Faced with Voldemort's nearly frantic curses, his expression didn't even change. He continued to watch calmly as the ghost, neither human nor ghost, wrapped in mist, darted into the distant sky, disappearing without a trace in Charlie's gaze. Without Voldemort's control, the body that had been flying in midair suddenly fell like a puppet with cut strings, plummeting from a height of over 10 meters straight to the ground. Seeing it fall and turn into a puddle of mush, Charlie moved. Clearly, he hadn't forgotten his initial promise to Lucius. Since he couldn't hand over the puppet master, as Voldemort's representative, bringing back his body would at least be presentable. With a sharp tug of his wand, the raging flames receded, and the nearby trees, nearly carbonized, struggled to extend their branches, accurately wrapping around Quirrell's falling body and gently placing him on the ground. This marked the end of the battle, but he wondered how his sudden disruption of the original plot would impact the future. Never mind, that wasn't something he needed to consider now. As a small butterfly that had just flapped its wings, he could only focus on the present. While dispersing the still-burning black flames, he pondered how to explain this situation. Charlie suppressed the fatigue in his mind, raised his head, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath in the cold wind still tinged with the warmth of the flames. Exhaling a sigh. Suddenly, at that moment, he felt a chill at the tip of his nose. When he opened his eyes, he saw the night sky filled with pure white snowflakes cascading down like a gentle shower. Landing on the remnants of the fire, they temporarily covered the ugly blackness, calming the countless creatures in the forbidden forest, as if telling everyone that everything had come to an end. Looking at the white snow, Charlie couldn't help but smile. With a thud, forgetting everything else, he lay back on the flat ground, allowing the heavy snow to cover his body and Quirrell's corpse. Charlie? After an unknown amount of time, Charlie opened his eyes again at the sound of rustling. It felt as if he had taken a long nap, and his energy had recovered significantly. Not far from him, he saw Hagrid's towering figure. Hagrid stared wide-eyed, his mind seemingly blank. He looked at the burned forbidden forest, then at the two figures lying in the snow, and an indescribable anger surged within him, causing him to clench his fists tightly. As the guardian of the forbidden forest and a pure-hearted lover of magical creatures, no one had more reason to be angry than him at this moment. Watching the once thriving trees now reduced to ashes, witnessing lives turn to char in the sea of fire, his heart bled profusely. The immense pain surged forth, transforming his expression into one of unprecedented ferocity. Only then did Charlie realize that when this seemingly honest and simple Hagrid became enraged, his hair truly stood on end, resembling the terrifying figure of Zhong Kuei often seen in Chinese New Year paintings. What is happening? A massive roar erupted, as if a hibernating bear had been startled awake, shaking the surrounding snowflakes, which seemed momentarily frozen in midair. Charlie struggled to get up, swaying as he leaned against a nearby tree. He then pointed a shaky finger at the already dead Chilo and spoke with difficulty. "This guy used a fiend fire curse at the last moment, trying to take me down with him. Fortunately, I barely dodged his attack, but the forbidden forest." Charlie didn't continue, as he noticed Hagrid's eyes had already turned bloodshot upon hearing this. Adding to that was Yaya beside him, looking just like a berserker in beast form. Trusting his friend, Hagrid didn't doubt Charlie's words for a moment and directly tossed aside the pink umbrella he was holding. With a roar of bastard, he charged at Chilo's corpse in the snow, wildly swinging his fists in a fit of rage. Taking advantage of Hagrid's frenzied assault, Charlie, who had been looking pained, quietly straightened up. He slowly walked over to Hagrid's side and began to watch him pummel the mastermind behind everything. In his heart, Charlie felt no great guilt. After all, if Voldemort hadn't suddenly counterattacked, would he have had to use fire techniques for protection? Ultimately, the blame lay mainly with the other party. This couldn't be counted as deceiving Hagrid. At most, it was misleading. Under the heavy snow, it was hard to tell how much time had passed before Hagrid, who had been beating Chilo, finally calmed his rage and stopped his fists. Behind him, Charlie couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Hagrid's punches landed on Chilo's body, which still resembled a human, at least allowing Lucius to discern who it was. Once Hagrid's anger had subsided and his mind returned to calm, he suddenly remembered Charlie's condition his eyes widening as he quickly stood up, turned around, and hurriedly supported Charlie, asking with concern, "How are you, Charlie? Are you hurt?" Charlie leaned on Hagrid's strong arm, first shaking his head, then closing his eyes to press his temples, weakly replying, "I didn't sustain any serious injuries, just a bit fatigued from using too much magic." Hearing this, Hagrid nodded, also relieved. He glanced at the corpse on the ground, and then at Charlie, suddenly remembering something, his expression becoming strange. "By the way, Charlie, what exactly happened? Why was Chilo here? And how did you end up here too?" Upon hearing this, Charlie opened his mouth, ready to explain, but before he could say anything, a piercing scream from a distance interrupted him. "Uncle!" Both of them instinctively turned their heads to look behind them. Not far away, Draco's eyes were wide, staring incredulously at his uncle, tears welling up in his eyes. Even though he had just arrived at the scene and knew nothing yet, seeing his uncle and the lifeless Chilo, along with the almost horrific surroundings, everything connected in his mind, instantly forming an answer. His uncle must have come for me. Despite only having written a letter, his uncle had silently rushed to Hogwarts and killed Chilo. What a silent yet heavy love this is. With this thought, countless emotions converged into a wave of gratitude, and the tears that had been swirling in his eyes burst forth like a dam breaking. Not saying anything more, as everything was understood without words, Draco began to shout for his uncle while running straight into Charlie's embrace. Feeling the warmth in Charlie's arms, he felt an immense sense of security at that moment. Charlie raised an eyebrow, said nothing, and patted Draco's back while glancing at Hagrid, seemingly asking him why his nephew was here. Hagrid scratched his head, took a deep breath, and then asked Draco, "Why are you here alone? Where are Harry and Ron?" Upon hearing Hagrid's question, Draco suddenly remembered that his companions were still waiting for him. He quickly lifted his head from Charlie's embrace, pointed in the direction he had come from, and hurriedly said, "Harry fainted on the way. I was worried about danger, so I told him to wait there while I came to check it out." What? Hearing that Harry had fainted, Hagrid was instantly startled, forgetting about why Charlie was here, and hurriedly turned to run in the direction Draco had indicated. Such a significant event naturally couldn't go unnoticed at Hogwarts Castle. Soon, Dumbledore, wearing a coat over pajamas, along with a group of similarly dressed professors, appeared before Charlie. Finally, after a whole night of follow-up work, as the sun was about to rise, the group managed to cover up some of the damage caused in the Forbidden Forest. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore yawned, looking somewhat weary as he rubbed his temples, and couldn't help but sigh at Charlie. "I didn't expect that, less than half a month later, you would be back in my office again. I didn't expect it either." Charlie brushed off the remaining black marks on his clothes, nodded in agreement, and replied, "This time, 25% of the Forbidden Forest was affected by the fire, with many trees destroyed, and the ecological environment has suffered extremely serious damage. The centaurs are very angry and demand a reasonable explanation from me. I must say, the commotion you caused this time was too large. It wasn't me, you know." Upon hearing this, Charlie, who had been cleaning his clothes, immediately straightened up and declared, "Humph." However, facing Charlie's shameless denial, Dumbledore couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyelids, merely narrowing his eyes at Charlie and letting out two noncommittal sounds. Cough. Feeling a bit embarrassed under Dumbledore's gaze, Charlie coughed twice and continued, "Although it wasn't my doing, I did participate in that battle. To express my sincerity, I am willing to donate in the name of Charlie Black to the damaged areas of the Forbidden Forest." After saying that, he cautiously extended his hand, tentatively gesturing, and asked, "How about 25,000 galleons? Just barely acceptable." Upon receiving Charlie's promise, Dumbledore opened his squinted eyes, sat up straight, and resumed his usual demeanor. He looked directly at Charlie and finally began to discuss serious matters. "All right, Charlie, now tell me what happened. To be honest, even now, I'm still in the dark." "It's Voldemort." After a brief pause, Charlie became serious, slowly opening his mouth and unexpectedly giving Dumbledore an answer he hadn't anticipated. The once tired spirit, due to lack of sufficient sleep, was completely awakened by Charlie's words. Quirrell was merely Voldemort's servant, who had been lurking within him, hiding at the school. "Well, I don't know why he has come, I believe, Professor Dumbledore. You must know, right?" Shocked, Dumbledore's eyes flickered with a mix of light and shadow. He nodded slightly, as if to acknowledge it, but did not say anything, instead waiting for Charlie to continue. "As for how I discovered this, I owe it all to Severus." "Snape?" Dumbledore seemed surprised, raising an eyebrow and asking instinctively. "The day after Draco was attacked, he wrote me a letter, in which he expressed his suspicions about Quirrell and suspected that he was hiding some unspeakable secret. Thus, I shifted my attention back to the seemingly timid and inconspicuous defense against the dark arts professor. I see. Dumbledore's face showed a look of understanding. However, Charlie could not be sure whether this old fox truly believed him or was simply putting this matter aside for the time being. After Charlie finished speaking, Dumbledore closed his eyes, leaned back in his chair, and let out a deep breath. It seemed he was digesting this news, as if he were reviewing Quirrell's various actions over the past year. All right, you've worked hard, Charlie. After a while, when he opened his eyes, his expression returned to the usual kindness and warmth, as if nothing had happened. Thank you for everything you've done. There's nothing more to discuss here. Go see Harry and the others. Where are they? Because of yesterday's incident, I requested a leave for them. Now, if I remember correctly, they should all be in the hospital wing. Charlie nodded thoughtfully, no longer saying anything, and walked towards the door. Wait, just as he was about to step out, Dumbledore suddenly seemed to remember something and called out to him. There will probably be some more matters to discuss soon. I will invite you to come back then, okay? Of course. Chapter 175. Chit-chat in the hospital wing. Come in, Sirius. After Charlie left the office, it wasn't too long before Sirius Snape was summoned by Dumbledore. Is there something you need, Dumbledore? Snape asked coldly, his voice low. He did not sit in the chair that Charlie had just occupied but stood stiffly to the side, directly inquiring about the reason for Dumbledore's summons. It's nothing too serious. As if oblivious to the distance and impatience in Sirius's words, the old headmaster Dumbledore remained smiling in his office chair. With a kind smile, he waved his hand lightly and then casually continued. Charlie just told me about the matter regarding Quirrell. Did you know? There was a slight change in Sirius's expression. After pausing for a moment, he shook his head. No, I haven't had the chance to ask him. Quirrell is here to steal the Philosopher's Stone, without any further pretense. Dumbledore clasped his hands in front of him and slowly spoke. Upon hearing this, Sirius's expression finally changed. The previously dark and indifferent look on his face slightly diminished, replaced by a hint of a mocking smile at the corners of his mouth. I knew it, but he isn't doing it for himself. Before Dumbledore could finish his sentence, he slowly shook his head and continued, Voldemort. This is probably all part of Voldemort's scheme, and Quirrell is merely his puppet and executor. As soon as these words were spoken, Sirius's pupils abruptly shrank to the size of pinholes, and the calm on his face could no longer be maintained, replaced by shock and disbelief. What did you say? His brows knitted tightly together. He couldn't help but stride forward, leaning over with both hands pressed on Dumbledore's desk, staring intently into the other's eyes, as if trying to find a hint of jest in his gaze. But unfortunately, Dumbledore's gaze was even calmer than he imagined, as if he had long accepted this fact. Although it was hard to believe, it was indeed true. Charlie had confronted him in the Forbidden Forest. To be precise, it was Voldemort who possessed Quirrell. Sirius's breathing became heavier, but he did not speak, instead pursing his lips and silently listening to Dumbledore's unfinished story. Although he was defeated, he still managed to escape and absorb Quirrell's life force with an evil dark magic, which must have significantly replenished him compared to before. Sirius's eyelids twitched, his lips trembled, opening and closing as if he wanted to say something. Dumbledore watched him, quietly waiting for his words, wanting to know his thoughts on this matter. Finally, after hesitating for a long time, Sirius still did not speak a word. His gaze slightly hardened, he suddenly turned and walked straight toward the door. With a bang, Sirius slammed the door of the headmaster's office shut, leaving only Dumbledore behind, who sighed softly while looking at the closed door. Mr. Black, do you remember me? I'm Ron. Ron from the Weasley family. In the hospital wing, Charlie Black's sudden visit undoubtedly surprised the young wizards. Originally sitting by Harry's bedside, Ron's eyes froze when he saw the man walking in from the door. He completely abandoned his best friend beside him, jumped up from the bedside, and rushed to Charlie, gazing at him with sparkling eyes, then stammered, of course, Ron. My dear, Draco mentioned your name in a letter to me. Charlie smiled gently, extending his hand to shake Ron's small hand, perhaps due to his excitement. Ron's palm was already sweaty, making the handshake feel damp. In Ron's eyes, it was as if stars had appeared. For a moment, his mind went blank, and he had no reaction other than a silly smile. Eventually, it was Hermione who couldn't bear to see him in such an awkward state, forcibly pulled him away from Charlie, clearing a path to Harry while scolding him. What are you doing standing there grinning like an idiot? P.S. here to see Harry. Charlie also turned his gaze towards the bushy-haired girl. Hermione Granger? Surprised to be called by her name, Hermione initially was taken aback. However, to her credit, her good upbringing prevented her from losing composure like Ron. She quickly performed a standard British curtsy to Charlie, then blinked her eyes, curiously and somewhat inquisitively asking, You know my name? Charlie smiled mysteriously without saying much, only replying, I know all your names, and perhaps I understand you better than you understand yourselves. Hermione furrowed her brows slightly, not quite grasping the meaning behind Charlie's words, and with her head lowered, she began to ponder quietly. Eventually, Charlie's gaze finally met Harry on the hospital bed. Mr. Black. Harry instinctively tightened the sheets, his face flushing as he struggled to sit up halfway, leaning against the wall at the head of the bed, and stammered, How do you feel, Harry? Charlie didn't stand on ceremony. He simply sat on Harry's hospital bed, skillfully reaching out to stroke his curly hair, just like that day in the alley. Feeling Mr. Black's warmth, Harry gradually let go of his original tension and smiled sincerely. He nodded and replied, Much better. I thought I was fine, but Madame Pomfrey insisted I rest a bit longer and go to class tomorrow. You really should take some more time to rest. Listening to Harry, Charlie nodded in agreement and casually remarked, After all, health is more important than anything else. Besides, first-year classes at Hogwarts aren't difficult. You can learn them just by glancing at them. No need to worry too much. Yeah, that's true. Harry's smile remained. But in the eyes of the other two companions, it was easy to see that the smile had a hint of bitterness. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Harry's expression dimmed a bit, and he quietly said to Charlie, I heard Draco say that at that time, Mr. Black, you were dueling with Quirrell. I'm sorry I couldn't help at all. Instead, I fainted at a crucial moment and caused trouble for Ron and Hermione. Hearing this, Charlie couldn't help but chuckle. After all, facing such an enemy, even if 4 little wizards teamed up with Hagrid, it probably wouldn't help much and could even backfire, leading to greater danger. Like Voldemort taking everyone down with him before he left. If such a thing really happened, the consequences would be unpredictable. Just thinking about what happened yesterday made even him feel a bit apprehensive. He knew that if it weren't for the fire shield, Voldemort might have taken a significant bite out of him. At the same time, this incident reminded Charlie that he was indeed lacking some powerful means of attack when facing enemies like Voldemort. After all, not every opportunity would allow him to use the fire shield in the Forbidden Forest. With this thought in mind, Charlie didn't say anything further but simply changed the topic, asking Harry a more casual question. So, are you planning to go home for Christmas? Go home. Upon hearing this, Harry's smile faltered for a moment, as if recalling some unpleasant memories, and he hurriedly shook his head. No, I plan to stay at school. To this, Charlie didn't say much, just casually remarked, What a pity. If you went back, maybe your Uncle Dudley would give you an unexpected surprise. A huge surprise. Harry repeated Charlie's words, but his thoughts involuntarily drifted back to his previous Christmases, and the Christmas before that, and the Christmas before that. There was really no difference, because the normal routine was that he would be hiding in the cupboard, peeking through the cracks, catching glimpses of the bright Christmas tree outside, and the happiness of the Dursleys. However, just as Harry was about to say something more to Charlie, a sudden voice interrupted what he hadn't yet managed to say. I'm here to see Charlie Black. The familiar voice instantly plunged the previously harmonious and warm atmosphere into the depths of despair. Gulping reflexively, Harry, Hermione, and Ron swallowed hard, then turned their necks to look towards the door. Sure enough, at the entrance, Severus Snape, draped in a black robe and sporting greasy long hair, had arrived and was gazing at them with his deadpan eyes fixed on their bed. In an instant, the 3 little wizards were so frightened that they turned their heads back in unison, pretending not to see him. If it were any other time, Snape would surely have seized this opportunity to question the 2 Gryffindors about why they hadn't greeted him and would unhesitatingly penalize each of them with 5 points. Then make Harry Potter from Slytherin write out the Hogwarts Student Code of Conduct as punishment. However, this time burdened by something significant, Snape did not care about anything else and fixed his gaze directly on Charlie. Without saying much else, he simply stated, I need to talk to you. After saying that, without waiting for Charlie to respond, he walked out of the infirmary, waiting for the other party in the corridor. Charlie raised an eyebrow, but did not refuse, just saying goodbye to the 3 sympathetic little wizards before following Snape out of the infirmary. Oh my God. Once the infirmary door closed, Ron could no longer hold back. His expression filled with inexplicable worry as he spoke. What does Snape want with Mr. Black? Does he have a grudge against Mr. Black? Did you see his expression? It looked like someone stepped on his face with size 43 shoes. Hearing this, Hermione and Harry couldn't help but start thinking in a negative direction. Do you think if it really comes to a fight, Mr. Black would be Snape's match? Should we go help? Harry glanced at the 2, clenched his fists, as if just waiting for Ron and Hermione to nod. He would jump out of bed and run out to join Mr. Charlie in a righteous brawl against Snape. Of course, that's Charlie Black. Hearing Harry's lack of confidence, Ron widened his eyes and exclaimed, at the same time pulling out a stack of chocolate frog trading cards he always carried. After rummaging through them, he eagerly presented the card with Charlie Black's name on it, declaring confidently, "See this. It says here that Mr. Charlie Black's attack value is A." How could he not be Snape's match? However, Hermione quickly chimed in with her thoughts. Mr. Black just had a fierce battle with Quirrell. Don't you remember what Draco said? When he saw Mr. Black, he could barely walk and had to lean on Hagrid for support. How despicable. Snape. And just as the three little wizards were discussing this, condemning Snape for taking advantage of the situation, the head nurse, Madame Pomfrey, who was organizing medicines and instruments not far away, couldn't help but curl her lip. To say that these two young men had a grudge against each other was nothing short of a huge joke. After all, as a nurse who had worked at Hogwarts for nearly 30 years, Madame Pomfrey naturally understood the friendship between the two better than these four little wizards. She couldn't help but remember events from over a decade ago, as if they were still fresh in her mind. At that time, Charlie and Sirius were still frequent visitors to the school infirmary. Occasionally, they would come in with a few minor accidents, such as spitting out toads or having transparent eyelids. Whenever she asked them about the reasons, both of them would always give vague answers and never directly told her what happened. Interestingly, there were also 4 other Gryffindor students who were regulars at the infirmary. Whenever Charlie and Sirius left, it wouldn't be long before those 4 would come in with similar issues. Madame Pomfrey was actually not interested in their grudges. She couldn't help but sigh, never expecting that at that time. The 2 most rebellious little snakes from Slytherin would now become the head of Slytherin and the most prestigious wizard merchant in the magical world. Take a leave. Just a 3-day leave. I'm going to outline the following content. After all, you all know that there won't be much left to write about in the first part. I also plan to think carefully about how to write the next part better. Chapter 176. Complete destruction in the corridor outside the infirmary. Sirius lowered his gaze, looking at the rough floor beneath his feet, momentarily lost in thought. His expression was still gloomy, and it was hard to tell what he was thinking. It wasn't until Charlie came out of the infirmary that he finally lifted his head and returned to reality. Seeing his friend, who despite trying to tidy himself up, still looked somewhat disheveled, Sirius opened his mouth, unable to refrain from saying, "You really." However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Charlie. With a slight smile on his lips, Charlie raised his hand to stop Sirius's unspoken words and asked, "Do you have classes this afternoon?" Clearly, Sirius did not expect Charlie to ask such a question. He was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, shaking his head and replying, "No, but great." Charlie cut him off before he could finish. With a brighter smile on his face, he clapped his hands and made a decision on the spot. "Let's go. I found a great place recently. The drinks there are unique." With that, he walked straight up to Sirius, regardless of whether he agreed, and grabbed his shoulder, dragging him toward the staircase at the end of the corridor. "Hey, wait. I'm not in the mood. I came to ask you something." Sirius struggled while continuing to speak. But Charlie ignored his protests, casually saying, "We'll talk and drink when we get there," and continued walking without pausing. Left with no choice, Sirius gave up his futile struggle and sighed, choosing to keep pace with Charlie as they walked forward together. In fact, Charlie knew what Sirius wanted to say. After all, as one of Voldemort's former right-hand men, no one could understand his complex feelings better than he did at that moment. This was also why he insisted on taking Sirius out for a drink. He knew his friend too well, rather than letting him bottle up his emotions. It was better to take him out for a drink and help ease his gloomy mood. Soon, under Charlie's lead, the two swaggered out of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, happily heading toward the nearby village of Hogsmeade. In the main castle, Dumbledore stepped out of his office and stood by the window, watching the two of them, who seemed as close as they were over a decade ago, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. After a moment, he turned to Hagrid, who was also watching them through the window, and, as if recalling something, suddenly asked, "If I remember correctly, isn't there class with Snape this morning?" Hagrid was taken aback by this question, looking at Dumbledore, blinking and shrugging his shoulders, indicating that he knew nothing about it. In the morning, the Three Broomsticks was particularly quiet. It was nowhere near as lively as the last time when Charlie came with Lucius Malfoy. Upon entering with Sirius, they saw only a few scattered customers quietly drinking beer, and even the sound of conversation was much lower. However, when Madame Rosmerta saw Charlie and Sirius walk in, she happily welcomed them. As before, she personally selected a table for them near a corner. Once they were seated, Madame Rosmerta blinked her beautiful eyes, her plump lips breaking into a lovely smile as she gently asked, "So, Mr. Black, what would you like this time?" Perhaps because it was Charlie's second visit, there was a bit less excitement in Madame Rosmerta's tone and a bit more warmth. This clearly showed her remarkable attentiveness in handling social matters. 2 glasses of mead and some red currant rum, Charlie said with a smile, not hesitating much. Get my friend some extra mead. He likes sweet things. Sirius, who had been aimlessly observing his surroundings while sitting on the wooden chair, moved his lips as if he wanted to argue, but ultimately said nothing, allowing Charlie to make the arrangements. All right, Mr. Black, and this gentleman, Madame Rosmerta said, glancing at Sirius with a hint of surprise, as if curious about who this new companion of Charlie's was. But soon, that surprise faded away, and her professional bright smile covered everything. After nodding slightly, she walked back behind the bar to prepare their drinks. Once Madame Rosmerta left, Sirius withdrew his gaze from the surroundings and looked back at Charlie, saying softly, "When did you start coming here? I remember you used to only go to the Hog's Head." "Not long ago," Charlie replied, looking down and gently touching his coat that had been marked by Voldemort's magic. "Lucius brought me here. We had a drink and chatted." "Lucius?" Sirius narrowed his eyes slightly, reminiscing about this familiar name. It didn't take long for their drinks to be served. Charlie's eyes lit up as he picked up one of the glasses and pushed the other one towards Sirius. "Come on, let's have a good drink." This time, Sirius did not refuse as he had in Hogwarts. He nodded, took the glass, and clinked it with Charlie's, producing a crisp sound. The amber-colored viscous liquid splashed out, spilling onto the wooden table and the floor, turning into little spots of alcohol. Gulp, gulp. His Adam's apple moved up and down, and in no time, the glass in his hand was nearly empty. Sirius took a breath, savoring the lingering sweetness of honey on his lips, and a rare smile finally spread across his stiff face. Not bad. Seeing the gloom lift from the other's face, Charlie also smiled lightly, saying nothing more, and simply raised his glass in a gesture towards Sirius. The two continued drinking, and it was hard to tell how long it had been. Only the empty glasses beside them and the faint flush on their faces hinted at the passage of time. "Want to try some red currant rum?" Charlie asked lazily, shaking the bottle in his hand towards Sirius. "No." Sirius waved his hand and took another sip. "This one's pretty good. At least, it seems to suit me better than fire whiskey." "That's because you don't understand." Charlie pouted, turning his head to aimlessly survey the other patrons around them. At that moment, Sirius finally spoke up, bringing up the question he had always wanted to ask. He placed his glass down on the wooden table, rubbed his cheeks to clear his mind a bit, and continued, "So, just like Dumbledore said, you really did face him?" Charlie pulled his gaze back, a faint glimmer flashing in his eyes. His gaze met Sirius's, and after a brief pause, Charlie nodded. "Yeah." Having received the answer he wanted, Sirius showed no signs of emotion. Perhaps, deep down, he understood that this was a meaningless question, because no matter what Charlie's answer was, even before he had asked, he already had an answer in his heart. "You defeated him?" Sirius shifted his gaze away from Charlie's, looking elsewhere as he took another sip, feigning indifference while continuing to ask. Charlie thought seriously for a moment before shaking his head. "In fact, I can't say I defeated him. I should say, I relied on a little trick to successfully drive back Voldemort, who had not yet regained his full strength." Hearing Charlie's cautious answer made Sirius laugh out loud. "I never thought you'd say something like that. It seems the experiences of these past years have indeed taught you what humility is." Sirius laughed, exhaling a breath of stale air. "That counts as a win." After saying that, he raised his glass and gently clinked it against Charlie's bottle. The soft sound of clinking, though faint, became one of the few sounds in the tavern at that moment. "I believe in you. If you could defeat him once, you can do it again." With that, he lifted his glass and downed the last bit of amber liquid in one gulp. Charlie seemed to want to say something more. He opened his mouth, but then glanced at the bottle that had just collided with Sirius's, looking at the swirling wine inside. In the end, all his words transformed into a silent smile. He nodded, saying no more. Charlie did not tell Sirius that Voldemort would eventually return, and by then, he would be at full strength, even stronger than before. He would gather his followers and lead his servants to sweep through the entire wizarding world of Britain in an unprecedented way. Meanwhile, he would have to tacitly allow Voldemort's return and, at his peak, lead his little elves to completely destroy him. Chapter 178. I guess what I'm lacking is experience. After finishing the drink, he first helped Sirius back to Hogwarts. It wasn't until Sirius lay on the bed, drifting off to sleep, that Charlie left his room and quietly closed the door. He did not, as he had with Lucius, ask the other particular question, because Sirius and Lucius were not the same kind of person. If there was still a slight barrier in the familial bond with Lucius, then Sirius was one of the few people he could completely trust. Even when interacting with Albus Dumbledore, Charlie still wouldn't fully let go. He was always habitually hiding some things, making it impossible for the other to see through him completely. After making sure Sirius was settled and leaving Hogwarts, Charlie did not return to his factory as usual, but turned around and headed back towards Hogsmeade Village. He intended to find someone who many years ago had transformed him from an ordinary little wizard who could only use magic into a dueling expert. Compared to the relatively quiet Three Broomsticks, the Hog's Head Inn, which was also a pub, could be described as desolate. Just standing on the path leading to the Hog's Head Inn, looking at the dilapidated little house in the distance, and the bloodied pig's head painted on the frame beside the wooden house. It was hard to distinguish it from haunted house. Even the daytime Scream Shack, at least from the outside, was far less terrifying than its atmosphere. Charlie had no doubt that this house would scare an unsuspecting wizard. Why can't they clean up a bit? He sighed, complaining while casting the cleanliness charm called No Dust on himself. Once he was fully prepared, he took a step towards the place that would forever be etched in his memories from his student days. Arriving at the door, looking at the thick layer of dust on the dilapidated wooden door that seemed to be over 100 years old, Charlie merely raised an eyebrow. Without any hesitation, he lifted his arm. As if returning to his own home, he knocked loudly, causing the entire door to shake as if it might collapse at any moment. Bang, bang, bang. Finally, after knocking for about 7 or 8 minutes, the wooden door slowly creaked open with a painful groan as the rusty brass hinges turned. Albus's familiar face appeared, though he looked slightly tipsy, with bleary eyes, as if he had just woken up after a night of drinking. Seeing Albus appear, Charlie felt a surge of joy. However, before he could say anything, he saw a wand suddenly extend from Albus's hand. Damn it, you bastard. I was sleeping so well. Doesn't the Hog's head open in the morning? With that, the wand pointed straight at the visitor at the door. Red sparks suddenly flared from the tip, and the next second, it burst forth, unleashing a torrent of magic that surged forward. Charlie's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the curse rushing toward him. Due to the close distance, he was caught off guard and couldn't easily counter it. Reluctantly, he had to quickly grab the corner of his cloak. With a whoosh, a sound rang out, the cloak covering Charlie's front, successfully absorbing most of the incoming magic. However, although the magic was countered, the power contained within did not disappear due to the protection of the cloak. Instead, it suddenly pushed Charlie out, causing him to stagger back 4 or 5 steps before it was completely dissipated. Old man, are you crazy? Charlie barely steadied himself, quickly looking down at the rising wisps of smoke on the cloak and the obvious scars left behind, feeling both angered and stunned as he shouted at Aberforth. At the entrance, Aberforth, who was about to close the door and return to sleep after casting a spell, was suddenly taken aback by that familiar voice. In the next moment, the fatigue and drunkenness that had clouded his mind were swept away, and he became completely alert. Charlie. His bleary eyes opened a bit wider, regaining clarity. Only then did Aberforth see who was standing in front of him. His action of closing the door halted, and in shock, he instinctively called out Charlie's name. Charlie, you know me. I really didn't expect it to be you. Sorry. Inside the dust-covered Pig's Head Inn, a small oil lamp flickered with a faint glow on the bar, doing its best to illuminate the surroundings of the two. At this moment, the effects of alcohol had completely vanished from Aberforth's face. Looking at Charlie, who was still in a bad mood, and checking the cloak, he could only helplessly defend himself in a low voice. It's my fault. Next time I should point my wand at your face to prevent misunderstandings. Sighing, Charlie cast a resentful glance at his teacher, but ultimately couldn't bring himself to say anything too accusatory. All his emotions could only transform into a sigh, dissipating into the air. Ha, if you draw your wand faster than I do. Hearing Charlie's words, Aberforth was not angry, but laughed heartily. He leisurely stroked his messy and thick white beard, casually replying. Charlie couldn't help but laugh as well, shaking his head helplessly and choosing not to say anything more. Seeing that Charlie was no longer upset, Aberforth became serious. He walked back behind his bar and asked, So, are you here to drink? Or do you want to see me? To ask for your help. Since Aberforth had already inquired about his intentions, Charlie didn't beat around the bush. His gaze became determined as he looked at Aberforth, speaking each word clearly. I hope to finish the lessons that were left incomplete. Upon hearing this, Aberforth's eyes widened slightly at first. Then he stared at Charlie in a daze for a long time. After confirming that he was not joking, Aberforth finally asked, What happened? Charlie did not hide anything from him. Instead, he stood up and showed the other party the marks on his cloak. Just last night, I experienced a duel. Indeed, as an experienced wizard, Aberforth's expression changed upon seeing the marks on the cloak. He narrowed his eyes, a trace of barely discernible killing intent emanating from him. Who is the guy who wants your life? I'll go take care of him. Charlie shook his head and returned to his seat. I need to take him down myself. After saying this, he stared directly at Aberforth, the meaning in his gaze unmistakable. Aberforth lowered his eyes, looking at the bar top that had accumulated dust for who knows how long, but he was unsure of what he was really thinking. After a long time, he raised his hand and wiped away the dust on the surface in front of him. Actually, with your current level, even in England, there are very few who can hit you with magic. From a perspective of a fair duel, even I might not be your opponent anymore. After saying this, he looked back at Charlie. Everything I could teach you was already taught when you were in your 6th year. What remains is only the experience accumulated over the decades. Charlie's eyes lit up as he looked at the familiar old man in front of him, whose smile was not exactly charitable, but exuded an exceptionally warm familiarity. I guess what I lack now is experience. Upon hearing this, Aberforth also smiled. The two laughed together, their laughter bubbling forth uncontrollably, reminiscent of a night many years ago, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Charlie and Aberforth laughed for a long time before finally stopping. Aberforth wiped the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes and continued to ask, "All right, how should I teach you? Like before?" "No." Charlie shook his head again, continuing, "I hope you can come back to my factory with me." "That's not a good idea. What about my bar?" Aberforth's fingers tapped on the wooden surface, his brows slightly furrowing. "Quit it." Charlie shrugged, his tone light, as if he were discussing something trivial. "After all, you're already over 100 years old. Running this bar isn't a long-term thing. It would be better to move to my place so that someone could take care of you." Aberforth smiled again, but unlike before. This time his smile clearly carried a sense of comfort, and his gaze softened significantly. It was a warmth that Charlie had never seen before, reminiscent of Dumbledore's kindness. However, just as Charlie thought Aberforth would agree, he unexpectedly shook his head. "Thank you for your kindness." Aberforth's tone held a hint of complexity and melancholy. "While I understand that you mean well, the pig's head and cannot simply close." But Charlie seemed to want to argue further, opening his mouth to say something, but he was directly interrupted. "How about this? I'll go to your place and stay for a while. When you've truly learned what you need, I'll come back." Aberforth did not give Charlie a chance to refuse. Knowing his character, Charlie understood that once Aberforth said something, there was no chance for change. The only options before him were to agree or to leave. Finally, Charlie agreed. He stood up, brushing off non-existent dust from his clothes, and said, "Let us do it as you said." Seeing Charlie agree, Aberforth's face showed a satisfied expression. "Very well, then you go out first. I'll tidy up my things and follow you." Without making Charlie wait too long, Aberforth soon walked out of that ghostly bar. He was still wearing that burlap robe, and the only thing he carried was a painting and frame that he had taken from the wall of the bar. Nothing else. Chapter 179. Welcome, Headmaster Dumbledore. It seemed like it had been a long time since Aberforth had left the boundaries of Hogsmeade, and as he officially stepped out of that land, Charlie could feel Aberforth's breathing becoming slightly heavier beside him. Even the hand that held the painting tucked under his arm was bulging with veins. Charlie was unsure whether it was excitement or a mix of emotions, including nostalgia and joy. He didn't really know what he was thinking at that moment. In fact, he had never been able to see through Albus's thoughts, just like his brother. These two Cenarian brothers from the Dumbledore family were always so hard to grasp. It wasn't until he got into Charlie's beloved car, feeling it lift slowly off the ground and soar into the sky, that his expression finally relaxed, and he began to focus intently on this Muggle invention he had never seen before. "Do you usually rely on this thing to go out?" In the passenger seat, Albus's eyes sparkled with a childlike curiosity. He spoke to Charlie while lowering his head to fiddle with the window control buttons. Watching the window rise and fall with just a light touch, he couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. "Yes." Charlie, holding the steering wheel, turned his head slightly to smile at Albus and casually replied, "What do you think?" "Interesting." Unlike the conservative views of other wizards and their rejection of Muggle inventions, Albus showed a strong interest in these technological products that, while not magical, were better than magic. Even though it was his first time in a car, he did not hide his enjoyment. Throughout the journey, his gaze frequently shifted to the window, but most of the time, he was closely watching Charlie's actions, observing him maneuver the steering wheel, shift gears, and accelerate, seemingly trying to memorize everything. After they'd been flying in the sky for a while, Albus suddenly asked, "How much does this thing cost?" "I can't say for sure. You could get a cheap one for a few hundred galleons, and for the expensive ones, it could be over 1,000 galleons. Charlie raised an eyebrow, not overly concerned, thinking Albus was just curious, and answered honestly, "What about one like yours?" Upon hearing this question, Charlie first instinctively expressed confusion, then turned to look at the old man beside him, his eyes revealing surprise. Soon, as if he understood something. A knowing expression appeared on his face. If you like it, when we get to the factory, I'll ask Russell to get one for you. Although it won't be as good as mine, it can still fly. Hearing this, Albus's eyes brightened instantly, and a smile appeared, as if afraid Charlie would change his mind. He hurriedly agreed. You said it. I did. With that, Charlie suddenly pushed the gear shift forward, pressing the accelerator to the floor. In an instant, the speed surged, and a powerful thrust pushed Albus back against the seat. The once clear scenery in front of him suddenly became blurred. With a loud roar, under the dual effects of the engine and magic, the black Aston Martin transformed into a streak of light, breaking the sound barrier and vanishing from sight, startling the birds in the forest below, which scattered in all directions. Not long after, propelled by the engine and magic, the car landed safely in the factory's open space. My esteemed Charlie, welcome back. How do things go at Hogwarts? Is everything all right? As Charlie's personal assistant, Russell naturally rushed over immediately. As soon as the car came to a stop, he hurriedly opened the driver's door, respectfully welcoming Charlie out. Not bad. Charlie stepped out of the car, nodded, and casually adjusted his slightly wrinkled clothes from sitting in the car. Actually, I brought back an old friend this time. Compared to me, you should help him out of the passenger seat first. I drove a bit fast. Russell swallowed hard, recalling an unpleasant memory from long ago. Clearly, he was well aware of his master's definition of fast. Without hesitation, he quickly nodded, ran around the car, and went to assist the unfortunate passenger sitting in the front seat. However, he didn't expect that when he opened the car door, the guest who appeared before him was not limp and pale as he had imagined. Instead, he looked cheerful and full of life. Ha ha! As soon as the door opened, Albus burst out laughing and stepped out, immediately showering Charlie with uncontainable praise. This was way more thrilling than I imagined. I even forgot how long it's been since I felt this happy. My God, even when I was playing Quidditch at Hogwarts, it wasn't this fun. Charlie. He remembered the promise Charlie had made him in the car and quickly urged, I can do without other things, but it has to be fast. You must find me one that can fly and is fast. Don't worry. Charlie stretched, adjusted his stiff neck, and yawned. It won't take long to get it ready for you, but before that, we should find you a place to stay. Habitually snapping his fingers, he casually instructed, Russell, take my friend here and find him a place to stay. Anything will do. After all, he has been living in a haunted house, so he probably won't mind much else. However, just as he finished speaking and was about to head back to the office to rest for a while, he realized that the expected response did not come. Charlie furrowed his brow slightly, and when he turned to look back, he saw Russell standing by the car door, looking up with wide eyes, staring at the white-haired Albus in his linen robe. After a long pause, Russell finally stammered, Dumbledore, welcome. Do you remember me? I'm Russell. I've met you a few times with my master. The scene fell into an awkward silence. Charlie's eyes widened slightly as he looked at the excited Russell, then at Albus, who seemed to have been struck by some taboo and had darkened his expression. He opened his mouth, but couldn't think of anything to say. Well, this is a beautiful misunderstanding. Chapter 180. Duels in leisure time since the day Voldemort's scheme at Hogwarts was thwarted and he was completely driven out by Charlie. Life seemed to have returned to its initial calm, peaceful, and beautiful state, making one feel somewhat incredulous. At school, with Quirrell gone and no more danger, the four young wizards gave up their nightly escapades and officially returned to their daily studies. Due to the sudden absence of a defense against the dark arts teacher, Albus Dumbledore, as the headmaster, had to step in at this time, personally teaching for a while as a substitute teacher for the young wizards. The sudden disappearance of Quirrell did not cause much of a stir among the young wizards. After all, for that timid professor who stuttered and had no presence, most could only say he was not unpleasant. No one liked him enough to pay special attention. Instead, the substitute teacher, Headmaster Dumbledore, quickly won over the young wizards with his kind and gentle demeanor, as well as his legendary experiences. Soon, the defense against the dark arts class became the most popular subject. Turning back to Charlie, after returning to the factory, it felt as if he had completely unloaded the heavy stone that had been pressing on him, and there was no longer anything worth worrying about. All he needed to do was wake up early every day, have breakfast, read the newspaper, and then meet Abe Forth at a spacious area for their dual training until they were exhausted. On the open ground of the candy factory, Charlie and Abe Forth stood facing each other, wands in hand, serious expressions on their faces. It was already late November, approaching December. Since the snow had fallen that day, the weather had become extremely cold. The biting wind swept through the air without stopping, carrying a chilling sensation that felt like knives cutting into exposed skin, forcing people to wrap themselves up like balls to avoid its assault. However, in such harsh weather, Abe Forth and Charlie were not dressed overly warmly. According to Abe Forth, extra clothing would only hinder agility during duels, so the two only wore simple shirts and long pants without any additional coverings. Yet even so, whenever Russell brought hot tea, there was no sign of cold or shivering from them. On the contrary, beads of sweat dripped down Charlie's face, subtly emitting heat. "Hurry up, kid. I'm waiting for you." The standoff between the two did not last long. Soon, Abe Forth grinned and provocatively waved his hand at Charlie, saying, "Don't cry now." Charlie merely let out a soft grunt, and with a flick of his wrist, his wand burst forth with a crimson glow. A familiar chain sliced through the air, colliding with the biting cold wind, heading straight for Abe Forth not far away. Hee, Abe Forth chuckled, his lips curling up as he began to move his feet. Despite being over 100 years old, his reflexes surpassed those of a 20-something. He stepped forward suddenly, twisting his upper body to narrowly evade the incoming spell. At the same time, his arms swung forward with force. His wand, made from dragon heartstring and surrounded by peach wood, ignited like a fired-up dragon, and in an instant, a torrent of flames erupted, spreading out like a sea of fire, obscuring the already dim sun, surging toward Charlie with terrifying momentum. Sensing a burning heat on his cheeks, Charlie couldn't help but feel a bit of pressure. "Do all you Dumbledores play with fire like this?" he said, waving his wand at the encroaching flames. Boom! The smooth ground around him cracked, and a wall of earth rose high above Charlie's head, bending into a massive arch, firmly shielding him from the attacks coming from the front and above. Boom! Then came the continuous bombardment, echoing in Charlie's ears, shaking the fortress he had just built. Just as Charlie pursed his lips, planning to reinforce his defense, Aberforth's voice suddenly rang out. "Remember, never let your enemy disappear from your sight." Startled, as he prepared to cast a spell, he saw the wall of earth in front of him had already been blown apart. Abe Forth appeared before Charlie, seizing the opportunity created by the crumbling wall. He lifted his leg and kicked out. With a thud, Charlie was sent flying backward, Aberforth's shoe print clearly imprinted on his white shirt. The sturdy defense collapsed entirely, turning back into ordinary dirt, returning to its original position. This also signified the end of the duel. "How does it feel?" Abe Forth asked, a smug smile on his face. He put away his wand, brushed the dust off his robe, and then reached out to pull up Charlie, who was still clutching his chest and grinning. "It hurts. Damn it. I didn't expect you to hit so hard. What were you thinking? We're in a duel." Abe Forth shook his head, as if explaining a very simple principle, his tone calm and unchanged. "When I return that kick to you later, you won't say that." Aberforth's smile grew even brighter. "I look forward to it." In fact, Charlie had not used his full strength. He had not deployed his more advanced transfiguration techniques or the fire shield that had recently thwarted Voldemort. This was actually what Charlie wanted. After all, he needed to learn his opponent's combat skills. And only by putting both on the same level could the gaps in Charlie's skills be truly exposed. "Perhaps I didn't tell you how to move when I taught you?" Abe Forth scratched his chin, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Your footwork remained stationary throughout the duel. There was no movement from start to finish." Charlie raised an eyebrow, looking down at the ground beneath his feet, momentarily lost in thought. Just as he was about to look back at Abe Forth to ask something, Russell came running from a distance, holding up a letter, interrupting his thoughts. "Master Charlie, there's a letter for you." "Whose is it?" Charlie decided to set aside his earlier question for later. He patted the clear shoe print on his chest and casually asked, "It's from Minister Cornelius Fudge." Charlie was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. He almost forgot about it. "I originally wanted to write 3 chapters, but I was too tired and couldn't get it done. Tomorrow then." Chapter 181. Special edition before Christmas, the day after receiving Fudge's letter. Charlie set off once again for the British Ministry of Magic. However, compared to his previous visits, this experience was undoubtedly much more comfortable. Perhaps knowing that Charlie did not like Umbridge, Fudge had specially arranged for a dedicated reception staff to wait for him at the elevator after he passed through the ministry's transport lift. As Charlie stepped out of the elevator, a staff member approached him, not at all like Umbridge's sycophantic manner, but merely smiled and gave a slight bow, speaking softly. "Good morning, Mr. Charlie Black. It was Minister Fudge who specifically asked me to wait for you here." Saying this, she turned to the side, leading Charlie towards the direction of the hall. "Please follow me." Although Charlie responded with his usual smile on the surface, his mood was inevitably much brighter. After all, anyone would know to choose a young, beautiful, and attractive receptionist over a toad. The receptionist led the way in front, and he followed behind. Soon, they passed through the hall, took the elevator, and smoothly arrived at the door of the minister's office on the top floor. After the receptionist respectfully withdrew, Charlie raised his hand and knocked on Fudge's office door. "Is that you, Charlie? Come in." Fudge's voice soon came from inside the office, filled with a pleasantness and vitality he had never shown before. At least, Charlie had never seen Fudge like this. He raised an eyebrow, a flash of surprise crossing his eyes. Without much thought, Charlie guessed the reason for his enthusiasm. It seemed that the last plan not only provided him with ample manpower, but also brought a lot of support from Muggle-born wizards to Fudge. It was known that due to Fudge's previous humble attitude towards pure-blood wizards and his biased policies, his reputation among lower-class wizards had become quite tarnished. Just to give an example, if you went to the Leaky Cauldron and casually asked any customer drinking there about their attitude towards Fudge, 9 out of 10 would sneer and spit on the floor. However, with the announcement of this unprecedented decision, it was as if a bomb had been dropped into the calm, wizarding society, stirring up the masses and breaking down the original perception wizards had of him. Although it wasn't a complete reversal, at least he had transformed from a foolish sycophant of pure-blood families into a rather conscientious mediocre minister, which, though still not very flattering, was a significant improvement for Fudge. Charlie quickly replaced his expression with a signature composed smile, slowly pushed open the office door, and stepped inside. Sure enough, once he entered, he saw Fudge, beaming and seemingly entering a second spring of his career, sitting proudly behind his desk. Upon seeing him, Fudge's enthusiasm increased, and he stood up with a smile, hurriedly walked over to Charlie's side, warmly shook his hand, and patted Charlie on the shoulder. "Charlie, my good friend, you finally made it. We've all been waiting for you." Without waiting for Charlie to respond, Fudge took his hand and led him to the side, introducing him to another person sitting on the sofa in the office. "Gulme, let me introduce you to this gentleman, Barnabas Cuff, the editor of the Daily Prophet. Generally, the special issue for the Minister of Magic to greet the public before Christmas each year is personally prepared by him." After saying this, he turned to look at Barnabas Cuff. "Editor Cuff, I guess even without my introduction, you should know this gentleman in front of you. After all, who doesn't know the King of Candy in the British wizarding world, and even the world?" With Fudge's introduction, Cuff quickly stood up, wearing a friendly smile as he bowed and extended his right hand to Charlie. Indeed, as Minister Fudge said, the name Charlie Black is renowned worldwide. "It's an honor to meet you here, Mr. Black. I once had contact with Mr. Russell under your command during the candy factory recruitment." Charlie nodded, calmly shook the hand extended towards him, and responded politely, "I'm also very glad to meet you, Editor Cuff. Last time, you and the Daily Prophet helped me a lot, and I want to express my gratitude." "Oh, not at all," Cuff said with an awkward smile, symbolically shaking Charlie's slightly cool right hand before quickly letting go, fearing to leave a bad impression on this eccentric, wealthy businessman. After the basic pleasantries, Fudge returned to his desk, and Charlie and Cuff took their seats back on the sofa. Editor Cuff should already be aware of the request from me and Minister Fudge, right? Finally, Charlie began to ask about the main purpose of his visit. "Understood. I've already been instructed by Minister Fudge." Cuff quickly nodded, then put on a confident posture, somewhat obsequiously assuring Charlie, "Although I've never encountered such a situation before, the Daily Prophet has plenty of experience in other sections. Rest assured, since this is a personal request from you, Mr. Black, I will definitely give you a perfect presentation." Hearing this, he nodded to express his approval, then stopped speaking and left the remaining matters to the professionals. Then, "Minister Fudge, shall we begin?" Seeing everything ready, Cuff no longer hesitated. He picked up his camera, adjusted it, and then looked at Fudge, saying of course. Fudge naturally had no objections, gently nodding, his expression suddenly mixing kindness and authority, sitting up straight. Even Charlie, who was merely a spectator, couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. After all, he was a professional politician. His ability to change expressions was quick. Cuff stood up, selected a suitable angle that allowed the morning light to shine on Fudge's round face, adding a touch of vitality to his demeanor. As the new year approaches and Christmas is around the corner, as the Minister of Magic for the UK, I'm honored to sit here and share with all the wizards living in the UK the achievements we have made together over the past year. First of all, I must commend our Director of Magical Transportation, George Poquelin. Thanks to his active cooperation and leadership, in less than 3 months, hundreds of new fireplaces have been added to the Flu network, greatly facilitating the circulation and convenience of the British wizarding community. In addition, our Auror office is also. Chapter 182. I want to go to Azkaban. It must be said that Barnabas Cuff, as the editor of the Daily Prophet, is very professional. At least from a perspective of the angle he chose for Fudge's photo, it far exceeded the majority of reporters in the British wizarding world. The gentle and vibrant morning sunlight streamed through the window behind Fudge, softly illuminating him. His cheeks, hair, and the blue-striped suit were all coated with a faint glow, making him appear increasingly filled with the warmth and noble demeanor expected of a leader, especially combined with Fudge's excellent expression management and the eloquence he deliberately displayed. When he sat there, even the most nonsensical comments would seem particularly reasonable and meaningful, making people have no choice but to trust him unconditionally. Quietly watching the performance of the two, Charlie silently remembered the name Cuff in his heart. If their SA need in the future, it might be useful to have such a special talent. While it wouldn't be necessary to lower oneself to curry favor, giving some sweeteners would indeed be an excellent strategy. While Charlie was lost in his own thoughts, Fudge behind the desk had already finished reciting the Christmas greeting he had prepared. Well, that's all I wanted to say. I hope you all have a wonderful Christmas, my dear friends. As he spoke, Fudge raised his hand, waving it towards the camera in Guyouf's hand as a conclusion. After he finished speaking, Guyouf did not put down the camera, but continued to make a gesture towards Fudge. A flash of light passed through Fudge's eyes, and his smile remained. Then, under Charlie's watchful gaze, he slowly took a candy out of his pocket, held it in his hand, and paused for a second or two in front of the camera. Seizing this moment, Guyouf understood and took a few steps forward, focusing the camera on Fudge's thick hand and the candy, along with the text indicated. Ah, did you notice that? When the camera returned to Fudge's face, he pretended to be surprised, widening his eyes slightly. Immediately afterward, without any hint of awkwardness, he skillfully unwrapped the candy in his hand, revealing the glistening, jewel-like violet candy inside. He tossed it into his mouth and began to talk casually while tasting it. This is a dessert from Charlie's Candy Factory. Because Charlie knows I like sweets, he specially sent over quite a few new products that will probably be on sale on Christmas Day. To be honest, it tastes absolutely delicious. I recommend you buy some when the time comes. It will definitely give you a different experience. Excellent. Once all the footage was completed, Guyouf, with a beaming smile, put down his camera and nodded in praise of Fudge, saying especially perfect. Especially the expression on your face when you put the candy in your mouth. You couldn't see any trace of acting at all. Listening to Guyouf's flattery, Fudge stood up, revealing a hint of self-satisfaction, and then reached out to adjust the collar of his shirt. Of course, you know, I always consider myself to have a special talent for performing in front of the camera. It's as if I was born to do this. To be honest, it's a pity that I was born too early. If I were only in my 20s now, how could I let Gilderoy Lockhart win Most Charming Smile in the Witch weekly 5 times in a row? After a moment of self-praise, Fudge's gaze turned to Charlie, who was sitting nearby. He walked over to him and asked the real client, "So, Charlie, what do you think of the effect?" As editor Guyouf said, "It's fantastic." Charlie also stood up, enthusiastically applauding while speaking. He wasn't lying. He was genuinely affirming Fudge's performance at that moment. After all, although this advertisement seemed extremely stiff to the average person and had no twist to speak of, it would definitely be a laughingstock in the Muggle world. But this is the wizarding world. A group of wizards whose thinking is still stuck in the last century would hardly be familiar with such convoluted things. Moreover, it should be noted that this was a national leader personally promoting products, especially since Fudge's previous measures allowing Muggles related to wizards to enter the magical world had put him in a phase of rising public image. With all these buffs combined, how could it not cause a massive sensation? Considering all this, Charlie's smile became even more sincere. He held Fudge's thick hand and gently patted it a couple of times to express warmth, continuing, "You are simply a genius. I think, if you are willing, we should have more collaborations like this in the future." Of course, I would love to." Hearing Charlie's words, Fudge quickly nodded, his eyes squinting in delight. After all, who would refuse such a good thing? Earning such a large sum of money just for reading a few lines? In his eyes, Charlie now seemed like an angel with wings, flying in midair and showering him with Merlin's blessings. After completing his job, Guyouf no longer had the right to stay there. So, after packing up his things, he wisely left Fudge's office early, giving Charlie and Fudge a private space to talk. The young girl who had been responsible for reception came in carrying freshly brewed hot tea, placing it in front of Fudge and Charlie before silently retreating. Charlie smiled slightly, not asking where Umbridge, who had always been by Fudge's side, had gone, but quietly savoring the red tea in his hand. I don't know if it's psychological, but because I didn't see Umbridge's big face this time, the tea seems to taste much better. Minister Fudge, he put down his teacup and looked at Fudge, who was sitting behind the desk, and said gently, "Actually, I've been troubled by something recently. After thinking long and hard, I believe you're the only one in the entire British wizarding world who can help me." Fudge smiled, flattered by Charlie's compliment, and in a good mood. He didn't even hear the question and patted his chest confidently, saying, "Since you've said that, if I can help, I definitely won't ignore it. I want to visit Azkaban. After taking a sip of red tea and glancing at Fudge's face, which was gradually becoming stiff, Charlie explained slowly, "After all, it's Christmas. As a member of the Black family, I should, for both emotional and logical reasons, visit those relatives who are still suffering inside, right?" Chapter 183. You Can Never Stop Me. Sure enough, as Charlie had anticipated, Fudge, the Minister of Magic, personally promoting products was a stunning move for the wizards living in a magical world. The next day, in just one morning, the Daily Prophet and the candy factory received no less than 100 letters. A flurry of owls filled the walls. The contents were all inquiries about when the candy that Minister Fudge had eaten would be available for sale. Watching Russell lead a bunch of little fairies hurriedly writing replies at the desk, Charlie couldn't help but laugh. He looked down at the glistening candy in his hand and popped it into his mouth. Enjoying the fragrance and sweetness it contained, everything was already self-evident. Just as Charlie felt in high spirits, at the Dursley home on Privet Drive, Vernon was snuggled up on the sofa with his son Dudley, enjoying a leisurely Sunday while reading the latest issue of the Daily Prophet. Look, that candy he ate is one of the products our factory has been producing recently. Shaking the newspaper, Dursley said with excitement while handing the newspaper to Dudley beside him. What is it? Dudley seemed very excited, perhaps due to the influence of his father, or maybe it was just that being alone at home was too boring. He had developed a great interest in things from the magical world. When he heard what the Dursleys said, he immediately abandoned the animated show that was playing on the TV, wiggled his chubby backside, and moved over to the other side. Seeing this, Vernon had no choice but to shift his body a bit to make it easier for Dudley. Squeak! As the two large bodies began to move, the sofa, already bearing more weight than it should, emitted a miserable groan from its springs. Up until now, having seen so many strange things in the magical world, Vernon was gradually becoming less worried about his son's pig-like appearance. In fact, after looking for a while, he found that it seemed a bit more harmonious than before. According to what he had told his wife not long ago, it was actually quite cute. With wide eyes, Dudley focused intently on the Daily Prophet in Vernon's hands. Of course, he wasn't interested in the news on it. He just liked the moving magical pictures. Everything was quite harmonious until he saw the unfamiliar old man pull a candy out of his pocket and happily pop it into his mouth. At which point, Dudley's saliva began to flow uncontrollably. He smacked his lips, his eyes suddenly filled with a light called desire. In the next moment, Dudley abruptly raised his hand and snatched the newspaper from Vernon's grasp. After squeezing it a few times, he immediately tossed it into his mouth. "Damn it, Dudley. What are you doing? Spit that out." Vernon was startled by this sudden action and, for a moment, forgot everything else, quickly pinching Dudley's nose and yanking the newspaper out just before it could be swallowed down his throat. "I want to eat. Dad, I want to eat Charlie's candy." Now that the newspaper was taken away, Dudley no longer tried to grab it back. Instead, he looked at his father and lay down on the floor, rolling around and crying. To be honest, it wasn't entirely Dudley's fault for acting so pitifully at that moment. You see, originally a fervent fan of Charlie's candies, he used to eat 2 or 3 pieces of hazelnut chocolate along with other bits of candy almost every day. However, ever since he had become like this, let alone his favorite hazelnut chocolate, he couldn't even have a single piece of any candy associated with the name Charlie Black, as Petunia wouldn't allow him to have any. At first, he considered eating other candies to replace Charlie's products. Unfortunately, he couldn't find a brand that could compare. Every time he put something in his mouth, he would subconsciously compare it to Charlie's. It was either too sweet, or the milk flavor wasn't strong enough, or it lacked smoothness. Over time, although there were no outward changes, his obsession with Charlie's candies accumulated little by little inside. Until this time, when he saw that chubby old man in the photo enjoying a candy, the desire he had been suppressing for months finally erupted, turning into a strong sense of grievance that filled his mind. Just think about it. His own father worked at Charlie's candy factory, yet as his son, he couldn't even eat a single piece of candy. How ironic was that? Oh my dear. The sight of his precious little one looking so pitiful was something Vernon could hardly bear. It felt as if his heart had been stabbed, causing him to feel miserable. Furrowing his brows, he looked at the crying Dudley, and after a while, he finally sighed and chose to compromise. "All right, sweetheart, stop crying. Look what this is." Saying this, he reached into his pocket and rummaged around, pulling out a flat tin box the size of a palm. Shaking the tin box towards Dudley, it made a clattering sound as if something inside was colliding. Dudley instinctively stopped crying, blinking his eyes and looking up towards the source of the sound. "This is the violet candy that just appeared in the newspaper. I originally planned to wait until Christmas to give it to you as a gift to celebrate your return to normal." Vernon smiled, gently supporting Dudley's shoulder and helping him sit back on the sofa. Really? Dudley's eyes lit up. He looked at his father in disbelief, sniffling as he stuttered. Is it really true? Of course. Vernon's smile grew wider, and he straightened up, his tone mixed with pride that was truly touching. As he spoke, he gently opened the tin box, revealing several crystal-clear candies inside, and the unique fragrance wafted throughout the room. Thank you, Dad. You're the best dad in the world. Dudley jumped up from the sofa and pounced on Vernon, giving him a heavy kiss on the cheek. Although for Vernon, the experience of being nudged by a pig's head was quite peculiar, he couldn't help but feel happy deep down because of his son's affection. However, just as he carefully handed the tin box to Dudley, a sudden scream shattered the warmth and emotion. No, Dudley, Vernon, what are you doing? Petunia, who had just heard the noise and come down from upstairs, screamed as she stopped at the staircase, her eyes wide open in disbelief, staring at the two of them. This made both Dudley and Vernon's hearts leap in unison. At that moment, it was Dudley who reacted first. Without hesitation, he quickly snatched the tin box containing the candies from Vernon's hands and, right in front of Petunia, opened his mouth wide and dumped the entire small box of candies into his mouth. As he stuffed his face, he shouted incoherently at his mother, who was rushing down the stairs to stop him. You'll never stop me. As long as I'm alive, I have to eat Charlie's candies. Otherwise, my life will lose its original fun. With that, Dudley's hefty body, perhaps fueled by the candies, suddenly burst forth with unprecedented potential. He tossed the tin box aside, covered his mouth, and with a swift motion, broke through Petunia's blockade, dashing upstairs and diving back into his room. He quickly locked the door and began to savor the taste of the candy in his mouth. Chapter 184. Going to the tavern with Pom-Pom Vernon Dursley. The outcome was, of course, predictable. After Dudley escaped, Petunia could only direct all her anger toward Vernon, changing from her usual gentle demeanor towards him. She directly called out Vernon's full name, indicating the severity of the situation. Why did you let Dudley eat those horrible things again? Look at him now. His head has already turned into a pig's head. What if his body turns into a pig too? At that moment, Dursley naturally dared not contradict or argue any further. For the sake of his son's happiness, he could only force a smile and gently comfort his wife, trying to ease her emotions. Dear, relax a bit. It's not that bad, just a few ordinary candies. And you should know, I have never given up on trying to help our darling boy. I have a way now, believe me. It won't be long before our son is back to normal. Upon hearing about how their precious son would return to normal, Petunia's eyes widened, and she finally could not care about being angry anymore, eagerly asking, Dear, are you serious? You mean you've thought of a way to turn our son back? Dursley secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but his expression remained unchanged, still wearing a confident smile. He reached out, wrapped his arms around his wife's waist, pulled her into his embrace, and gently patted her back, continuing, Don't worry, Petunia, I love our darling boy just as much as you do, and I look forward to him returning to normal. Trust me, I will never deceive you. Petunia was momentarily overwhelmed with emotion, gently holding Dursley's sturdy hand, and the anger that had just been burning inside her suddenly vanished without a trace, leaving only the usual tenderness. She closed her eyes, resting her head gently against that reliable chest. They said nothing more, just enjoying the calm warmth together. After a long while, Petunia finally spoke again. I'm sorry, dear, for yelling at you so loudly just now. At noon, after finishing a hearty lunch, Dursley did not continue to rest. He picked up the flu powder beside him, skillfully walked into the fireplace. Finally, under Petunia's watchful gaze, with a shout of candy factory, the rising emerald green flames engulfed him, and in the next second, he vanished without a trace before her eyes. On Sunday at the factory, when Dursley arrived in the workshop through the fireplace, it seemed unusually empty. Gone was the lively atmosphere of people and the constant noise of machines, and for a moment, Dursley felt somewhat uncomfortable. Looking at the empty, quiet workshop, he raised an eyebrow and casually patted a nearby machine. After glancing around for a moment, just as he was about to step away, a familiar voice suddenly came from the entrance of the workshop. Why are you so late? Dursley jolted in surprise, quickly turning his body towards the source of the voice. As he turned his gaze, he saw a tall figure wearing a thick cloak, the hood pulled low enough to almost cover the entire face, leaning against the wall with crossed arms, displaying an impatient posture. You are Peeping Pong. Dursley squinted his eyes, and after about 2 to 3 seconds of confirming, he recognized that the person before him was indeed Pong Pong, who had been his co-worker for more than 10 days. He inhaled sharply, looking at the unfamiliar figure, as if he had received a massive shock. Suppressing his astonishment, He stammered, extending his hand while gesturing. Wait, how are you? I mean, aren't you a little sprite? How did you suddenly turn into a person? Under the shadow of the hood, Pung Pung smirked disdainfully and casually replied, Don't be so surprised, this is magic. Without waiting for Dudley to say anything, he stood up and turned to walk outside the workshop, continuing, Let us go. I finally got a day off today. The boss is out, and the other little sprites are busy with a new candy display under Russell S. direction. I managed to get this day off. I hope that bar you mentioned is really worth me spending half a day and a bottle of potion to go. Dudley, staring blankly at the retreating Pung Pung, finally managed to accept the fact that this guy was indeed Pung Pung himself. Taking a deep breath, he desperately reminded himself that this was the magical world. This was the magical world. He then caught up to Pung Pung's pace and walked towards the exit of the candy factory together. Don't worry, you won't be disappointed. The Broken Cauldron is a great place, and the people there are nice. You'll definitely like it. I hope so. Pung Pung grunted noncommittally, not responding to Dudley's words. Instead, he raised his hand and tentatively touched his now well-defined cheek, noticing that even his skin felt more elastic than his usual self. This bottle of potion was made from the fallen hair he collected while Ryan was managing the factory in Charlie's place. Originally, he had thought that if one day the candy factory was attacked, he might be able to use this potion for a surprise counterattack. However, he never expected that it would end up being used in such a situation. Go to Wizard's Bar for fun with a muggle. If it were the old him, he would have gone crazy upon hearing about this. After all, as a little sprite who held a great distrust and even hostility towards humans, even Kobe and others, whom he spent day and night with, would probably find it hard to believe that Pung Pung could take this step. But despite how surprising it was, the fact remained that under Dudley's constant goodwill and communication, Pung Pung, who essentially still retained the inherent kindness of Sprite, unsurprisingly became friends with him and was willing to risk stepping out of this idyllic candy factory to give those wizards another chance. Thus, chatting about various things, the two walked straight towards the exit of the candy factory. Chapter 185. Azkaban. Meanwhile, in the Auror office of the Ministry of Magic, a man with thick, tea-brown long hair and a stern, serious face stood up, extending his hand to tightly grasp the hand of Charlie Black before him. He was Rufus Scrimgeour, the current head of the Auror office. Feeling the rough texture of the calloused hand and the substantial strength coming from the joints, as well as the sharpness in his gaze like that of a hawk, Charlie could almost instantly confirm in his mind that the Auror office director before him was likely, like Mad-Eye Moody, a true soldier who had been on the battlefield and had killed Death Eaters in a brutal war, rather than a clown like Umbridge who rose to power through flattery and cunning. Hello, Director Rufus Scrimgeour. While he was constantly thinking in his mind, Charlie still maintained a calm smile on the surface, meeting the other's gaze evenly. After a moment of silence, Scrimgeour's originally stern expression finally softened a bit. He nodded and said in a deep voice, Hello, Mr. Charlie Black. I never expected that after more than 10 years, we would meet again. Upon hearing this, surprise emerged in Charlie's eyes. He raised an eyebrow and fell into a brief moment of thought. After contemplating, a slightly apologetic expression appeared on Charlie's face as he slowly shook his head. I'm really sorry, Director Scrimgeour. It's been so long that I've probably forgotten. I wonder if you could give me a little hint? Scrimgeour released his grip on Charlie's hand, not angry or feeling insulted. He simply nodded non-committally and said, Of course. It's normal for you not to remember, because back then I was just an ordinary Auror, as ordinary as any of my colleagues, fighting in the war against the Death Eaters, bloodied and battered. Yet you're already standing at the highest point, overlooking the entire battlefield with an absolute stance. I remember it was probably the second to last battle before the Dark Lord was defeated. At that time, I had just killed a crazed Death Eater, hiding behind a crumbling stone wall, gasping for breath, recovering my strength, and waiting for the next opportunity to strike. And then at that moment, just as I was about to rise and launch an attack, a thunderous roar caught my attention. I froze for a moment, turned my head to look, and there you were. Scrimgeour paused as he spoke, then raised his hand and gently patted Charlie's shoulder. At that moment, the sharpness in his eyes softened significantly, turning into reminiscence. His tone also reflected awe, as if the scene he witnessed years ago was being replayed right before his eyes. I bet that was the first time I saw such magnificent magic, a massive red beam of light shooting into the sky, spreading out at the top, transforming into streams of light, accurately shooting towards every Death Eater. It was beautiful, but also surprisingly dangerous. In just a few seconds, those Death Eaters who had just been confronting us were all lying on the ground, unconscious. Scrimgeour took a deep breath, his expression filled with the shock he felt when he first witnessed that scene. Originally, I didn't believe in so-called geniuses until I saw that moment. Then I understood that this world isn't fair to everyone. Throughout, Charlie had not spoken, merely smiling and quietly listening to Scrimgeour recount what had happened back then. As they continued talking, Scrimgeour found it hard to keep going and began to laugh as well. In that laughter, the two seemed to reach a silent understanding, simultaneously ending that topic and starting to discuss serious matters, as if nothing had happened. Minister Fudge has already instructed me. Since the people you are visiting in prison are all heavy offenders held in Azkaban, I will accompany you, and I must be present during your meeting, hearing every word you say. Is that acceptable, Mr. Black? Of course. Charlie nodded in agreement without hesitation. After all, my useless cousin and sister committed such serious crimes, and for Minister Fudge to allow me to see them before Christmas is already quite generous. What more can I ask for? Saying this, he even pretended to wipe away tears of gratitude from the corners of his eyes. Upon hearing this, Scrimgeour nodded gently and then took a document from his desk, confirming the details written on it while casually remarking, I guess your feelings at that time must have been very painful. Clearly, you were the sworn enemy of the Dark Lord, yet your relatives chose to become his pawns, especially that Sirius Black. I still feel ashamed of what he did. This remark seemed to strike a chord with Charlie, immediately moving him, and he looked at Scrimgeour as if he were confident. Without hesitation, he nodded in agreement. That's right, I think so too. Soon the two set off, using a special key to traverse mountains and oceans, and after an uncomfortable journey, Charlie and Scrimgeour arrived at a sentry post on a small island in the North Sea. This was the first checkpoint to enter Azkaban. Usually, there weren't many people here. Only a few Aurors would take turns guarding the place. The work wasn't hard, generally involving receiving prisoners and sending them into Azkaban, or accompanying visitors to prevent them from being attacked by Dementors. Since Charlie was accompanied by Scrimgeour, the Auror office director, there were not many obstacles. After a quick check of their belongings and wands, they were let through in less than 5 minutes. Mr. Black, shall we go? Scrimgeour said calmly, looking at Charlie, who was putting his wand back in his coat pocket, and gestured forward. Of course, Director Scrimgeour, Charlie replied with a smile, then walked forward alongside him. As the door of the sentry post slowly opened, the infamous prison, filled with countless terrifying legends, finally appeared before them, accompanied by a gust of briny sea wind. Chapter 186. The origin of Azkaban. Charlie's expensive leather shoes slowly touched down on this isolated, desolate island, covered in rubble and devoid of life. The surging waves crashed relentlessly against the rocky shore, making a tumultuous sound as if they could completely submerge it at any moment. He raised his head and slowly gazed at the towering fortress built from black rock, rising up into the clouds, momentarily feeling a sense of disorientation. Vaguely, he seemed to hear the piercing screams from inside that could shake anyone's soul, as well as the silent whispers of the Dementors living within. This is your first time in this hellhole, right? It seems Scrimgeour noticed Charlie's brief discomfort, turning his head to interrupt his dazed gaze, and kindly struck up a conversation. Charlie thus pulled his awareness back to reality. When he blinked and looked again at the massive fortress-like prison, everything that had just been there suddenly vanished, as if it had never appeared. Yes, it's indeed my first time. He did not deny it, smiling gratefully at Scrimgeour and then replying honestly, that's for the best. Scrimgeour said non-committally, then lowered his head and pressed his sturdy shoe soles firmly into the gravel mixed with small stones beneath his feet. On this piece of land, which is less than a few hundred square meters, thousands of Muggle bodies were once buried. Those unwilling souls, even now, still linger here, letting out mournful wails that move people. After saying this, Scrimgeour raised his head and looked at Charlie again, a faint smile appearing on his serious face. I remember the first time I came to Azkaban as an Auror. I didn't sleep well for 3 whole days. It was a truly terrible experience. What happened here before? Clearly, Charlie had not delved deeply into the history of this prison before coming here. Hearing Scrimgeour's words now, his eyes instantly showed surprise. Looking around, he couldn't help but gasp. If you're interested, I would be very willing to tell you the story of Azkaban before it was established. It seems that the wind blowing from the sea is colder, Scrimgeour said as he tightened his thick woolen coat and leisurely walked towards the only entrance of the towering prison. Of course, Charlie did not refuse, nodded, and continued to follow his pace. Scrimgeour stopped in front of the door to collect his thoughts. After a moment, he cleared his throat and began to recount that history from hundreds of years ago. In fact, at first, Azkaban was not a prison, but an unnamed fortress. Its owner, Ectus concealed its existence with magic, causing it to never appear on any map, existing only in the stories passed down by sailors at sea. In those stories told by Muggle sailors, it was a treasure trove filled with infinite wealth. As long as one set foot here, the kind-hearted Ectus would grant all their wishes, making them heroes, kings, rich men, and so on. The identities they dreamed of. Gradually, many sailors began to regard finding this legendary treasure as their lifelong dream. However, when those poor and foolish Muggles actually set foot on the island, what awaited them was not endless wealth and dreams come true, but a pack of starving Dementors and a cruel, perverted evil wizard. Charlie listened to the story with great interest, his eyes slightly widening, momentarily forgetting that he had come to visit his poor relative. Scrimgeour continued. Those stories were spread by Ectus. His purpose was to lure those foolish Muggles here, then torture and kill them to satisfy his perverted desires. According to the records kept by the Ministry of Magic after they first landed on the island, during the more than 100 years Ectus was alive, at least 1,000 Muggles met a tragic end here and became part of this lonely island. It was not until after his death that the curse on the island finally disappeared, bringing attention to its existence. With that, he finally paused and shrugged. There was not much left to say. Originally, the Ministry of Magic planned to destroy the island along with Ectus's fortress, but they feared that if the island were destroyed, the Dementors living there would escape and cause a disaster. Thus, amid conflicting opinions, the island was left untouched for a century. It wasn't until 1718, when Damocles Rowell was elected Minister of Magic, that he insisted on using the island as a prison and named it Azkaban. He believed the Dementors on the island could serve as guards, saving time, cost, and effort. Despite opposition, the plan was implemented. Due to almost no escape attempts or violations of the secrecy laws, Azkaban has played the role of a prison in the wizarding world ever since. With that, Scrimgeour took out his wand and pointed it at the tightly closed gates of Azkaban. All right, that's enough of the story for now. Next, we are going to officially enter this cursed place. Get ready, and if you see those filthy Dementors flying towards you, don't hesitate. Just use the Patronus charm to fight back. Charlie responded with a hum, putting aside the story and refocusing on the present. He then took out his wand from his pocket, prepared for any situation. As Scrimgeour murmured a few incantations, a beam of light burst from the tip of his wand, slowly illuminating the entire door. Boom! Immediately, the door began to shake, as if triggered by some mechanism, gradually opening amidst the tremors. A chilling wind sweeping across Charlie's face, carrying an unpleasant odor. At the same time, it revealed the true face of what is known as Azkaban to Charlie Black. Chapter 187. Charlie Black has come to see you, expecto patronum. A sudden shout echoed in the dark, damp, and silent prison corridor, and a dazzling light burst from the wand, transforming into a lifelike lion that roared, causing the creatures lurking in the shadows to scatter in fright. Watching the Dementors wailing and fleeing in terror, Scrimgeour, who had just been about to take action, raised an eyebrow, casually putting his half-drawn wand back into his pocket. He joked with self-deprecation. Mr. Blackstyle hasn't diminished over the years. It seems I'll have an easier time on this journey. Charlie first gently flicked away the remnants of light from the tip of his wand, then smiled and shook his head. I haven't used the Patronus charm in a long time. My technique has gotten a bit rusty. After saying that, he turned to look at the prisoner in the cell beside him, gaunt and leaning against the wall, with hollow eyes that held no light. Since entering, he had seen too many like this. Each one was so desperate, akin to a corpse. Even when Charlie and Scrimgeour passed by, they would merely glance up briefly before lowering their heads again, or looking at the uneven stone wall across the cell, as if contemplating a life that seemed to have reached its end, or simply passing the long hours in pure hopelessness. Terrifying. This was the first thought that crossed Charlie's mind when he first entered this place. Compared to physical torment, this kind of mental crushing was undoubtedly far more terrifying, especially since the people in prison here were wizards whose minds were even more sensitive than Muggles. Those called guards, who were in fact the evil Dementors, inflicted endless torment and suffering just like their creator, Ectus, feeding off their joy until the prisoners died in agony, finally achieving true liberation. In fact, Charlie looked down on the Ministry of Magic for such actions, setting aside whether such punishment was humane. After all, there must be something contemptible about the wretched. Very few of the wizards locked up here had not committed unforgivable crimes outside. The Muggles who died at their hands numbered in the countless. Rarely were there fools like his distant cousin who thought to seek psychological solace through such self-torture. Simply compromising in the face of these thoughtless, chaotic beings was undoubtedly a ridiculous thing. In the future, when these greedy individuals finally rebelled, the fools sitting in the upper echelons of the Ministry of Magic would truly awaken to the realization that excessive tolerance only breeds increasingly swollen desires. As Charlie's thoughts reached this point, he couldn't help but think of the house elves in his factory. Upon careful reflection, he found it ironic. Clearly, in terms of intelligence and power, house elves far surpassed Dementors, yet wizards were willing to compromise in the face of Dementors while freely enslaving house elves. Charlie didn't worry at all about what terrifying situation might arise on a future day when one of the unique outliers awakened self-awareness and was no longer under the control of the wizard. How far is it from where my sister and cousin are being held? Gathering his scattered thoughts, Charlie gently asked Scrimgeour, who was completely unaware of anything. We probably need to go a bit deeper. Scrimgeour paused for a moment, then replied, those Death Eaters are all serious criminals, especially Sirius Black and Bellatrix Lestrange, who are elite under the mysterious figures. Therefore, their detention is stricter than that of others. Charlie nodded in understanding, not saying anything more, and continued walking with Scrimgeour. Perhaps due to the overwhelming effect of Charlie's Patronus, their journey ahead was surprisingly smooth. Even when encountering Dementors, they would wisely stay away, not daring to approach, let alone offend. It seems that amidst their chaotic thoughts, at least they retained a sense of self-preservation, understanding what was food and what was not. Before long, the two of them walked through one quiet corridor after another, passing by one locked iron gate after another, and finally arrived at the area where the serious criminals were held. Compared to the outer silence, this place was obviously much livelier. Those wizards who had been imprisoned for decades, just pulling one out would mean their psychological endurance was far beyond the ordinary. Although they had become mad, at least they still had the ability to communicate and the awareness to think. Hee. Look, someone is coming again. Who? Is it a person? Gagagaga. Egg pudding. Gagaga. Long live Voldemort. Long live the Dark Lord. Newcomer. How many muggles did you kill? As the two entered this lightless area, these beings who hadn't seen a living person for a long time suddenly seemed to be energized, each one springing up from the ground, pressing against the iron bars, desperately reaching their hands outwards, mumbling incoherently while trying to grab the corners of their clothes. Scrimgeour had never been polite to these former enemies. He drew his wand, aiming at the nearest prisoner, just about to make an example to quiet them down when Charlie gently raised a hand, pressing down on Scrimgeour, who was about to cast a spell. Just as Scrimgeour furrowed his brows, puzzled, and looked at Charlie, he spoke up. Long time no see. Dear Death Eater dogs, do you remember me? Your old friend, Charlie Black, has come to see you. As soon as these words were spoken, it was as if a switch was flipped in the chaotic memories, and the previously clamoring voices suddenly ceased, plunging the area into a chilling silence. The prisoner who had just been reaching out to the two shrank back into the corner of the cell, looking terrified at the shadowy figure in the darkness, trembling as if seeing something more terrifying than a Dementor. Apologies. I went silent for 2 days. To be honest, there have been quite a few miscellaneous matters recently. Previously, many readers told me that there was a book on Qidian that was very similar to mine, with many borrowed or similar plots. I have been thinking of ways to handle it and to contact the other author, but there hasn't been much success. I will open a separate chapter to explain the matter, so please don't worry. Untitled chapter recently. A reader mentioned in the comments that they saw a book about Harry Potter that was very similar to mine, with many similarities. At first, I didn't pay much attention, but since many people have brought it up these days, I specifically went to take a look and try to contact the other author. Although I was unsuccessful, I can be sure that the author is also one of my readers. Thank you for your recognition. Let me share my thoughts. In fact, the act of borrowing is not new in the novel writing industry. After all, everyone starts as a newcomer, which is understandable. My editor previously told me I could take inspiration from the works of the great author Yumaji. Here, I hope all my brothers will refrain from going to their reader circles to say anything specific, as there's no need to ruin someone else's livelihood. Additionally, if that friend sees this message, I hope you can still contact me. Alright, that is all. I don't know what else to say. Chapter 188. Bellatrix Scrimgeour was once again taken aback, watching Charlie, whose mere name could elicit such a strong reaction from these heinous criminals. He could only put away his wand with a shocked mind, although, as an experienced Auror, he naturally knew what kind of person Charlie Black, who now appeared to be a kind and successful businessman, had been back then. However, Scrimgeour never expected that in the eyes of so many Death Eaters, he had already formed a reflexive fear. After clearing his throat to ease the awkwardness, he continued to act as if everything was normal and led the way for Charlie. All right, Let's not mind these disgusting little minions. We are almost at the cell where Bellatrix is held. After looking around and seeing that no one dared to speak up, Charlie couldn't help but smile and nod, seemingly reminiscing about the times during the war. That's great. I can't wait to see my dear sister. The prison-like corridor once again fell into its former silence, as if a monster that had just bared its fangs had impatiently retracted back into an invisible abyss before it could fully unleash its wrath. Whether it was the Dementors or the Sirius criminals, they all had a similar effect, leaving one with a feeling of anticlimax. Charlie, sorry, can I call you that? On the way to Bellatrix's cell, Scrimgeour couldn't help but voice his curiosity, suddenly turning his head to speak. Of course, Charlie readily agreed, as he naturally welcomed a good relationship with the director of the Auror office, although it seemed that as a straightforward businessman, he had nothing to gain from the other party, who knew what developments might arise in the future. Thank you. Scrimgeour nodded. Charlie felt as if he caught a glimpse of a slight relaxation in the other's serious expression. I'm just curious why those scoundrels reacted as if they were stung by a scorpion upon hearing your name. At this point, Scrimgeour's words paused, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, though it was unclear what had made him happy. To be honest, I've never seen those crazy worshippers of the mysterious man react like this. What exactly did you do to them in that battle back then? Well, Charlie raised an eyebrow, pondered for a moment, and casually replied, maybe it's because there were too many Death Eaters who died at my hands. Since I joined the war until its end, I've been assassinated no less than 20 times. Poisoning, ambushes, and suicide missions. About 100 of Voldemort's subordinates were involved. Skellinger's expression couldn't help but change, his eyes widening a bit. Although he didn't speak, his expression conveyed the shock he felt. After all, while he understood that as the brightest new star on the battlefield, Charlie would inevitably be targeted by Voldemort, he never expected Voldemort would be so focused on him. What was even more incredible to Skellinger was that despite such special attention, Charlie Black still stood here unscathed, and on the surface, there was no trace of what had happened back then. This deepened his understanding of Charlie's terrifying strength. However, what Skellinger didn't expect was that even so, he was still one-sided. Charlie continued, seemingly to himself. Only one person survived. The rest all died at my hands. At this, the previously chatty Auror office director fell completely silent, lowering his head and walking forward, seemingly lost in thought. It wasn't until they gradually reached the innermost part of this area, housing heavy criminals, that he seemed to finally recover from Charlie's words. Up ahead is Bellatrix Lestrange. Skellinger pointed to a cell not far away and said. Charlie nodded, not saying anything, paused for half a second, and then continued to follow him, slowly making his way toward his long-unseen sister. Bellatrix Lestrange. Skellinger stopped in front of the rusted iron gate, took out his wand, gently tapped the bars, and called her name. Someone's here to see you. He seemed to intentionally delay moving forward. Watching Skellinger's actions and the pitch-black space behind the door where nothing could be seen, his mind inevitably filled with complicated thoughts. In a daze, Charlie felt as if he had returned to his childhood, back to the home controlled by Cygnus, and Bellatrix's arrogant and mad demeanor became clear in his memory, causing him to instinctively frown. With Skellinger's call, there was movement in the dark cell. A hoarse female voice slowly came out. Look at me. How rare. I thought everyone who could die had already died. The woman's voice was deep, but it carried an unmistakable hint of madness. It seemed she hadn't communicated with anyone for too long. After her remark, she didn't wait for Skellinger to say anything more and continued in a haunting tone. Who is it? Let me guess. Lucius Malfoy? Or Igor Karkaroff? Or perhaps Corbin Yaxley? No, it shouldn't be him. He doesn't have the right to be here. Then could it be? Not allowing her to continue, Charlie sighed and stepped forward, calmly greeting the direction from which the voice came. Long time no see, my dear sister. Instantly, Bellatrix's voice stopped, as if a tape had jammed. The cell fell silent, as if everything they had just heard was merely an imagined illusion. After a long while, with a rustling sound, Bellatrix slowly stepped out of the darkness. However, at this moment, her face showed no signs of the excitement and joy one would expect from a family reunion, only immense sarcasm and the hatred reflected in her bloodshot eyes. Look, I thought it was someone else coming to see me. Turns out it's you, Charlie Black. Chapter 189. Dear Sister. The traitor who betrayed the family. The favorite child of their father. She slowly extended her bony, skeletal hands, stroking the bars of the cage, while in a hoarse tone, she enunciated each word and stared at him like a wolf ready to pounce. If looks could kill, Charlie would have been murdered by Bellatrix countless times. However, he was not angered by her sharp and bitter mockery. His blue eyes remained as calm as a serene pond, undisturbed by any waves. He said nothing, simply gazing at her, as if trying to discern some different emotion from her eyes. But unfortunately, in Bella's gaze, he could see nothing but hatred. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment, with no sound except for her rough breathing within the prison. Christmas is coming, so I brought you a little gift and wanted to see how you were doing. After a moment, Charlie finally broke the silence. As he spoke, he slowly reached out, lifting his thick coat, and pulled out a bag of candies he had prepared long ago. Unlike the simple brown paper typically used in candy factories, the bag of candies in Charlie's hand was clearly carefully packaged, adorned with intricate patterns that evoked the festive atmosphere of Christmas, and tied with a beautiful red and white ribbon, indicating that much thought had gone into it. Even left outside, it would be a wonderful gift. In this place that could strip away all joy, its appearance seemed like a refreshing light, alleviating the surrounding despairing atmosphere. However, in response to this gesture of goodwill from Charlie, Bellatrix's attitude showed no sign of change. A sneer escaped her lips, and she suddenly released her grip on the bar she had been holding. Her bony arm shot out with lightning speed toward the candies in Charlie's hand. In an instant, the candies were knocked away, crashing against the wall and bursting open. In no time, the transparent candies scattered everywhere, glimmering under the dim light, spreading across the dirty stone floor like stars in the night sky, dazzling and brilliant. The mockery on Bella's face deepened, seeing the slight shock in Charlie's eyes. It was as if she had received a Christmas gift better than the candies. A twisted pleasure surged through her spine to her brain, adding a touch of joy that had long been absent from her barren soul. Stop pretending to be kind here. You should worry about yourself instead. It won't be long before Lord Voldemort returns. When that time comes, I will definitely get rid of you. The traitor of the Black family. As she spoke, her expression became increasingly ferocious, anger seeping from every pore, and under the hysteria, her voice transformed into a terrifying scream like that of a vengeful spirit, as if she wanted to release all the hatred she had accumulated over the past 10 years. The sound echoed in the vast expanse of Azkaban, continuously transmitting to distant areas until, a few seconds later, it was completely swallowed by the unseeable darkness, finally returning to silence. There was no hope. Scrimgeour stood aside, watching this ethical drama from the Black family unfold, his thick, chestnut-brown eyebrows furrowing slightly. His eyes narrowed, and the wrinkles on his face became more pronounced as the muscles in his cheeks tensed. With his long, tousled hair falling back, he resembled a fierce lion, using a razor-sharp gaze to express his anger towards Bella. Scrimgeour had never felt the slightest pity for Death Eaters. Although he knew little in the post-war trials, he had been even more ruthless than Barty Crouch. In his view, since these damned scum believed so fervently in their master, they should be sent directly to meet Voldemort. Only then could the innocents who had been brutally murdered and tortured to death in this war find some solace. Scrimgeour had also stated that he would be willing to act as the executioner, using his wand to execute all the Death Eaters one by one. Although in the end, his suggestion was undoubtedly rejected, it did not diminish his deep-seated desire to rid the world of Death Eaters. Therefore, in Scrimgeour's eyes, Bella's taunts and humiliation towards Charlie Black were like stomping hard on the most taut nerve in his heart. If it weren't for the limitations imposed by his current position as the Auror Office Director, Scrimgeour was certain he would have drawn his wand and made that damned Death Eater feel what true cruelty was. His calloused hands instinctively clenched tighter, and if one listened closely, they could even hear the subtle sound of friction between his fingers and palms. However, he suppressed his emotions regarding the task he had come for, calming himself down, and finally exhaled a heavy breath through his nose. Charlie, he stepped forward, calling out to Charlie, then patted his shoulder. I'll wait for you over there. Hurry up. After a pause of 2 seconds, he couldn't help but lean closer to Charlie's ear and whispered, although I understand your thoughts. I must remind you that those Death Eaters are hopeless bastards who will never awaken. Even if they're locked up here, their wailing is only about the failure of the war, not remorse for the innocents who died at their hands. Charlie was naturally aware of Scrimgeour's words. Thus, he did not argue or say anything else, only nodded and softly said, I have 2 last sentences to finish before I leave. Scrimgeour agreed with Charlie's words and then walked deeper into the space, stopping about 10 meters away to quietly wait for Charlie. In fact, Charlie was not too surprised by Bella's reaction. On the contrary, if she had really smiled at him with a gentle attitude, he would have been genuinely startled and would undoubtedly marvel at the strong indoctrination ability of Azkaban. After all, in Charlie's impression, Bella had long gone mad due to the so-called glory and pure blood ideology of the Black family, as well as their father, Cygnus Black. Otherwise, she would never have made such a shocking statement during the trials of Death Eaters, openly shouting at Barty Crouch and claiming her absolute loyalty to Voldemort. Without much hesitation, Charlie's body slowly leaned forward, bringing his head closer to Bella behind the iron bars, and whispered something. Scrimgeour stood not far away. Although he could see Charlie's lips moving, he could not hear a word of what he said. However, he could see Bella's expression clearly. Suddenly, the twisted and mad face froze, and then a spark of light flickered in her eyes, as if she had received some news that could overturn her understanding. She stiffly twisted her neck, looking at Charlie in disbelief, her lips trembling as if she wanted to ask something. However, Charlie did not give her the chance. He smiled and continued, completing the second half of his unfinished sentence. Once a complete statement fell, her gaunt face underwent another dramatic change in emotion, even more intense than before. What did you say? Charlie Black, what are you talking about? Bella frantically started to move, her hands wildly waving outward in an attempt to grab his collar, but Charlie skillfully withdrew to avoid her. Come back, Charlie Black, you damn bastard. I don't believe it. At that moment, the immense shock made her forget everything else. Even the last vestiges of her noble etiquette were cast aside as she opened her mouth, shouting madly while staring into the eyes of the person not far away, her pupils trembling in response. But Charlie no longer paid any attention to these. He chuckled softly, then turned his head away, moving leisurely toward Scrimgeour, completely ignoring Bella's screams and roars behind him. Let's go. It seems my sister doesn't want to talk to me anymore. Now, let's see if my brother is willing to wish his little brother a Merry Christmas. Thus, the two slowly disappeared into the darkness, leaving Bella still hoarsely shouting in unwillingness. Come back, damn bastard. My master will destroy you. How dare you? How dare you? I will definitely kill you. Okay, if you're in the fan group, you should know what happened. Here, I'll briefly talk about my recent unfortunate experience. To put it simply, 3 days ago, one morning, I don't know what got into me, I had downloaded a software called Evernote. Then I happily started typing on it. Until the evening, I got hungry, and without paying attention to Evernote, I saved it casually and went to eat. When I came back, the software was lagging, crashed, and my draft was all gone. At that time, I wasn't actually too worried because I knew that such note-taking apps must have a history record feature, and even if something unexpected happened, I could retrieve notes from a certain time for modification. So at first, I didn't worry much. Then, I searched online for how to find the history, and it told me that Evernote required a premium membership to access the history. I glanced at it, $21 a month for a premium membership. After a moment's hesitation, I chose to subscribe. Since I made this decision, the nightmare began, due to word limit, if you're interested in my unfortunate experience. You can check it out in the group. I won't say much more. Anyway, in the end, I was robbed of 20 yuan and didn't get my manuscript back. Please, don't use Evernote. It will lead to misfortune. And so, I kept mulling over it, growing increasingly frustrated until now. Chapter 190, Merry Christmas, after saying goodbye to Bellatrix Lestrange, when he arrived at the second cell under the guidance of Scrimgeour. Another family member he had longed for finally appeared before him after more than a decade. However, the current Sirius was far from the proud and spirited person he once was. When Charlie stopped at the door of the iron cell, Sirius was curled up in a corner of the prison, no different from the other prisoners he had seen before. The black beard and hair grew wild on his face, clinging together and obscuring his originally handsome features. His eyes no longer held the brightness they once had. All that remained was a dullness that seemed endless. Merry Christmas, Sirius Black. With a complex mix of emotions, Charlie instinctively put his hand in the pocket of his trench coat and then opened his mouth to softly say the greeting he had long prepared. Upon hearing the sudden voice, Sirius, whose body was almost nothing but bones under the tattered prison uniform, seemed to be stimulated in some way and began to tremble uncontrollably. Then his upper body slowly turned, moving his stiff neck, searching for the direction of the voice. For a moment, his previously lifeless eyes began to show some flickers of emotion. The complex emotions that had not been revealed for a long time gradually intertwined, eventually forming a more intense pain. Looking at the well-dressed man before him, who seemed out of place in this dark prison, the muscles in Sirius's stiff cheeks twitched. The gloomy expression that had lingered for decades finally showed some change, although it could not be called happiness. It was a faint smile that seemed to drain all his strength, creating an indescribable awkwardness. After a long time, his trembling throat finally produced a voice as thin as a mosquito's buzz, calling out Charlie's name. "Charlie Black, how could you be here?" Upon hearing this call, Charlie could not help but reveal a relieved smile, and the original complex feelings in his heart dissipated. At the same time that Charlie met Sirius in the leaky cauldron, the thoughts of the Dursleys were also proceeding in an orderly fashion. Perhaps because it was Sunday, even though it was only the afternoon, the bar was already bustling with activity. People were raising their glasses freely, or amidst the noise, sharing the good things they had brought. "Hey, friend, what is this?" A wizard leaned unsteadily against the table, probably because he had drunk too much, his tongue starting to get out of control as he spoke. He squinted his eyes, looking toward the next table, where a muggle was also quite tipsy. At that moment, he was pulling out a small rectangular box from his pocket and taking out a brand new cigarette to put in his mouth. "Want a Marlboro?" Upon hearing the wizard's inquiry, the muggle was not stingy at all, generously pulling out another one from the pack and smiling as he offered it over, signaling him to catch it. "Thanks." The wizard naturally took the cigarette, first looking it over, then grinning as he put it in his mouth, not forgetting to politely thank the muggle beside him. Then came a search for his wand, and with two muffled pops, the two Marlboros in their mouths slowly burned, releasing wisps of blue smoke that drifted upwards, merging with the other smoke on the ceiling. "Wait until this one is finished. You should try mine. I added some newt legs." Of course. After several months of adjustment, the muggles and wizards in this bar had already become indistinguishable from each other. After all, they were just ordinary wizards, not pure-blood aristocrats. The so-called theory that wizards were superior to muggles was merely a source of amusement for them. After all, they all had one nose and two eyes. And as long as they could get along, why bother with so much? Behind the counter, as business boomed, Old Tom's smile gradually became more lively, even straightening his originally hunchback a bit. He looked around at the smiling customers and couldn't help but nod slightly in appreciation. Nowadays, nearly 60 of the regulars visiting the bar were workers from Charlie's Candy Factory, perhaps because it was their first stop after entering the magical world. It had become their recognized place to go after work. No matter what, they needed to have a couple of drinks to feel satisfied before heading home. The muggles were friendly and enthusiastic. Even when drunk, they would not act recklessly like those wizards, but instead generously tipped quite a bit. One could say that these guys he had never interacted with before had given the century-old antique a new life, injecting it with youthful energy. Every time he thought of this, Old Tom couldn't help but express his heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Charlie Black. Without his hiring plan, the leaky cauldron would never have had such a scene. "Tom, hurry. Bring more drinks. We don't have enough to drink here." Suddenly, a voice broke Old Tom's thoughts. He turned to see Dudley in a corner of the bar, waving his fat arm while putting his arm around a young man's shoulders, looking quite happy. "Got it, Dudley." After responding casually, he began to move. He took out several empty cups, filled them at the barrel of beer, and then, while the thick white foam had not yet dissipated, carried them to the table where Dudley and the others were sitting. "Here's the beer you wanted." After placing the beers on the table and taking away the empty cups, just as Tom was about to leave, he suddenly noticed the young man sitting next to Dudley. His steps paused, and his originally drooping eyes widened slightly as he examined the unfamiliar guest. With dark hair, a prominent nose, and deep-set eyes that seemed to hold stars. Although his cheeks were flushed with drunkenness, one could still see a somewhat familiar aura, as if he were Charlie Black himself. At that moment, the young man was laughing freely, tightly holding his glass, taking sips of the limited beer, and mumbling incoherently with a few others. "Is this your friend?" A hint of surprise flashed through Old Tom's mind as he stopped and patted Andrew, who was puffing smoke beside him, and asked. Andre first blew out a smoke ring, then casually shrugged his shoulders and replied, "I'm not familiar with him." It was Dudley who insisted on bringing him out of the factory. "I see." Old Tom nodded thoughtfully, and without further questioning, he picked up an empty wine glass and silently walked back behind the bar. However, from this moment on, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally drifted towards the young man. Pong Pong was having a great time, gradually getting tipsy amid the rounds of beer and the noisy, lively atmosphere, showing none of the disdain and skepticism he had displayed not long ago in the factory. In fact, caught up in the fun, he let go of his inhibitions, boldly pulled back his hood, revealing a face that did not belong to him, and played around recklessly. "Come on, Pong Pong, let's have another drink." A newly acquainted friend sitting next to him eagerly brought a newly served beer to him. Naturally, Pong Pong didn't refuse and, without hesitation, grabbed the full glass, gulped it down, and then slammed the large glass heavily on the table, letting out a loud belch. Burp, wiping the beer foam from the corner of his mouth. The smile on his face grew even brighter as he muttered to himself, The bar is really a nice place. When I get back, I should talk to Mr. Black about opening one in the factory. Hearing this, Dudley's eyes lit up a bit, although he didn't show it on the surface. He couldn't help but clench his fists in excitement. Indeed, just as he thought, Pung Pung's relationship with Mr. Black was quite significant. Seeing that Pung Pung was enjoying himself, and that time was almost up, Dudley finally decided to bring up the main topic. He put down the glass that had already been polished to a shine by his fingers and held Pung Pung's free hand, his gaze becoming sincere. Pung Pung, actually, I hope you can help me with something. The raised glass paused at Pung Pung's lips, his intoxicated eyes opened a bit, regaining some clarity, and he looked questioningly at the friend beside him. When Charlie walked out of Azkaban, he wore a faint smile. Except for Scrimgeour, no one knew what he had discussed with his cousin in the prison, but it was clear that the exchange between the two was much more harmonious than with Bellatrix Lestrange. At the moment of their final farewell, Charlie took out the second bag of Christmas candy from his pocket and personally handed it to Sirius. He, with trembling lips, finally managed to say a thank you. Then he took the bag of candy, which still held the warmth from Charlie's hands. Listening to the gate behind them close with a creaking sound, Scrimgeour greedily inhaled the salty air from the outside, which helped alleviate the gloom and discomfort left by Azkaban. After a moment, he looked at Charlie, a hint of ease appearing on his serious face, and couldn't help but say, this visit was not a pleasant experience. Was it? Actually, it was okay. Charlie shook his head, seemingly casually strolling toward the waiting oar not far away while softly saying, after all, before coming, I had a general anticipation of this journey. Hearing his words, Scrimgeour fell silent and thoughtfully stroked the dense beard below his nose as he walked alongside Charlie. Eventually, the two, led by the waiting oar, returned to the gate of the outpost where they had arrived. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Charlie stopped. By the way, Director Scrimgeour. Hearing Charlie's call, Scrimgeour, who had been lost in thought, came back to reality, looking up to respond. What is up? It seems I haven't wished you a Merry Christmas yet. As Charlie spoke, as if by magic, he pulled the third bag of candy from the pocket of his coat and naturally handed it to him. And mine? Thank you, Charlie. Scrimgeour raised his eyebrows, unable to hide the surprise on his face. After glancing at Charlie, he didn't refuse, but naturally accepted it, nodding his thanks with composure. Chapter 191. Is this your deep meaning? After the two left, everything in Azkaban's prison returned to its original state. Silent, cold, and oppressive, with not a hint of color. The Dementors, originally frightened away by Charlie, uneasily returned to their posts. Once they confirmed that the terrifying figure had disappeared, a sense of ease that had never been felt before finally emerged amidst the chaotic thoughts. Still curled up in a corner of the prison, Sirius silently leaned against the moss-covered wall behind him, his eyes fixed on the bag of candy Charlie had placed on the ground. After a long moment of distraction, he staggered to his feet, his long immobile legs shuffling slowly to the iron bars, reaching out to gently pick it up. As he touched the vibrant colors he hadn't seen for who knows how long, a sense of clarity filled Sirius's heart, allowing him to feel a bit of joy and comfort as he closed his eyes. The Charlie Candy Factory is located at. He sat back down, rubbing the raised marks on the wrapping paper, and under the faint light in Azkaban, he murmured to himself, tightening his grip on the candy bag a little unconsciously. After completing this visit, Charlie and Scrimgeour exchanged polite goodbyes before parting ways. In the Minister of Magic's office, Cornelius Fudge sat behind his desk, stirring his red tea while amiably listening to Scrimgeour's report. Only after Scrimgeour had finished recounting everything that happened in Azkaban in detail did Fudge put down his teacup and smile as he said, "So Charlie Black just gave you a bag of candy and left without saying anything?" "Yes, just as I said," Scrimgeour nodded, holding the bag of candy in his hand, examining it for a moment before continuing slowly. "However, I didn't expect him to give me a bag of candy. Do you think there is any deep meaning in that?" However, in response to the question posed, Fudge smiled even more brightly, casually shrugged, shook his head, and adopted a nonchalant attitude as he said, "What deep meaning could there be? My goodness, Scrimgeour, I think you might be overthinking it. Charlie is a nice guy." At this point, Fudge paused for a moment, and then the corners of his mouth lifted a bit, as if recalling something pleasant. "A nice, wealthy person. He might just want to make a simple friend with you. That's all. That does make sense." Listening to Fudge's words, Scrimgeour did not refute, lowering his head to glance at the candy in his hand, seemingly agreeing with this sentiment. After a slight nod, he replied noncommittally. After saying that, he raised his head, tucked the candy back into the pocket of his coat, and then asked, "So, Minister Fudge, is there anything else? If not, I'll be on my way." "Of course. Thank you, Scrimgeour, you may go." Fudge had no intention of refusing, and he nodded in agreement, casually waving his hand as if to say goodbye. However, just as Scrimgeour turned to leave, pulling open the door, his voice suddenly echoed from behind, stopping him in his tracks. "Wait, Scrimgeour." Scrimgeour sighed nonchalantly, a hint of impatience showing on his face. He didn't hide that expression and looked back at the fat guy behind the desk, asking, "What's the matter?" "I suggest you finish the toffees and violet candies inside quickly, because they taste better if eaten sooner rather than left overnight." Scrimgeour twitched his thick mustache below his nose, remaining silent, but nodding symbolically before leaving without looking back. With a bang, the door to the minister's office was closed, and Fudge closed his eyes, reclining leisurely in his chair, rocking back and forth while sighing to himself. "Really nice, Charlie. Black's candies are so delicious. It's hard to forget the taste. Truly amazing." As he spoke, he licked his somewhat dry lips, opened his squinted eyes, and glanced at a square box on a nearby shelf. Some best-selling candies that Charlie had given him. Not particularly valuable, but a small gift to solidify their friendship privately. At first, Fudge didn't think much of it. He accepted it politely and left it there without looking at it again. Until one day, feeling bored at work, he suddenly remembered it, picked one up, and put it in his mouth, only to find himself unable to stop from then on, making the originally not very fond of candies, Cornelius Fudge, fall in love with this unique and magical taste. Now, the box that was once full of candies was down to just over half. If it weren't for the doctor at St. Mungo's telling him that if he wanted to live longer, he should eat less sweets, those candies from Charlie would have probably disappeared long ago. "One more should be fine, right?" Fudge muttered hesitantly, tapping the armrest of his chair. But his mind couldn't help but recall the violet candy he had had yesterday. "All right, just one." With his resolve firming up a bit, he seemed to have made up his mind and slowly stood up, walking with a somewhat eager pace towards the wooden rack by the wall, extending his thick palm towards the box. "Director Scrimgeour." "Good afternoon, Director Scrimgeour." As he walked through the second floor of the Ministry of Magic, the corridor leading to the offices was divided into many small cubicles, each Auror having their own workspace. They plastered the walls of their cubicles with various things, from wanted posters of dark wizards to family photos, posters of their favorite Quidditch teams, and articles cut out from the Daily Prophet, a mix of everything. When they saw Scrimgeour pass by, every Auror respectfully greeted him to express their admiration and respect for this Auror legend. In response to his subordinates' greetings, Scrimgeour remained expressionless, looking straight ahead, only giving a symbolic nod before moving on. Striding with purpose, he walked briskly towards his office. Once back in his office, he took out the bag of candies, placed it on the desk, and, after silently scrutinizing it for a moment, carefully tore open a corner of the wrapping. With a rustle, as the packaging opened, the candies, as if finding an exit, tumbled out onto the desk, sparkling and colorful, making it hard to resist putting them in his mouth. Scrimgeour raised an eyebrow. As someone who didn't particularly enjoy sweet flavors, he generally had a neutral attitude towards various candies. Therefore, he hadn't considered the candies Charlie had given him to be a suitable gift and instead wondered if there was some deeper meaning behind it. However, at that moment, seeing these marvelous candies, Scrimgeour had to admit that there was a reason why people loved Charlie's candies to such an insane extent. Indeed, Charlie Black was a genius. Even when he stepped down from the battlefield and no longer pursued Death Eaters, his genius still had room to shine. With that thought, he plopped back down into his office chair, sighed, rubbed his slightly aching temples, and slowly reached for one of the most beautiful purple candies on the desk, tossing it into his mouth without a second thought. Boom! Outside in the Auror work area, a loud bang from the office startled all the Aurors who were diligently attending to their tasks. These highly trained wizards from across the British magical world almost instantly drew their wands and rushed collectively to Scrimgeour's office door. "Chief, what happened? Are you all right?" "Prepare to break down the door." With a sharp crack, one of the Aurors broke the door lock, and as the door slowly opened, everyone could see Scrimgeour standing in front of his desk, wand in hand, casting a spell at the carpet not far away. His wand was still emitting wisps of white smoke, and on the carpet there was already a large, charred black mark, as if it had undergone some terrifying disaster. Scrimgeour's serious expression turned to shock as he stared intently at the mark, and after a long moment, he finally reacted, his expression easing as he exhaled deeply. Then, he waved his hand to the anxious subordinates crowded at the door, replying, "Don't worry, I'm fine. Just doing a little experiment." Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, his brow furrowing as he scanned the crowd with a scrutinizing gaze. "Who just blew up my office door?" As soon as he said this, the previously gathered Aurors scattered in an instant, all rushing back to their seats, pretending as if they knew nothing, and seriously resumed their work. Phew. Scrimgeour didn't bother with them anymore. After closing the door again, his expression changed multiple times, becoming extremely complicated. Looking at the remaining candies on the desk, he was momentarily at a loss for how to react. The taste of the candy was indeed quite good, worthy of wild praise. But for someone who was indifferent to sweets, that was all it was, nothing more. What truly shocked Scrimgeour was the extraordinary magical power that came with that candy once it was in his mouth. That was definitely not an illusion. As an Auror well-versed in magic, his perceptual abilities were much higher than those of ordinary wizards. Perhaps in the eyes of others, this candy was merely a bit refreshing to eat. Aside from being delicious, it didn't evoke any other feelings. However, Scrimgeour truly felt the extraordinary magical essence. And this is also the reason why he was so eager to pick up the wand and try on the carpet. Is this your profound meaning, Charles Scringe? He murmured to himself, but his mind began to indulge in various fantasies. If this candy can provide him with such a wonderful enhancement, then what about the others? Scringe then picked up a broken piece of licorice, examined it, and directly put it in his mouth, starting to feel its mysterious power. The result, of course, was not as he imagined. It was only after Scringe had eaten one of each type of candy from the bag that he finally confirmed that the only candy with that marvelous magic was the purple one. "You're back, Mr. Black." When Charlie's car entered the factory courtyard, the person who appeared before him was not Russell, but leaning on a cane with a kind smile on his face. "Good afternoon, Grandpa Delu." Charlie greeted him and then looked around, asking curiously, "Where's Russell? What is he up to?" Delu stroked his beard, which was almost dragging on the ground, and replied with a smile. "He.S. busy preparing Christmas candies with the other little elves, running around in a flurry. As for this old fellow, I can't help much in this matter. So I just try to do what I can, and came here to follow your instructions and orders." Upon hearing this, Charlie nodded in understanding and didn't say much more. He chatted casually with Delu about the factory's affairs while walking towards the workshop. Just then, suddenly, a cloaked figure darted out from the side, heading straight for the two of them. In a flash, almost instinctively, Delu's killing intent surged, and he raised his sturdy elderberry cane, swinging it with a speed that seemed almost unnatural for his age towards the sudden intruder. The cane sliced through the air with a loud whoosh, but just as it was about to hit, a voice from the cloak made Delu halt the cane just a few centimeters from the intruder's forehead. "It's me, Mr. Black, Grandpa Delu. It's Pung Pung." Seemingly frightened by Delu's fierce action, Pung Pung stuttered, his voice trembling. Under the shadow of the hood, his eyelids quivered slightly as he looked at the tip of the cane, which was rapidly enlarging in his vision, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. He knew that he had narrowly escaped having his skull shattered and brain splattered. Chapter 192. Hoping for your forgiveness. Good afternoon, Grandpa Delu. How come you're here? Isn't it usually Russell's job to pick up Mr. Black? After calming his racing heart, Pung Pung forced a stiff smile, lacking confidence as he quietly asked Delu, who was slowly retracting his cane. Delu ignored his greeting, narrowing his eyes, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. Charlie raised an eyebrow. After a brief moment of surprise, he naturally noticed Pung Pang's unusual state, the flushed cheeks, the lethargic spirit, and the strong smell of alcohol wafting off him. Without much thought, he quickly deduced what Pung Pung must have gone through not long ago. "I thought you should be with Russell at this time," Charlie said thoughtfully, then instinctively turned his head to glance at Delu, whether intentionally or not. Delu straightened his hunched back a little, deeply inhaling, but he didn't say anything, just watching Pung Pung with an increasingly displeased expression. Standing opposite him, having undergone years of Delu's loving education, Pung Pung was all too familiar with the meaning behind that look. Instantly, he felt a prickling sensation on his scalp, and the remaining scent of alcohol dissipated completely. At that moment, a wave of immense regret surged in Pung Pang's heart. If he had known Russell was not around, he wouldn't have rushed to find Mr. Black. Now it seemed he was in for a rough time. Who knew if that cane, which had just been withheld, would come crashing down on his head before long. Perhaps even more viciously. "I took leave with Russell," he stammered, his voice trembling, speaking in a voice as tiny as a mosquito's, buzzed to explain to the two in front of him. "Leave?" Delu's cane twisted on the ground, the tip scraping against the concrete floor, producing a rustling sound. The atmosphere among the three suddenly became quiet, and behind the silence, it was evident that a storm was about to brew. However, it was Charlie who ultimately broke the oppressive silence. He gave Pung Pung a helpless glance, reached out to remove the hood from his head, and then resumed walking towards the office. "Let's go. We can talk about it later." Once those words were spoken, The invisible pressure that had been weighing on Peng Peng's head dissipated significantly. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he nervously glanced at Dulu's expression. The latter merely coughed a couple of times and didn't say much more, just gave Peng Peng a deep look before moving along with Charlie. Only then did Peng Peng finally let out a long breath. Feeling a lingering fear, he patted his chest and quickly scurried to follow behind the two. In the office, Charlie took off his heavy overcoat and hung it aside before returning to his office chair. Dulu sat down on the sofa, his eyes lowered, quietly staring at the ground, lost in thought. Only Peng Peng, pulling back his hood but still draped in the oversized cloak that hung down to the floor, stood nervously in front of Charlie's desk, watching him intently. "So, Peng Peng," after a moment, Charlie spoke up. "What brings you here?" "Yes, Mr. Black." Hearing Charlie's inquiry, Peng Peng quickly nodded, but his fingers, entwined beneath him, revealed his inner turmoil. He slowly raised his head and glanced at his boss. Seeing that Charlie's expression remained calm and gentle as before, his anxious heart finally eased, allowing him to muster the courage to say, "Not long ago, I made a friend on the Muggle production line. His name is Dudley." Dudley. As soon as he finished his sentence, surprise flickered across Charlie's face. He repeated the familiar name he had encountered more than once recently, his tone carrying a hint of change. Alongside him, Dulu, who had been quietly observing the carpet, also lifted his head, incredulously scrutinizing the child before him. Peng Peng felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his head as he continued, "Yes, Dudley. After spending some time together, I found that not all humans are bad and foolish. At least those muggles are 100 times better than the wizards I've seen. Of course, you are an exception, Mr. Black." Charlie and Dulu exchanged a knowing glance. Without surprise, he could see a hint of inexplicable expression in the other person's eyes, which could not be classified as strange or happy. Fortunately, when he turned back to look at Peng Peng again, Charlie managed to conceal it well, still calmly nodding and extending his hand, signaling him to continue. "So today he invited me out to play, to that bar called the Broken Cauldron." As he said this, seemingly afraid of Charlie misunderstanding, he hurriedly explained, "Originally, I didn't want to go, but I couldn't resist his flowery descriptions, saying it was a paradise on earth, a land of bliss. I didn't believe it and planned to go with a critical mindset to just take a look, but then—" "Did you criticize it?" Dulu stroked his beard, set aside his cane, changed to a more comfortable position, and leaned back against the soft sofa, looking surprisingly better than before, even speaking with a hint of teasing. Peng Peng's head suddenly drooped, shamefully shaking his head. Seeing him like this, Charlie couldn't help but smile slightly. He propped his elbows on the table, fingers intertwined, and continued, "And then? I guess you stopped me halfway, just to tell me how you had fun in the bar?" No. It's not that." Hearing this, Peng Peng hurriedly waved his hands, quickly denying it. After a moment of hesitation, he mustered his courage and looked up at Charlie. "In the bar, Desley told me something." Charlie's expression shifted slightly, as if he thought of something, but he didn't interrupt him. Instead, he waited for Peng Peng to continue. "He once offended you due to his ignorance and disdain, which led you to punish him by turning his child into a pig's head." Peng Peng's intertwined hands tightened a bit more, his throat nervously throbbing a few times before he spoke up. "Now that so much time has passed, Desley hopes that I can represent him to express his apologies and regrets to you, hoping to gain your forgiveness." Chapter 193. I understand. Charlie instinctively touched his nose, a sense of absurdity suddenly appearing in his eyes, and the smile he had originally held could no longer be maintained. Not knowing what kind of expression to make in response to this ridiculous news, even Dulu raised an eyebrow in surprise, looking at his boss, seemingly curious about what grave mistake Desley had made to warrant such punishment from Charlie Blake, who usually had a good temper. "Desley," he murmured this familiar name, and suddenly the confusion he had earlier became clear. No wonder he chose to leave a good position as a company director to come to his factory and star as a worker. He thought it was a moment of conscience, but now it seemed it was probably for that poor little piglet. Pausing his thoughts, Charlie looked up at the ceiling, feeling a bit of a sigh rise within him. Indeed, people are complex. Although due to Harry's reasons, my first impression of this bulky and rude guy wasn't very good. At this moment, I have to admit that at least in terms of being a father, he is respectable. All right, Charlie sighed, closed his eyes, and softly said, "It seems that little prank back then got a bit out of hand. Mr. Blake, what did you say?" Peng Peng in front of him blinked his large eyes, seemingly not hearing Charlie's words clearly, and instinctively stepped forward to ask hesitantly. Charlie had no choice but to raise his eyelids, glancing at the little guy in front of him helplessly, and replied in the same gentle tone as before. "I said, I understand. I'll find time to deal with this matter." After saying this, he sighed again, supporting his forehead while massaging his temples, beginning to plan when to go and put an end to this incident that had lasted nearly a few months. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Peng Peng was first taken aback, then quickly reacted, and a look of joy visibly appeared on his face. Do you have anything else? Charlie continued to ask. He hurriedly shook his head. No other matters. Then you can go. Nodding, he waved his hand at Peng Peng, signaling him to leave. All right, Peng Peng responded decisively, and after saying that, he quickly turned and walked joyfully towards the door. His heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally found peace. After all, before coming to find Charlie, Peng Peng was still in a somewhat confused state regarding this matter. Although Desley urged him to help with this favor, he had not actually told him what exactly had offended Mr. Blake, only repeatedly saying it was some minor issues. However, having promised it under the influence of alcohol and atmosphere, Peng Peng naturally wouldn't to easily go back on his word, which is why he steeled himself to come before Charlie. Now seeing Charlie nod in agreement, he finally breathed a long sigh of relief. However, just as he was eager to leave, unexpectedly, before he could take a few steps, a voice suddenly stopped him in his tracks. Go wait outside for me. Once I finish talking with Mr. Blake, we'll leave together. A shiver ran down his spine, from the base of his tailbone to the crown of his head. The joy he once felt instantly vanished. You understand, Grandpa Delu. He stiffly turned his neck to show a smile that was more sorrowful than crying to the still comfortably seated Dulu, then drooped his head and walked out of the room, swaying with each step. From his back, Charlie seemed to see a sense of desolation and sadness. Unable to help but chuckle softly, but he did not say much, just quietly watched as Peng Peng closed the door tightly, leaving the remaining time in the office for the two of them. Peng Peng leaned against the wall by the door like a student who had made a mistake, staring at the floor as if he could find something novel in the tiles he had looked at for over a decade. Fortunately, Delu did not keep him waiting too long. Charlie just gave a few simple instructions before letting him leave. When the door opened again, and he saw the kind-eyed grandpa, Delu, slowly walking out of the office with his cane, he was already frightened enough to swallow his saliva. It's important to note that, based on his understanding of Grandpa Delu, sneaking off to drink at a wizard's bar while others were working hard was not something he would approve of. If nothing unexpected happened, according to the usual tradition, he would definitely not escape a lesson of love. At the very least, he would end up with a few bumps on his head, or worse. Being thrown out was a common occurrence. The air around him suddenly turned cold, just as Peng Peng bowed his head and closed his eyes. Waiting for the impending punishment to descend, a warm hand gently landed on his head and softly patted it. Peng Peng was stunned and didn't react immediately when he heard Delu beside him say, "Well done. It seems you understand Mr. Black's good intentions." His words were filled with an unprecedented sense of relief and kindness, leaving him momentarily confused. What good intentions? Peng Peng felt a bit dazed. He looked up, his eyes wide open, incredulously staring at Grandpa Delu in front of him. Of course, although he didn't understand what he was saying, once he came to his senses, in order to avoid a beating, Peng Peng immediately put on an expression of having gained profound insights and sincerely nodded. I have completely understood Mr. Black's meaning. Dulu didn't suspect anything else, just smiled, turned toward the stairs, and said to himself, "Let's go. We should check on Russell. Maybe this useless body of mine can still be of some help." "Okay, Grandpa Dulu." Peng Peng, who still wanted to ponder, hurriedly responded, having to set his thoughts aside for now, and quickly took 2 steps forward to help Grandpa Dulu down the stairs. At the Dudleys' home, with a loud thud from the living room on the first floor, the large and stout body of Vernon Dursley came tumbling out of the fireplace along with flying ashes. After stumbling a few steps forward, he lost his balance and fell with another thud, lying motionless on the floor. On the second floor, Penny, who had rushed to the staircase upon hearing the noise, was startled by the scene before her. "Oh my goodness, dear," she screamed, abandoning what she was holding, and hurried down the stairs to Vernon's side. Her frail arms seemed to muster all her strength as she managed to turn her husband's hefty body over, revealing his flushed face. "Dear, dear," Vernon burped, his eyes barely open, and gave his wife a blissful smile. Then he raised his sturdy arm, made a weak okay sign, and mumbled, "Don't worry, everything will be fine. It won't be long before Dudley should be back to normal." However, this news did not make Penny happy, as at this moment, she was obviously more concerned about her husband than her son. "What have you been doing? Why did you drink so much?" Her brows were knit together in worry. "I drank a bit, accompanied that guy. His drinking capacity is really scary. I'm a bit tired. Just let me sleep for a while," Vernon mumbled, his words becoming slurred towards the end, making it hard to distinguish some characters. His droopy eyes could no longer hold on, Heavy eyelids fell, leaving only a slit. In less than half a second, a thunderous snore filled the living room, causing the entire house to seem to rumble. At the staircase, Dudley peeked his head around the corner, looking at his father sleeping on the floor, blinking his eyes, unsure of what to think. Chapter 194. A new department, it's done. In the evening, with Russell's loud shout, the factory erupted in a wave of cheers. Looking at the mountain of Christmas candies, all packed and completed, every little elf wore a radiant smile, their eyes shining with unabashed pride and enthusiasm. In the jubilant crowd, Russell lowered his rolled-up sleeves, wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, and let out a sigh of relief. Finally, the task they had been busy preparing for nearly the past few months was perfectly concluded at this moment. Soon, these candies, which contained their hard work, would be scattered and sent to every candy shop in the British magical world, becoming the most anticipated gifts for those children during Christmas. Now, open the factory doors and send them out. Once the little elves' joy had subsided a bit, Russell immediately issued the next task. While shouting loudly, he raised his hands to urge, and the well-organized employees were quickly mobilized, hurrying back to their respective positions to begin the final step of the process. Creak! As the several-meter-high factory doors slowly opened to the sides, all the little elves raised their hands toward the pile of candies. In the next second, countless beams of shimmering light flickered, each varying in brightness, but resonating with each other, forming a harmonious connection. The flowing magic at this moment seemed to become a surging river formed by numerous trickling streams. The overwhelming power was enough to leave anyone witnessing this scene deeply shocked. The once mountain-like pile of goods suddenly appeared to lose its weight, effortlessly being lifted and rising slowly into the air. Go send it to the fireplaces. Russell continued to issue commands, pointing toward the door outside. Boom! Under the pole, tons of candies formed a thick dragon in the air, obscuring the evening glow and casting a blurred shadow on the ground as they rushed toward the fireplaces designated for supplying merchants. When the goods crossed most of the factory and reached the warehouse meant for supply, the little elves were already prepared. Rows of large fireplaces were neatly arranged, and above each fireplace, a brass rectangular plaque marked the destination of each fireplace. Goods for Lestrange Candy Shop, come here. A little elf shouted loudly, urgently sprinkling the prepared flue powder into the fireplace. Disley Candy Shop, Sheldon. Sheldon S. Snack Workshop. Duke of Honey. The voices continued to rise and fall, and every piece of news received the most timely response, causing bags of assorted candies to fly into the fireplace according to their needs and vanish with a pop in the emerald green flames. Watching as the once large quantity of goods gradually decreased during the constant diversion, the thick dragon shrank to nearly half in an instant, and, as the shouts continued, the speed of disappearance accelerated even more. The last one is the Poachy Snack House. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Charlie, while studying a document whose contents he did not know, casually said without looking up. The office door opened, and Russell, who had completely finished his task and tidied up, walked in with an unmistakable happy stride. Good evening, my dear Charlie. Once he stood before the desk, Russell puffed out his chest and proudly announced, all the candies have been delivered to every candy shop, and the task you assigned to me has been successfully completed. Hearing this, Charlie finally put down the document in his hand carefully, laying it flat on the desk. He raised his head and looked at Russell, who was beaming with joy, a relaxed smile appearing on his face. Well done, Russell. I knew there wouldn't be any issues handing this over to you. He nodded, generously giving sincere praise to Russell. It's my honor, dear Master Charlie. Russell, having received affirmation, puffed out his chest even more, lifting his head high and responding loudly. Being able to do something within my capacity for you is what I have always pursued. Next, it's time to take a break. Charlie rubbed the ring on his finger, relaxed his body, leaned back in his chair, and, after finding a comfortable position, couldn't help but exclaim, this should be our most relaxed time. Let's give the little elves a holiday and let them have some fun. And the Christmas tree and decorations should also be prepared. I ordered quite a bit from Wes before. He will deliver it tomorrow morning. As Charlie went on talking about various things, Russell, however, was particularly serious, jotting everything down in his notebook and calculating the corresponding arrangements he needed to make after returning. Once Charlie finished, he didn't linger any longer. Well, Master, if there is nothing else, I'll go prepare, he said, putting away his notebook and looking up to seek permission. Wait. Charlie was about to nod and allow him to leave when he suddenly thought of something. For a moment, the words he was about to say got stuck in his throat. After pausing for a moment, he glanced at the document on the desk and said again, I almost forgot. Actually, there's one more thing I want to hear your thoughts on. What is it, Master? Russell retracted his almost taken step, blinking his eyes and asking as usual. I plan to establish a new department after Christmas. However, before Charlie could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Russell. A new department? His large eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, looking at Charlie with incredulity. Yes, Charlie's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated Russell's surprise, nodding and continuing. And I intend to choose a muggle to manage this newly established department. Chapter 195. Are you joking? The two heavy pieces of news that came out of Charlie's mouth left Russell in a state of shock. After a long while, he finally managed to absorb the massive information contained within those brief words, forcing himself to calm down. Although his gaze regained its usual rationality, the confusion and shock in his words were still impossible to erase easily. After his lips trembled slightly, he opened his mouth again, breaking the silence that had just formed in the air. Forgive my boldness, dear Master, but I want to know if you already have a suitable candidate in mind. It was not surprising that Russell reacted so strongly. After all, both establishing a new department and choosing a muggle as the new director were significant events that could cause a stir. The position of director represented the highest authority under the factory manager. Besides Russell, the other 5 elves holding the director positions each controlled a vital artery or a highly confidential project. It was their tacit cooperation and interconnection that formed the current management system encompassing the entire factory, keeping everything in order. It could even be said that the remarkable achievements of Charlie's Candy Factory could not be separated from Charlie's many magical candies. But the collaboration and efforts of Russell and the others were also essential conditions that contributed to this colossal entity. And under this stable relationship, Charlie suddenly announced that he would select a new director, and this director would be a muggle. Although he didn't say much, Russell's concerns and unease were evident. Charlie remained silent, pushing the document on the desk forward and gesturing for him to take a look. Russell didn't hesitate. He tiptoed, carefully taking the document from the desk, placing it in front of him, and began to read it word by word. Although he believed he had made the necessary preparations in his mind when he received the document and had been silently reminding himself that everything Charlie did was right, when he saw the name on the document and the familiar face in the upper right corner, he let out a third exclamation since entering the office. Vernon Dursley? At this moment, it was clear that Dursley, the main character in the discussion between the two in the office, was completely unaware of what was happening. He did not know he was about to be appointed as a new director. Instead, he was still worried about how Blake would react to his actions after waking up from a nap, whether he would laugh it off, agree cheerfully, or even escalate the situation. Anything was possible. After all, in Dursley's view, a person with such a strange and unpredictable personality could do anything. And as an ordinary muggle, an employee under the other's thumb, and a father, all he could do was pray. Pray for the other's mercy, pray for his compassion, and pray that he would show kindness on such a joyful day as Christmas. To make it even more effective, he even changed the object of his prayers from God to Merlin, as his friends at the Leaky Cauldron had told him. The Void God cannot give you anything, but Merlin's spirit wanders over England, bringing happiness to his children. However, unfortunately, from the moment he woke up until the night fell completely the next day, he did not receive any news from Charlie or Blake. With a clang, the clock in the living room struck 12, signaling the arrival of Christmas. But it also acted like a giant hammer, shattering the last bit of hope in this seemingly strong man's heart. He stared at the small Christmas tree standing in the living room not far away, as well as the stacked gifts underneath it. And tears finally burst forth from his eyes, flowing down his chubby cheeks, accompanied by low, painful sobs. Petunia sat beside him, quietly watching Dursley. The one who would usually cry easily because of Dudley did not follow suit this time. Instead, she extended her hand to gently embrace him, resting her head softly on his sturdy shoulder, just as Dursley had comforted her before, saying, "It's okay, dear. Everything will be all right." The two of them sat there, under the soft yellow light, quietly on the sofa in the living room. The clock hands continued to turn slowly, until the hour hand had turned a little more than half a circle, pointing from 12 to 2. Dudley's mood finally calmed down. He hung his head and took a deep breath before he couldn't help but ask in a hoarse voice, "What should we do now? Maggie will come over for dinner tonight, and if she sees Dursley like this, then everything will be over." Maggie was Dudley's sister, a stubborn, hot-tempered woman whose words were filled with sarcasm, which also led to her still living alone, without a husband or children, only 12 bulldogs for company. There must be a way. At worst, we could come up with an excuse like making Dursley pretend to be dead. Then we can secretly take care of him and let him live at home. Dudley, who had been hanging his head, couldn't help but look up at his wife, noticing the serious look in her eyes that didn't seem to be joking, and he couldn't help but ask, "Are you joking?" Chapter 196. Christmas morning, people. On Christmas dawn, the sky was snowing, accompanied by familiar and joyful Christmas music. Ambrose opened his sleepy eyes from his bed. Ugh! Accompanied by a painfully audible groan, he moved his sore shoulders and arms, slowly propping his plump body up from the bed. This action seemed particularly difficult, causing his expression to become especially grim just from the process of separating his upper body from the mattress. After about half a minute, he finally sat up, leaning against the wooden bedside table that had been used for who knows how many years, taking a deep breath of the warm air from the bedroom fireplace, and completely waking up. Crack, crack! After a series of bone creaks, Ambrose supported his waist, got off the bed, and walked unsteadily towards the window. He looked outside. At that moment, the sun had not fully risen, and only a faint light illuminated the scene outside the room, allowing him to vaguely see the view. The white snow that had fallen during the night was softly covering the entire Hogsmeade village, creating a pure and joyful world just like every Christmas before. His heavy eyelids blinked through the window as if pondering something. The smile hanging at the corner of his mouth seemed to tell others that Ambrose was in a very good mood at that moment. In the kitchen, Mrs. was preparing breakfast for the day. Hearing the familiar sounds from the bedroom, she put down the spatula in her hand. The frying pan, dancing over the flames, immediately quieted down. She walked to the kitchen door, wiping the grease off her hands while raising her voice. "Dear, are you awake?" "Yes, good morning, dear. Merry Christmas." Ambrose's voice came from a distance, passing through several rooms. "You too, Merry Christmas." While speaking, he had already put on his clothes, walked out of the bedroom, and sat at the dining table. Before long, Mrs. brought the toasted bread and jam to him. "Why didn't you call me today?" At the dining table, the couple chatted casually while eating breakfast. Ambrose spread thick jam on the burnt side of the toast, took a big bite, and mumbled, "I wanted you to rest a bit longer. After all, you just finished organizing so many goods yesterday." Mrs. said as usual, glancing at the lingering fatigue on her husband's face, feeling a bit sorry for him. Indeed, yesterday was exhausting. Ambrose smacked his lips and nodded sincerely. You see, as one of the top candy shops in the British magical world, Charlie's Candy had always ranked high in sales at the Honeyduke. Because of this, after learning about the new candy set to be released, Ambrose naturally had the most goods to prepare. More candies meant more galleons and customers. However, the only downside was that organizing all 5 or 6 bags of candy and stocking the shelves was not an easy task. Even with his wife's help, the constant moving and arranging, coupled with the display requirements for the new candies from Charlie's factory, nearly turned the entire Honeyduke upside down. It took a whole day to get everything in order before Christmas. Thinking of this, Ambrose grunted a couple of times, his left hand instinctively supporting his waist. He took another big bite of the toast that had been bitten, as if what he held in his hand was the detestable yet handsome face of Charlie Black. Oomph. I hope Charlie Black's new candy really is as delicious as it says in the Daily Prophet. Mrs. could only smile wryly at his words. Shaking her head helplessly, she knew her husband's dissatisfaction with the young competitor, Charlie Black. After all, the reason the Honeyduke was famous throughout the British magical world was fundamentally due to her husband's obsession and love for candy, creating many uniquely charming magical candies that satisfied children's hearts. Now, a stubborn and tenacious person like him had been forced to compromise by a younger competitor with unbelievably delicious candies, leading to inevitable resentment and discontent. However, compared to Ambrose, Mrs. was particularly open-minded. Ever since their shop started selling Charlie's Candy, the business had been significantly better than before. Even the sales of their previous candies showed a slight increase, with daily earnings nearly doubling, making their lives more affluent. Mrs. knew that Ambrose must have noticed these changes and certainly understood that the young man who had come to their store with a smile had brought them considerable benefits. Now, he was merely sulking, unwilling to admit that the noble-born young man had far surpassed him in candy-making techniques and creativity. After a simple breakfast, finishing off the toast and jam, it officially marked the beginning of a new day. Ambrose washed his face to make himself look more spirited, then walked to the shop door and removed the latch on it. Come on, a new day, Christmas, he murmured to himself softly. Then, with a slight exertion of his arms, pushed open the Honeyduke's door, ready to welcome today as customers. At that moment, the sun had just risen above the horizon, its rays driving away the night, momentarily dazzling Ambrose's eyes, causing him to instinctively squint a bit. However, the next second, Those squinting eyes suddenly opened wide, and his expression changed, filled with unerasable surprise. He saw that beneath the sunlight, on the ground covered with pristine white snow, a large crowd had gathered, of all ages and genders, dressed in various clothing, but at this moment, they had come here for a common purpose. "Do you have violet candy?" In the crowd, when Ambrose opened the shop door, someone couldn't wait any longer and quickly shouted a question. His words seemed to voice the thoughts of the people. The throng was noisy, speaking inaudibly, but their eyes conveyed a clear meaning. Ambrose had seen this kind of gaze before. It was the look children gave him after he made the best chocolate for the Duke of Honey. For a moment, Ambrose was lost in thought, but Mrs. Flume reacted quickly, hurriedly opening the shop door wider and nodding happily as she said, "Yes, we have plenty." This sentence seemed to trigger something strange, and instantly, the crowd erupted in cheers, rushing towards the candy shop on that Christmas morning at 7 o'clock. Such occurrences were not singular. They happened at the same time in front of every candy store in different locations. Chapter 197. A Wheel of Light, 2,000 for the entire morning. The customers at the Duke of Honey had not stopped. One group of satisfied customers would leave with bags of candy, and another group would rush in. What they all said was nearly the same. "Do you have the violet candy that smells of wind?" It continued like this until around noon, when all the bags of candy that had just been stocked the day before were sold out, replaced by shiny silver sickles and gold galleons, and the surging crowd finally settled down, giving Ambrose and Mrs. Flume a brief moment to catch their breath. "It's incredible. The amount of candy we sold this morning is more than what we usually sell in 2 or 3 days combined." Behind the counter, Mrs. Flume's expression showed some fatigue, but her excitement was hard to hide. She slowly opened the drawer behind the counter used for money, revealing coins neatly piled inside, sparkling brightly, completely filling the space. Just a glance was enough to invigorate anyone, making all fatigue fade away. "This is truly the most wonderful Christmas." Mrs. Flume sighed, taking a deep breath, then raised her head to look at her husband, who was standing at the door, seemingly seeking his agreement. However, Ambrose remained silent, lost in thought as he gazed at the departing customers, sweat trickling down his forehead. The breath he exhaled turned into white mist in the cold air, gradually dissipating. Suddenly, Ambrose seemed to make a decision. He slowly withdrew his gaze, took a deep breath, turned around, and focused on the newly arranged shelf that had the advertisement for the violet candy. The shelf, which should have been filled with candy, was now nearly empty, with only a few bags of unsold violet candy sadly lying on top. His brow furrowed, and without a word, he walked up to the shelf and picked up a bag of candy. After examining it seriously for several seconds, Ambrose tore open the packaging and took out a crystal-clear candy, placing it gently in his mouth with a complicated mix of emotions. The moment the violet candy touched his tongue, he closed his eyes, silently savoring the layers of sweetness that danced and leaped across his taste buds, eventually rushing to his brain with a strange energy through his nasal passages. Although his expression remained calm, the tumult in his heart made him grip the candy wrapper a little tighter. After a long while, when the candy completely dissolved in his mouth, Ambrose finally opened his eyes. His gaze was tinged with unmasked disappointment and sadness. Yet in the lingering aftertaste of the violet candy, it seemed he understood something. Ambrose handed the bag of candy to Mrs. Flume behind the counter, revealing a faintly bitter smile in her surprised gaze. He shook his head slowly and spoke. "He has reached an unattainable height. No one in this world can create anything comparable to it. At least, I can never create a piece like this candy." After saying that, he walked into the Duke of Honey like a defeated rooster. Mrs. Flume watched her husband open the door to their bedroom, go inside, and close it heavily. But she did not stop him. Gently stroking the overflowing coins in the drawer, her smile remained. In her view, this might not be a bad thing for Ambrose. After all, while accepting reality is cruel, there is also courage to face the future after the cruelty. It is much easier than constantly competing in silence with Charlie Black as he did before. Moreover, he never knew. Hogwarts with the crisp and cheerful sound of bells ringing in the first light of dawn, Harry slowly opened his sleepy eyes in the Slytherin dormitory, feeling comfortable. With the events of that night in the Forbidden Forest coming to an end, everything seemed to have reached a conspicuous conclusion, allowing his academic life to return to normal. Without thrilling adventures and terrifying enemies, what remained was the precious time spent with friends. Although it was somewhat mundane, Harry cherished it all the more. After sitting up in bed, Harry instinctively turned his head to the side, looking at Draco's bed. According to their usual routine, when Harry woke up, Draco should have been sitting on his bed, engrossed in the notebook Mr. Black had given him. However, this time it was not the case. At this moment, Draco's bed was empty, and even the comforter was neatly folded, quietly placed at the head of the bed. It suddenly dawned on Harry that Draco had been picked up by his parents yesterday to celebrate the holiday. Thinking of this, Harry couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment and envy. The disappointment came from not being able to spend his first Christmas at Hogwarts with his best friend, while the envy stemmed from the warmth of being with his parents. Nevertheless, Harry quickly adjusted his mood. He shook his head, put on his glasses from the bedside, got dressed, and restored his usual bright smile, ready to embrace the start of a new day. Just then, the dormitory door suddenly opened, and a tall boy with a pale complexion walked in. He looked up at Harry, who was dressing, nodded slightly, and politely greeted him. "Morning, Harry." This was his dorm mate, Theodore Knott. Although he, like Draco, came from one of the Sacred 28 families, he was not a flashy guy and preferred to be alone, making it difficult for even those in the same dormitory to become friends with him. On ordinary days, communication was reduced to polite greetings. In the beginning, Harry had tried to establish a friendly relationship with Theodore Knott, but hadn't been very successful. Theodore's politeness and aloofness felt like an ice wall, shutting out all of Harry's attempts at friendliness. He seemed like a lone wolf, living in a world that belonged solely to him, not allowing anyone to step in. It's worth noting that even in the not-so-well-regarded Slytherin, someone like him, with no friends, was undoubtedly an outlier. "You're early, Theodore." Harry nodded in response, and, as usual, casually greeted him. "Today is nice, isn't it?" "Nice," Theodore replied tersely, and then he said no more, walking straight to his bed. "By the way," suddenly, he seemed to remember something, paused, turned around, and spoke to Harry. "What?" Harry looked at him in surprise, his hand pausing in the act of getting dressed. After all, according to their usual routine, those two sentences would probably constitute all their communication for the day. Even just saying one more word felt like a novelty for Harry. They were in the common room, unwrapping Christmas gifts. "I think I just saw yours." Theodore pointed towards the dormitory door. "Really?" Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his smile could hardly be contained. This was probably the first time he had officially received a Christmas gift. In the past, living with the Dursleys, Uncle Vernon had always given him 50-pence coins or a pair of smelly socks, or even toothpicks. "I'm going to check it out." While saying this, an excited Harry quickly finished getting dressed, slipped on his slippers, and dashed out of the dormitory towards the common room. Sure enough, in the bustling Slytherin common room, Harry immediately spotted Hedwig, who was perched on a stack of gifts, flapping her wings. Seeing Harry, she opened her beak and hooted a few times, as if reminding him that she was there. "Good girl." Not caring about the lingering chill and frost on Hedwig, Harry scooped her up in his arms, affectionately ruffled her snowy head, and took out a handful of prepared feed before settling her down. Only then did he eagerly turn his attention to the gifts prepared for him. The first gift that caught his eye was wrapped in layers of newspaper. Although it had become crumpled from the journey, it was easy to see that Mr. Potter, "Merry Christmas," was written on it in black ink. Without much thought, upon seeing the scribbled handwriting, Harry instantly recognized who it was from. Sure enough, when he unwrapped the outer packaging, the contents confirmed Harry's guess. After all, aside from Dobby, no one else would give him a piece of clothing identical to the one he received on his birthday, and it was still just as ill-fitting. The second item was from Draco. He continued unwrapping one gift after another, and soon, the once-high pile of gifts visibly diminished. Although most of the gifts he received were magical trinkets that weren't worth much, they were quite interesting, and Harry felt particularly satisfied. Before long, there were only 2 unopened gifts left on the floor. Harry's gaze fell on the largest one. "Is this a broomstick?" Looking at the long, rectangular shape tightly wrapped in colorful paper and ribbons, Harry's heart skipped a beat. He quickly brought it closer and saw Charlie Black's name on the tag, nestled among the ribbons. The penmanship was uniquely elegant, beautiful yet firm. Just like his character, complex and hard to decipher. "Mr. Black sent this to me?" His heart raced even more, and his cheeks flushed with excitement as he asked himself, "How does Mr. Black know that I've always wanted a broomstick? Did Draco tell him?" Harry had anticipated that Charlie Black would send a gift. However, he thought that for someone like him, who had little interaction with Charlie and had only met him once or twice, receiving some candy would be enough to make him happy. He never expected that the other party would specially buy him a broomstick. At this thought, he could no longer suppress his joy and eagerly reached out to unwrap it. When the ribbons and colorful paper were torn away, a beautifully curved, perfectly designed broomstick appeared before everyone's eyes. Whether it was the handle made from mahogany or the long, neat bristles, everything reminded Harry of the broom's superior quality. At its top, the part faintly shimmering with golden light bore the engraving, Nimbus 2000, clearly indicating the identity of this broomstick. Harry had received a Nimbus 2000. Beside him, a Slytherin wizard who had only casually glanced over widened his eyes in disbelief and couldn't tear his gaze away. As his exclamation rang out, it seemed to trigger something, and more young wizards gathered their attention towards Harry. Is that the new broomstick? Is this year's new model? Oh my goodness, I want one too. Listening to the whispers filled with envy around him, Harry swallowed hard, feeling a sense of unreality wash over him, causing him to instinctively tighten his grip on the shiny handle. Oh my goodness, if Ron finds out, he'll go crazy with envy. Shaking his head, looking at the Nimbus 2000 firmly in his hands, Harry couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 198. Go play with my precious car for young wizards and their teens. The impact of a Nimbus 2000 could not be underestimated. Within half a minute, the already lively Slytherin common room's atmosphere elevated to another level. A crowd of familiar and unfamiliar students gathered, their eyes sparkling, all converging towards Harry, hoping for a chance to touch this legendary high-end broomstick. Even Marcus Flint, the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, couldn't help but come over to join in the excitement, gazing intently at the brand-new broomstick before turning to Harry with sincere praise. Nice broomstick, Potter. Unfortunately, for a moment, the spotlight was on Harry, and he had to give up the idea of continuing to unwrap the last gift there. He forced a smile to deal with the crowd while gathering his things, and hurriedly made his way through the throng with Hedwig, awkwardly escaping back to his dormitory. Bang! When the dormitory door was slammed shut, the noisy voices faded away, and Harry couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. He then looked down at his robe, which he noticed had several fingerprints on it, and carefully wiped it. He glanced at Theodore not far away, who was lying on his bed, flipping through an unknown magazine, quietly enjoying his solitude and not paying any attention to who had just come back in. Just like before, Harry withdrew his gaze, said nothing more, and returned to his own bed. After neatly putting away the Firebolt 2000 and other trinkets, he looked at the only remaining unwrapped gift in his hand. What is this? Raising an eyebrow, Harry sat down on the bed, and after examining it closely, he muttered to himself thoughtfully. The gift was wrapped tightly, and there were no words written on it, not even a name. From the feel and weight in his hand, Harry guessed it was probably a folded piece of clothing. After hesitating for a moment, he skillfully began to unwrap it. However, when the outer wrapping paper was peeled away layer by layer, what appeared before him left him completely astonished. Inside the wrapping paper was an emptiness, or rather, at least nothing visible to Harry's eyes. As he felt a slight weight and instinctively reached out to touch it, he could distinctly sense an extremely smooth fabric gliding past his fingertips. It could be easily picked up, yet he couldn't see it all. Harry blinked hard, as if his vision and touch had become confused, or as if a great joke had been played on him, leaving him feeling perplexed. After a long while, Harry slowly lifted the invisible folded clothing, covering it with his hand, and in the next moment, the hand suddenly vanished from his view. Gulp! Harry swallowed hard and couldn't help but recall the spell Draco had cast on him. Is this also a form of the disillusionment charm? Breaking through the heavy snowstorm, we sit on the sled, rushing across the fields, laughing and singing. Inside the factory, the sound of machines that should have been roaring had vanished today, replaced by joyous and soaring songs. With the arrival of the Christmas holiday, every little elf appeared particularly cheerful amidst the swirling snowflakes. They changed out of their long-worn work clothes and donned new outfits. Under Russell's direction, they held hands in a large circle beneath the Christmas tree, singing loudly about the festive season. The bright voices floated in the air, spreading throughout every corner of the factory. Even Charlie and Aberforth, who were stretching in a remote corner, could hear it clearly. Aberforth, just finishing a battle, had a slight flush on his skin. His strong arms were exposed to the air, showing no signs of cold, but rather subtly releasing warmth. He habitually flicked away the white smoke that was slowly appearing from the tip of his wand, then lowered his rolled-up sleeves, raised his head to gaze into the distance, and couldn't help but comment, "Oh my, aren't these guys tired? They've been singing for the entire morning." "The elves love this song," Charlie replied with a smile, while slowly summoning his long velvet robe from a distance, putting it on, and then flipping his wand. Instantly, the ground and trees, which had been pockmarked from the fierce battle, were restored to their previous state. With a snap of his fingers, 2 cups of hot cocoa that had already been prepared appeared before him. Charlie gently picked up one of the cups and pushed the other toward Aberforth. After taking a sip, he let out a long breath and continued at a leisurely pace. "Ever since I sang this song for them at the Christmas dinner 5 years ago, they've had it stuck in their heads, singing it every Christmas for hours on end." With that, Charlie shrugged, putting on an expression that suggested it was no big deal once you got used to it, causing Aberforth to wince. Humph! Aberforth rolled his eyes, and after putting his wand back into the pocket of his cloak, let out a heavy grunt. I can't stand this awful song celebrating Christmas, celebrating the guy named Jesus. It's ridiculous. If they want to sing so much, why not sing about Merlin instead? He turned around and walked away without looking back. What are you going to do? Charlie asked. Go play with my precious car. He replied without turning around, his thick white hair flying in the wind, as if merging with the falling snowflakes. He walked along the already indistinct path towards the distance until his figure disappeared from view. Ever since Charlie had given him a modified brand new car, Aberforth had poured all his energy into it. Throughout the day, apart from training and resting with Charlie, he devoted nearly all his attention to the new car, occasionally taking it out of the factory for a thrilling drive on the roads of Cheshire. Well, have fun. Without stopping him, Charlie waited until Aberforth's figure completely vanished from sight before he too left the spot, disappearing in a blink back to his office. Chapter 199. Can I drive for you this time? The elf singing didn't completely stop until lunchtime. The snow had not ceased either. Although it was no longer as spectacular as in the morning, it still fluttered down in layers, covering everything and making the world look exceptionally bright under the sunlight. On this special day, Charlie chose not to sit in his office as usual, enjoying his unchanging lunch. Instead, he brought Russell and the other directors to the cafeteria, where they sat down with all the remaining little elves to enjoy a lavish meal that had been prepared long in advance. Although they saved the most delicious turkey and pies for dinner, the food at this moment was still quite appetizing compared to the usual biscuits and jam. Hundreds of little elves waved their knives and forks in unison, occasionally glancing over at Charlie, who was sitting next to them and eating the same food, as if they had received some great honor, making their eating motions appear much more elegant than usual. Charlie enjoyed his meal, gently pinching the silver spoon between his fingers and thumbs, bringing the rich, meaty mashed potatoes to his mouth. He then cut into the juicy meat, and once it was perfectly divided into 4 equal pieces, he methodically used his fork to eat. He ate very quickly, far ahead of Russell and Kobe sitting beside him. In the blink of an eye, Charlie had already finished the food on his plate and the thick soup he had prepared. However, despite eating quickly, Charlie did not appear flustered. Instead, he exuded a relaxed demeanor. Each of his movements revealed the elegance expected of a noble, enough to make anyone witnessing this scene, especially those from the self-proclaimed noble sacred 28 families, feel a sense of embarrassment from being overshadowed by his grace. After finishing all the food, Charlie picked up his napkin and calmly wiped the sauce from the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he shifted his gaze to Russell beside him. Russell, he said, tilting his head slightly, and asked in a low voice. Hearing Charlie's call, Russell, who had been eating just a moment ago, immediately put down his utensils and respectfully turned to respond. I'm here, Master Charlie. What do you need me to do? I'm planning to go out this afternoon. Come with me. Understood, Master. What are we going to do? Without hesitation, Russell nodded in agreement and skillfully took out his notebook from behind him, inquiring about the specific tasks. Go pick up Ryan. Charlie adjusted his attire while standing up from the table and explained as usual, he'll be joining us here for the celebration tonight. I mentioned it to you before. Yes, Master Charlie. Russell nodded and flipped through a few pages before adding, you invited the Malfoy family and Mr. Ryan as well, and asked me to prepare the ingredients and specific wines. Oh, and a gift for Mr. Malfoy. Very good. Seeing Russell as reliable as ever, organizing everything neatly, Charlie's lips curved into a smile, and he slightly nodded in acknowledgement and praise. Just as he was about to leave the dining table, suddenly, an unexpected voice called out to him. Wait, Mr. Black. Charlie paused and turned his head to see Pung Pung, who had been sitting not far away, suddenly stand up, apparently gathering some unknown courage, looking nervously at him. In an instant, all eyes were on him. Charlie raised an eyebrow and asked, Is there something else, Pung Pung? Well, Pung Pung looked at Charlie's gaze, and the courage he had just mustered was significantly diminished. Nevertheless, after some stammering, he reorganized his words and said, Could I drive for Mr. Black this time? As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the other directors around them began to change in various ways. Although they did not speak, the atmosphere suddenly felt somewhat off. Chaff did not intervene much. He simply gave Pung Pung a deep look and then lowered his head, silently continuing to deal with the food in front of him as if he hadn't heard anything. Kobe immediately frowned, as if he had heard something inappropriate, and reached out to subtly tug at Pung Pang's sleeve. Fudo had a playful smile on his face. After sizing up Pung Pung, he discreetly glanced at Russell. Finally, It was Duru who first broke the somewhat awkward atmosphere by slamming his cane heavily on the ground and scolding, "Pung Pung, what are you talking about? Sit down quickly." At this point, even Pung Pung, who had just stood up impulsively, realized the inappropriateness of his words. His previously tense expression turned red, and he lowered his head. However, just as he was about to sit down in embarrassment, Russell spoke up. "If Pung Pung wants to go, why not let him take you, master?" As soon as this was said, Pung Peng's body instinctively trembled. Then he suddenly looked up, incredulously at Russell, who was speaking. Russell's expression was as usual, as if he was unaware of anything, and he did not look at the other's reactions. He simply looked at Charlie and explained with a smile. "Just right, there are still some gaps in the preparations for this afternoon, which I originally planned to have Fudo handle. If Pung Pung can accompany you, then I can take care of it myself." "All right." Charlie looked at Russell, then at Pung Pung, thought for a moment, and did not refuse, nodding in agreement. "If that's the case, then let Pung Pung accompany me." After saying that, he heard a crisp sound as the car keys suddenly appeared in his hand. "Come to my office at 2 o'clock this afternoon." Without further ado, he placed the keys on the dining table and gave Pung Pung a reminder before turning to leave, leaving behind 6 little elves, each lost in thought, still continuing to finish their unfinished lunch. "Thank you, Russell." After quickly putting away the car keys that Charlie had left on the table, Pung Pung immediately breathed a sigh of relief and then nodded gratefully at Russell. Russell didn't say anything else, just smiled slightly and continued drinking the vegetable soup in front of him, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 200. Magic. "Mr. Black, are we taking this route?" "Mr. Black, how many times have you been to the Muggle community?" "Mr. Black, are you bored? How about I sing a song for you? They taught me how to sing it last time at the tavern." Perhaps because it was his first time driving for Charlie, since getting in the car, Pung Peng's mouth had not stopped. While stepping on the gas to speed up the car, he occasionally turned his head to glance at Charlie in the back seat, excitedly talking about completely meaningless topics. Charlie closed his eyes and slowly leaned back. Leaning against the exquisite leather backrest, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. At that moment, he suddenly regretted agreeing to Pung Peng's request. After all, it would take several hours to reach London, where Ryan was. If Pung Pung continued to talk like this for the entire journey, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for Charlie. Sighing helplessly, Charlie chose to turn his head away, ignoring Pung Pung and instead looking out the car window at the scenery along the way. The heavy snow that had been falling in the morning had now stopped. People with joyful smiles came out of their rooms, strolling along the sidewalks, with the street signs marked with Christmas decorations and unique ornaments. It formed a harmonious scene that unconsciously brought comfort to the heart. Even Charlie couldn't help but smile slightly at the sight through the glass. Wow, Muggles are truly amazing. Seeing that Mr. Black was no longer engaging with his chatter, Pung Pung didn't mind. Instead, he followed Charlie's gaze out the window and couldn't help but exclaim, "In my opinion, these Muggles are more remarkable than the wizards in the magical world." Charlie raised an eyebrow and looked at Pung Pung in surprise. After Pung Pung finished his exclamation, he seemed to recall that Mr. Black, who was sitting behind him, was also a wizard, so he quickly turned around and added, "Of course, except for you, Mr. Black. You are the greatest in the world, unmatched by anyone." However, Charlie did not mind his recklessness. After all, as someone who had been following him for nearly 10 years, he was familiar with this guy's tendency to speak without thinking. He shook his head and instead grew interested in what Pung Pung had just said, casually asking, "Why do you think that?" Hearing Mr. Black actively talking to him, his enthusiasm immediately surged. After flapping his ears a few times, he happily responded, "Look." Pung Pung stretched out his hand, pointing at the brightly colored Christmas tree outside and the tall buildings in the distance. "I heard from Dudley that when he was a child, the place he lived in was a village not much different from other wizarding communities. At that time, he couldn't see so many skyscrapers or streetlights or shops." "Go on," Charlie said calmly, showing no other emotions, just nodding thoughtfully. As you can see, in just a few decades, the entire Muggle world seems to have changed completely. Pung Pung was so excited that he began to dance with his hands, his eyes sparkling with incredible wonder and unabashed envy. It was easy to see that he was genuinely impressed, believing that these powerless creatures without magic were far more remarkable than they appeared. For a Muggle, a few decades might be a significant portion of their life, but for a little elf with a lifespan of over 200 years, wasn't that long. In the context of a centuries-old British wizarding world, it could only be described as a fleeting moment. However, in this seemingly insignificant time, Muggle society had undergone countless evolutions and transformations, with a frequency of updates that was astonishing. This made one feel dazed. If this pace continued, It wouldn't be long before the magic that wizards took pride in would lose its original intimidation in the eyes of muggles and become a ridiculous toy. At that time, they would have to rethink their attitude towards these numerous neighbors. You know, Pung Pung. Charlie's eyelids drooped as he stopped looking out the window and shifted to a comfortable position leaning against the leather cushion, then said softly, "Dumbledore mentioned something similar to me not long ago." Really? This was a pleasant surprise for Pung Pung. He immediately widened his eyes, turned his head sharply, and excitedly confirmed, "You mean Albus Dumbledore has said something similar?" The name Albus Dumbledore holds significant weight among the factory's little elves, because many of the little elves around Charlie Black, including Kobe, were almost half of those he had recruited during his time at Hogwarts. Therefore, Dumbledore's kindness and respect had been greatly publicized, making the little elves believe that there were wizards in the magical world who would acknowledge their existence and treat them as independent individuals. Because of this, even though Pung Pung was full of ambiguity and dissatisfaction toward wizards, he couldn't help but feel excited upon hearing Charlie's words, as if he had a subtle connection with that remarkable figure. Charlie smiled and nodded, then took a deep breath and continued. "I also thought about this question. Why is it that muggles, despite being the same humans, can develop at such a terrifying speed, while wizards still live lives that are not much different from those of past generations? So, did you come up with something?" Pung Pung couldn't help but ease off the accelerator a bit, blinking his eyes and asking curiously. "Magic," was Charlie's concise answer, giving only a single word without elaborating further. After saying this, the angle of his smile widened a bit, and his expression became even more joyful. It was a smile full of irony. Perhaps if it were Russell, he would understand Charlie's meaning. But in Pung Pung's eyes, it seemed profound and inscrutable, leaving him completely puzzled. "Magic? Sorry, Mr. Black, I don't understand." Pung Pung scratched his head, looking at Charlie, who seemed to be laughing about something, and could only ask awkwardly again. "You'll understand in the future." Chapter 201. Charlie White. Not long after several hours of traveling, just as the sun was about to set, the black car stopped in front of Ryan's residence in London. "Mr. Black, we have arrived." After skillfully parking the car, Pung Pung turned his head and whispered to Charlie. Charlie, who had originally been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. After nodding slightly in response, he turned his gaze outside the car window. His eyes slowly swept over the nearby neighborhood filled with a smoky atmosphere, taking in every little detail until he finally raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of curiosity. To be honest, this was Charlie's first time seeing Ryan's residence, although the two had maintained a relatively stable contact due to Ryan's special identity. Charlie had always adopted an attitude of staying out of his private life as much as possible. Besides their daily work, Ryan would not casually bring up his personal life to Charlie. It could be said that, at least in this matter, they had reached a subtle mutual understanding. Originally, Charlie thought that due to Ryan's character and identity, the place he lived would probably be some exclusive affluent community or standalone villa. However, he did not expect that the car would arrive at a street that was simple beyond measure according to the address he provided. Looking at the warm yellow lights shining in the slightly old wooden houses around, along with the cheerful figures of children and the Christmas tree reflected behind the curtains, Charlie couldn't help but break into a subtle smile, even without speaking. Not long after, about a minute or two later, he withdrew his gaze and looked at Pung Pung in front of him. Then, with a flick of his fingers, the ring glimmered, and he summoned his wand into his hand. With a swish, the wand suddenly lit up, enveloping Pung Pung's body. The light, mixed with countless strands of magical power as fine as hair, gently adhered to the little elf's frail body. In a warm and tender contact, it reshaped his muscles, altered his bones, and transformed every detail of him from the inside out towards a human form. Gradually, under the wrap of light, Pung Pung's body began to swell, and in just 3 or 4 seconds, he transformed into a tall man with a beard standing at 1.8 meters. Even the outfit he had prepared for driving Mr. Black became tight, showcasing his robust physique. As everything gradually dissipated and the magic that had entangled him slowly ceased, Pung Pung couldn't help but open his eyes, taking a look at his appearance in the rearview mirror. "My God!" he couldn't help but exclaim, and then seemed to doubt his own eyes. Quickly lowering his head to examine his completely different body, a smile of excitement unable to be suppressed spreading across his face. "This is amazing. Mr. Blake, look at me. I look like a person. No, I should say I'm a person. I am a living human being now. My God!" After all, this was his first experience of something so transformative, and Pung Pung's mood instantly soared with excitement. If it weren't for his current body being too large and less agile than before, he would have wanted to leap into the back seat and give Mr. Blake a big hug. Peng Peng's reaction was clearly anticipated by Charlie, who simply smiled, withdrew his wand, and pointed to the house with the number 14 on the door, saying, "All right, go knock on the door. Our time is tight, and after we call for Ryan, we need to go to another place." "No problem, Mr. Blake." Hearing Charlie's instruction, Peng Peng, still curiously turning his body, quickly understood what was important, nodded, pushed open the car door, got out from the driver's seat, and strode towards the front door. Once he reached the entrance, he tentatively knocked on the door. Knock, 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 knock. However, the knocking lasted for about a minute, but there was no response from inside the house. What's going on? Are they asleep? With no one answering, Peng Peng stopped knocking, rubbed his thick beard on his chin, and muttered to himself. Just as he was about to interrupt and return to the car to speak to Mr. Blake, a cautious voice suddenly came from not far away. "Are you here looking for Mr. White?" Peng Peng was momentarily taken aback, then turned his head in the direction of the voice, only to see a woman in glasses, looking quite refined, standing at the door, frowning and warily examining the rough, strong man that Peng Peng had become. Clearly, his fierce appearance could not be associated with a good person in anyone's eyes. "Mr. White?" Caught off guard by the sudden question, Peng Peng momentarily did not respond, subconsciously repeating the woman's words, then hurriedly shook his head. No, I'm not looking for Mr. White. I'm here to find." However, before he could finish his sentence, Charlie, who had unknowingly stepped out of the car, interrupted him. He calmly smiled and nodded at the woman at the door, saying, "Ryan White. Yes, we are here to find him, but it seems he is not at home right now. Do you know where Ryan has gone?" It was only then that Peng Peng realized that the Ryan Mr. Blake had been referring to was actually Ryan White. So, he immediately closed his mouth and jogged back behind Charlie, no longer speaking. Sometimes, you have to admit that first impressions have a crucial impact on a person's likability. The woman, who had previously been wary, relaxed a bit when she saw Charlie getting out of the car, her frown easing considerably, and the wariness on her face lessening. "May I ask who you are?" However, even so, being cautious, she did not immediately tell Charlie where Ryan was, but instead inquired about his identity. Charlie did not evade the question, slightly leaning forward to indicate himself, and replied gently, "I am his brother, Charlie White." "You say you are Mr. White's brother?" A look of surprise appeared on the woman's face, even overshadowing her previous caution. She had to adjust her glasses and carefully scrutinize the man in front of her, who wore a suitable smile, moved gracefully, and was dressed appropriately, clearly out of place in this street. Watching the face that bore some resemblance to Ryan's, but with less melancholy and more pride, a twisted tale of love and hate among wealthy families began to swirl in her mind, causing her to momentarily lose focus. Seeing the woman staring blankly at him and remaining silent, Charlie cleared his throat twice to remind her, bringing her attention back to him. Noticing her earlier lapse, the woman quickly apologized and explained, "I'm sorry, I was just a bit surprised. After all, we've been neighbors for nearly 10 years. And this is the first time I learned that Mr. White actually has a brother." 10 years as neighbors? You mean he has lived here for 10 years? After hearing the woman's explanation, it was Charlie's turn to be surprised. He raised his eyebrows, marveling as he couldn't help but take another look at the dilapidated house under the dim light. He carefully observed the details he had previously overlooked, the trimmed lawn, the low fence patched with broken wood and rusty nails, and the firewood casually piled against the house with an axe handle polished to a shine. All of it seemed like a silent storybook, though it did not explicitly express anything. It allowed Charlie to imagine how the noble young man, originally named Regulus, had gradually abandoned his identity, merging with the name Ryan White. After reflecting on this internally, Charlie quickly reined in his emotions and returned his expression to its previous state. His gaze shifted back to the woman as he continued the earlier topic, asking, "So, can you now tell me where Ryan has gone?" "Oh, of course." This time, the woman did not say anything else, nodded briskly, and pointed to one end of the street, indicating, at this time, Mr. White usually likes to take a walk in the square with the fountain over there. "If you go now, you might just catch him." "Thank you." Without saying much, having received the answer he wanted, Charlie nodded in gratitude, and then led the obedient Peng Peng back to the car. The car started with the flickering lights and the soft rumble of the engine as Peng Peng turned the ignition. Just as the two were about to drive away, Charlie seemed to remember something. He slowly rolled down the car window, turned to look at the woman at the neighboring door who was watching them leave, and gently asked, "Sorry, I almost forgot. May I ask how should I address you?" The woman was momentarily taken aback, but quickly composed herself, brushing her hair back behind her ears, and replied, "Dorothy Graff. You can call me Graff." "Thank you, Mrs. Graff. I wish you a Merry Christmas." Charlie nodded and smiled, sending his blessings to Graff. Graff responded with a smile as well. You too, Mr. White, Merry Christmas. Charlie's car drove away, heading towards the nearby fork in the road. Following the direction, she pointed to search for Ryan's whereabouts. At this moment, the square not far away, which usually only had 2 or 3 people walking, was transformed. A giant Christmas tree rose from the center, sparkling with colorful lights that adorned every corner, accompanied by familiar and catchy carols, dispelling the winter chill and the darkness of the night. Countless nearby residents donned thick clothing and took advantage of their free time to stroll with their families, with continuous conversations and laughter creating numerous highlights for this otherwise ordinary place. Ryan comfortably leaned against the back of a bench, wearing a friendly smile. In front of him, 7 or 8 young children surrounded him, their eyes sparkling with amazement, staring intently at his magical hands. Come, take a close look at this, Ryan said, opening his palm to reveal a shiny 20-pence coin to everyone. Do you want me to make it disappear? A little girl with golden hair looked up, blinking her eyes and eagerly asking, Make it disappear? Mr. Ryan showed a deliberately profound smile. Then he suddenly leaned forward, bringing his head close to the children, and lowered his voice as if sharing an extremely important secret. Speaking each word seriously, only the most boring magician would make it disappear. What I'm going to do is something even more incredible. At this moment, all the children couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, and the light in their eyes brightened even more. Now, get ready to watch. With that, without further ado, Ryan placed the coin on his thumb and gently flicked it upwards. With a crisp ding, the coin spun and flew into the air, tracing a beautiful arc at its peak. The young audience held their breath, their already large eyes widening in fear of missing any exciting moment. Snap! A clear sound of finger snap echoed, and in an instant, the coin that should have continued to fall vanished, disappearing from everyone's sight amidst the colorful lights of the Christmas tree and the moonlight. Where did it go? Oh my, I was clearly watching it. It just disappeared right in front of me. Sir, where did you send it? Such a magical scene instantly caused the children to erupt in excitement, shouting in amazement while twisting their necks, searching for the coin's whereabouts, and rubbing their eyes in disbelief, suspecting they were seeing things. Ryan smiled at this scene, seeming to find great satisfaction in the exaggerated reactions of the little ones. After waiting a moment, seeing that the children had stopped searching and returned their eager gazes to him, Ryan finally gave this not-so-sophisticated trick a perfect ending. All right, now, feel your pockets, Ryan said, and the children all lowered their heads, instinctively reaching into their pockets. It's a coin. I have one too, the children shouted, jumping high, each excitedly pulling out a 20-pence coin from their pockets. It belongs to you now. Merry Christmas. Taking a deep breath of the chilly air, Ryan zipped up his down jacket and said, after the children left contentedly, Charlie, with pumping, leisurely walked over to him. So, do you have any pennies left? I'd like to buy a cup of warm red wine on the way. Chapter 203 My dear nephew Derry, the warm aroma of grapes, mixed with a hint of cheap drunkenness, quietly fermented, filling every corner of the car. In the bumps, the calm red liquid in the disposable paper cup rippled slightly, making the reflections of the 2 people on it become increasingly blurry. Were you planning to treat me to today? In Charlie's car, Ryan felt no restraint, casually taking off his down jacket and tossing it aside, lazily leaning back in his seat with a smile, looking at his equally relaxed brother beside him. Just as Charlie raised the paper cup to take a sip, his movement paused. After a moment of thought, he replied gently, I had Russell buy a 23-kilogram turkey. It's currently roasting in the kitchen, and by the time we get back, it should be freshly ready to eat. 23 kilograms? Ryan's eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized the other person suspiciously. Are you joking? The 2 of us, even with Russell, probably can't finish it. Who said it's just the 2 of us? Charlie shook his head, glancing at Ryan with amusement, then turned to look out the window. The still warm red wine went down smoothly, quietly dispelling some of the chill that had accompanied them when they got out of the car, making one feel pleasantly warm from the inside out. Exhaling white breath, Charlie looked at the rapidly retreating street scenery and continued at a leisurely pace. This time, I didn't just invite you. I guess the other guests should also be on their way to the feast by now. You mean, other guests? Upon hearing this, Ryan, who had been lazily slouched in the chair just a moment ago, first froze, then, as if he had heard something incredible yet worthy of serious attention, straightened up slowly, the smile on his face fading somewhat. Ryan believed he knew this cousin, who was only a few months younger than him and had even shared a dormitory during school, extremely well. In his view, although Charlie maintained a perfect demeanor in the eyes of others, speaking with a kind and graceful familiarity inside. His pride had never been any less than that of other pure-blood nobles, and perhaps due to his unparalleled talent, it was even more pronounced. This also led to the fact that throughout 7 years of school life, despite his fame and the countless admirers, the number of young wizards who could truly befriend Charlie Blake was merely a handful. According to his usual character, he would never invite so-called guests on holidays like Christmas. Even Ryan was invited for the first time, so when he received Charlie's message, he was surprised for quite a while. Now, the other party had told him that, besides him, there would actually be other guests coming to the factory on this special day of Christmas. Ryan couldn't help but think a bit more. The nature of this gathering might not be as private as he had previously imagined, but rather had risen to a level that needed to be taken seriously. So, without waiting for Charlie to say anything more, Ryan immediately continued to ask, "Who else did you invite?" However, Charlie did not answer. His gaze remained fixed outside the window, and his tone was still calm and distant as he said, "You'll know when the time comes." This guy. Seeing Charlie's particularly annoying demeanor, Ryan couldn't help but click his tongue. But there was nothing he could do. He could only down the remaining red wine, which had already lost most of its warmth, and suppress his impatience as he quietly awaited the upcoming dinner and the 23-kilogram turkey. On Privet Drive in Little Whinging, the atmosphere in the Dursleys' home was shrouded in a great sense of oppression, unlike the cheerful festive atmosphere of the surrounding neighbors. Vernon and Petunia sat stiffly on the living room sofa, staring blankly at the twinkling lights on the Christmas tree, their hearts already sunk to the bottom. The clock on the wall ticked rhythmically, but in their ears it lost its usual crispness and gained an untimely noise, like an out-of-control train that could not stop, leading them toward the abyss of death. "What do we do?" After a long silence, Vernon was the first to speak. His eyes were filled with sorrow, and his tone was particularly weak as he stiffly turned to his wife and asked, "She coming soon?" Petunia seemed startled, although Vernon spoke slowly. The effort to avoid the issue still felt like a vice tightening around her heart, making it hard for her to breathe. "I locked Dudley in his room," Petunia said softly. "Maybe we can tell Maggie he went to a friend's house, or something like a winter camp. Can we keep this a secret forever?" Vernon Dursley's thick brows furrowed deeply, forming a knot, and the dense beard beneath his nose flared out as his cheeks trembled, subtly rising and falling. He took a deep breath, opened his mouth to say something, but suddenly outside the front door, a sharp and piercing screech of brakes erased all the effort he had just mustered in an instant. Then came the sound of high heels on the floor, the heavy thud of the car, doors slamming shut, and a breathy noise like that of a monster entered their ears through the door. "She here." Petunia's eyes nearly bulged out of her sockets as she looked at her husband, covering her mouth tightly, and shouted in fear, "Stay calm, dear." Vernon licked his cracked lips and looked toward the source of the sound, as if he could see his sister, Maggie Dursley, walking slowly through the door. For a moment, although he muttered to stay calm, his hands involuntarily clenched into fists. Knock, knock, knock. Soon, the door was knocked on, and Maggie's voice came as if it were the scythe of death, as expected. "Vernon, Maggie, it's me, open the door." After that, she added, "I can't wait to see my dear nephew Dudley. Dudley, your aunt is here." Chapter 104. Is this the Dursleys' house? The living room still held an oppressive atmosphere. Only now, it had gone from 2 people to 3 people and a dog. The fierce-looking white bulldog, Pete, lay comfortably by the burning fireplace, sneezing comfortably at the crackling of the firewood, then closed his eyes, leaving the spotlight to the 3 Dursleys sitting on the sofa, each with their own thoughts. "My dear brother, I've recently heard some ridiculous rumors." Maggie leisurely picked up the red tea that the couple had just brewed for her on the coffee table, took a gentle sip, and squinted toward the Dursleys, who wore stiff smiles. In a sharp and biting tone, she continued, "Those crazy talks say you gave up your prestigious position as a supervisor at Grunnings, and instead went to work at some candy factory as a low-level worker. That's not true, right, Vernon?" Vernon's already stiff smile became even more unpleasant. His cheeks faintly flushed, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. The oppressive atmosphere in the living room became even heavier due to this untimely question, as if it had turned into something tangible. Even Pete, who was sleeping soundly by the fire, opened his sleepy eyes and looked toward the sofa in confusion. After a long silence, Vernon wiped his sweat and finally responded quietly, "Yes, Maggie, I quit my job, and I'm currently working at Charlie's candy factory." As soon as these words came out, her half-closed eyes suddenly widened, and her sharp gaze shot toward Vernon, making him feel as if his heart had been squeezed hard by something. Clang! The white porcelain tea set containing the red tea was heavily placed back on the coffee table by Maggie. The next second, a storm of fury followed. "Are you crazy?" Vernon Dursley. The sharp and terrifying voice swept through the entire house. Even Petunia, who had always been referred to as a witch by Harry, could only feel inferior under such momentum and instinctively shifted her position a little to the side. Oh my God, I can't believe it. Are you crazy, or am I crazy? Or has the world gone mad? Isn't it good to have a respectable and respected job? You only need to sit in the office, leisurely drink coffee, and every week a pile of cash will be deposited into your account. And now, you stand on the assembly line, mingling with a bunch of useless fools, and you'll never see any chance of getting ahead in your life. Tell me, Vernon Dursley, tell your sister, what on earth are you thinking? Faced with such a merciless onslaught, Petunia and Vernon had no choice but to continue smiling stiffly while nodding and agreeing randomly. They exchanged a glance, although still filled with unspoken embarrassment. Their eyes both involuntarily relaxed a bit, releasing some tension. Until now, Maggie still hadn't noticed that Dudley wasn't there. If things continued to develop like this, perhaps Petunia and Vernon could really manage to get their troublesome sister out of the way. After this storm passed, surely the angry sister would no longer be interested in staying for dinner. In the end, although it would conclude in a rather undignified manner during this important and meaningful holiday, in some ways, it would be the best outcome. At least their home could maintain the normalcy expected in the Muggle world and wouldn't be seen as an outlier. Their son could also safely survive another year, waiting for Vernon to find a way to turn him back into a human. Despite the slim chances, the two of them had made up their minds in their hearts and were thinking about how to ensure Maggie's firepower could increase instead of diminish when suddenly, a creaking sound came from upstairs, as if someone was trying to open a door. This immediately made Penny and Vernon break out in a cold sweat, and their gradually natural expressions became even more stiff. Vernon rolled his eyes to position his face toward Maggie while glancing at Penny, intentionally blinking, as if to ask her, "Didn't we lock the door?" After being married for over 10 years, Penny naturally understood Vernon's intention. So although she still had doubts in her heart, she hurriedly responded to indicate that she had indeed locked the door. Sure enough, the next second, a soft sound came from the turning lock upstairs, and then there was no further movement. The couple couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, Maggie seemed to notice something and furrowed her brow, looking suspiciously upstairs. Then changed her tone to ask, "Did I hear incorrectly? Was that Dolly upstairs?" Before Maggie could finish her sentence, goosebumps covered both of them. Penny quickly jumped up and abruptly shouted, Penny, your tea in the cup seems to have cooled down. I'll go get you a hot one." After saying that, she unceremoniously took away the steaming red tea in front of Maggie and hurriedly left the living room with quick steps. Vernon didn't remain idle either. After his wife left, he deliberately cleared his throat twice and clumsily continued the conversation. "Right? My dear sister, have I told you that I've been going to the bar with a bunch of workers after work instead of coming home on time?" Until this moment, even though Maggie had been talking to herself since entering and hadn't noticed anything strange, she finally realized the couple's odd behavior, and her expression of suspicion only increased. "Get out of the way, Vernon." She reached out and pushed Vernon aside, standing up to head toward the stairs. "What is wrong with you two today?" "Wait, sister. Actually, I went to a casino last month with Dolly's college fund. Maybe you want to scold me for this." Vernon's heart was almost in his throat, and although despair was clearly rising in his eyes, he instinctively tried to clumsily get up from the sofa to block Maggie's path. It seemed that Peter, who had been resting calmly by the fireplace just a moment ago, also suddenly stood up, arching his sturdy back and barking anxiously at Vernon. The atmosphere was tense, the temperature dropping to freezing point, and Penny helplessly held a cup of red tea that looked exactly like the one she had taken away earlier. Standing at the kitchen door, watching as Penny slowly walked upstairs. Ding dong! Suddenly, a crisp doorbell rang outside, immediately capturing everyone's attention. "Is this the Dursleys' house?" The voice at the door was particularly familiar, and at that moment, to Vernon's ears, it sounded almost like a Christmas gospel, making him unable to hold back tears. His lips trembling as he murmured, "Holy Son, Holy Mother, Holy Spirit, thank you for the miracle you sent." Chapter 205. The first formal meeting. Did you invite other friends too, Vernon? The unexpected change successfully halted Maggie's steps, causing her to stop just as she was about to step onto the stairs, redirecting her attention to the present. Yes, the survivor of the ordeal. Vernon stood up from the sofa, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and hurriedly nodded while explaining, "It's a co-worker I met at the factory. They should have already eaten and came specifically to visit me." Upon hearing Vernon's words, the displeasure in Maggie's eyes grew even more pronounced. After muttering a word of undisguised disgust, she said nothing more, turned, and sat back down on the sofa, then contemptuously advised Vernon, who was about to open the door. Just handle it casually at the door and let him go. If you really let someone like that in, you can forget about your carpet. After saying that, she sharply called out to Penny, who was standing still with a teacup in front of the kitchen. Come on, Penny, where's my tea? Vernon took Maggie's words as mere background noise. Although he nodded in agreement on the surface, he quickly cast them aside. His face filled with uncontrollable joy as he hurried to the door and pulled it open. When the door opened, he saw a burly white man with a bushy beard and a face full of flesh standing boldly at the entrance. Upon seeing Vernon open the door, before he could react, a bright and pure smile spread across the man's face, creating a striking contrast with his fierce appearance. Merry Christmas, Vernon. The familiar voice reached Vernon's ears once more, and he let out a sigh of relief, quickly accepting the new look of Pong-Pong. After all, having worked in a magical world for a while, although he still couldn't change the fact that he was a muggle, Vernon Dursley's level of acceptance for such unknown situations had undoubtedly improved significantly compared to before. He quickly grasped Pong-Pong's thick hands, shaking them vigorously while looking at the man's radiant smile. His eyes couldn't help but redden a little. After staring at the other person for a few seconds, Vernon trembled and said, Merry Christmas, Pong-Pong. Did you come this time as I imagined? Looking at the eyes of his friend he had known for only a few months, Pong-Pong naturally understood what he meant. It's probably a bit different from what you imagine. After pondering for a moment, he turned to glance at the black car behind him, just about to explain something when he was suddenly interrupted by a voice from inside. Vernon, why are you making your friend stand outside? Shouldn't you invite him in to sit for a while? Vernon was momentarily taken aback, but when he instinctively turned around, the scene before him nearly made his eyes pop out. He saw Maggie, who had been sitting on the sofa, previously sharp-tongued and urging her brother to quickly deal with the visitor, had somehow changed to a gentle and kind expression, and her gaze toward Pong-Pong at the door was even more eager than Vernon's. In an instant, Vernon understood Maggie's thoughts. He felt goosebumps crawling all over him again. Looking at Pong-Pong's chubby face and then at his sister's admiring expression, his own expression fluctuated several times before finally settling into a subtle, indescribable look. It was important to note that, from any angle, Pong-Pong's current face could hardly be considered good-looking. If I must make a metaphor, it would be that if you were walking down the street with a black man holding a knife, the police's guns would definitely be aimed at him first. A guy like that, even he would need a moment to accept it. I really don't know how Maggie is thinking. Just then, Vernon's gaze shifted to the English bulldog, Peter, who was particularly favored by his sister, sitting by the fireplace. At that moment, he seemed to regain his former spirit due to the sudden arrival of guests. But he looked intimidated by Pong-Pong's exaggerated size and appearance, so he dared not approach, merely hesitating in place while letting out faint whimpers in an attempt to intimidate the newcomer. Vernon seemed to understand something, and a sense of clarity rose in his heart. Just as he was about to say something, his sister on the sofa stood up eagerly with a teacup in hand, awkwardly mimicking the demeanor of a lady on television. Sashaying her way to Vernon's back and warmly said, I am Vernon's sister, Maggie Dursley. May I ask how to address you? This strong gentleman? Just call me Pong-Pong. He replied, unbeknownst to the simple-minded Pong-Pong. He was completely unaware of the inner thoughts of the two Dursleys before him. What a lovely name, Pong-Pong. To his surprise, Maggie's eyes brightened even more, and she praised him without reservation, then continued without waiting for a response, since you were Vernon's friend. Why not come in for a cup of the hot tea I brewed myself? I think we can chat while we drink tea. What do you think, Mr. Pong-Pong? Pong-Pong was taken aback by this sudden warmth, feeling that he had never encountered such a situation before, whether in his pixie form or human form. Surprised, he also felt a touch of emotion rise in his heart. After all, the Dursleys were all good people. Maybe another day. We have things to do later, so we probably can't stay for tea. Just as Pong-Pong scratched his shiny head and smiled, a voice suddenly came from behind him, as if it were an undeniable answer for him. Maggie's brows immediately knitted together, displeased by the sudden voice. She raised her eyes in the direction of the sound, only to see a man in a trench coat with long golden hair had appeared 2 or 3 steps behind Pong-Pong. The man wore a delicate smile that didn't seem overly friendly or insincere, and as he spoke, he casually had his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of harmlessness. Mr. Blake, you've come down. I'm so sorry. I should have opened the car door for you like Russell. Pong-Pong said quickly, noticing Charlie's movement behind him, stepping aside to clear a direct path to the door and speaking with a hint of embarrassment. Charlie stepped forward gently and stood before them amidst Maggie and Vernon's bewildered gazes. Vernon Dursley, he said, looking at Vernon and softly calling out his name. Then, Charlie slowly took his hand out of the pocket of his trench coat and extended it toward the middle-aged man who was already too frightened to move, his face turning red. Actually, this is our first official meeting, isn't it? Chapter 206. You are the new director after realizing what was happening. Vernon hurriedly extended his hand, trembling slightly as he grasped Charlie Blake's fingers. Feeling the strength and chill of his fingers, he still sensed an inexplicable unrealness in his heart, as if this were just a sweet dream, and he had not truly awakened yet. Yes, Mr. Blake, this is our first official meeting, Vernon said, looking into the calm and deep eyes of the other man. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded seriously and quietly replied. Not long ago, on Christmas Eve at midnight, he had sat on the sofa in the living room, using every curse word he knew in his life, crying and cursing him and his immediate and extended family. But now, as this man truly stood before him, he could not summon any resentment. It was as if all the waves of emotion had been completely extinguished by Charlie Blake's deep and noble blue eyes. All that remained was gratitude and an endless sense of fear and respect in his heart, as if Charlie's personal visit on Christmas Day was an incredibly proud honor. Yet at this moment, he inexplicably forgot that many troubles he had encountered over the past few months, whether directly or indirectly, all stemmed from the man standing before him who moved him so deeply. Maggie stood frozen like a statue, her eyes wide open, staring intently at the figure she had only seen on magazine covers or television news. She could never have imagined that on such an important day as Christmas, she would see the legendary pride of Britain personally visit her brother's home. At that moment, her mind was blank, and she instinctively wanted to raise her hand to touch that exquisitely handsome face. However, just as her hand began to rise, it was suddenly pushed aside by Penny, who rushed over, her expression excited. "Are you here for Dudley?" she asked, gripping Charlie's other hand as if it were her only lifeline, her pale lips flushing with excitement, turning a rosy hue. The brilliance in her eyes even made Charlie, who had seen countless things, unable to look directly for a moment. It was as if an invisible force was emanating from her eyes, undeniably affecting everything around her. This was the love that exists around everyone, ubiquitous, yet possessing an unmatched magical energy. Years ago, this woman's sister, his former best friend Lily Evans, had relied on this unparalleled power to defeat Voldemort, halting his ambitions on that night 11 years ago. Now, Charlie had not expected to feel that astonishing subtle power once again through her sister. The DJVU after so many years caused him a pause. Memories from the past surged into his mind, filling his thoughts until, after a few seconds, he was brought back to reality. "I can say that I came mainly for two things," he said with a smile, nodding and calmly responding to Penny's question as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Perhaps the Evans family was born with a gift for love. While speaking, Charlie released the right hand that had been tightly grasping Vernon's and began rummaging in his pocket. Moments later, he pulled out a familiar and exquisite Charlie brand hazelnut chocolate and handed it to Penny, who was still holding on to his left hand tightly. "This is my Christmas gift for Dudley." Instantly, Penny let go of her grip, then carefully received the chocolate Charlie offered as if it were a treasure. "You mean, just as you think." Charlie no longer kept any secrets. Facing her hopeful words, he nodded deeply. At the same time, it completely crushed the heavy stone that had been weighing on Vernon and Petunia's hearts, turning it to dust. A smile of relief that Petunia had never shown before appeared on her face, and Vernon's eyes instantly turned red as he began to sniffle. "Thank you so much, Charlie. Mr. Blaker, I think this might be the best Christmas gift I've received in all these years." The Dursleys felt nothing but excitement at this moment, while behind them, Maggie, who had just been pushed aside by Petunia and was watching this scene, felt differently. What on earth was happening? Was the world really going crazy? First, Charlie Blaker arrived at her brother's doorstep. Then he took out a piece of chocolate worth less than 5 pounds, which could be found everywhere, and right after that, her brother and sister-in-law started crying over this piece of chocolate. It was simply incomprehensible. Unable to understand what was happening, Maggie could only pretend to be composed, maintaining a stiff smile as if she were an outsider. After a moment of gratitude, she quickly turned and ran upstairs. Seeing this, she couldn't help but feel resentful toward her sister-in-law. What a rude behavior. The guest was still here, and the wife directly took the gift and left in front of her husband. If she angered this important person, it would be a huge trouble. Let's not forget that her brother was still working under him. Thinking of this, her originally restrained smile became increasingly sycophantic, and she hurried to Charlie's side, opened her mouth, and awkwardly flattered him. It was nothing but cliché compliments like young and talented and handsome, which were no match for Russell's varied praises and lacked any sincerity. Not only did it not brighten his mood, but it even had the opposite effect, sounding particularly noisy. After glancing at Vernon, who was still going on and on with a few phrases to praise his sister, Charlie withdrew his gaze and kindly patted Vernon's sturdy shoulder. This time, besides delivering Darley's Christmas gift, I have another matter. Feeling the weight on his shoulder, Vernon was more spirited than ever before. As the biggest problem that had been troubling him was resolved, he seemed to see a brighter future beckoning to him. He straightened up, seriously nodded at Charlie, and replied forcefully, "What do you need me to do, Mr. Blaker? I plan to establish a new department specifically responsible for the promotion of Charlie's Candy." At this point, Charlie paused, and then the hand resting on Vernon's shoulder slowly moved down, pointing at his chest with a finger. "You are the head of the new department." Chapter 207. Overjoyed Darley. "My little Darley. Boo-hoo. Finally do you know how much Mommy misses you?" "Boo-hoo, Mom. But I've been at home all this time." Charlie Blaker's car was still speeding down the road, and the atmosphere in the cabin was good. In the back seat, Charlie and Ryan were still chatting with their eyes closed, as if everything said and done at the Dursleys was just something they did effortlessly, not worth wasting more time on. Only on the driver's seat, Pong Pong was smiling brightly, looking at the road ahead, genuinely happy for his friend. Even though he knew that with the new director's appointment, the original 5-supervisor situation would inevitably be disrupted, dividing more resources and interests, what could be done? Such matters should be left to clever people like Chaff to worry about. He could only feel happy that his friend had achieved a good outcome on this Christmas night. Mr. Blaker. He couldn't help but turn his head, looking at the relaxed and half-closed-eyed Charlie in the back seat, blinking his twinkling eyes, and suddenly asked, "Why did you choose Dursley, Vernon, to be the new department head?" As soon as he said this, before Charlie could respond, Ryan, who had been lazily slouched next to him, reacted first. He raised his eyebrows in surprise, and then turned to his brother beside him, asking, "Who? That fat muggle just now? He's your new director?" Originally, he had no interest in Charlie's actions when he got out of the car, thinking it was just Charlie visiting excellent employees and winning over the muggles during Christmas, so he didn't follow him. After glancing a few times through the car window, he lost interest, but now hearing Ping Ping's question, he couldn't help but feel a bit curious. "Yes," Charlie nodded, his expression unchanged, glancing at the desolate scenery outside the window after they had left the neighborhood, casually saying, "What do you think?" After thinking for a moment, Ryan shook his head and gave his response. "If you can see a dozen British men just like him every day in the place I live, I really can't see what's different about him." At this point, Ryan paused as if thinking of something and quickly added, "Of course, if you think that his exaggerated excess weight can serve as a promotional tool for the candy factory, then forget I said anything." Charlie laughed, but didn't continue with Ryan's words. Instead, he looked back at Pong Pong, who was driving and trying to listen to the two behind him, and answered his question. "There are many reasons for making him the head of the new department. First of all, in my opinion, Dursley, Vernon is a talent. Perhaps he isn't very eye-catching right now, but I guess as long as he is placed in the right position, it won't be long before he achieves results that satisfy me." At this point, Charlie paused. About 5 or 6 seconds later, the smile on his face turned into a hint of awkwardness and helplessness. Shrugging, he continued, "Besides, I turned his precious son into a pig's head for a few months. I should give him some compensation." Pong Pong understood, opening his mouth as if having an epiphany. "Oh," he said, and then no longer pondered the strangeness, focusing back on driving. Meanwhile, Ryan's expression became increasingly subtle. He knew that although Charlie appeared capricious, a successful and shrewd wizard like Charlie Blaker would never let personal emotions influence important matters. Even if Charlie really felt sorry for that muggle, there were many ways to compensate him, definitely not just making him a department head. After all, there must be something about this unremarkable guy that Charlie found appealing. Thinking of this, Ryan's eyes sparkled. "Vernon Dursley, huh?" He lowered his head, thoughtfully muttering this name. "Oh my God, my brother is now an executive at Charlie's Candy Factory. Vernon, my dear, you are truly the pride of the Dursley family. I must go tell Dad that their son has actually gained the favor of Charlie Black, my God. Leaving that dreadful drilling company was the best decision of your life, and I'm so proud of you." After Charlie Black left with Poppy, Maggie's attitude took a complete 120-degree turn. She exclaimed and paced back and forth in the living room, expressing the tumultuous emotions in her heart. By the fireplace, Peter kept pacing anxiously while glancing at his master. Occasionally, he would bark a few times in an attempt to catch the other's attention. It seemed that Maggie had never displayed such excitement before. In contrast, Vernon, who should have been happy, was sitting on the sofa, staring blankly at the door. unable to utter a word. After more than 10 minutes of this, Penny returned downstairs, her face beaming with joy, with Dobby having transformed back to his original self. A hint of sparkle finally appeared in his stiff eyes. He gazed intently at his son and wife, his lips trembling and the muscles in his cheeks twitching uncontrollably, his expression a mix of laughter and tears, looking quite peculiar. Finally, after a moment of hesitation, Vernon spoke, his voice choked as he stammered to Penny. Mr. Black said he wants me to be the head of the new department. Originally, she had just cried upstairs because Dobby had returned to his original form. But upon hearing this news, she screamed, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Oh, my dear, I knew it. Now, Penny felt an unparalleled happiness. Everything seemed perfect, like a dream, and felt so unreal. Without saying another word, she released Dobby, who she had just held tightly, and threw herself into the arms of the man she loved. They embraced tightly and did not part for a long time. After enduring hardships, no one knew what kind of pressure they had borne in these past few months, nor what mindset they had used to encourage each other while searching for a vague remedy. Now, everything was in the past, and what lay ahead was a clear road to a glorious future. How could this not make them ecstatic? Maggie stood aside, watching this sweet couple, her eyes betraying a strong sense of envy. After all, as a woman who had never been married until now, this scene was exactly what she had hoped to see in her dreams. Suddenly, she thought of that imposing man who had just arrived with Charlie Black. Chapter 208. A gift for Charlie. At this moment, the candy factory's kitchen in the fairy living area was bustling with activity. Little fairies, wearing chef hats and aprons, were darting back and forth in the already crowded aisle, weaving between ovens and stoves, excitedly cooking the many dishes they were about to enjoy together. Where's the turkey? Hurry up. The turkey needs to be brushed with the third layer of honey. Don't slice the beef too thin. Mr. Charlie is hosting important guests. The texture is the most important. Hey, aren't you supposed to be frying fries? Why are you still standing here? In the center of the kitchen, at the countertop that was supposed to be used by the head chef, the usually taciturn and serious Chaff was rolling up his sleeves, chopping parsley while skillfully issuing orders, clearly treating this place as his workspace. Meanwhile, the actual head chef, Spy, could only stand respectfully beside him, wearing an awkward smile and carefully assisting. What's going on? At the kitchen door, Dobby, who had just rushed back from Hogwarts, stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the scene before him, his eyes flickering with a strange meaning, as if he were witnessing something extremely abnormal. It was no wonder Dobby reacted this way. Usually when he saw his father, he was always dressed formally, sitting at a desk, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, flipping through accounts while pondering silently, exuding an air of tension. The current situation of chopping vegetables and shouting in the kitchen was something he had never seen since his birth. If he had to make a comparison, it would be like an Italian ordering an iced Americano at Starbucks. You wouldn't say it wouldn't happen, but when it actually did, it looked bizarre. Mom, why is Dad cooking in the kitchen? Is this Uncle Spy's job? Dobby then turned to Anka, who was smiling beside him, and asked, Your dad is the best cook in the entire factory. Since Mr. Black's banquet is very important, he is worried about any mistakes. So he decided to personally prepare the dinner. Anka looked affectionately at the man in the kitchen, gracefully handling every ingredient like an art form, her eyes filled with happiness, yet also a hint of nostalgia and sentiment. You know, before your dad met Mr. Black, he was already the head chef at Hogwarts. Back then, your Uncle Spy was his sous chef. Anka paused for a moment before continuing. Later, he was attracted by Mr. Black's ideas and followed him. Mr. Black thought he could showcase his talents better in management, which is why he went from being an extraordinary chef to the head of the finance department. Upon hearing this, Dobby was left speechless in astonishment. He had never heard his father talk about his life before meeting Mr. Black and establishing the factory. He never expected to hear such shocking news today. He then realized something. So, in a sense, this return to Hogwarts could be considered inheriting his father's career. Dobby looked at Chaff with a strange expression, as if he had a newfound understanding of his serious and awe-inspiring father. Soon, under Chaff's methodical command, the turkey, golden and crispy on the outside and stuffed to the brim, was carefully brought out of the oven by two little fairies working together. The moment the turkey left the oven, the fragrant aroma of honey mixed with various spices filled the kitchen, accompanied by rising white steam. All the fairies who had been busy just a moment ago stopped in unison, greedily sniffing the delightful scent, standing on a small stool and making mushroom soup. Chaff took a glance at the wall clock, quickly gauging the time. Wait a moment, Mr. Black's guests should still take a while to arrive. Let's put the turkey aside for now. Following that, the smoked ham, beef, Christmas pudding, gingerbread, fried dough balls, and more were successively finished and placed onto exquisite silver platters, ready to be served. Huff! As the work progressed, Chaff finally relaxed, put down his rolled-up sleeves, and patted SPI next to him, signaling, "All right, we prepared almost everything. The rest is up to you." "Understood." SPI nodded eagerly, taking the spoon from Chaff's hand with an admiring expression, exclaiming, "You truly deserve your reputation, boss. Even after all these years, your skills are still impressive." A smile appeared on Chaff's face as he waved his hand casually, about to humble himself when he was suddenly interrupted by a voice. "Dad!" He was momentarily taken aback, then quickly turned towards the direction of the voice, and indeed saw his son, Dabu, who had somehow entered the kitchen, smiling at him. "Why are you back?" However, upon seeing Dabu, Chaff's reaction was not the usual surprise of a parent, but rather a slight frown as he seriously asked, "Christmas is the peak sales period for Charlie's Candy. Shouldn't you be at Hogwarts managing that vending machine? Did you forget how you promised Mr. Blake back then? And now, not long after, you just ran back here." "It was Mr. Blake who told me to come back." Hearing his father's serious tone, Chaff's smile did not fade, but rather grew even brighter as he replied. "He said it was my first time away from home for so long, and you and Mom miss me terribly. So he asked me to come back to spend Christmas with you." Upon hearing this, Chaff's frown eased slightly, but his serious demeanor did not completely dissipate. Just as he opened his mouth to say something more, Dabu, who already knew what his father was thinking, spoke up first. "I found someone to help me at Hogwarts. They will handle the vending machine issue for me. It's just about restocking once out of stock, quite simple, nothing to worry about." Only after hearing this did Chaff's serious expression finally soften. He twitched his beard a couple of times, glanced over at his wife nearby, and coughed lightly, saying, "Actually, your mom is fine with it. It's just that when you left, the house became a lot quieter. Mr. Blake is great, but he does have a tendency to exaggerate." Meanwhile, in Dabu's small room at Hogwarts, Ron was lounging among a mountain of candies, with a handful of jelly beans in his left hand and counting ice mints with his right, sending them into his mouth with abandon. After a while, he finally burped, gazing at the ceiling with a dreamy look, mumbling, "Oh my, this must be heaven." At the same time, as a group of house elves enthusiastically prepared to host Mr. Blake's distinguished guests, a wave of long-lost joy enveloped Malfoy Manor. Draco, in the living room, Narcissa looked up towards Draco's room on the second floor, calling out loudly, "We're going to leave for your Uncle S factory soon. Are you ready?" "Not yet, Mom. I need to find something presentable to wear." Draco's head popped out of the room, and after responding eagerly to his mother, he quickly closed the door tightly, without leaving a crack. "All right." Narcissa raised an eyebrow, said nothing more, but nodded and continued to remind him, "Just be quick. Otherwise, your father will definitely. This chapter is not finished." Chapter 208, A Gift for Charlie. Warm reminder, to prevent incomplete content retrieval and text disorder, please do not use the browser, app, reading mode. "I have to talk to you." Suddenly, Narcissa seemed to remember something, her brows slightly furrowing as she instinctively turned her gaze towards the study, muttering to herself, "By the way, where's your father? It seems I haven't seen him come out since he went into the study 2 hours ago." Unlike the brightly lit living room, the study was shrouded in darkness, with only a few beams of silvery moonlight filtering through the heavy curtains, casting a tranquil glow. In the dim light, Lucius's figure was faintly visible. He sat upright behind the desk, his thin lips pressed together, brow furrowed, his expression complex and deep, fixated on an old wooden box placed on the desk, seemingly caught in a struggle of deep thought. After a long while, he let out a deep breath, as if having made a decision, and slowly raised his hand to gently pull open the rusted iron lock on the box. With a slight exertion of his hand, accompanied by the creaking sound of the damaged box, a small gap began to form and gradually widen. His cheeks twitched slightly, and his fingers trembled for the first time. "Darling, what are you doing?" Just as the gap in the box grew larger and was about to fully open, revealing its contents, a sudden voice startled him into slamming the box lid shut. "Nothing at all," Lucius instinctively yelled, suddenly looking up towards the source of the voice. His wife stood at the door, squinting her eyes and suspiciously scrutinizing her husband's strange behavior. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke, "You scared me, dear." "Sorry, darling." Lucius sighed with relief, instinctively wiping away non-existent sweat from his forehead while calming his emotions and responding softly. Narcissa raised an eyebrow, but said nothing more. Instead, she directed her gaze slowly towards the conspicuous old box and asked, "What is this? I didn't know there was something like this here. It's an old thing from long ago, kept in a storage room. I just found it today." "Found it for what?" Lucius hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, I plan to give it to Charlie as a Christmas gift. I think he will definitely like it. Chapter 208, A Gift for Charlie. Chapter 209, More Suitable for the Muggle World. It seems I arrived just in time. Outside the candy factory, as the door creaked open, a dark green vintage Dodge Challenger roared into the yard alongside Charlie's car. After the doors opened, Abaphus, smiling with 2 overflowing paper bags in hand, swaggered out of the car. He then walked over to Charlie's car, bent down to tap on the glass, and happily said, I just ran into a shop on the street that was having a sale. They had Christmas cakes, drinks, and those gingerbread men. I couldn't resist buying some. Saying this, he placed the paper bags on the car roof, then used one hand to pull out a piece of gingerbread from the bag, biting into it eagerly. It's a bit cold, but the taste is still pretty good, although it can't compare to what Russell and the others bake. It should be quite delicious in the Muggle world. Do you want a piece, Charlie? At this moment, Abaphus had already transformed into a completely different appearance compared to when he first arrived. He wore a black jacket emblazoned with a dragon design, paired with heavily washed twill jeans. Even his long hair and beard, which had previously been carelessly tousled, were neatly styled and tied into braids. Coupled with his already strong physique and distinct facial features, he now resembled a standard punk guy. After observing him through the glass, Ryan turned to Charlie and asked, Is this the person you invited today? Charlie smiled subtly, slowly rolling down the car window as he continued, This is Abaphus, my esteemed teacher. I believe you might have heard of his name, haven't you, Ryan? Upon hearing Charlie's words, Ryan was momentarily taken aback. His previously casual expression faltered, and he squinted his eyes to scrutinize the somewhat familiar face. After a moment, as if finally confirming something, Ryan's demeanor returned to normal, and he nodded knowingly. Of course, he recognized Abaphus. After all, during his time in Slytherin, he had indulged in plenty of flame whiskey from the Pig's Head pub. As for this teacher who only existed in Charlie's words, although Ryan had never actually met him, he knew he was the younger brother of Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. Seeing the resemblance between Abaphus and the headmaster in his expression and features naturally started to merge with the image he had never seen before in his memory. Of course, I often heard you mention him, Ryan said, straightening his back slightly and bowing slightly towards the old man outside the car window to show respect. Oh, Abaphus, however, had no recollection of Ryan. When the car window opened and he saw the two inside, his eyes widened slightly, and the action of bringing a gingerbread cookie to his mouth halted, as if he had seen something incredible. He exclaimed, How curious. I thought your friends were only little fairies. I didn't expect you to bring a wizard into the factory. He first mumbled a few words to Charlie, then turned his gaze back to Ryan and continued, Hey kid, what's your name? Generally speaking, directly asking for someone's name when unfamiliar is considered somewhat impolite. However, faced with Abaphus's straightforward manner of speaking, Ryan seemed to have been prepared for it and calmly introduced himself, Ryan White. After a moment's thought, he added, You could just call me Ryan. It was clear that this response was to Abaphus's liking. Being a rough man himself, he had always looked down on grandiose and complicated formalities. Thus, the simpler and more direct the answer, the more it would appeal to Abaphus. In fact, it was precisely because Charlie was straightforward and mature for his age that Abaphus had taken a liking to him, teaching him every day. Ha 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 ha. Abaphus laughed a few times, reaching into the car with his large hands still sticky with frosting from the gingerbread he had just taken, and gave Ryan's shoulder a hearty pat. Good. Since you can be brought to his factory on such an important day, your relationship must be stronger than I imagined. Charlie's friends are my friends. You could just call me Abaphus from now on. Ryan smiled and nodded, but did not say anything further. After the greeting, Abaphus did not linger to chat with the two and picked up the items that were piled high on the roof of the car. All right, I'll go put these things away first. See you at dinner, he said, striding confidently toward the factory without looking back, leaving behind a trail of footprints in the fine snow and the two inside the car. I only brought Abaphus to the factory about a month ago, Charlie explained with a hint of amusement and helplessness before Ryan could ask about Abaphus. Originally, I thought he could close the pub and enjoy his retirement, while I could consult him about some magical questions. Who would have thought he would be so interested in Muggle things? I had no choice but to take him out occasionally to see the Muggle world. As you can see, hearing this, Ryan couldn't help but chuckle and shook his head at Charlie's words. But he couldn't help but think of the many rumors he had heard about Abaphus while in the magical world. After all, although he was Albus Dumbledore's younger brother, their reputations were completely opposite. Those who knew him often described him as vulgar, unruly, and coarse. There were even rumors at one point that he had forcibly engaged with a goat. His reputation had long since become notorious, perhaps rivaling that of some dark wizards. Perhaps. Compared to the magical world, Abuphis was truly more suited for the Muggle world. Suddenly feeling something, Ryan watched the receding figure, his gaze shifting. He inhaled a breath of air, mixed with the cold wind, and let out a heartfelt sigh. Charlie said nothing, merely glanced at Ryan, unaware whether his words were about Abuphis or himself. Chapter 210. The Malfoy family never lacks affection at the Malfoy Manor. As the minute hand of the clock was about to point to 12, the family of 3 had already made all the necessary preparations. Their attire was both presentable and appropriate. It was neither as extravagant and luxurious as attending a formal dinner with other nobles, nor too casual. It reflected their seriousness towards this family dinner through exquisite details and tailoring. Even the most fastidious etiquette officer would find no fault. At this moment, Draco was dressed like a delicate porcelain doll, his flawless skin appearing even whiter than before. His face was flushed, and his eyes sparkled with a star-like brilliance. His small hands, held by Lucius and Narcissa, were slightly sweaty, and his breathing was a bit hurried, completely lacking the calmness and pride he had at school, transformed into the appearance a child should have. But these reactions were normal. After all, in his heart, this visit to his uncle's factory symbolized something more significant. Representing his uncle's recognition, it was essential to note that how many people in the entire magical world had visited that incredibly mysterious candy factory. Among the few who had, how many were little wizards of his age? Perhaps only him. Thus, Draco concluded that among his peers, he was the only little wizard acknowledged by his uncle. The only one in the entire British magical world, and even the magical world at large. Every time he thought of this, Draco's smile would become even more radiant, and his already swan-like posture would stand even straighter. This is probably a common ailment that children cannot escape, no matter how smart or mature they seem. At this special age, the Chinibu phase will quietly find you and leave you with beautiful memories that, upon reflection, will make you feel embarrassed. Noticing her son's emotional change, Narcissa slightly nodded and glanced down. Suddenly, she noticed something amiss and bent down to quietly ask, "Draco, where did you get the foundation from?" At this moment, Lucius was already in a state of chaos internally. Although he appeared calm and collected on the surface, with his eyes indifferent, lips pressed thin, and chin slightly raised, exuding a sense of pride and authority unique to old aristocrats. If Draco had not been so disturbed and excited, he would have clearly felt the beads of sweat beginning to form in his father's palms. Ding-dong. Finally, as the minute hand moved and steadily landed on 12, the sound of the bell signaling the start echoed through the spacious mansion, gradually fading away in the repeated echoes. "All right, it's time," Lucius said, his Adam's apple bobbing as he spoke, seemingly addressing both Narcissa and Draco, yet also sounding as if he were speaking to himself. After all, the significance of this family gathering was different for the two others present. One saw it as an acknowledgement from an uncle, while the other understood it as a brother's longing for his sister. Only Lucius knew that the true purpose of Charlie's gathering was to give the Malfoy family an opportunity to choose sides, Voldemort or Charlie Black. At this gathering, Charlie placed this choice squarely before Lucius. Although Lucius had, in a moment of anger fueled by alcohol during the car ride, agreed to Charlie's invitation due to Voldemort's actions. Once he returned home and calmed down, reason took over his mind, followed by immense fear and regret. After all, this was Voldemort, the Dark Lord who once swept through the entire British magical world. For most wizards in the magical world, this name only represented a deep-seated fear and dread, turning into an abstract concept that was vague and indescribable. However, as someone who had served as Voldemort's right-hand man for over a decade, Lucius had a very clear understanding of his power. The more he understood, the more he feared. Even though he knew Charlie Black was an indisputable genius, he ultimately felt Charlie was still too young to face Voldemort in his prime. Lucius harbored doubts about whether Charlie could contend with Voldemort, not to mention the fanatical Death Eaters under his command, who idolized him as a belief. Just the thought of it was suffocating. Even now, Lucius firmly believed that if Voldemort had not been careless and killed by the curse cast on Harry Potter, the entire British magical world, and even the world, would have fallen into his hands, transformed into a pure blood paradise as imagined. Just as Lucius's thoughts were a tangled mess, Draco tugged at his hand, pulling him back to reality. "Father, should we leave?" Draco asked, unable to hide his excitement, looking at him with a nervous yet eager expression. For some reason, seeing Draco's smiling face made all of Lucius's previous fears and anxieties vanish in an instant. After a moment of silence, lasting about 2 or 3 seconds, he tightened his grip on Draco's hand. A surge of strength emerged in his eyes. This was something the Malfoy family had never lacked: family affection. "Let's go," Lucius said, taking a deep breath. Then, he and Narcissa, holding Draco's hand, stepped into the fireplace together. With a puff of flue powder, flames erupted, and the three of them chanted in unison, "Charlie Black's Candy Factory." The next moment, the flames surged, engulfing the entire fireplace, completely consuming the three figures and making them disappear from the spot. After they left, in the kitchen of the mansion, Dobby, still wearing that dirty pillowcase, walked into the hallway with his head down. His gaze fell on the fireplace, watching the sparks still flickering amidst the rising ashes, his nose twitching involuntarily. The master has gone to Mr. Charlie Black's factory, leaving Dobby all alone at home. Dobby wants to find Mr. Black. Perhaps Mr. Black can convince the master to give Dobby his freedom? Thus, in the vast mansion, only Dobby was left muttering to himself. However, set against the opulent decorations and warm, bright lights, he seemed so out of place. Chapter 211, Meeting Ryan. Under the guidance of Charlie and Pompa, Ryan and the others got out of the car, facing the larger-than-life snowflakes falling in the night sky. As they pushed open the factory door, they heard a familiar voice, filled with excitement and joy, calling out his name. When he instinctively turned towards the source of the voice, a genuine smile appeared on his previously calm face. "Good evening, Russell." Among the busy house elves, weaving in and out, Russell, with his signature smile, suddenly stopped in his tracks, holding a large platter of candies. He hurried towards the three at the door. "Oh my gosh, Ryan, you came so early." Upon reaching Charlie and Ryan, Russell, as if meeting an old friend after a long time, showed extraordinary enthusiasm, his cheeks flushing with excitement. Seeing Russell run over, Pong, who was nearby, quickly stepped up and, without hesitation, took the large silver platter from him. Then, with a casual lift, he said, "You guys chat. I'll go move the stuff over." With that, his short but sturdy legs made their way quickly, leaving the conversation space for Charlie and the others. "Your master's car is quite fast." Ryan responded with a smile to Russell's earlier comment. Before the two could continue their casual conversation, Charlie interjected with a serious question. "How did you handle the matter I entrusted you with, Russell?" Upon hearing Charlie's inquiry, Russell, who had been smiling joyfully, immediately shifted into work mode. Ignoring Ryan in front of him, he turned and pulled out the notebook he always carried, standing tall and proudly reporting, "Report, Master. The food for the dinner party has been prepared. Chafcha personally cooked, preparing turkey and creamy mushroom soup." While speaking, he continued to skillfully flip through the contents of his notebook. "As for the drinks, following your wishes, I have prepared eggnog, red currant rum, and brandy for the guests. Regarding the gifts, I have already asked Lala and Toby to wrap them up with colorful paper and ribbons." When it came to the so-called gifts, there was a rare moment of awkward pause in his voice, although he quickly returned to his previous state. The keen-eyed Kane noticed a hint of unusual stiffness in Russell's expression during that brief moment of discord. This subtle change, though fleeting, was particularly tangible. Kane remained silent, raised an eyebrow, and his smile became increasingly nuanced. At the same time, he felt a growing curiosity about the upcoming guests. After patiently listening to Russell's report, Charlie did not respond immediately. Instead, he raised his head, looking towards the mechanical clock slowly operating above, suspended from the densely packed framework and pipeline of the steel dome. This clock was originally cast to coordinate the work hours of the little elves, linking each factory through a precise mechanical system and magic. Whenever the hands reached the corresponding time, it would send a deep and resonant chime to every corner of the factory. Now, even it had been adorned by the careful little elves with a huge bow made of alternating red, green, and white ribbons, losing its original seriousness and coldness in the thick festive atmosphere, and instead gaining a touch of softness and playfulness. After glancing at the slowly moving hour and minute hands on the clock face, Charlie finally asked, "Have our guests arrived?" "Not yet." Russell shook his head, saying, "You asked me to write on the invitation for the guests to arrive at the hour." As he spoke, he also made an effort to look up at the clock's time and continued, "But it seems they should be here soon." Upon hearing this, Charlie's smile took on a hint of cunning and anticipation. Casually glancing at Kane, who was silently listening to their conversation, he nodded. "That's good. Then let's go greet the guests ourselves." Saying this, Charlie turned to Kane, smiling as he asked, "So, do you want to come with me?" Kane said nothing, merely shrugged non-committally to express his indifferent attitude. After bidding farewell to Russell, the two walked along the festively decorated corridors towards the location of the factory's fireplace. Occasionally, they encountered one or two little elves dressed in Christmas helper costumes and wooden shoes, running and playing with their gifts, fully enjoying the joy brought by the holiday. Seeing this warm scene, not only Charlie but even Kane couldn't help but show a gentle smile, unable to resist exclaiming, "I never knew the little elves could be so lively and so vibrant when I was at home." Hearing this, Charlie couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "If I remember correctly, your family has always been taken care of by Cleacha." "Yes," Kane nodded. "No wonder." Soon, after walking for a while, the two finally stopped in front of a fireplace in a corner of the factory that had not been used for a long time. The fireplace still had some remnants of cobwebs, and whether it was the thick layer of dust on the surface or the interior walls that showed no signs of being blackened by flames, Kane couldn't help but wonder if this fireplace had never been used since its establishment. Seemingly noticing Kane's doubtful gaze, Charlie shrugged helplessly and explained lightly, "After all, my factory never has any guests, and most guests always come into the front door." As he spoke, feeling that this dirtiness was indeed inappropriate, Charlie raised his hand. With a slight movement of his fingertips, magic quickly gathered, spreading and transforming into visible light, which he lightly directed at the dilapidated fireplace, swiftly cleaning it inside and out. "Do I know the guests you've invited this time?" Kane suddenly asked, looking at the dark fireplace. "You do." Chapter 212. Is it you, Regulus? Kane's fingers brushed over the stubble on his chin. Listening to Charlie's unhesitating answer, he pondered for a moment before continuing to ask, "Do you know the couple? Or do you know the child as well?" Upon hearing this, Charlie was taken aback. He turned his head, first examining his cousin, who was still stroking his chin, and after about 2 or 3 seconds, he smiled and said, "I don't recall ever telling you that the guests I've invited are a family." "How did you know?" Charlie's question was tantamount to indirectly confirming Kane's guess. Kane also laughed, not trying to keep it a mystery like the other, but directly confessing, "I deduced 60% from your conversation with Russell just now, plus 40% guesswork." Kane continued. "Russell said, according to your wishes, eggnog, red currant rum, and brandy were prepared for the guests. Eggnog is a drink made with eggs and cream. Red currant rum is a well-known sweet wine favored by women. And as for brandy, my colleagues and I usually enjoy having some during gatherings." Listening to his explanation, Charlie's smile widened, and his bright blue eyes revealed a different kind of light. At this point, he understood Kane's meaning but did not interrupt him, instead allowing him to continue. "So, I speculate that your guests are probably a family, with brandy prepared for the husband, red currant rum for the wife, and finally eggnog for the child." After saying this, he raised an eyebrow, looking at Charlie with a hint of self-satisfaction, as if asking if he was correct. Only then did Charlie smile and nod, saying, "Indeed, it's a family of 3, but the husband of this family prefers red currant rum, while the brandy is for the wife." Upon hearing this, Kane's brows furrowed slightly. After a brief silence, something seemed to click in his mind. Just as he was about to say something further to Charlie, dong, 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 the mechanical clock in the center of the factory, with its gears in motion, slowly moved the hands to the hour, and the deep, melodious chime resonated throughout every corner of the factory, abruptly silencing the words Kane was about to say. Charlie's smile remained unchanged as he turned his gaze back to the fireplace, puffed up his chest, and said, "All right, our guests are coming." Hearing this, Ryan had no choice but to swallow his words and refrain from saying anything further. After taking a deep look at Charlie's exquisitely beautiful profile and smile, he turned his head to gaze at the calm and unresponsive fireplace. However, the thoughts stirred up by Charlie's words became increasingly active in his mind, and the emotions in his gaze grew more inexplicable. They were not kept waiting long. The fireplace, which had been silent just a moment ago, suddenly erupted with a loud explosion, sending flames soaring into the air. The dark green flames, like eerie fire, shot up as if trying to break free from the fireplace's confines, brushing against the corners of their clothing. As the flames subsided, only remnants of ash mingled with a few sparks swaying and falling in midair. A long leg stepped out first from the dark fireplace, followed by Lucius Malfoy's familiar yet strange face appearing before Ryan. At this moment, Lucius's face began to merge with the image Ryan remembered from 10 years ago. Upon seeing the person before him, Ryan's expression completely lost the calmness it had earlier. He instinctively took a step back, his pupils narrowing slightly. In that instant, the terrifying memories from over a decade ago were all activated, causing him to instinctively reach for his waist. That was where he used to keep his wand before he left the magical world. However, as his hand grasped the familiar spot and found nothing, he suddenly realized that he had given up his identity as a wizard. Even the laurelwood wand that had accompanied him for so long was sealed in the deepest part of the cabinet at home, long deprived of sunlight. He turned to glance at Charlie, who still wore a smile and had not changed at all, and then deeply exhaled, suppressing the turmoil and unease in his heart, quietly moving his foot back to its previous position. On the other side, Lucius, who had just stepped out, was equally stunned into silence. Watching the man beside Charlie, who was dressed in peculiar Muggle clothing, a wave of turmoil surged within him, comparable to Ryan's, to the point where he felt as if his feet were glued to the ground, unable to take a step forward. "Darling, what are you doing?" Behind him, Narcissa, blocked by Lucius's tall figure and unable to see what was happening outside, could only call out softly and pat Lucius's back, signaling him to let her and Draco out. Lucius finally reacted, hurriedly nodding and stepping aside to make room by the fireplace. Yet his eyes never left Ryan. He certainly recognized Ryan, or rather, he recognized Regulus Black. After all, as relatives with blood ties and both being followers of the Dark Lord, he had a particularly deep impression of this young wizard who was 7 years younger than him. However, he never expected that their reunion, after parting over a decade ago, would take place in Charlie's factory. Looking at the man before him, who had aged a bit since then, Lucius's jaw moved slightly, and his pursed lips parted a bit. But after a long moment, he still couldn't bring himself to say the name. "Regulus? Is that you, Regulus Black?" In the end, it was Narcissa who broke the strange silence. She widened her eyes, which were particularly similar, yet even more beautiful than Charlie's, and softly called out the name of the cousin that once belonged to her, as if she found it hard to believe. The familiar name and voice made Ryan feel a moment of disorientation. After a moment, he finally revealed a smile that he had never shown before and seriously nodded at his cousin. "It's me, Cousin Narcissa, long time no see." Everyone present showed a hint of a smile. Even Lucius, after several moments of hesitation, swallowed the question that was about to come out of his mouth, and forced a smile, looking meaningfully at Charlie. Only Draco, looking confused, held his mother's hand, glanced at his father, then at his uncle, and finally fixed his bewildered gaze on the man he had never seen before. "What is going on? Did I miss something? Doesn't anyone notice my new clothes?" In the employee cafeteria of the factory, under Charlie's guidance, Lucius and his group had already taken their seats at the central rectangular wooden dining table, waiting for the dinner to begin. In the large cafeteria, the lighting was somewhat dim, with only a large light fixture overhead casting a soft, warm yellow glow that illuminated their seats, while the rest of the area remained shrouded in darkness. Everyone thought you were dead. After spending some time calming his emotions, Lucius slowly exhaled, pinching his brow, and spoke with a complicated tone to Ryan, who sat across from him. "Yes," Ryan replied. However, compared to Lucius's reaction, Ryan appeared particularly calm, as if the other person were not speaking about him, but about some unrelated outsider. He did not look into Lucius's eyes, slowly lowering his head until his gaze fell on the empty plate in front of him, continuing to speak. "The Regulus Black, who is a Death Eater, is indeed dead. The person sitting before you now is Ryan White, the Muggle area sales director of Charlie's Candy Factory." Ryan's words elicited various reactions from everyone present. Charlie remained silent, wearing a smile, curiously observing the surroundings like an outsider who knew nothing, quietly watching everyone. Narcissa's expression was filled with a hint of inexplicable anxiety and sadness. Her lips parted slightly, seemingly wanting to call out the name again, but hesitating to speak due to Ryan's words. Sitting between Ryan and Charlie, Draco looked at his mother, still wearing a confused and helpless expression. Meanwhile, Lucius's already furrowed brow deepened further, seemingly unsatisfied with Ryan's response at this moment. Just as he was about to continue questioning, Charlie finally interrupted the heavy and complex atmosphere at the right moment. Ding, ding, ding. He picked up a silver knife and gently tapped the edge of the porcelain plate, producing a series of crisp and rhythmic sounds. When everyone's attention turned to Charlie following the sound, he slowly began to define the situation. "All right," as Ryan said, "Regulus Black has been dead since some unknown night over a decade ago. He may have been killed by an Auror, died in an accident, or—" Charlie paused, casting a sidelong glance at the still silent Ryan, before continuing, "died on the path he pursued to his innermost self. But in any case, he is dead. We can remember him, but we cannot ask for his resurrection. Just as my Muggle area sales director said, the person sitting here is Ryan White." At the end, Charlie's voice was clearly no longer as gentle as it had been at the beginning, and the caution in his tone was almost completely unmasked. This finally extinguished Lucius's desire to know what had happened at that time. After a brief silence, he nodded, which could be seen as a response to what Charlie had just said. "That's right." Seeing this, Charlie's smile returned to being warm and friendly, and his tone regained its usual gentleness and harmlessness, as if his earlier words had not come from his mouth at all. The purpose of gathering everyone here today is not for these boring matters, but to enjoy this wonderful holiday with my family. After speaking, Charlie turned to Narcissa and gently asked, "Right, sister?" Of course. Hearing Charlie's words, the sadness in Narcissa's heart due to Regulus finally dissipated, and a bright smile reappeared on her face. She nodded and answered without hesitation. At this moment, however, Narcissa seemed to suddenly notice something, turning her head to look at the two empty seats at the dining table, and asked curiously, "But, Charlie, why are there still two empty seats here? Were they specially prepared?" The group also looked over and saw that there were two unoccupied chairs placed next to Lucius and Ryan. "Oh, this is for my two family members who have not yet arrived." Charlie raised his eyebrows and explained. Lucius's gaze became a bit mysterious, and after mentally eliminating the unlikely attendees like Sirius Black and Bellatrix Lestrange, he scanned the seated guests and slowly asked, "Are there any other people?" Just as Charlie was about to answer, a rough and loud voice came from outside the dining hall. "Sorry I'm late." Immediately after, the large door, several meters high, was pushed open with a bang. Albus walked in with big strides, confidently taking a seat next to Ryan in front of everyone. His clothing was the same as before, still wearing the familiar heavy water-washed jacket and jeans, making him stand out among the well-dressed Malfoy family. Surprise, confusion, curiosity, scrutiny. For a moment, various expressions appeared in the eyes of the Malfoy family, but Charlie did not mind. Instead, he smiled, stood up, walked to Albus's seat, and kindly patted his shoulder while softly introducing, "Let me introduce you all. This is Albus Dumbledore, a relative who selflessly helped me during my school years, and also a teacher I will always remember." From the Dumbledore family? Lucius's gaze involuntarily changed slightly, and his expression became subconsciously more serious. He was also secretly pondering whether this Dumbledore's appearance here had any subtle relationship with that Dumbledore. He had never forgotten the essence of this meeting, the alignment of the Malfoy family. If that were the case, then Charlie Black inviting this Dumbledore to take a seat might mean he had received Albus Dumbledore's acknowledgement and support. If that were the case, perhaps his move was not a risky gamble, but could actually be a clever strategy. Just as Lucius was lost in thought, Narcissa had already kindly stood up to greet Albus. "Merry Christmas, Mr. Albus Dumbledore. Thank you for always looking out for him during that time." At the long dining table, everyone was chatting warmly. Narcissa and Albus exchanged stories about Charlie's childhood. Even Draco and Ryan, who had never met before, could whisper a few words at this moment. "So, you also graduated from Slytherin, and you were in the same year as Uncle Charlie, right?" Draco looked up, seemingly recalling something, his eyes suddenly sparkling with countless stars. Turning to look at this cousin he had never met before with anticipation. After the other nodded, he couldn't wait to ask, "Can you tell me about what my uncle was like in school? For example, what did he eat, what did he do, and where did he usually go at night?" Every time Draco mentioned his uncle, his mouth seemed to become a machine gun, continuously blabbing about what he wanted to know. "I heard nearly headless Nick say that my uncle once stormed into the Slytherin common room and taught them all a lesson single-handedly. And also, he used to be friends with our Slytherin head, Professor Snape, right? I once saw in a notebook my uncle gave me that Filch hates my uncle so much. Last time we went to Filch's office, we saw a dartboard with my uncle's face on it, and it was already full of holes." Clearly, Ryan did not expect that his seemingly quiet little nephew could ask so many questions in one breath, all concerning Charlie Black's heroic deeds at school. If it had been before, he might have been puzzled by his nephew's behavior, but after living in the Muggle community for over a decade, he understood that there are people in this world known as fanatics. Thinking of this, Ryan couldn't help but glance sideways at Charlie, seemingly wanting to know what kind of spell he had cast on this poor child to make him so obsessed with Charlie Black. However, Charlie appeared to be oblivious to their conversation, sitting calmly in his seat, chest out and head held high, with a smile on his face. As if to say, "Keep praising, I don't mind." After a whirlwind of thoughts, Lucius could no longer contain himself. He took a deep breath, stood up, walked around the long table, and approached Charlie, who was sitting at the head of the table. Leaning slightly forward, he brought his head close to Charlie's ear and said, "I'm very glad you invited me, Narcissa, and Draco to this Christmas dinner. Actually, I have prepared a gift for you." Upon hearing this, Charlie instinctively raised an eyebrow, subconsciously rubbing the ring on his finger, and then, maintaining a calm expression, replied with a smile, "In fact, I also prepared a gift for you. But to avoid spoiling your appetite, I think it's better to give it to you after dinner." As he spoke, a mischievous glint flashed in Charlie's eyes. "After all, I have prepared a turkey weighing nearly 50 pounds today, and it was cooked by the best chef in the entire factory. If you don't eat it, You might regret it. Lucius's gaze shifted slightly. He seemed to already know what gift Charlie was referring to. He didn't say anything else, just nodded and returned to his seat, just as the few of them were engaged in lively conversation. A sudden knocking sound from outside the cafeteria caused all the voices to stop instinctively, and they turned their attention to the door. Huh, it seems the last guest has arrived, Charlie said as he stood up casually, elegantly rolling up his sleeves. In that case, let the dinner officially begin. After saying this, he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers in the air. With a crisp sound, the originally dim environment seemed to be activated, and one by one, lights turned on, illuminating the previously dark space and restoring it to its original appearance. Everyone was momentarily caught off guard, instinctively closing their eyes against the suddenly bright lights. After a moment, they looked around and suddenly noticed that there were long tables set with exquisite tableware and chairs all around them, stretching from the entrance to the innermost part, densely packed with hundreds of them. What is this? The group was startled by this sudden change, and in their moment of confusion, they turned to Charlie to ask. However, before they could finish their question, the heavy door opened again with a loud rumble. This Charlie. What do you? Even Lucius Malfoy was taken aback by the scene outside the door, his eyes widening and mouth opening as he wanted to say something to Charlie, but he was at a loss for words and couldn't express anything. Outside the door stood Russell, dressed in a strange Santa Claus outfit, right at the front. Behind him were a throng of little Santa's helpers, each wearing green pointed hats, red jackets, and pointed wooden shoes, all neatly aligned, presenting a sight that Draco had never seen even at Hogwarts. Merry Christmas, Master Charlie. Merry Christmas, Mr. Malfoy, Mrs. Malfoy, and young Master. Merry Christmas, Kane. Merry Christmas, Aberforth. Russell first bowed and then cheerfully greeted the people at the long table. After greeting everyone, he turned his attention back to his master. Master Charlie, as per your instructions, I have brought all the little elves. Charlie smiled and nodded, pointing to the empty seat next to Lucius, indicating, all right, everyone take a seat. Russell, you come over too. Once everyone is seated, we will officially start the meal. Upon hearing this, the little elves erupted with cheers like a tsunami, chattering as they hurriedly rushed into the cafeteria, compressing the once spacious area significantly. In the blink of an eye, the little elves were already seated in their places, picking up their utensils and starting to laugh and play. Russell then leisurely jumped onto a seat, even politely greeting Lucius beside him. Charlie, what's going on? Why are your employees here? Narcissa looked around, seemingly seeing so many house elves for the first time, turning to Charlie with a mix of confusion and disbelief. Yes, as I just said, this is a dinner belonging to all my family. At the dining table, Narcissa managed to remain calm, even though it was her first time dining surrounded by so many little elves. She didn't show any difference from her usual self, except that the joy she initially felt was replaced by an unnatural stiffness. As for Draco, he was purely curious. His eyes sparkled as he looked left and right, and even the steaming soup and meat on the table couldn't hold his attention. Instead, he was amazed, observing each little elf that was eating or playing. Looking at these little elves, he couldn't help but think of Dobby back home. Even though they were both house elves, why did the difference between them seem so vast? As if they were worlds apart? The little elves here were clean and tidy, wearing bright clothes, and their faces were constantly filled with joyful smiles. Their eyes seemed to shine with a brilliance he had never seen before, while in contrast, Dobby was thin like a twig, dirty all over, and always wore a timid and humble expression. As for their eyes, Draco suddenly realized he had never actually seen Dobby's eyes, because whenever he looked at him, Dobby would lower his head as if bitten by a venomous snake, not daring to make any eye contact. Thinking of this, Draco's handsome brows unconsciously frowned slightly. If he hadn't known beforehand, he would never have believed that the creatures he was seeing now were the same as the house elves he usually encountered. Suddenly, Draco seemed to remember something, his mind drifting back to Hogwarts, that night when the troll roared, when another house elf had dealt with the troll and saved them. If he remembered correctly, its name was Winky, and it also came from his uncle's factory. Just as Draco was lost in thought, a large hand quietly landed on his shoulder, suddenly bringing him back to reality. He instinctively looked up to see his uncle smiling at him. His right hand held a goblet filled with brandy, gently swaying it, the liquid inside rolling back and forth with his movements, sparkling like flowing gemstones under the light. Particularly beautiful. If the chicken leg on your plate gets cold, it won't taste good, Charlie teased. I'm eating it now. Draco hurriedly returned his focus to the juicy, steaming chicken leg in front of him, nodding eagerly before picking up the chicken leg and digging in. However, as he was eating, his movements slowed down again. Uncle, He looked up at Charlie, who was calmly cutting his steak into small pieces. "Blake," he called out softly. Charlie's steady knife paused, and he slowly looked at Draco, waiting for his question without speaking. "These." Draco turned his body, his gaze sweeping over the little elves who were still happily eating. "Are these house elves all yours?" Kane, who was spreading garlic sauce on his bread, heard Draco's question and stopped his actions, glancing over. Charlie did not answer immediately. After pondering for a moment, he slowly shook his head. "Of course not," he said. "They're just my employees." "Employees?" A puzzled expression appeared on Draco's face. He looked up at his uncle's calm demeanor, opened his mouth, and merely repeated what Charlie had just said. "Employees." Charlie smiled as his right hand deftly pierced a piece of perfectly cut steak with his fork. Instantly, rich meat juices oozed out from the punctured, dark brown crust. Accompanied by a hint of locked hemoglobin and aroma, it was sent into Charlie's mouth. The Charlie's Candy Factory was not as mysterious as people imagined. It was merely an ordinary factory dedicated to bringing joy to everyone. Muggles, wizards, house elves, even goblins or centaurs, all had the right to happiness, and that was the original intention of Charlie's Candy. With his eyes slightly closed, Charlie enjoyed chewing the steak, then looked up and nodded toward Chef Chaff, who had created such a delightful dish, before leisurely saying, "It's just that the employees of Charlie's Candy Factory are a bit different from others in the British magical world. However, that can't negate the fact that they are unique individuals in a magical community. They have lives, dignity, and preferences." Just as Charlie was about to say something more, a pair of large hands, glimmering with a silver light, swiftly snatched half of the steak from his plate with a whoosh. "Hey, give that back. I just cut it," Charlie exclaimed, his eyes wide as he looked in the direction where the steak had disappeared, only to see Ryan raising an eyebrow in a provocative manner. While thanking him, Ryan continued to pile pieces of meat into a piece of bread smeared with garlic sauce and took a big bite right in front of Charlie. Ryan White. At that moment, Charlie, who had been maintaining a calm demeanor in front of his nephew, could no longer hold it in. Veins bulged on his forehead, forming a grid, and the muscles in his cheeks began to twitch. After calling out Ryan's name word by word, the knife in his hand gleamed coldly, and in the next second, it shot towards the bread in Ryan's hand like a streak of light. Draco, who had been seriously listening to his uncle's teachings, was momentarily stunned by the sudden interruption. By the time he reacted, his two uncles had already begun a fierce competition. At a loss for words, he lowered his gaze and began to seriously reflect on what his uncle had just said. House elves are also independent entities in the magical world. They have dignity and preferences. The purpose of Charlie's Candy Factory is to bring joy to everyone, whether they are muggles, elves, goblins, or centaurs. Charlie's words were undoubtedly impactful for young Draco, as they contradicted the information he had received since childhood in the Malfoy household. Yet somehow, he found himself more willing to accept what his uncle had said than the common knowledge he had known before. After finishing, Charlie waved his hand, ignoring everything else, and then declared, "So, let's get this. Today's dinner officially begins." Charlie's words acted like a switch, and, as the last word fell from his lips, it ignited the enthusiasm of the house elves. Oh, the frenzied cheers surged like a tidal wave, filling every corner of the cafeteria. Lucius Malfoy was constantly scanning the area around him, taking in the hundreds of house elves, witnessing lively creatures that looked completely different from the ones he was used to seeing, and a sense of bewilderment suddenly filled his heart. It was known that even during the war, Charlie had begun to recruit house elves, but at that time, their main goal was self-preservation. Thus, many house elves did not openly engage in battle, but rather formed small groups to resist the Death Eaters. Therefore, everyone had only a rough estimate of the number of house elves under Charlie's command. No one had ever seen how it would look when they all gathered together. Now, when the bustling crowd of house elves appeared before Lucius's eyes, he finally gained a concrete understanding. At that moment, it felt as if lightning struck his mind, and amidst the thunderous roar, he suddenly realized something. These house elves were natural spellcasters, if not for the suppression ingrained in their bloodline since ancient times. Even a powerful and experienced Auror might not stand a chance against them. Yet, in Charlie Black's factory, there were hundreds of house elves appearing as independent entities. They had dignity, thoughts, and abilities, yet they blindly worshipped Charlie Black, supporting him as their master with a fervor that might even exceed that of the Death Eaters around Voldemort. Lucius had no doubt that if Charlie ever decided to conquer the Ministry of Magic, those hard-working house elves on the assembly line would unhesitatingly switch to another face, fearlessly eliminating all enemies in his path. Thinking of this, Lucius's throat churned, and as he swallowed, he seemed to imagine what that scene would look like. His gaze shifted, and a wave of thrilling excitement surged from his chest straight to his brain. After a moment, when he looked back at Charlie, the latter's smile had transformed in his eyes into something unfathomable. It seemed that the Malfoy family had once again made the right choice. With that thought, Lucius let out a long breath, and a smile slowly emerged at the corners of his mouth. He turned to look at Russell, who was sitting beside him, swinging his legs and quietly waiting for the dishes to be served. Somehow, the face that he would normally not even glance at now appeared particularly adorable. "Your name is Russell, right?" "Lucius." Beside him, Russell was startled by the sudden voice and quickly turned to see Lucius Malfoy looking at him with a gentle expression. He quickly nodded and asked, "Yes, it's me, Mr. Malfoy. Is there anything you need help with?" No. Lucius quickly shook his head. He knew that although this house elf named Russell was nominally Charlie's servant, the mere fact that he could sit at this table indicated his significant status in Charlie Black's eyes. In fact, in a certain sense, he was likely one of Charlie's most trusted aides. Once Charlie truly defeated Voldemort and claimed the Ministry of Magic, becoming the leader of the British magical world, this seemingly ordinary house elf would undoubtedly rise to a position as a director or even deputy minister. Rather than waiting to foster a relationship with him later, it was better to seize the opportunity to build rapport now. With that in mind, Lucius extended his hand first and continued, "I just wanted to get to know you. You don't have to call me Mr. Malfoy. Just call me Lucius." Faced with Lucius's outstretched hand and the sincerity reflected in his eyes, Russell was momentarily taken aback. He still remembered that not long ago, Charlie had been venting to him in the office about the harshness and arrogance of those pure-blood families, as well as their innate disdain for the house elf community. Thus, even though he was attending the dinner today and sitting at this table, Russell felt a bit nervous, fearing that he might inadvertently displease the guests invited by Charlie. After all, it wouldn't matter much if he were scolded by the guests, but if he caused Charlie to lose face in front of other pure-blood nobles, that would indeed be a grave sin. With this thought in mind, he had specifically chosen his cleanest and most presentable outfit before coming, afraid of making any mistakes that would tarnish his master's reputation. However, contrary to his expectations, the guests turned out to be quite amiable. After being stunned for a while, Russell finally regained his senses and noticed the hand extended towards him. Without hesitating any longer, he quickly nodded and clasped Lucius's large hand with both of his, shaking it vigorously. "Okay, Lucius, nice to meet you." Russell and Lucius smiled in unison, their joy apparent as if they were old friends. However, what they truly thought in their hearts remained unknown. In the next moment, a crisp snap echoed through the air. The previously empty table suddenly surged with waves of magic. Countless delicacies, shimmering with light, appeared one by one before everyone. A large turkey was steaming from the central platter, its shiny skin faintly reflecting the image of those nearby. Its plump belly was stuffed with who knows how many delicious fillings. The steak was tender, the cake fluffy, the cream snowy white, and the candies crystal clear. In an instant, the feast had begun, igniting everyone's enthusiasm. On the other side of the table, hearing the commotion, Narcissa paused her mechanical cutting of food, slowly raising her head. When she saw Charlie and Kane in a lively discussion, her gaze momentarily froze, and then, inexplicably, the stiff expression on her face softened, and a faint smile appeared. Without saying anything further, she lowered her head again, quietly savoring the dinner that Charlie had specially prepared. Outside the factory, the cold wind was biting and the snow was bone-chilling, but she paid no attention to it, because within the thick walls, both house elves and wizards were wholeheartedly enjoying the harmonious, lively, and friendly atmosphere of the moment. Charlie, seated at the head of the table, surveyed everything before him, taking in the expressions of everyone present. For a moment, he felt a bit dazed. Everything was too beautiful, almost like a dream. He couldn't remember the last time he had such a wonderful dream. Family, friends, subordinates, everyone gathered around him, smiling as they enjoyed the feast he had prepared for them. There is no need to worry about the Ministry of Magic's attitude, no concern about Voldemort's retaliation. All that existed was boundless joy, shared with everyone. However, he quickly shook his head, bringing himself back from his daze. The rare softness in his gaze and his longing for family vanished, replaced by the clarity and calmness he usually exhibited. Now was not the time. Perhaps one day he would be able to set aside the pressure on his heart, but it was certainly not during this warm and pleasant moment. He couldn't afford to indulge because he was not alone. If he made even a slight mistake, those usually hidden dangers would surely swarm and tear him, the house elves, and the factory built from his hard work to shreds. He picked up the wine glass on the table, exhaling a breath of turbid air before downing the remaining brandy. as the spicy liquid burned his throat and flowed down. He finally felt completely awake. With a familiar smile on his face, he continued to chat with Draco and Narcissa while enjoying the rest of the dinner. Soon, the dinner came to an end. Abeforth casually tossed his utensils aside, slumping back in his seat with a satisfied burp. After unbuttoning 2 buttons of his leather jacket to relieve his stomach, he turned to Charlie, lazily picking his teeth with the tip of his wand, and asked, "What activities do you have planned after dinner?" Hearing Aberforth's words, the others at the main table turned their attention to Charlie, waiting for his response. After all, everyone present wasn't really in a hurry. On this Christmas Eve, it would surely be more enjoyable to play a little longer after dinner. Charlie pondered for a moment before looking towards Russell, who was beside Lucius. Russell immediately understood his master's intention and quickly stood up, saying later, "The house elves will gather around the Christmas tree to sing carols. Perhaps the guests can sit by the bonfire, listening to the house elves sing while enjoying some post-dinner desserts." Upon hearing Russell's suggestion, Draco's eyes lit up, seemingly very interested in the idea. Just as he was about to eagerly agree, he suddenly seemed to remember something, shrinking his neck and cautiously turning to look at his father with a hopeful expression. Fortunately, Lucius had no objections. He was in a very good mood, especially after witnessing the depth that Charlie was willing to show him, instantly casting aside any lingering worries. "Are you kidding, Charlie? With Blake, Dumbledore, and countless house elves on our side, how could your struggling Voldemort possibly win? Of course, I think there's still plenty of time. As a family, we could spend more time building our relationships." Thus, the usually reserved Lucius nodded in agreement, responding to Draco's hopeful gaze and Narcissa's surprised expression. Although somewhat surprised, Lucius's reaction was something Narcissa was glad to see. Perhaps it was because he had learned to cherish what he had after experiencing loss. She loved her brother dearly and had been thinking about wanting to see him ever since she invited Charlie to Malfoy Manor last time. Kane shrugged, showing his indifferent attitude. After all, even if he returned, all he could do was sit in front of the TV and watch the Christmas specials. Moreover, he hadn't forgotten the real reason Charlie had called him over, to confirm the sales of Muggle merchandise. Upon thinking of this, Ryan couldn't help but lick his lips, then discreetly reached into the pocket of his down jacket. After rummaging around for a bit, he skillfully took out a piece of candy that had already been unwrapped, tossed it into his mouth, and immediately a smile of enjoyment appeared on his face. Seeing that no one had any objections, Charlie naturally had nothing more to say. With a snap of his fingers, the nearly empty plates disappeared one by one from the dining table. Following that, another cleaning spell floated from his fingertips, spreading out like ripples on water, radiating outward from him. It wasn't until the entire cafeteria was cleaned of grease and kitchen waste, looking as good as new, that he nodded in satisfaction, stood up, and opened the cafeteria's large door. As for the little elves, when they heard Mr. Blaker say he would take the guests to listen to them sing, they could hardly contain their excitement. You see, although they had sung this song no less than 100 times, no matter how many times they sang, it was merely for their own enjoyment. Previously, at least Mr. Blaker was a listener, but since Charlie had grown tired of it and could avoid listening each time, they had lost the opportunity to perform in front of others. Now, facing this hard-earned opportunity, the little elves certainly wouldn't let it slip away easily. After a chorus of cheers, they eagerly left their spot in a flash, heading deeper into the factory to prepare in advance. Listen, land, sea, sun, moon, stars. On this Christmas day, the whole world is jubilant. Our hearts are like a paradise, full of blooming flowers of kindness. Our mouths are like a clear spring, flowing with sounds of praise. The tall Christmas tree swayed gently to the happy and uplifting songs of the little elves, ringing with the bells and decorations tied among its branches, producing a faint yet pleasant sound, as if providing them with accompaniment. Although it couldn't compare to the luxurious tree in the Malfoy household, it was still a notch higher than that of an ordinary family. In the fireplace, the wood crackled softly as it burned in the flames, radiating light and warmth, dispelling the chill that had clung to Charlie and the others when they exited the cafeteria. People sat comfortably on soft sofas, engaging in casual conversation with those beside them while enjoying freshly baked pastries. Although they had come to hear the little elves sing Christmas carols, in reality, apart from Draco and Abufus, no one was genuinely invested in it. They were merely looking to take this opportunity to reconnect with friends and family they hadn't seen in a long time. However, even so, the little elves sang with great enthusiasm, their rosy cheeks illuminated by the glow of the Christmas tree lights, appearing lively and amiable. Charlie and Lucius were sitting quite close, and it seemed that at this moment, Both had finally let go of their wariness toward each other, their expressions softening with a newfound gentleness. They chatted, occasionally bursting into laughter, as if they had been old friends for many years. Amidst their conversation, Charlie suddenly seemed to remember something. Right, I almost forgot. Saying this, he raised his hand and once again snapped his fingers crisply. In an instant, Russell, who had inexplicably disappeared, reappeared beside him, holding a neatly wrapped gift box. Presumably having gone ahead to prepare something for Charlie. Charlie took the box from Russell's hands, maintaining his smile. Leaning back casually as before, he stretched out his previously crossed leg. Merry Christmas, Lucius, this is a gift I prepared for you. He then extended his hand, directly offering the gift to Lucius. Lucius's expression shifted, his eyes narrowing as he regained a serious demeanor. His lips instinctively pressed together slightly. He didn't speak, staring at the gift being presented to him. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly reached out, taking it into his hands. The gift box was not small, probably around 30 centimeters square, and felt heavy, weighing about 2.5 kilograms. As soon as he held it, Lucius's heart jolted. After all, as a former Death Eater and one of Voldemort's right-hand men, he had seen far too many things. Even though he hadn't done so in over a decade, the weight and size of this box immediately awakened memories from his past. Sitting beside him, Charlie could clearly sense that Lucius's breathing had changed from long and relaxed to rapid and tense, his emotions tightening. After a while, Lucius finally took a deep breath and asked, "Can I open it now?" Charlie raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised at how quickly Lucius had adjusted his state, but quickly nodded and replied, "Of course." Lucius hesitated no longer, lowering his head, expressionless, as he untied the ribbon on the gift box and slowly tore away the tightly wrapped colorful paper, ultimately opening the box completely. At that moment, Narcissa was carefully sharing stories from the past decade with Ryan, while Russell was focused on Draco and Abufus, becoming an audience for the other little elves. No one noticed the conversation between the two or the gift in their hands. Looking at the open box, Lucius's expression completely fell apart. His pupils constricted to pinprick size, and the color drained from his face as if he had seen something extremely disgusting, ready to vomit at any moment. Charlie quickly leaned over, patting his back at the right moment, while discreetly closing the gift box again, explaining helplessly, "Originally, I wanted to bring you something clearer, but due to the fire during the battle with Voldemort, it ended up ruined. I finally managed to get someone to bring it back for you." Lucius stiffly turned his head, looking at him in disbelief. Seeing Charlie's innocent expression, he seemed to recall the scene he had just seen when opening the box. And in an instant, his previously regained composure faltered again. He lowered his head, covering his mouth with his hand, and after a long while, he finally began to regain his composure. However, he no longer had the strength to pick up the box and had no choice but to let Charlie temporarily take it, casting a spell to reseal it tightly and placing it aside. When Lucius lifted his head again, his face appeared much paler than before, and his gaze towards Charlie was filled with deep resentment. However, he still felt grateful for what Charlie had done. He extended his hand and shook Charlie's hand tightly, leaning forward so that his voice was limited to just the two of them, and said softly, "You have fulfilled what you promised me before for this. I sincerely express my gratitude. From now on, the Malfoy family will advance and retreat together with Charlie Black becoming your right hand and left hand in your great plan." Hearing Lucius's words, Charlie's eyes flickered slightly, but he ultimately did not say anything immediately. He smiled and patted the other's back as kindly as before, though with a bit more force than earlier. After a moment, Charlie shook his head and sincerely said, "You are my sister's husband, my brother-in-law, one of my few remaining relatives. Our relationship is already inseparable, so there's no need to say this." After speaking, before Lucius could respond, he changed the topic. "What do you think of how those little ones in the factory sing?" "Very nice." Listening to the Christmas carols sung by the little elves. The huge clock in the factory pointed to midnight, and everyone stopped their conversations, preparing to leave. Standing in front of the fireplace used for passage, Chiron looked at the signed documents in front of him, revealing a satisfied smile. After examining it for a long while, he reluctantly stuffed it back into his down jacket pocket, took out a honeydew candy, tossed it into his mouth, turned to Charlie, Narcissa, Lucius, and the others, and waved his hand casually. "If you have time in the future, come to Malfoy Manor to play." Looking at her departing cousin, Narcissa smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will." Chiron was clearly very happy at today's banquet. Originally, he thought it would be just Charlie and Russell, or at most, he would invite a few other department heads of the little elves to join in the fun. He had not expected it to be so lively when he actually arrived. Not to mention Narcissa's care and attention to him as a cousin for a long time, Just that first meeting with his nephew made him extremely fond of him. The only regret he had was that the boy looked too much like his cousin, often making him feel dazed, as if he had returned to that childhood era when he was always suppressed after achieving some success. Such painful memories were hard to recall. Suddenly, a thought popped into Karen's mind. How nice it would be if his brother, Sirius Black, were here right now. Just as this thought emerged, Chiron quickly shook his head to dismiss it, feeling it was absurd. It was better if he didn't come. If Sirius Black really appeared here, the originally harmonious atmosphere would likely plunge into an abyss. Not to mention the long-standing enmity between Charlie and Sirius. The mere presence of so many Slytherins would be enough to set him off. With this thought, Chiron finally sighed and stopped thinking about it. He then regained his smile, gently took a pinch of flue powder from Russell, and stepped into the fireplace. Number 17, Red Brick Lane. As his voice fell, flames erupted, and in front of everyone, his figure disappeared from the spot, leaving only a few wisps of black ash after the fire dissipated. After Chiron left, the next one would be the Malfoy family. Thank you, Charlie. Today was the best banquet I've ever experienced, Narcissa said, turning her head, opening her arms, and awkwardly hugging the already tall and well-built Charlie. Charlie bent his knees slightly to make it easier for Narcissa to embrace him, while gently patting her shoulder to comfort her, and softly said, "It is my honor, sister." Lucius still tightly held onto the gift in his arms, and even when faced with the curious gazes of Narcissa and Draco, he said nothing more, merely brushing it off as a testament to the close relationship between the Malfoy and Black families. After Charlie finished accepting Narcissa's hug, he stepped forward and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Do you remember when we were having dinner, I told you I also prepared a gift for you?" Charlie raised an eyebrow and nodded, responding, "Yes, so what is it?" "It's a box." Lucius paused deliberately, then continued nonchalantly. "It contains some odds and ends from over a decade ago." As soon as these words left his mouth, even Charlie's expression unconsciously softened a bit. Over a decade ago was during the war, when Voldemort was still active, and considering Lucius' role as Voldemort's right-hand man at that time. Even though Lucius spoke so casually, Charlie immediately guessed the meaning behind those so-called odds and ends. The two of them tacitly did not say much more, but through a brief exchange of glances, they understood each other's meaning. Lucius continued, "However, that box is a bit heavy, and if I really brought it over, it might be a bit troublesome, so I plan to have Dobby deliver it to you later. What do you think?" Hearing Lucius's words, Narcissa raised her head with some confusion, looking at her husband. After all, their agreement was to prohibit too much contact between Dobby and Charlie. However, at this moment, Lucius seemed oblivious to Narcissa's gaze and still looked at Charlie with a normal expression, waiting for his response. After pondering for a moment, Charlie nodded and replied, "All right, then I'll trouble you." After speaking, the two no longer exchanged much, and Lucius Malfoy took Narcissa's hand with his left and pulled Draco with his right, walking slowly into the fireplace. Draco stood in the fireplace, reluctantly waving goodbye to his uncle. To him, everything about today's dinner was perfect. Although there was no chocolate fountain or licorice forest as he had imagined, the numerous, amusing little elves greatly satisfied his curiosity. Unfortunately, the only downside was that he did not find an opportunity to spend some time alone with his uncle. After all, he had so many stories he wanted to share with his uncle, whether it was the spells he learned from Professor Snape or the recent fun incidents with Harry and the others. He couldn't help but want to tell him everything in one breath. As Draco felt a sense of regret and couldn't help but pout, planning to share it with his uncle during the summer vacation, a sudden voice interrupted his thoughts, pulling him back to the present. "Wait a minute," Charlie suddenly spoke, calling to stop Malfoy and the others who were about to be sent away. He then leisurely walked to Draco's side, and in the light of Draco's sparkling eyes, he bent down, gently adjusting the slightly turned-up collar and cuffs of his shirt with both hands. "Remember to study hard when you go back to Hogwarts. Your uncle will come to pick you up personally when summer vacation starts," Charlie said seriously while looking into Draco's eyes, then smiled brightly as he stood up and patted Draco on the shoulder. For a moment, Draco was stunned, but when he finally came to his senses, the excitement in his heart could not be suppressed and showed on his face. He vigorously nodded, not speaking, but his gaze towards Charlie became more serious. In the kitchen, accompanied by a crisp explosion sound, Dobby knew that his masters had returned. The masters were back from Mr. Black's factory, crouched in the dark corner. Dobby's already gloomy mood sank even lower. As he spoke, his large ears drooped down like a fan, barely covering his eyes. Dobby, however, just as he was feeling sad, Lucius's voice in the front hall suddenly pulled him back, and he sprang up reflexively, almost bouncing to his feet, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Lucius. "Great master, is there something Dobby could do for you?" He crouched at Lucius's feet, as usual, with a hint of flattery and fear, while subconsciously tensing up, afraid of doing something wrong that might provoke a beating. However, this time, unlike before, Lucius did not speak. After a moment, Dobby heard a gentle voice coming from above his head. "All right, Dobby, get up, the floor is cold." As he spoke, Lucius even personally bent down, unbothered, and gently lifted Dobby's arms, smiling as he helped him up. "And master?" Lucius's actions made Dobby shiver involuntarily. It seemed so magical that he had never even dreamed of such a scene. So after stammering out the word master, he couldn't say anything else, just stared wide-eyed at Lucius, as if confirming whether the person before him was truly his master and not Mr. Black under the influence of the polyjuice potion. "Coolme, come here." Lucius guided Dobby's arm, leading him unsteadily to the sofa in the front hall of the mansion. "Sit." Lucius smiled and gestured, but to Dobby's ears, it sounded like something else entirely. He immediately trembled even more violently, nearly unable to support his frail legs, and knelt down on the spot. "And know this is the master's sofa. The master has ordered that Dobby must never use the master's sofa, or else he will be punished." Upon hearing this, Lucius paused his actions, instinctively looking up at his wife Narcissa, who was about to go upstairs. Narcissa's expression remained unchanged as she slowly shook her head, as if to say she also forgot when that order was given. Helpless, Lucius could only clear his throat a couple of times, take a deep breath, and continue. "Well, let's put it simply. Dobby, based on your care for the Malfoy family, which includes me, Narcissa, and Draco over the years, I have decided to grant you your freedom after careful consideration." As he spoke, Lucius took off his cloak, giving it a gentle shake. Then, in the astonished gaze of Dobby, he once again bent down, solemnly draping that cloak over Dobby's shoulders. After placing the cloak on him, Lucius did not immediately stand up, but leaned close to Dobby's ear and softly said, "All right, now you are free." At that moment, facing a scene he had never even dreamed of, Dobby's mind completely shut down. He stared blankly with wide eyes, not blinking as he looked at his master, or rather, his former master. His hands instinctively grabbed the corners of the cloak behind him. His fingers brushed over the exquisite fabric and the extremely fine stitches. This was a tactile sensation he had never experienced before. After the two of them maintained eye contact for about 2 to 3 minutes, Dobby finally managed to force his brain to come back online. His large eyes instantly filled with tears, and then he slowly raised his arms, trembling as he grasped Lucius's still supportive hand. "The master gave Dobby freedom?" Dobby murmured, his already thin voice revealing a hint of a sob, making it sound even sharper. "And master, you." He tightened his grip on Lucius's hands, and overwhelmed with emotion, he could not find the words to continue. Lucius smiled, completely shedding his usual harshness and arrogance towards Dobby, revealing an aura reminiscent of Charlie Black from within. "Just call me Mr. Malfoy. You are free now. I'm no longer your master." Upon hearing this, Dobby's already heightened emotions could no longer be contained. The tears that had accumulated in his eyes spilled over, falling like rain on the mansion's precious carpet. "Mr. Malfoy, you are such a good person. You are the best person in the world." Dobby had never imagined such a day would come. "Oh my, you're just like Mr. Black, a great wizard worthy of true respect. I am so sorry for ever expressing dissatisfaction about you behind your back. Dobby is truly a naughty little elf." In an instant, countless words brimming with various emotions began to flow uncontrollably from his mouth, but most of them revolved around praising his former master, Lucius Malfoy. Yes, this is what a house elf is like. No matter how poorly you treated him before, as long as you think of him at a critical moment or help him once, he will completely forget all his grievances and sincerely express his admiration for you. Even Lucius, a man as cunning and deep as he was, nearly lost his facade at Dobby's gratitude. Helpless, he could only interrupt the outpouring of emotions. Standing up and sitting on the sofa, continuing softly, "All right, Dobby, actually I have one more thing I'd like to ask you to help me with." Hearing Lucius's sincere tone, Dobby, for a moment, forgot to say anything else and quickly used the cloak that Lucius had given him to wipe his nose and tears. Seeing this, the cloak's former owner couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. Once his emotions stabilized, Dobby eagerly patted his thin chest, adopting an attitude of duty, and exclaimed, "Mr. Malfoy, please let me handle everything. No matter what, I will definitely get it done for you." Hearing this, Lucius let out a sigh of relief, and his smile grew even wider. He pointed towards his study and continued, There's a box there that I plan to give to Charlie as a gift. I hope you can help me deliver it. No problem. As soon as he heard this, Dobby immediately agreed. However, just as he was about to leave eagerly, Lucius seemed to remember something and hurriedly continued. When you see Charlie, don't forget to tell him. Tell him what? Dobby asked. Tell him that you are now a free elf, Lucius instructed. As the celebration came to an end, only the silence of the aftermath remained. In the blink of an eye, the guests who had once gathered together had all left. Even the usually energetic house elves, after a round of chaotic fun, finally felt exhausted. After saying goodbye to Charlie, they happily disapparated back to their rooms in small groups. Charlie casually grabbed a bag of gingerbread from Aberforth and brought it back to his office. Once the office was closed again, he finally let go of the perfect demeanor he had maintained for so long, lazily unbuttoning his collar, running his fingers through his fallen hair, and expertly slumping into his chair. He crossed his legs and unceremoniously began eating the now-cold gingerbread in his hand. He glanced at the clock on the wall, its hands unmistakably fixed at 12:30, indicating that Christmas had completely passed and a new day had begun. After staring at it for a moment, he distractedly withdrew his gaze and continued to savor the taste released by the gingerbread as he chewed, while suppressing his fatigue and drowsiness. Patiently awaiting the arrival of Lucius's Christmas gift, time passed slowly, and soon the minute hand had moved more than halfway around the clock, while Charlie had already finished all the gingerbread in his hand. Just as Charlie sat up from his seat, frowning slightly as he contemplated Lucius Malfoy, a familiar knock on the door suddenly drew his attention back. Russell, what's going on so late? Charlie raised an eyebrow as he spoke, skillfully buttoning up his shirt and sitting back down, returning to his usual public demeanor. Good evening, Master Charlie, Russell's voice came from outside. I just received a report from the guard on duty tonight. They caught a very strange house elf lurking outside the factory gate, and suspecting something was off, they detained it. A very strange house elf? Charlie was taken aback by this, and quickly responded, what is strange about it? Actually, Russell had just received the news and hadn't had a chance to check it out himself, but he heard from a guard who caught it that, outside. It seems even Russell was encountering something like this for the first time, and he was momentarily at a loss for words. After scratching his head and organizing his thoughts, he managed to say, the house elf was wearing a wizard's cloak, but underneath it, it was dressed in a pillowcase, and it was carrying a large, tattered box. It was also quite dirty, and, after being caught, it wouldn't say anything, just kept shouting something like Dobby is now a free elf. Dobby want a Master B. L. A-C-K. Hurry up and bring Dobby a Master B. L. A-C-K. And its attitude was extremely rude. After being brought into the factory, it was as slippery as an eel and tried to escape from the guards several times. At this point, Russell helplessly pinched the bridge of his nose, pausing for a second before continuing. If it weren't for the special restrictions on house elf disapparation in the factory, it might have actually gotten away. Listening patiently to Russell's words, Charlie's expression turned peculiar. He pursed his lips, feeling a sense of inexplicable confusion. With a helpless shake of his head, Charlie stood up from his seat, waved his hand, and the coat that was hanging on the rack floated back to him. All right, let's go see what this strange house elf is all about. With a teasing tone, Charlie felt less sleepy at that moment. After stretching lazily, he opened the office door and, along with Russell, leisurely walked toward the place where Dobby was being held. Let Dobby go. Dobby is a free elf. Inside the security office, despite being firmly tied up, Dobby was still shouting loudly, occasionally even struggling to break free from the bindings. Perhaps having never encountered such a situation before, or maybe Dobby's voice was just too loud. All the house elves responsible for security were suddenly awakened. Even Duru, who was almost 200 years old and served as a supervisor, managed to support himself with a cane and sit at his desk, watching the shrunken house elf shouting in front of him with a blank expression, waiting for Charlie B.L. A.C.K.'s arrival. Could this be a plot from those pure-blood aristocrats? Does this guy bite? Poor thing. It looks like it has been tortured by those despicable nobles to the point of losing its mind. Just as the house elves were whispering to each other, seemingly examining a new species, the door to the security office swung open, and Charlie and Russell walked in. Upon seeing Charlie, Dobby, who had been shouting, suddenly stopped, his eyes lighting up as if he had found a protector. Mr. Charlie, it's me, Dobby. Dobby has seen you at the Malfoy residence before. Do you remember? Looking at Dobby, who was almost completely bound yet still spirited, Charlie couldn't help but rub his forehead, shaking his head with a mix of laughter and exasperation. Yes, I remember you, Dobby. That time you were hiding in the wardrobe. I think this is our first meeting, right? Yes. Just as you said, Mr. Charlie. Dobby, hearing Charlie's words, nodded eagerly, almost shaking his head off. So, what exactly is going on? I heard my subordinate report to me that you were lurking outside the factory gate and wouldn't answer any questions. Dobby, who had originally been struggling, paused for a moment and actually showed a hint of embarrassment on his face. It turned out that, not knowing about the restrictions set up for house elves inside Charlie's candy factory, Dobby, carrying Lucius's gift, did not take the Flynn network route, but intended to disapparate directly inside the factory. The outcome was predictable. He was forcibly stopped outside the factory gate. Since all the house elves were celebrating, even the ones on duty were absent. Dobby had to wander around like a headless fly at the entrance until the returning guard discovered him, which is how he successfully entered the factory. As for why he didn't answer the questions, it was purely because he remembered the instructions Lucius had given him before leaving, to speak more, as he was a free house elf. After listening to Dobby's explanation, Charlie was momentarily speechless. Even though he had encountered thousands of different house elves, he had never met one with a thought process as unique as Dobby's. It seemed that he could be considered a rare oddity in the house elf community. At this point, Charlie couldn't help but chuckle silently. Shaking his head, he had no choice but to order the house elves nearby to untie him. It was evident that Dobby's actions had truly frightened his security guards at first. Otherwise, they wouldn't have tied him up so tightly, with rope after rope intertwined without a gap, making it difficult for even an elephant to escape, let alone a malnourished house elf like him. Hearing Charlie's words, Dobby's face displayed an inexplicable joy and pride, as if being able to have Mr. Black personally command them to untie him was a matter of great honor. See, Dobby has said it. Dobby is already a free house elf. You didn't believe when Dobby said he knew Mr. Black, but now, do you believe it? While the two security guards were untying him, Dobby's mouth was also quite restless, speaking in a tone almost filled with bravado, proudly addressing the two house elves. Fortunately, as house elves who had received education in the factory, the two guards were clearly much more well-mannered. They did not respond to Dobby's words, but obediently untied the ropes and then orderly stepped back to the side. Charlie, feeling speechless, decided to ignore him and focus on the box placed on the ground. Is this the gift Lucius sent me? He slowly bent down, squinting his eyes with uncontrollable curiosity as he examined the old and ordinary wooden box before him, while also inquiring Dobby. Yes, Mr. Black. Upon hearing Charlie's question, Dobby hurriedly nodded and then jumped up from the sofa, appearing next to him with a whoosh, continuing, Mr. Malfoy specifically instructed me to personally hand it over to you. Charlie remained silent, hesitating for a moment before raising his hand to gently brush over the box. As his fingertips moved, a layer of magical light emerged. With his hands motion, the dust and dirt that had been clinging to the surface of the box seemed to come alive, all dispersing into the air and disappearing without a trace. Only then did the previously old and ordinary box finally reveal its true appearance. A skull and snake symbol was prominently stamped in the center of the box. When that mark appeared, the entire office fell into a silence, as if a silencing spell had been cast. Even Charlie's heart couldn't help but skip a beat, and his slightly squinted eyes involuntarily narrowed to the size of pinholes as thoughts raced through his mind. Duru, who had been quietly sitting on the sofa with his eyes closed as if asleep since Charlie entered, finally opened his eyes. The murky gaze beneath his eyelids suddenly erupted with unprecedented agitation and waves. This is Voldemort's thing. The cane he had stuck into the ground moved slightly with Duru's actions. This seemingly instinctive movement left a faint visible dent on the granite floor. Compared to the even more emaciated arm of Dobby, Duru's arm also momentarily bulged with veins, as if recalling some unpleasant memory. After a while, he finally shook his head, closed his eyes again, and continued his indifferent state as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, just as everyone was feeling increasingly suffocated in the terrifying silence and atmosphere, Charlie abruptly stood up, calling out to Russell beside him, thus breaking the silence. Here! Russell quickly regained his composure and walked briskly to Charlie's side, looking up to respond. Help me take it to my office. Okay, master. Although the dark mark on the box made him feel deep-seated disgust and rejection, upon hearing his master's command, Russell showed no hesitation. After nodding in agreement, he stepped forward without hesitation, grasped the box with both hands, and with a flash, disappeared before everyone. It was not until the box and Russell had left that the oppressive atmosphere seemed to finally ease, and even Charlie could hear several house elves secretly sighing in relief. Setting the box aside for the moment, planning to study it alone after returning to the office, Charlie's attention returned to Dobby. His expression softened again as he spoke. Thank you for bringing such an important thing to me, Dobby. You're welcome. It's what I should do, Mr. Black. Dobby puffed out his chest, which was so thin that bones were almost visible. He proudly patted himself. Although he said this, his ears, raised like large fans, betrayed his joy at being appreciated by Charlie. Charlie continued to smile and then asked, "Now that the item has been delivered, where do you plan to go next?" "Well, of course." Just as Dobby was about to answer without hesitation, he suddenly seemed to hit a wall, stopping abruptly mid-sentence. That's right. He almost forgot that he was no longer the Malfoy family's house elf. Mr. Malfoy had given him freedom, which meant he could never return to the Malfoy manor again. Dobby's eyes momentarily filled with unprecedented confusion, and even his previously raised ears drooped again in bewilderment. As a house elf who had lived in the Malfoy manor since childhood, despite always longing for freedom, when freedom finally arrived, he found himself lost in the vastness of the future. The joy of gaining freedom seemed to fade at that moment, replaced by a wave of fear and anxiety about the unknown. Just as Dobby stood there, dazed, not knowing how to respond to this question, Charlie gently spoke. "I can understand how you feel right now, but there's no rush. You have just gained your freedom and have plenty of time to decide what you should do. If you want, you can temporarily stay in the factory, and I will arrange for someone to prepare a room for you. How does that sound?" End of this chapter. Chapter 223. Tom Riddle's diary after everything was settled and bidding farewell to the grateful Dobby, Duru, and the other house elves, Charlie, who could hardly wait, transformed into a beam of light and instantly vanished from the spot. When he returned to his office, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity, Russell was already nowhere to be found. The box that Charlie was focused on was now prominently placed in the middle of the office carpet, motionless, as if waiting for his arrival. Excellent. Excitement sparkled in his eyes, and his lips murmured to himself while his actions showed no sign of hesitation as he quickly walked to the box and leaned down to observe it closely. With a clang, the rusted lock on the box struck against the iron sheet wrapping around the wooden box, producing a dull and decayed sound. Charlie raised an eyebrow, hesitated for only a moment, and after a brief inspection revealing no hidden curses, he lifted his hand and gently grasped the lock. In the next second, with a soft pop, flames with faint blue hues erupted from his palm, spilling out like tongues of fire through the gaps between his fingers. Even the surrounding air seemed to twist under the terrifying heat radiating from it. After just a few seconds, the iron lock glowed red-hot, releasing a dazzling light from within, like a small sun tightly held in Charlie's hand. When he deemed it was nearly done, Charlie exerted a slight force with his wrist, and with a snap, the iron lock, unable to withstand any longer, was completely broken, officially ending its diligent service of over a decade. With a hiss, the lock that had been burning fiercely just a moment ago cooled and solidified after being pulled off, accompanied by billowing white steam, reducing itself to a piece of scrap metal. He casually tossed it aside without a second thought and finally opened the box, gazing inside, hoping to find something intriguing. As Voldemort's most trusted right-hand man, anything stored in his home would naturally be significant. Just one glance was enough to make Charlie's heart race. Inside the box were meeting notes, lists of Death Eaters, and data and reports used in various dark magic experiments, with densely packed documents listing nearly all records from Voldemort's rise to his demise. Looking at the familiar names, Charlie couldn't help but sigh. If this box's contents were to leak, it would surely cause a huge upheaval in the British magical community. The fact that Lucius chose to hand it over to him without reservation, even Charlie himself felt the weight of it was frightening. Even upon careful inspection, one could find Voldemort's insights and research on commonly used spells, complete with rich, detailed notes. It's worth noting that although Voldemort had turned himself into something unrecognizable through dark magic, when it came to magical prowess, even the genius Charlie Black had to concede this point, as his own meticulously organized notes, their value was naturally unparalleled. Carefully flipping through the pages filled with dense, small handwriting, Charlie couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, just as he had mentioned during their duel in the Forbidden Forest not long ago. What Charlie lacked compared to Voldemort was decades of experience. However, this notebook, crafted by Voldemort himself, could help fill that gap. Moreover, by absorbing Voldemort's insights, it was as if he had studied the master from the inside out. Thus, when the next battle occurred, wouldn't Charlie be able to deliver a huge surprise to his opponent? This seemed to carry a hint of using the enemy's strengths against them. Suddenly, an inexplicable thought emerged in his mind. Perhaps if Headmaster Albus Dumbledore had truly agreed to his request back then, Voldemort could have become quite an excellent defense against the dark arts professor. Charlie shook his head, suppressing the unfounded associations that had arisen in his mind. The ring on his finger glowed red, and he stored it away in his space, waiting for a moment of leisure to study it carefully. As for now, his gaze returned to the pile of treasures. Just then, as Charlie eagerly rummaged through Voldemort's relics, a seemingly ordinary notebook placed at the very bottom caught his attention. The reason it attracted him wasn't due to any special qualities or unusual magical fluctuations. On the contrary, this notebook was so ordinary it could have been mistaken for one easily purchased for £3 in a Muggle shop. However, such a mundane item being stored alongside so many classified materials from the Death Eaters made it hard for Charlie to believe it was entirely unremarkable. Holding on to this thought, he slowly reached out and gently picked up the notebook from the bottom of the box, perhaps due to being stored for too long. The cover of the notebook was even stuck to the bottom of the box, slightly impeding Charlie's movements. But with a barely audible tearing sound, the notebook was finally extracted and brought before him. Opening the cheap black leather cover revealed the title page. A name written in familiar handwriting immediately caught his eye: Tom Riddle. As he softly murmured the strange, yet familiar name, Charlie's expression began to grow complex. Memories long sealed away from over 30 years ago flooded back into his mind like the ocean, finally reminding him of the origin of the notebook in his hand. After a moment, a subtle smile spread across his lips. The hand holding the notebook suddenly tightened, leaving a shallow indentation on the cheap synthetic leather cover. It seems you're once again going to be in my grasp, my dear Tom. End of chapter. Chapter 224. Refreshing flattery. The Christmas dinner felt like a fleeting celebration. Although brilliant, it could only be considered a minor fluctuation in the mostly smooth line of life. The next morning, the heavy snowfall from the previous night had mysteriously stopped, coating the factory in a layer of pristine silver. The clouds dispersed, and the sun rose in the east, casting pleasant sunlight. With the warmth from the sunlight outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, Charlie yawned, casually crossed his legs against the back of his chair, and held Voldemort's notes, reading the words lazily. "Good morning, Master Charlie." Russell's voice soon arrived outside the door, as punctual as every morning. "I brought today's daily profit, along with coffee and biscuits." The familiar voice pulled Charlie's attention back from the enchanting words. "Come in." As he spoke, he raised his head, and with a slight movement of his fingers, stored the notebook away. When the door opened, he saw Russell walking in with a tray, looking lively. He first walked slowly to the desk, tiptoeing to carefully place Charlie's breakfast on it, then retrieved a freshly delivered newspaper from behind him, still smelling of ink, and handed it to the other party. "I thought the master would sleep a little longer. After all, there were so many things yesterday, and Charlie must be very tired." He took a few steps back. Standing in the center of the office, Russell crossed his hands neatly in front of him and said with a smile. It seemed to confirm Russell's words. Just as he finished speaking, a long yawn came from Charlie across the room, filled with a sense of fatigue. However, even so, Charlie just shook his head. "I wish I could sleep a little longer," he said, as he unfolded the newspaper and laid it flat on the desk, then picked up the steaming cup of coffee. But there was no way. He was already used to it. The hot coffee rippled as it tilted, slowly entering Charlie's mouth. Feeling the richness and bitterness swirling on his taste buds, his previously exhausted spirit finally jolted awake, and his gaze became as clear as usual. "I'll take a nap after lunch," he said, and then he stopped looking at Russell, focusing instead on the Prophet Daily in front of him, savoring the lingering taste of coffee in his mouth while reading the latest news and insights word by word. Sure enough, it was as Charlie expected. When he saw the bold headline at the top of the Prophet Daily, a smile crept up the corners of his mouth. The headline on the first page read in particularly eye-catching font and exaggerated tone, "The Scent of Violet Candy, a Christmas gift from Charlie Black to the entire wizarding world." Below the headline, taking up nearly half of the first page, it lavishly described the unprecedented response in the British magical community since the candy was released yesterday. It unabashedly pointed out that consuming this candy brings an indescribable lightness, allowing one's thoughts and spirit to transcend the past and reach an unprecedented state in just an instant. The article's author even used words grand enough to make Merlin bow down, completely elevating Charlie Black and his new candy to the heavens. Charlie read the article word by word, pausing to appreciate well-written sections a few times and nodding gently to show his agreement. After finishing the article, he felt refreshed by the 360-degree flattery. Charlie enjoyed hearing such praise, even as a time traveler with knowledge far beyond this era. He saw through the essence of the article as a commercial soft piece at first glance, but that didn't stop him from admiring the author's excellent writing. Even Russell, whom he admired greatly, would probably have to concede defeat after reading this article. It's worth noting that although such soft articles had become commonplace in the 21st century, they were undoubtedly a dimensional blow when placed in a 20th century newspaper. Especially for wizards who had not been bombarded with information, this was an astonishing existence. However, more crucially, an article like this on the front page, which so unabashedly praised him, would definitely not come cheap. Based on past collaborations with the Prophet Daily, it would cost at least 1,000 galleons. And if he remembered correctly, he didn't seem to have instructed such a promotional measure. Just as Charlie felt a bit puzzled, his gaze continued downward to the author's name left at the end of the article. Barnabas Cuff. A sip of coffee went down his throat. Charlie pondered this name, and soon a corresponding figure emerged in his mind. It was the editor he met that day in Fudge's office. Thinking of the other party's sincere demeanor and respectful attitude during their interaction, a more meaningful sparkle appeared in Charlie's smile. Looks like this is a Christmas gift from a new friend. After saying this, he finished the remaining coffee in his cup. After contentedly releasing a breath of warm air, he looked up and instructed Russell, who had been quietly standing by, waiting for him to finish his meal, "Help me write a letter." "Sure, Master Charlie." "Who is it for?" "Barnabas Cuff, editor of the Prophet Daily." "Just writin'." "Thank you, Mr. Cuff, for the Christmas gift you sent me. I really liked it." After taking a gentle bite of the biscuit he hadn't touched until now, he pondered for a moment and continued, "If you have time, we can meet and chat." "Is that all, Master Charlie?" Seeing that Charlie had stopped speaking, Russell, who was diligently taking notes, looked up and asked, "That is all I want to say. Just polish it up a bit." Charlie buried his head back down, seemingly not taking the matter too seriously, and continued to enjoy his breakfast. Chapter 225. After all, that's not my life. Dear Mr. Barnabas Cuff, listen, Rita. Mr. Blake calls me Dear Barnabas Cuff. The tall Cuff suddenly stood up from the boss's chair behind his desk, reading the letter in his hand, looking up in surprise at Rita Skeeter, who was meticulously applying nail polish on the sofa beside him. Yes, I just heard that," editor Rita Skeeter replied without looking up, still focused on her well-groomed nails, continuing to apply an eye-catching and exaggerated pink coat. Seeing that his capable subordinate was not interested, Cuff did not let his enthusiasm wane. Instead, he began to pace slowly around the office, quietly puffing out his chest a bit as he continued to read aloud, "Please allow me to send a belated Merry Christmas. I was incredibly surprised and delighted by the Christmas gift you sent. Since our brief exchange in Minister Fudge's office, I've been wanting to find an opportunity to talk with you privately. Just in time for this opportunity, if possible. I hope we can have a drink together at your convenience and become friends. What do you think? Sincerely, Charlie Black." Cuff's eyes sparkled more brightly, and when he reached the end and read Charlie's name, he even smacked his lips, unable to contain his excitement as his fingers toyed with the texture and script of the paper, as if his soul had received some kind of elevation at that moment. "Rita," he called out again to his capable subordinate sitting on the sofa. Just in time, Rita Skeeter had just finished painting all 10 of her nails. After admiring her beautiful look, she finally mustered the courage to lift her head and respond to her boss, Editor-in-Chief Guffey, saying, "Yes, Chief." However, her voice was still filled with unavoidable indifference and helplessness. But Guffey, who was clearly immersed in his own world and fantasizing about having dinner soon with the famous top billionaire, pure-blood aristocrat, and legendary figure Charlie Black, did not seem to notice anything wrong with Rita Skeeter's tone. He excitedly continued, "See? What did I tell you? Someone as smart as Mr. Black will definitely notice the Christmas gift I sent him right away." After saying this, he symbolically waved the letter in his hand at Rita, earning him a silent eye roll from her. It turns out I was right. Guffey, seeing her rolled eyes, was not angry but rather lifted his head proudly, smiling slightly, thinking that this was Rita Skeeter showing submission. He carefully folded the letter and placed it on his desk. Then, feeling it was inappropriate, he quickly reopened the envelope stamped with the Black family crest and put the letter back inside without changing anything. Once all this was done, Guffey finally stopped in the middle of his office, took a deep breath of the slightly cool air, straightened his chest, and said with emotion, "Sometimes you really have to believe in the saying, seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving. Before I had any contact with Mr. Black, I always heard rumors about him. They said he was a strange guy, that he was cold and lacked human warmth, that he did not act like a nobleman and was willing to associate with house elves. At that time, I chose to believe these baseless rumors without ever having met Mr. Black. But what was the result? From my last meeting with Mr. Black, I learned that he is an elegant and perfect noble gentleman. And from this letter, I can also confirm that he is a warm-hearted and gentle good person." After saying this, he smugly hummed a couple of notes, then raised his hand, took out a pack of Marlboro cigarettes that could only be found in the Muggle world from his pocket. After placing one in his mouth and lighting it with magic, Guffey took a deep puff. As the white smoke slowly escaped from his mouth, he continued, "Things that someone like me, who has only met Mr. Black twice, can see. Those who spread rumors recklessly are completely unaware. It's clear that those who speak so grandly have never even met Mr. Black. Or to put it another way, they are not qualified to meet such a prominent figure in the British magical world." As he finished speaking, seemingly reminded of himself, he grinned, showing a set of bright white teeth, then tugged at the sides of his coat, casually saying, "Actually, I can understand. After all, not everyone, like me, has received a personal letter from Mr. Black and has the chance to be invited to dinner." Upon hearing this, Rita Skeeter, who had been silently watching Guffey ramble on, could no longer hold back. Just as she was about to speak up and pour cold water on him, Guffey suddenly seemed to remember something, hurried back to his seat, rummaged through the letter paper, and began to write on it while mumbling to himself. "Oh yes, I almost forgot. I should write back to Mr. Black first. Mr. Black is a busy man. I can't let him wait too long. Chief, actually." Rita Skeeter adjusted her strange glasses hesitantly, about to say something, but was interrupted. "What are you still doing, Rita? Shouldn't you be out looking for news by now? Hurry up, get moving." As Rita walked out of Guffey's office, the corners of her mouth involuntarily twitched, revealing a half-smile. As a journalist who had previously interviewed Charlie Black, she believed she had gathered enough information about him. She had thoroughly researched him from top to bottom. As a top billionaire whom even Fudge wouldn't dare offend, how could he personally write a reply to one of her articles? Moreover, if Guffey hadn't let excitement cloud his judgment, as the editor-in-chief of a well-known newspaper, he should be able to see that while the body of the letter and the signature looked quite similar, if observed carefully, there were still some differences. If Rita's guess was correct, this was probably written by Mr. Black's house elf assistant, Mr. Russell. Of course, seeing her boss's unprecedented excitement, Rita ultimately decided not to tell him about this. After all, it's not my life. End of this chapter, chapter 226. Pung Pung has a new friend again. The midday sun was shining bright. Following Charlie's orders from the morning, Russell quietly left after Charlie finished his meal, leaving him a period of time to rest. Charlie pulled the thick curtains to block the blinding sunlight outside, yawned, and then closed his eyes, finding a comfortable position to lie on the office couch and drifted off to sleep. Due to the holiday, there were no Muggle employees in the factory at this time. Even the house elves had lost their usual energy and vitality due to last night's revelry. When the clock struck, they all left the assembly line in 2s and 3s, heading to the cafeteria, planning to have a meal, and then take a good nap to recover from last night's fatigue. However, just when the factory, once bustling, became particularly quiet, in the deepest part of the factory, which was exclusively used by house elves, there were 2 figures, one short and one chubby, wandering in the corridor on the 2nd floor. Aren't the Muggles supposed to be sleeping today? If I remember correctly, they shouldn't start work until tomorrow. Pung Pung yawned widely and glanced at Desley beside him, unable to hide his slight complaint. It seemed he had been called over just as he was planning to go back to rest. In contrast to the exhausted Pung Pung, Desley appeared to be in an entirely different state. He had a rosy complexion and a cheerful expression, listening to Pung Pung while unconsciously touching his hair, which he had just styled with pomade that morning, and adjusting his neatly groomed beard. Even his clothes had been changed from the old, worn-out suit he had been wearing to a new high-end outfit, making him look as if he had become 5 or 6 years younger. Even Pung Pung, who was usually oblivious, was startled when he first saw him. After glancing him up and down 5 or 6 times, he finally dared to confirm that the chubby man in front of him was indeed the same Vernon Dursley he had known before. "Wasn't Mr. Black saying yesterday that he wanted me to be the head of the new department? I thought I'd come over early to prepare some things to avoid any trouble waiting until tomorrow," Desley said as he reached into the pocket of his suit, rummaging for a moment before pulling out a letter. After hesitating for a while, he ultimately chose to hand it to Pung Pung. Pang Pang, who was originally struggling with sleepiness, looked at the letter that suddenly appeared in front of him, feeling somewhat confused. His droopy eyelids opened halfway, and he first glanced at Dudley, noticing the mixture of distress and constipation on the other's face. He raised an eyebrow and slowly took the letter from Dudley's hand, casually asking, "What is this?" "A letter," looking at the short and sprightly little sprite Pang Pang. Dudley couldn't help but recall his sister, Maggie, from the previous night. The pleading and threatening words she had spoken before leaving left Dudley's heart in a tumult of emotions. It felt like a chaotic storm, where even the joy of his upcoming promotion was somewhat diminished. After a moment of hesitation, he could only grunt out a word in annoyance. He truly couldn't understand what kind of aesthetic his sister had, to take an interest in someone she had only met once, like Pang Pang. The key point was that this misunderstanding was quite delicate, and he had no way to explain it. After all, as someone who had previously resisted the magical world with 100% determination, he had no doubt that Maggie would have a strong reaction if she found out about this. Moreover, there were regulations at the factory that had been in place since he started. If someone unrelated were to reveal matters of the magical world, not only would he lose his job, but they might even use a memory charm to erase all memories related to this place from the violator. At this moment, Dudley was fully engaged in his work, with no worries on his mind, and was about to be promoted and see a pay raise. How could he accept such consequences? Thus, after seeing that even coaxing and deceiving couldn't change Maggie's resolute mind, Dudley weighed the pros and cons and ultimately decided to hand the letter to Pang Pang. As for what kind of blunder these two might create, he could no longer worry about it. At worst, he could find a chance later to clarify things with Maggie. However, when Pang Pang asked whose letter it was, Dudley still played a trick and explained to the naive little sprite, "My sister, whom you met yesterday at the door, Maggie, said she wanted to be friends with you." Yes, friends, the kind that keeps in touch by writing letters. Of course, if you don't want to, you can just throw it away. It's really no big deal. After saying this, he nervously rubbed his hands together, and the smile on his face lost its naturalness, becoming a bit stiff. He then looked at Pang Pang with a complex gaze that was both tense and somewhat sincere. Unexpectedly, after hearing his words, Pang Pang was first stunned for a moment, and then, under Dudley's visibly anxious gaze, his eyes began to widen, and light seemed to burst forth from the depths of his eyes. The frown on his face transformed into a big smile. "A new Muggle friend?" he instinctively asked Dudley again. Yes." Dudley felt a bit guilty under Pang Pang's intense gaze, and helplessly shifted his eyes to the side, dryly repeating, "I have a new Muggle friend?" Pang Pang withdrew his gaze, fixating tightly on the letter in his hands, as if he were looking at something particularly sacred, murmuring, "Sure enough, the Dursleys are all born good people." A sense of unease surged in Dudley's heart for some unknown reason. Seeing Pang Pang's reaction, he suddenly thought of some particularly unfortunate future. Just as he was about to speak up to remedy the situation, Pang Pang said, "Mr. Blaker plans to give you the office at the end of the corridor. If you want to see it, go by yourself. I want to accompany you. I want to see what my friend wrote to me." With that, Dudley watched as Pang Pang took the letter and ran down the corridor without looking back, joyfully shouting, "I have a new friend. Pang Pang has a new friend." Leaving Vernon Dursley alone, staring at Pang Pang's distant figure, he could only widen his eyes and feel the silence in the factory all by himself. These past few days had once again come to a happy end of term. The end of term meant a pile of big assignments and exams. Once I finished writing. Chapter 227. The letter brought by Faye the sun was slanting in the west, and the lunch break quickly passed. As the large clock chimed a long note signaling the end of work, Charlie finally woke up from his slumber. His long and thick eyelashes fluttered gently a few times, then slowly opened, letting out a long yawn. He then stood up from his seat, stretching his body as usual, trying to ease the stiffness in his bones. After the sound of cracking joints echoed, Charlie finally let out a comfortable sigh, confirming that he was fully awake. After waking up, he pulled back the curtains behind him, letting sunlight stream back into the dim office. Unexpectedly, he saw Faye's sturdy figure standing at the edge of the window like a sculpture, with visible crystalline ice clinging to her wings, two long feathers swaying slightly in the wind, and her eyes half open. Only when she saw Charlie did she symbolically move her head from side to side, as if to tell him that she was still alive. Didn't he know how long she had been waiting for him? "Oh, Faye." Charlie's eyes widened a bit and then became alert. After taking a deep breath, he looked at the owl in front of him and awkwardly patted his forehead, revealing a stiff smile. Perhaps it was because yesterday had been too busy with many things to handle. It wasn't until now that Charlie suddenly realized his owl hadn't been home for the entire Christmas. Faye seemed to sense his thoughts, flapped her wings a couple of times, and her eyes revealed an unmistakable grievance. "Oh my, poor little thing, I'm sorry." Seeing this, Charlie quickly opened the window, disregarding the howling cold wind outside, and while apologizing, brought her back inside. With a flutter, Faye expertly flapped her wings and flew into the office through the open gap. Charlie couldn't help but brush aside a few strands of hair that had fallen on his forehead and curiously asked, "Where did you go all day yesterday?" "Goo." In midair, Faye circled around and seemed to be answering Charlie's question, but from the visible anger and dissatisfaction in her eyes, Charlie knew that she was more likely scolding him. Seemingly tired, she didn't linger long, and after chattering a few bird language curses, her claws loosened, dropping a crumpled letter on the table. Then she landed on top of the coat rack, using her beak to painstakingly groom her already messy feathers, ignoring Charlie. Charlie knew that Faye's anger wouldn't dissipate anytime soon. He grimaced but didn't say anything further. Instead, he reached into the drawer and pulled out a handful of her favorite salt-roasted mouse, scattering it in the corner of the long table as a peace offering, waiting for her to calm down and come to eat. After doing all this, his gaze fell on the letter, and as he extended his hand, he hooked his index finger, and an invisible force wrapped around the letter, floating as if carried by an unseen wind, delivering it into his hand. Holding the crumpled letter paper in his hand, Charlie looked at the familiar phoenix pattern on the wax seal, and a wave of understanding rose in his heart. As he relaxed his furrowed brow, he also raised it slightly, and the smile at the corner of his mouth grew wider. His gaze shifted back to the coat rack, where Faywin was. "Looks like you're spending Christmas with Professor Dumbledore." "Huh? I was so worried about you catching mice alone in the snowy woods." Faywin continued to carefully tidy up her feathers, occasionally scratching at the ice crystals and melting snowflakes with her claws hidden beneath her thick body, ignoring Charlie's teasing just like she did when she was angry. Not wanting to provoke her further, Charlie returned his attention to the letter. "All right, let's see what our Albus Dumbledore has to say to me on the first day after Christmas." Muttering to himself, he opened the envelope embossed with the wax seal and slowly took out the letter, reading it line by line. "Dear Charlie, how are you? Merry Christmas. First of all, I must say congratulations on your sending Violet achieving such great success in the British magical world. Of course, this is without a doubt, as both its wonderful scent and astonishing effects made me foresee this moment the first time I tasted it. Since you thwarted Voldemort's plot, I have been covering for Professor Snape in the defense against the Dark Arts class. To be honest, I haven't taught students in a long time, and even though I was fully prepared, I still felt a strange tightness in my heart when I stood at the podium. Indeed, teaching is hard work for professors. Even after just a few weeks of substituting, I have gained a deep understanding of this. I think perhaps I should give Professor Snape a raise to cover for me for a while. After all, I guess he'd be happy to do so. Just kidding." Charlie read carefully through every paragraph and sentence, and his expression softened and relaxed unconsciously. It was as if Dumbledore were sitting in his office, chatting casually like an ordinary old man while eating candy. This was why Charlie had maintained correspondence with Professor Dumbledore, besides the other S identity and their long-standing bond. The letters and every word in them seemed to carry a palpable warmth, like the flames of a phoenix quietly wrapping around your soul. Not scorching, but a warm feeling from within. Just as Charlie was pouring all his thoughts and emotions into Dumbledore's words, Faywin, who had been meticulously grooming herself, slowed her movements. Her gem-like eyes shifted mischievously and landed on the salt-baked mouse on the long table. She lifted her head slightly to glance at Charlie and, seeing that he was truly focused on the letter, finally stopped her pretentious behavior. Then, with a rather reserved shake of her wings, she propelled herself forward with a burst of speed, like an angry little bird shot from a slingshot, straight toward the spot where the mouse lay. Then, with a thud, she crashed onto the table, rolling a few times before finally struggling to get up. "You need to lose some weight." Charlie's eyes remained fixed on the letter, but upon hearing the sound, he could already anticipate what had happened. So when Faywin struggled to get back on her feet, he casually added a comment, provoking another round of chirping and cursing from her. Dumbledore's letter wasn't very long. Finally, after chatting about everyday matters as usual, he stated the purpose of the letter at the bottom of the paper. "I hope you can find some time to come over in the next few days. As I mentioned the last time in my office, there are some matters for which I might need your help." End of chapter. Chapter 228. Dumbledore's changes Master Charlie. "Are you awake?" Faywin's temper came and went quickly. After finishing the salt-baked mouse, she returned to her usual state, curling up into a ball in her designated spot, leisurely beginning her nap. Just as Charlie put down the letter and pondered why Dumbledore wanted him to come over, Russell's voice suddenly sounded from outside. "I'm awake." Charlie paused his thoughts, instinctively looking up towards the door, and then replied. The next moment, the door swung open, and Russell rushed in excitedly with a stack of unknown documents, his eyes sparkling with joy, clearly lacking his usual composure. His little legs hurriedly moved until he reached the desk, where he slowed down slightly. With a whoosh, he placed the documents in front of Charlie. Without waiting for Charlie to ask, an impatient Russell spoke first, his words laced with undeniable excitement and admiration, loudly reporting, "Master, the Sending Violet candy has set a new sales record. The letters from candy distributors are piling up on my desk, and without exception, they all want to order more candy." As he said this, fearing Charlie wouldn't believe him, Russell hurriedly pulled out a large portion of the letters from behind him and waved them in front of Charlie. Estimating, there seemed to be about 20 of them. Faywin was awakened by Russell's commotion. To express her displeasure, she flapped her wings a couple of times, raised her fluffy body, and attempted to use her claws to throw the documents on the floor as per usual. Luckily, Charlie saw through her plan and intervened in time to stop her. Gore. Seeing her plan fail, Faywin didn't continue but instead turned her back to Russell and went back to sleep. Listening to Russell, Charlie picked up the sales report and records on the desk, a slight smile appearing on his lips, but his eyes didn't reflect the same surprise and excitement as Russell's. After all, in his view, the scenting violet candy had always been positioned to rival his factory's flagship product, hazelnut chocolate, and if it hadn't achieved such impressive results, that would have been strange. So he had been mentally prepared for this. After glancing at the documents a few times, he set them back down and asked a few simple questions. How much inventory is left in the warehouse? About half. Notify the team leaders on the production line to temporarily halt the production of the ice plum sweet candy, strawberry star diamonds, and licorice sticks, and focus on making scenting violet candy for the next few days. Also, contact the suppliers to order more raw materials, just in case. Yes, understood, Master Charlie. Russell nodded eagerly, excitedly jotting down notes. By the way, I need to go to Hogwarts this afternoon. Just as Russell was getting into the groove, Charlie's instruction came, causing him to pause, stopping his pen. But soon, Russell quickly reacted and asked, "Do you need me to prepare anything?" After a moment of contemplation, Charlie said, "Let's do it the same way as every year." All right, understood. Perhaps due to the timing. When Charlie arrived at Hogwarts, he did not encounter Harry, Ron, or any of the other young wizards. He hardly ran into a few at all. The only ones he met were a group of Slytherin snakes who, upon seeing him, merely paused, as if watching an idol, to send him off upstairs, lacking even the courage to say hello. Knock, knock, knock. Standing in front of the headmaster's office door, Charlie knocked. "Excuse me, may I come in?" Inside the office, that familiar and gentle voice soon rang out, filled with warmth and a smile, saying, of course. Charlie, I've been waiting for you." Upon hearing this, Charlie smiled as well, no longer hesitating, and pushed the door open. "Merry Christmas." As soon as the door opened, he heard Professor Dumbledore call out. However, the scene before him caused Charlie to momentarily freeze. His eyes widened involuntarily, and he hesitated at the doorway, staring at the old man sitting behind the desk, unsure if he should step inside. "What are you standing there for, my child?" Beneath his thick white eyebrows and beard, Professor Dumbledore was still as lively as ever, completely unlike a man over 100 years old. All right, Professor Dumbledore." Dumbledore's voice pulled him back from his astonishment. Although he restrained his expression, his eyes still held a hint of peculiarity. It wasn't until he sat down that he restructured his tone and quietly asked in a polite yet indirect manner, "Professor Dumbledore, it's good to see you. You seem to be in good spirits lately?" Yes, I feel the same." Seemingly pleased by Charlie's words, he nodded in agreement. And while speaking, his hand subconsciously reached into the drawer to pull out a piece of chocolate he had already broken, skillfully popping it into his mouth. Charlie remained indifferent, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the candy vending machine in the corner behind Dumbledore. And indeed, it was empty at that moment. He continued to organize his thoughts and attempted to ask, "So, have you noticed anything unusual lately? Is there?" Dumbledore furrowed his brows slightly and, after a moment of thought, said, "It seems that besides my robes suddenly fitting a bit snug, there isn't any other issue. That's the problem." Looking at Dumbledore, who appeared to have gained weight to the point of resembling a rather rotund figure, Charlie internally exclaimed. He was reflecting on whether he had sent too many candies over the years, resulting in Dumbledore being somewhat overindulged, while also hesitating whether it was necessary to take out the gift he had just asked Russell to prepare. However, it was evident that Dumbledore did not realize anything was amiss and began to explain the reason for calling him over. "Charlie, you see," Dumbledore said as he opened a drawer and slowly took out the Philosopher's Stone wrapped in parchment, placing it on the desk in front of him. "I hope you can help me return this Philosopher's Stone to my old friend, Nicholas Flamel." Nicholas Flamel? Hearing Dumbledore's words and glancing at the Philosopher's Stone now placed before him, Charlie couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine. His previously relaxed demeanor turned serious. He began to savor the name in his mouth, and then fell into a deep thought. The office fell silent, and Dumbledore was in no hurry, maintaining the same calm smile as before, lowering his eyelids to continue savoring the candies in the drawer. Time passed in the tranquil atmosphere, with only a few waking portraits whispering becoming the only sound in the room. "Look, that Blakely boy is here again." "Oomph." This is probably the most shameful thing in his life, being your descendant. Weasel skin. What do you mean? After a while, Charlie finally stopped his thoughts, looked at Dumbledore, and broke the silence. Why did you want to find me? As he spoke, Charlie spread his hands and sincerely expressed, after all, I've never been to France, and every Christmas near New Year's is also the busy peak season for the candy factory, so he was organizing his words, trying to make his refusal sound polite, but before he could finish, Dumbledore interrupted him. It's Nicholas Flamel. He wants to meet you. Having finished the last candy in his hand, Dumbledore clapped his hands in satisfaction, then raised his head to look at Charlie again and suddenly said, What? Charlie was taken aback at first, but then he couldn't help but laugh. You mean that legendary alchemist wants to meet me? Dumbledore said nothing but calmly nodded, indicating that it was indeed as he said. Charlie smiled and waved his hand, thinking the headmaster was joking with him. He shrugged helplessly and continued, Come on, Professor. As far as I know, Master Flamel has refused to see visitors since over a decade ago. As he spoke, Charlie paused, cautiously assessing Dumbledore's expression. Seeing that the other man still wore his usual smile without any sign of change, he continued, Although I admit that in business or in the talent for candy making, the name Charlie Blakely is unparalleled. I doubt there is anything that would make him make an exception. After all, he is an alchemist, not a candy maker, right? Dumbledore rested his elbows on the desk, fingers interlocked, quietly listening to Charlie's monologue. His white beard, eyebrows, and hair remained still, illuminated by the gentle light, as if he were the very embodiment of light itself. The two headmasters, who had been at odds above them, also tacitly stopped, looking down with curiosity and gossip, probing into the information exchanged between the two. Nicholas Flamel, that old guy still alive? It's incredible. I heard that old guy once held my grandfather. It was not until Charlie finished speaking that Dumbledore finally opened his mouth to explain slowly. Not long ago, I exchanged a letter with him. In the letter, I mentioned the alchemical item you created, and unexpectedly, he expressed great interest in your designs and ideas. Upon hearing this, Charlie's expression finally changed, and even his posture became a bit more serious as he looked at Dumbledore with a somewhat peculiar gaze, remaining silent and listening to what the other had to say. The reason I asked you to return the Philosopher's Stone is actually not my idea, Dumbledore continued, his calm and tranquil eyes gazing deeply at Charlie. It was Nicholas Flamel's personal request, and in fact, he has sent you a small gift, hoping that I can deliver it to you. A small gift? Charlie was even more surprised, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, a legendary alchemist like Nicholas Flamel should, in theory, have no connection with someone like him. A candy merchant for a lifetime. Yet unexpectedly, they were brought together through Dumbledore's strange connections. It was truly unexpected, just as he was still slightly dazed by this. Dumbledore had already placed the small gift from Nicholas Flamel on the desk, side by side with the Philosopher's Stone, right in front of him. It was a seamless, spherical object made of mithril, adorned with countless exquisitely arranged, obscure and intricate mystical characters. The surface was cool to the touch as Charlie picked it up and brought it closer to his eyes, carefully observing every detail, and he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Wasn't this the magical world version of a grenade that he and Pung Pung had painstakingly researched in the factory? Moreover, compared to the products in his own factory, this one was of a significantly higher standard in terms of material craftsmanship and the arrangement of magical symbols. Charlie gently pinched the outer shell with his long fingers, turning it to examine every detail and corner meticulously, and the more he looked, the more shocked he became. This alchemical item, smaller than the palm of his hand, showed no flaws even by his exceedingly critical standards. In his heart, there was only one evaluation that could match it, perfect. After marveling at it for a long time, Charlie finally reluctantly conceded that, in every aspect, this alchemical item was indeed in its most perfect state. Any more would be excessive, any less would be lacking. Everything was balanced perfectly within the so-called just right range. You. Charlie raised his head again, looking at Dumbledore with a skeptical gaze, and asked, What exactly did you say to Nicholas Flamel? Seemingly delighted to see his best student, Charlie Black, showing such a defeated expression, Dumbledore couldn't help but laugh heartily, his face glowing with joy. Ha ha ha! After laughing for a while, he finally wiped the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes, made a strange expression, and replied, I merely mentioned that it is spherical and can release powerful energy in an instant. Besides that, there is nothing else. Well, at that moment, Charlie Black, who had always been a genius overshadowing his peers, had to admit that being overshadowed by an elder wasn't exactly pleasant. Chapter 230, He is alchemy. It wasn't long after Charlie walked out of the principal's office that two things had already found their way into his pockets. One was the Philosopher's Stone, and the other was the alchemical item that had been modified by Nicholas Flamel. Furthermore, the Christmas gift that was originally intended for Dumbledore, which he had put in a ring, was ultimately not preserved after Dumbledore inadvertently mentioned it, and was successfully claimed by the pleasantly surprised principal. As he left the office, he had also subtly reminded the now somewhat rounder principal behind the desk, and while the latter agreed with a nonchalant ahm-hom, the look in his eyes suggested that he would likely take his words with a grain of salt. Sighing helplessly, Charlie began to ponder whether he could take the opportunity during his free time to research a spell that could directly extract fat. As he wandered lost in thought, Charlie strolled towards the doors of Hogwarts. Just as he was about to step out of the school gate, suddenly a deep and familiar chime rang out, perfectly on time. Listening to the fading sound of the bell dissipate into the air brought him back from his reverie. Charlie turned his head and looked up towards the highest point of the castle, where the principal's office was located. Behind the window, Dumbledore stood up and was also gazing at him. Their eyes met, and they exchanged smiles. Dumbledore raised his hand and waved in a gesture that seemed to say goodbye. Charlie nodded in response, said nothing more, waved back, and turned to leave Hogwarts. As Charlie's figure became smaller in the distance until it disappeared, Dumbledore then raised his hand and took out a licorice stick from his pocket. Just as he was about to unconsciously put it in his mouth, he suddenly thought of something and paused. He lowered his head, glanced at his noticeably growing belly, and then looked at the candy, his expression gradually becoming conflicted. After a fierce internal battle, Dumbledore made a concession regarding the candy. He slowly raised his other hand, pinching each end of the licorice stick. Then, with a crisp snap, the candy broke into two pieces, one piece going into Dumbledore's mouth, while the other piece returned to his pocket. Nicholas Flamel, back in his office, Charlie leaned weakly against the boss's chair, holding the gift from Flamel high above his head, playing with it. Watching it shine brilliantly in the sunlight, Charlie couldn't help but feel a tumult of emotions in his heart. After all, Nicholas Flamel was someone whose extraordinary talent could occupy several pages in the history of magic. An alchemical master unique since the birth of the magical world. Just a Philosopher's Stone could make countless peers forever look up to his towering figure. An excerpt from a phrase published in the Paris Sun in mid-July 1831. He is alchemy itself. This evaluation could not be considered low, yet even more absurdly. Even 100 years later, no alchemist has ever publicly expressed disbelief in the influence of this statement in the field of alchemy, which speaks volumes. And now, he would have the opportunity to meet him in person and engage in a one-on-one and highly private exchange and dialogue. Such glory, even for someone over 30 like Charlie, made him involuntarily a bit nervous. After playing with it for a while, Charlie decided to stand up and unbutton 2 buttons of his shirt collar, trying to make himself feel more comfortable. Do you want to go out for a stroll, Faywin? He glanced at Faywin, who was blinking at him from the table, and asked. The little owl tilted its head slightly, blinking its eyes as if considering the suggestion. After a moment, Faywin, now a chubby little angry bird, flapped its wings and landed squarely on Charlie's shoulder, cooing twice as if to say, "Let's go." The office door creaked open, and Charlie still held the silver sphere in his hand as he walked down the corridor, once again silently feeling the texture on it. However, just as he was about to descend the stairs, suddenly, a sturdy and familiar figure came rushing up the stairs, panting heavily. After seeing the person approaching, Charlie paused for a moment, then quickly stepped aside and casually said, "Good afternoon, Dursley." "What's the rush?" Dursley, who had been struggling to climb the stairs with his considerable weight, had his head down and hadn't noticed anyone in front of him. Just as he was about to continue down the corridor toward the office, he suddenly heard a voice beside him. He immediately stopped, instinctively turned his head, and looked in the direction of the sound. Sure enough, he saw his boss, Charlie Blake, leaning against the railing, smiling at him. "Oh my God, Mr. Blake, good afternoon," Dursley said, his cheeks flushed from the exertion, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Nevertheless, he stood upright, trying to catch his breath, and respectfully greeted Charlie. "I'm here to find you because there is something that needs your approval. Take your time, no rush," Charlie said helplessly, looking at Dursley, who seemed like he might collapse at any moment. He stepped forward and intended to pat him on the back to help him relax. However, after just one pat, feeling the drenched shirt on Dursley's back, he discreetly withdrew his hand and continued to ask, "What do you need from me, Dursley?" "I hope to request an employee from you," Dursley said without hesitation. "Mr. Russell said his identity is a bit special, and he can't approve it here. So he asked me to come and ask you to handle it personally. Is it Pongo?" Charlie pondered for a moment before speaking. "If it's Pongo, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Dudley. Although he is currently working on the assembly line, I've still kept his position in the manufacturing department for him. It won't be long before I call Pongo back to his original position. No. Dudley quickly waved his hands, repeatedly denying, it's not Pongo. It's that little creature named Dobby. Russell said he is not yet a formal employee of the factory, so he needs your approval. Chapter 231. An interlude before leaving Dobby. Charlie's expression showed a bit of surprise as he raised an eyebrow, repeating the familiar name with a hint of confusion. Clearly, Dudley's request was unexpected for him. After all, he originally anticipated that this newly established publicity department would likely consist entirely of muggles or nonverbal individuals. In the current environment of Charlie's Candy Factory, which is entirely led by house elves, people would naturally choose to band together for mutual benefit or better coordination at work. This was something Charlie had already anticipated when he chose to expand the factory's production scale and recruit a number of muggles and nonverbal individuals. Moreover, compared to the innocence and straightforwardness of the house elves, jobs like publicity, which require a lot of creativity and ideas, should logically be more suitable for muggles who have lived in muggle society for a significant part of their lives. However, he never expected that on the first day of his tenure as the new head of the publicity department, Dudley would personally request a little house elf as his first subordinate, and that would be Dobby. For a moment, even the shrewd Charlie felt uncertain, unable to gauge what kind of chemical reaction this unusual combination would produce. Seemingly sensing Charlie's thoughts, Dudley, who had extensive work experience before entering the factory, would not simply wait here foolishly for his boss's response. Well, it's like this, he began, lifting his large hand to wipe the sweat from his face, then softly and factually continued to explain, actually, I've known this little house elf long before I started working at the factory. Dudley paused for a moment, raised his head, and with eyes that seemed simple yet cleverly observant, carefully and quickly scanned Charlie's expression. Seeing that Charlie was not displeased, but rather listening with interest, he immediately let out a sigh of relief and continued, it's about my nephew, Harry. Hearing Dudley softly mention Harry's name and openly acknowledge his relationship as an uncle made the strange look in Charlie's eyes deepen. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly, but said nothing, silently waiting to see what Dudley wanted to convey. Dudley's hands fidgeted in front of his large belly as he continued, hesitantly. What has happened over the past few months has been the most unbelievable story of my life. From being an ordinary person to coming into contact with magic. My mindset has constantly changed, and after various twists and turns, I suddenly found clarity and successfully welcomed a new life. Even now, I can't fully digest the feelings inside me. Charlie nodded slightly to show his acknowledgement. From the complexity that flashed in his eyes just now, he could tell that Dudley was genuinely emotional about this, and it didn't seem like a pretense. Perhaps only after experiencing significant changes can one truly learn to grow. As he spoke, feeling the depth of his emotions, Dudley unconsciously let out a deep breath and continued to lament. Harry is a sensible child. Even after I was so harsh on him before, he didn't think about revenge. Dudley recalled that night when he had been magically thrown away, yet he had helplessly run back to the cupboard. At that time, I had too many grievances with external factors that I had all directed at him, forgetting that he had done nothing wrong. Harry is just a child, just like Dudley, and I, like a jerk, vented everything he shouldn't have to bear onto him to seek my own satisfaction. Later, I subconsciously glanced at my boss in front of me. When my situation reached the same vulnerable state as his, I suddenly realized how cruel my actions had been towards an 11-year-old child. As he reached this point, he seemed to suddenly think of something, and a bitter smile unconsciously appeared on his face. However, I relied on my relationship with him, using his uncle identity to gain the respect of wizards and secure this job at Charlie Blake's Candy Factory. It's really ironic when I think about it. So, how does this relate to your request for Dobby in your department? Charlie asked, quickly returning to the topic. Dobby is Harry's friend. I hope to use him to ease my relationship with Harry as much as possible. While I can't expect his forgiveness, I hope to at least make amends for the pain I've caused him over the years. Is that all? Charlie raised an eyebrow and asked. Moreover, I truly believe Dobby is a unique little house elf. At least among the house elves I've seen, he is the most special one. I have a feeling that bringing him into the publicity department is definitely the right choice. Charlie finally smiled, as if he could see sincerity in Dudley's eyes. He finally relaxed, nodded, and said, okay, let's do it your way. In the afternoon, after Charlie finished wandering around and returned to the office, Russell walked in with things specially prepared for him to take to France. Master Charlie, did you know? After you agreed to Dursley's request, he immediately appointed Dobby as the deputy director of the publicity department. Russell reported to Charlie as if he were sharing something particularly new. Upon hearing this, Charlie seemed to instantly understand something and couldn't help but laugh. Sure enough, handing over the new department to Dursley was the right choice. He was indeed a smart person. Did he do anything? Russell curiously looked up at Charlie and asked softly. However, Charlie did not answer him, but instead asked back, "Do you know why he made Dobby the deputy director?" "Because he wants to repair his relationship with Harry," Russell answered without thinking. But as the words came halfway out, he suddenly stopped. A moment later, his expression changed, as if he had discovered another layer of meaning. After hesitating for a moment, he tentatively said to Charlie, "Is he hinting at something?" Charlie leaned back comfortably, holding Faywin in his arms, stroking its fluffy fur while closing his eyes, and said, "He is expressing his attitude to the other directors and me. Although the publicity department is primarily human, he doesn't intend to form a clique. Instead, by making Dobby the deputy director, he expresses his ambiguous and friendly attitude towards the house elves." So why Dobby specifically? Because he is special. He is both a house elf and an outsider. His past experiences ensure that he won't be a leader who can dilute Dursley's power. So making him the deputy director is the most appropriate choice. At this point, Charlie couldn't help but open his eyes. I'm really starting to look forward to how the publicity department will perform under his leadership. Chapter 232. No one knows how much he actually ate. The next day, just like usual, after handing over all the specific matters of the factory to Russell, Charlie set off with the luggage prepared for him by the other party. Embarking on his journey to Paris. Before leaving the British magical world, Charlie made another trip to Hogwarts to meet with Headmaster Dumbledore. However, this time, Dumbledore was busy teaching a defense against the dark arts class to first-year students, so the two didn't converse in the office as they usually did. Instead, it felt like they were back in Charlie's school days, casually chatting as they strolled through the corridors. "Here, take this." As they descended the stairs, weaving through the busy little wizards rushing to class, suddenly, Dumbledore seemed to remember something. He raised his thick teaching notes, rummaged through them, and handed Charlie a wrinkled little piece of paper that looked unremarkable. "This is..." Charlie raised an eyebrow, took it, and curiously examined it. The paper showed no signs of magical fluctuations. It was an ordinary piece of paper, and on it was a casually written address in ink. 51, Montmorency Street, 3rd Arrondissement, Paris, France. Looking at the not-quite-dried ink marks, it seemed that Dumbledore had just written it in the office not long ago. Dumbledore explained with a smile. "Nicholas Flamel is the most trouble-averse person in the world, so unless necessary, he rarely gives out his address." Charlie understood and immediately smiled. "Looks like I'm a lucky one. Who says otherwise?" Dumbledore mischievously winked like a child and chuckled. "By the way, I actually wanted to ask since a while ago." Just as Charlie carefully folded the less than palm-sized paper and put it in his clothes, suddenly, Dumbledore paused his steps, turned his head, and curiously and inquisitively looked Charlie up and down. "What?" Charlie responded. "Why are you not wearing that long coat you usually wear today, but instead have changed into such a peculiar outfit?" Dumbledore said, raising his hand to gently touch the unique surface of Charlie's down jacket. Feeling the unusual texture, he couldn't help but be intrigued. "It's a Christmas gift from the Muggle World-S distributor. What do you think? Isn't it great?" "Very interesting," Dumbledore nodded in admiration. Unlike most people of his age, Dumbledore displayed 120% curiosity and tolerance for anything he hadn't encountered before. In this regard, he was remarkably similar to his brother, Aberforth. Just as Dumbledore was about to chat a bit more with Charlie about the novel down jacket, suddenly, two familiar voices came from behind them. "Mr. Black, Uncle." Hearing the voices, both of them instinctively stopped and turned around, only to see Draco and Harry running excitedly towards them, stopping about a meter in front of Charlie. And behind them, Hermione sighed helplessly, leisurely following behind. And when she saw Dumbledore and Charlie turn around, she politely bowed and greeted them. "Good morning, Mr. Black, Headmaster Dumbledore." "Good morning to you too, Miss Granger." Charlie smiled back while rubbing Harry and Draco's heads, as usual. Then he leaned down, looking at the excited Harry, and gently asked, "How was your Christmas? Did you like the Christmas gift I gave you?" Harry nodded eagerly, his expression becoming even more excited. "Yes, I loved it. That broomstick is amazing. After I got on it, even the Slytherin team's seeker, Flint, couldn't easily catch up with me." "Well, that's great. I'm glad you liked it," Charlie smiled, giving a look of encouragement and affirmation before saying, "Do you really like Quidditch?" "I love it," Harry replied without any hesitation. And even Draco next to him couldn't hide his admiration for his friend's talent, adding, Harry is the most incredible Quidditch talent I've ever seen, especially on the field. He moves like lightning. No one expected a first-year student could be so amazing. As if thinking of something, Charlie raised an eyebrow, turned his head, and looked in Dumbledore's direction. Dumbledore smiled back at him, his lips moving under his thick beard. Although no sound came out, Charlie could vaguely guess from his lip movements that he was saying, just like his father, right? After giving a non-committal expression to his old principal, Charlie turned back and patted Harry's shoulder hard. Well done, kid. Just then, Dumbledore seemed to notice something and suddenly spoke up. Where's that little Weasley who usually hangs out with you? Why isn't Ron here today? Hearing this, Charlie suddenly realized that Arthur's son, Ron Weasley, was indeed not among them. Oh, Ron. The three exchanged strange looks, and after a moment, Hermione explained the situation. Ron ate too many sweets yesterday and ended up with a stomachache. He's in the infirmary now. Madame Pomfrey just fed him 3 big bowls of disgusting potion. As Hermione spoke, Charlie hadn't said anything yet, but Dumbledore was already laughing. Ha ha ha. With his laughter, his thick white beard shook as if it had a life of its own. After laughing for a while, he said in a strangely confident tone, it must be something else that caused his stomachache. As we all know, you can't get sick just from eating sweets. Haven't you noticed that the vending machines from number 6 to number 13 haven't been restocked today? Upon hearing this, Dumbledore's expression shifted from certainty to shock and disbelief. How much did he eat? Draco shook his head seriously. No one knows how much he ate. After chatting casually for a while, seeing that it was getting late and that Dumbledore and the 3 little ones were about to have class, Charlie stopped rambling, glanced at the time on his wristwatch, and said, it's getting late. I should be going. Dumbledore still wore his unchanging smile, and after giving Charlie a brief look with his deep-set eyes, he nodded and kindly offered his blessings for the journey that was about to begin. Safe travels, Charlie. When you come back, if you're willing, I hope you can tell me more about Nicholas Flamel's recent situation. Sure, Headmaster. See you later. After agreeing with a smile, he bid farewell to the 3 little wizards, specifically mentioning their plans to visit the candy factory after the holidays. Once everything was done, Charlie finally walked down the corridor toward the stairs. The 4 did not leave immediately, but watched as the tall and familiar figure walked away in the morning light. Just as Charlie's figure was about to disappear around the corner of the stairs, Harry, who had been clenching his fists in hesitation, seemed to finally muster the courage to take a big step forward and called out to Charlie, who was about to go downstairs. Mr. Blake. Hearing the voice, Charlie paused mid-step and turned back to look at Harry in the distance. Although he was too far away to see the expression on Mr. Blake's face, Harry could still vaguely feel the kind, sunny gaze resting on him. His cheeks flushed, and after taking a deep breath, he finally gathered enough courage to shout at Charlie. The Slytherin Quidditch team captain said there will be a test for me next Sunday, and if I pass, he'll let me be a substitute seeker for the team. That's great, Harry. I'm proud of you. Charlie raised his head, responding loudly while giving Harry a thumbs up, regardless of whether the distance made it visible. Encouraged by Charlie's words, Harry's face turned even redder, and the joy hidden in his eyes could no longer be concealed. I want to ask if you have time, could you come and watch my test in person? At this point, the courage he had just mustered seemed to vanish, and he quickly added in a hesitant voice, of course, if you're too busy, just pretend I didn't say anything. However, to his surprise, Charlie did not refuse. After thinking for a moment, he readily accepted Harry's invitation, affirming, don't worry, I'll be there to watch you become the youngest seeker at Hogwarts. Honestly, I've been using to witness it together, and I'm proud of it. I might get as excited as Harry. After saying this, he turned back to take another look at Harry's figure, watching his messy curls and the hem of his robe fluttering in the wind, and a sense of envy was clearly reflected in his eyes. You two really seem like you've been brainwashed by him. As a girl who had always been strong-willed and ambitious, Hermione truly couldn't understand the almost fanatical admiration the two had for Charlie Blake, and she could only shake her head and sigh. Draco withdrew his gaze from Harry and reopened the book to the page he had just been reading. After glancing at Hermione, he suddenly said, but you have to admit, my uncle, Charlie Blake, is a perfect wizard. Hermione's eyebrows shot up, and instinctively, she was about to retort, but she saw that Draco's small face was filled with an almost sacred seriousness, as if he would immediately engage in a heated debate with her if she denied his statement until she acknowledged the proposition. Charlie Blake is the most perfect wizard in the world. Seeing this, Hermione finally stopped arguing, just giving him a big eye roll before quickly catching up with Harry, who was walking and jumping ahead as if he had forgotten about the two behind him. Hey boy, what? I'm just stating the facts. Draco feigned innocence as he spoke, hurriedly tugging at his robe and quickly running to catch up. At this moment, In the bustling crowd at Manchester Airport, Charlie Blake, now dressed in Muggle attire, looked just like any other Muggle. He wore a warm but slightly distant smile, and his curious gaze could not help but explore everything in what is said to be the third largest airport in the UK. Yes, for this trip to France. He did not use a portkey or any other wizarding means of travel. Instead, he chose to travel like a Muggle, opting for a plane as his mode of transportation. He didn't have to wait long. After passing through security, he arrived at the departure hall. Standing before the huge glass wall and watching the massive metal wings rumble down from the sky, Charlie couldn't help but think of his beloved car. If I could add a few spells to the plane and modify it, the final result might be stunning. Just as he was idly thinking about how he would deal with Voldemort if he hijacked the plane, a sweet female voice echoed throughout the departure hall with the Manchester Airport announcement. Good morning, passengers. This is the boarding announcement for Flight XXX to Paris. Please have your boarding pass and identification ready. Regular boarding will begin in about 10 minutes. Thank you. Pancakes cannot have spicy strips. Chapter 237, Rue Montmorency. Outside the CAF, the sun is just right, and the crowd flows continuously, with elderly people, children, men and women, each wearing a smile, looking relaxed and untroubled, as if they have no worries at all. Charlie's gaze is lowered, and he doesn't speak, instead focusing intently on the drawings in his notebook while absent-mindedly stirring the cappuccino in his hand with a spoon, which is still steaming. Only little Sanchez sits restlessly, holding a cup of caramel macchiato, watching Charlie slowly turn each page of the drawings. Once the notebook is closed again, and after Charlie takes a small sip from the now lukewarm cappuccino, he finally takes a deep breath and eagerly asks, Mr. Blake, how do you feel? However, he seems to lack confidence in his question, and before Charlie can respond, he quickly tugs at his collar, smoothing out his already colorful attire, adjusting his exaggerated glasses, and casually adds in a nonchalant tone, of course, it's just a bit of entertainment. After all, I don't really like these things. It's just because I'm bored. Quite impressive. However, before he can finish his sentence, Charlie interrupts him, having savored the taste of his coffee, and calmly and seriously gives his evaluation. After saying this, he lowers his head, glancing at the faint ripples on the surface of the liquid, reflecting fragmented images, and silently rates this cup of coffee as not as good as Russell's, but better than Narcissus. Overall, for an ordinary coffee shop, it's not bad. Upon hearing Charlie's evaluation, Sanchez, who was about to continue meaningless chatter, suddenly stops. He seems to be petrified by an unexpected force, his animated gestures freezing in midair. However, Charlie can see through his thick lenses that at this moment, this young man in his 20s, who looks like he just graduated from a magical academy, has a complex expression in his eyes. Really? After a moment, he pulls his hands back to rest on his thighs, straightening his posture, and then looks at Charlie's face, which has remained unchanged except for a smile. As if to confirm something, he asks quietly again. Charlie raises an eyebrow, finding his question strange, but doesn't rush to answer, instead lifting the coffee cup again. After savoring a couple of sips, he leisurely retorts, haven't you ever shown it to anyone before? Little Sanchez's face flushes with an awkward smile, and he lowers his eyelids, no longer looking at Charlie, but aimlessly surveying the tables in the CAF. After a moment of pause, he explains, no, besides you, I only showed it to my dad. But you can probably guess that he isn't really interested in this kind of stuff. Charlie nods without saying anything further, choosing to continue sipping his coffee. Through this brief conversation, he can roughly guess that there might be some typical melodramatic family conflicts between Sanchez and his father, Nakel Sanchez. However, as an outsider, he has no intention of offering any platitudes or getting involved in their personal matters. After all, Nakel Sanchez is his business partner, and the French magical community is an important market for Charlie's candy. If these trivial matters trigger a series of chain reactions that harm his business, it would truly be a loss. As it seems Mr. Blake has no desire to continue discussing this matter, the atmosphere gradually becomes a bit awkward. Little Sanchez promptly adjusts his mindset, discreetly retrieves the notebook from the table, and shifts the topic to something else. By the way, Mr. Blake, I almost forgot. My father said he cleared his schedule for your trip and asked me to let you know that if you don't need to rush back to England after you finish your business, please give him a chance to have dinner with you. I see. Charlie puts down his coffee cup, considering little Sanchez's invitation. He quickly assesses in his mind. It's not too late now, and if he can hand over the things to Nico LeMay in time, plus the bit of time it takes for Nico to meet him, he would have ample time to accept Nakel's invitation. After thinking this through, without any hesitation, Charlie smiles and agrees. I really haven't seen my old friend in a long time. We've only been communicating through letters these past few years, and I miss him. If he wants to have dinner with me, then I wouldn't mind either. Upon receiving a positive response, little Sanchez's face lights up with a smile, as if he has accomplished a daunting task, and he can't help but let out a quiet sigh of relief. Then, as if he remembers something, he quickly continues, "So, Mr. Blake, when and where should I pick you up?" Charlie ponders for a moment, considering that Nico LeMay's address has been cast under the unbreakable vow, which is not suitable to disclose to others, and then says, "You don't need to pick me up, we'll meet here." Little Sanchez is taken aback for a moment, but being clever, he quickly understands Charlie's meaning and doesn't press further, nodding obediently. "Okay, then I wish you a pleasant journey in Paris." After finishing the conversation with little Sanchez, Charlie doesn't linger in the CAF, finishing the last bit of his coffee before parting ways. He tightens his down jacket a bit, one hand fiddling with the toy while the other pulls out the note written to him by Professor Dumbledore. "Rue Montmorency, 3rd arrondissement," Charlie murmurs, looking up at the street sign in front of him. "Looks like this is the place. Before the new chapter begins, I can't help but want to say something. It's been half a month since the last update. I caught a fever that lasted 7 or 8 days, and after finally getting better, I had various matters to deal with. I originally had a lot to say, but after deleting and cutting down, I'm not sure what to say anymore. After drinking a bit, my mind is even more jumbled. No more to say. Happy New Year." Chapter 234, Gal Beaky Sanchez. 1991, Emily in Paris had not yet aired, but the filter of the romantic city had already shrouded this city, which should have been a mix of fish and dragons, attracting countless young boys and girls to flock here in search of so-called dreams and true love without hesitation. However, what greets them often isn't too beautiful. On a pitch-black night, a similarly dark person can use a dark gun to shatter all the fantasies they came with. As the plane landed and glided to a stop on the airport runway, Charlie's first flying experience since his reincarnation came to an end after less than 3 hours. This also marked his official departure from the British magical world and entry into the French magical realm. He didn't have to wait long. Soon, a dull thud was heard, and the plane's door slowly opened. Standing up, he placed the magazine he had been holding back in its spot, stretched his shoulders, and politely said goodbye to the elderly gentleman next to him, dressed in a checkered coat. Only then did he leisurely follow the crowd down the plane. Since the distance between the UK and France isn't very far, and the climates are quite similar, as Charlie stepped out of the cabin and onto the staircase, a cold wind, carrying a hint of frost, immediately blew against his face and passed by his ears, even though he had been in the cabin for a while. The sudden chill made him instinctively pull his thick down jacket tighter. As he walked down the staircase, he took a deep breath, feeling the icy air with a foreign essence rush into his lungs, and his previously foggy mind immediately became clearer. Looking up at the bright, clear sky above, which was noticeably bluer than London's, a slight smile crept onto Charlie's lips. He took out the iron ball he had been playing with since his departure and held it high, watching the light reflect off its polished surface, causing his gaze to become momentarily hazy. He murmured, "At your invitation, Master Nicholas LeMay, I have arrived in Paris." As Charlie walked through the airport corridor, there were already people outside, holding signs waiting for his arrival. A young man, tall and thin like a 9-foot bamboo pole, wearing oddly colored thick-framed glasses and sporting 2 upwardly curled eyebrows, was eagerly scanning the arrival hall while holding a pickup sign. Occasionally, he would raise his right hand to carefully adjust his already mousse-filled hairstyle, fearful of any imperfection. When Charlie entered the arrival hall, he immediately spotted this peculiar figure among the crowd and the pickup sign he held, so he naturally raised his hand and walked towards him. "Here, Mr. Charlie Blake," the man exclaimed as he saw Charlie approaching. His eyes suddenly lit up behind his ridiculous glasses, and he quickly took long strides to meet him. Once he stood in front of Charlie, he slightly bowed, lowering his voice with a mix of excitement and nervousness to ask, "Are you Mr. Charlie Blake from Greater Manchester?" "Yes, that's me," Charlie replied, seemingly taken aback by the man's unique appearance. He first looked him up and down before nodding calmly. He then politely extended his right hand and inquired, "And you are?" "Gipkey Sanchez, sir." The man hurriedly introduced himself, bowing even lower as he extended his right hand, shaking Charlie's with great seriousness. "If you prefer, you can also call me Little Sanchez." Gipkey Sanchez continued in a low voice, Naker Sanchez is my father. Christmas just passed, and he has a pile of sales reports and invoices to handle. When he suddenly learned that you were coming to Paris, he couldn't spare the time, so he asked me to come and pick you up instead." "I see." Hearing this, Charlie's expression turned understanding, but his calm demeanor remained unchanged. He gently patted Little Sanchez's hand and joked warmly, "He's always like this. Your father has always been a workaholic." I have advised him more than once in my letters to take care of himself and to find reliable help for his work. But it seems he still hasn't listened this year. Little Sanchez nodded in agreement, showing a look of understanding. He continued Charlie's thought, expressing, "Since I can remember, my father has always been meticulous and fully dedicated to his work. After collaborating with you, he has become even more relentless. For especially important seasonal reports or documents, he never lets anyone else see them. He reviews them all himself at his desk before packaging them up and mailing them to you in England." Charlie wasn't surprised by little Sanchez's words. Turning his head to look towards the exit of the arrival hall, he continued, "Because of his personality, I can trust him completely with the agency rights for the French magical realm. If it were anyone else, I would have to think twice." "Yes, indeed," little Sanchez responded. But Charlie noticed that his smile suddenly seemed a bit forced, and a hint of complexity flashed behind his exaggerated glasses. However, just a moment later, he adjusted his demeanor. After carefully putting away the pickup sign, he gently shook his head and said no more, leading Charlie towards the exit. "Mr. Blake, you haven't registered this trip with the Ministry of Magic yet, have you? Since that's the case, I'll take you to register at the Ministry first." From the moment he met Charlie, little Sanchez had maintained a humble posture, even during the short journey from the airport, following closely behind Charlie like an oversized Russell. Chapter 235. An ordinary surname, Furstenberg Square in the 6th arrondissement of Paris, is located in a relatively underdeveloped area, as if some magic had forcibly separated it from the vibrant metropolis outside. Even now, it still exudes an ancient aura from a century ago, making one feel a sense of awe and nostalgia upon stepping into this place. As Charlie and little Sanchez walked through the intricate and obscure alleys to reach here, a gust of wind, seemingly from nowhere, swiftly swept across the originally quiet square, breathing new life into it and blowing away the snow covering the central platform. Once they arrived at the entrance of the platform, little Sanchez stopped and, still maintaining a respectful and humble tone, slightly bowed his head and said softly, "Just cough once while standing in the middle, and magic will take you to the headquarters of the Ministry of Magic." "All right," Charlie nodded, suddenly wanting to examine the towering trees around him and the unique magic beneath his feet. However, he noticed that Gibky Sanchez had stopped and had no intention of joining him. So he raised an eyebrow in confusion and asked, "Aren't you coming with me?" Little Sanchez quickly waved his hand, smiling as he politely declined. "Once you reach the hall of the Ministry of Magic, there will be someone to take you to the registration desk. As for me, I can wait for you here." "Okay." Charlie listened to little Sanchez's words without thinking too much. After pondering for a moment, he immediately nodded in agreement. He then found a position at the central pillar of the round platform, which resembled an anchor point. According to little Sanchez, he covered his mouth with his hand and deliberately coughed twice. The next second, a rumbling sound accompanied by a sudden shaking began to rise, and the 4 tall trees that had just been standing still were suddenly given life. The branches rustled, shaking off the accumulated snow onto the ground, intertwining above Charlie's head and blocking the sky, while the thick roots also twisted and grew from the soil, covering the entire gap of the round platform. Charlie's eyes slightly brightened. He was not frightened at all. Instead, he watched with great interest as a birdcage elevator woven from vines and branches appeared before him in just a few seconds, making him involuntarily exclaim that it was creative. In comparison, the telephone booth of the British Ministry of Magic seemed less thoughtful. After all, similar scenes had appeared increasingly in recent movies, and one could never know when a muggle might have a sudden whim and inadvertently find themselves in the hall of the Ministry of Magic. Just as Charlie was considering whether he could discuss with Fudge about sponsoring a new entrance for the Ministry of Magic, right inside a Charlie brand candy store when he returned to Britain, the elevator made from the surrounding trees moved again. Charlie felt a tremor around him, his body lightened, and soon the scene outside the elevator became hazy. Before he could react, when the movement ceased, the scene outside the elevator had already changed from the previous Furstenberg Square to a brightly lit, exquisitely luxurious Art Nouveau decorated hall. Looking at the glass dome above, which was adorned with ironwork that reflected sunlight like a piece of art, and the smooth, bright marble floor tiles that showed no signs of discoloration, even he couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Does the French Ministry of Magic receive a lot of sponsorship? After looking around and taking in the hall's environment, Charlie slowly walked down from the elevator. As he walked, he quietly murmured his complaints. Once he stepped off the elevator, a black wizard wearing a gray fleece robe quickly approached him. After standing in front of Charlie, he greeted him first. "Hello, sir. Welcome to the Ministry of Magic. How can I assist you?" "I just arrived from Britain, and I'm here to register," Charlie replied. "All right, I understand. Please head over there for the registration of foreign wizards. The black wizard nodded and gestured towards a distant corridor. Thank you. After a brief exchange of thanks, Charlie strode away in the direction indicated by the man. In fact, wizards are a type of being with a sense of territoriality and rarely leave their own places to travel far. From ancient times to the present, even in the late 20th century, in the European regions with traditional magical heritage, this habit has not changed much. Thus, in any country, the department responsible for registration is always the most relaxed and boring. Similarly, it also means that the staff inside are particularly lazy. When Charlie followed the direction pointed by the black wizard and found the registration office, he pushed open the door. Inside, behind the only service desk, a middle-aged woman with fluffy, wavy orange hair was dozing off. Even the creaking sound of the old wooden door being pushed open couldn't wake her immediately. It was only when Charlie sat in front of the service desk and softly called out a few times that she was reluctantly pulled back to reality from her dreams. The woman, clearly dissatisfied with being disturbed from her beautiful dream, opened her eyelids with a frown and glanced forward. When she saw that the person in front of her was a handsome guy, her displeasure lessened somewhat. After stretching and adjusting her sitting posture, she pulled out a form from a stack beside her and placed it in front of Charlie, asking in a lazy voice, "Name?" "Charlie Blake," Charlie answered truthfully. "Charlie Blake? I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before." The floating quill pen kept writing on the paper, and the woman raised her eyebrows, curiously asking. Charlie smiled, glanced at the middle-aged woman, shrugged his shoulders, and casually said, "It might just be a coincidence. After all, Charlie is a pretty common name. And the surname Blake is also quite ordinary in the British magical community." Listening to Charlie's words, the woman frowned slightly, as if contemplating something in her mind, but then relaxed her brow and nonchalantly replied, "Well, that is probably it." Chapter 236. "I mistook you for my father earlier. You said you came from Britain, right?" The conversation continued in the registration office. After confirming the name, the woman proceeded to ask the next question. "Yes, from Britain," Charlie replied, still gently nodding, showing no signs of impatience. "What brings you to the French magical community this time?" "Visiting a friend." Fortunately, the registration questions were not too many. Compared to Charlie's previous visit to the American magical community, it was much more relaxed. They didn't even check Charlie's wand, and soon they reached the final step. The woman's face gradually brightened with a smile as she conversed with Charlie. After everything was nearly settled, she nodded with a smile, checked all the information, and asked the final question. "All right, everything looks fine. Lastly, you just need to tell me the name of the friend you're visiting, and then I can sign to complete the registration." As she spoke, she took the quill pen that had been writing automatically and leaned over the desk, ready to fill in the last blank. "Come on, what is your friend's name?" she asked again. This time, Charlie finally hesitated, pausing for a moment before slowly speaking. "Nico LeMay." "Okay, Nico LeMay." As she wrote, the woman's pen suddenly stopped moving, as if she realized something was wrong. She abruptly looked up at Charlie with an incredulous expression in her eyes, filled with disbelief. "Nico LeMay?" she exclaimed in a voice that resembled a scream, echoing throughout the small room and startling Charlie's ears. Outside the Ministry of Magic, on Efferstenberg Square, Hibiki Sanchez, who was waiting for Charlie Blake, casually found a clean spot to sit down, crossing her long legs. She took out a notebook and pencil from somewhere, now resting on her thigh, completely absorbed in writing and drawing. Under her exaggerated glasses, her eyes were wide open, not blinking at all. Her expression had gone from humble, when Charlie first saw her, to one of uncontrolled joy, with her raised eyebrows seemingly about to float away. Even the sound made by Charlie when he exited the ministry did not interrupt her. Charlie, having finished everything, turned his gaze towards the spirited little Sanchez sitting on the steps not far away and raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. Instead, he lowered his steps and quietly approached him. On the notebook, Gabriki Sanchez's wrist moved quickly, and his long, nimble fingers skillfully maneuvered the pencil, as if it had come to life, dancing across the thick pages of the notebook. In just a few seconds, he had accurately sketched a full body structure. Following that, he carefully detailed and outlined the rough sketch, and soon, a slender woman dressed in a trendy outfit reminiscent of a reimagined wizard's robe appeared on the page. With shadows and folds treated with exceptional skill, looking almost like a black and white photograph, lifelike and vivid. Just as little Sanchez finished one drawing and was about to turn the page for another, Charlie's voice suddenly came from above him. "Mr. Blake." Little Sanchez was startled and almost stumbled as he was yanked back to reality from his world, nearly falling to the ground, and instinctively flung the notebook and pencil away. Fortunately, Charlie reacted quickly, firmly catching him and grabbing the notebook before it slipped from his hands. After doing all this, Charlie raised an eyebrow, looking amused at Gabrique Sanchez, who appeared flustered as if he had done something wrong, and jokingly asked, "Why do you look like you've seen a ghost?" Little Sanchez's eyes widened as he looked at the man before him, panting heavily as sweat trickled down his forehead. After a moment, he finally processed what had happened, and his expression gradually returned to the respect and humility he had at the beginning. Letting out a long breath, his racing heart calmed down, and he smiled at Charlie, whispering, "Sorry, Mr. Blake, I just mistook you for my dad." He wiped the sweat from his forehead and exerted himself to stand up from the steps. "It's all right." Upon hearing his words, Charlie seemed to recall something, nodded in understanding, and replied in a serious tone, "It's fine, I understand. You're not the first person to mistake me for their father." By the end, it seemed even he couldn't hold back anymore, and his smile grew even brighter. Little Sanchez looked at him, puzzled, scratching his head, wondering if it was some popular joke in England, and could only chuckle awkwardly in response. In the blink of an eye, the two left place Furstenberg and found a nice-looking CAF, reintegrating into the modern urban life. "A caramel macchiato for me and Mr. Blake. What would you like?" "It's on me." "Oh, all right, a cappuccino, please." They found a seat near the window, and, after ordering their drinks, Charlie eagerly picked up the thick notebook and began to examine the various drawings from the first page. Gabrique Sanchez's characters were mostly women, tall and with sharp, elegant lines, resembling fashion models often seen on runways, graceful and charming. The outfits they wore were particularly eye-catching, most of which combined the original wizard attire with the trendiest fashion elements, creating a beauty that seemed to break free from the constraints of traditional rules. In some designs, Gabrique Sanchez even added striking and vibrant colors, exuding a sense of rebellion and uniqueness against the wizarding world. Chapter 238. So exciting Rue Montmorency, one of the oldest streets in Paris since its establishment, carries a vibrant history. Years ago, whether it was the surrounding ancient wooden houses and stone buildings, or the cobblestone streets worn smooth by countless feet, everything exuded an air of antiquity, as if the shadows of people who lived here centuries ago merged with those strolling along the street now. Although the clothing was markedly different, the surrounding environment made the contrast feel natural. Today, however, this area, while preserving its historical charm, has transformed into a commercial street, primarily selling local specialties and souvenirs to deceive unwitting foreign tourists. The cacophony of voices and the throngs of visitors filled the entire street, which no longer exuded the tranquility it once had. "Hey, put down the note," Charlie chuckled at the scene before him. Master Nico Lemaire really knows how to pick a spot. Hiding away in such a bustling, lively place has its own flavor. After joking, Charlie said no more and blended into the crowd of tourists, disappearing from view. As he followed the ebb and flow of the crowd to the location indicated on the note, Rue Montmorency number 51, he found only an empty space between No. 50 and number 52. However, to any passerby on this orderly street, the gap seemed to be overlooked, and their attention naturally shifted elsewhere, not sensing anything amiss. It wasn't until Charlie raised the note in front of that empty space that everything finally changed. The seemingly ordinary handwriting on the note suddenly sparkled with brilliant light in Charlie's eyes. The letters seemed to come alive, constantly shifting and rearranging, losing their original forms, transforming into something even Charlie could not recognize, like letters, yet resembling magical runes, or like oracle bone script carved into animal bones. But regardless of what they were, they ultimately could not escape the fate of disappearing. In Charlie's hands, under his gaze, the light gradually faded, along with the characters approaching nothingness. What seemed like a long time to Charlie was merely about 5 seconds. When the writing on the note completely vanished, he lowered it again, and in the empty space before him, a 2-story stone building made of granite suddenly rose up, proudly revealing its slightly dilapidated and gray-white form among the mostly painted buildings around it. If Rue Montmorency once carried a long history, Charlie could confirm that this uniquely enchanting building, filled with wizarding colors, was likely what history itself looked like. Observing the many traces on its surface, even just from its appearance, one could imagine countless stories that had unfolded around it, romantic, tragic, ordinary, or glorious. Countless tales intertwined, creating the Rue Montmorency No. 51 that now stood in front of him. Install the latest version. Until the moment the house of Nicholas Flamel truly appeared before him, Charlie, who thought his excitement had already calmed down, felt his heart thumping anxiously again. He couldn't help but intentionally straighten his already upright posture a little more. Momentarily speechless yet with a complex expression, he scanned the stone building from top to bottom, taking in every stone pillar and the cracks on the doorplate. Yes, Charlie Weasley was nervous. The top figure of the Blakes family, who had once used money to win over the Minister of Magic, laughed and chatted with the headmaster of Hogwarts, and was surrounded by many prominent figures. Felt nervous in front of the legendary figure who had lived for 634 years. This feeling was several times stronger than when he had faced the broken version of Voldemort not long ago. After hesitating for a moment, and after a bout of indecision, Charlie took a deep breath and finally calmed his restless heart, bringing it back to its most perfect state. He stepped forward, completely disappearing under the watchful eyes of countless muggles, and stood on the steps of house number 51, Rue Montmorency. The dull ring on his finger suddenly shone with a bright red light, and in the blink of an eye, Charlie's modern muggle outfit of a down jacket and casual pants vanished without a trace, replaced by a heavy traditional wizard's robe made of gray linen, along with a matching wide-brimmed high-top wizard hat. After ensuring everything was properly arranged and confirming that he looked fine, Charlie finally moved upwards, reached the door, and gently knocked on the decades-old door knocker that hadn't seen a visitor in years. Knock, 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 knock. At that moment, it seemed as though all the sounds of the street had vanished, leaving only the rhythmic thuds of the knocker against the wooden door echoing in Charlie's ears. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait too long. After knocking for about 10 seconds, the seemingly ordinary wooden door suddenly revealed a soft glow, with faint light rippling outward from the point where the door was knocked, like ripples stirred on a calm water surface, until it finally settled over the entire wooden door. At the same time, Charlie also suddenly sensed a faint and subtle magic resonating within him, almost imperceptibly, which created ripples similar to those on the door, before quietly vanishing. However, this seemingly trivial detail stirred up waves in Charlie's heart. He knew that if he hadn't noticed the changes on the door and sensed himself through the flow of magic, he would never have discovered such weak fluctuations solely relying on his own perception, although it was merely an inconspicuous detection spell. The fact that the caster was not a wizard, but rather the door as an alchemical object, and that it almost escaped the notice of someone who was already known for their fine control over magic, was enough to indicate just how accomplished the house's owner, Nicholas Flamel, was in alchemy. In an instant, Charlie's heart, which had finally calmed down, began to race again. It was truly something to look forward to, Master Nicholas Flamel. Chapter 239, Perenelle. At this moment, a brief period seemed to stretch endlessly. What was just a few seconds felt like several hours to Charlie. Faint sounds came from behind the door, seemingly whispers mixed with the rustling of fabric and the sound of chair legs scraping along the floor. Soon, a slow and steady footstep gradually became clearer from within, exuding a natural steadiness and aura, with each step spaced about a second or two apart, as if each footfall was stepping on Charlie's heart, causing it to leap every time it came closer. Calm down. A sigh escaped his lips as Charlie, somewhat annoyed, scolded himself while reaching out to touch the wide pockets on either side of his coat. Inside the pockets were two items, both of which were the reasons Charlie was able to stand here today. One was the Philosopher's Stone entrusted to him by Dumbledore, and the other was the alchemical item he had been toying with for days. After once again checking the condition of both items with unflagging diligence, he finally relaxed his tense shoulders, focused his gaze, and the confidence and charm that he usually exuded returned to his eyes. He waited calmly for the door to open. Finally, the slow footsteps ceased, and at the door, the house's owner halted her steps, replaced by the sound of mechanisms inside the door clanking together. When was the last time someone knocked on this door? 30 years ago or 40 years ago? The voice that came from behind the door was unexpectedly not the serious and wise tone Charlie had imagined. Instead, it was a woman's voice, warm and tinged with a gentle understanding of the world, reminiscent of a nearly elderly grandmother, instilling an inexplicable sense of calm and peace in Charlie. Unbeknownst to him, his expression relaxed considerably. Before Charlie could respond further, the old woman, with a kindly smile, appeared at the door, her long gray-white hair and simple attire exuding an air of grace and kindness. Before Charlie could greet her, the elderly woman carefully scrutinized him from head to toe with her wise and perceptive eyes. There seemed to be a certain magic in her gaze, causing Charlie to completely forget the words he had prepared at the door, leaving him momentarily speechless as he stood there under the watchful eye of the kind old woman. After observing him for a while, the elderly woman appeared to suddenly realize something, then looked up at Charlie and smiled as she expressed her apologies. "I'm sorry if I startled you. Please don't mind. I was just so curious. After all, every time Albus and Nicholas chat during this time, Your name always comes up in their conversations. Please forgive this old lady's curiosity. I can't help but imagine how outstanding a young man must be to receive such high praise from Albus Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Charlie understood, and listening to the elderly woman's words, a relaxed smile broke out on his face. He didn't say much, first bowing deeply to the lady in front of him, showing the respect a young person should have towards an elder. When he raised his head again, he softly spoke. "It's an honor to meet you, Perenelle Flamel. I have heard stories about you and Nicholas Flamel from the elders since I was a child. Being able to come here is an unforgettable honor for me." Perenelle chuckled and didn't say much more. Instead, she slightly turned her body to the side, opening a path into the house. It's quite cold in Paris at this time. The fireplace in the house is just warmed up. Nicholas is waiting for you inside. Come in. All right. Charlie nodded, his smile seemingly brighter, wrapping his thick robe tighter around himself. Without any refusal or hesitation, he obediently stepped into the stone tower before him. To Charlie's surprise, the air inside the room did not carry the ancient scent he had initially imagined. Instead, it was filled with a faint fragrance of daisies and the subtle smell of burning lamp oil, giving an inexplicable sense of comfort and reassurance. Looking around the room, he saw various glass containers of different sizes, numerous tools, clay pots, and ancient tomes neatly arranged throughout the space. The large table was already covered with these items, and they also graced the coffee table beside the sofa. Various alchemical symbols were chaotically yet infinitely arranged on the blueprints spread across the walls, resembling a highly decorative tapestry. It was afternoon, and the sun was gradually setting. Although it had not yet reached the horizon, its rays streamed through the tall glass windows, casting elongated shadows of everything within. This atmosphere radiated a profound sense of knowledge from inside out. Charlie's eyes widened with awe as he scanned every corner of the room, his gaze lingering on each book he had never seen before and each alchemical symbol he had never imagined, feeling waves of fascination rising within him. It was truly remarkable. After a long pause, as he absorbed everything before him and his mind gradually settled, Charlie finally exhaled slowly, murmuring, "Incredible. Don't be too restrained, dear child," came the gentle voice of Perenelle Lemay from behind him. She waved her hand lightly, causing the open wooden door to close again, reactivating various protective measures that enveloped the modest stone room. "You are a friend of Dumbledore, so you are our friend as well. Moreover, you helped us bring the Philosopher's Stone back here from afar, and I should express my gratitude for your actions." Chapter 240. The fire burns brightly today. Coming back to his senses, Charlie composed himself, shaking off the awestruck expression from his face, and turned back with a gentle smile, saying, "Actually, I always wanted to come to Paris. Even if Professor Dumbledore hadn't asked me, I would have made the trip once I wrapped up my tasks. Oh, by the way," Charlie seemed to suddenly remember something, reaching into his pocket to slowly pull out the Philosopher's Stone, carefully wrapped in parchment, and presented it to Perenelle Lemay. "Now, let's return it to its rightful owner." However, Perenelle did not take the stone from his hand. Instead, she placed her hands gently in front of her, smiled, and slowly shook her head. Then, under Charlie's puzzled gaze, she turned her attention towards the staircase leading to the second floor of the stone tower. "Nick is currently in his study. He has been wanting to meet you. If possible, perhaps you should go upstairs and personally hand the Philosopher's Stone to him." Upon hearing this, Charlie was momentarily taken aback, but then the light in his eyes sparkled again. He smiled, nodded at Perenelle, placed the Philosopher's Stone back into his spacious pocket, and said cheerfully, "All right," as he ascended the weathered wooden staircase, which had existed for an unknown length of time and had become vaguely patterned. Each step he took caused the brass sconces embedded in the walls on either side to reveal a layer of intricate alchemical symbols. With a soft pop, the sconces ignited, casting a warm orange glow. Every seemingly ordinary daily item here is actually composed of alchemical materials, Charlie exclaimed in his mind, astonished. From the large door, he entered to the vessels on the first floor, the sofa, the long table, and the lamps that flickered to guide him. Everything he saw was an alchemical creation, though Charlie had speculated countless times about what Nick Lemay's house would be like before coming. Witnessing it in person still left him in awe of the man's wealth and extravagance. It was important to note that while there were many shops selling magical items in the wizarding world, there was a fundamental difference between magical items and alchemical ones. Whether in terms of structural stability or the superior efficiency and precision of alchemical products, their rarity and value were unquestionable. Even the most luxurious residence he had previously seen, the Malfoy Manor, only used exquisite ordinary items and had not gone to the extreme of incorporating alchemical materials into every corner of the home. Yet now, In Nick LeMay's stone tower, Charlie felt his understanding elevated to a whole new level. Despite this, upon reflection, it seemed surprisingly reasonable. After all, this was the home of the world's greatest alchemist. Perhaps what seemed precious to others was merely a toy he could casually create in just a few hours. Thinking of this, Charlie couldn't help but lower his head, quietly taking out the alchemical item given to him from another pocket and absent-mindedly playing with it in his hand. Did Professor Dumbledore ever tell me how long it took Nick to make it? 2 hours or maybe 3. I should find a chance to ask him later. Lost in thought, he suddenly snapped back to reality as he reached the second floor of the stone tower, shaking his head to clear away the strange thoughts and random notions that had emerged. He steeled himself to avoid inadvertently offending this legendary figure he was meeting for the first time. Once he felt prepared, he gathered his courage and took the first step onto the second floor floorboards. Creak, creak. The old, worn floorboards seemed to be slightly warped, and as Charlie stepped on them, they let out a soft groan. Not far away, on a green sofa, a thin old man with white hair, wearing glasses and holding a thick book, was seated with his back to Charlie, focused intently on the fireplace. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps behind him, he did not turn his head, but instead asked, "Is my daisy tea ready, dear?" However, he received no answer. Charlie bit his lip, pondering how to initiate the conversation, when suddenly, the man who had been reading with his back to him seemed to sense something and slowly lifted his head, diverting his attention from the book. Then, the frail figure that had been curled up began to stretch. He closed the thick book and gently placed it on the tea table beside him. In the next moment, the tea table seemed to come alive. Its 4 legs, made of an unknown metal, began to soften like a well-behaved little beast, as it wobbled and ran toward the bookshelf, carrying the book. Then, under Charlie's gaze, it skillfully used its 4 legs to place the book securely on the shelf. And when everything was done, it returned to the side of Nicholas Flamel, motionless, once again becoming an ordinary tea table. Nicholas Flamel leaned against the armrest of the sofa and slowly stood up. He gently moved his feet, turned around bit by bit, gradually revealing a face full of creases and wrinkles, yet still elegant and calm. His deeply sunken eyes widened slightly, sparkling with a strange light, locking onto Charlie's indigo blue eyes. Charlie felt somewhat dazed under that wise gaze. After a moment of distraction, he remembered to introduce himself to the person in front of him. "It is an honor to meet you, Master Nicholas Flamel. My name is..." However, before he could finish his sentence, Nicholas Flamel had already preemptively spoken Charlie's name. "Charlie Blake, you are that student of Albus, right?" Nicholas Flamel smiled, the wrinkles representing the passage of time deepening further with his smile. Charlie was at a loss for words for a moment, forcing himself to stop the unfinished sentence and nodded awkwardly. Nicholas Flamel's smile grew even brighter, a feeling that was very familiar, reminiscent of the pure, childlike smile that Charlie often saw on Professor Dumbledore's face. Come sit. Warm yourself by the fire. It's burning nicely today." Chapter 241. Charlie. How do you see it? The fire in the fireplace, which had experienced countless years, crackled occasionally as the dry wood burned. While speaking, Nicholas Flamel returned to his sofa and raised his arm, casually waving toward another sofa placed not far away. This simple action seemed to trigger some intricate and unknown mechanism. In the next moment, that sofa, too, began to move as if it were alive, its small and agile wooden legs bouncing joyfully toward Nicholas Flamel's side, gently tapping on the floor, producing a rhythm as bright as tap dance. All right, Charlie did not refuse anything, seeing the sofa now stable. He nodded and walked over to sit beside Nicholas Flamel. "He looks too thin," was Charlie's first thought as he observed him closely. His cheekbones were slightly prominent, but at the jawline there was hardly any flesh. The deep hollows around his eyes made his already profound gaze even more inscrutable. The bare forearm, exposed beyond his sleeve, was less than half the thickness of Charlie's, and his pale skin seemed almost transparent, allowing the movement of every vein, artery, and blood vessel to be faintly visible. Ahem. Until the host coughed a couple of times, seemingly unintentionally, Charlie was brought back to reality from his brief trance. He blinked rapidly and saw that Nicholas Flamel was still smiling at him, not saying anything, which reminded him of the purpose of his visit. He quickly reached into his pocket, took out the Philosopher's Stone, and respectfully handed it to the elderly man in front of him. "Master Nicholas Flamel, this is something that Professor Dumbledore asked me to bring to you. Please accept it." "All right, thank you." Nodding, Nicholas Flamel expressed his gratitude while slowly raising his bony arm, gently taking the stone from Charlie's hand. Just this one action made Charlie somewhat nervous, fearing that the other might not be able to handle the weight of the stone and hurt himself. However, it turned out Charlie was overthinking. Although he looked frail, Nicholas Flamel, who had been consuming the elixir of life, was in fact physically stronger than many 50-year-old muggles. After taking the Philosopher's Stone from Charlie, Nicholas Flamel's expression did not change much. He merely glanced at it before putting it, along with the wrapping of brown paper, onto the tea table. His gaze then returned to Charlie. The tea table, which had just settled down, seemed ready to spring into action again when it saw its master placing something on it. But Nicholas Flamel reached out his hand and gently patted it, and the table instantly became obedient again, returning to its ordinary state, stable and still, as if everything was just a figment of Charlie's imagination. Does it have its own life? Charlie's eyes widened slightly as he quietly asked, glancing up and down at the tea table, seemingly trying to confirm where its alchemical symbols were inscribed. No, it's just been modified with magic runes to make its operation appear smoother. In reality, it still hasn't reached the state of being a living organism. Nicholas Flamel waved his hand, casually answering Charlie's question. But the technical knowledge contained in his words was enough to make 90% of alchemists in the world feel ashamed. At this point, he seemed to have developed some interest in the topic and continued to elaborate. However, if alchemy reaches a certain level, creating a living being is not impossible. Just as Nicholas Flamel was about to say something further, a sound of footsteps from below interrupted him. Both of them turned their gaze toward the staircase, and they saw Perenelle coming up with a delicate tray holding a teapot and teacups, smiling as she approached. "Nicholas, your tea is ready," Perenelle said as she leisurely walked to them, placing a beautiful large-bellied white porcelain teapot and 2 small patterned teacups on the tea table. "Thank you, dear." Looking at his wife, a light finally appeared in Nicholas Flamel's previously deep gaze, and his smile became even brighter than before. Perenelle responded with a warm smile in return. "I won't disturb you. You two take your time to chat." After saying this, Perenelle turned and walked back down the stairs, leaving the quiet atmosphere to Charlie and Nicholas Flamel. The tea made from daisies swayed gently in the beautiful large-bellied white porcelain teapot, and a faint fragrance wafted from the spout, providing a refreshing feeling even just from a simple whiff. Nicholas skillfully waved his hand, and the 2 small teacups began to move along with the teapot, reminiscent of scenes often seen in Disney animations, the movements still smooth and full of vitality, as if they were truly living beings. When the 2 cups of daisy tea were filled and handed to each of them, Nico finally lowered his head and took a delicate sip of the fragrant flower tea. Continuing, legend has it that the very first house elf was created by alchemists, just like this tea table or the teacup and teapot on it. However, their constant refinement and transformation of these tools led to the house elves, which were supposed to be mere tools, developing their own consciousness, gaining minds, emotions, and the full spectrum of feelings. His drooping eyelids gently lifted, seemingly glancing at Charlie intentionally or unintentionally. They gained a status in nature equivalent to other forms of life, capable of living, reproducing, and wielding unique magic. After saying this, Nico set down his teacup, raised his head, and looked again at Charlie with his wise and profound eyes, asking word by word, "And what do you think of their identity? Charlie? Are they tools, friends, or something else?" Clearly, regarding Charlie, Professor Dumbledore had indeed discussed a lot with Nico, to the extent that a seemingly casual question could pierce directly into Charlie's vulnerability like a sharp blade. Chapter 242. The Philosopher's Stone and the Glory That Will Be Remembered by the World. Upon hearing this, Charlie fell into contemplation, lowering his head in thought. Nico did not rush him, continuing to savor the tea in his cup, sip by sip. Time passed slowly in the quiet atmosphere between the two. After an unknown duration, when the tea in the cup was nearly gone, the teapot reminded, "The tea is getting cold, Charlie. How is your contemplation coming along?" Charlie was pulled from his thoughts. He looked into Nico's eyes and revealed a smile, just like before. After briefly reorganizing his thoughts, he took a deep breath and said, "In my view, the standard for distinguishing between a tool and a living being is emotions and intelligence. Intelligence allows them to think and make choices about their circumstances and future, while emotions give them the capacity for joy, anger, sorrow, and self-judgment. A sentient being cannot be entirely enslaved. It's like planting a seed and then suppressing it with all your might as it sprouts. However, the force of life cannot be suppressed. Just as a seedling can break through hard bricks to sprout, the same is true for house elves." Nico's expression remained unchanged, but if one looked closely into his deep gaze, they might notice a glimmer of light. He interlaced his fingers and quietly nodded. "I've never heard any related theories before," Nico said. "Please continue your understanding." I am all ears, Charlie nodded. I think you also understand that house elves are inherently powerful magical beings, comparable to Aurors. Although we can currently enslave them through the remnants of magic in their blood and treat them as worthless tools, if one day generations of evolved elves gradually break free from this magic, what will happen then? Will they continue to be slaves to wizards? Or, Charlie intentionally paused here, not continuing, but the implication was already clear. Charlie picked up his now lukewarm daisy tea and drank it in big gulps as his Adam's apple moved up and down, finishing the cup before exhaling deeply and continuing. In ancient Eastern civilization, there's a wise saying, blocking is not as good as guiding. If translated into English, it roughly means that rather than violently suppressing and causing a strong backlash, it's better to use the correct method to guide it, allowing it to naturally integrate with existing things. I believe that for house elves, what they need is not suppression but guidance, allowing them to peacefully enter society. After saying all this, Charlie finally met Nico's profound gaze. He spoke the final words with a calm, yet assertive tone. If you ask me how I view house elves, this is my perspective. Listening quietly to Charlie's words, Nico had been continuously pondering along with him throughout. Finally, when Charlie finished his last sentence, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Then, in Charlie's view, he stood up again and nodded at this young man, who was merely 30 years old, less than 1/20th of his own age. You are right. After saying this, it seemed he had made a decision in his heart, turning around and walking straight into the deeper part of the stone tower on the second floor, without looking back, leaving Charlie alone, holding the porcelain cup. Looking blankly at Nico's retreating figure, it felt awkward to stand up, and it was equally awkward to continue sitting. After a moment, Nico finally turned around and called out to Charlie, who was still sitting on the sofa. Come on, follow me, Charlie. Okay, Master LeMay. Charlie breathed a sigh of relief and quickly responded, getting up to place the cup back on the tea table, and hurriedly followed the direction Nico had just left. After passing through a corridor filled with various portraits, they stopped in front of a large door. Actually, I've been looking forward to your arrival these past few days, Charlie. Nico LeMay extended his hand, slowly grasping the exquisite spherical doorknob that seemed to have an unknown number of years of history, but he did not rush to open it. Instead, he paused at the door and began to speak with Charlie. Although Charlie did not understand where Nico was leading him, he couldn't help but suppress his curiosity and smiled as he asked, Is it because I will return your Philosopher's Stone? No. Nico shook his head, turned around, and gently tapped his forehead. Then, in response to Charlie's inscrutable gaze, he said softly, It is because of you yourself, or rather, the knowledge and wisdom in your mind. Wisdom and wisdom. Charlie's expression revealed some confusion. He blinked and shook his head thoughtfully. But I don't understand. You are the best alchemist in the world, as well as a top potion master, philosopher, and historian. When it comes to wisdom and knowledge, I believe that with your rich reserves, even 10 Charlie Blakes may not be able to reach them. Times change. My child. Nico LeMay's eyes carried a hint of melancholy, as if reminiscing about the long life he had lived and the countless friends he had lost over the years. After a brief pause of several seconds, he continued, Albus told me that you were the smartest young person he has ever met. I just confirmed that he was indeed not exaggerating. He looked at the young man in front of him with a sense of comfort, like a wise elder. He reached out his hand and slowly brushed over Charlie's head with a gentle force that allowed one to calmly set aside all their thoughts. As for the previous question, if your answer does not satisfy me, I think I will owe you a favor and let you leave. Charlie's heart stirred. His eyes widened as he looked at Nicholas Flamel in front of him. He continued, And now I will ask you to help me. In return, I will bestow upon you the Philosopher's Stone, along with a glory that will be remembered by the world. Finally, upon hearing this, Charlie's breath caught, and his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinholes. With a loud boom, it felt as if something exploded in his mind. Chapter 243, Principles, the Philosopher's Stone, and A Glory to be Remembered by the World. At this moment, Charlie felt a bit dazed, and the confidence and composure that had once adorned his face faded away, replaced by shock, confusion, and disbelief, all of which passed over his handsome features one by one. He furrowed his brow and murmured as he repeated what Nicholas Flamel had just said. Flamel, calm as ever, nodded slightly, reaffirming the weight of his words. It seemed he had already anticipated Charlie's reaction at this moment. Flamel was not in a hurry and even gave Charlie enough time to digest this mind-boggling news. After all, this was the Philosopher's Stone. If one were to define what the Philosopher's Stone was, it would be the most perfect alchemical item in the world. It held immense power, endless wealth, and prolonged life. For any wizard, if they could obtain it, The three most coveted wishes of the mundane world would be within easy reach. Just look at Voldemort, who was known as the Second Dark Lord. He was willing to take risks to obtain the Philosopher's Stone, hiding under Dumbledore's nose for months, dancing on the edge of a knife. And if he revealed even the slightest flaw in front of that cunning old headmaster, he would face annihilation. Yet, despite this, Voldemort still pursued it relentlessly as his best solution for regaining power, which illustrates the allure of the Philosopher's Stone for wizards. And now, Nicholas Flamel stood before Charlie Black, personally promising that if he helped him with one task, he would hand over the Philosopher's Stone. Such a rich temptation would provoke intense reactions from anyone in Charlie's position. In the gradually quieting air, Flamel heard the young man's breathing had become increasingly rapid and fervent, no longer the calm it once was. "So, will you agree?" He observed every subtle change in Charlie Black. After taking them all in, Flamel slowly spoke again, continuing to ask. Almost the moment Flamel finished speaking, Charlie began to respond. However, just as he was about to say he was willing, his words abruptly stopped on his lips. At the last moment, faced with the terrifying benefits, Charlie Black regained his clarity. The intense and pure desire in his eyes suddenly vanished, and the myriad complex expressions on his face returned to calm in the blink of an eye. Such a noticeable change surprised Flamel, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes slightly in astonishment. "I want to know what your request specifically refers to." Charlie's voice was crisp and calm, as if he had disregarded the reward of the Philosopher's Stone and was discussing something entirely unrelated to himself. "I thought you would agree immediately." Flamel smiled again, looking particularly pleased, his eyes narrowing into slits. "Perhaps it comes from my inner caution. Since establishing the candy factory, I've always felt like I was walking on a tightrope, with an abyss beneath me. A moment's carelessness could lead to a disastrous fall." Charlie raised the corners of his mouth slightly, looking at Nicholas Flamel, and said, "In such an environment, I learned a principle. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Rather than being attracted by distant success, it's better to tread carefully on each step of the tightrope." As Charlie's words fell, Flamel momentarily lost the confidence he had when he first inquired. After a while, he sighed softly, turned around, and while lamenting, he grasped the spherical doorknob again. "Albus Dumbledore has really trained a good apprentice. He has misjudged others countless times. From Gellert Grindelwald to Tom Marvolo Riddle." Flamel's voice carried a hint of obvious amusement. "Time has proven that decades have significantly improved my judgment." Having said that, Flamel stopped the small talk. He tightened his grip with his forearm, exerting slight force. The next second, with a soft click, the heavy door, 10 centimeters thick, opened a narrow gap, accompanied by a breeze blowing in from behind Charlie. "Now, you have officially passed, young Charlie. First, I apologize for my previous rude tests, as they are of great importance. Whether it is the task I will entrust to you or the Philosopher's Stone, I must ensure they are entrusted to a trustworthy person. Now I can confirm that you are a kind person, at least a principled one. The Philosopher's Stone in your hands will not tarnish its power." As Nicholas Flamel pushed the door open, the air flowed with his movement. When the door fully opened, a rush of air flooded in, causing countless sheets of paper in the room to flutter wildly. In Charlie's gaze, a study room that had been magically expanded appeared before him, seemingly multiple times larger than it looked from the outside. Countless books lined the walls, one after another, densely packed all the way to the ceiling, easily numbering in the tens of thousands. The sheer volume of the collection was likely to far surpass even the Hogwarts library. But what truly shocked Charlie was not just the books, but rather the massive alchemical object hovering in the center of the room. Constructed from countless alchemical runes and magical materials, standing 3 to 4 meters tall, this object now lay between Charlie and Nicholas Flamel. The moment it appeared, it captured Charlie's entire vision, leaving him in awe of its every detail, with no room left for anything else. Clearly, Nicholas Flamel was very pleased with Charlie's reaction. He laughed and tilted his head back, his gaze resembling that of a father admiring his child. "My life has been too long, over 600 years. My wife and I have long since grown indifferent to life and death. Yet before I leave, there are still some thoughts I wish to express." Chapter 244. Exploding this stagnant pool. The Philosopher's Stone as an alchemical item is both a success and a failure. Success is nothing more than its powerful force and the magic that grants eternal life, while failure is due to the fact that, as the pinnacle of modern alchemy, it can only serve a very small portion of people. Nicholas Flamel said quietly, and the meaning behind his words had already left Charlie speechless in surprise. When he thought about how the knowledge in his mind would vanish with his life, He couldn't help but ask himself whether he had truly contributed anything to this magical world he loved. Suddenly, his eyes squinted, appearing melancholic, as if reflecting on his soon-to-be lost life. After a moment of silence, he finally revealed his true intention. I have heard that in Muggle history, there was 1 industrial revolution, 2 industrial revolutions, and 3 industrial revolutions. I want to know if, before I die, it is possible to truly initiate a revolution that can push the entire magical world forward. After saying this, Nicholas Flamel turned his head and looked at Charlie with a serious and solemn gaze. This endeavor is undoubtedly challenging, but its emergence would create waves strong enough to sweep everything in this stagnant pool that has been quiet for hundreds of years. Now, Charlie, I want to ask you if you are willing to help me and together ignite this stagnant water. Madness. At that moment, Charlie could think of no other words to describe Nicholas Flamel's actions. However, he had to admit that if it was Nicholas Flamel proposing it, it might truly be possible. After all, he is the alchemist who successfully created the Philosopher's Stone. Over 600 years of knowledge and techniques accumulated since the 13th century provide a solid foundation for all ambitions to be realized. Gulp. Charlie unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He looked at the elderly man before him, whose spirit was anything but weak despite his thin appearance, and he seemed to have been inspired by him without realizing it. Just as Charlie was about to respond to Nicholas Flamel's determined gaze, his heart racing, the light in Flamel's eyes suddenly dimmed and retreated back into their deep sockets, as if everything was just an illusion of Charlie Black, whether it was the alchemical item before them or Flamel's recent eloquence. "You don't need to agree so quickly," Nicholas Flamel said kindly, smiling and waving his hand. The ground beneath their feet began to stretch like rubber, transporting them out of the room they had just entered a few minutes ago and back to the blazing fireplace beside the 2 sofas. On the coffee table between the sofas, a large-bellied white porcelain teapot was still exuding steam with a hint of chrysanthemum fragrance, and the firewood in the fireplace crackled as it burned. Everything was exactly the same as when they had just left. After all, I have lived for so long, so what to say a little more time? Nicholas Flamel slumped back onto the sofa, and the teapot poured him a cup of daisy tea, which was also handed to him. He found a comfortable position in the sofa, tilted his head back, and gently closed his eyes. "Tomorrow, if you decide to agree to my request, I will give you a day to arrange your affairs, from your factory to your friends and family. This is bound to be a lengthy process. Once you have everything arranged, come back here to 51 Rue de Montmorency whenever you want. The door here will always be open for you." When Charlie walked out of the 2-story stone building, the sun had already sunk halfway below the horizon. The once bustling Rue de Montmorency, filled with tourists, had also become crowded, with only a few foreigners enthusiastically selecting items at the stalls. Even now, Charlie still felt his head was a bit muddled, and he could barely remember how he had walked out of the room. The only things he recalled were Nicholas Flamel's words about igniting this stagnant water and that enormous alchemical item that was 3 or 4 meters tall. In the light of these 2 things, even the Philosopher's Stone seemed to pale in comparison. As he slowly walked down the stone steps, worn with time, the ring on his hand shimmered, retracting his heavy gray linen wizard robe into his space, replaced by a comfortable and fitted-down jacket. Looking at the elongated shadows of the buildings, the reddish light spilling across the streets, Charlie's mind finally cleared with the gusts of cold wind swirling around him. He shook his head, exhaled softly, and watched the steam, scented with daisies, rise and mingle with the cold wind. Charlie suddenly grinned. How strange. It felt like being under the soul-snatching curse, even though I had never experienced it before. Saying this, Charlie shook his head, slowed his pace, and headed toward the street corner. Just after Charlie left, by the window on the 2nd floor of the stone building, Nicholas Flamel smiled as he watched Charlie Black's retreating figure. He slowly withdrew his gaze, his thin figure moving with a light step back to his sofa, where he plopped down. He picked up the white porcelain teacup, no longer savoring it like before, and gulped down a large mouthful. Then he let out a refreshing sigh. Just then, Perenelle came up from the 1st floor. Observing her husband's behavior, she paused at the staircase, her eyes widening in surprise, and asked, "What? Did Charlie just agree to you?" Nicholas Flamel casually tossed the cup, and it suddenly inflated like a balloon, wobbling in midair before floating down. The coffee table also shifted slightly, adjusting its position so the cup could land perfectly on it. "No," he replied cheerfully. Charlie wanted to agree, but I told him to think it over and let me know tomorrow. Perenelle walked over and sat on another sofa, her brows slightly furrowed, seemingly puzzled and confused. Asking again, Didn't you keep mentioning to me these days that you hoped that kid would come soon? Now that he has really come, you sent him back instead. Hey, you don't understand. It's a game of catch and release. Besides, he will definitely come back tomorrow. Chapter 245, Nasal Sanchez. At this moment, in an extremely simple room. The room wasn't very large, and there were very few things. Only a bed, a bedside table, a desk, and 2 chairs. Aside from that, there was nothing that could be called furniture. Even the table was covered with numerous medicines and stacked documents, with only a glass vase holding a sickly little flower providing a hint of color that didn't feel oppressive. On the bed, a haggard man with an eagle nose and thin lips was sitting up in loose clothing, struggling. 5 or 6 plastic tubes, about the thickness of a finger, extended from his clothes, connecting to several glass bottles hanging from a high rack by the bed. As he breathed, the glass bottles swayed slightly in the air, occasionally clinking together, producing a crisp sound. He placed about 5 or 6 soft pillows in the gap between his waist and the headboard, seemingly hoping to use them as support to ease the pain in his already suffering body. In front of the man was a flat bedside table, covered just like the one below it, with numerous documents, some written on and some not. He leaned his arms on the table, burying his head in focus, his pen dancing across the pages with neat handwriting. Unlike a typical wizard who would use a self-writing magical quill to handle tasks, he stubbornly clutched the pen with his already pale fingers, like an old relic, determined to keep the company's affairs tightly in his grasp despite being worn out. Unbeknownst to how much time had passed, a light yet rhythmic knock suddenly broke the long silence of the room. "Come in," the man said succinctly, not lifting his head, still processing the documents, occasionally pausing to furrow his brow in thought, showing no sign of wanting to stop. The door slowly opened, and Gaobiki Sanchez entered with a somewhat forced smile, holding a bouquet of fresh flowers. "Father, are you feeling better?" Little Sanchez paused by the man's bedside, then slightly bowed, respectfully greeting him as if serving Charlie Blake. The identity of the man was revealed with little Sanchez's address. He was Gaobiki Sanchez's father, the current general agent of Charlie brand candies in the French magical world, Knuckle Sanchez. Knuckle finally paused his work, raised his head, and his sharp eyes, like those of an eagle, slowly scanned little Sanchez. After a long moment, he withdrew his scrutinizing gaze, but did not acknowledge the greeting. Instead, he asked, "You've already met Mr. Blake, right?" Accustomed to her father's demeanor, little Sanchez maintained her composure, her gaze calm and silent. "Yes, I've met him," she nodded, slowly unwrapping the bouquet she held, separating and straightening the stems, then walked over to the table to replace the existing flowers in the vase with the new ones. "Mr. Blake is a very kind person, friendly and approachable, making one unconsciously want to regard him as a pillar of support and respect him sincerely." As she spoke, a smile appeared at the corners of little Sanchez's mouth, seemingly recalling the compliments he had given her artwork at the SAF, her tone filled with admiration. However, upon hearing this, Knuckle sneered and replied, "If you only notice those things, then you're still too young. Those superficial aspects are merely what he wants you to see. Mr. Blake is a great hero." As he spoke, his words paused for a moment. He looked up at the plain white ceiling, and a hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. Before knowing him, the Sanchez family was just an ordinary merchant barely surviving by reselling potions. Everything stemmed from the strange fate brought by that trip to England. It was his wise decisions and those magical candies that established the Sanchez family's position in the French magical world. With countless wealth accumulated, even those officials from the Ministry of Magic have to give us some face. Cough, 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 cough. A unhealthy flush appeared on Knuckle's cheeks. It seemed that he had said something that excited him, leading to a sudden fit of violent coughing, causing the glass bottles hanging on the high shelf to clink together, continuously delivering unknown solutions into his body to nourish his already broken physique. "Father, your emotions have gotten too intense again. You should take a moment to rest." The sudden commotion startled little Sanchez, who hurriedly interrupted her father's intention to continue speaking, quickly jogging to fetch a cup of warm water and bringing it to his bedside. Knuckle's breathing sounded like a broken bellows, his face flushed red from the strain, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. After a long moment of heavy breathing, he finally regained his normal state. He calmed himself down, took the cup from his son's hand, and cautiously took a sip. Then he turned his head, no longer discussing such matters, but instead asked about the most important task he had assigned to Gaobiki Sanchez. "I told you before to arrange a dinner with Mr. Blake tonight. Did you mention it?" Little Sanchez gently nodded, reporting truthfully, "Mr. Blake said he hasn't seen you in a long time and is very willing to have dinner with you during his free time." "Great." Upon hearing this, A satisfied smile finally appeared on Knuckles' face. After exhaling a long breath, he leaned back against the stack of pillows, tiredly squinting his eyes slightly, and continued. You can go out now. I need to rest for a while to regain my strength. By tonight, I will subtly let Mr. Blake know that I hope he can pass this position to you. I believe, based on a friendship we've built over the years, he won't refuse. Chapter 246. I am almost dead. Hearing this, little Sanchez's eyes finally darkened, and she slowly clenched her fists, lowering her head, with sorrow hidden behind her glasses that others could hardly see. Has it really come to this? Father, Knuckle interrupted her, calmly stating the fate he was about to face, his tone as indifferent as if describing someone else's life and death, devoid of any extra emotion. Before I die, I must see you inherit my position under Mr. Blake's affirmation, taking over the general agent status in the French magical world. But finally, all emotions in Gaobiki Sanchez's eyes mingled together, turning into stubbornness and unwillingness. At that moment, she was no longer the humble and timid person she once was. Just as she straightened her back to say something, the next second, her father's furious shout forced her words back into her throat. There is no but. Cough, cough, cough. The empty room echoed with another round of coughing. Get out, I need to rest. With a loud bang, little Sanchez slammed the door shut, seemingly her last shred of dignity. She stood at the door for a long time without leaving, complexly gazing at the ordinary wooden door, her eyes filled with sadness, unwillingness, and a hint of indescribable anger. Young master, only when a servant at home stopped beside her, holding 3 bottles of potions prepared for Knuckle, and softly called out, did little Sanchez finally walk away in silence. The murky potion, resembling muddy water, was unknown in its ingredients, but just its swirling mixture of dark purple and deep brown would undoubtedly deter most people, let alone consume it entirely. However, looking at the 3 vials of potion in front of him, Knuckles' expression was even more relaxed than before, and one could faintly see a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. These 3 potions were crafted by a master potion maker from the French magical community, and due to their special formulation, each vial was priced at several hundred galleons. Although this amount was merely pocket change for Charlie, who earned over 1,000 galleons a day, it was a fortune that an average wizarding family could not earn in half a lifetime. Even for a wealthy family like the Sanchez, it was still a significant expense. After all, using all 3 potions at once meant swallowing thousands of galleons without hesitation. Yet, despite their high price, the effects of the 3 potions were visibly remarkable. The first vial, for pain relief, would help Knuckle escape the torment that clung to his body like maggots, allowing him to forget his pain for a brief period. The second vial, for restoration, would magically repair Knuckle's battered internal organs, enabling him to regain normal mobility in a short time. As for the third vial, it was a tonic. Using magic, it would instantly flood Knuckle's body with abundant nutrients, although these nutrients would begin to leak out like a deflated balloon the moment he consumed the potion. They would restore him to his optimal state in a short time, making his complexion rosy and healthy and his muscles firm and full. Even the best doctors would not be able to detect any signs of illness during the potion's effect, let alone realize that the person before them was a half-dead man on the verge of death. Taking a deep breath, Knuckle sat on the hospital bed, seemingly preparing himself mentally. After a moment, he turned to the servant beside him and commanded, "Go out and prepare the clothes I need to wear later." The servant, fully aware of his master's character, despite the worry evident in his eyes, ultimately said nothing, simply bowed and obediently left the room, closing the door behind him. Not long after, the servant returned, holding fine clothes, and paused at the door. However, he did not knock immediately but stood quietly, listening to the faint growls and suppressed whimpers coming from inside the room, his brow furrowed in concern. After about a minute or two, once all sounds had completely ceased and the room returned to its original tranquility, the servant finally relaxed his brow, feigning ignorance, and knocked on the door. "Come in." It was the familiar voice, but this time it was clear that the speaker had regained his strength. Upon opening the door, the servant saw that the loose clothing that once hung on Knuckle's frame was now stretched tight across a body resembling that of a giant. Knuckle was smiling as he pulled out the tubes that had been connected to him. Despite the connection points having already embedded into his flesh, his expression unchanged. After pulling out 5 or 6 tubes, Knuckle stood by the bed and greedily inhaled a breath of air. The original me is back. He turned to look out the window at the setting sun, his gaze complex as he murmured. Soon after, when he felt that the time was about right, Gaobiki Sanchez walked back into the room, only to find that the frail patient lying on the bed had completely vanished. In his place was the tall, muscular man he remembered, nearly 9 meters tall, with arms as thick as an ordinary wizard's legs. Knackle was now sitting in his usual chair, pen in hand, diligently marking documents in his spare time. Standing at the door, young Sanchez felt a moment of daze, and tears began to flow uncontrollably from his eyes, causing him to instinctively turn away and wipe his face with his arm, not daring to let Knackle see any sign of weakness. Fortunately, Knackle, focused on marking the documents, did not notice Geobiki at the door. By the time he did, Geobiki's expression had returned to its initial calm, and he softly said, "The time we agreed upon with Mr. Blake is approaching. We should leave, Father." Chapter 247. Retirement. Having not seen his old friend for a long time, this reunion, while purposeful, held significant weight for Knackle Sanchez. From the moment he stepped out, he began to adjust his suit and shirt repeatedly, occasionally asking his son beside him, "How does it look? Is there a wrinkle somewhere?" Mr. Blake is very particular about these details. "I don't want to leave a bad impression. I haven't worn this suit in a long time. Will it fit properly? If Mr. Blake notices any flaws, it would be bad. What's the product you put on your head? Hair gel, right? It actually looks fine. I should have used it too. To be honest, I was planning on using flu powder since falling ill." This was the most Knackle had spoken to young Sanchez in a long time. Usually, even when they were in the same room, their interactions consisted mostly of Knackle forcing his son to engage with company affairs, with little communication beyond explanations and reprimands for the things young Sanchez did not understand. However, faced with his father's attitude, young Sanchez remained quiet, responding only with a word here and there, each time just 1 or 2 words, such as yes or mm. In reality, it was that young Sanchez didn't want to talk. He was simply too afraid that if he spoke too much, tears and sobs would uncontrollably pour out, completely shattering his already fragile emotions. Thus, the two walked along, exchanging bits of conversation, when young Sanchez brought Knackle to the agreed-upon meeting place with Charlie. They found him already waiting at the coffee shop, in trance for their arrival. Upon seeing Charlie, young Sanchez could feel his father's excitement growing. Even from across the street, he couldn't contain his enthusiasm and raised his hand, calling out loudly, "Mr. Blake." It was rather remarkable. Although Knackle was nearly 50 years old, when he was with the 30-year-old Charlie Blake, the level of respect he showed was still astonishing. He didn't even directly call him by his first name, Charlie, but insisted on addressing him as Mr. Blake, as one would to a subordinate. Hearing the call, Charlie instinctively looked up in the direction of the voice. When he saw the tall figure before him, his eyes lit up and the smile on his face softened, dispelling the previously distant demeanor he had. "It's been a long time, Knackle." Soon, when Knackle and little Sanchez stood before Charlie, he couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. Familiar with the solid arm he patted, Charlie opened his mouth and said, "It's been a few years. Why do you look like you've lost weight?" The speaker had no intention, but the listener took it to heart. Upon hearing Charlie's words, the smile on Knackle's face stiffened slightly, but he quickly relaxed, pretending nothing was wrong, and laughed it off, casually saying, "What can I do? Over the past few years, I've wiped out the local candy brands in France, creating a peaceful environment in an originally fierce market. Just when the Charlie brand candy was thriving, there weren't many capable people around, so I had to do more myself. Sometimes I forget to eat a meal when I'm pressed for time, and over time, it's natural to lose a bit of weight." Listening to Knackle, Charlie was momentarily at a loss for words. Feeling touched, he finally summed up all his emotions into a single phrase, "You've worked hard," and patted him on the arm again. In fact, when Knackle Sanchez chose to become the general distributor for Charlie brand candy in France, it was precisely when the factory was just starting out and facing difficulties in finding distributors. Although Knackle often told Charlie verbally that he had no credit and that it was all thanks to Charlie's initial planning and the high quality of the candy that they achieved today as success, Charlie knew very well that without Knackle's efforts, even if the Charlie brand candy factory had managed to enter the French magical market, it would likely have only been able to secure a foothold, far from becoming the leading position it held today. It is important to note that this was no easy feat, unlike the smooth sailing of Charlie brand candy in the British magical community, which secured its leading position almost effortlessly in France, a country renowned for its dessert culture. An incoming brand trying to overshadow numerous local candies that had already adapted to the French palate to a high degree was akin to a hellish challenge. Just mentioning the widely popular Bertie Bott's every flavor beans among young wizards at Hogwarts, if these were placed in France. Not to mention that French wizards might directly demolish their venue. Even if you threw them on the ground, passing young wizards would hardly bother to step on them. It's easy to imagine the fierce battle between Knackle and Charlie Brandcandy in such an environment, making one shudder just to think about it. Even if Charlie personally stepped in to replace Knackle, he wouldn't dare to say he could do better than Knackle, having not seen each other for a long time. The two old friends undoubtedly had much to talk about. In fact, to prolong their conversation, both Charlie and Knackle deliberately did not mention using apparition, but instead walked along the roadside, chatting and laughing, heading toward the restaurant they had planned. Little Sanchez at this time followed quietly behind, observing the two with a respectful demeanor, his eyes sparkling and a smile that was hard to conceal on his face. I think you should delegate some power. It's too exhausting. Anyway, you're nearly 50. It's time to think about retirement, Charlie said, shaking his head with emotion as he watched the passersby and the speeding cars. Try to forget the shock that Master Nico LeMay had just brought him. He spoke to Knackle Sanchez in a comforting tone. Upon hearing this, Knackle, who had been contemplating how to tell Charlie he wanted to pass his position to WhoCalls Sanchez, suddenly brightened up, eagerly nodding in agreement and saying, Yes, I've been thinking the same. WhoCalls Sanchez has graduated from Bus Barton Magical Academy for a while now, and the development of Charlie Brandcandy in France has entered a stable period. I should consider handing over my position. Chapter 248, Time. Charlie had originally said this casually, but seeing Knackle's enthusiastic agreement, he was somewhat surprised. Raising an eyebrow, he didn't continue speaking, but turned to look at little Sanchez, who was maintaining a respectful distance of 2 or 3 steps behind them like a servant. Quietly and humbly, seeing Charlie's gaze, little Sanchez quickly lowered his already bowed head even further, giving no opportunity for eye contact. Looking at this young man who still had a hint of student-like demeanor, Charlie couldn't help but chuckle. He turned his head to look at Knackle Sanchez, whose eyes were sparkling with expectation, and after a moment of hesitation, he shook his head, giving a succinct and pointed evaluation. Too young. Hearing Charlie's assessment, the hopeful expression on Knackle's face stiffened slightly, and he turned to look at his son, who was the tallest among the three but seemed to be trying to shrink into himself. A complex mix of emotions crossed his face, ultimately settling into a deep, resigned sigh. That's actually normal. Seeing his old friend visibly dejected by his words, Charlie didn't want to ruin the atmosphere of this hard-earned reunion. After thinking for a moment, he gently comforted Knackle, saying, It's actually quite normal. After all, WhoCalls has just graduated from the academy. How could he suddenly have experience? When I founded Charlie Brandcandy, I was also just starting out and overwhelmed. It all comes from experience and time. After speaking, he deliberately slowed his pace to walk beside little Sanchez, patting him on the shoulder and continuing, Moreover, WhoCalls Sanchez is a good kid. As long as you're willing to delegate some power and let him take full responsibility, I believe that within 2 or 3 years, he will be able to make a name for himself. At the very least, with the foundation you've built and some competition with those old-timers like King, Fairlin, and Renee, it shouldn't be a problem. By then, you'll just be over 50, and I'll gift you a building in the best area of London, so you can relax. You can come by the factory more often, enjoy coffee, read books, and chat with Russell and the others. Wouldn't that be extremely pleasant? Upon hearing this, a smile finally returned to Knackle's face, but it was so forced and bitter. Listening to Charlie enthusiastically plan his enjoyable retirement life, a myriad of complex emotions tangled in his heart. How could he not have thought of these things that Charlie mentioned? How could he not see what kind of person his son was? But there was nothing he could do. All these things ultimately depended on having time. Time. What time? What Knackle lacked the most now was time. If he could really live for another 2 or 3 years, he wouldn't be in such a hurry. He could actually do, as Charlie said, hand over the affairs in France to WhoCalls Sanchez, and still have a year to move to England and enjoy life. But looking at the current state, let alone 2 or 3 years, even being able to last for 2 or 3 months would be a blessing for Merlin. After contemplating all this, what could he do? One can only intensify the offensive, relentlessly chasing those old rivals day and night like a beast, determined to strip them of their left and right arms at any cost, all in order to leave his son a more forgiving space to grow from mistakes after his own death. After thinking this, just as Naker was calming down and preparing to reorganize his words to persuade Mr. Blake beside him, little Sanchez finally gave up his silence, unexpectedly speaking up and cutting off what Naker was about to say. Father, Mr. Blake, how about we use apparition to get there? With less than 10 minutes left until their reservation at the restaurant, Charlie laughed, raised his hand, and pulled out a silver pocket watch, checking the time. He couldn't help but exclaim, Indeed, we should meet more often. It's been too long without talking, and I've accumulated too much in my heart. I almost forgot the time in my excitement. After saying this, he seemed to suddenly remember something, turning his head to look at Naker. By the way, I almost forgot to ask, since you finally came to France, what are you going to treat me to? Seeing the topic being abruptly diverted by little Sanchez's words, Naker realized that if he tried to forcefully steer it back to the matter at hand, Mr. Blake's wisdom would likely catch on to something. It seemed best to wait for the dining time to find another opportunity to plan. Thinking this, Naker relaxed and his expression returned to normal. Listening to Charlie's teasing question, he laughed heartily and replied, I know, England is fine in many aspects, but when it comes to food, it's a struggle all year round. Each person's taste is different. And even by the end of the 20th century, it hasn't changed much since the 16th or 17th century. As for delicious food, it's nothing more than fish and chips. Since you can come to Paris this time, I must treat you to a proper welcome with some real delicacies. The specialties of the French magical world, which are incredibly delicious. Just wait to enjoy. Hearing Naker's words, Charlie also smiled brightly, casually nodding, but as a true, traditional Old English nobleman, he couldn't help but argue a bit for his country's cuisine. Actually, British food isn't as terrible as you say. You know, the best Muggle restaurant in all of Europe is actually in England. Oh, a hint of surprise appeared on Naker's face, and he continued to ask, really? What do they serve? French cuisine. After a brief exchange of jokes, Charlie, Naker, and little Sanchez simultaneously took out their wands. Then, with a familiar incantation, apparate, the sound of crackling electricity gradually surrounded them. And the next moment, with a flash of light from the tip of their wands, they disappeared from their original spot. Chapter 249, Place Cachet. Just as the British magical world has Diagon Alley and the American magical world has the Wizarding Emporium, when arriving at a place, if one truly wants to experience its unique characteristics, a wizarding commercial area like this would undoubtedly be the best choice. In this regard, in Paris, France, the most relied upon location for wizards is undoubtedly Place Cachet. This is where Naker and little Sanchez have arranged to host Charlie. With the crackling flashes and thunderous sounds, when the three figures reappeared, the once sparse scene by the roadside had completely vanished, replaced by a bronze statue in a hidden corner. The statue depicted an unknown, beautiful woman, and at this moment, just after sunset, the sun had disappeared without a trace. Under the cover of night and the soft glow of the nearby streetlights, it seemed to drape her in a precious sheer veil, quietly sitting on the bronze pedestal, her gentle gaze directed into the distance, lost in thought, ethereal and breathtaking. However, Charlie couldn't shake the feeling that, compared to the first glance, the statue's eyes seemed to fleetingly glance towards the spot where the three of them had appeared. Where's this place? After putting his wand away, Charlie raised his eyebrows, looking at the tall buildings on either side and the various illuminated advertisements, amidst a scene of prosperity. He asked, feeling pleased, This is Voltaire Avenue in the Montmartre district. Naker seemed to have not used apparition for a long time. When he reappeared, he stumbled a bit upon landing, but fortunately, he caught himself on the pedestal of the statue to avoid falling. Nevertheless, upon hearing Charlie's question, he promptly responded as a friend. Seeing confusion in Charlie's eyes, little Sanchez gently continued to explain. The place my father booked is a very famous high-end restaurant in the French magical world, located at Place Cachet. Because of magic, we can't directly use apparition to get there, so we have to go through here. Upon hearing this, Charlie's expression finally turned to understanding. Thinking that it might be similar to Diagon Alley, he nodded and didn't say anything further, quietly waiting for the two locals to reveal the way to this place. Without further hesitation, under Naker's lead, the three of them approached the bronze statue. After looking around and confirming that no one was watching, they suddenly ran and collided with the thick base of the statue. The next moment, his body seemed to merge into it, abruptly disappearing from Charlie's sight. Following suit, little Sanchez skillfully followed his father's footsteps and dove in as well. Seeing this, Charlie no longer hesitated. After all, as a child, he had run into that stupid stone pillar at the train station 4 times a year, going in twice and coming out twice. An entrance of this level was already second nature to him, so without much thought, he bent down and followed the two into Place Cachet. After a moment of weightlessness and bizarre sensations, the bustling sounds of the lively crowd suddenly filled Charlie's ears, mixed with faint cheerful music and the crisp sound of bells. Even before he could see with his own eyes, he felt an atmosphere more vibrant than Diagon Alley. When he opened his eyes, his thoughts became even more certain. He saw that on the spacious street, wizards of all heights and sizes of various ages were coming and going. Some were quirky old men in dark cloaks, while others were young children bouncing along, held by their parents. Amidst the chaos, The one strikingly consistent feature was that everyone who had a bit of free time after a busy day at Place Cachet wore a somewhat relaxed smile. One could even hear a couple of young wizards in love, emitting a mix of bashful and shy laughter, creating a grand scene that would make anyone who saw it for the first time exclaim in wonder. On either side of the road at Place Cachet, various shops had lit up dazzling magical lights, waiting for one customer after another to come and visit. From the explosive Joe Prop store to the flying broomstick supplies supermarket. And even further out in the open space, there were places like the alchemical goods shop marked with the words Nico LeMay's time-honored brand, which made Charlie's eyes light up. Seemingly understanding the astonishment in Charlie's eyes, Knackle chuckled a couple of times without saying a word. After all, when it comes to research and heritage, the French magical community is indeed somewhat inferior compared to the British magical world, which has always promoted the orthodoxy of magic in Britain. However, when it comes to the entertainment industry, including food, drink, and leisure, the French magical community can easily outshine those antiquated British wizards by several streets. 4 French wizards. This is an exceptionally proud moment, and it is always a joy to see the incredulous expressions on the faces of those outsiders. Just as Charlie took a deep breath of the rich atmosphere and was about to react, Knackle finally pulled him and little Sanchez towards the direction of the restaurant at a brisk pace. As they navigated through the crowded streets, Charlie was dazzled by the sights and even spotted a few magical creatures, dressed in shiny pink puffy skirts, struggling desperately in the arms of several noble women, trying to escape. Just as Charlie was about to ask where the so-called restaurant was, suddenly, a familiar signboard caught his attention. A shop about 100 square meters in size boldly illuminated the words Charlie's Candy Specialty Store in various colors of light. Next to that exaggerated artistic font, they had even left space to depict a small golden-haired figure wearing a top hat and a trench coat, frequently tipping its hat and saluting the passing guests. At a glance, Charlie was somewhat bewildered until a few seconds later, he suddenly realized, "Isn't that me?" Charlie widened his eyes, looking in shock at Knackle, who was still holding his hand and pushing forward against the crowd. His lips trembled slightly, but after a moment of hesitation, he chose to suppress it and did not shout out. Chapter 250. The wealthiest in the French magical community. Come on, hurry over, friends, and check out the fashionable clothing from the Peak family, designed by famous British designers. I guarantee that no matter when you wear it, you'll receive compliments. Ladies and gentlemen, do you feel that your wand has lost its previous effectiveness? Is your wand damaged from long-term use? If so, then you must come check out our Jack's Wand Shop. We offer maintenance, replacement, and repair services for wands. And you can get 20 galleons off when you trade in your old wand. Gobble Technology. Latest product, the magical compressed towel. Look at this towel. Free trial. After seeing a variety of eye-catching and bizarre shops along the way, Knackle finally stopped in front of a brightly lit, exquisitely decorated, and elegant restaurant. Compared to the previous shops Charlie had seen, this restaurant was particularly large. After a rough estimate, it seemed to occupy about 300 to 400 square meters. In such a densely populated and high-value commercial area of the wizarding world, a storefront of this size in a prime location would undoubtedly come with a hefty rent. At the top of the restaurant, even its sign was 3 to 4 times larger than those of other shops, dazzlingly illuminated like diamonds, elegantly depicting the name Indel. Seemingly noticing Charlie's interest in the restaurant named Indel, little Sanchez, who had been trailing behind the two, suddenly appeared by Charlie's ear and quietly said, "Indel is the name of the current director of the Auror office at the French Ministry of Magic. Their family has significant influence in the French magical community. Besides this restaurant, there are many shops on Cash Square that are also part of their holdings. In fact, they own 3% of the profits from the entire Cash Square." Prophet writes, Charlie seemed to have heard something unbelievable. His eyes widened as he looked incredulously at little Sanchez, repeating his words to ensure he hadn't misheard. Prophet writes, noticing the conversation between the two, Knackle, who was already a local business veteran, naturally joined in, nodding and continuing to explain, Cash Square does not belong to the Ministry of Magic. To be precise, the ministry actually holds 23% of the total profits of Cash Square. As the second largest shareholder, most of its profits are used for the daily maintenance of the Ministry of Magic. At this point, Knackle gave Charlie a knowing smile, raised his eyebrows, and continued in a lower voice, of course, why most everyone understands. Charlie returned his gaze to the elegantly built restaurant before him, absorbing a wealth of new knowledge since arriving in the French magical community, while slowly shaking his head to express his inexplicable feelings at the moment. Suddenly, Charlie seemed to think of something and looked back at Knackle, asking, "You just said the French Ministry of Magic owns 20%, making them the second largest shareholder. So, who is the largest shareholder?" As if it were as common as eating or drinking, little Sanchez and Knackle answered in unison without a second thought. Nico LeMay. Nico LeMay? This time, Charlie could no longer hold back. His mind immediately recalled the thin, silver-haired old man with a kind expression, and the complexity of his feelings was beyond words. Is this considered a dream crossover? Knackle observed Charlie's reaction, somewhat puzzled, but still indifferent, scratching his head and saying, "Everyone in the French magical community knows that Master Nico LeMay is the wealthiest person in the French magical world. Hundreds of years ago, it was Master LeMay who first proposed the establishment of Cash Square. As the largest investor, he holds 70% of the profit rights for the entire Cash Square. Later, he donated 20% of his profit rights to the French Ministry of Magic for free. Even so, he still occupies a full half, making him the genuine largest shareholder." When Nico LeMay was mentioned, Knackle's eyes seemed to shine with excitement, giving him an almost reverent appearance, which made Charlie feel a little embarrassed. He couldn't help but wonder how Knackle would react if he knew that the main reason for Charlie's visit to France was to meet Nico LeMay. Clearly interested, Knackle wanted to further enlighten Charlie, the foreigner, about the pride of the French magical community. So even as the appointment time approached, he showed no eagerness to rush in and continued, "Actually, this is not such a difficult thing to accept. After all, Master Nico LeMay has lived for over 600 years. His age alone is probably greater than little Sanchez. With the Philosopher's Stone and such treasures, becoming the wealthiest person is certainly an easy feat. However, in reality, Master LeMay has an enormous number of enterprises. Not to mention," just as Charlie sighed, planning to tell him to shut up because he was hungry, a voice suddenly interrupted Knackle. Not far from the restaurant entrance, a middle-aged waiter dressed in formal attire approached with a cheerful expression. As if he hadn't seen Charlie at all, he directly walked up to the two Sanchezes, respectfully saying, "Good evening, Mr. Sanchez and young Master Sanchez." "Good evening, Duris." Seeing the newcomer, Knackle's expression finally returned to the initial seriousness and dignity. Losing the relaxed demeanor he had when interacting with Charlie, he merely nodded slightly, offering a simple greeting that symbolized politeness. Yet his voice carried an air of exclusivity, as if he were distancing himself across social classes. Clearly, Knackle and young Sanchez were regulars at this restaurant. As the manager, Duris was prepared to greet them upon seeing them enter with a somewhat unfamiliar guest. However, he didn't expect that the three would stop and talk right at the entrance, prompting him to step out and initiate the greeting. "Everything is prepared as I instructed, right?" Of course, Duris replied, bowing his head. "It's all according to your wishes." "Good," Knackle replied with just those two words as an evaluation before turning his attention back to Charlie with a smile. "Well then, Mr. Black, shall we go in? I guess you must be hungry." "Mr. Black?" Hearing Knackle's words, Duris finally looked up, seeing the young man who appeared significantly younger than himself for the first time. As a manager of a high-end restaurant, Duris was undoubtedly more experienced than a low-ranking employee from the Ministry of Magic. His eyes widened as he watched the figure walking inside, while young Sanchez, being the host's son, could only follow obediently behind. In an instant, a thought crossed his mind, and forgetting his current duties, he hurriedly led the three to their reserved seats before rushing to the back of the restaurant. It's been a long time since I've eaten here," Knackle said, patting the armrest inlaid with large gemstones, feeling a bit nostalgic. "What's wrong?" Charlie asked with a smile. "Haha, too busy with work," Knackle explained with a smile, not thinking much of it. However, to young Sanchez, he seemed like a highly skilled actor, causing him to lower his head and quietly hum a couple of times. After that, they fell silent, since they had arranged their meals before coming. The menu was never even presented. Within a minute of sitting down, the prepared waiter brought 3 small, exquisite plates of salad to the table. As Knackle skillfully folded the napkin on his lap, it signaled the official start of the dinner. "Belgian salad," Knackle introduced. "The taste might be a bit bitter, but the blue cheese inside is unique to this restaurant. Mr. Black, you should like it." Listening to Knackle, Charlie nodded and picked up his fork, focusing on the brightly colored appetizer drizzled with some kind of sauce. Lettuce, walnuts, black truffles, and nuts. It's mustard sauce. After just a small taste, Charlie had already identified all the ingredients. Still holding his utensils, he didn't continue tasting, but instead looked around at the other diners. He noticed that everyone else was dressed in formal attire and looked quite refined, while he was the only one still wearing the down jacket he had arrived in, making him stand out as the sole oddity. However, he couldn't blame himself. it was simply beyond his control. Before coming to the French magical world, he had not anticipated this trip at all, having no idea that he would stay for long. He thought that after delivering the Philosopher's Stone to Nicholas Flamel, he could return to England. In fact, he had initially hoped that the best outcome would be that Master Flamel would keep him at his home for a chat, and, on leaving, teach him the upgraded blueprints and forging secrets of that wizard version of a grenade. Who could have guessed that the story would end up like this? Thinking about the matters he would face tomorrow, Charlie felt a wave of anxiety. Would he stir up waves that could spark a revolution in the magical world? Breaking the stagnant pool? Charlie stared at the salad in front of him, but his thoughts unknowingly drifted back to the large alchemical item in the two-story building, causing him to murmur softly as he unconsciously tightened his grip, almost bending the silver utensils. In fact, not only Charlie, but Nakel beside him also hadn't eaten much. The salad that was supposed to be to his liking remained largely untouched, as his mind was preoccupied with how to discuss with Mr. Black about having young Sanchez take over his position as the general agent. Thus, the two of them, each lost in their own thoughts, had hardly finished the meager portions of salad by the time the main course was served. The waiter, seeing the small amount left on their plates, hesitated, knowing that the guests here were not ones he could offend. He stood with the cart, unsure whether to step forward, until young Sanchez silently gestured with his chin, which finally allowed the waiter to breathe a sigh of relief and hurriedly deliver the dishes, fleeing as though fearing the chef's displeasure would reflect on him. This time, I arranged for cocoa vin. I originally planned to let you try the French-baked billowig, but I worried you might not be accustomed to that. So I didn't order it. Of course, if you want to try it, what? You don't want to? That's a pity, but it's all right. This cocoa vin is also one of their specialties. Just in terms of preparation, the Muggles can't compare. You must give it a try. When this dish of cocoa vin was served, the rich aroma and beautiful presentation made Charlie's eyes light up, temporarily suppressing his pleasant imaginings about the next day as he focused intently on savoring this rare delicacy. As someone who often ate chicken and considered Hogwarts roast chicken to be the pinnacle of chicken dishes, the wonderful texture of the cocoa vin before him undoubtedly amazed him. Whether it was the almost overwhelming aroma of wine upon entry or the delicious sweetness from the unknown seasonings, the soft and distinct layers of flavor provided Charlie with an indescribably subtle experience. A joyful smile unconsciously appeared on his face. But what frustrated him was that the portion of this dish was indeed a bit too small. Perhaps it should be said that the serving size in such a high-end restaurant was simply too little for a young guy used to devouring whole roasted chickens. However, he understood the rules. As a noble, even though he didn't particularly like to observe decorum while eating, the dining etiquette he learned as a child ensured that he maintained an incredibly elegant posture in any setting, revealing none of his inner thoughts. As Charlie calmly finished the entire dish with a satisfied smile, Nakel, who had been observing secretly, finally relaxed, temporarily withdrawing his gaze and starting to enjoy his own portion. Chapter 252. All excuses at the dining table. The atmosphere was lively, as a wizard band took their place on the stage at the front of the restaurant. Beautiful, yet somewhat peculiar music began to play. The soothing and graceful notes, accompanied by changing lights, reached the ears of every guest. Their expressions were joyful, occasionally nodding in rhythm or whispering something to the person next to them, leading to knowing smiles exchanged. "Very nice, I like this piece," Nakel said, his stiff shoulders gradually relaxing. He picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth, gazing at the young male and female wizards on stage. The tension in his heart eased considerably, allowing him to lean back against the chair. "Do you know, Mr. Blake, this might be the happiest night I've had in years," he remarked, turning his head to glance at Charlie, who was also sparkling with excitement, enjoying the performance while clapping his hands in rhythm. It seemed like a joke, yet it was said with genuine feeling. Delicious food, beautiful music, and a calm atmosphere. Everything is just wonderful, Nakel. Hearing Nakel's words, Charlie smiled and turned to look at him, nodding in agreement. "I'm also very happy at this dinner. Thank you, my friend." After that, both of them fell silent, raising their wine glasses at the table, and with a crisp sound of clinking, they toasted in the air. After an unknown amount of time, the music gradually reached its end. The male and female wizards put down their instruments after the last note faded and bowed deeply to the audience, receiving a round of enthusiastic applause. The red wine braised chicken that had just been eaten was cleared away, and cream mushroom soup was served again in front of the three. Seeing that the ambience had reached a good point, after some hesitation, Nakel finally chose to steer the conversation towards the main purpose of inviting Charlie to this dinner. "Mr. Blake," Nakel slowly raised his head, put down his spoon, and looked at Charlie. "Yes?" Charlie responded, turning his attention back to Nakel and raising an eyebrow slightly, waiting for him to continue. Knackle wore his usual faint smile, seemingly struck by a sudden idea, and casually said to Charlie, "In fact, I might really be getting old. Recently, I've been losing the passion I once had for work." "That's normal," Charlie nodded, his words carrying an approving tone. It seemed that listening to Knackle reminded him of his own state. He couldn't help but sigh, picking up his wine glass and gently swirling the unfinished red wine, his posture becoming even more weary. "As I said, time always makes people become slack without realizing it. Even for me. Most of the work has to be handed over to the little sprites under me, and I only handle the approval of important documents. And you're about to turn 50, right? I still say what I said not long ago. Learn to rest early, put your work down, and let little Sanchez handle it." "Yes, just like you said." Knackle's smile deepened a bit as he spoke, turning his head to glance at his daughter, who had been keeping her head down and pretending to be invisible since the beginning, Gabby Sanchez, seemingly sensing the meaning behind her father's gaze. Gabby seemed to understand the direction in which the atmosphere of the dinner would proceed. She squinted her eyes, quietly staring at the reflection of her own figure in the soup bowl, her expression resembling a doll, stiff and unable to hide her helplessness. The reflection of another self in the bowl made her feel somewhat annoyed. Finally, Gabby took a deep breath and abruptly stood up from her seat. Her movement attracted the attention of Charlie and Knackle, causing them to stop their conversation and turn to look at the tall figure. At 9 meters tall, with a broad frame, he had completely inherited his father's excellent genes. When he hunched his shoulders and bent his waist, it wasn't obvious, but when he stood tall, Charlie suddenly realized this. Gabby's eyes flickered, her lips trembled as if she wanted to say something, but after a moment, it turned into a simple, "I'm full, Father, Mr. Blake." After saying this, she earnestly bowed to Charlie and then left her seat, walking out of the restaurant without looking back, leaving only Charlie and Knackle staring at her retreating figure, each with a look of confusion in their eyes. What happened? However, just as Gabby left, in the back kitchen of the restaurant, a man in his 30s with shoulder-length brown curly hair and dressed luxuriously stood at the center with an unfriendly expression, coldly reprimanding. The originally noisy and busy chefs suddenly stopped their work, standing nervously and orderly in front of the man, heads bowed, not daring to meet his gaze. The man held a white porcelain plate in his hand, and the food on it was none other than the Belgian salad that had just been served to Charlie and Knackle. The man's gaze swept around, and seeing that no one answered his question, he walked up to a bald chef in his 40s who was wearing glasses. Sensing that the man had stopped in front of him, the chef lowered his head even more, swallowing hard as his Adam's apple bobbed. "This salad was made by you?" Finally, the man spoke. "Why, yes, Mr. Eendel," the chef replied with difficulty, stuttering. The man before him was indeed the owner of the restaurant, Dirk Eendel. Hearing the chef's answer, Yendel's expression grew even angrier. With a crack, Eendel suddenly let go of the plate he was holding, causing the white porcelain plate and the Belgian salad to shatter with a crisp sound. "So you serve our restaurant's guests this kind of crap that looks like shit?" he said, shaking his hand and then suddenly grabbing the chef's collar, pulling him close and questioning him word by word. "I believe I once told all of you that anyone who comes here to dine is, without exception, the most esteemed and prestigious guests in the entire French magical community. This means that the level of service must be the highest standard not just in France, but in the entire world." After finishing, he released the chef's collar and suddenly raised his foot, violently trampling on the already scattered Belgian salad until it was ground into a puddle before finally stopping, exhaling deeply and continuing. "And now you actually dare to serve such a thing to me, to our customers?" At this moment, the renowned chef had already turned pale, seemingly never having seen his boss so angry. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and he looked at Eendel with a pleading expression, quietly justifying himself. "Respected Mr. Eendel, I haven't been in good shape these past few days. You know, there are too many things going on. However, before he could finish, Eendel cut him off directly. His expression suddenly lost the anger and excitement from before, becoming cold and terrifying, as he stared blankly at the other party and slowly shook his head. "Wait here. I will personally go out to express my apologies to our guests. As for you, you have no more chances." Chapter 253. The whole after leaving Eendel, little Sanchez walked alone through the bustling and lively cash square, surrounded by numerous shops, completely silent and not uttering a word. In stark contrast to the cheerful and noisy atmosphere around him, he felt utterly out of place. With his head down, he repeatedly thought about something in his mind, weaving through the crowd towards the deeper part of Cash Square. As he progressed, the crowd before him became increasingly sparse, and the shining neon signs gradually faded away. Only those penniless wizards, unable to decorate or rent better shops, stood weakly at their doorways, looking hopefully at the strangely dressed, seemingly wealthy young man approaching along the street. They hoped he might spend a large sum in their shops so they could earn more money in one go. However, unfortunately, at this moment, Gaobiki Sanchez had no desire to spend it all. He didn't even glance at the shops on either side. His eyes were fixed on the ground, obscured by shadows, making it impossible for anyone to tell what he was thinking. Pain? His father was about to pass away, so that was something he had to endure. Fear? The thought that if Mr. Charlie Blake really agreed, he would soon take over his position, controlling the rights of Charlie's Candy in the French magical world, able to decide the direction of the entire industry in this region with just one word. But at the same time, many people under him would be looking to him, hoping he could bring more profit to the company for a better life. Meanwhile, local candy brands like Florin, King Nelly, and Carnival Time would be watching him like snakes in the dark, greedily waiting for this young baby in their eyes to make a mistake, then seizing the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow, ending Charlie's legacy in France and replacing its current status. Frustration? The dream was so close. He was even ready to pursue it. Yet due to sudden changes, everything was thrown into disarray, making that once reachable dream seem increasingly distant. He didn't want to be a wealthy man. He wanted to be a world-renowned fashion designer like Lady Bonneville. All these seemingly unsolvable problems mixed together, forming a chaotic emotional state that could crush even a young wizard fresh out of the academy, let alone a middle-aged person who had already been battered by society. And all these issues stemmed from one cause, the dwindling life of Naker Sanchez. "I am almost dying." The words his father had said in the room, along with his emotionless expression, flashed through Gaobiki Sanchez's mind. In the darkness, that tall figure still hunched over, ignoring everything as he hurriedly moved forward, even faster than before. Eventually, after an indeterminate amount of time walking, the streets of Cash Square were devoid of any lights, empty of even shadows, and as the path became increasingly narrow, little Sanchez stopped. He weakly crouched down, his shoulders began to tremble. Tears streamed from his eyes, sliding down his prominent nose and finally dropping to the ground. A faint sob escaped from the young boy's mouth, and as his emotions were released, it gradually became uncontrollable until the tears could no longer be held back, and the sobbing turned into full-blown cries. It seemed that only in this deserted corner could he cry without reservation, crying for his dreams, crying for his father, crying for the future that made him grit his teeth in hatred. In this place, only the bright full moon hanging high in the sky bore witness to everything and lovingly cast its light, diluting the bottomless darkness, silently comforting the sorrowful little Sanchez. However, just as little Sanchez was venting his long-repressed emotions, crying uncontrollably, a faint rustling sound suddenly came from the narrow corner he could see the end of. What was that? Noticing the sudden noise, little Sanchez stopped crying and, feeling quite alert, raised his head to look in the direction of the sound, trying to suppress his somewhat hoarse voice as he calmly inquired. Thud! In the darkness, it seemed something like a wooden board had been bumped into, landing with a muffled thud on the ground. Just then, as little Sanchez heightened his vigilance and took 2 steps back, a creature resembling a mouse suddenly darted out from the darkness and came to a stop right in front of him. It was a little creature no bigger than a palm, with a body shaped like an oval ball, but it had a pair of notably slender legs and a fluffy, long and agile tail. Its small eyes were especially round, glimmering like black gemstones, sparkling with a lively light. A jerboa? Little Sanchez was momentarily stunned, then instinctively called out the name of the creature before him. However, he soon furrowed his brow. If I remember correctly, France doesn't have such little creatures. Whose lost pet are you? Speaking to himself, little Sanchez seemed to lower his guard due to the creature's harmless appearance and instinctively raised his hand to touch the fluffy little thing. However, the jerboa seemed to sense his movement, nimbly jumped aside to avoid his hand, and then turned around, hopping a few times back in the direction it had come from. Squeak, squeak. Just as it was about to re-enter the darkness, the jerboa paused and called out a couple of times to Gaobiki Sanchez, as if to tell him to follow. Little Sanchez was momentarily speechless, slowly standing up, watching it disappear from his sight. After hesitating for a moment, he lifted his feet and walked toward the visible edge of the wall at Cash Square. As a French wizard who had lived in Paris since childhood, he knew well that there was no more road ahead, only a stone wall that had been standing for hundreds of years. However, when he truly followed the jerboa's footsteps forward, he strangely discovered that the original stone wall had, he knew not when, appeared to have a hole about 50 centimeters high, just wide enough for an adult to pass through. In front of the hole was a wooden board placed upside down to block it. It seemed that the jumping mouse had pushed this board aside to come out. Strange, I don't remember there being any hole here, Gao Beaky. Sanchez murmured as he looked at the opening that led who knows where. Chapter 254. The Jumping Mouse Circus, looking at the hole that was completely immersed in darkness. Its depth and destination unknown. A sense of inexplicable unease rose in little Sanchez's heart. According to the plot of Muggle movies, such seemingly unsafe passages usually lead to places that are not very pleasant. And someone like him, who was unprepared, could hardly be considered a protagonist. Instead, he felt more like an unfortunate passerby who would die early to highlight the plot. As he thought this, Gao Beaky, Sanchez hesitated for a moment at the entrance of the hole, and after some deliberation, his curiosity finally overcame his initial unease. He made up his mind, took out his wand, and simultaneously lowered his tall frame, becoming more alert as he crawled into the hole. Lumos, as the familiar incantation left his mouth. The tip of the wand, made of apple wood and measuring 14 inches, began to emit a faint light, softly illuminating the surroundings. Although it wasn't bright enough to turn night into day like Charlie and the others could, it was still sufficient to light up the narrow passage, allowing him to see everything ahead. Gao Beaky. Sanchez crawled forward with difficulty. Due to his sturdy build and tall stature, the passage that would have been easy for an average person to cross now felt exceptionally cramped, forcing him to curl up a bit to continue moving inward. I never knew this wall was so thick, he muttered to himself, illuminating the years of dust and stone walls with the light from his wand. Estimating that he had crawled about 10 meters. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the originally narrow passage gradually began to widen, and the darkness that had been impenetrable started to dissipate as faint light seeped in. With curiosity in his heart, little Sanchez quickened his pace. Finally, the light ahead grew brighter, and when he crawled out of the inconspicuous little hole by the stone wall, a flat, open space suddenly appeared before him. In this open area, several colorful tents of various shapes stood, adorned with amusing little trinkets and posters printed with animals and clowns. Countless colorful lights, strung together, illuminated every corner of the scene, creating a dreamlike glow beneath the night sky. The figures of children, large and small, were clearly visible as they jumped, chased, and played, holding various foods and toys, freely weaving through this dreamlike place. However, apart from the amusing clowns, there were no adults in sight, as if everything here belonged solely to children. Laughter, chatter, the sounds of instruments, and animal calls converged in Gao Beaky Sanchez's ears. He slowly stood up, unsure of what to do, frozen in place with wide eyes, staring blankly at every inch of the scene before him, eventually resting his gaze on the most prominent sign in front of this paradise. There, a wooden sign boldly displayed the words Jumping Mouse Circus in huge bubble letters. The jumping mouse that had brought him here had completely vanished, as if it had never existed. After a long moment, little Sanchez rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Once he confirmed it wasn't a hallucination, he tentatively took a step forward towards the entrance of the circus. Soon, a plump clown with fluffy orange hair and a red nose painted with exaggerated lipstick noticed him first. He hurriedly waddled over in his ill-fitting clown shoes, taking ridiculous steps. Welcome to the Jumping Mouse Circus, my dear little friend. This is the Happy Production Workshop, the paradise of childhood innocence, a unique dream city, a magical utopia where you can completely realize your dreams. The clown grinned widely, speaking as he opened his arms to embrace little Sanchez. Startled, Sanchez quickly took 2 steps back, raising his hands to keep a distance while correcting the clown's earlier mistake. Sorry, I don't know how I suddenly got here, and I still haven't figured out what's going on, but I'm not a little friend. I'm over 20 years old. I'm an adult. Oh, hearing Sanchez's words, the clown, who had been about to continue his friendly embrace, abruptly halted mid-motion. Even his wide grin instinctively shrank back to a normal size. He stared up at the man before him, blinking a couple of times, and after a long pause, scratched his head and replied in surprise, Sorry, I thought you were an Irish boy with gigantism, but this doesn't make sense. Adults aren't supposed to come to the Jumping Mouse Circus. It's only open to children. Upon hearing this, Sanchez's gaze drifted past the clown to the entrance he had come through. Indeed, from the moment he arrived until now, he hadn't seen anyone his age. Although he was still filled with curiosity and desire for exploration, he suppressed his regret and politely asked the clown, So, should I leave? It was clear that the clown's expression behind his makeup was still filled with confusion and bewilderment, but upon hearing Sanchez's question, he immediately shook his head. No, no, no. Since you've come to this place, it means the mouse has guided you here. The circus will not turn away any curious audience. Perhaps I should take you to meet our ringmaster. Ringmaster? Sanchez raised an eyebrow, surprised. Yes, the ringmaster, the creator of the Jumping Mouse Circus. A magical wizard from Norway, smiling Sambi. If anything happens in the circus, Sambi is definitely the one who knows what's going on. Hearing this, Sanchez hesitated. He didn't respond immediately, but turned his head to glance at the opening he had come through before finally saying, sorry, well, I would love to stay here longer. My father and, however, before he could finish his sentence, the clown interrupted him, grabbing his hand and pulling him toward the circus. Come on. There isn't much time left for the games. If we hurry, we might just catch the Lion's Fireball performance. Chapter 255 for the Charlie Candy inside the Eendel restaurant. After a period of interaction, the atmosphere between Charlie and Knackle had shifted from the initial calm to a subtly uneasy tension. Charlie's eyelids were lowered as he silently stared at the golden liquid in his wine glass, which still held a few bubbles, saying nothing. Knackle, on the other hand, looked at him with a complex expression, his lips tightly pressed together, hardly daring to breathe loudly. On the stage of the restaurant, a tall woman with hair cascading like a waterfall down to her chest was gently closing her eyes, playing a beautiful melody with her bow. However, at this moment, Knackle had lost the ability to enjoy the music. All his focus was on the man before him, who seemed like a god about to pass judgment. A simple answer, yes or no, could determine whether the Sanchez family would continue to ascend to heaven or plunge straight into hell. Finally, as the music faded, Charlie, who had remained silent, finally stilled the swaying liquid and placed the glass back on the table. At the same time, he lifted his head, his bright blue eyes locking onto Knackle's, as if piercing through to his soul. When did we sign our last contract, Sanchez? Hearing Charlie switch from calling him Knackle to Sanchez made Knackle's heart momentarily stop. He understood that this seemingly minor change in address signified a shift in Charlie's attitude from relaxed to serious and businesslike. At this moment, he was no longer facing an old friend he hadn't seen in years, but the owner of the Charlie Candy Factory, the uncrowned king of the candy industry in Britain and even the world, Charlie Blake. It was the year before last, Mr. Blake, though his mind was racing with thoughts. Knackle quickly responded to Charlie's inquiry, not daring to show any sign of negligence. The year before last, Charlie murmured, repeating Knackle's words, then subconsciously stroked the ring on his finger, seemingly lost in thought. Knackle didn't dare to urge him, although the wait was excruciating and painful. As long as the other party didn't reject him immediately, it meant there was still hope. So he suppressed the urge to speak, lowering his head and nervously intertwining his hands. Sanchez, you need to know. Fortunately, this time Knackle didn't have to wait too long. However, the first word from Charlie's mouth gripped his heart tightly. Charlie seemed unaware of the tumultuous changes in Knackle's heart. After gently lifting his wine glass and taking a sip, he continued, there are 14 agents for Charlie Candy worldwide. Aside from the general agent for the Muggle world, Lynn, there are 13 others. The United States, Germany, Russia, Norway, Japan. Knackle silently listened as Charlie listed off several of his peers, not daring to interrupt. And you, France. Finally, after naming all 12 agents, Charlie focused on him. Among all 12 agents, I trust you the most. Even the contracts for other agents are 3 years, but yours is 5 years. Yes, Mr. Blake. I have never forgotten to be grateful for your care, Knackle replied, nodding heavily. His emotions were a mix of gratitude, apology, nostalgia, excitement, and they all coalesced into a single word of thanks. Now, I still choose to trust you. Charlie lifted his head, looking at the man before him, sighed, and suddenly a smile appeared on his lips. You have secured the most profitable market for Charlie Candy and have diligently worked for a long time. I think Charlie Candy should offer you enough trust and respect. This sentence seemed to strike the final nail in the judgment Knackle felt in his heart. Charlie raised the wine glass, which contained little wine, high towards Knackle. I will contact Russell and have him draft a new contract as soon as possible, handing over the agency position to Gabiki Sanchez. Mr. Blake. Knackle incredulously lifted his head, his mouth agape, his eyes shining with excitement. He stared blankly at Charlie for a moment before finally remembering something and hurriedly raised the glass beside him, saying earnestly, I really don't know what to say. Thank you. Mr. Blake, thank you. The glasses clinked together once more, producing a crisp sound. Charlie's expression returned to its previous smile, as if nothing had happened, and all turmoil had vanished. For Charlie Candy. For Charlie Candy. At the dining table, seeing the atmosphere return to calm and pleasant, Indel, who had been carefully observing from the kitchen, finally felt relieved. After tidying up his appearance and smoothing his hair meticulously, he finally picked up the Mont Blanc chestnut cake that had been set aside and confidently walked toward a discreet table in the corner of the restaurant. However, everyone dining was undoubtedly a prominent figure in the French magical community. As the owner of the restaurant and the head of the Auror office, Indel was someone even those who had never interacted with him had heard of. At this moment, seeing him personally carrying a tray from the kitchen, expressions of surprise appeared on everyone's faces. Their eyes followed his movement, and soon they all focused on Knackle and Charlie. "Long time no see, Mr. Sanchez." Ignoring the thoughts of those around him, Indel smiled as he approached the table with the cake and initiated a greeting with Knackle. "Director Indel?" Knackle looked at the person before him, his expression instantly filled with surprise. After all, even as a successful businessman, Knackle was not at the level of negotiating with the Minister of Magic in Britain like Charlie could. Someone like Indel, who came from a prestigious family and held a high position in the Ministry of Magic, still belonged to the ranks of significant figures. Although they would politely nod and greet each other during meetings, in reality, the other party would not regard him too highly. "I presume this is Mr. Charlie Blake, the founder of Charlie Candy?" Sure enough, after greeting Sanchez, Indel could not wait to reveal his true purpose, turning to Charlie, who was sitting opposite him, and smilingly gesturing. Chapter 256 Anti-Idol this is. Charlie raised an eyebrow, looking at the enthusiastic guest who had suddenly appeared beside him. He had already guessed his identity, but still asked out of politeness. "Mr. Blake, let me introduce you." Knackle quickly stood up and introduced the man full of exquisite French charm to Charlie. Anti-Idol, the owner of this restaurant, and also the gentle cloudiness, the charming cloudiness, her soft waist, and the faint fragrance emanating from her all added a touch of intrigue in his eyes. The construction of the Gaia Group, according to Jean-Quan's plan, has many new businesses to develop in the future. It is originally designed to meet the development needs of the territory under that major client's control. Young clan leader, what do you think of the current development of the Base Mountain tribe? Harvey is determined to persuade Herbert to make the Hammer tribe wary of Base Mountain. Let me give up the capital, withdraw completely without leaving any room, and let me come to the capital for talks. I will come immediately. I'm not a prisoner being held. I will do whatever you ask, but if it goes too far, don't blame me for being ruthless. Xiao Fan said with a cold smile. Chun Xianjia and son Chuan Ting led the army, suffering a loss of 20,000 soldiers, to eliminate more than 30,000 bandits, recapturing the Xianyang city, and capturing the important bandit leader Li Dingwa alive. Such a significant victory has not occurred for a long time, and its implications are extraordinary, even involving the direction of the court. At this time, the entire left wing of the enemy's front row, the leopard people, had not yet gathered into formation. They were still as loose as before. What he meant was, according to the last standard, pay the ransom and then I'll let you go? Shinjalo asked as he sat down, the black goat making its first official appearance. Amazed the Nanjing night scene with its stunning skills, making a remarkable debut. Moreover, this gun still carried a faint smell of gunpowder, clearly indicating that it had been fired not long ago. This gun had taken a life or two, causing Li Zhuoming and Gong Yuan to tremble in fear, unable to utter a word. Facing the accusations and reprimands from the celestial race, Lin Fan couldn't be bothered to respond. But the King of the Crimson Flame people snorted coldly, directly exposing the conspiracy between the celestial race and the three-eyed god race. His right hand was adorned with various colored rings, all top-quality treasures that complemented each other and had mutual transformations. Under the bridge over there, the water flowed vigorously, filled with ominous energy and malevolent winds, with countless evil souls trapped below, unable to escape. It's Lu Cheng, a novice, recognized the exit who was covered in mud, saying in disbelief. With a bang, Mo Yiming's fist directly struck the body of this cultivator, who had terror in his eyes. Blood splattered, flesh was mangled, and after trembling twice on the ground, he breathed his last. Yilan asked the nearby Dawu. Only by knowing who the owner of this ancient tomb was could she figure out how to develop it. Warm water poured over Song Jia-er's body. The sound of water splashing in the quiet bathroom was like a piece of music. He told Lin He that he had someone he liked and asked her not to listen to Wu's words. Finding a suitable young lady for him would only harm the girl. Wu had no idea about Lin Xian's feelings and had been in a particularly good mood these days, greeting everyone with a smile, feeling very happy. What happened? Haven't I taught you to stay calm in emergencies? Why are you so anxious? Wu Haoding said while yawning. Zhang Yu certainly didn't believe it, and with a thought, his dual swords penetrated Ming's body. To his surprise, it caused no harm to Ming at all. Good. Ling Baolu nodded, took the cool tea, and walked towards the door while drinking. However, before she could take a step, she was caught by Chi Yu's lips, and the next second, the bitter cool tea she almost spit out was forced down her throat. Introduction. Standing in front of you is the cousin of Sirius, the junior of Snape, the founder of the House Elf Liberation Front, the owner of the world's largest candy factory, and a traveler whom the Dark Lord fears, Charlie Black.